I unexpectedly discovered that the entire Earth had been digitized into a game world, where all mechanical products were formatted, and even every person had a virus called Cleaner implanted within them. However, this virus has a 70% chance of turning me into a zombie, completely losing my sanity. Even those classmates who once bullied me lost their way in panic. Yet, in this desperate end of the world, I obtained a Gatling gun with infinite bullets. From this moment on, my fate began to change. From now on, behave yourself in class. Keep acting like this, and I'll beat you up once a day. What the hell? Where do you get the nerve to be so arrogant? Chen Shen looked at himself in the mirror, his face bruised and battered, with blood at the corner of his mouth. Ignoring the pain at the corner of his mouth, he forced a smile, trying to make himself appear a bit more dignified, to look a little less disheveled. It's really interesting. This kind of situation has followed me from elementary school to high school. I thought it would improve in college, but it seems the script remains the same. Chen Shen saw through the mirror that the door of the single toilet was creaking as it was pushed by the wind coming in through the window. As the door of the single toilet, which had witnessed everything just now, seemed to mock him in this way, truly a cowardly softy who dared not resist. Chen Shen looked at the creaking door, and the scene that had just occurred surged back into his mind. A group of people forcibly took Chen Shen to the toilet during the break. The three leading individuals dragged Chen Shen into the toilet stall, the cramped space tightly packed with 4 people. After a one-sided barrage of punches and kicks, the aforementioned threats drilled into Chen Shen's mind in an extremely piercing manner, accompanied by the school bell. Chen Shen's entire body was pressed against the wall of the stall, head lowered, silently enduring the pain coursing through his body. The squat toilet, the trash can, the soiled toilet paper, and the yellow stains on the edge of the squat toilet filled Chen Shen's eyes to the brim. It's really dirty. A gust of wind blew, and the bathroom stall door let out a piercing creak, as if continuing to mock Chen Shen's cowardly behavior of not daring to resist. Chen Shen, who had been trying hard to control his emotions and make himself appear less embarrassed, heard the bathroom stall door creak once again. Finally unable to hold back, as if his innermost feelings had been seen through, he stormed in anger to the bathroom stall door. Lift your foot. Bang! Chen Shen kicked heavily against the door of the single room. The screws securing the single room door, unable to bear the weight, bounced slightly, and under the influence of external force, the creaking sound of the door grew louder, as if mocking Chen Shen for not being able to kick open even a single room door. Bang! 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 Chen Shen kicked the bathroom stall door several times in succession, and the screws, unable to withstand the external force, finally fell out, causing the stall door to crash to the ground. Chen Shen, with red eyes, shouted at the squat toilet that had no door, the veins on his neck visibly bulging. What do you understand? What do you all understand? Do you think I don't want to resist? Do you really think I'm just a coward? Do you really think that when being beaten up by a group, I still have the strength to catch one person and beat them to death? I'm only 1.70 meters tall. I can't even take on one person, let alone a whole bunch of them. Do you think I haven't tried to resist? I've been through this kind of crap since I was a kid. At first, I would resist, but what was the result? The result is that the angry and embarrassed thugs would swing their fists at me even harder. No one is helping me. I can't fight them off. What do you expect me to do? Stab them to death with a knife? This is against the law. Do you understand? I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison. You who don't know what I've been through, on what basis do you use your understanding to judge me? It was as if he was speaking to himself. Chen Shen, ignoring his hoarse voice, shouted these words with all his might. After venting, Chen Shen bent slightly, his hands resting on his knees as he gasped for breath. The earlier struggle had drained most of the strength from Chen Shen's body, and due to his poor constitution, his stamina was far worse than that of his peers. Isn't it because you're too arrogant? You should have restrained yourself a bit. This is just the consequence of your own actions. Hearing a sound at the restroom door, Chen Shen slowly straightened up, watching this uninvited guest who had come to the restroom during class time. This person he knows is named Wang Li. He is probably the only boy in the class who occasionally talks to him. Wang Li walked towards the urinal while unbuckling his belt, and he didn't stop talking. Kicking down the bathroom door, you really have guts, but unfortunately, you'll not only have to pay for it but also receive a disciplinary notice. Chen Shen looked at Wang Li, who was chattering away, and suddenly smiled as if he remembered something. Am I too arrogant? Wang Li said without turning his head. Everyone says you're arrogant. Do you think you're arrogant? I've told you many times to tone it down. Wang Li, who was fastening his pants, walked towards the bathroom door, preparing to return to the classroom. When he reached the bathroom door, he turned back to look at Chen Shen, who was still frozen in place, and the broken bathroom door, leaving behind a remark. I've never seen you so bold before. He then disappeared through the door without looking back. How interesting. Chen Shen raised his hands, glanced at his own hands, and then turned to look at himself in the mirror. Hair like a bird's nest, a face mottled with blue and purple, the corners of his mouth stained with blood, messy clothes, and a pair of sneakers. It turns out I was too arrogant. Chen Shen still remembers what his ex-girlfriend once said to him. Ali, the boys in the class all say you're too wild, you should tone it down a bit. It was on the way home from school one afternoon. At that time, the boys in the class had already started to target Chen Shen, but it hadn't escalated to physical violence yet. Chen Shen also had the desire to fit into the class community. Hearing this, he opened his mouth to ask, "Ha, Xiaoxue, do they say I'm arrogant? I'm usually quite friendly, and I often give them cigarettes to smoke, so it shouldn't be the case." Lu Shui looked at Chen Shen, who was still in the dark, and after stammering for a long time, finally spoke. "They say you walk too arrogantly." "Hey, no way, I walk normally, right? Do I look crazy?" "Xiaoxue, why don't you walk behind me and see how I walk for a bit?" After a while, Lu Shui gave her answer. "It does feel a bit crazy." Chen Shen scratched his head, looking a bit confused. "What the hell? I can be considered crazy just by walking properly." Chen Shen, who suddenly stopped, turned around to support Lu Shui and looked into her eyes seriously as he spoke. "Forget it. It doesn't matter if the boys in the class don't like me. Having you is enough." However, after that conversation, something happened that day, and Lu Shui became his ex-girlfriend. Remembering that incident, Chen Shen couldn't help but clench his fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh, faint traces of blood visible. However, just at that moment, the light bulb on the bathroom ceiling suddenly began to flicker, the alternating darkness and light bringing a sense of unease, causing Chen Shen to come to his senses and start paying attention to his surroundings. Realizing what was happening, Chen Shen rushed to the window, only to be frozen in place. The lights in the teaching building across the way flickered in the same rhythm as the bulb above his head, creating a sense of unease with the alternating darkness and light. The sky had darkened at some point, with dark clouds everywhere, as if heralding a storm. Chen Shen looked at the sky, his heart screaming, No, this is absolutely wrong. It is now the fourth period in the afternoon, and the time should be around 5 o'clock. In October, it shouldn't get dark this early." Bang! The deafening sound of a violent collision rang in Chen Shen's ears. Chen Shen was momentarily deafened by the sudden loud noise, and the lights of the teaching building across from him stopped flickering and struggle, instantly going dark. Something has happened. Chen Shen quickly flashed this thought in his mind. Bang! Following the loud noise was a sound that seemed devoid of emotion, echoing in the ears of every person on Earth. System announcement. 1. At 1700 hours on October 10, 2020, China Standard Time, the Earth has been completely digitized, meeting the conditions for the game to start. Therefore, the Earth Online game begins, and this major update is the Earth 3.0 version. 2. The Earth has been thoroughly digitized, and all mechanical products created by human civilization, such as electricity, firearms, factories, and vehicles, have been formatted and cannot be used. 3. To enhance your gaming experience, the cleaner virus code has been written into the database of every living being on Earth. The unique effect of this virus is, there is a 70% chance that the host will significantly enhance their physical abilities, gain the ability to devour and evolve, and fear neither life nor death. The cost is a complete loss of rationality. The cleaner virus will start to take effect 6 hours after the game officially begins, so the countdown to the start of the game is now. 3, 2, 1. Good luck. Chen Shen stood frozen in place, taking a long time to digest all this information, watching the chaos erupting in the teaching building across from him, and the people below fleeing like headless flies. Crowd, this can't be a prank, and it can't be that I'm the only one hearing this voice. Chen Shen's face suddenly turned pale. Damn it, has that damned virus also been loaded into my body? The so-called significant enhancement of physical abilities, gaining the ability to devour and evolve, fearless of life and death, at the cost of losing reason. After carefully savoring the mechanical sound that had just echoed in his ear, Chen Shen's face turned even paler. Damn, isn't it just a 70% chance of turning into a zombie? They make it sound so grand, but I can't guarantee I'll have such good luck. Chen Shen, who had taken out his phone to call home, realized that the screen was black and unresponsive, and only then did he understand that this must be what they call a mechanical product formatting. In the corridor behind the restroom, countless people were running, constantly reminding Chen Shen that there were only 6 hours left. In 6 hours, he could become a mindless zombie that devours flesh and blood. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Chen Shen's face flushed slightly, and the corners of his eyes flickered with a dangerous light. If I happen to survive, then the law won't be able to restrain me, right? I need to hurry, I can't waste time here. If I miraculously don't turn into a zombie in 6 hours, then I must do something in these 6 hours to improve my chances of survival afterward. Food, weapons, shelter. These three key points suddenly popped into Chen Chen's mind. In order to avoid the hostility of his classmates to the greatest extent, Chen Chen chose not to stay in the dormitory and instead rented a room near the school. First, he would go to the supermarket to buy some high-energy, storable food, then find a suitable weapon, and finally visit a hardware store to get some iron sheets and steel plates to turn the rental into a makeshift shelter. Chen Chen quickly formulated a preliminary action plan in his mind and dared not delay any longer. He rushed out of the bathroom and fled the school, running towards a large chain supermarket amidst the crowd. When Chen Chen stood on the road opposite the supermarket, looking at the scene before him, he realized that the reality was far more serious than he had imagined. The suddenly stalled cars blocked the entire road, and a large crowd rushed towards the supermarket, navigating through the obstacles created by the vehicles. Someone had just managed to squeeze out of the crowd with 2 large bags of bread from the supermarket, only to be robbed clean by the already frantic people around. Someone unfortunately fell, trampled by the crowd behind them, filled with fear and oblivious to everything else. Someone stared blankly at the sky. Someone collapsed by the roadside. The howls, screams, curses, and arguments flowed into Chen Chen's ears like a tragic opera. So this is the apocalypse. I was still thinking about how to pay after my phone got formatted, but now it seems I won't need to. Chen Chen looked at everything happening before him, with no time for too much sentiment, and was preparing to squeeze into the crowd to rush into the supermarket for food. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught sight of the street to the right of the supermarket. There stood a small house, entirely black and without windows, standing there in stark contrast to the surrounding environment. Chen Chen passes by this street every day on his way to and from school. If there were such a peculiar house, he would definitely have noticed it. Therefore, it can be basically confirmed that this house appeared here with the digitization of the Earth. Stopping in his tracks, Chen Chen walked towards the black house, deciding to investigate further. Before long, Chen Chen squeezed through the crowd and arrived in front of the house. It was only upon getting closer that he noticed there was an electronic clock on the door plaque. 5 hours 30 minutes and 29 seconds. 5 hours 30 minutes and 28 seconds. 5 hours 30 minutes and 27 seconds. Damn it, this is not a clock at all, it's a countdown. Looking at the diligent countdown timer in front of him, Chen Chen seemed to think of something. Trying to open the door, I searched for a long time only to find that the black door, which seemed almost fused with the wall, had no handle and could not be pushed open. Chen Chen picked up a stone from the roadside and struck the walls and door of the house with all his might, but to no avail. Looking at the wall before him, which left not a single trace, it was completely impossible to tell what material the black house was made of, and Chen Chen gradually confirmed his thoughts. The deafening sound that just caused me to lose my hearing should be the sound of this black house crashing down from the sky, and the 5.5-hour countdown coincides perfectly with the time of the virus outbreak. This room should only be allowed to enter when the virus has completely broken out. There must be countless such rooms, but certainly not a few. 70% of living beings will turn into zombies, and all man-made mechanical products will be formatted. If this game wants to proceed smoothly, it must compensate humanity in some way, at least to avoid crashing right at the start. So this dark room should be a special shop, something like a beginner's village, allowing humans to have the ability to protect themselves after the virus outbreak. Thinking of this, Chen Chen had a rough guess about the function of this room. However, since there are establishments like stores, there must be a need for currency to purchase some abilities to enhance oneself. The product of human society, currency, is certainly unusable, so what currency should be used? Gold? Chen Chen, who was deep in thought with his arms crossed, was interrupted by a sudden scream. Ah, help! Chen Chen turned to look. A girl had just rushed out of the supermarket with a large bag of chocolates, and was being targeted by a man. Both were tugging at each other. The girl he knows as the class flower from the next class, named Zheng Tiantian, with countless admirers. The girl's scream and the man's angry shouts instantly cleared Chen Chen's mind. Currency should not be gold, but, with no time to deal with this matter, Chen Chen decisively changed his plan and did not go to the supermarket to grab food. Head straight to the hardware store downstairs in his neighborhood. After running for about 5 minutes, Chen Chen arrived at the bottom of his neighborhood, an old-style residential building on the 6th floor. In the past, the area downstairs was filled with elderly men playing chess and elderly women sitting on benches, basking in the sun and chatting. However, today is no longer what it used to be. The crowd running and shouting at the entrance of the community, along with the scattered chess pieces and fruits and vegetables on the ground. Chen Chen didn't think too much and rushed into the hardware store downstairs, just as he expected. The hardware store owner was not there, and the door was even left open. It was no surprise that he had gone to the supermarket to grab food. It seems people are quite clever, knowing that the most important thing when the end of the world comes is food. Chen Chen mumbled to himself. Without much hesitation, Chen Chen began to search for the things he needed: a pair of industrial scissors, 2 large bundles of hemp rope, a dozen multifunctional knives, a watch, 6 or 7 boxes of candles. After finding these items, I looked for a sturdy off-road backpack in the store, packed everything into it, and slung it over my shoulder. Then I walked into the community towards my rental apartment. Chen Chen's rented apartment is on the 4th floor, and in this old community, there is no such thing as an elevator. A small 2-bedroom apartment shared with others. Chen Chen, carrying a backpack, saw a piece of glass embedded in the wall in the 1st floor corridor, behind which was a fire hose, with a fire axe placed beside it. This weapon should be quite handy. Without thinking much, Chen Chen picked up a stone from the ground and smashed the glass to retrieve the fire axe. After returning to his rented room with the fire axe, Chen Chen found that his roommate was not there, and the place was not in disarray. Perhaps they were still at work when the incident happened and hadn't had time to come home. Chen Chen glanced at his watch. It was already 18:10, and there were only 5 hours left until the virus outbreak. Without further delay, he took the items out of his bag. He used industrial scissors to cut the hemp rope into more than 20 pieces, each about 1 meter long. That should be enough. Chen Chen looked at the neatly cut hemp rope in front of him, mumbling to himself, his eyes filled with the madness of a gambler. Well then, it's time to go find the prey. Chen Chen suddenly stood at attention, straightened his clothes, and rubbed his face vigorously with his hands. No, it should be to save the world. We must be mindful of our words for a harmonious society. After saying that, he rushed downstairs without stopping. It was already 1840, and the virus would completely break out at 2300 hours. The sky was gradually turning dark, and if they didn't act quickly, it would be pitch black at night with all the lights formatted. The moonlight alone was not enough to support their actions. Chen Chen did not take the fire axe, running downstairs empty-handed. After all, the purpose of this trip was peace. After determining the direction, Chen Chen ran towards the school. Before he reached the school, as he approached a supermarket, he saw a vague group of people ahead, accompanied by the sound of commotion. As he got closer, he could see that 2 groups were confronting each other in front of a hotel. Under the cover of night, Chen Chen hid behind a car and observed for a while before he understood the situation. It turned out they were fighting over the right to stay at this hotel. At 11 p.m., the virus would completely break out. If there was no safe place to stay by then, being stranded on the streets and facing a horde of zombies without any visibility would definitely lead to an unknown death. Especially this group of students, who usually live in dormitories and have no place to stay off campus, if they can't find a place to rest at night. In a crowded place like the student dormitory, the 70% chance of turning into zombies would definitely leave these students clueless about how they died. This group of students, whom Chen Chen happens to know, are from the neighboring class, and one of the girls is Zheng Tian, who just had her chocolate stolen. When Chen Chen's gaze shifted to the leading boy, his eyes were filled with a strange meaning. He doesn't know the name of this boy, but he knows this boy. The last time he was beaten up, this boy kicked him in the face. The group of students consists of 5 boys and 3 girls, while the group of adults across from them has only 3 people, but each one is robust and clearly not to be trifled with, wielding machetes. Big brother, can we discuss this a bit more? There are so many rooms in the hotel, and the 3 of you clearly can't occupy them all. Can you spare us a few rooms? We are all students and usually stay in dorms, and given the current situation, we definitely can't go back to the dorms. It's about to get completely dark, and if we can't find shelter, our group won't survive until tomorrow. I'm begging you, please help us. Exactly. Big brother, could you help us out? We will definitely repay you. Big brother, you can't just watch us die in front of you, can you? After the leading boy negotiated, the other students chimed in one by one behind him. One of the 3 burly men stood at the front, vaguely exuding a dragon's might. This man had a full beard, carried a mountain-cutting knife on his shoulder, and dug at his ear with his finger while casting a glance at each student standing in front of him. Pa, is your ear stuffed with donkey hair? Didn't you hear the system say there's a 70% mutation rate? I don't want to be surrounded by a bunch of zombies tonight with you lot coming in. With just the 3 of us, at least 2 of us are bound to change. I'm betting my life tonight, I have no intention of living. If you keep nagging me, I'll chop you up first. Get lost, don't die in front of my door. The bearded man finished speaking and didn't wait for the student to say anything more. He shouldered his knife, turned around, and led his 2 little brothers back to the inn, pulling down the roller shutter. What should we do, Li Bing? Where are we going tonight? We can't go back to the dormitory. Think of something. Zheng Tian looked at the drawn-down roller blinds and, realizing there was no hope, turned to the leading boy, hoping for a new way out. Don't make noise, I'm thinking. Li Bing was clearly at a loss about how to handle the situation, circling around, hesitating about where to go. Chen Shen, who had been watching the show until now, knew it was time for him to take the stage. She adjusted her outfit, slightly lifted the corners of her mouth with her hand, and pulled off a perfect smile, checking her reflection in the rearview mirror. Perfect. She couldn't help but give herself a full score. Just as the group of Li Bing was about to erupt into chaos, a voice filled with both fear and joy, tinged with a hint of surprise, came through. "Oh, isn't this Zhang Tian? What are you doing here?" Li Bing, Zhang Tian, and the others turned their heads towards the source of the sound. Chen Shen, with a face beaming with uncontrollable joy and a hint of panic at the impending apocalypse in his eyes, walked out of the darkness. Li Bing looked at the person in front of him, unconsciously furrowing his brow before relaxing it again. Zhang Tian looked at the person in front of him, completely at a loss, not understanding why the other seemed so familiar. Chen Shen jogged over, continuously talking as he came. Tian, what are you doing here? After the school started to get chaotic, I went to look for you in the next class, but you weren't there. I think I just saw the people from this hotel arguing with you. Did they bully you? These guys are simply too much, actually bullying a weak girl. With that, Chen Shen rolled up his sleeves, looking ready to go and confront Zhang Tiantian's troubles at the door. Looking at the scene before him, Li Bing and Zhang Tian exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with the meaning of "so that's how it is." Through Chen Shen's performance, Li Bing and Zhang Tian quickly reached a consensus. This kid Chen Shen has a crush on Zhang Tian. If I remember correctly, it seems that Chen Shen rented a house off campus. Li Bing, who thought he understood everything, immediately smiled and hurried to stop Chen Shen, who was about to knock on the door. "Bro, wait a minute, you're Chen Shen from class 8, right? I'm from the class next door, do you know me?" Chen Shen turned around and stared at the boy in front of him, whose face was full of a friendly smile, and his own smile blossomed even more. "Never seen you before, bro, who are you?" "Hi, I'm Li Bing, just call me a Bing. Don't rush to knock on the door, actually, here's the thing." Li Bing turned back and gave Zhang Tian a knowing look. "Forget it, Zhang Tian, you come and explain the situation to this brother." Zhang Tian nodded slightly and stood next to Chen Shen, starting to speak softly. "Brother, it's like this, we're looking for a place to stay tonight. We originally wanted to stay at this hotel, but those thugs won't let us in. You know, if we can't find a place to stay once night falls and the virus completely breaks out, we probably won't survive." As she spoke, Zhang Tian began to sob softly. Chen Shen looked at the girl from the next class, crying like a flower in the rain, tears streaming down her face, messing up her makeup. He raised his hand, wanting to pat Zhang Tian on the shoulder, but out of self-doubt, he hesitated, leaving his hand suspended in the air, unsure where to place it. At that moment, Zhang Tian leaned into Shen's arms, sobbing, "Brother, what should I do? I'm still young, I don't want to die." It seemed that a string in Chen Shen's heart had been touched. After thinking for a long time, he finally stammered out, "Zhang Tian, come with me to the side, I want to talk to you alone." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian, who was in Chen Shen's arms, exchanged a glance with Li Bing, their eyes revealing a sense of being hooked. "Bro, just say it here, Zhang Tian is a bit on edge right now. I'm worried you might say something that would upset her. Here, we can take care of her." Li Bing chimed in to support. "All right." After thinking for a while, Chen Shen gritted his teeth as if making a difficult decision. "Actually, I rented a place off campus, 2 bedrooms, and a living room. Zhang Tian can stay with me tonight, but the others might." Li Bing showed a knowing expression upon hearing this, speaking with an annoyed tone. "Bro, that's not fair. You two, a guy and a girl, staying in the same room, what if you do something inappropriate? Brother, why don't we all just stay at your place for one night? We won't sleep in the bedroom, we can squeeze in the living room." Zhang Tian, still in Chen Shen's arms, wiped her tears and looked up at him. Yeah, bro, just show some kindness. You can't just watch us die and do nothing, right? We won't even sleep in a bed, we can just squeeze through one night." Seeing the group chattering away, Chen Shen hesitated for a long time but ultimately chose to compromise. "Alright, but you must agree to one condition." Seeing Chen Shen compromise, Li Bing secretly looked down on him, as always a coward. But he still spoke enthusiastically. "You say it, bro, what's the condition?" "As long as we can do it, we'll agree." Chen Shen looked at the group of students whose faces were already unable to hide their happy smiles, his expression filled with fear, yet he forced himself to say, "The mutation rate is 70%, which means that among you 8, at least 5 will turn into mindless zombies that only know how to bite." The smiles that had yet to bloom on the faces of these students suddenly froze. The group of students knew very well that they were likely to die tonight, but before something truly happens, people always hold on to a glimmer of hope, believing they are the exception. Li Bing's expression immediately darkened. "Brother, what do you mean by that? Are you having second thoughts?" Chen Chen shook his head, no second thoughts, but for everyone's safety, once we get to the house, we need to tie everyone's hands and feet. That way, even if someone has bad luck and turns into a zombie, they won't be able to harm others. If none of us change, that would be the best outcome. Think about this condition, otherwise, I can't agree, and I don't think you want to spend the night with a bunch of biting zombies. Li Bing and the other students exchanged glances and took a deep breath. I have to say, brother, you really thought this through. It should be done this way. Otherwise, even if we don't turn into zombies, we could still get bitten to death. Hearing this response, Shin Shen let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Then let's head back to the house now. It's getting dark, stay close to me. He turned and walked towards the community. About 10 minutes later, Shin Shen led the 8 people into the rental house. You all sit tight, I'll go get the rope. Li Bing looked around the environment, nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead. Brother, you've worked hard. It has indeed been a bit tough, but I think it's worth it, Shin Shen said without looking back. In a short while, Shin Shen came out of the bedroom with a pile of pre-cut hemp rope and walked into the living room. Li Bing looked at the pile of rope in Shin Shen's hands, a bit confused about why someone would have these things at home. Come on, Bingo, next I need your help to tie up the students' hands and feet, ensuring that even if they turn into zombies, they won't be harmful. Chen Shen ignored the confusion in Li Bing's eyes and handed the rope to him. Alright, Li Bing stepped forward to take the rope. The two worked in batches, tying the hands and feet of the 7 students with the hemp rope, then arranging them in a sitting position in the living room. Just as Chen Shen was about to tie up Li Bing's hands and feet, Li Bing suddenly turned around and said, Wait, if you tie us all up, what if you turn into a zombie? Wouldn't we be sitting ducks, bound and waiting to die? Upon hearing this, Chen Shen's face showed an expression of I knew you would ask that, and he pointed to the dozen multifunctional tool knives placed on the coffee table nearby. Don't worry, Bingo, I've thought it through. Before the virus outbreak, I'll lock myself in the room alone, and before that, I'll give each of you a multifunctional tool knife. That way, even if I turn into a zombie, I'll be locked in the room, and you all will have a multifunctional tool knife in your hands, giving you enough time to cut the ropes binding your hands and feet. After hearing this, Li Bing, finding no better solution, could only nod. Alright, then let's do it this way, brother, you really thought of everything. Being under someone else's roof, it's already good enough that they are willing to take you in, one can't ask for too much. After tying up Li Bing's hands and feet, Chen Shen arranged him in the living room and placed a multifunctional tool knife in each person's bound hands. After doing all this, Chen Shen looked at the 8 people sitting in the living room. A smile couldn't help but creep onto his lips as he turned to look out the window at the moon. The moon is really round tonight, it's a good night. At this moment, the time was 2100 hours. There was 1 hour left until the virus outbreak. 2150, the sky had completely darkened, and under the moonlight, Chen Shen found that the visibility was surprisingly good. He could at least see the shadows of the crowd running and playing downstairs. At this time, the virus was about to break out, and most people were quietly hiding in their homes, waiting for the arrival of the goddess of luck. Being outside at this hour was akin to seeking death. For a full 40 minutes, Chen Shen stood at the window, motionless, gazing at the moon, lost in thought. What does one think about when facing death? Repentance or reminiscing about one's life? Rubbing his sore neck from looking up for so long, Chen Shen suddenly turned to look at the 8 people bound in the living room. To maintain visibility in the living room, candles were placed all around the 8 individuals. At this moment, they could no longer suppress their anxious emotions, their bodies trembling. Involuntarily, murmuring words like Jade Buddha Emperor. Chen Shen walked straight up to Li Bing, adopting a condescending posture, his expression clearly unable to contain his madness as he spoke. I might die. We all might die. Do you know what I was thinking while standing by the window for so long? I was thinking about how I could have lived my first half of life so pitifully. Looking down at his watch, Chen Shen licked the corner of his mouth. His eyes filled with a brutal intensity as he growled softly, I've been tormented by school violence for over 10 years. Why can everyone bully me? Why? Just because I walk like a madman? Screw you and your madman walking. Pausing for a moment to collect himself, Chen Shen straightened up and suddenly bent down, gripping Li Bing's face with such force that his knuckles turned white. Guess what I would do if I could survive? Chen Shen clenched his teeth, each word emerging from his throat. I won't let anyone have the chance to bully me again. Startled by the pain in his face, Li Bing was jolted awake. Bro, let go. The world has become like this, and none of us want it. We can only believe we can survive. Time is running out, you should hurry back to your room. Releasing his grip, Chen Shen straightened up and looked around at the 8 people bound in the living room. No one cared about what had just happened. They all closed their eyes, praying to be the lucky one. Yeah, time is running out, Chen Shen said as he turned and walked into his bedroom. However, as soon as he entered, Chen Chen changed into a blue suit, carrying a chair in his left hand and a fire axe slung over his right shoulder as he came back out. Carrying the chair, Chen Chen walked to the living room, placed the chair not far from the 8 people, and then sat down. He planted the fire axe on the ground, resting his hands on the axe handle like a British gentleman leaning on a cane. "What the hell are you doing out? Get back in the bedroom. If you turn into a zombie, we'll all be buried with you." Li Bing's voice came, filled with panic and anger. Chen Chen, adjusting his appearance, sat calmly in the chair, ignoring Li Bing's angry shouts, looking down at his watch before closing his eyes and silently counting. 21 hours 59 minutes and 58 seconds, 21 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds, 22 hours. Everyone held their breath, waiting for this moment to arrive. The world seemed to be paused, eerily quiet. However, the next moment, a roar like that of a beast erupted, accompanied by a lingering, foul odor. Chen Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Before him stood 6 zombies, their clothing the only evidence that they had once been human. They bore no other human traits. Their hands and feet had grown long. Greenish nails, bloodshot eyes filled with rage, mouths stretched wide to their ears, emitting unconscious growls, the source of the stench coming from those mouths. "I haven't turned into a zombie." Chen Chen looked at his human-like hands that he had raised, and the tension that had been tightly wound inside him suddenly relaxed. Overwhelmed with joy, he secretly vowed, "Since I have survived, no one will bully me like before in this life. Help me! Help me, Chen Chen, hurry, save us!" Before he could enjoy his joyful feelings, Chen Chen was interrupted by the urgent cries for help ringing in his ears. 6 zombies crawled on the ground like maggots, one of them clearly targeting Chen Chen. Among the 8 people, only 2 had miraculously not turned, Zheng Tiantian and Li Bing. Chen Chen looked at the zombie that was almost at his feet, steeling himself and thinking that it was time to verify his guess. Swinging the fire axe, Chen Chen made a circular motion in the air, and with the force of inertia, the axe head struck the zombie's head fiercely. Pop! Like a balloon being pricked, the zombie's head exploded under the impact, black goo splattering everywhere. At the same time, a system voice echoed in Chen Chen's mind. System announcement: congratulations to Chen Chen for becoming the first player in the world to kill a zombie, earning the first kill achievement. You can choose one of 3 items as your reward. Looking at the images of the 3 items in his mind, Chen Chen was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected turn of events. He focused his consciousness on the 3 items and received their information, which were: Job Transfer Certificate, effect, allows you to randomly change to a rare profession. Brutal Gauntlets, equipment level, blue equipment attributes, strength +3, stamina +1, equipment special skill 1. When wearing the gauntlets, punches have double strength amplification effect. Equipment special skill 2, when wearing the gauntlets, there is a chance to unleash a shockwave with punches. Equipment description: shouting Kamehameha while punching might increase the chance of triggering special skill 2. Desert Eagle, equipment level, blue equipment attributes, agility +3, stamina +1, equipment special. Skill 1, 1/3 chance that bullets fired will have a snow slowing effect, 1/3 chance that bullets will have a fire burning effect, and 1/3 chance that bullets will have an electric paralysis effect. Equipment special skill 2, infinite bullets, no need to reload. Equipment description: it's absurd, why would a red special skill appear on a blue weapon? The detailed information about these 3 items shocked Chen Chen. A job transfer profession, gauntlets that could unleash shockwaves, and a desert eagle with infinite bullets. These were things that could never appear in reality. This game was more thorough than he had imagined. Having cleverly secured the first kill in the world, he had a choice of reward items, putting him a step ahead for now. Looking at the 3 items, Chen Chen began to make a decision. The job transfer scroll can be passed on. I just gambled once that I wouldn't turn into a zombie, and I don't want to gamble again on what profession I might become. What if it's something like a priest? I don't want to be saving lives. He could also give up the brutal gauntlets. He didn't like the feeling of hitting flesh. After all, Chen Chen had been on the receiving end of punches since he was young. It would be a miracle if he liked it. Then the final choice can only be this desert eagle with infinite bullets. In fact, when Chen Chen first laid eyes on the desert eagle, he could hardly contain his inner joy. What man doesn't love guns, especially a desert eagle, the dream gun of every man? When Chen Chen decided to choose the desert eagle, a voice echoed in his mind. Confirming the selection of the desert eagle, rewards being issued, a beam of bright light suddenly appeared in Chen Chen's hand and then abruptly vanished, leaving behind a desert eagle that was entirely golden and twice the size of the one in the real world. However, before Chen Chen could properly admire the desert eagle in his hand, the system voice came again. Detected that the player has killed a zombie. The player is now entering the game. Body data initialization. Body attributes: strength, 6 points, normal person has 10 points, determines attack power, agility, 6 points, normal person has 10 points. Determines action speed, stamina, 7 points, normal person has 10 points, determines physical endurance, intelligence, 12 points, normal person has 10 points, determines mental sharpness, equipment initialization. Equipment slot, Cyan Desert Eagle, points system activated. Killed one level 1 zombie, points +1. Finally, the system voice quieted down. Chen Chen processed the information in his mind, looking at the Desert Eagle in his hand, and couldn't help but throw his head back and laugh, not caring that the corners of his mouth were bleeding. He had finally won the gamble. Ever since Chen Chen saw that little house next to the supermarket and speculated its function as a shop, he had been wondering what the currency would be. Existing currency? Impossible, that thing had become just a string of numbers in a phone after the power collapse. Gold? Even less likely. Such things would naturally not be recognized in a game-like world. So there was only one answer: game currency could only be obtained from game-like products, the zombies. Once Chen Chen deduced this answer, he immediately changed his plan, no longer going for food, but instead raiding the hardware store for a large amount of rope. He then bound a group of zombies in his house, allowing himself to gain initial points to strengthen himself at the start. Otherwise, with his weak body, he would definitely not survive until dawn. Chen Chen, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up and save me. Bro, I can't hold on much longer. Save me, I promise to be your girlfriend. The angry shouts and pleas in his ears interrupted Chen Chen's immersion. Coming back to his senses, Chen Chen looked at the scene before him. 5 bound zombies wriggling on the ground like maggots were chasing 2 people in front of them, who were also dodging in a similar manner. What a ridiculous scene. Chen Chen smirked with a strange smile, straightened up, brushed off the imaginary dust from his suit, tidied up his appearance, and then walked towards the 5 zombies with a cheerful skip. Bang! Chen Chen aimed at one zombie's head and fired a shot, but missed, creating a dent in the floor. Grimacing, Chen Chen showed a dissatisfied and helpless expression, walked up to a zombie, bent down, and pressed the large Desert Eagle against its head. With his left hand exaggeratedly mimicking an explosion in the air, he pulled the trigger with his right hand. Bang! The zombie's head instantly exploded, black goo splattering everywhere. Chen Chen, annoyed, patted the black goo that had splashed onto his suit, but his mood lifted again when he heard the system voice. Ding! Congratulations player for killing a level 1 zombie, points +1. Glancing at Zhang Tiantian and Li Bing, who were already dumbfounded beside him, Zhang Tiantian couldn't help but speak when she saw Chen Chen looking over. Why you? Who are you? How do you have a gun? Chen Chen looked at the 2 panicked individuals and revealed a friendly smile, his 8 exposed teeth shining white and bright. Seeing this smile, Li Bing inexplicably felt a sense of fear and began to pray internally, hoping that Chen Chen wouldn't remember that he had kicked him last time. He didn't want to end up like that zombie with a blown head. Li Bing shivered involuntarily at the sight of the 2 headless zombie corpses on the ground. He watched as the expressions on the faces of the 2 shifted from joy at being saved to a hint of fear. Chen Chen didn't linger for long, using the Desert Eagle in his hand to systematically take down the remaining zombies. Points +5. He turned to the 2 still tied up on the ground, revealing a slightly amusing smile in the candlelight. Do you really not remember me? I remember you. You're a student from the next class, Zhang Tiantian stammered, his face flushed, mumbling some meaningless nonsense. Oh, then what are your plans next? Li Bing glanced at the still stammering Zhang Tiantian, hesitated for a moment, and made a decision, speaking in a firm tone. Brotherly, I won't say much more. You saved our lives. If it weren't for you taking us in and helping us take down those zombies, we would definitely be dead. By now. The fact that I can talk to you now is all because you saved my life. If you allow it, I hope to follow you in this damned world, to serve you. After saying this, he fixed his gaze on Brotherly, his eyes filled with determination and the lingering fear of having survived a great disaster. TSK, you wanna follow me, huh? Have you thought it through? Chen Chen looked at Li Bing, who was pledging to follow him, with a smile in his eyes. I've thought it through. I hope you'll take care of me more in the future. Upon hearing this response, Chen Chen turned to Zhang Tiantian, who was slumped on the ground, waiting for her answer. Under Chen Chen's piercing gaze, Zhang Tiantian didn't dare to meet his eyes, her body shifting nervously on the floor, and she weakly murmured, "Thank you for saving me, Brotherly." She didn't say anything about following him, nor did she plan to fulfill her earlier plea to be Chen Chen's woman. A light thank you was all she offered. Chen Chen didn't really have a crush on Zhang Tiantian, he just needed an excuse to connect with this group of people, and he used that as a starting point. Ever since his ex-girlfriend Lu Shui left, Chen Chen had lost interest in girls. He looked down at the time, it was 11 o'clock. The sounds of biting, banging on doors, cries for help, and wails mixed together and seeped into Chen Shan's ears through the cracks of the door and windows. The original plan was to tie these people up at home, wait for them to turn into zombies, and then use a fire axe to kill them for currency, taking the risk to venture to that black house at night to exchange for items to enhance his abilities. But now, with the blue level Desert Eagle, although he didn't know the power of the blue level, its infinite bullet feature suggested that its level shouldn't be low. So, he decided to go out at night to hunt zombies to earn more points, and to exchange for enhancements in the little black room when dawn arrived. Looking at the two people in front of him, their expressions rich and constantly changing, Shin didn't plan to waste too much time on them. The zombies in the room have been cleared out. Use a tool knife to cut the rope's binding. And I'll go out for a bit and come back later. Without much time for explanation, Shin ignored the two behind him and headed straight out to hunt more zombies. As soon as Chen left, Zhang Tian, who was using a tool knife to cut the ropes, began to complain unhappily. Bingo, what's your deal? We barely survived, and you really plan to just follow Chen around? Li Bing, with a gloomy expression, spat on the ground. TCH. What is he? I know him well enough, only an idiot would follow him around. He's just showing off with a gun he probably stole from somewhere. Do you think Chen could be an undercover agent, a spy, or maybe a killer? Otherwise, which ordinary person in the country would have a gun? Zhang Tian recalled how Chen shot a zombie in the head and started to feel scared. An undercover agent? You've probably read too many urban novels. Li Bing, having cut the ropes, binding his wrists, rubbed his bruised wrists dismissively. Look at how he missed his first shot. He doesn't look like someone who's used a gun for years. He probably took it during the chaos. What a pity for the other students. One moment they were living people, and the next, without any warning, they turned into zombies. Bingo, do you think this counts as the apocalypse? Whether it's the apocalypse or not, there's only one truth if you want to live. Better make yourself strong, stronger, even stronger. Li Bing, now free of all the ropes, straightened up to stretch his muscles, walked directly in front of Zhang Tian, slid his hand down her open collar, and squeezed hard. Speaking in an annoyed tone, just now, you wanted to be Chen's woman? Ah. Zhang Tian couldn't help but cry out in pain, her eyes shimmering with allure as she looked at Li Bing. Bingo, that was just a temporary measure. To avoid being bitten by a zombie. I'm your woman, everyone in school knows that. Hoof. Hearing this response, Li Bing nodded in satisfaction, removed his hand from Zhang Tian's chest, and cut the hemp rope binding her ankles. Hurry up and move your body, it's time to get to work. What are we doing, Bingo? Zhang Tian stood up, rubbing her shoulder that had bumped into the coffee table, and asked in confusion. Why did we call that useless guy Li? Go, who gets beaten up all the time? Li Bing stared at Zhang Tian, his eyes narrowing, flashing with a dangerous light. Because he has a gun? Correct answer. Li Bing shifted his gaze to the fire axe that had fallen on the balcony, his teeth clenched, his eyes bulging, filled with a mad intensity. What if that gun were in my hands? At this moment, Chen was hiding in a bedroom on the 6th floor, pressing his back tightly against the door to prevent the damn things outside from getting in, breathing heavily as he used a knife to cut a strip from his shirt, struggling to bandage his right arm. The sounds of his rapid breathing, blood dripping from his right arm onto the floor, the sounds of impacts and roars all indicated that Chen's environment was far from pleasant. Damn it, I was too careless. Gritting his teeth, Chen bandaged his wound, hoping that the little black room had some healing functions. After leaving his home, Chen aimed to clear the zombies on this floor, heading straight to the 6th floor, preparing to start clearing each unit from the rooftop. Skipping over the tightly closed doors that couldn't be opened, he first cleared the units with open doors. After clearing 4 units on the 6th floor, 1 door was tightly shut, and 1 unit was completely empty, with neither zombies nor living people inside. With the power of the Desert Eagle, Chen easily cleared out 2 more households, totaling 7 zombies, and received 7 points. He couldn't help but adopt a dismissive attitude. While clearing a household on the 5th floor, after effortlessly shooting down 4 zombies with the Desert Eagle, he prepared to leave calmly. However, just as Chen was about to depart, a terrifying creature lunged at him from the shadows. Before he could react and raise his gun to counterattack, the creature dug a chunk of flesh from his right arm. Caught off guard, Chen could only turn and run to the door beside him, using his body to brace against the door of life and death behind him, buying himself some time to recover. Damn it, it's a fucking husky. This kind of creature is never reassuring, whether alive or dead. Chen clutched his injured right arm, his mind racing to devise a solution for his current predicament. The scratch on his right arm left him completely lacking confidence in hitting the fast-moving mutated dog with his left hand, especially since he was not skilled with a gun to begin with. The sounds of crashing behind him grew louder, and The screws connecting the door panel to the wall creaked under the strain. I can only take a gamble. The situation in front of him wouldn't last long, the door couldn't hold out much longer and was about to splinter under the relentless assaults of the mutated dog. As the mutated dog prepared for another charge, Chen Shan rolled and positioned himself to the right of the door. He raised the Desert Eagle with his left hand, resting his left arm on his right arm, disregarding the pain in his right arm, and assumed a basic shooting stance to stabilize his left arm. Chen Shan took a deep breath, his focus reaching its peak, and aimed the gun at the empty space 2 meters from the door. That empty space was where the mutated dog would land after breaking through the door. The mutated dog outside, unaware that the person behind the door was no longer there, continued to step back, gathering strength for its next charge. A motion it had repeated dozens of times. Bang! The door, which no longer had anyone bracing against it, crumbled easily under the full force of the mutated dog's charge, bursting open and allowing the creature to crash into the bedroom, skidding to a stop 2 meters away from the door due to inertia. The dim-witted mutated husky turned its head and immediately spotted the delicious human it had been drooling over. Chen Shan, having forced his mental state to its best, had been waiting for this moment. The mutated dog, propelled by inertia, landed 2 meters from the door, its forward momentum not yet dissipated, creating a brief moment of pause. This brief moment was Chen Shan's only chance to shoot the mutated dog. With his right arm injured and lacking marksmanship, Chen Shan had little confidence in hitting the fast-moving creature with his left arm. However, the mutated dog was now in a moment of suspension. And this was Chen Shan's only opportunity to survive. The mutated dog bent its limbs again, its eyes bloodshot, saliva uncontrollably dripping from the corners of its mouth, preparing to pounce on the delicious human before it. The mutated dog clearly seemed like something he couldn't kill with a single shot, but he only had one chance to fire. And that was the gamble Chen Shan had to take. The bullet he fired was a thunder bullet with a paralyzing effect. Bang! The gunshot rang out. The bullet shot from the chamber. Chen Shan's eyes were fixed on the flame color at the gun's muzzle, which determined the effect of the bullet fired. Deep blue represented a paralysis effect, blood red represented a burning effect, and silver white represented a slowing effect. Chen Shan's eyes suddenly shone with joy from surviving a disaster. The color was deep blue. This was a bullet with a paralysis effect. The mutated dog, caught between old strength and new power, had no ability to dodge this bullet and could only watch helplessly as it struck its head. The bullet hit the mutated dog's head with an unstoppable force. However, in the next second, the dull-witted mutated husky revealed a human-like expression, as if mocking Chen Shan. Is that all? Because the bullet had only sunk deeply into the surface of the mutated dog's head, unable to penetrate further. It could not inflict fatal damage. The mutated creature was completely unafraid of pain. The mutated husky, without a second thought, began to exert force, preparing to pounce on this human and swallow him whole. However, in the next second, the bullet lodged in the mutated dog's head suddenly erupted with a burst of blue light, and lightning began to dart erratically all over the mutated dog's body. Awoo! The previously fierce-looking mutated husky could only let out a wail before being paralyzed by the chaotic lightning coursing through its body. Chen Shan watched the mutated husky, now surrounded by darting lightning, and breathed a sigh of relief. It had worked. The chaotic lightning on the mutated husky gradually dimmed, and it was about to break free from the paralysis effect. But the time is enough. Chen Shan continued to maintain the basic shooting stance from before, stabilizing his left arm for shooting. Taking advantage of the mutated dog being paralyzed and unable to move, he fired continuously. Burning. Paralysis. Burning. Frost. Burning. 3 negative effects alternated and stacked on the mutated dog, regardless of its hard head in full defense. The alternating negative effects, with each shot aimed at the wound on its head, rendered the mutated dog's claws and teeth useless, leaving it to passively endure the hits. Awooh! Finally, under the precise hits of dozens of bullets, the mutated dog, which had been barely holding on, could not withstand it any longer. With its last ounce of strength, it raised its head and let out a reluctant roar at Chen Shan before crashing to the ground. At the same moment, the system voice sounded. Congratulations, player, you have successfully killed a LV2 mutated creature, points plus 10. Hearing the system voice and confirming that the mutated dog had been successfully killed, Chen Shan gasped for breath, his body slumping against the wall. His already injured right arm, having been used as a stabilizing brace despite the pain, now sent waves of pain through every muscle in his body. After resting for a long time, he prepared to get up and set off. This place was not safe, and he had to leave quickly. Checking his points earned tonight, he had a total of 21 points. He had originally planned to save points tonight and explore the small black room tomorrow when the sun came up, but now with his right arm injured, the plan had to change. He had to take the risk tonight to explore the small black room and see if there were any items to heal his wounds. Otherwise, in this apocalyptic environment, being injured meant being unable to move, and being unable to move meant death. Having restored his stamina, Chen Shen slowly stood up, preparing to venture out towards the small black room. Before leaving, he glanced back at the mutated dog's corpse and couldn't help but sigh. The LV1 mutated creatures only give 1 point, while the LV2 mutated creatures give 10 points. That's a whole 10 times difference. If only more LV2 mutated creatures would come by so I could rack up some points. Chen Shan, overwhelmed by the points, suddenly recalled the life and death battle he had just experienced. Forget it, better not have any more come. If I go through that again, I might just drop dead on the spot. He took one last reluctant look at the mutated dog. After all, it had provided him with the most points so far. It was a good dog. However, with that glance, Chen Shan suddenly noticed a white light flickering beneath the mutated dog's corpse. Chen Shan seemed to remember something, looking a bit excited. Since this is a global game, it makes sense that monsters drop equipment too. He reached under the mutated dog's body, feeling around the flickering white light for a while, and grabbed something that looked like a thin stick. Wow, it's actually a hollow thin stick. Chen Shen was surprised by this object in front of him, hoping it would be useful and not just a damn stick. His gaze fell on the item, and relevant information appeared in his mind. Gun silencer equipment level, blue equipment attribute, can effectively reduce the sound of bullets firing from the gun's chamber, can be integrated with firearms, pistols, rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles. Equipment special skill 1, when integrated with firearms, it can perfectly change to match the color of the firearm. Equipment description, the only function of this special skill might be to prevent your firearm from looking too conspicuous due to multiple colors. What a useless special skill. So, equipment drops do happen. Chen Shen looked at the thin stick in front of him, touching the corner of his mouth and sighing. The game mechanics are really thorough, even monsters drop equipment. Hey, then why didn't I get any equipment drops from all those zombies I killed earlier? Maybe only LV2 and above have the qualification to drop equipment? Chen Shen muttered to himself. He glanced at the Desert Eagle in his left hand and then at the silencer in his right hand. The muzzle of the Desert Eagle was clearly twice the size of this silencer. They were completely different sizes. Could this thing really fit? Just as Chen Shen placed the silencer against the Desert Eagle to measure it, a system voice rang in his ear. Does the player decide to install the blue equipment silencer on the green equipment Desert Eagle? Confirm. A flash of white light appeared, and the silencer fused with the Desert Eagle. Wow, that's impressive, fully automatic assembly. Chen Shen looked at the Desert Eagle, now entirely golden and clearly a size larger than a normal pistol, with an additional golden silencer at the muzzle. He lifted it up and measured it in front of him. Goodness, this thing is looking less and less like a normal pistol. The zombies on the 6th floor had been cleared out, and the loud banging on the door on the 5th floor hadn't attracted any zombies. Either the zombies were locked in other rooms on the 5th floor, or there were simply no zombies at all. In any case, this floor was temporarily safe. Now, he needed to quickly head to the small black room to see if there was a way to heal his body. Otherwise, in such a dangerous environment, being injured was basically equivalent to death. Chen Shen stood up and adjusted his clothes, looking down from the window. The community was about a 10-minute walk from the small black room, but at this moment outside was too chaotic, with large crowds fleeing in a frenzy, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. The infected zombies, with enhanced physical abilities and no fear of pain, indiscriminately attacked the nearest humans. The crowd was unable to mount any effective resistance against these zombies. After observing for a while, the only good news was that the zombies did not possess the ability to infect humans by breaking their skin, as seen in Western dramas. Level 1 zombies were not very strong. As long as one fought back and killed a zombie, they could earn points to enhance their abilities in the small black room. However, most people were unaware of this and missed the best opportunity right at the start. In such chaos, Chen Shen had no confidence. Reaching the small black room in 10 minutes seemed unlikely. Even an hour would be pushing it. Wait. Chen Shen squinted, looking at a small group of 6 people not far from the ground below. This group was completely different from the panicked crowd nearby. Under the leadership of their leader, the 6 formed a cohesive unit, a 3-talent formation. 1 person was at the front as the spearhead, 2 were in the middle blocking the rushing zombies, and the last 3 were ensuring safety from behind. Their trajectory clearly aimed for the community where Chen Shen was. He recognized this small group. 3 of them were the same ones who had confronted Li Bing at the hotel entrance. The leader was the fierce-looking bearded man from the hotel entrance. With a long spear, he wielded it with great prowess, either sweeping away or delivering fatal blows to the zombies that approached them. The spear was entirely emerald green, and from a distance it looked like jade. The fact that Chen Chen could see the glowing spear in the dark from the window and identify its material was not due to his keen eyesight. It was because the spear was actually glowing. The spear radiated a circle of emerald light around it, resembling the equipment effects in low-quality online games. "This is just ridiculous," Chen Chen muttered in disbelief as he looked at the glowing spear. "This is definitely not a weapon from reality, it must have been obtained from killing monsters." Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and Chen Chen squinted. It could also have been acquired from the small black room. After all, the hotel they were in is very close to it. They really are lucky none of the three from the hotel have mutated. Watching the bearded man lead his team to slaughter zombies downstairs, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit envious. But there was nothing he could do. From the 5th floor, even if he used his right hand to shoot, hitting the zombies sprinting below would rely on luck, let alone with his left hand. Besides exposing his position, there would be no benefit. As for going downstairs to hunt zombies like the bearded man, that was a pipe dream. In Chen Chen's current state, facing attacks from zombies in different directions, he wouldn't last long before falling into their jaws. Seeing that the other side had already charged into the community, clearly targeting the building he was in, Chen Chen thought for a moment and decided to approach them. At least he could gather some information, and if there was news about the small black room, that would be even better. After making up his mind, Chen Chen headed straight for the 1st floor, preparing to make contact with the team. "Ergo, Lu Dan, you two hurry up and move some wardrobes, sofas, and beds from the rooms upstairs to block the unit door." "Damn, how did we attract so many zombies?" "Da Mao, Mao, listen to my orders. When Shaoli and I thrust with the spear, you two don't thrust. Wait until we finish and retract the spear, then you two can thrust, and when you retract, Shaoli and I will thrust again. Keep the rhythm, don't get chaotic. Once Lu and Godan bring the wardrobe over, we can block the unit door." Just as Chen Chen reached the stairway on the 1st floor, he heard the leader, a man with a bushy beard, commanding in a loud voice. Among the 6-person group, only the bearded man was issuing orders, while the others silently executed them, making it clear that he held a high authority in this small group. Chen Chen watched as 2 burly men squeezed past him. They must be Ergo and Lu Dan going to fetch the wardrobe. The 2 men glanced at Chen Chen but said nothing, quickly moving aside, likely aware that the 4 people at the unit door couldn't hold out for long and needed to hurry to find the wardrobe and other heavy objects to block the door. "The door to room 201 on the left side of the 2nd floor is open. You should find what you're looking for inside, but there might be zombies hiding in the bedroom," Chen Chen said, feeling a sudden tug at his heart as he offered a kind reminder. Since childhood, Chen Chen had endured humiliation, disdain, ridicule, abuse, beatings, exclusion, and betrayal. Under the dual weight of school and domestic violence, his world had turned completely dark until he met that girl in college who brought a glimmer of light back into his life. Though faint, he clutched it like a lifeline. The whole world hated him, loathed him, despised him, so what? As long as someone loved him, even if it was just one person willing to stand behind him, he had the courage to face the entire world. However, that afternoon, this lifeline of light completely vanished, plunging Chen Chen's world back into endless darkness. "Thanks." After exchanging a glance, Ergo and Lu Dan expressed their gratitude and quickly headed up to the 2nd floor. Watching the 2 figures disappear, Chen Chen suddenly felt a twinge of envy. He had never had a friend growing up and had tried to fit in with other boys, but each time ended in failure, often being treated like a fool. At that moment, the bearded man also noticed Chen Chen pointing the way for his 2 brothers. The bearded man's strength was clearly far superior to the others, as he still had the energy to observe the movements behind him while defending. With a long spear in hand, he exuded an imposing presence, skillfully thrusting, blocking, stabbing, pulling, and pushing, showcasing his expertise. Upon closer inspection, Chen Chen noticed that every time the bearded man killed a zombie, a burst of emerald green light would emanate from the spear tip, traveling down the shaft into the grip. "Brother, thank you. Please help us move the wardrobe to block the unit door later, we will reward you handsomely." The bearded man initially thought this young man, who showed no fear at the sight of a group of zombies about to rush in, was not an ordinary person, and wanted to ask him to help defend the door and fight off the enemies, increasing their chances of survival. But when the bearded man saw the young man holding a handgun, he abandoned that idea and instead asked him to help block the door with the wardrobe. He figured this was just another person who thought their firearm was still usable, which gave them a false sense of confidence. He had seen several like this before, the bearded man mused to himself. On the way from the hotel to the community, the bearded man witnessed 2 police officers, guns drawn, preparing to shoot the zombies approaching them, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't pull the trigger. He could only watch helplessly as the zombies pounced on him, tearing at him with wild abandon. The bloody scene mixed with the sounds of screams made him clearly understand what the system announcement meant by human mechanical products being formatted. I never expected that the spear I practiced with for over a decade would be so useful in the apocalypse, the bearded man thought to himself as he pierced the head of the zombie in front of him with a shot, feeling a sense of pride. I wonder if those who laughed at me for practicing ancient martial arts in the 21st century are still alive now. Wait. The bearded man suddenly became serious, recalling a detail he had just overlooked. That young man was holding a handgun. Why did I use the word holding? Bang! The crisp sound of a gunshot rang in the bearded man's ears. The zombie that had just been clawing at him had its head explode like a rotten watermelon, black, viscous matter splattering onto his face, instantly waking him up. Stunned, the bearded man looked at Chun Shen, who had walked up beside him, his eyes blankly glancing at the handgun the young man was holding, then looking up at his slightly youthful face. He finally realized what was wrong. Damn it, a handgun is almost as long as the spear in my hand, this is ridiculous. The bearded man thought frantically. Isn't the recoil going to break my wrist when I fire this shot? Chun Shen, hearing the system prompt of +1 points, nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, ranged classes still needed the support of melee classes. Without the 4 spear warriors holding the front line, Chun Shen couldn't create such a favorable output space. Glancing at the bearded man, who was shocked and had a face full of questions, Chun Shen helplessly understood what he was thinking. In the real world, the Desert Eagle's total length is only 41 centimeters. However, the Desert Eagle in Chun Shen's hand, with the silencer, was a full 95 centimeters long. It was twice the size of a normal Desert Eagle, entirely golden, with a protruding silencer at the muzzle, which indeed looked a bit absurd. Bro, stop staring at me and look ahead, your brothers are about to collapse. We'll talk later, Chun Shen reminded him, knowing that the lack of an attack point due to the bearded man's stays was causing the others to lose their rhythm. Oh, right, thanks for the support, brother. The bearded man snapped out of his shock and resumed thrusting his spear to fend off the zombies rushing at them. With his left arm holding the gun, Chun Shen saw the 4 spear soldiers regain their formation and press the Desert Eagle against the nearest zombie's head. He pulled the trigger. Bang! The zombie's head exploded. 1, 2, 3, hey! This was the bearded man's battle cry. The zombie's head was pierced. Again and again. The system's voice rang in Chun Shen's ears like music. Ding! Player killed LV1 zombie, +1 point. Ding! Player killed LV1 zombie, +1 point. Ding! Player killed LV1 zombie, +1 point. With such a perfect combination of efforts, the small door was guarded tightly, and the zombies in front could not break through. Before long, the pile of zombie bodies in front of them had accumulated to nearly chest height, but the zombies behind were climbing over the pile, preparing to devour the humans in front. Dog brother, hold on, we're coming. The sound of footsteps echoed from the stairs as Ergo and Donkey Egg rushed downstairs, one pushing a wardrobe and the other carrying a sofa. They arrived on the first floor and saw the scene before them. The pile of zombie corpses had nearly completely blocked the unit door. Ergo and Lu Dan looked at each other's new wounds, then shifted their gaze to the nearly sealed zombie pile at the entrance, and glanced at the heavy objects each of them was carrying. Finally, both of them cast a look filled with a hint of complaint and grievance towards their brother, Dog Brother, who had a beard. The situation before them clearly no longer required heavy objects to block the door. If there were any more zombie corpses, it would be sealed tight. Dog Brother felt it too. Accusing gazes piercing his back, looked at the scene in front of him, and suddenly shivered, forcing a laugh. Ahem, Ergo and Lu Dan, you two arrived just in time. We were about to lose our hold. Quickly, move the wardrobe and sofa to block the door. After they worked together to block the door with the wardrobe, they confirmed that the zombies couldn't get in for the time being, and only then did they relax their tense hearts. The few of them who had been in constant combat wiped the sweat from their foreheads with their sleeves and sat down on the spot without complaint, recovering their strength. Chun Shen felt quite energetic. After all, he had only been pulling the trigger in place, unlike the others who had to keep making stabbing motions, consuming a lot of energy. The bearded man, now relaxed, exchanged a glance with Chun Shen in the pitch-black darkness. With the door blocked and no light source in the stairwell, it was completely dark. The reason they could still find each other's figures and make eye contact in the dark was that the bearded man's spear was emitting a greenish glow. Looking at the scene before him, Chun Shen couldn't help but tease, "TSK, brother, this spear of yours is really nice, it even glows." Hearing this, the bearded man showed a hint of embarrassment, then proudly patted Chun Shen's shoulder and said heartily, I see little brother is probably an advanced player too, so I won't joke around. This spear of mine is a weapon dropped from killing a level 2 zombie." He then looked at Chun Shen seriously. I see your gun must also be dropped from killing a level 2 zombie, right? I've never seen a handgun that's a meter long in reality. Damn, it's almost as long as my spear. Is this really a handgun? Suddenly remembering something, the bearded man squinted his eyes. I don't think I've seen you reload, have I? Shen gently brushed aside the bearded man's hand resting on his shoulder, looking at him with a playful smile. Brother, let's be straightforward. The world has clearly been completely gamified. Killing zombies evolves into players and digitizes body data, and it also randomly drops equipment. As he spoke, he tightened the bandage on his right arm a little more, adjusted his clothing, leaned back slightly, and raised the gun's muzzle a bit. He subtly addressed the few people in front of him before continuing, let's share information. You tell me the level of your equipment and what special abilities it has. When he saw the bearded man's expression darken slightly, Chen continued, in exchange, I'll tell you where the game shop is. Game store? The bearded man behind Ergo couldn't help but speak up. Could it be game points? The 5 of them had fought off quite a few zombies, naturally earning a good number of points, but aside from their bodies being digitized, there was nothing to enhance themselves and make them stronger. In other words, the physical fitness of the 5 was the same as before the game, only their leader, Doggo, had a weapon that dropped after killing a zombie. However, Doggo had already shared the weapon's special abilities with them, and they all knew that aside from the weapon itself adding a bit of strength, it was more or less useless. The equipment's special abilities could be considered rather trivial. Chen, who had positioned himself in a safer spot, spoke slowly after realizing that the others had grasped the important point. Haven't you noticed that the points you earn from killing zombies have no place to be used? Since the game rules established a points system, there must naturally be a store. I know the location of that place, but I want to know about the equipment special abilities your leader has. Although he envied the brotherly trust among the 5, Chen, who had been betrayed by friends, brothers, and lovers since childhood, habitually placed himself in a safer environment before speaking. This had become an instinctive behavior. Those who have been hurt often subconsciously put themselves in a safe environment, like sleeping against a wall or sitting by the window on a bus. From what the bearded man had just said, Chen had already deduced that the source of the weapon was from killing a zombie, meaning they hadn't exchanged for it at a store. It could be that the store had no weapons to exchange, or perhaps that little black room wasn't a store. The most likely scenario was that they hadn't approached that little black room. The bearded man, with his arms crossed, pondered for a moment before slowly raising his head. It seems that little brother knows a bit more than we do, so there's no need for us to hide anything. This spear was dropped after we killed a level 2 zombie. Among us, I have the best marksmanship, so it was temporarily given to me for use. That zombie. As he spoke, the bearded man, a tough guy with iron bones, seemed to recall something, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes before he continued. I run a martial arts school, and the brothers behind me are my students. We mainly practice with spears, and we also do judo and taekwondo for show, just to attract students and make money. After all, nowadays, people are into martial arts, but who would want to learn something like spear fighting in a law-abiding society? But we mainly practice with spears. This is my family's traditional marksmanship, and these students behind me have all trained with me. Regaining his composure, the bearded man continued. Before the game officially started, there were only Ergo and Go Dan in the martial arts school. I took Ergo and Go Dan, carrying training spears, to look for other students. But as the game was about to officially start, we still hadn't found anyone. So I took the 2 of them and hid in a small hotel where everyone had already run away. We hid in one of the rooms. The 3 of us sat in a circle on 3 chairs, each holding a spear, and placed a few candles on the ground, agreeing that if anyone turned into a zombie, the others would kill them immediately. We had prepared for the worst, thinking that 2 or even all 3 of us might mutate, but fortunately, none of us did. At this point, the bearded man suddenly stepped forward, getting closer to Chen, and pointed to a scar on his face. You see, little brother, when the game officially started, a sound that didn't seem human suddenly came from outside the window. Ergo was so tense and scared that he shot at my head. If I hadn't dodged quickly, I would have probably been drinking tea underground by now, just with a scratch on my face. After saying this, he shot a fierce glance at Ergo. Ergo scratched his head and gave a silly smile, not saying a word. As for this spear, after the game officially started, we went out to look for the other disciples. We found all 6 of them, and I thought that with 9 of us, we could survive. Well, even in the apocalypse. As he spoke, the bearded man suddenly looked up, struggling to hold back tears from the corners of his eyes. We encountered a zombie that was much stronger than its kind, and at the cost of losing 3 brothers, we pierced the damn zombie's skull. After killing it, we realized it was a level 2 zombie, and it dropped the screen spear. Although they are nominally my disciples, I never let them call me master, nor do I treat them as my disciples. We train, eat, and drink together, they are all my brothers, true brothers. If I could choose, I would rather not have this spear and not provoke that zombie. Regaining his composure, the bearded man pressed his lips together and continued, as for the special skill of this long spear, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, nor do I need to hide anything. I'll just share the equipment attributes with you. After saying this, Chen Chen saw a familiar equipment attribute chart appear in his mind. Life spear equipment level, blue equipment attributes, strength +2 special skill 1. When killing zombies, it can absorb energy, which allows the spear to glow at all times. Equipment description, a beacon in the dark, a delicacy in the eyes of zombies. Chen Chen, almost shocked, couldn't help but complain, what the hell is this broken equipment? The only use is to know who killed you at night when you're ambushed? Brother, you should also share what you know. We do have quite a few points, but we don't know how to use them. The bearded man interrupted Chen Chen's wild complaints. When you came out of the hotel, did you see a little black room not far away? Are you saying? The bearded man suddenly realized, recalling a certain possibility. Chen Chen, glancing at the bearded man, couldn't help but complain internally, I was trying to find a way to the little black room, while you guys just ran straight from there. It's like sitting on a gold mountain and digging for copper. Could that little black room be the game store? We did see that little black room when we came out of the hotel, but it was too chaotic at the time, and we had no chance to investigate. Boss, I think I saw someone go in when we left. The donkey egg, who had been silent behind them, suddenly chimed in. Chen Chen looked at the person blocking Li Bing and Zhang Tian at the hotel entrance and suddenly remembered a detail he had overlooked. At that time, when those three people were standing at the hotel entrance, they were holding machetes, not a spear at all. This bearded man was lying. Chen Chen squinted at the few people in front of him, who were regretting and angrily hitting their legs because they had passed by the game store but hadn't gone in. Based on the information he had gathered and the flaws in their words, he made a rough judgment. The bearded man and Ergo were not holding spears at all, but rather mountain-cutting knives. Moreover, contrary to what they said, no one had gone to the inn to seek refuge. Li Bing and the others were right at the inn's door but were stopped from entering. The bearded man claimed he had found 6 disciples, totaling 9 people, with a 70% mutation zombie rate, yet not a single mutation too fake. He also said he was a martial arts coach, and his few disciples had learned the spear from him. However, from his earlier observation, apart from the bearded man himself, who indeed had some skill with the spear, the others were merely mimicking him and did not seem like people who had practiced spear techniques for years. Most importantly, he recalled that there was indeed a martial officer nearby, and the head of that officer was said to practice a traditional spear style. But he had heard that the head of that officer was a woman. It was full of holes. These people had issues. Little brother, this news is truly a great favor to us. It's fate that we can meet here. Everyone who knows me calls me Dog Brother. Dog Brother interrupted Chen Chen's thoughts, speaking boldly. Looking at your face, I should be a couple of years older than you. If you don't mind, you can just call me Dog Brother. I still don't know how to address you, little brother. Having guessed the situation, Chen Chen smiled widely, realizing that the few people in front of him had likely done the same thing he had. They were his kind. The same danger. My name is Chen Chen, you can just call me Xiao. Chen Chen said after smiling for a while, noticing that the expressions of the people across from him had started to change oddly. He straightened up and spoke slowly. Although he knew it was dangerous, he still had to maintain a relationship with this group for the time being, as he was counting on them to escort him to the little black room. He couldn't walk that far alone on a street full of zombies. If he had the escort of these 6 people in front of him, it should be fine, especially since the spears they were holding were likely game equipment. How about this, Dog Brother? We just finished fighting, and it's dark outside, so it's not suitable to look for the game store. Why? Don't we rest in my place for a bit and set off when it gets light? Xiao Li, you're quite thoughtful. Then I'll trouble you to lead the way, Dog Brother said, looking at Chen Chen, who was speaking confidently, and didn't make another move to pat his shoulder. Earlier, Dog Brother had already done that, but Chen Chen had gently brushed his hand away. This action would impose a sense of hierarchy or pressure. If the other party didn't resist, it indicated that they could likely be taken in as a subordinate. Dog Brother glanced at Chen Chen, who had already walked to the stairs to lead the way, and then eyed the desert eagle that Chen Chen was holding, muttering enviously, since you resisted, what a pity. Leading the way at the front of the stairway, Chen Chen silently checked his personal panel's points balance in his mind. Points balance, 46 points. The few people, each with their own ulterior motives, arrived at room 403 on the 4th floor, which was Chen Chen's place, in eerie silence. Bringing his thoughts back, Chen Shen raised his left hand, slightly bent his index finger, and knocked twice on the door.
I'm back, open the door. Coming.
As soon as Chen Shen's voice fell, a response came from inside, and the sound of the door lock began to turn.
Chen Shen's eyes suddenly narrowed. He recognized that voice, it was Li Bing's voice. But the message conveyed to him at that moment was that Li Bing was excited, nervous, and a bit scared. He hadn't expected that as soon as he knocked, the door lock would start turning. Thinking of a possible Chen Shen, he stepped back a bit and spoke to the 6 people behind him with a sincere tone. Guests first, please. Damao, standing next to Dog Brother, cast an approving glance at Chen Shen and, after the door was opened a crack, strode in. However, before Damao could see the interior of the room clearly, he was met with a snarling, unfamiliar face holding an axe. Then, a heavy glint of light magnified before his eyes until it smashed into his skull. The sound of a heavy impact echoed in the ears of the others. Damao's eyes quickly filled with blood, and his last thought before dying was, I just mocked the boss for that glowing spear's special effect, thinking its only use was to identify who killed me in the dark. I didn't expect it to be used so soon. Boom.
The heavy sound of the body hitting the ground resonated in everyone's ears. The fire axe was firmly embedded in Damao's skull, and a large amount of blood mixed with white brain matter gushed from
the wound.
After a bizarre silence of a second, Chen Shen and Dog Brother quickly separated, standing on either side of the door, aiming their weapons at each other.
The atmosphere was like a powder keg, ready to explode. Give an explanation.
Dog Brother's face was so dark it could drip water. Standing next to Dog Brother, Mao was already in tears, pointing his spear at Chen Shen, gritting his teeth and forcing back his emotions as he said through clenched teeth, Dog Brother, what more explanation do you need? It's obvious this bastard ambushed us. His right arm is injured, he definitely can't stop us.
Hearing this, Dog Brother's expression darkened even more. Damn it, he needed an
explanation. Even if it was just a casual one from Chen Shen, he would go along with it. He had to have an explanation to calm the hearts of the people, or else the morale would scatter, and the team would be hard to lead.
Looking at
Chen Shen, who was holding a gun with his left arm raised and his right arm supporting it in a shooting posture, Dog Brother couldn't help but curse inwardly. He might not be able to stop them, but that nearly 1 meter long desert
eagle was almost pressed against his forehead. If he dared to give the order to attack, his head would definitely not explode more beautifully than Damao's. Dog Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. The 2 people inside are ones I took in when the apocalypse broke out. I don't know why they did this, so why don't we rush in together and find out what's going on? With sincerity on his face, Chen Shen spoke, pursing his lips and slightly lowering the gun. To show his goodwill before continuing, I don't know what the situation is, but as the old saying goes, debts of life must be repaid. I'll handle it myself. Upon hearing this, Dog Brother's face relaxed slightly, and seeing the gun's muzzle ease, he patted Mao's shoulder. I can understand your feelings, this young brother is also innocent. Let's go in together and see what's going on. Hearing that the boss and the other side had reached a consensus, Mao could only lower his spear and nod. However, the hatred in his eyes when he looked at Chen Shen was still deeply etched. It was clear that this brother, who had lost his elder brother, had taken a grudge against Chen Shen. Li Bing, hiding behind the door, heard the conversation outside. Realizing that the situation had spiraled out of control, he understood that the person he had killed with the axe was not Chen Shen, but someone else. As a first-time killer, Li Bing couldn't care less about calming his emotions. He was frantically trying to pull the fire axe embedded in the head of the big guy out. This was his only weapon, left behind by Chen Shen in the house. And it was also his last lifeline for safety. However, the dead big guy's head was tightly gripping the axe's tip, and no matter how hard Li Bing tried, he couldn't pull it out. Mao, already heartbroken, saw the little man in the darkness behind the door still insulting his brother's corpse. Unable to contain his anger, he rushed forward and kicked him to the ground. Ah! A piercing scream rang in his ears. Zhang Tian, who had witnessed everything, watched as the big man rushed in and kicked Li Bing down, finally unable to suppress his fear and screamed out loud. Shut up, you filthy bitch. Mao slapped Zhang Tian to silence him and pressed his knee down hard on the fallen Li Bing, glaring at the man who had killed his brother with an axe. Outside the door, Chen Shen was the first to enter with a gun, followed closely by the others. The last to enter, Dog Brother, recalled the moment when a gun was pointed at his forehead, slightly lowering his head, revealing a hint of gloom in his eyes. Chen Shen, who entered the room first, glanced expressionlessly at Zhang Tian, who was slumped to one side, covering his mouth with his hand to stifle any sound. He then looked at Mao, who was on top of Li Bing, punching and kicking him in a fit of rage. He remained silent, standing to the side, giving space to those coming in behind, quietly observing the scene before him like a statue. The others followed closely behind, and the last to enter, Dog Brother, frowned at the nearly out-of-control air Mao before shifting his gaze to the living room. Using the light from his spear, Dog Brother clearly saw 5 or 6 bound zombie corpses in the living room. Each of the zombie bodies on the ground was missing parts, with every head blown apart. No one would bind zombies. When they died, Dog Brother turned his gaze to Chen Chen, who stood quietly to the side like an audience member, a chill creeping into his heart. There could only be one conclusion. Damn, he misjudged. This young man, who looked like a student, was actually a ruthless character. Chen Chen, who had been observing everyone, caught Dog Brother's gaze and couldn't help but meet it, revealing a playful smile. He watched as the out-of-control Air Mao was about to beat Li Bing to death. Dog Brother stepped in and pulled Air Mao away, saying in a deep voice, "Brother, this is your man, you decide how to handle it." Chen Chen understood that Dog Brother was backing down, not necessarily wanting Li Bing's life, just a little punishment would suffice. But the sight of Li Bing curled up on the ground, continuously letting out weak whimpers, made Chen Chen furrow his brows. He looked at Dog Brother and said, "Have your 2 brothers help me lift him to the balcony window?" Ergo and Lu Dan, under Dog Brother's signal, stepped forward to support Li Bing's arms and helped him to the balcony. Chen Chen, adjusting his clothes, followed behind them with a serious and sincere expression, taking his time. He signaled for the 2 to leave. Save me, Li Gu." Looking at the curled-up figure before him, whose face was unrecognizable and whose speech was barely coherent, Chen Chen didn't mind the dirt on the balcony. He sat beside Li Bing, cradling the desert eagle in his arms, and spoke in a calm tone. "Actually, I recognized you the first time I saw you. Although I didn't know your name then, I knew you. A few months ago, during that group beating, you kicked me in the face several times. I'm sorry if my words are inappropriate. A group beating might not be the right way to describe a group of people attacking one person." Upon hearing this, Li Bing's small glimmer of hope was instantly shattered, despair filling his eyes. He had always thought Chen Chen wouldn't recognize him, but unexpectedly, Chen Chen clearly remembered what he looked like. At that moment, Chen Chen's voice was calm and soft, and the distant Dog Brother and his companions couldn't hear what he was saying. It looked like he was chatting with a good friend. After calming himself, he looked up at the starless, dark sky where Chen Chen was, and after a moment of daze, he slowly spoke again. "Those kicks really didn't hurt, truly didn't hurt. I've been beaten since I was young, and I've long since learned how to minimize my injuries in chaos. But my heart ached. That kind of pain still drives one mad when I think about it now. My lifelong love, Lu Shui, standing beside Lu Shui, looking at me, just like that, as if looking at a monkey. Do you know what filled her eyes? Pity, compassion, reluctance, like sympathizing with an abandoned stray dog. Can you talk to me about whether my girlfriend was coerced by you? I want to know if she ever truly liked me when we were together." "No." Chen Chen raised his hand and forcefully covered Li Bing's mouth, which was about to speak. "Shoo, I don't need to know the reasons. I'm afraid of hearing some excuse that makes me soft-hearted. How could someone who has betrayed me still want to survive in this world? I was still wondering how you knew my whereabouts. To avoid you, I took random routes home every day after school. Later, I dared to face the reason I had always been afraid to think about. It was she who pointed the way to you. How did you do it? How could a girl as pure as Lu Shui become so dirty? I originally wanted to take you to find the others, to send you all neatly to hell. But look, you made a wrong decision, rendering yourself completely incapable of action, so I can only send you to hell first. I've been pondering a question. For the first half of my life, why did you beat me, and the school would record my punishment? When I cried to my parents at home, they would say I was being melodramatic. Later, I realized this world lacks something." Chen Chen looked at Li Bing, who was already terrified, with a smell of urine leaking from his pants, and covered his mouth and nose as he spoke. "Do you know what is lacking? Lacking a god who administers justice." Li Bing's pupils dilated infinitely, and he was frightened by Chen Chen's calm yet crazed tone, unable to help but exclaim, "Demon, demon, you are a demon." Ignoring the nearly broken Li Bing, Chen Chen stood up, raised his hands high, lifted his head, his expression no longer calm, his eyes flashing with madness. "I will gather all of you one by one, hoping that Lu Shui's group is lucky enough not to have turned into that kind of disgusting thing. And then send you all to hell. This is a duty that a god should fulfill. This world was originally clean, but it has become dirty because of people like you. You are the first. But you will never be the last." Even the likes of Dog Brother and his companions, who have navigated the martial world and seen much of life, were still stunned by the scene before them. It was unclear what that young brother had said on the balcony, but they could only see the sinister little man curled up there who, after hearing something, screamed in terror like a demon. An unsettling feeling began to permeate the small space of the living room. Turning around, Chen Chen looked at Dog Brother and the others, ignoring Li Bing. who was behind him, mumbling to himself in near collapse, and broke the eerie atmosphere. "You two, come help me lift him up." The two, Ergo and Ludan, frowned and turned to Dog Brother. They now found the calm-faced young man before them somewhat frightening and were reluctant to step forward for too much contact. However, at Dog Brother's gesture, they could only nod helplessly and move forward to follow the arrangement. Chen Shen glanced at the young man behind Dog Brother, who seemed to be called Shaoli, and was currently helping Zhang Tian up while softly comforting him. Ignoring this scene, Chen Shen looked at Luan Godan, wrinkling his nose at the smell of urine wafting from Li Bing's groin, and covered his mouth and nose. In disgust, stepping back 2 paces, lift him up. Bang! Just as the two lifted Li Bing, they hadn't even had time to react when a dull gunshot rang in their ears, startling them as they thought Chen Shen had turned on them. They almost dropped. Li Bing, preparing to lunge at Chen Shen. "Ah, you madman! I only kicked you once, is this how you treat me? You demon, you're destined for a bad end." The wretched scream erupted from Li Bing's throat, and only then did the two realize that it was him they were holding who had been shot. In the living room, Dog Brother saw Chen Shen shoot off Li Bing's arm completely. The power of that handgun was astonishing, 1 shot, and there was no sign of a bullet hole, just a severed arm. Suppressing his envy of the gun, he thought to himself while looking at Mao beside him, this should give Mao a decent explanation. After all, this Chen Shen kid is a bit strange, and it's not wise to offend him too much. Bang! 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 3 consecutive dull gunshots echoed in everyone's ears. Dog Brother, still caught up in his inner turmoil, stood frozen in place at the scene before him. His face, filled with grief over his brother's sudden death, became rigid. Zhang Tian, who was crying in Xiao Li's arms, also stopped sobbing. Li Bing, who had been screaming and cursing, fell silent. The air seemed to freeze, as if an unknown presence had pressed the pause button. Ergo and Ludan gently shook off the bits of flesh and blood on themselves, not daring to make too much noise for fear of disturbing the person in front of them. This person, with a clearly handsome face, had eyes flashing with a terrifying madness, and a smile at the corners of his mouth that seemed to revel in something. The two exchanged glances, seeing the fear in each other's eyes, and came to the same conclusion: they needed to keep their distance from this young man in the future. As for the person they were holding, all 4 limbs had been shattered. His body was a bloody mess, resembling a human stick, swaying slightly with no response, leaving them unsure if he had fainted or died on the spot. Dog Brother, who had roamed the martial world for a long time and had seen many killings, had never witnessed such a scene as today. A young man, looking like a student with a handsome face, wielding an exaggerated desert eagle, decisively blew apart the limbs of his own. This stark contrast was both eerie and unsettling. One moment he was a living person who could cry and shout, and the next he had become a silent, lifeless figure. Steeling himself, Dog Brother took 2 steps forward, raised his hands slightly in the air to break the strange atmosphere. "Little brother, that's enough, this explanation is sufficient." After saying that, he turned to look at Mao, who was still frozen in place. Mao, do you think this explanation is enough?" Mao, still in shock, had a stiff expression of anger on his face and stammered, "It's enough. It's enough." Hearing the voice behind him, Chen Shen didn't even turn his head. Enough? How could it be enough? Throw him downstairs. Listening to Chen Shen's commanding tone, Ergo and Ludan surprisingly didn't feel annoyed at being ordered. They exchanged glances and lifted the person in their hands out the window. Boom! The sound of flesh hitting the ground came from below. The zombies downstairs were attracted by the smell of blood wafting from Li Bing's shattered limbs. They rushed to Li Bing's side, mouths open, not caring why meat was falling from the sky, instinctively biting into the bloody flesh. Chen Shen leaned by the window, watching the scene below with great interest, then suddenly frowned. Li Bing, downstairs, surprisingly woke up from his coma under the zombies' bites, his eyes filled with resentment, staring fixedly at Chen Shen by the 4th-floor balcony window. Although Gogo couldn't see what was happening downstairs, he could guess what was going on, just from the roars coming from below. Looking at the young man in front of him, whose back he could only see, Gogo felt a genuine fear for the first time, not fear stemming from strength. It was the actions of this person before him that felt inhuman. If they couldn't befriend him, they had to destroy him as soon as possible. With a dangerous glint in his eyes, Gogo, uncertain in his heart, suddenly saw the young man lift a gun and extend it out the window. Bang, 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 bang. Nearly 100 gunshots rang out, dull and echoing. It lasted for almost a minute. If it weren't for the silencer, which muffled the sound to only be heard inside the house, the zombies downstairs would have probably all rushed up by now. After firing, Chen Shen calmly pulled the gun back from the window, walked to the door of a bedroom, and said, "I couldn't bear to see him being torn apart by zombies, so I sent him on his way. Everyone rest, we have to set off tomorrow." Then he closed the door. Seeing Chen Shen go into the room, Ergo and Lu Dan exchanged a glance and mustered the courage to walk to the window and look downstairs. The place where Li Bing had fallen was surrounded by shattered bullet holes, with only a few bullets hitting Li Bing's body. The others had struck the surrounding concrete ground. However, even so, those few bullets had shattered Li Bing's already unrecognizable body into pieces. Both of them had twisted expressions, glanced back at Go-Gu, and their mouths twitched without speaking. Chen Shen sat on the bed in the bedroom, holding the Desert Eagle in his arms, his thoughts slightly shifting as he planned his next move. The reason he fired hundreds of shots was certainly not because he was perverse or felt pity for seeing him being torn apart by zombies. It was just that Li Bing, having his limbs broken, thrown from the 4th floor, and bitten by zombies, still hadn't completely died. He had to personally pull the trigger to end his life. However, with his left arm holding the gun and his poor marksmanship, he couldn't guarantee a single shot would kill. To be safe, he fired hundreds of shots, watching his points increase by 2, with 2 zombies clawing and rushing under his bullets. He helplessly thought, indeed, relying on infinite bullets from a high place to score points is almost impossible. I must find a way to learn marksmanship. The reason he had to ensure Li Bing's death was that the world had already been gamified, and he didn't want to see Li Bing suddenly have some fortuitous encounter or receive some gift pack, returning in full condition. In this bizarre world full of adventures, those who left a line for others had already gone to hell. The sun hung in the sky, warm rays filtering through the window screen and illuminating Chen Shen's face. His eyelids twitched slightly. Under the warm sunlight, he got out of bed, rubbed his eyes, yawned, and approached the window to pull back the screen, sticking his head out. Bloodstains, dismembered bodies, blocked cars, and wandering zombies appeared particularly jarring in the sunlight. Today I need to prepare to hit the road, to the little black room. Squinting at the sun, Chen Shen murmured to himself, the little black room is a shop, and points are the currency. I need to gather as many points as possible. My current points aren't enough for my needs. He then brought up his character page. Player, Chen Shen body attributes strength, 6 points, normal human is 10 points, determining attack power, agility, 6 plus 3 points, Desert Eagle plus 3 points agility, stamina, 7 plus 1 points, Desert Eagle plus 1 point stamina, intelligence, 12 points, normal human is 10 points, determining mental sharpness, equipped gear Desert Eagle equipment level, blue equipment attributes, agility plus 3 stamina plus 1 equipment special skill 1, 1/3 chance that bullets fired will have an ice snow slowing effect, 1/3 chance that bullets will have a flame burning effect, 1/3 chance that bullets will have an electric paralysis effect. Equipment special skill 2, infinite bullets, no need to reload. Equipment description, it's ridiculous, why would a red special skill appear on a blue weapon? Points balance, 48 points. After pondering for a moment at the window, Chen Shen took a brand new gray suit from the wardrobe to replace his tattered suit from yesterday. Standing in front of the bedside mirror, he examined himself with satisfaction. Today was a day to look forward to, and he had to be serious. He casually took down a gentleman's hat hanging in the wardrobe and placed it on his head. Holding the Desert Eagle with the barrel pointed straight at the ground, the gun body forming a 90-degree angle with the floor, Chen Shen used the Desert Eagle as a cane, nodding in satisfaction as he looked at his outfit, which was completely out of place for the apocalypse, and stepped out the door. In the living room, Dog Brother and the others woke up abruptly at the sound of the door opening. Seeing the tattered and disheveled clothes of the people outside, Chen Shen frowned slightly but said nothing. He turned to the group and said, "Get ready, in 10 minutes, we head to the little black room," before walking towards the balcony. The fragments of Li Bing's body had long since disappeared, not knowing which lucky zombie's belly they had ended up in. Looking up into the distance, he could vaguely see a building. That was their school's dormitory. If Lu Shuai and his group hadn't turned into zombies, they were most likely there. "Wait for me, I'm coming." Adjusting his injured right arm, he tilted his body slightly towards the cane, keeping himself in a comfortable and energy-saving position. "Ha ha ha. Little brother, your outfit today is really impressive." Dog Brother, now tidied up, said to Chen Shen, who was standing at the balcony edge, leaning on the Desert Eagle and gazing into the distance. "You look a bit like that. Something." Dog Brother momentarily stumbled for words. A bit like a British gentleman. Zhang Tian, who had heard the voice from the next room, couldn't help but speak up, watching the scene before her. Yes, that's it. Little brother, we are all ready, let's go," Zhang Tian said, looking at Chen Shen, who was dressed in a gray suit, leaning on a cane, standing tall, facing the window, and gazing into the distance. Although he wasn't particularly tall, he appeared dignified and gentlemanly under the warm sunlight. Little stars seemed to appear in her eyes. She had only heard rumors about a useless guy in the next class who had his woman stolen by his own class leader, but now it seemed all those were just rumors. Every day, Xiaoli, who had been taking care of Zhang Tiantian beside Dog Brother, saw Zhang Tiantian walk out of the house and wanted to step forward to greet her warmly. But then he witnessed the scene before him. Following Zhang Tiantian's gaze, Chen Chen unexpectedly appeared at the end of his line of sight. The usually quiet Xiaoli's face involuntarily flashed with a hint of gloom. As Chen Chen turned around, he happened to catch that fleeting glance, and the gloom on Xiaoli's face was fully visible. Upon seeing Zhang Tiantian's eyes filled with admiration and the unmasked gloom on Xiaoli's face, he suddenly understood the cause and effect from the previous night when Xiaoli had been taking care of Zhang Tiantian in the living room. He shook his head with a knowing smile. Humans are indeed a very interesting species. Ignoring the childish farce before him, he calmly said, "Let's go." He then took the lead towards the door, heading straight for the stairway. Dog Brother and Ergo looked at each other and quickly followed, while Ermao, seeing this, also hurried after them. As they passed by Demao's corpse, he couldn't help but show a look of sorrow. Xiaoli and Zhang Tiantian walked at the back. 1, 2, 3, hey! Ergo and Donkey Egg stood at the entrance of the building downstairs, leaning against the pile of zombie corpses at the door, pushing hard to clear it. Boom, boom, boom. With the sound of bodies hitting the ground, the pile of corpses in front of them was pushed aside by the two. Maintain formation, I'll charge ahead. Ergo and Donkey Egg, watch the left and right flanks. Ermao and Xiaoli, keep an eye on the rear left and right flanks. Little brother, please take your people to the center of the formation. The pressure is heavier over there, and I need you to provide support. Dog Brother, with a serious expression, began issuing orders, preparing to form a line to advance towards the small black house. No problem, Chen Chen nodded affirmatively. Let's go, Dog Brother shouted. Most of the zombies in the community had been cleared by a few people at the entrance yesterday, so there were very few zombies left inside the community. The real danger lay beyond the community gate, on the straight path to the small black house. The group maintained their formation as they walked towards the community entrance, occasionally dispatching any nearby zombies that approached with their spears. They almost walked to the community entrance without incident. Just as they stepped out of the community gate and onto the main road to the school, the anticipated scene of zombies everywhere did not occur. The entire road was clean, with only a few scattered zombies in the middle of the road gnawing on human corpses. Looking at the situation before him, Ergo was a bit confused, scratching his head in disbelief. Could it be that the army has cleared all the zombies in this city? Nonsense, the mechanical products of human society can't even be used. Dog Brother glanced at the desert eagle in Chen Chen's hand, which was being used as a cane, and continued, "What does the army have to clear zombies? Their heads. Although I don't know why there are no zombies on the road. There's no time to worry about the reasons now. The urgent task is to get to the small black house as quickly as possible. If they can't have the first bite of meat, at least they need to ensure they can drink the soup to their fill." As the few of them cleared away the occasional stray zombies, they made their way safely towards the small black house. Dog Brother, I see the small black house, it's over there," the excited Donkey Egg said. Beside him. "Shut up, I'm not blind." Dog Brother, who had been wandering the world for years, understood clearly that letting one's guard down before success equated to catastrophic failure. If the noise attracted zombies, they wouldn't know which house to escape to in this neighborhood. If they fled into a house full of zombies, it would be like walking into a trap. Watching Chen Chen, who was about to reach the small black house, he couldn't help but feel excited inside. The reason Chen Chen was so certain that the small black house was a shop was that he had seen it before. Zhang Tiantian, walking in the middle, looked at the approaching small black house and finally couldn't contain his restless feelings, subtly leaning back a few steps. He tugged at Xiaoli's sleeve. "Brotherly, I heard you guys talking. Is it true that killing zombies can earn points and then we can buy things to strengthen ourselves in that strange house ahead?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "I won't let you fight with the zombies," Xiaoli interrupted Zhang Tiantian's thoughts with a serious expression. Since the first time Xiaoli met Zhang Tiantian, he found his purpose in life. "I am her destined knight. This game gave me power to protect her. Tiantian, you have to believe me, I can protect you well. Even in the apocalypse, you don't need to fight zombies for your life," Xiaoli said, patting his chest to prove himself. Zhang Tiantian, with a strange look in her eyes, paused and said, "Zombies are so dangerous, how could I possibly fight them?" "Ha? So what do you mean?" Xiaoli, thinking he misunderstood, looked confused. "Of course, you go help me catch a zombie, break all its limbs so it can't move, and then I'll use your spear to pierce its skull." Zhang Tiantian, who had this idea for a long time, finally voiced it before reaching the small black house. Why can't women have power? If women could also possess such extraordinary equipment or something else, I could definitely do better than that man. The Reason she didn't seek help from the indifferent Chen Chen was that she believed the chance of him shooting her limbs off was higher when she said this. But the fool in front of her was different, she clearly saw the unmasked bloom on Chen Chen's face that morning. Increasingly excited, Zhang Tiantian continued, if I could also become an advanced player, I would have enough power. After a pause, Zhang Tiantian looked up slightly at Chen Chen, walking ahead, and said pitifully, then I wouldn't be oppressed by others, and I could be with you. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li suddenly realized and angrily said, I knew it, he forced you. Looking at Xiao Li, who had already raised his spear and was ready to charge at Chen Chen, Zhang Tiantian hurriedly grabbed him. She didn't want to see her knight's head explode like a watermelon. Brother Li, we are not his match yet. If I can kill a few zombies and get into the small black house to exchange for some abilities to strengthen myself, then we can be together openly. Looking at the still hesitant Xiao Li, Zhang Tiantian trembled with a sobbing tone, Brother Li, do you know how scared I was last night? Only you held me in your arms and took care of me. At that moment, I felt you were my knight. Xiao Li, who had just been hesitant, was instantly touched by the word knight. He took Zhang Tiantian and walked towards a wandering zombie not far away. Whoosh! The gun shot out like a dragon. A shot hit the zombie's chest, but it went awry. The shot was meant to hit the zombie's thigh. Xiao Li frowned slightly. He himself did not know how to use a spear. The reason he was using this spear was that it was a purple weapon with a bit of power attribute. Dog brother, Xiao Li doesn't know when he left the team with that girl. Air Mao, who inadvertently turned his head and saw Xiao Li fighting a zombie, spoke up. Dog brother frowned as he looked at the small black room that was about to be reached, then saw Xiao Li fighting the zombie behind him. And the girl next to him who was just watching the show as if she were holding a bucket of popcorn. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to go pull Xiao Li back to the team first. Little brother, let's go get those two. Back to the team first, then we can go to the small black room. Your people seem to have left the team for some reason, Dog brother said, looking at Chen Chen, who was leaning on his cane in the middle of the team, with a calm expression. Chen Chen shook his head slightly and said in an undeniable tone, no, I'm going to the small black room first, you all can do as you please. Saying this, he took a few steps back, and the desert eagle, which was originally used as a cane, slightly raised its muzzle, subtly pointing at Dog brother. Looking at this familiar scene, Dog brother's mouth twitched, and he was almost furious inside. You again, is it interesting to threaten people by raising your gun like this? He thought to himself, when I go in later, if I can change guns, I want to change to a different one too. Filled with anger, Dog brother looked at Xiao Li not far away and couldn't help but vent his frustration on him. He actually wanted to ignore these two and go directly into the small black room. But he couldn't ignore it. If he did, the morale of the team behind him would scatter. Ignoring Dog brother's inner turmoil, Chen Chen took a few steps back and walked straight towards the small black room, not even glancing at Zhang Tiantian. What do you mean, my people? After going through so much effort to reach this small black room, how could I give up because of a stranger? Looking at the familiar small black room in front of him, Chen Chen murmured to himself and pushed the door open. This time, there was no countdown on the door. Plaque, the pure black door was easily pushed open. A flash of light passed. Chen Chen looked at the futuristic little room in front of him, where two tombstone-like objects stood on the floor. The floor and ceiling were entirely jade white, and on the four walls, there were light screens occupying the walls. Focusing his gaze, he saw several large characters written on the four light screens. Equipment store, skill store, miscellaneous store, attribute store, and the two tombstone-like objects. The left stone tablet was engraved with job change place, and the right stone tablet was engraved with leaderboard. Just as Chen Chen regained his composure, the calm expression on his face finally disappeared, replaced by excitement. Although he felt that his guess was almost correct, he still didn't dare to be sure until he saw the actual objects. It was only at this moment that Chen Chen finally felt relieved. However, at that moment, a system voice sounded in his ear. Player Chen Chen has entered the supply point and detected that the player possesses the unique achievement, Global First Kill. Player Chen Chen entered the supply point and detected that the player possessed a unique achievement, Global First Kill. Unlock the following rewards. 1. Unlock Hidden Store and gain 3 opportunities to purchase hidden items at 0.1% discount. 2. After choosing any profession, receive a randomly leveled weapon of that profession. 3. Free gift of 50 cubic meters of storage space. Detected that the player possesses a unique achievement, Global First Kill. The leaderboard automatically recorded his achievement and awarded player Chen Chen 3,000 points. Detected that this is the first time player Chen Chen has entered the supply point. This time is free, but each future entry will require 5 points and the stay cannot exceed 20 minutes. Chen Chen first walked towards the leaderboard, and as soon as his left hand touched it, a light screen appeared before him. Global First Kill Achievement Holder, Chen Chen Acquisition Condition, the first player in the world to kill a zombie. Brave Adventurer Achievement Holder, Yao Qi Acquisition Condition, the first player in the world to enter the supply point. Wealthy Achievement Holder, Zhou Zichang Acquisition Condition, the first player in the world to have 10,000 points. 1000 Kills Achievement Holder, Koizumi Kotaro Acquisition Condition, the first player in the world to kill 1000 zombies. Lucky 1 Achievement Holder, Shin Wanyu Acquisition Condition, the first player in the entire server to open the Pandora's box 10 times in a row, resulting in good luck. To the left of this light screen are the achievement holders in the entire server. Currently only these 5 people are on the leaderboard. To the right of this light screen is the leaderboard for mutated creature kills, which appears to be blurred and is currently in a locked state. For a moment, Chen Chen was stunned, realizing that killing zombies had digitized his body data, merely granting him player qualifications. The true end of the world game begins when players enter the supply point in large numbers. It is impossible for there to be only this one supply point globally, but when he arrived, there was no one in front of this supply point. There is only one possibility: the news has been suppressed. Chen Chen lightly tapped his staff on the ground twice and murmured, "It seems someone nearby wants to be the king of the mountain." However, no one was sent to block this place, perhaps because this mountain king was not strong enough, or maybe this mountain king had encountered trouble. Chen Chen did not immediately choose a method to heal his body but instead walked to the job change area. Placing his hand on the stone tablet, a light screen popped up before him. Detecting that player Chen Chen is an untransformed rookie player, the following mainstream professions are offered for player selection. 1. Fist Fighter Profession Introduction. A pair of iron fists are unstoppable, barehanded against a million troops. Using this profession's skills and equipment grants power bonuses. 2. Swordsman Profession Introduction. The moon turns and the sky is high, the warrior's heart remembers. The Great Knife. Using this profession's skills and equipment grants power bonuses. 3. Gunner Profession Introduction. Agile as a dragon, the gun strikes like a dragon. Using this profession's skills and equipment grants power bonuses. 4. Healer Profession Introduction. Saving lives and healing the wounded, merits are boundless. Using this profession's skills and equipment grants power bonuses. 7. Gunsmith Profession Introduction, where the gun points, not a blade of grass, survives. Using this profession's skills and equipment grants power bonuses. The introductions of the 7 mainstream professions dazzled Chen Chen, and he was not satisfied with the previous professions until he saw the gunsmith, at which point he nodded in satisfaction. Gunfire is the charm that men yearn for. The introduction of the gunsmith profession was very much to Chen Chen's liking. Where the gun points, not a blade of grass, survives, this is the battle that Chen longs for. When he saw the 7 mainstream professions, Chen Chen clearly realized that there were other hidden professions, but he still firmly chose the gunsmith profession. Other hidden professions might be stronger, but none are more suitable for me than the gunsmith. Player Chen Chen has confirmed the job change. Gunsmith. Congratulations to player Chen Chen for successfully changing jobs, becoming a 1-star professional with doubled physical attributes. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Chen first heard the sound of his bones cracking, then a sharp pain surged through him, almost making him cry out. After a moment, regaining his composure, Chen Chen stood up. The wound on his right arm had completely healed, and he tightly gripped his hands, feeling the power coursing through his body. Since childhood, Chen Chen had been weak, his physical condition far below that of his peers. This was the first time he had so intuitively felt the sense of control that came with power. He then pulled up his personal attribute page. He quickly accessed his character page. Player Chen Chen. Physical attributes: Strength 12 points, Agility 12 plus 3 points, Desert Eagle plus 3 points, Agility, Stamina 14 plus 1 points. Desert Eagle plus 1 point, Stamina, Intelligence 24 points, Job Ability 20% increase in firearm weapon damage. Promotion conditions: Junior Profession Badge plus 500 points. Although his base attributes were far below those of normal people, even doubling them only made him slightly stronger than the average person. Chen Chen was still satisfied. After all, I use guns, as long as I can handle a gun, that's enough. Detected that the player possesses the globally unique achievement, Global First Kill, granting a random level weapon of this profession. Suddenly, a roulette appeared in front of him, with a total of 12 slots. Chen Chen only had time to see AWM submachine guns and handguns before the roulette began to spin at a dizzying speed. Stop. With a light command from Chen Chen, the speed of the roulette gradually slowed down, and finally, the pointer landed on one of the slots. Ding! The weapon in that slot was a notorious killing machine. Entirely black, 10 gun barrels rotated slowly around a central axis, each barrel capable of fitting 2 adult fingers. Behind the barrels was a somewhat cumbersome motor and a carrying handle. Gatling equipment level, 5-star equipment, yellow equipment. Equipment attributes, strength plus 10, stamina plus 8, agility plus 6. Equipment effect, fire rate 6000/minute, self-contained magazine, 1 battery can keep the motor running for 1 minute. Equipment damage, equipment special skill 1, no recoil, the chamber won't overheat, can be used for extended periods. Equipment description, if you can afford it, I hope you know how many points a single Gatling bullet costs when you can still laugh out loud. Looking at this thing in front of him, Chen couldn't help but open his mouth wide. This was too exaggerated. He began to fantasize about himself, wielding a Gatling among a horde of zombies. Rat-a-tat-tat. Killing zombies like cutting wheat, how exhilarating would that feel? The system prompted in his ear that the 5-star equipment Gatling had been placed into the gifted 50 square meter storage space. Chen stored the 3-star equipment Desert Eagle into the storage space, silently wishing to take out the 5-star equipment Gatling. A flash of white light passed. Dressed in a gray suit and wearing a gentleman's hat, Chen held a Gatling that felt completely out of place. The fury and elegance coexisted in the same person, resembling a suited thug. Chen raised the Gatling gun he was holding and inspected it for a few rounds before nodding in satisfaction. This was the weapon a man should use, crushing everything in its path. Weighing about 20 kilograms, Chen, with his 12-point strength attribute, could fully control it, hitting wherever he aimed. It was much lighter than a real Gatling gun, likely a result of game modifications. After all, it was an individual weapon, it would be a bit excessive if players couldn't lift it. Looking at the equipment description, this 5-star Gatling gun had only one special feature: it had no recoil, and the chamber wouldn't heat up, allowing for sustained fire. However, there were 2 restrictions: the magazine and battery needed to be purchased separately with points. Wait, didn't the equipment description just say that the 5-star Gatling gun had a firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute? The bullets wouldn't need to be bought separately, would they? Remembering the equipment description of the Gatling gun, a sudden ominous feeling crept over Chen as he checked his points balance. Chen muttered to himself, even if the bullets need to be purchased, 3,046 points should be enough, right? After all, if points are earned by killing zombies, 3,046 points is equivalent to killing 3,046 level 1 zombies. I wonder how that person who achieved the wealth of 1,000 fortunes did it, accumulating 10,000 points by the second day of the apocalypse. Must be cheating. Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about it. With a time limit of 20 minutes, there wasn't much time left. Since he could only enter the supply point once a day, he had to quickly check other screens. Equipment store, skill store, miscellaneous store, attribute store. Without much hesitation, Chen headed straight for the wall directly opposite the skill store. Standing in front of the screen, he lightly touched the wall, and the screen instantly blossomed open. A jumble of skills appeared before his eyes like a stream of information. Healing spell, healer, explosive fist, boxer. Swordsmanship mastery, swordsman. Chen frowned and pointed to the gunsmith skill category. The skills in front of him instantly diminished, jumping to a secondary page, leaving only a line of text in 3 skill books. 1-star gunsmith skills available for learning. Basic gunmanship, gunsmith skill level, 1-star skill, passive skill, skill effect, initially proficient in gunmanship, allowing for better control of your bullet trajectory. Skill description: it won't make you a sharpshooter, but at least you can hit 8 out of 10 shots. Skill price, 50 points. Frost bullets, gunsmith skill level, 1-star skill, passive skill, skill effect, allows bullets fired from your chamber to have a small chance of slowing down targets. Skill description: does anyone really buy this low probability thing? Wouldn't it be better to just buy a few hundred frost bullets? Skill price, 50 points. Gunfighting technique, gunsmith. Skill level, 1-star skill, passive skill, skill effect, allows you to learn to use your gun for close combat when approached. Skill description: a gunslinger gets approached and still has a chance for close combat? Skill price, 100 points. Looking at the 3 skill books available for selection, Chen quickly chose basic gunmanship and gunfighting technique, as the frost bullet skill book was nearly useless to him. He had wanted to find a skill book related to self-preservation, but the skills in the skill store were only available for his profession, so he had to give up for now and think of a way later. After paying 150 points, Chen looked at the 2 skill books. In his hands, which resembled envelopes, clapped his hands together, and a white light burst forth like raindrops. The skill slots in the personal attribute panel in Chen's mind prominently displayed these 2 skills. Taking the Desert Eagle out of the storage space and lifting it slightly, Chen instantly felt a sense of power, as if he could hit anything he pointed at. Having purchased the skills and having a rough understanding of the game's prices, he looked at his remaining 2,896 points and felt a strong sense of purchasing power. He strode towards the equipment store. Skipping over the chaotic information streams of long guns, sabers, daggers, and other weapons, Chen quickly chose to purchase equipment from the one-star gunsmith category. Looking at the only 2 small pistols and a fragmentation grenade in front of him, Shen's mouth twitched slightly. The 2 small pistols were not expensive, priced at 50 points each. The fragmentation grenade was also reasonably priced at 50 points. The problem lay with the magazines and bullets.
7-round capacity magazine price 30 points. 50-round capacity magazine price 300 points. 200-round capacity magazine price 1000 points. 500-round capacity magazine price 2000 points. 1-star bullet price 1.12 star bullet price 10 points. 1-star firearms can only use 1-star bullets, and 2-star firearms can only use 2-star bullets, not 1-star bullets. The reason for Shen's twitching mouth was that he found the sales information for the magazines, bullets, and batteries used by his Gatling gun at the bottom. With a firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute, the Gatling gun would need a magazine with at least a 6,000 round capacity. Installing a 50-round magazine would mean it would run out in less than 3 seconds. What use would that be? 6000-round capacity magazine price 20,000 points. 1 5-star bullet price 50 points. Gatling motor battery block price 500 points. 1 battery allows the Gatling to fire continuously for 1 minute. Chen silently calculated in his mind that to keep his 5-star Gatling firing for 1 minute, he would need to purchase a 6,000 round capacity magazine, 6,000 5-star bullets, and 1 battery block. The total cost would be 320,500 points. This was an almost terrifying number of points, a full 300,000 points. How many zombies would he have to kill to earn that many points? Frustrated, Shen almost wanted to take the 5-star Gatling out of his space backpack and return it to the system. Who could afford this thing? Even if it were given to Zhou Ziqiang, who had achieved a fortune, he wouldn't be able to use it. His 10,000 points wouldn't even be enough for the Gatling to fire for 3 seconds. Alas, there's no way around it. If only this Gatling had the infinite bullet feature of my Desert Eagle. Shen shook his head and decided to accept reality, returning the Gatling to the system for points. He simply couldn't afford this gun. Wait. Shen suddenly remembered that when he first entered the supply point, the system seemed to mention something about detecting a globally unique achievement on the player. It opened a hidden store and granted 3 opportunities to purchase hidden items at a 90% discount. It would be great if the hidden store sold Gatling bullet magazines at a 90% discount. My points would be just enough to buy a set of magazines, bullets, and a battery block for 1 minute. While considering the gains and losses, Shen muttered indecisively, but then again, even if there are, if I buy this time, I won't have any more 90% discount purchasing privileges next time. Forget it, let's take a look first. In his mind, Shen silently recited the phrase to open the hidden shop, and suddenly the ground sank. Between 2 stone tablets, another stone tablet rose. Hidden so well, Shen muttered to himself as he walked towards the middle stone tablet and placed his palm on it. A light curtain suddenly rose. Shen began to carefully examine the equipment in front of him, which was clearly more impressive than the other shops. Revival armor equipment. Level 7-star equipment. Equipment attributes, none. Equipment effect, revives at the original location 24 hours after death. Equipment special skills, none. Equipment introduction, don't ask me why I'm crazily dodging in a horde of zombies. I have the revival armor. Equipment price, 1 million points. Just as Shen felt a surge of excitement, his expression darkened. 1 million points was equivalent to wiping out all the zombies in a county. If someone planned to clear out all the zombies in a county, even 10 revival armors wouldn't be enough to survive. However, with 3 chances to buy at a 90% discount, he could purchase it for 10,000 points. Perhaps he could buy this next time he saved enough points. After all, in the apocalypse, having an extra life guarantee was quite necessary. Remembering this piece of equipment, Shen continued to look down. Soul-devouring gun equipment level. 7-star equipment. Equipment attributes, strength plus 50, stamina plus 50, agility plus 40. Equipment special skill 1, each time a creature is killed, its life force is absorbed into the spear. Equipment special skill 2, purchase unlock. Equipment special skill 3, purchase unlock. Equipment special skill 4, purchase unlock. Equipment special skill 5, purchase unlock. Equipment introduction, the dream equipment of a gunman, the gun strikes like a dragon, shaking the universe, breaking the sky with a smile, the spear pierces the clouds. Equipment price, 2 million. Looking at the long string of zeros in the price, Shen couldn't even be bothered to complain. He didn't have much time left. At the supply point, he had to quickly find the items he needed. After swiftly scanning through items priced in the millions, Shen's gaze landed on one item. An ordinary token, surrounded by a purple starlight, seen to
proclaim its extraordinary nature. Equipment special skill copy token item level 6-star item effect can perfectly copy a specified equipment special skill from one piece of equipment to another. Item introduction. The only possible use is to let you copy a sister flower. Item price 230,000. Seeing this token, Chen Shen's eyes suddenly sparkled with long-suppressed excitement. Exchange, use 1 chance of 90% discount, Chen Shen said hurriedly, fearing that the token would disappear the next second. Exchange successful, 2,300 points deducted. In the next moment, the token abruptly vanished from the light curtain and appeared in Chen Shen's hand. Stay time less than 10 seconds, please player Chen Shen leave the supply point, exceeding the time by 1 second will deduct 1 point. Chen Shen looked at his point balance, which was still 596 points. He rushed to the equipment shop light curtain. He used 500 points to buy a Gatling battery pack and headed straight for the door. Pushing the door open and leaving the supply point, he saw the familiar chaotic street. Thinking about the token he had just obtained, Chen Shen felt for the first time that his safety was guaranteed. Outside, Dog Brother and the others were nowhere to be seen. They must have gone to another place, likely into the supply point. It seemed that the space of the supply point was individually divided as each person entered. Chen Shen crushed the token in his hand, and with the system's prompt, he perfectly copied the infinite bullet special skill of the 3-star equipment Desert Eagle onto the 5-star equipment Gatling. Thus, the equipment page for the Gatling also changed. Gatling equipment level 5-star equipment yellow equipment attributes strength plus 10, stamina plus 8, agility plus 6 equipment effect, rate of fire 6000/minute, self-contained magazine, 1 battery can keep the motor running for 1 minute equipment special skill 1, no recoil, the chamber won't heat up, can be used for a long time. Equipment special skill 2, infinite bullets, no need to reload. Equipment introduction, who can tell me why the special skill of infinite bullets appears on the 5-star Gatling? It's simply ridiculous. Taking out the 5-star Gatling from the space backpack, along with the battery pack and installing them together. Chen Shen, holding the Gatling in both hands, couldn't help but want to fire it. However, he quickly restrained this desire. Once the battery pack was used, it couldn't be stopped. He had only 1 battery purchased for 500 points. He couldn't waste it here. The surrounding zombies seemed to have disappeared. There were a few scattered just now, but now not a single one was left. Feeling the weight of the Gatling brought Chen Shen a sense of security in this apocalyptic environment. Looking down at the Gatling in his hands, Chen Shen murmured, "Is this the feeling of security? It really makes one feel comfortable all over." From childhood to adulthood, Chen Shen had always been a victim of school violence, growing up in fear and beatings. This was the first time he felt such a profound sense of security. He put the Gatling back into the space backpack and took out the Desert Eagle, resting it on the ground as he was familiar with. He stacked his hands on the grip, the barrel making a 90-degree angle with the ground, treating it like a cane. Next, it was time to bring fear to some people. Looking at the school not far away, Chen Shen couldn't help but smile, his eyes filled with a terrifying hatred. Li Gu. A familiar voice from Ergo came from behind. Interrupted from his fantasy, Chen turned to look at Ergo, who had just come out from the supply point, frowning in dissatisfaction. "What's wrong? Dog Gu is dead." Not knowing what had happened outside, Chen Shen looked at Ergo and waved his hand, interrupting him before he could speak. "You wouldn't be stupid enough to ask me to avenge him, would you?" "No, Li Gu, I want to follow you. I don't know about the others, but both I and Lu Dan think this way." Looking at Ergo's serious expression and determined eyes, Chen Shen suddenly found it interesting and said playfully, "Your boss just died, and instead of saying you want to avenge him, you come to me saying you want to stick with me? Betrayers don't have a good ending. Besides, I remember the look in your eyes last night was full of fear. Why do you want to follow me? Give me a reason to take you in. The apocalypse has clearly arrived, and I need someone to protect me. In exchange, I will work for you." Looking at Chen Shen's playful eyes, Ergo steeled himself and said, "For example, next time you need someone to carry, Lu Dan and I will help you with those things. That's a pretty good reason. It sounds like I can't refuse you." After thinking about the upcoming journey, Chen Shen felt he indeed needed these two people. "But have you really not thought about stabbing me in the back and taking my Desert Eagle?" "Brotherly, absolutely not, I swear." Looking at Ergo, who was raising 3 fingers on his left hand to swear, Chen Shen said impatiently, "To be honest, my patience is limited." Ergo looked up at Chen Shen, thought for a moment, and then mustered the courage to say, "I just saw Brotherly inside. You are the first person in the world to kill a zombie. I think Brotherly is hiding his strength. I don't have the ability to kill you." Upon hearing this, Chen Shen suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter growing louder until the corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears. He then whispered, "Does the donkey egg think so too?" "The donkey egg is a smart person, ergo," said quietly. Chen Shen lowered his head and pondered for a moment, smoothing out his suit and adjusting his gentleman's hat before speaking. "Tell me what happened outside after I went in." "Brotherly, it's a long story. Make it short." Ergo, who was about to start a lengthy discourse, paused at this and said, "Okay. After you went in, we were about to let Xiaoli in." Suddenly stopping, Ergo glanced up at Chen Shen and continued, "And that girl regroup. When we got close to them, we saw Xiaoli pierce all 4 limbs of that zombie, and there were a few wounds on him." Then he handed the long gun in his hand to the girl beside him. As if recalling something, Ergo swallowed and continued, "Then that girl raised the long gun and crazily stabbed down at the immobile zombie's head, stabbing it more than 10 times, and then she collapsed on the ground, exhausted. After killing that zombie, the girl suddenly burst into joy, then started crying, giving the impression that her mind might be a bit off. Then she jumped up and hugged Xiaoli, frantically saying some nonsensical things." At this point, Ergo suddenly hesitated, and under Chen Shen's clearly impatient gaze, he stammered on, "That girl said you are a demon, that before the end of the world game officially started, under the pretense of saving them, you tricked them into your home, bound them up, and killed them. After they turned into zombies, to upgrade your body data into a player, and even violated her." Chen Shen's gaze remained calm and unperturbed, and Ergo could not glean any useful information from it. Only feeling anxious as he continued, while secretly cursing why the donkey egg hadn't come out yet, leaving him without anyone to share the pressure. She wanted Xiaoli to bring more zombies to her, she needed more points to become stronger, then seek revenge on you, and then just be Xiaoli's woman. Chen Shen, who had been quietly listening, suddenly spoke, "Is she inside the supply point now?" "Ah. Yes." Ergo, not understanding Chen Shen's line of thought, instinctively replied, "It's fine now, let's get to the point." "Ah? How did your dog brother die?" Oh, it's like this." Coming back to his senses, Ergo organized his thoughts and continued, "Then Xiaoli, as if enchanted, rushed into the stores on both sides of the street, preparing to capture more zombies for that girl to earn points. We couldn't dissuade Xiaoli, so we could only watch as he charged into the store with the long gun. We thought, since there weren't many zombies on the street, Xiaoli's safety should be guaranteed." With a hint of fear in his eyes, Ergo looked at Chen Shen and said, "Brotherly, do you know why there are no zombies on the street? Where did all the zombies go? They all went to the stores? The zombies are afraid of natural light?" Chen Shen spoke, having thought of a certain possibility. "That might be one reason, but brotherly, didn't you notice that there were clearly many human corpses on this street last night, yet why this morning, not only did we not see a single zombie, but we didn't even see a single human corpse?" After swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Ergo continued, "Because the zombies dragged all the half-eaten human corpses into the store. Now there's a large group of zombies in the stores on the surrounding streets devouring and evolving. They are evolving." As soon as Xiaoli rushed into a store, we hadn't reacted yet when the sounds of roaring and fighting came, and we saw Xiaoli with a severed arm frantically fleeing from the store towards us, followed closely by 3 zombies. We had originally formed a battle formation to prepare for Xiaoli's return, and after getting into position, we retreated together. But when Xiaoli crazily ran over to me, he didn't regroup at all, just threw out a sentence and ran towards the supply point. With a face full of anger, gritting his teeth, Ergo said, "The 3 zombies behind are all level 2 zombies. Damn, why didn't you say it earlier? If you had spoken up sooner, we would have had enough time to retreat." Chen Shen, leaning on his cane and unconsciously tapping the ground twice, said expressionlessly, "If he had spoken up earlier, you would have had enough time to retreat, but he can't outrun 3 level 2 zombies." Ergo, who understood this in his heart, didn't dwell on it for long and spoke again, "When we got this information, we could already smell the stench of those 3 zombies in front of us. Turning around to run now would definitely be too late. We can only be forced to confront them. Li Ge, you might not know how terrifying level 2 zombies are. I've seen them. I've soloed a level 2 mutated dog," Chen Shen said calmly. Ergo, who was stuck on the next part, found it hard to follow Chen Shen's train of thought. He was well aware of the terror of level 2 zombies before becoming a 1-star professional. Could anyone really solo a level 2 mutated dog? Even now that he had successfully advanced to a level 2 1-star professional, he would still feel scared facing a level 2 zombie in a life and death struggle. Lost in thought, Ergo shook his head, sorted out his thoughts, and continued, "Dog Ge was at the very front of the formation, the first to confront the enemy. Although Dog Ge had a 2-star weapon, you know, Li Ge, that 2-star spear, aside from adding a bit of strength, its special abilities were really useless, especially in life and death moments. And then he got his head smashed by a zombie's claw?" Chen Shen asked with interest. No, Ergo struggled to keep up with Chen Shen's line of thinking. Although Doggo didn't last even 3 moves and was knocked to the ground, he didn't die on the spot, he just had several terrifying injuries on his chest, and I even saw his intestines almost spilling out. Turning to look back at the donkey egg that still hadn't come out, Ergo continued, then Doggo used the force from the zombie's attack to slip into a nearby store, covered in blood and heavily injured, and he dove into a store full of zombies. A hint of sadness suddenly appeared in Ergo's eyes. It's hard to survive. During that time, we all ran towards the supply point, and when I came out, I saw Li Gu. At that moment, the door to the supply point opened, and a person stepped out. Li Gu. Ergo turned to look at Luden, who had just come out of the supply point, and hurriedly stepped forward with a face full of grievance, saying, Luden, how could you stay in there for so long? Do you have so many points to squander? I don't, Luden replied, looking confused. I just hesitated for a long time about which profession to choose. Facing the supply point, Chen saw Ermao, Zhang Tian, and Xiaoli almost simultaneously step out of the supply point, slightly raising their staffs in their hands, vaguely pointing at the 3 in front of them with a teasing tone, saying, Ermao, come to my side. Ergu and Luden surround the 2 in front. Hearing Chen's command, Luden first looked at Ergu with a questioning gaze. Ergu nodded slightly, and Luden's expression relaxed as a hint of understanding appeared in his eyes, then he complied with Chen's order. Holding up a long spear, Ergu aimed the tip at Zhang Tian and Xiaoli, his expression serious and silent, waiting for Chen's next command. Looking at the 2 in front who still hadn't grasped the situation, Chen brushed off the dust from his suit, adjusted his gentleman's hat, and smiled as he spoke. Nice to see you again, both of you. Just now, I heard some news that isn't very favorable for you too. I heard you were planning to kill me, the big villain. Would you like to start your defense? Zhang Tian, who suddenly understood what was happening, turned pale, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at the 2 informers, Ergu and Luden. His body went limp, and he knelt on the ground, forcing a smile as he said, Li Gu, you took me in before the apocalypse broke out, and besides, we are alumni. How could I possibly want to kill you? Someone must have been speaking ill of me in your ear. Clap, clap, clap. Chen tucked his staff under his arm, put his hands together, and clapped vigorously for a while before speaking, good defense, reasonable and well-founded. Now, what about this classmate Xiaoli? I heard you consider yourself the knight of this girl, ready to slay the big evil dragon in front of her to protect the princess, right? Xiaoli, who had been wanting to speak but was always suppressed by Zhang Tian, finally couldn't hold back and roared loudly. Tian, why are you afraid of him? He took you in before the apocalypse not to save you, but to wait for you to turn into a zombie and kill you. I just changed my profession to a swordsman, and my physical abilities have doubled. There's no need to be afraid of him. Hearing this, Chen nodded in agreement and said with interest, now that's the speech of a knight, charging into battle for the princess, unafraid of life and death. Chen tilted his head slightly, pondering for a moment before speaking to Zhang Tian, the factor of taking you in before the apocalypse indeed had selfish motives, but I did take you in when the apocalypse was about to break out, giving you a buffer time when it suddenly erupted. So, while it may not count as saving your life, it can be considered saving you half a life. Chen swallowed, feeling that his logic was flawless, and looked at Xiaoli with increasing excitement. Speaking faster, when you and Doggo were at the unit door fending off zombies, Doggo was distracted for a while, and you couldn't handle it alone. During that time, a zombie's claw was almost about to hit your arm, and it was I who shot its head. Although that zombie might not have killed you with its hit, it would have taken half your life. Pausing for a moment, Chen spoke seriously and solemnly like a judge announcing a court session. I prevented that scene from happening, so I saved you half a life. Chen looked at Ermao, who was like an invisible person beside him, and grinned, you see, each of them owes me half a life. Now that both want to kill me, how should I collect what they owe me? A broken arm. Ermao, completely clueless as to why the war had come to his head, stammered. Hearing this, Chen said unhappily, I did save them half a life, but to use that as a bargaining chip to make them lose an arm, isn't that just holding a grudge for a favor? That's unfair. Chen licked his slightly dry lips from the sun. Of course, if you owe something, you should repay it, that's fair. No. Chen suddenly rubbed the hair of Ermao beside him a few times with force, and with a hint of distress, he said, you both only owe me half a life, how do we calculate that? I thought of something. Chen disdainfully wiped his hand on Ermao's clothes back and forth a few times before speaking, if you both owe me half a life, together that makes a whole life. Chen smacked his lips and nodded in satisfaction, now that's fair. At this moment, Zhang Tian was kneeling on the ground with her hair disheveled, her usual cleanliness completely gone, her face ashen, her eyes filled with despair. She had originally thought that after advancing to a player, gaining
points, and using supply points to enhance her abilities, she would have enough confidence to face Qin Shen, who had always ignored her existence. But unexpectedly, the items in the supply points were so expensive that with only 1 point, she couldn't buy anything. If it weren't for the first entry into the supply point being free, she wouldn't even have been able to enter. Although she had changed classes and her physical abilities had doubled, the demon in front of her had also doubled in strength, not to mention the 2 fierce dogs beside her, eyeing her with long guns. Zhang Tiantian, who had been kneeling with her face to the ground, suddenly looked up at Chen Shen with a grim smile, her tone laced with sarcasm. So, our dear God here plans to administer justice? How do you intend to deal with me, the sinner? Like you did with Li Bing, breaking my limbs first and then throwing me into a pile of zombies? Zhang Tiantian, who already understood in her heart, had no expectation that the demon in front of her would spare her. When she learned that Ergo and Lu Dan had leaked information, she knew her fate was sealed. At this point, she no longer cared and vented her grievances before death arrived. She tucked her disheveled hair behind her ears, tidied her appearance, and disregarded the admiring gazes of Ergo and Lu Dan, her eyes filled with disdain, her tone mocking as she spoke. Our little boy, who was bullied before the apocalypse, transformed into a god on the second day of the apocalypse. Dressed in a suit, wearing a gentleman's hat, and using a handgun as a cane. You must have spent quite some time preparing this outfit before leaving your room in the morning. To be honest, there was a moment when I was a bit fascinated. After a pause, Zhang Tiantian's gaze drifted, and she lowered her head again, her voice suddenly becoming somber. But some people, even if they wear the cleanest clothes, their hearts are still filthy. A demon is ultimately just a demon. Even if it changes its skin, it cannot become a god. Even the 2 who leaked information to you beside you would never consider you a god. The weak should not possess power. The strong have the power to protect the weak, but once the weak gain power, they will turn the blade against the strong. At this point, Zhang Tiantian paused slightly. Suddenly raising her head, her expression twisted in rage, her hair disheveled like a vengeful spirit, she spoke in a sharp and urgent voice. But is it wrong for me to want to kill you? I saw that the global first kill was you, Qin Shen, but how did you get this first kill? Others may not know, but don't you understand in your heart? Zhang Tiantian gritted her teeth, each word hissing from her throat. You personally used a fire axe to kill your former classmate to get this first kill. You didn't even bother to check, you just opened your eyes and swung the axe. Yes, other classmates bullied you before, and now you have the power to seek revenge on them. I can't say much about that, but the few classmates you killed never bullied you. The zombie that helped you get that first kill was my best friend, my only friend. With a crazed expression, Zhang Tiantian, nearly breaking down, fixed her gaze on the unperturbed Qin Shen and roared, Tell me, should I not want to kill you? What kind of godly pedestal are you trying to set for yourself? Demon, you are just someone who obtained power that doesn't belong to you. Stunned by the volume, Qin Shen dug at his ears before speaking. That makes a lot of sense. Do you want to know how this little knight next to you got his 1-star spear? Little knight, why don't you tell your princess? Originally filled with rage and ready to retaliate with the spear, Shaoli suddenly deflated upon hearing this, looking at Zhang Tiantian beside him, unsure of how to respond. Let me explain. Qin Shen suddenly clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention, smacking his lips, and spoke with interest. If I'm not mistaken, the spear in this little knight's hand should have dropped from a zombie that practiced spear techniques in life. Oh, by the way, I believe you recognize the 2 people next to you as the ones who blocked you from entering the hotel that night. Zhang Tiantian glanced at the spears held by the people around her and suddenly thought of a possibility. Bingo, you guessed right, Chen Shen exclaimed, snapping his fingers. Dog Brother said he runs a martial arts school and practices with the spear. These people are his disciples. But these people clearly can't use the spear, so if I'm not mistaken, there should have been more than 3 people at the hotel that night. Most were tied up, and those were all from the martial arts school. Ignoring the changing expression of Mal beside him, Qin Shen continued, why would the martial arts people gather here? Why does Dog Brother indeed know spear techniques? The answer is quite obvious. Dog Brother should be a disciple from the martial arts school who brought everyone to the hotel and tied them up before the apocalypse broke out. You should be quite familiar with what happened next. Qin Shen smacked his lips and looked at Zhang Tiantian, saying, this little knight beside you did the same thing as I did. I was just thinking, why would this little knight, who clearly has a 1-star spear, choose the swordsman profession? Maybe he switched to swordsman because he lost an arm to a zombie, wanting to transform into Yangwei to protect you, this little fairy, or perhaps he wants to sever his disgraceful past. Suddenly realizing something, Qin Shen couldn't help but laugh, saying, but where's your sword? Could it be that you can't afford one? The atmosphere in the room had become so strange it felt like it was about to freeze. Zhang Tiantian, with her disheveled hair and
A venomous gaze knelt on the ground, staring silently at Chun Chen. Xiao Li, with a face full of guilt, stammered, preparing to explain something, wanting to lower his head to help Zheng Tian fix her hair. Mao, unsure of what to do, fidgeted with his hands behind his back. Go and Lu Dan stood by, their faces as pale as a door god. Chen Chen glanced around at the crowd, smacked his lips, and said with a hint of boredom, "Why does everyone look so gloomy? I'm a fair person. If you owe me a life, I'll take back a life. Which of you two is prepared to settle this debt?" Zhang Tian, who had just looked ashen and was glaring at Chen Chen with resentment, suddenly shot a glimmer of hope in his eyes and hoarsely asked, "Li Gu, what do you mean by that?" Impatiently, Chen Chen tapped his cane on the ground a few times before replying, "What I mean is that one of you just needs to repay the life you owe me. To be blunt, only one of you needs to die, and the other can live." Watching the interesting expressions on the faces of the two before him, Chen Chen suddenly broke into a grin, speaking with a hint of amusement. "But the choice lies in the hands of this little knight. In other words, little knight, you can choose for her to die." Chen Chen pointed his cane at Zhang Tian, then turned it towards Xiao Li, "Or you can die. So now, will our little knight choose to sacrifice himself for the princess, or sacrifice the princess?" Looking at Xiao Li's ever-changing expression, Chen Chen said with interest, "By the way, this little knight cannot resist. If you do, I will kill this princess right in front of you before I take you down." Hearing Chen's clear response, Zhang Tian was now silently kneeling on the ground with his head down, his long hair covering his face under the pull of gravity, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. Zhang Tian did not suggest that Xiao Li choose to sacrifice himself, nor did he suggest that Xiao Li choose to survive, and he did not vent his emotions at Chen Chen. He simply sat there quietly like a corpse, not uttering a word, his hair obscuring his expression. At this moment, Xiao Li, standing in place, did not make an immediate decision. He just tightened his grip on the gun in his hand, his eyes never leaving Zhang Tian, hoping that Zhang Tian would look up at him. However, Zhang Tian never lifted his head to look at him. Glancing at the two, Go and Lu Dan, who were pointing their guns at him, Xiao Li took a deep breath, threw the long gun aside, and said sadly, "Li Gu, you're right, we do owe you a life." Xiao Li suddenly paused, then forced a bitter smile and said, "My choice is." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Li suddenly stopped, looking down to see a familiar gun barrel protruding from his chest, piercing through his back. Drip, drip. Dark red blood dripped from the wound onto the ground. His body weakened, knees buckling, Xiao Li knelt down, his eyes blank as he looked up at the store where Dog Gu had disappeared, murmuring, "Dog Gu, you were right, I really don't belong in this damned apocalypse." Under Zheng Yang's gaze, Xiao Li, pierced through the chest by a long spear, collapsed to the ground, his head drooping weakly to one side, this spear severing all his life force. Behind Xiao Li, gripping the spear tightly, was Zhang Tian, who had just knelt on the ground, silent and afraid to meet Xiao Li's eyes. At that moment, Zhang Tian bit his lip, his face twisted in a grimace like a vengeful spirit, and spoke in a hoarse voice, "We have returned the life you owed us. From today on, we owe each other nothing." Just as Xiao Li was about to make a choice, Zhang Tian, who had been kneeling, suddenly grabbed the spear that Xiao Li had thrown aside and, using all his strength, aimed for the back of Xiao Li's heart, interrupting Xiao Li's words. Go and Lu Dan had just looked at Xiao Li with sorrowful eyes, waiting for him to make a choice, hoping that Li Gu would give him a dignified end, and did not notice Zhang Tian's actions. Although Xiao Li had indeed failed to notify them in time at the supply point, leading to Go Ji's misjudgment and death at the hands of zombies, they were still brothers, and watching him die was enough to distract their minds. After Zhang Tian's job change, his physical abilities had doubled, and a spear thrust with all his might was not so easy to dodge. Chen Chen did not speak up to warn him because he wanted to see if this little knight would dodge. Yes, when Zhang Tian picked up the spear from the ground and prepared to stab Xiao Li had already sensed it and understood Zhang Tian's intention. Chen Chen clearly saw the light in Xiao Li's eyes shift from a generous willingness to sacrifice to a moment of despair and hopelessness when he realized Zhang Tian's intent. On the way with Gogu, Xiao Li had killed quite a few zombies under the unit door, so his points should not be few. Since he hadn't bought a knife, he might have learned a skill. This skill was likely a reconnaissance type, allowing Xiao Li to clearly perceive Zhang Tian's intention even with his back turned. Betrayed by his own princess, the one he had always wanted to protect, the little knight, in his despair, chose to give up his life. In his final moments, he fulfilled his princess's wish as a knight. This youthful face, filled with adolescent fantasies, always dreaming of being a knight, did not die under the wrath of the evil dragon but fell to the betrayal of the princess. "Can I leave now? We have repaid the life I owed you," Zhang Tian said, looking at Chen Chen, who was standing there, staring blankly at Xiao Li. He slightly rose, released the spear, and cautiously spoke. Chen Chen, gripping his cane tightly, his knuckles protruding, veins bulging, and fingertips turning white as he suppressed his emotions, slowly spoke in a hoarse voice. He was clearly prepared to make a sacrifice. Why did you still do this? Sensing that Chen Shen's emotions were off, Zhang Tiantian slowly retreated while Ergo and Lu Dan were still in a daze, trying to speak. In a gentle tone, I can't afford to gamble, I don't dare to bet on his choice. I have more important things to do, I can't die here. Yes, you have more important things. What are those things? Chen Shen replied softly, still staring at Xiao Li's body. I need to gain power, I want to save the classmates trapped in the school. Xiao Li's sacrifice is worth it. We agreed to go together to save the classmates trapped in the school. If he were still alive, he would definitely make this choice, Zhang Tiantian responded, turning to look in the direction of the school, his eyes firm and filled with strength. Chen Shen lowered his head and murmured, yes, you are right. If he were still alive, he would also make this choice. Since you know this, why do you help him make this choice? Just because you are afraid to gamble? Chen Shen, who had shifted his gaze away from Xiaoli, suddenly bent down to roll up his pant leg, revealing a long scar about 5 centimeters in length, grotesque like a snake, at his knee, and pressed down on the scar with his hand several times. It doesn't hurt anymore. There's a piece of flesh missing beneath this scar, and the nerves in this area are severed, so I have no sensation. I often like to pinch the scar with my nails. Every time I feel the touch on my flesh, the nerves don't send any pain signals, and this feeling always reminds me of the past. After rolling his pant leg back down, Chen Shen straightened up but kept his head lowered, continuing in a deep voice, do you know how this scar came to be? Many people might think this is just a child's ignorance. Zhang Tiantian, sensing that Chen Shen's tone was becoming increasingly off, suddenly recalled how he had spoken in a similarly calm and flat manner before executing Li Bing on the balcony that day. Sensing the air of danger, Zhang Tiantian slowly began to move back. Trying to distance herself from Chen Shen's range, she knew his marksmanship wasn't great, and at a distance, his hit rate would be very low. Unaware of Zhang Tiantian's movements, Chen Shen continued, that was when I was in second grade. It was my birthday that weekend, and I had made plans with my classmates to celebrate together. That day, I stole 20 yuan from home, took some bread and sausages from the fridge, and excitedly went to find my classmates. The atmosphere had become even more eerie than before, the world seemed to fall silent in an instant, and even the breeze seemed afraid to howl, leaving only Chen Shen's murmuring voice. With his head still lowered, Chen Shen's expression was unreadable, and he spoke in an extremely flat tone, and then, when I found my classmates, they were playing a beanbag toss. I happily shared the bread and sausages I brought and used the 20 yuan I stole to buy drinks for them. After we were all full, I was ready to join them in their game. After a pause, Chen Shen suddenly threw his cane to the ground and continued, then, they didn't let me join their game. I watched them play all afternoon, unable to hold back my grievances, and ran home. On the way, my vision blurred, and I fell, scraping my knee on a pile of glass, leaving this scar. It's a very boring story. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Chen Shen looked up at Zhang Tiantian, who had retreated several meters. Feeling Chen Shen's gaze, Zhang Tiantian suddenly stopped in her tracks, prepared to explain, but opened her mouth without saying anything, then suddenly buried her head and ran wildly down the road. At that moment, Chen Shen raised his head, his face filled with uncontrollable brutality, and roared, since childhood, I have been searching for someone I can trust wholeheartedly, someone I can fully trust. I searched for a long time, but found no one, not a single damn person. But you clearly have such a fool who trusts you, a fool willing to sacrifice his life to protect you. But why don't you trust him? What gives you the right to betray someone who trusts you completely? What gives him the right to be sincere to you while you stab him in the back? What gives you the right? What gives you the right? The world suddenly fell silent, with only the sound of Zhang Tiantian's heavy breathing as she ran ahead and Chen Shen's uncontrollable roar behind her. The next second, a 10-barrel Gatling gun abruptly appeared in Chen Shen's hands, the 10 barrels beginning to slowly rotate around the main axis. The frenzied Chen Shen didn't care that a battery required 500 points to exchange, he only had one battery now. He also ignored the roaring sound of the Gatling gun, which was enough to alert all the zombies on this street and draw them in. Driven by emotion, Chen Shen's mind was consumed by a single thought, to destroy the woman before him, the one who had sent a person who trusted her straight to hell. When Ergo and Lu Dan, who were standing still, saw a Gatling gun appear out of thin air in Chen Shen's hands, their first reaction was disbelief. Could the equipment store exchange for something like this? They remembered only seeing 2 small handguns at the equipment store. However, the next second, they witnessed the almost insane Chen Shen aiming the Gatling gun at Zhang Tiantian, who was desperately fleeing down the street, as the 10 gun barrels began to spin around the main axis and gradually quicken. Damn! Without having time to think too much, the two of them almost simultaneously fled towards Chen Shen, huddling together. They had originally been positioned on either side of Zhang Tian, and now, with her fleeing, there was not only Zhang Tian in front of Chen Chen's gun but also the two of them. They remembered that their new boss wasn't very good with a gun and didn't want to die from stray bullets, becoming collateral damage. At this moment, Chen gritted his teeth, veins bulging around his eyes. His vision contained none of the people beside him, no straight street, no shops on either side, and certainly no sun above. All he could see was Zhang Tian, who was about to run far away. In Chen Chen's eyes, this woman slowly overlapped with the figure of someone who had betrayed him in the past. How can you betray someone who trusts you? Damn it! The frenzied Chen squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth and issued a death sentence for Zhang Tian. The next second, he pulled the trigger. The 10 gun barrels began to spin rapidly, and the roar erupted suddenly, with orange-red flames bursting from the barrels. The immense light from the gun's muzzle made the world appear dimmer to the three people behind him. Zhang Tian, who was fleeing ahead, heard the rapid gunfire and had a fleeting thought: when did Chen Chen's gun become so fast? Then she was engulfed by the steel rain from behind. After her class change, her physical abilities had doubled, and she thought she could escape, but she was like paper, not even able to let out a scream. In an instant, she exploded before everyone like a water-filled balloon being pierced, leaving not even a whole piece of flesh. The two behind her, stunned by the sound, were filled with uncontainable fear as they looked at the frenzied man in front of them. Seeing Zhang Tian transformed into a sky full of flesh, Chen did not stop shooting. He aimed the gun at the ground where Zhang Tian had died in crazily sprayed bullets, which swept across the asphalt road like locusts. The road was completely torn apart, with debris flying in the air and dust rising like smoke. He was venting the emotions he had been holding back inside. At this moment, the zombies hiding in the shops on both sides of the street, having evolved and consumed, were all startled by the roar of the Gatling gun and quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. Li Gu. Lu Dan couldn't help but remind him. The zombies from the surrounding shops surged out, and at a glance, hundreds of them surrounded them like a scene from a gang fight. Damn it, there are so many zombies hiding in the shops on both sides. I've already seen dozens of level 2 zombies. After observing for a few seconds, Ergo's pupils suddenly constricted, and he cursed. We're going to have to fight for our lives. Lu Dan tightened his grip on the long gun and exchanged a glance with Ergo. Meanwhile, Chen, who had been venting his emotions along with the bullets, slowly began to calm down. He looked around, and the zombies were crazily rushing towards them from the shops on both sides. Go pick up my handgun from the ground, don't let it get splattered with blood later. You guys stay behind me and watch out for any stragglers. Chen said, frowning at the three people beside him who were preparing to fight with their long guns. After saying that, he ignored everything else. A single battery was only enough to keep the Gatling gun firing for a minute, so he needed to act quickly, otherwise, once the Gatling stopped, their situation would become quite dire. Chen didn't think much more about it. He weighed the Gatling gun in his hands, aiming the barrel first at the approaching zombie on the left, without deliberately aiming for its head. Under the barrage of bullets, the body was instantly shattered. No matter how strong the life force, it couldn't survive when its body was torn apart. Tap tap tap. The rapid gunfire rang out in the middle of the street like the sound of rain. A zombie that had just rushed out from the nearest store on the left suddenly encountered a torrent of steel, losing consciousness in the next second, its body shattered. Player Chen killed a LV1 zombie, points +1. Player Chen killed a LV1 zombie, points +1. Player Chen killed a LV1 zombie, points +1. The dense system notifications rang in Chen ears. Annoyed by the noise, he turned off the system alerts. After clearing out the zombies that had rushed from the nearest store on the left, he ignored the zombies on both ends of the street that were crazily running towards them, turning around to aim the gun directly at the zombies coming from the nearest store on the right. Time to brush your teeth, brother, Chen said, frowning. The zombie in front was almost upon them, its bloody stench enveloping them as it roared. Tap tap tap. The roar of the 5-star equipped Gatling gun sounded again. The zombies rushing towards them, just as they were about to open their gaping mouths to welcome fresh meat, found their mouths filled with bullets. Boom! The head exploded instantly. The zombie's head burst like fireworks, splattering the black, viscous substance everywhere. After clearing the nearest zombies on both sides, Chen aimed the gun at the zombies charging towards them from both ends of the street. Tap tap tap. Like a sickle cutting wheat, the zombies in front fell in droves. Finally, the gunfire stopped, and the smoke cleared. The air became quiet. At this moment, the street was no longer the tidy place it had been in the morning, it was littered with zombie corpses and the asphalt road had been peeled back. The black, viscous substance from the zombie heads flowed over the black asphalt, which would gradually dry and form new asphalt under the sun's scorching heat. Standing in place, Chen Shen's gray suit was already wrinkled, and his gentleman's hat had fallen to the ground at some point. Bent over slightly, he pointed the barrel of the Gatling gun down towards the ground, holding the tail of the gun, gasping for breath. He looked somewhat disheveled. Indeed, although Chen Shen's physical condition had been doubled after his job change, he still couldn't withstand carrying the dozens of kilograms of the Gatling gun and fighting for a full minute. The three of them, with Mao, Donkey Egg, and Ergo, were in good physical condition. After all, most of the zombies had been killed by Chen Shen, and they hadn't even encountered any zombies that could break through the steel tide. However, Ergo managed to kill a few zombies by picking up the desert eagle that Chen Shen had dropped on the ground. After catching his breath while leaning on the Gatling gun, Chen Shen paused for a moment, stored the Gatling gun in his backpack, and bent down to pick up the gentleman's hat that had fallen on the ground. He shook it off a couple of times and put it back on his head, then straightened up and looked at Ergo. Feeling Chen Shen's gaze, Ergo immediately turned the desert eagle he was holding, pointing the barrel at himself. He offered the gun to Chen Shen, awkwardly saying, "Here, brotherly." After taking the desert eagle, Chen Shen wiped the grip with Ergo's clothes before gripping it again, standing firm and restoring its identity as a cane. After a moment, Chen Shen fixed his gaze on Ergo, a playful smile on his face as he asked, "So, how's this gun? Not bad, right? Is it useful?" Just as Ergo was about to nod, he recalled the tragic state of Zheng Tiantian when he died and immediately shook his head, saying, "It's good, but it's not suitable for me. My chosen profession is a healer." "Oh, a big guy like you who looks like a gangster in peacetime actually chose to become a healer," Chen Shen said, suddenly intrigued. The tough guy in front of him felt his cheeks flush slightly at the comment, scratching his head shyly as he replied, "Actually, my biggest wish before the apocalypse was to become a doctor and save lives. But since I never went to school, they wouldn't accept me at the hospital, so I made a fake medical qualification certificate." "And then you successfully became a doctor? That's ridiculous," Donkey Egg interjected suddenly. He had known Ergo in prison and had never heard this part of his history. "Of course not. No regular hospital would take me, so I went to a rural clinic and managed to pass as a doctor here." Go continued. Go on," Chen Shen said casually, looking at a nearby storefront. Encouraged by Chen Shen, Ergo became animated, waving his hands as he recounted. "Then one night, a drunk customer came to me complaining of a headache. I had self-studied medicine online and remembered that cephalosporins could treat headaches, so I prescribed her some. The next day, I was arrested." Donkey Egg, who had been listening intently, couldn't help but open his mouth wide in disbelief at the end of the story, unable to close it for a moment, and blurted out, "Quack." When he had asked Ergo several times in prison how he ended up there, Ergo had never answered. Donkey Egg had always thought it was for some unspeakable crime like rape, never imagining there was such a story behind it. After Ergo finished his tale, Mao couldn't help but burst into laughter, saying, "TSK, now in the apocalypse, no one can control you anymore. You just switched to being a healer, that's brilliant." The three of them exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh together. The laughter dissipated the tension, eased their distrust, and cleared the smoke in the air. Ergo, who was laughing heartily, discreetly glanced at Chen Shen to observe his reaction. The reason Chen Shen had such a strong reaction to Zheng Tiantian killing Shaoli was not because he cared about Shaoli, but because he couldn't accept that betrayal happened right before his eyes. Ergo speculated about his own feelings. A person who had been betrayed many times would find it hard to trust anyone, but once they successfully trusted someone, they would regard that person as a confidant. Having already decided to follow brotherly, Ergo naturally wanted to find a way to gain Chen Shen's trust, especially since he was the first to pledge allegiance. And the best way to gain someone's trust was to tell stories. It takes 2 years for two gorillas to build trust. It only takes 2 hours for the two people to establish trust. Because people tell stories. Chen Shen withdrew his gaze from the nearby store and looked at the three people in front of him, interrupting with a flat expression. "A lot of level 2 zombies have died, so there should be quite a few items dropped. You guys go help me collect them." The three exchanged glances, their eyes conveying a mutual understanding as they nodded in agreement. They then dispersed to search for any items that might be under the zombies. Not far away, Ergo and Lu Dan, having finished searching all the dropped items, met up without making eye contact, as if they had just accidentally bumped into each other. "Ergo, are we really going to follow this Chen Shen? I always feel like he's not a good person." Lu Dan spoke first, his lips slightly parted. Ergo couldn't help but look at Lu Dan with a gaze that suggested he thought he was foolish. "Are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten why you ended up in prison? Are you a good person?" Upon hearing this, Lu Dan seemed to be taken aback for a moment before mumbling, "Yeah, if you hadn't said it, I would have almost forgotten. Being with this guy makes me feel like a pure and kind little rabbit." Glancing at his brother who couldn't see the situation clearly, Ergo spoke helplessly. "Sticking with this brother does give us some backing. People like him, who are extreme, are often more trustworthy. For example, if you're in danger, someone might save you for various reasons. But this guy will save you for one reason: you are someone he trusts. And you cannot die. At least if you can gain his trust, you don't have to worry about being abandoned in a moment of danger." Ergo paused for a moment, a hint of helplessness on his face, and continued, "Besides, there's no choice. If you look back now, Chen Chen is definitely watching us. That desert eagle he has been using as a cane has already been slightly raised. You can look back, but don't make any big movements, or it won't just be slightly raised, it will be pointed directly at you." Unconvinced, Lu Dan turned around and made eye contact with Chen Chen, who was looking this way, and then he noticed that the desert eagle had already been slightly raised at some point. Suddenly feeling a shiver, Lu Dan immediately responded to Chen Chen with a smile like a puppy and quickly turned back around. "Phew, you scared me. How did you know? Did you learn a scouting skill?" Lu Dan couldn't help but ask. "Nonsense, we've just been following Chen Chen, whispering to each other for so long, anyone would be suspicious, especially someone as paranoid as Chen Chen," Ergo said, unable to hide his frustration. "Have you finished searching? If you're done, hurry back and report. Remember not to keep anything for yourself, be smart about it." Watching the two whispering not far away, Chen Chen didn't react much. The slight raising of his cane was just a subconscious response. In a place like the apocalypse, the only thing that gives him a sense of security is the gun in his hand. That's why, even though he has backpack space, Chen Chen still refuses to put the desert eagle in it and continues to use it as a cane. Looking at his points balance, he had 456 points. He needed 44 more points to go to the supply point and buy another battery, but he couldn't go in today. If he could gather enough points today, he would go tomorrow. Chen Chen silently calculated in his heart. "Li Gu, this is the loot we collected." The return of the three interrupted Chen Chen's thoughts. As he took the items from their hands, he suddenly asked, "How many square meters is your space backpack?" Upon hearing this, Ergo's pupils constricted as he instantly understood what Chen Chen meant. After a brief pause, he replied with a bitter smile, "Li Gu, don't tease us. The cheapest space backpack costs 500 points, we can't afford that." Chen Chen nodded in acknowledgement and took the 5 items handed over by the three. One was a long spear shape, 2 were token shapes, 1 was a doll shape, and 1 was a knife shape. He began to check their attributes. Soul Chasing Spear Equipment Level, 2-star. Equipment attributes, Strength +8, Stamina +5. Equipment Special Skill, each time you kill a living being, you can absorb its life source to restore your own stamina. Equipment description, this spear may not be the longest, but it is definitely the most enduring. Chen Chen looked up at Donkey Egg and asked, "This is a 2-star spear. What profession did you change to?" Understanding Chen Chen's meaning, Donkey Egg swallowed hard and regretfully said, "Not really suitable for me, I changed to a swordsman." Beside him, Air Mao immediately spoke up with excitement, Li Gu, I changed to a gunner." Chen Chen glanced at the eagerly anticipating Air Mao, ignored his words, and continued to check the other items. Attribute token equipment level, 1-star equipment attributes, non-equipment effect, using it can enhance your stamina by 1 point. Equipment description, it can make you last a little longer. Equipment durability, 1-to-1 without a second thought, Chen Chen crushed it, adding a point to his stamina. With his poor stamina base, even after enhancing his physical attributes, his stamina was still not very good. Area Horn Equipment Level 1-star equipment attributes, non-equipment special skill, allows players within a 10-kilometer radius to hear your voice. Equipment durability, 1 of 1. Equipment description, you've grown up, quickly announce your existence to the world. Looking at the area horn in his hand, a strong sense of low-quality webgame style hit Chen Chen, causing his mouth to twitch. He decided to temporarily put it into his space backpack. Seeing that the token in Chen's hand had not been crushed but had vanished in a flip of his hand, Ergo and Donkey Egg exchanged glances, confirming their thoughts. Chen Chen indeed had a backpack space. When that Gatling gun appeared out of nowhere, Ergo had already been thinking along these lines, and now it could be confirmed. The smallest backpack costs 500 points, and being able to spend points on a non-essential space backpack must have cost even more points to enhance one's strength. Like that deadly weapon. Chen Chen gazed at the token in his hand, lost in thought. This thing could be considered useless, yet it also had its uses. It would likely come in handy in the future. However, these dropped items were ones Chen Chen had never seen in the shop, regardless of their value, at least they were not standard equipment. But the dropped items were indeed hard to describe. Just think about a small team of 3 fighting desperately against a zombie with 2 members losing their lives and 1 severely injured. The injured person excitedly picked up the zombie's dropped item, thinking he was about to soar. Then he discovered it was an area horn, probably enough to make him vomit blood from anger, but at least he could leave a regional farewell message, which wasn't too bad. Chen silently complained in his heart as he examined the doll-shaped object in his hand, hoping it would bring some surprises. Cursed doll equipment level 3-star equipment attributes, none equipment special skill, this cursed doll can take 1 fatal attack for you. Equipment durability, 1-to-1 equipment description, remember, it's a fatal attack. Chen looked at the attribute page of the cursed doll in front of him, initially showing a pleased expression. After all, it was an item that could replace him in enduring a fatal attack. In this apocalyptic world, where danger lurked at every corner, its value was certainly not low. However, when he saw that this equipment was only 3 stars, Chen frowned. He clearly remembered the resurrection armor in the hidden shop, which was a 7-star item priced at a staggering 1 million points. Yet this cursed doll, with an effect not much different from the resurrection armor, was only 3 stars. Chen pupils suddenly constricted as he noticed the emphasis on fatal attack in the equipment description. It could only withstand 1 fatal attack. This meant that after being defeated, if the enemy shot him in the head, the fatal attack would be blocked by the cursed doll, and if the enemy saw he was still alive, they would shoot him in the head again, and then he would die. What good is this? The only useful aspect was that it could help him survive a surprise attack, and perhaps offer a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation. With that thought, Chen still hung the cursed doll at his waist, believing that this little gadget could surprise any enemy who tried to ambush him. Equipment only took effect when worn in the backpack, it was merely a collectible. Among the 5 dropped items, only the last one, a knife-like object, remained. Chen did not check its equipment information but looked up at the donkey egg, who had been waiting for him to check the weapon's attributes. With a mocking smile, the donkey egg said, "Do you want it?" For a moment, the donkey egg was unsure of Chen meaning, hesitated for a moment, and finally awkwardly replied, "Yes." Catch. Without checking the equipment information, Chen casually tossed it to the donkey egg, who had his arms wide open. Finally obtaining the exclusive weapon for knife users, the donkey egg excitedly began to wave it in the air, seeming to have some skill. After checking everything, Chen clapped his hands to shake off the non-existent dust and turned his gaze toward the nearby shop, saying, "You've been observing us for so long, aren't you going to invite us in for a cup of tea?" Hearing Chen speak, the other 3 followed his gaze to the shop. Mao suddenly became excited. "Li Gu, that's the shop where Dog Gu escaped, he might still be alive, waiting for us there." Go beside him looked at Mao, who couldn't recognize the situation, with a complex expression. In the current situation, whether Dog Gu was dead or alive, it was all the same, he could only be dead. "Oh, so he hid in this shop, what a coincidence," Chen glanced at Mao and said indifferently. "But since the master doesn't seem to welcome us, let's go." Looking at the sun about to set, Chen prepared to find a nearby place to spend the night. Li Good, don't go. There's a high possibility that Dog Gu is in that shop. He still has a few chances to recover today, and after his job change, all his injuries will be healed. Seeing Chen's intention to leave, Mao immediately spoke up anxiously and excitedly. "And then?" Chen replied impatiently. "And then?" Mao was a bit stumped by the question, unsure how to respond. "Wait, big brothers, don't leave yet." At that moment, a clear voice came from the shop. However, it was not Dog Ge's voice, but that of a young woman. Hearing the sound, they stopped. Chen's companions, the donkey egg and Ergo, exchanged a glance, a hint of confusion flashing in their eyes. How had a woman managed to survive for so long in a store filled with zombies? Not far away, a young woman in a police uniform pushed open the store door and leaned out. "Gentlemen, I mean no harm. I was hiding in this store and came out to investigate when I heard the urgent gunfire." The woman glanced at the corpses of zombies scattered on the ground, then looked at the strange combination in front of her, 2 men who gave off a first impression of being gangsters, a youthful-looking boy, and a young man in a suit and gentleman's hat, leaning on what appeared to be a gun. Why would someone be dressed like this in the apocalypse? Did this person understand the situation? Most importantly, this person seemed to be the leader. The woman hesitated, uncertainty in her voice as she asked, "Are you military? Has the country started rescuing survivors?" Chen narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the woman before him. She wore a slightly dusty, wrinkled police uniform, had a high ponytail, was tall, and her eyes sparkled with intensity, holding a standard-issue handgun. Her bare face looked clean, yet her eyes were filled with hope. "What answer are you waiting for?" Chen replied expressionlessly. If the military still exists, they would likely first deal with the zombies that broke out within their ranks. Let's go inside, I have some things I want to ask you. Upon hearing Chen Chen's request, the woman's brows furrowed, her hands gripping the handgun in a combat stance, the barrel angled downward, her gaze shifting to the two burly men behind Chen Chen. She spoke, "There are survivors gathered inside. Who are these two behind you?" Seeing the gun pointed vaguely at him, a shadow crossed Chen Chen's brow, and he spoke with evident impatience, "These two are survivors I rescued." After a moment of contemplation, the woman, realizing her own enhanced physical attributes, felt the power coursing through her body and holstered her handgun, her red lips parting as she said, "My name is Li Shixia. What should I call you?" "You can call me Chen." With the given name Li, Chen Chen leaned on his cane and walked toward the store, the three behind him following silently, clearly relying on Chen Chen's lead. Inside the store, Li Shixia glanced at Mao, who had been scanning the surroundings, before turning her attention back to Chen Chen. Unable to suppress her excitement, she asked the question she had been wanting to know, "Did you kill all the zombies on that street outside?" "I heard the urgent gunfire earlier, it sounded like a small teen was using submachine guns." Chen Chen surveyed the surroundings. It was a liquor store, but the alcohol sold was not from any brand on the market. Jars of liquor were stored in ceramic urns, without labels, simply placed on the shelves, giving off a somewhat shabby appearance. Hearing Li Shixia's question, Chen Chen chuckled softly, "You should know that firearms from before the apocalypse can no longer be used, right? Like the one at your waist, I didn't see that model for sale at the supply point, so there's no need to scare people with it." "What do you mean?" Li Shixia asked, her expression shifting between uncertainty and anger. "I bought the firearm at the supply point. Didn't you also successfully change your occupation?" Chen Chen looked at the woman in front of him, who had been pretending to be clueless. With a half smile, "I want to ask you something. Have you been in this store since the outbreak of the apocalypse?" Caught off guard, Li Shixia's embarrassment quickly faded, and she responded calmly, "Before the virus outbreak, I was patrolling this street to maintain order. When the virus broke out, I couldn't control the situation and took some survivors into this store to hide." Chen Chen scanned the store, taking in the footprints everywhere. The blood on the ground, the fallen wine racks, and the chaos all around. "This environment doesn't look very peaceful. According to you, you've been in this store the whole time. Did you see anyone enter the supply point? The little black room?" Chen Chen asked slowly. Hearing the question, Li Shixia lowered her head and began to recall. "No rush, take your time. Li Gu, there's a situation over here," said Ergo, who was searching the store. Upon hearing this, Chen Chen leaned on his cane and walked over. An entrance to a basement, the cover over it had been opened, and a staircase led down into the depths. It was dark below, visibility was poor, and only the sounds of human commotion could be heard. Of course, zombies can't be stopped inside the store. This store has its own wine cellar, which is quite spacious. When the virus broke out, I brought them here to hide. Li Shixia explained, following closely behind Chen Chen. "What did you eat?" Chen Chen asked. "We haven't eaten for a day and a night. There's no shortage of alcohol in the tavern, but as for food, there really isn't any." Remembering the zombies outside with their monstrous physical abilities, Li Shixia couldn't help but show a hint of fear in her eyes as she continued, "I tried to go out yesterday morning to find food, but it failed." "Li Gu, I found dog goo," said Mao, who had been searching for dog goo in the store, his voice tinged with sorrow. Chen Chen walked over to Mao and saw a body curled up at the bottom of a large wine vat with the cover lifted. The vat was empty. The body was clutching a glowing spear tightly in its arms. Looking at the body at the bottom of the vat, Chen Chen thoughtfully said, "Take the spear and come with me to the wine cellar. We'll sleep here tonight and set off in the morning." With that, he turned and left. Behind him, Mao, filled with sadness, took the spear from Dog Ji's hands and covered the vat, as a way to give him a proper burial, not failing Dog Gu, who had died for his brother. He then followed closely behind Chen Chen. "Let's go down, officer. I hope you don't mind taking us in for the night," Chen Chen said, not waiting for a reply before continuing to give orders. Mao, take the spear and go in front." "Yes." The once pitch-black basement, where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, suddenly had a glimmer of light. With the appearance of this light, the noise abruptly stopped, and Chen Chen used the illumination to observe the basement. It was about 20 square meters, with grass mats on the floor. There were about 7 or 8 people crowded on the left side of the basement. Chen Chen frowned and covered his mouth and nose, looking at the filth on the right side of the basement. In a sealed room, human waste would definitely feel like a biological weapon. After carefully examining the few people in front of him, Chen Chen couldn't help but sigh. This group was so close to the supply point, yet only Li Shixia was an advanced player. Could it be that this female officer was hiding the truth for some reason? Chen Shan looked at the 6 survivors of the apocalypse in front of him. A middle-aged couple, an old man, an old woman, and a young couple who looked like high school students. After a long time in darkness, the 6 survivors suddenly felt a source of light, and the pain in their eyes made them instinctively squint. As they looked at the unexpected guests that had suddenly appeared before them, they subconsciously shrank back into the corner, and no one dared to speak first. At that moment, Li Shixia, who was at the back, lowered the lid at the entrance and walked in front of Air Mao, looking at the people in the basement and said, "I'm back. I checked it out, the gunfire outside is not from the army." Upon seeing a familiar figure appear, a sense of security immediately surged among the people in the basement. The previously quiet basement, which had become silent after Chen Shan and the others arrived, instantly became even noisier than before. "What do you mean it's not the army? Then tell me where the gunfire is coming from. You're not saying it's the mafia, are you?" "Officer, my wife is so hungry she's about to collapse. Have you found any food? What does the army eat? They collect so many taxes from us, and at a critical moment, we can't even see a shadow. Officer, what's the situation outside? We can't just stay in this broken place forever." "Who are these people? Did you bring them back from outside, officer? Young man, tell me what's going on outside." "Officer Lee, that shameless old man just touched my butt in the dark. Can you hurry up and arrest him?" "Shut your damn mouth. You're a person who's buried below the neck. Do you think I'd be interested in you?" The voices erupted in the cramped space, with only the young couple huddled together in silence in the corner. Bang! A dull gunshot echoed in the small basement, and Chen Shan, having just fired a shot with his cane, impatiently dug at his ear and muttered, "You're making too much noise." Li Shixia, who had just been standing in front of Chen Shan, didn't see what he had shot with. It couldn't be that cane that looked like a desert eagle. Could it? Ridiculous, how could there be such a long gun? I didn't see any supply point selling that gun. As Li Shixia internally complained, she saw the scene quiet down again and then spoke in a commanding tone. "Everyone, the situation outside is very dangerous, there are corpses of zombies everywhere." Suddenly remembering that there were zombie corpses outside, Li Shixia paused. "Although the zombies on this street have been killed by the gentleman behind me, this virus outbreak is global, so going outside is still very dangerous." With a serious expression, Li Shixia spoke decisively, "We must trust the country. I believe the country will soon restore order and send the army to rescue us." At that moment, a system voice rang in the ears of everyone present. Regional broadcast, "Hello everyone, I am Old Ghost. I have established a shelter at the Central Hospital of Xian City. Comfortable beds, clean drinking water, delicious food, everything you need. It is enough to ensure everyone's safety. Survivors are welcome to come and take refuge. Let's work together to face this disaster. By the way, let me inform you that killing zombies can earn points. You can exchange items in the Black House to enhance your physical abilities. Keep striving to survive." Regional broadcast, "Hello everyone, I am Old Ghost. I have established a shelter at the Central Hospital of Xian City. Comfortable beds, clean drinking water, delicious food, everything you need. It is enough to ensure everyone's safety. Survivors are welcome to come and take refuge. Let's work together to face this disaster. By the way, let me share some information with everyone. Killing zombies can earn you points. You can exchange them for items in the Black House to enhance your physical abilities. Work hard to survive." Area announcement, "Hello everyone, I am Old Ghost. I have established a shelter at the Central Hospital of Weston City. Comfortable beds, clean drinking water, delicious food, everything you need. It's enough to ensure everyone's safety. Survivors are welcome to come and take refuge. Let's work together to face this disaster. By the way, let me share some information with everyone. Killing zombies can earn you points. You can exchange them for items in the Black House to enhance your physical abilities. Work hard to survive." The system voice repeated 3 times echoed in the ears of those present. The young boy who had been huddled in the corner suddenly perked up upon hearing the system voice, shaking off his despair, and excitedly stood up, saying, "I knew it. I knew it. I knew the apocalypse would be gamified. How could there not be a system? What's going on, miss? Points and a shop? Am I hearing things?" The old woman sitting on the ground trembled as she leaned against the wall to stand up, looking at Li Shixia. "You old woman, stop worrying about irrelevant things. The urgent matter now is to get to that shelter. I don't want to stay in this damned place for another moment," the old man beside her said, seeing the old woman trembling and unsteady, quickly getting up to support her while complaining. Officer, when the virus first broke out, I saw you come out of a black house when you saved me. Is that the little black house mentioned in the voice just now where we can exchange goods? The middle-aged man couldn't help but complain. Officer, you really kept it deep. If I hadn't heard the voice just now, how long would you have kept this from me? The middle-aged man's wife also chimed in with dissatisfaction. Hearing that a shelter had been established, Li Shixia initially showed joy but was interrupted by the voices in front of her. Hearing the crowd's questions, Li Shixia pondered for a moment before speaking. If you don't kill zombies to enter the supply point, you can only change jobs to enhance your physical abilities and cannot exchange for anything. The reason I didn't tell you is that I didn't understand the situation at the time either. After a pause, she looked at everyone with a serious expression and continued, by the time I figured out what was going on, the apocalypse had fully erupted, and there were zombies everywhere outside. It was impossible to go out. After calmly responding to the crowd's questions, Li Shixia spoke again. Tonight, let's rest well, and tomorrow morning I will take you to the supply point on this street to enhance your physical abilities, and then we will head to the shelter together. I will protect you all on the way to the shelter. Li Shixia said firmly, radiating a sense of divine light. Then, Li Shixia turned her gaze to Chen Shan, who had been standing still and unresponsive, her eyes filled with anticipation. Ignoring the gaze cast by Li Shixia, Chen Shan frowned in disdain at the environment of the basement. He said to the three people behind him, let's sleep here tonight and head to school early tomorrow. Chen Shan, didn't you hear that? A shelter has been set up at the nearby central hospital? Why go to school? Why not come with us to the shelter? Li Shixia spread her arms to block Chen Shan's path. Lost in thoughts about tomorrow's itinerary, Chen Shan had no intention of paying attention to the woman in front of him and pushed her aside. He walked straight towards the middle-aged couple. You two can squeeze over there, my friend and I will sleep here tonight. Why should we? We got here first. The middle-aged man, halfway through his sentence, saw the young man in front of him press the cane against his forehead, instantly breaking out in a cold sweat, and the words he hadn't finished were swallowed back down. He had just witnessed this cane-like object fire a shot into the air, so he naturally dared not say another word. He could only retreat to the side with his wife, wearing a forced smile. Mao, you're carrying Zhang Tiantian's backpack, right? Take out the chocolate, eat something to fill your stomach, and get to bed early. We'll set off first thing in the morning. Okay. As Mao put down the backpack, he looked at Chen Shan with a questioning expression, hesitating to speak. Ultimately unable to hold back, Mao handed the chocolate to Chen Shan while saying, Li Gu, why aren't we going to the shelter? They have comfortable beds, clean water, and food there. Ignoring Mao's question, Chen Shan swallowed the chocolate in 2 bites, hugged the cane tightly to his chest, and covered his face with the gentleman's hat, closing his eyes to prepare for sleep. Beside him, Lu Dan snatched the chocolate from Mao's hand and said, Are you stupid? In the apocalypse, they set up a shelter providing housing and food without asking for anything in return. Do you think he's the reincarnation of the Virgin Mary? Ergo looked at Lu Dan in surprise, wondering how he suddenly became so sharp today when he usually took a long time to think. Rest up. If you want to follow Li Gu, remember to talk less and work more. Ergo glared fiercely at the others who were preparing to come over and ask for chocolate, setting the tone for the situation. A night passed in silence. Chen Shan, who had kept his eyes closed, suddenly opened them. He looked down at his watch. It was already 10 a.m. Having not slept all night, Chen Shan rubbed his eyes to wake himself up. In this environment, it was impossible for someone like Chen Shan to sleep soundly, but a night of resting his eyes was enough for him to regain some strength. Hearing Chen Shan get up, the others in the basement were also startled awake from their dreams. Get ready, we're leaving, Chen Shan kicked Lu Dan, who was still sleeping. Chen Shan let Ergo and the others up the stairs and out of the basement. The strong natural light made them instinctively cover their eyes. This isn't good, Chen Shan said, looking at the street that had been littered with corpses yesterday but was now completely clean, not a single zombie body in sight. Only dark red blood and black viscous substances on the asphalt told the tale of what had truly happened yesterday. We need to leave here quickly. If all these zombie bodies have been consumed by one zombie, at least a level 3 zombie must have evolved in this area, or even a level 4 zombie, Chen Shan murmured to himself as he gazed at the clean street. He brushed off the dust and fine grass from his suit, put the gentleman's hat back on his head, weighed the cane in his hand, and pointed towards the school, saying, Let's go. Today we're going to play a little game with an old friend, a very fun little game. Wait, you can't leave. At that moment, Li Shixia and the others from the basement came out from the stairway, starting to block their way. Li Shixia walked up to Chen Shan, opened her arms with a determined gaze, and said with an expression that brooked no refusal, You can't leave, you need to protect these survivors on their way to the shelter. Why? Chen Chen looked calmly at the woman before him. We need your gun.
Without your protection, I can't safely escort them to the shelter, Li Shixia stated emphatically.
You know, that expression on your face, as if for the sake of the world, really annoys me. Can you tell me why I should protect them?
Looking at the woman who kept pestering him, Chen Chen's pupils gradually glimmered with a dangerous light.
Because you are strong? Because I am strong? Yes, just because you are strong. Why should I protect the weak just because I am strong? Because the strong have the duty to protect the weak.
If the strong do not protect the weak, then they do not deserve to be called strong, they are merely a rat that has stolen power that does not belong to them, destined to hide in a corner for life.
Chen Chen looked at the righteous woman before him and said, I once met a girl who was a lot like you. I remember she also said that I didn't deserve to have power.
Li Shixia looked at the handsome young man in front of her, secretly encouraging herself, and spoke again. Before the apocalypse, the reason you could enjoy peaceful times was that someone was bearing the burden for you. Now that the apocalypse has come, and you have fortuitously gained power, you should take on the responsibilities of the strong and become someone who bears the burden. Li Shixia looked at the survivors she had saved behind Chen Chen, who were giving her encouraging looks, and spoke with more confidence. We have all been protected. Now that you have power, you should protect everyone. Instead of being selfish and self-important like you are now. Do you think someone like that deserves to be called strong? After finishing her speech in one breath, Li Shixia eagerly awaited Chen Chen's reaction. As an official, she knew all too well how effective such moral appeals could be on ordinary people. Even if this ordinary person had gained extraordinary power on the second day of the apocalypse, he was still just an ordinary person. An ordinary person, even if they fortuitously gained power, could only become a knife. Just as no matter how fierce a dog is, it can never become the master. Chen Chen, who had initially been absent-mindedly listening to the woman speak, slowly lowered his head as Li Shixia's words sank in.
After a moment of silence, he spoke in a tone as calm and emotionless as death. The reason you feel that time is peaceful is that someone is bearing the burden for you. That's a really good saying. The others, including Ergo, glanced at Chen Chen, who had fallen into this state again, with pity, and quickly sought cover nearby, holding their breath. They had only seen Chen Chen in this state twice before, the first time when Li Bing was torn apart and fed to zombies, and the second time when Zhang Tian was mowed down by a Gatling gun until there was nothing left of him. And this was the third time. Chen Chen ignored what was happening around him, completely immersed in his own world, murmuring to himself, that's a really good saying. The reason you feel that time is peaceful is that someone is bearing the burden for you. In the next moment, without raising his head, Chen Chen's right hand shot out like a bone sword, gripping Li Shixia's neck. Chen Chen's right hand bulged with veins as he squeezed Li Shixia's flushed neck until it turned pale. His whole body trembled uncontrollably, and he slowly raised his head, which had been bowed, revealing a crazed look in his eyes. Tears streamed down his face, tracing a path past his grinning mouth as he laughed with a trembling voice. Thank you so much, our Virgin Mary. Your righteous words remind me once again of my damned past. If I had met you earlier, I would surely have been filled with anticipation and admiration for you, just like those behind me. Tears and a mad smile appeared simultaneously on Chen Chen's face, making him seem utterly deranged. But you only show up now, just when I finally manage to feel a moment of peace in this world. You want to drag me back to a stage of burden and struggle. Damn it, do you know what despair is? Chen Chen looked crazily at the woman in front of him, who was desperately trying to pry his right hand away, murmuring with a mad expression. It's not being trapped in a swamp, screaming for help with no one responding. It's not falling off a cliff, unable to go up or down. True despair is never about enduring darkness alone, it never is. It's about finally seeing a glimmer of light in the long darkness, only to have that light snuffed out mercilessly before you can even enjoy it. Chen Chen swung his right arm forcefully, throwing Li Shixia to the ground, and roared at her in madness. Do you even know that true? Despair is when you are stuck in a swamp, thinking you've been calling for help for so long with no response, believing no one would pass by here, and just when you're waiting to die, someone finally does pass by. But you shout with all your might, and that person, wearing headphones and listening to music, doesn't hear your cries for help. True despair is when you fall off a cliff, unable to go up or down, and just when you've decided to give up on your life, you discover a rescue helicopter circling above, yet it doesn't see you at all. This is despair, this is true despair. If I had never seen the light, I could have endured the darkness my whole life. Li Shixia knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at the madman before her. How could someone like him not have been sent to prison before the apocalypse arrived? Chen Chen's tears rolled down like beads from the corners of his eyes, his right hand pointing at Li Shixia, who was kneeling on the ground, clutching her neck, her eyes wide with fear and unable to speak. With an exaggerated grin, he held his stomach and laughed hysterically. Look at what you want me to do now. You want me to give up the light I've finally found and protect these people, to protect those behind me, to be their dog. I just came out of the darkness, just saw the dawn, and you want to come and snuff out this glimmer of light, kicking me back into hell. Look at what foolishness you've done. The reason you have peace in this world is that someone is bearing the burden for you. What a great saying, but I'm not living in peace. I spent the first half of my life in hell. Chen Shen walked up to Li Shirsha, who was kneeling on the ground, squatted down, pinched her mouth, and stared into her eyes, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word slowly. I've been a dog my whole life. I finally know what it feels like to be human, and now you want me to go back to being a dog. After having been human, who would want to go back to being a dog? Let me tell you some interesting stories from the first half of my life. Do you want to know what it feels like to have your head forcibly pushed into a urine bucket, with the liquid seeping into your skull through all your orifices? Do you want to know what it feels like to be pushed off the third floor under the guise of a game, with a fractured foot, clearly in pain but still having to smile and pretend to be having fun with them? You want to know what it feels like to be betrayed by the person you trust the most, to feel as if the whole world is ostracizing you, despising you, bullying you. You want to know what it feels like to want to resist, yet have no strength to do so. Let me tell you what that feels like. It feels like carrying a heavy burden, while those who bully me laugh happily. Releasing the grip on Li Shirsha's face, I took her distorted face, twisted with fear, and forced a smile by pulling the corners of her mouth. You know, for me, the end of the world was before the virus outbreak. After the outbreak, I felt like I was finally seeing the light. Do you know what I want to do the most right now? Chen Shen straightened up, smacked his lips, licked the corner of his mouth, and revealed a slightly excited smile. What I want to do the most is to find them and play games, play some fun little games. Chen Shen tilted his head, looking at the person in front of him. And what are you doing? You are pulling me back into darkness. I have endured enough darkness. Why do you want to kick me back into it? Looking at this madman, Li Shirsha felt for the first time that the psychology taught in police school was complete nonsense. Empathy? A normal person cannot empathize with the person in front of her at all. I just want you to protect them, I'm sorry. With a face full of fear, Li Shirsha now refrained from mentioning protecting them to the shelter, only wanting to distance herself from the man in front of her. Chen Shen stood up and looked at the woman with tear-streaked cheeks. I really envy people like you who can maintain their inherent goodness. You are truly lucky. If only I had met you earlier, maybe I could have been protected by you. Chen Shen gazed at the survivors behind him, murmuring with a hint of barely perceptible envy. Actually, I really want to love this world, but why doesn't this world love me? I have really tried for a long time. I have tried to please everyone, to become a clown that makes everyone laugh. But why are the laughs I receive all mocking? Why are you hiding? Are you afraid of me? Chen Shen looked at Ergo and the others hiding behind the cover. No, Ergo and the others stepped out from behind the cover, answering awkwardly. The few of them completely dared not face Chen Shen in this state. They had no confidence that they could withstand a torrent of thousands of bullets if they upset him in the slightest. Chen Shen adjusted his attire, put his gentleman's hat back on, and with a gentlemanly smile, held his cane in his left hand and reached out his right hand to pull Li Shirsha, who was kneeling on the ground, up. By the way, I mentioned a female friend who looks a lot like you. Do you know what happened to her later? Li Shirsha, who was on the verge of a mental breakdown, instinctively replied, what happened? Dead, boom. Chen Shen exaggeratedly gestured in the air with both hands, describing the scene of an explosion. Just yesterday, I gave her a baptism from start to finish, leaving not a single piece of flesh intact. By the way, you know what baptism means, right? Baptism is when a priest scoops up a ladle of holy water and pours it over the sinner's head, washing away their sins. Unable to resist licking the corner of his mouth, Chen Shen looked at the craters not far from the store, his expression excited as he said, but yesterday I found a better way to baptize. After the baptism, I suddenly felt that her sins had been washed away. I actually intended to baptize you too. Hearing this from Chen Shen, Li Shirsha followed his gaze to the densely packed craters nearby, her legs trembling as she stood up, waiting for more. But I changed my mind. You're not like her. She talks a lot about righteousness and morality but can personally kill someone who trusts her, while you don't. I think you're very just. Chen Shen stared seriously at the woman in front of him. He then turned his gaze to Ergo and the others beside him, asking, what about you? Do you think she's just? Completely not understanding Chen Shen's meaning, Ergo and the others exchanged glances and could only comply with Chen Shen's sentiment, giving a vague answer, we think so too. Hearing their response, Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction. He needed a just person. So your sense of justice made me change my mind. I plan to spare your life and have you be my little game judge. Or referee. Grinning widely, Shen Shen excitedly said, I'm going to find a few old friends to play some interesting games, and of course, a just referee is needed to host the games. In return, Shen Shen glanced back at the people waiting behind him and slowly continued, I will take them with me to the school, and then you will go to that shelter. But you must ensure a perfectly just hosting of the game, otherwise, I will kill those survivors you are protecting behind you. Li Ge, look over there. Ergo thought for a moment and interrupted Chen Chen. Shen Shen, whose good mood was interrupted, followed Ergo's gaze. Through the glass door, he could see a large zombie not far inside the store, devouring the bodies of other zombies, its figure flickering in and out of the light on the glass door. Frowning, Shen Shen looked at the zombie that had feasted on a large number of corpses last night. At this moment, its level was likely LV3 or even LV4. The battery pack was used up, and without the presence of a Gatling gun, it would be very difficult for them to gain an advantage against this zombie with their current combat power. Glancing at Li Shixia, whose expression was still filled with fear, Shen Shen pinched one of her strands of hair and tucked it behind her ear, then lightly tapped her face a few times with his palm. Don't be afraid, I'm actually a good person. Bring the person you want to protect and come with me. Shen Shen turned to the survivors behind him and said coldly, you'd better not make any noise or sound. Otherwise, just pray to God whether he will have time to look after you. Deep down, compared to Li Shixia in front of him, Shen Shen looked down on the group of survivors behind him, putting himself in a safe position and pushing a woman out to fight for their interests. Chen Chen. Li Ge, can you let them go into the little black room to change jobs first? At least that way, they can double their physical strength and have some self-defense capability. Wiping away her tears, Li Shixia regained the expression she had when they first met, but a trace of unhidden fear lingered deep in her eyes as she forced herself to look calmly at Chen Shen. Chen Shen looked at the woman in front of him, still thinking about giving those survivors, who had nothing to do with her, some self-defense capability at this time. I don't know if one day these people betray you, whether you would still choose justice or step into darkness. Keep up, let's go. Chen Shen, who didn't give a clear answer, glanced back at Dog Brother and the others before issuing the command. He then took the lead out the door, walking along the street, trying not to attract the attention of the zombie that was devouring in the nearby store, heading in the opposite direction. The others quickly followed, and Li Shixia began to call the survivors behind her to catch up. Officer, do we really have to follow this young man? With you protecting us, that's enough. This person is clearly not a good one, we should head to the shelter as soon as possible, not to some school. Yeah, in a crowded place like a school, who knows how many zombies there will be. The middle-aged couple in the crowd felt that at this distance, Chen Shen shouldn't be able to hear them and looked at Li Shixia, who was currently in a bit of a mess. Although the others didn't speak, their gazes towards Li Shixia clearly conveyed the same sentiment. Among the young couple, the boy was now full of excitement, eager to kill zombies to earn points and wreak havoc through the system store in this apocalypse. Li Shixia, looking a bit disheveled, tidied herself up slightly and said weakly to the survivors in front of her, who still couldn't grasp the situation, you have no choice. Now. If you leave now, there's a high probability that the person in front will shoot you first. But you are a police officer, don't you care? Li Shixia, irritated, replied, care? How can I care? If you can take him on, then go ahead. Let's go in. Chen Shen stopped at the supply point at the end of the street, speaking to the people behind him without looking back. After saying that, he ignored the excited gazes of the survivors behind him, unconsciously rubbing his palms together, gazing towards the school. Without points, the supply point could only change jobs to enhance quality and strength. Killing zombies without a suitable weapon was not a simple task. After all, the physical quality of zombies had also been enhanced. Donkey egg, why do you think people live? Chen Chen murmured, seemingly lost in thought. Standing behind Chen Chen, Donkey egg, unsure why Li Ge suddenly wanted to discuss such philosophical questions, glanced at Ergo, then at Li Ge's back, scratching the back of his head and said, well, maybe it's because they don't want to die. Before the apocalypse came, why did you want to live? Before the apocalypse, I had just finished my sentence and was planning to go home and sleep with my wife on a warm bed. So where is your wife now? When I got home, I found my father in my wife's bed. And then? I killed my father, then killed my wife too, and just as I was about to escape, the apocalypse came. Patricide and wife killing, you really are a scumbag. I also think I'm not a good person. Then why are you alive now? I want to find another girl with a big butt. So vulgar. Then Li Ge, why are you alive? Me? Chen Shen looked at the pure white clouds drifting above the school in the distance and fell silent. Li Ge, everyone has changed their job now. Li Shixia interrupted Chen Shen, who was silently gazing into the distance. Chen Shen turned to face the 6 survivors in front of him, their eyes filled with confidence brought on by the surge of power within their bodies and their hopes for the future. Without paying much attention to the suddenly confident survivors, he noted that their job change had only enhanced their physical attributes. They lacked weapons and professional skills. In front of Chen Shen, he could easily take on a group like them. Let's go, it's time to find old friends. The school was less than a 5-minute walk away. Avoid the zombies when you see them, I don't want anyone delaying my schedule. With that, Chen Shen took the lead, walking down the street while trying not to disturb the zombies hiding in the shops ahead. Even when they occasionally encountered scattered zombies, they tried to avoid them, and if they couldn't, they let Ergo and the others swiftly take them down without making a sound. Finally, after a journey filled with tension but no danger, Chen Shen and the others arrived at the university entrance. Chen Shen looked at the zombies wandering all over the campus and saw even more through the windows, momentarily feeling perplexed. Who knows where his old friend was hiding? He couldn't clear out one building after another, he didn't have that kind of ability. As Chen Shen pondered a solution, a hurried voice came from behind. Be careful. In the next second, before Chen Shen could react, a gust of wind rushed at him, and he felt a sharp pain on his face. Just as he stepped back, he touched his bloodied face and looked at the creature in front of him, a small cat, fur bristling, eyes red, howling, with its tail standing upright like a flagpole. It's a little cat. Feeling the burning sensation on his face, Chen Shen suddenly remembered that there had indeed been a cat in the security room before the apocalypse began. That really hurts. With that, he raised the Desert Eagle he was using as a cane and fired a shot. Bang! The dull sound of the gun echoed, and the rapidly spinning bullet struck the concrete ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The mutated cat, already having dodged, was now standing in another spot, staring intently at Chen Shen, its back arched, ready to attack. This mutated cat should be level 2, its speed is really quite troublesome. Not daring to turn around, Chen Shen focused on the mutated cat, intently watching its next move, and spoke in a low voice. Ergo, I didn't raise you guys just to watch me perform. Go up and restrict its speed. Li Shixia, take your people and also restrict this cat's speed. I'll take the opportunity to shoot it down. Li Gu, they just changed jobs and have no weapons, Li Shixia couldn't help but say, looking at the astonishingly fast mutated cat confronting Chen Shen. Use bricks, use your hands, use sticks, everyone go up and restrict this little cat's movement speed. Anyone who hides in the back will be the first I kill. With that, Chen Shen fired at the mutated cat again. As the dust flew up from the concrete, Chen Shen knew he had missed again. Ergo and the others exchanged glances, not daring to linger, and approached the mutated cat with their weapons. Ergo, you're holding a big knife, it's for charging. You go first, and I'll support you from behind. Go to hell, crawl for me. The longer the weapon, the stronger it is, you go first with your long gun. They bickered, but their feet didn't stop moving. In just a few exchanges, they had already closed in on the mutated cat. Forced to redirect its gaze from Chen Shen, the mutated cat focused on the approaching group. Ergo let out a furious roar, stepping forward with his big knife, ready to strike down on the mutated cat's head. The donkey egg saw the scenery in front of him shift in an instant, the mutated cat had vanished, and a knife struck heavily against the concrete ground. The blade vibrated with a buzzing sound, numbing Donkey Egg's hands a bit. Turning his head, he saw the mutated cat charging towards Air Mao. Before he could even warn him, Air Mao felt a gust of wind rush past, followed by a sudden sharp pain on his face. He covered his face, his gaze darkening as he stared at the mutated cat that had jumped to the other side. Was this damned mutated cat specifically targeting faces? At that moment, Li Shixia, along with 6 survivors, cautiously surrounded the mutated cat. Bang! The gunshot rang out, but the dust that flew up told Chen Shen that this shot had missed again. The mutated cat was too fast, jumping away the moment it heard the gunfire. Unless they used a Gatling gun with 6,000 rounds to cover it, it was difficult to hit this mutated cat with a handgun. Shrink the encirclement, so this damned little cat can't jump around, Chen Shen ordered in a deep voice. After exchanging glances, the group steeled themselves and pressed towards the mutated cat in the arena. A piercing scream suddenly echoed. The mutated cat abruptly raised its head and let out a shrill scream, its arched back suddenly relaxing, bursting with power, pushing its entire body towards the weakest point in the encirclement, preparing to break through. Ah! An even more piercing female scream rang out. The mutated cat was charging directly at the girl from the young couple, leaving bloody marks on her face with its furry claws. Then, the mutated cat leaped into the air, unable to resist licking its paw, covered in bits of flesh and blood, with its barbed tongue. Tasting the aroma of food, the mutated cat excitedly looked back at the food behind it, ready to pounce again. However, in the next second, a bullet gradually enlarged in the mutated cat's pupil. Taking advantage of the moment, the mutated cat broke through the encirclement, hindered by the girl's body. Chen seized the opportunity to shoot. The mutated cat happened to turn back, allowing the bullet to penetrate its eye socket, reaching deep into its skull. The severely injured mutated cat fell straight from the air, rolling on the ground a few times before slowly standing up. Dark red blood flowed from one closed eye down to its nose. The other eye was filled with hatred, its fur bristling, tail erect, staring at Chen. Bang, bang, bang. In the next second, seeing the already severely injured mutated cat, he fired several shots in quick succession. Taking advantage of its weakness, the mutated cat, already barely holding on, let out a wail under the barrage of bullets and fell to the ground, silent. It was strong in speed, but not in strength or defense. Congratulations player Chen for killing at LV2 mutated creature, points plus 10. Ignoring the system notification in his ear, Chen squinted at the dropped item beneath the mutated cat, which seemed to be a mask-like equipment. Before he could even tell Air go to pick it up, the young boy from the couple took a step forward and rushed to the side of the mutated cat's corpse. He picked up the dropped item with one hand and then held it tightly in his arms, refusing to let go. Li Gu, the young boy struggled to control his trembling legs, forcing himself to speak calmly. Li Gu, killing this monster has a part of my girlfriend's credit. Without her, this monster wouldn't stop. Of course, I don't want to monopolize this item. The boy lowered his head to glance at the dropped item he was holding, desperately hiding his inner desire deep in his eyes. I just need a little compensation in points to cover my girlfriend's injuries. I can't let her sacrifice be in vain. Chen stood there, looking at the boy who was willing to risk his life to gain something from the tiger, without saying a word. This boy was very much like Chen. When he was young, he always liked to reason, believing that cause and effect were inevitable connections. If I give, I must receive. Air Mao borrowed the knife from the donkey egg, cut a piece of cloth from the lining, and used it to cover the wounds on his face, silently watching the boy who was arguing his case. Asking himself, Air Mao's heart was already counting down the last moments of this boy's life, but on the other hand, he admired the boy's courage. Air Mao himself should never have asked Chen for compensation for his injuries. That would definitely not be a wise choice. But if this boy could obtain compensation, then he, who had also made sacrifices, could also receive compensation. If this boy angered Chen, then he, who had never made his stance clear, would have nothing to lose. You really like to reason, don't you? Chen looked at the boy with an inexplicable expression in his eyes. Changsheng, quickly return what you're holding to Li Gu. Are you crazy? If it weren't for Li Gu, we would still be hiding in the basement. The girl standing next to Changsheng looked anxious, urgently pulling at his arm in an attempt to change his mind, but Changsheng's expression was resolute, ignoring his girlfriend's worry. The girl had no choice but to turn to Chen. Gritting her teeth, she lowered her hand from her face, her knees buckling as she knelt before Chen. Li Gu, can you wait a moment? He's a bit stubborn, give me some time to persuade him. No need. Chen leaned on his cane and walked up to Changsheng, feeling the immense pressure. As Chen approached, Changsheng clenched his teeth, slowly lowering his head. Do you think you're very manly right now? Chen extended his cane, lifting Changsheng's head so he could look into his eyes. You really remind me of my younger self. There's no need to be so afraid. You might not believe it, but I'm really a good person. I even saved someone by diving before. Chen licked the corner of his mouth, amused by himself, not knowing why he said that. A real man shouldn't let his woman kneel for someone else because of him. Your name is Changsheng, right? What an unfortunate name. What's your girlfriend's name? Hui Gai Li. What a tongue-twisting name. Help her up. Your request is reasonable, hand the item over to me, and I will compensate you. Really? Changsheng, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly raised it, his eyes filled with surprise and excitement. As he looked at Chen, Hui Gai Li, kneeling beside him, couldn't help but look up in astonishment at Chen. Under his girlfriend's gaze, Changsheng immediately understood what he should do and respectfully handed the item he had been holding to Chen with both hands. Chen calmly accepted the item, checking its attributes. Jester mask equipment level, 2-star equipment attributes, agility +1, stamina +1 equipment. Special skill, can choose any song from Before the Apocalypse, surround sound effect. Equipment description, a half-face mask made of a bizarre oil painting, and the special skill is actually an MP3, that guy is getting better at this. Looking at the equipment special skill of the mask in front of him, Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth and secretly glanced at the long gun held by Air Mao. It turned out that the glowing effect was not the most useless equipment special skill. For a moment, Chen even had the thought of throwing the mask back to the young boy. However, the next moment he still put the mask on his face. After all, it added. Attributes. Injured individuals will each receive a compensation of 2 points, while those who are not injured will each receive 1 point. With 2 people injured and 8 participating, a total of 12 points were compensated. Concluding this matter. Killing the mutated cat earned 10 points, equivalent to exchanging 2 points for a 2-star equipment, which was still a very worthwhile deal. Moreover, if you want the dog to obey, you still need to feed it some bones. Ignoring the complex meanings in the gazes of those present. So, next, we should go find our old friends to play games. The next second. Area broadcast, survivors of the Science and Technology University. Please find a way to reveal your location as much as possible, we are coming to rescue you. Area broadcast, survivors of the Science and Technology University, please find a way to reveal your location as much as possible, we are coming to rescue you. Area broadcast, survivors of the Science and Technology University, please find a way to reveal your location as much as possible, we are coming to rescue you. After sending out the area broadcast, Chen Shen smacked his lips, propped his chin with one hand, and murmured, I always feel like I didn't say that very well. As the area broadcast sounded simultaneously, Li Shixia also heard the system voice in her ear. Her cracked lips slightly parted as she couldn't help but ask, Li Gu, are you really here to rescue old friends? Of course. Chen Shen looked at Li Shixia in surprise, puzzled as to why she asked that. In the university, only my old friends would talk to me, no one else pays attention to me, so I naturally have to find them as soon as possible. Looking at the person in front of him, dressed in a suit, leaning on a cane, wearing a gentleman's hat, with a strange oil painting mask on the upper half of his face, and the lower half of his face covered in wounds from the mutated cat that were now dripping blood. Suddenly, he felt that this person wasn't particularly demonic. Just a bit tragic, at least he knew to come to rescue friends, which showed that he had a kind heart. Unknowingly, Li Shixia's perception of Chen Shen gradually changed. At this moment, beside the school gate, in a building that covered a considerable area but was only 1 story high, several arms simultaneously stretched out from the windows, shaking their clothes. The building in front of them was the cafeteria of the school. I wonder if the survivors hiding in here are my old friends. Seeing that there were no other school buildings around, Chen Shen raised his cane and pointed it in the direction of the cafeteria. What a good place indeed, not many people go to the cafeteria when the apocalypse breaks out. The food is plentiful, and there aren't layers of zombies like in other school buildings. Tisk. Chen Shen shook his head and said slowly, my old friends are indeed clever. Let's go, I hope my old friends are here. Don't make too much noise, I don't want to be chased by a horde of zombies on campus. After Chen Shen and the others entered the school, avoiding large groups of zombies and killing the scattered ones that got too close, they finally arrived at the cafeteria entrance. Before Chen Shen and the others could knock, the cafeteria door was opened from the inside. A group of students, dressed in tattered clothes but with relatively rosy complexions, greeted them. The leader was shaking the hand of a man in a suit wearing a mask, clearly the leader, and excitedly said, finally, we've been waiting for you. I knew the country wouldn't abandon us, the pillars of society. Come in, come in. Once Chen Shen and the others entered the cafeteria, the leading student peeked outside, quickly closed the door, and eagerly asked, I heard whispers that a shelter has been established. What's the situation now? Has the world really turned into a game? My good friend, you still haven't killed any zombies? I've fought a few to the death, but all it did was unlock body data and give me a few points, it had no other effect. By the way, where did Lu Shui and Lu Shui go? The leading student looked at Chen Shen in surprise, not understanding why this masked man knew his classmates' names, but he didn't think much of it. Lu Shui took Lu Shui and a group of classmates to the shelter at the central hospital. Hearing this, Chen Shen clicked his tongue in slight dissatisfaction, then looked at the 9 people in front of him with satisfaction, smiling and nodding. Then, Chen Shen turned to the people behind him, including Ergo, and excitedly said, come, let me introduce you. This is Lu Miao, one of Lu Shuai's 2 closest brothers. Oh right, he's one of the 3 who beat me up in the bathroom before the apocalypse hit. As soon as Chen Shen finished speaking, the expressions of those present changed. You are Chen Shen? Damn it, I thought you were with the government. What are you pretending to be, you waste, coming here with a mask? Lu Miao pushed away the hand that was around his shoulder and angrily kicked at Chen Shen. Bang! The sound of flesh hitting something hard echoed. Chen Shen gripped the base of his staff and swung it down towards Lu Miao's leg, which had crossed the line. Currently, Chen Shen's physical abilities far exceeded those of Lu Miao, who had not yet enhanced his physical condition. Son of a bitch! Lu Miao, who was not to the ground, cursed as he prepared to get up with the help of those behind him. Bang! A dull gunshot rang in Lu Miao's ears. Glancing at the shattered tiles nearby, Lu Miao wisely shut his mouth. Li Shixia, witnessing this scene, opened her mouth slightly, unsure of what to say. Wasn't this supposed to be a rescue of old friends? Ergo and the others exchanged glances, looking at the familiar scene before them, and instinctively raised their long guns and knives. Not interrupted by Lu Miao, Chen Chen continued excitedly introducing the people present. Do you see those two guys supporting Lu Miao? The one in the plaid shirt with glasses is named Yang Feng, and the one in the sportswear with a buzz cut is named Zhang Dongjian. TSK Tisk. Facing Ergo and the others, Chen Chen pointed his staff at the two boys and remarked, "Those were the ones who beat me up at the school gate last month. They really put in the effort." He then pointed to the two girls behind Lu Miao, who were tightly holding hands, and said, "The girl with earrings is named Dong Kaiyin, and the one in the short skirt is He Yuqin." Shaking his head, he sighed, "These two girls are quite eloquent. I remember you both are Lu Shui's close friends. Can you tell me what happened to Lu Shui? If I remember correctly, the gossip in class came from you too. Chen Chen, what exactly do you want to do? What are you doing now? Have you lost your mind?" A dull voice came from the side. Glancing at the source of the voice, Chen Chen continued his introduction without responding. "The one speaking is Lu Yangfang. He was the one who led the game of soccer during our last PE class. The one next to him is his little girlfriend, whose name I don't even know. Good game, by the way. Do you all know what the soccer game is? It's about stripping someone's clothes off and then wrapping them into a ball to kick around. At that moment, the person whose clothes were taken off will chase the ball like a goalkeeper." Chen Chen, feeling a bit bored and eager to start the game, looked at the two boys standing next to Lu Yangfang. "Well, the one with a complicated expression right now is called Wang Li, my deskmate. The other boy is from the class next door, and he often mocks me when we meet. Alright, that's the character introduction. We can finally start the game." Chen Chen let out a long breath, scanned the crowd, and said loudly, "Thank you all for your care over the years, and for always inviting me to play games. Today, I also want to play a game with everyone." Looking at the 9 people in front of him, some were former classmates and some were strangers. He announced, "The name of this game is very simple, it's called Werewolf." Dang dang dang. Chen Chen pulled Li Shixia from behind, making her face the 9 people and introduce herself. "To ensure the fairness of the game, I specially found a judge for you. This judge is a fair police officer, so you can rest assured." "Chen Chen, what exactly do you want to do? If you think we bullied you before, we can apologize." Since recognizing that the person in front of him was Chen Chen, Wang Li's expression had always been complicated. Wang Li never expected that the once timid Chen Chen would appear here, holding a strangely shaped gun, and his personality had changed drastically. He continued, "The apocalypse has already come. We are all human beings and should help each other, not consume each other over some personal grudges from before the apocalypse." In an excited state, Chen Chen heard this voice in his ear, his eyes tinged with clear bloodshot veins, and he grinned. He looked at Wang Li in surprise. "What are you talking about, my good deskmate? I'm just playing a little game with you all. Just like. Chen Chen licked the corner of his mouth, revealing a cruel smile, "Just like the little games you all used to play with me." "Chen Chen, that's enough." A crisp voice of anger rang out. With a frown, Dong Kaiyin looked at the neurotic Chen Chen in front of her. "You used to be such an elegant person, why have you become like this? If Lu Shui knew you had turned into this, she would definitely be very disappointed in you. You look just like a villain right now." Dong Kaiyin finished her last sentence in a fit of anger. Chen Chen shook his hair, dipped his finger in the blood congealed on his face, brought it to his mouth, smacked his lips, and scanned the crowd in front of him. "Elegant and interesting description. Do you know how heroes are made?" Suddenly lifting Li Shixia's chin, Chen Chen spoke while looking at Dong Kaiyin. "A hero, you see, has a terrible life and just a little bit of love." Feeling the resistance from Li Shixia, Chen Chen turned and pressed his face against hers before continuing, "Then do you know how a demon is made? Give him a sufficiently terrible life, and a tiny bit of insignificant hope. Then take that little hope away." Suddenly releasing Li Shixia, Chen Chen dashed in front of Dong Kaiyin with ghostly speed, grabbing her neck with his right hand and lifting her into the air. "So can you tell me, where has my hope gone? Where has my beloved Lu Shui gone? That Lu Shui who always told me not to frown and to smile more, how did she just disappear?" Throwing the struggling Dong Kaiyin to the ground beside him, Chen Chen turned and jumped onto the dining table next to him. "No more boring talk, now let's start the game. I hope you all can listen carefully to my game rules. This werewolf game has 9 participants." Chen Chen pointed at each of the 9 people, murmuring, 1, 2, 3. In the next second, Chen suddenly jumped off the table, grabbed a nearby chair, and smashed it towards Lu Mao, who was being supported at the time, rushing over to grab his collar and roaring madly. Damn it, why? Isn't Lu Shui here? Where is that bitch? Lu Mao, who hadn't had a chance to speak, was slammed into the nearby table by Chen's grip on his hair. The resentment in Lu Mao's eyes finally turned to fear as he screamed, "They went to the shelter, I told you." Chen lightly patted his suit and raised his hand. Sorry, got a bit excited. Now let's continue announcing the game rules. You 9 will participate in the game, 3 as civilians, 3 as werewolves. And the other 3 as roles, witch, hunter, and seer. The rules are simple, the roles and civilians are on one team. If all werewolves are voted out, the good guys win and can survive. The werewolves can kill one person each night. And if they kill all civilians or roles, the werewolves win and can survive. Civilians cannot use skills and can vote during the day. Werewolves can choose to kill someone at night. The seer can check someone's identity at night, the witch can choose to save someone with a potion or poison someone, and the hunter can choose to shoot someone before dying. Standing on the table, Chen glanced at the 9 people in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. So, now, your just officer, will be your judge and preside over the game. Oh, and remember to play seriously. If you are eliminated during the game, I will kill that person. Only the victors can survive. The 9 people turned pale. At his words. They had all played werewolf before, but no one wanted to play a version where being eliminated meant death. Chen, you can't. Bang. The gunshot rang out. From now on, no one is allowed to speak about anything unrelated to the game, or you will be eliminated early. Chen looked at the 9 people, who instantly fell silent, and nodded in satisfaction. Good, now let's start the identity phase. Werewolves, civilians, roles, each identity is worth 3 points. Does anyone want to come forward to buy a role? I do. Lu Mao, curled up on the ground, struggled to rise, resentment hidden deep in his eyes. In a hoarse voice, he said, I want to buy an identity. Very well, what about the others? Chen nodded in satisfaction, surveying the other 8 people. However, apart from Lu Mao, no one else had killed 3 zombies, and they were all eyeing Lu Mao, guessing what identity he wanted to purchase. Seeing this, Chen brought Lu Mao in front of the donkey egg and said, Speak, what identity do you want to buy? Lu Mao first glanced back at his classmates behind him, then leaned close to Chen's ear and whispered, TSK, an interesting choice. Upon hearing the answer, Chen accepted Lu Mao's points, then spoke to the donkey egg, use your knife to carve his identity into his palm, then bind his palm together, don't let him have the chance to show it to anyone else. Understood. Wait, no, Chen, just give me an identity card, no need for this. Before he could finish speaking, a wail of pain echoed throughout the restaurant. Alright, go back and find a table to sit down. Lu Mao, struggling to get up, had his palms bound together and staggered towards the nearest dining table, sitting on a stool, closing his eyes and no longer speaking. The remaining 8 of you come over to receive your identities. Chen looked at the 8 people in the distance and said, a friendly reminder, your speed in escaping will never be faster than my bullets. The 8, eager to move, immediately halted, exchanged glances, and gritted their teeth as they walked towards Chen. Young Feng, who had just helped Lu Mao, quietly leaned down as he passed by Lu Mao and asked, Brother Mao, what identity did you grab? Lu Mao opened his eyes, glanced at young Feng and, with a slight grimace of pain on his lips, calmly replied, Civilian. Hearing this, young Feng laughed, civilian is good. But inside, he was cursing, thinking, I can't believe I fell for your bullshit, wasting points to grab a civilian identity that can only wait to die. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old? Unbeknownst to him, Lu Mao was also cursing in his heart, thinking, only a fool would tell you what identity I grabbed, who knows if you'll be in the same camp as me later. With 8 cries of pain echoing, the identities of the 9 participants in the werewolf game had all been assigned. Chen admired the scene perfectly, nodding in satisfaction at the 9 people sitting around a table with their hands clasped together. Li Gu, ergo, beside Chen, hesitated before speaking, why don't they resist or run away, just allowing themselves to be slaughtered? Chen didn't even turn his head. Because I don't intend to kill them all. Ergo looked at Chen, who was already itching to use the Desert Eagle, with a puzzled expression. Do you know why there used to be incidents where 3 soldiers slaughtered 1,000 civilians? It wasn't because the resistance was too weak. Then what was it? It's actually quite simple. First, no one wants to be the first to stick their neck out. Second, not everyone is destined to be killed. Waiting for the outcome doesn't necessarily mean death, but the one who sticks their neck out will definitely die. Chen patted Ergo on the shoulder, pointing his cane at the 9 people sitting around the table, grinning as he scoffed. Just Like now, when I divide them into two camps, some will die and some will not. When the outcome is not predetermined death, these people will not resist, even if the hope of survival is very small. But everyone, before the matter is settled, will think of themselves as a low probability event, believing they can survive to the end. When the game starts, what they are thinking about is how to survive, not about resisting or running away. This is human nature. Now then. Chen Chen leaped onto a dining table in front of the 9 people, beaming as he surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction, before turning his gaze to the now complexly expression Li Shixia. Judge Li Shixia, you can announce that the game has begun. When you say night falls, please close your eyes, everyone will close their eyes. When you say werewolves, please open your eyes, only the werewolves can open their eyes. When you say seer, please open your eyes, only the seer can open their eyes. When you say witch, please open your eyes, only the witch can open their eyes. When you say daylight, please open your eyes, all players can open their eyes. And the players who are dead will speak in order starting from the one who died. After explaining the judge's role, the impeccably dressed Chen Chen looked at Li Shixia with a slight frown of dissatisfaction. How can a judge be poorly dressed? Next time, you need to change into clean clothes. So now you can announce that the game has started. Everyone, use your tied-up hands to cover your eyes tightly. If I find anyone peeking, I will directly announce their disqualification. Li Shixia, looking haggard and with a complex expression, glanced at the 9 people huddled together with blood still dripping from their palms, unable to help but speak. Li Ge, you are playing with lives, they are just children. Chen Chen blocked Li Shixia's mouth with his cane, shoo. With a radiant smile, he scanned the crowd and said, I am really very happy. This campus has once become my nightmare. Every morning on the way to school, as I got closer to the school, my heart would start to panic. Now, the scenes that have played out in my mind thousands of times are finally about to come true. So I hope you all do not ruin my mood, that would not be a wise choice. Now I officially announce that the game has begun, the judge speaks. The scene instantly fell silent, but the judge did not speak. At this moment, Li Shixia clenched her teeth, her head slightly bowed, not looking at the gaze Chen. Chen sent her way, remaining silent. Speak. Chen Chen, furious, struck at Li Shixia standing beside him with his cane. I said the judge should start speaking. Bang! A gunshot suddenly rang out. Losing patience, Chen Chen raised his cane and aimed it towards Changqing in the audience. The bullet kicked up a cloud of dust at Changqing's feet, who, caught off guard by Chen Chen's sudden gunfire, looked at his girlfriend in confusion. Judge, speak. If you don't say anything in 3 seconds, the survivors you want to protect will all die. Night falls, please close your eyes. Clenching her fists, Li Shixia tightly shut her eyes, letting tears flow down her face, gritting her teeth, as she announced the start of the game word by word. At this moment, the 9 participants in the game each had expressions that would instill fear in an ordinary person, but strangely, it was not all hatred towards Chen Chen, there was also a fierce intensity directed at the people beside them. Werewolves, please open your eyes. The 3 players around the table slowly moved their hands away from their eyes. Ah, now this is interesting. Chen Chen, standing on the dining table, retracted his cane and rested it under him, quietly watching the scene before him with a smile, elegant and enthusiastic like a noble in the audience of an ancient Roman Colosseum. The 3 werewolf players who opened their eyes were Yang Feng, who questioned Lu Mao's identity, the chatty Dong Kain, and Lu Yangfang's girlfriend. After confirming each other's identities, the 3 exchanged glances and hesitated for a moment before pointing a finger at one player. Werewolves, please close your eyes. Seer, please open your eyes. Who do you want to check tonight? At this moment, Li Shixia, looking ashen, was like a robot pushing the game forward. Hearing the judge's command, Lu Mao moved his hand away and opened his eyes. Looking at Lu Mao, whose eyes were filled with madness, Chen Chen couldn't help but curl the corner of his mouth into an ambiguous smile and thought to himself, everyone knows you stole the identity, how will you make others believe you are the prophet and not the werewolf? The crazed Lu Mao ignored Chen Chen, who was standing on the table, and pointed at Yang Feng, who had asked him about his identity before the game started. The result of your check tonight is Li Shixia, following the rules explained before the game began, gestured with her thumb downwards, using silent body language to indicate that the check result was a werewolf. Lu Mao shot a fierce glance at Yang Feng, who was covering his eyes with both hands and had a blank expression, inwardly cursing, I knew it. Then, under the judge's command, he covered his eyes again. Which, please open your eyes. The player who died tonight is, do you want to use the antidote? Hearing the judge's command to open her eyes, Winley realized from the judge's finger direction that the target for tonight's death was that boy from the neighboring class who was also his friend. Upon hearing the death target, Wang Li, with a complex expression, first glanced at Chen Shen, who was in a high position, hesitated for a long time, and finally, reluctantly looked at his friend beside him, but still firmly shook his head. Do you want to use poison tonight? After Wang Li shook his head again. Please open your eyes. The player killed by the werewolves last night is. Li Shixia pointed at the boy sitting next to Wang Li. When he heard that he was the target killed last night, the boy, who usually teased Chen Shen whenever they met, was instantly filled with terror, unable to make any further move. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out. The boy fell to the ground instantly. A blood hole the width of 2 fingers appearing between his brows, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Seeing Chen Shen shoot the player out of the game, Li Shixia nearly broke down, her body going limp as she collapsed to the ground. Weakly leaning against the chair, murmuring to herself. Demon, demon, you are just a demon in human skin. Li Shixia had seen corpses before, she just couldn't accept that a living person suddenly died under her seemingly playful command. This feeling made her have the illusion that her hands were stained with that person's blood, that she had killed him herself. However, when Li Shixia saw the look Chen Shen gave her, she forced herself to stand up, glanced at the audience behind her, and when she turned her head, her eyes were filled with dead ashes as she continued to push the game forward. The next player to speak is the deceased, Lu Mao, then proceed in order. Lu Mao, who had been waiting for a long time, didn't care about the friend who had died unexpectedly after spending time together yesterday, he just wanted to survive. With bloodshot eyes and a crazed expression, Lu Mao pointed at Yang Feng, who was sitting second to his right, and spoke in an extremely sharp voice. Yang Feng is a werewolf, Yang Feng is a werewolf. I am the prophet, I used 3 points to buy the prophet identity. Before the game started, Yang Feng came to ask me what my identity was, and I knew he had ulterior motives, so I checked him, and he was indeed a werewolf. Wang Li, your friend was killed by him. The werewolves will definitely come for me tonight. Where are you? Who is the witch? The werewolf will definitely choose to kill me tonight, the witch must save me tonight. We vote out one werewolf today, tomorrow we vote out another werewolf, and the witch will poison a werewolf. He Yuqin, sitting to Lu Mao's right, was just about to say something when she was interrupted by Chen Shen. When a player is speaking, other players are prohibited from speaking, otherwise, they will be eliminated early. Lu Mao swallowed hard, glanced at He Yuqin, then retracted his gaze and continued through gritted teeth. Listen to me, as long as you listen to me, only 3 werewolves will die, and none of our good people will die. If you all don't want to die, vote out Yang Feng with me today. I'm done speaking. Zhang Dongjian, whose turn it was to speak, unconsciously opened his mouth before saying, I'm a civilian. Since Yang Feng is a werewolf, let's vote for him. I'm done speaking. Yang Feng, who had been holding back, saw it was his turn to speak and fixed a piercing gaze on Lu Mao, sharply pointing out the flaws in his argument. I'm a civilian, not a werewolf. He's not the prophet, he must be a werewolf. He's framing me. Think about it carefully, he's the only one who bought an identity. Would he buy the prophet? You all know that the werewolves will definitely kill the prophet first. With Lu Mao's character, would he buy a guaranteed dead identity? He would definitely buy a card that wouldn't be killed by the werewolves. What card wouldn't be killed by the werewolves? Only the werewolf card. Most importantly, use your brains. If Lu Mao were really the true prophet, would he say he's the prophet on the first day? You have to know that the witch can only use 1 potion at night. If she uses the antidote, she can't use the poison that night. Even if she saves him on the second night, he will still be killed by the werewolves on the third night. Hearing Yang Feng's speech, Lu Mao, who had been full of confidence just moments ago, instantly panicked like a deflated persimmon. Yang Feng's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins as he slammed his bound hands heavily on the table, letting out a cry of pain before roaring at the crowd. Do you think Lu Mao would put himself in a situation where he is guaranteed to die? Who would be so eager to see death? He must be a werewolf, only werewolves are not afraid of being killed at night. Good people, vote Lu Mao with me. I'm done speaking. Lu Yangfeng, who had been listening to several people speak, saw it was his turn and, after pondering for a moment, slowly spoke with some hesitation. I really don't quite believe Lu Mao is the prophet. After all, he is the only one who tried to grab an identity, there's no need to grab a guaranteed dead card like the prophet. No one would want to die. Most importantly, after Yang Feng pointed out Lu Mao's flaws, Lu Mao clearly became panicked, as if he had been exposed. I'm a civilian, I've finished speaking. Ma Yingxue, it's your turn to speak. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I don't know anything. I'm also a civilian. I'll vote for whoever you say to vote for. I'm done speaking. When it was Ma Yingxue's turn to speak, she said 1 sentence and ended her speech. Then, with a face full of fear, she buried her head in her boyfriend's arms and began to cry softly. I don't know either. I think since Lu Mao says he's the prophet, we might as well vote for Yang Feng. After all, Lu Mao says he's a wolf. Dong Kaiyin lowered her head, her hands tangled in her hair, her eyes vacant as she spoke softly. Hearing this, Yang Feng suddenly raised his head, his eyes fixed on Dong Kaiyin, filled with a venomous glare, and inwardly cursed, "What the hell does this bitch want? Aren't you my werewolf teammate? Damn." He Yuqin, with her dazed eyes, took a while to realize it was her turn to speak. She finally said, "I think Yang Feng and Zhang Dongjian are both werewolves. Last time, I heard Yang Feng say to Zhang Dongjian that he was unhappy with that kid from the next class and that he would definitely beat him up if he got the chance." She then pointed to the corpse lying on the ground. When she saw the angry glares from Yang Feng and Zhang Dongjian, she dared not meet their eyes and lowered her head for a moment before continuing, "I think they are involved in a vendetta, they are both werewolves. Moreover, the seer also said Yang Feng is a werewolf. I will vote for Yang Feng first, I am a civilian and I have finished speaking." Seeing the situation gradually turning against him, Yang Feng, who was about to speak, felt the gaze from Chun Chen and remained silent, clenching his teeth. He fixed his eyes on Wang Li, hoping that this last speaker would cast their vote against Lu Mao. At that moment, Wang Li was staring blankly at the corpse of his friend from the next class, his eyes wide open as if questioning, "Why didn't you save me? Am I not your friend? I'm sorry, but I had no choice. If I saved you and the werewolves chose to kill me next, I would die. There's only one antidote." Wang Li, lifting his head, noticed that everyone's gaze was on him. He adjusted his sitting position, trying not to let the corpse come into his line of sight, and then spoke, "Only Lu Mao claimed to be the seer, so Yang Feng should be the werewolf. I will vote for Yang Feng, I have finished speaking. Players have finished speaking, please choose to vote." Li Shixia, with vacant eyes, continued to play the role of a judge advancing the game. Seeing the tide turning against him, Yang Feng, with a crazed expression, frantically signaled Dong Kaiyin and Ma Yinxue to vote for Lu Mao, trying to secure a slim chance of survival. However, the result Yang Feng received was that both of them pointed their fingers at him and lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. The voting results: Lu Mao received 2 votes, Yang Feng received 3 votes, and the remaining players chose to abstain. The players who voted Lu Mao out are Yang Feng, Lu Yangfang. The players who voted Yang Feng out are Dong Kaiyin, Wang Li, and Ma Yinxue. The final result is that Yang Feng is out. Seeing this result, Yang Feng, knowing his death was inevitable, suddenly found it amusing. Only Wang Li, a good person, voted him out, while the other 2 votes against him came from his own werewolf teammates. What were they afraid of? Afraid that the good people would discover they were wolves, so they would rather let him die? At that moment, Yang Feng's resentment towards these 2 was far greater than towards Chen Chen. "You 2 are really damned." Yang Feng let out a roar filled with hatred in his final moments. He hated Chen Chen. But he hated the 2 women in front of him even more, who could have voted Lu Mao out with him but were afraid of exposing their identities and instead voted him out. Bang! The next second, with the sound of a gunshot, Yang Feng fell to the ground before he could take another look at this world. A blood hole suddenly appeared in his forehead, his gaze gradually becoming vacant, and he felt himself starting to float away. In his last moments, he had only one thought left. These 2 women. These 2 women are really fucking damned. Please close your eyes when it gets dark, werewolves please open your eyes. At this moment, Li Shixia had perfectly adapted to the role of the judge and spoke expressionlessly. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction, realizing he had not misjudged her. Li Shixia was a perfect fit for the role of the judge. Ma Yinxue and Dong Kaiyin opened their eyes simultaneously to discuss who to kill tonight. Dong Kaiyin initially pointed at Lu Mao, but when she saw who Ma Yinxue was pointing at, her pupils constricted. The woman was pointing at Lu Yangfang. She actually wanted to kill her boyfriend at night. Receiving an undeniable look from Ma Yinxue, Dong Kaiyin pouted and then pointed her hand at Lu Yangfang as well. "After all, he wasn't my boyfriend. Is this woman crazy? Werewolves please close your eyes. Seer please open your eyes. Who do you want to check tonight?" Lu Mao, who had narrowly survived, was now in a state of panic. After hearing Yang Feng's speech, he realized he seemed to have overlooked something. Even if he found 3 werewolves, whether the good side or the werewolves won, his seer card was doomed. With a bitter smile, Lu Mao pointed at Ma Yinxue, who was sitting diagonally across from him. The werewolves would definitely kill him tonight. Even if the witch saved him, he would still be killed by the werewolves the next night. No werewolf would want to see a seer survive. In the game, there was no way out. Lu Mao suddenly regretted trying to seize the identity of the seer. He should have gone for the witch instead. "The identity of the player you are checking tonight is," Li Shixia used her thumb to gesture downwards, indicating to Lu Mao that Ma Yinxue was a wolf. However, at this moment, Lu Mao was disheartened and didn't care about the result of the check. A person who was already doomed wouldn't care about the lives of others. Seer, please close your eyes. Which, please open your eyes. The player who died tonight is. Li Shixia pointed at Lu Yangfeng. Does the witch want to use the antidote tonight? Wang Li shook his head. He would only save himself with that bottle of medicine, not wanting to die. Does the witch want to use the poison tonight? Wang Li shook his head again. Daylight has arrived. All players, please open your eyes. The player who died last night is Lu Yangfeng. And Lu Yangfeng's identity is Hunter. You can choose to take one person with you before you die. Upon hearing that the player killed last night was himself, Lu Yangfeng gave a tragic smile, stood up, and deeply kissed Ma Yinxue on the forehead. Then, with his hands tied, he aimed at Chen Chen and made a gunshot sound. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Lu Yangfeng, still posing, fell backward, crashing heavily onto the tiles. Chen Chen raised the Desert Eagle. Again, using it as a cane, and with an excited grin, he looked at everyone present and said, "The hunter has given up his shot. The next speaker will be the next in line from the deceased." The next in line after the deceased Lu Yangfeng was Ma Yinxue. At this moment, Ma Yinxue was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, roaring with a heart-wrenching voice, "Lu Mao, He Yuqin, why did you kill my boyfriend last night? Did my boyfriend provoke you? Who is the witch? Who is the witch? Why didn't the witch save my boyfriend? Why?" After saying this, Ma Yinxue collapsed on Lu Yangfeng's corpse and began to cry bitterly. After a while, she wiped her tears and regained her composure. With a hoarse voice, gasping and choked with sobs, she spoke. "I am the seer. I didn't dare to say it on the first night because I was afraid the werewolves would kill me. On the first night, I checked my boyfriend, he is a good person. On the second night, I checked He Yuqin, she is a werewolf. When Lu Mao said he was the seer on the first day, I knew he was a wolf. Yang Feng should be a good person who was wronged by him. The reason I voted for Yang Feng was that I was afraid Lu Mao would notice me and guess I was the seer, thus coming to kill me at night. But I didn't expect that my boyfriend would be killed by you." As Ma Yinxue reached this point, she couldn't help but cry out in pain. Again. After a moment, she stood there in a daze, as if her nerves had shattered, murmuring to herself. "Lu Mao, He Yuqin, why did you have to kill my boyfriend? Just kill me too tonight, I don't want to live anymore. Lu Yangfeng is dead, and I don't want to live. Why did you have to choose to kill him? We agreed that after graduating from university, we would meet our parents and get engaged. We agreed that after entering society, he would give all his salary to me, and we would live a life of cooking and sharing everything together. We agreed to rent a house, raise a dog, and then a cat. Even if the apocalypse came, we still agreed to live together and get married once it was over. But you killed him, extinguishing my hope. Just kill me too, I don't want to live anymore. You can continue speaking." Next, it was Dong Kaiyin's turn to speak. Just as she was about to open her mouth, she couldn't help but tremble. All over, she was frightened by Ma Yinxue. A woman who could show such deep love after personally killing her boyfriend was too ruthless, it scared her. After stealing a glance at Ma Yinxue, who sat on the ground like a mental wreck, she calmed her emotions and slowly organized her thoughts to speak. "I believe Ma Yinxue is the true seer. After all, Lu Yangfeng is her boyfriend. If she were a werewolf, given their relationship, she would never choose to kill Lu Yangfeng at night. Since Lu Yangfeng died at night, it can only mean that Ma Yinxue is the true seer. Logically deducing, Lu Mao and He Yuqin are both werewolves. I suggest we vote one out today and poison the other tonight. Yang Feng is wrongfully accused. Lu Yangfeng and Wang Li, his friend, were killed by werewolves at night. Since Ma Yinxue is the seer, the only ones without identities here are Wang Li and Zhang Dongjian. One of you is a werewolf, and the other is a witch. Who the witch is, I'll explain later. I'm done speaking." He Yuqin saw that it was finally her turn to speak. Just moments ago, she had suspected that both Yang Feng and Zhang Dongjian were werewolves, but now she opened her mouth to curse. "Ma Yinxue, you have such a cruel heart. To survive, you could even kill your boyfriend. You are worse than a beast. Your boyfriend's feelings for you are envied by all the girls in school, yet you personally killed him and pretended to be sad. Your heart is so poisonous." However, at this moment, Ma Yinxue, kneeling on the ground like a grieving widow, stared blankly at Lu Yangfeng's corpse, completely ignoring He Yuqin's words. She looked as if her heart was dead, wanting to go down and accompany Lu Yangfeng. Seeing Ma Yinxue's reaction, He Yuqin suddenly panicked, looking around at the few remaining people in a fluster. "You have to believe me, I am really a good person. Ma Yinxue says I am a werewolf, she is wronging me. This woman killed her own boyfriend just to make you believe she is the seer, you can't trust her." Noticing that no one dared to meet her gaze, everyone lowered their heads and avoided looking at her. He Yuqin finally felt disheartened and sat down heavily on the ground, tears streaming down her face, and she forced a bitter smile. You can tell me. How can I prove that I am a good person? He Yuqin looked at the scene before her, feeling the desolation and anger within her, watching Chen Chen, who stood on the table with a cane, smiling and observing everything. With a heart full of despair, she cast a resentful glance around the room before closing her eyes and tilting her head back, remaining silent for a long time. It was Wang Li's turn to speak, and after a moment of contemplation, he raised his head and said, I am the witch. And I'm a bit confused about this situation. I also think that Ma Inxue is more likely to be the seer, her statements are completely logical. But I also want to hear Lu Mao's verification results. I would prefer to vote for He Yuqin. Lu Mao, who had been unable to contain himself since Ma Inxue spoke, finally saw it was his turn to speak. His gaze fixed intently on Wang Li and He Yuqin. I believe in both of you, and I hope you both believe that I am the real seer. Lu Mao, who had been nearly in despair, saw that he was not the one to die that night, and hope surged anew because if they voted out a werewolf today, the witch could save him at night. And they could vote out another werewolf the next day. He had a chance to survive, the inevitable death was averted. Lu Mao, who had just moments ago been filled with despair, now stood tall, his eyes bright and his voice firm as he spoke. Yang Feng is the wolf I verified on the first night, and Ma Inxue is the wolf I verified on the second night. He Yuqin and Wang Li are on the good side, so the last werewolf must be among Zhang Dongjian and Dong Kaiyin. The witch will save me tonight, and I will verify between the two of them, one is a good person, and the other is definitely a werewolf. Seeing Lu Mao suddenly confident and addressing everyone, Chen felt as if something was missing. The next moment, the theme song from Detective Conan's Kagero Mori playing during a case echoed above the 9 players. Chen used his mask's special skill to add some atmosphere to the game. Upon hearing the BGM, Lu Mao first looked puzzled, then spoke with newfound confidence as if possessed by a deity. So today we all vote for Ma Inxue, then the witch saves me at night, and I will verify Zhang Dongjian. I have finished speaking. Zhang Dongjian, who took over the speaking rights, glanced at Lu Yangfeng's corpse across from him and then at Yang Feng's corpse beside him, unable to hide his fear. After hesitating for a long time, he slowly spoke. I still believe that Ma Inxue is the seer. Ma Inxue has a very good relationship with her boyfriend, and from my interactions with her, she is a very good girl. I don't believe she would kill her boyfriend to solidify her identity as a seer. Moreover, Zhang Dongjian's mind raced through past events. Lu Mao is not a good person, I don't trust him. I choose to vote for He Yuqin. Player speeches have ended, we will now begin voting. At this point, Li Shixia was in a state of self-destruction, her only obsession being to protect the survivors behind her. Voting results: Ma Inxue received 2 votes, He Yuqin received 4 votes. Players who chose to vote Ma Inxue out: He Yuqin, Lu Mao. Players who chose to vote He Yuqin out: Dong Kaiyin, Wang Li, Ma Inxue, Zhang Dongjian. Final result: He Yuqin is out. Seeing the result, He Yuqin's face showed no sadness, she stood up and scanned the crowd, a faint, inexplicable smile appearing on her face. At that moment, He Yuqin suddenly felt she understood Chen's previous situation, when Chen was ostracized by everyone. It must have been just like her current state. No matter how she spoke, even swearing an oath, no one was willing to believe her, just like a beggar abandoned on the roadside, even wild dogs unwilling to come too close. Like a drowning person trying to grasp a life-saving straw, only to find the people on the shore watching and mocking, some even throwing stones. Since you good people are unwilling to believe me, then let's go to hell together. It will surely be quite interesting to see the look of regret on your faces then. He Yuqin, rising with a faint smile, faced Chen and suddenly knelt down. I'm sorry. Chen, who had thought the other party was begging for mercy and was about to shoot with an unhappy expression, suddenly froze in place upon hearing He Yuqin's apology, his hands trembling slightly. What did you say? I said I'm sorry. The rules of the game cannot be changed. If you lose, you must admit it. Chen frowned slightly as he looked at the girl kneeling on the ground. No, I just experienced your previous situation before dying and felt. He Yuqin looked up at Chen and then lowered her head again. I felt that what I did before was excessive, and I regret it a bit. Regret it? Regret it. Bang. A dull gunshot rang out. He Yuqin, kneeling on the ground, collapsed with a thud, her eyes tightly closed, but a slightly eerie smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. Chen did not immediately announce the continuation of the game but turned to look at Li Shixia, whose eyes were filled with dead silence, and spoke with a childlike happy smile, though his eyes carried a sense of loneliness. Do you know? After so many years, she is the first to admit her mistakes and say sorry to me. But, Chen suddenly turned to the crowd gathered around the table and roared, you have completely ruined my first half of life. On what grounds do you act as if you've done something wrong, and just by admitting it, everything can be forgiven? You all deserve to die. After a pause, Chen controlled his emotions and spoke. The game continues. Night falls, please close your eyes. Werewolves, please open your eyes. Ma. Inshui and Dong Kain exchanged glances. Having come this far, they were basically victorious. The two pointed their fingers at the last civilian on the field, Zhang Dongjian. In the villagers' game, if all civilians are dead, the werewolves win. Regardless of whether the witch saves or not, they can kill Zhang Dongjian on the next night when the witch has no potion. Werewolves, please close your eyes. Seer, please open your eyes. The target you want to verify tonight is his identity is witch, please open your eyes. The player killed tonight is Li Shixia pointed at the last civilian on the field, Zhang Dongjian. Does the witch want to use the antidote tonight? Seeing that the player killed at night was still not his own, Wang Li hesitated a bit. To save or not to save? He believed Ma Inxue was the seer, so in his view, his friend was a civilian, Lu Yangfan was a hunter, Yang Feng was a civilian, and he Yuqin was a werewolf. Therefore, this Zhang Dongjian should be the last civilian and must be saved. Otherwise, if all civilians die, the good people fail, and he, as a member of the good people's camp, would have to accompany them in death. Use the antidote. Wang Li used the antidote on Zhang Dongjian. Daylight has arrived, all players, please open your eyes. Last night was a peaceful night. Starting with Dong Kain to speak, the order of speaking follows. Dong Kain heard that on Christmas Eve, Zhang Dongjian was not dead, and she knew that the witch had used her potion last night. Victory was already in sight, they just needed to kill Zhang Dongjian the next night, and then their werewolves would win. Moreover, her werewolf teammate Ma Inxue was the last to speak, making it an easy position to sway the votes. Dong Kain lowered her head, secretly delighted, and couldn't help but glance at Ma Inxue again. Indeed, in this world, only the ruthless could survive. Who would believe that Ma Inxue had really killed her boyfriend of nearly 5 years just for the identity of a seer? She needed to learn from her more in the future. What she needed to do now was to keep a low profile as much as possible, to avoid being targeted this round. Dong Kain, who had not raised her head, said in a very soft voice, "What happened? Did the witch save someone? The other two werewolves should be Lu Mao and Zhang Dongjian, right? I vote for Lu Mao." I finished speaking. Wang Li, who took over the conversation, cast a gloomy glance at the lowered head of Dong Kain before speaking. Zhang Dongjian, who was killed last night, I saved him. So if I'm not mistaken, Dong Kain, you should be a werewolf. You and Lu Mao should be the last two wolves in the game. Suddenly recalling something, Wang Li's expression turned ashen. He realized that there was only one civilian left, Zhang Dongjian. No matter which werewolf they voted out today, the werewolves could easily kill that civilian at night and secure victory. Damn it, he should have saved his friend on the first day, that way, there would have been one more civilian in the game, and they wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Regretting it now was useless. After realizing this problem, Wang Li's face turned dark, and he fell silent. The only way for the good side to win now was if the werewolves didn't kill Zhang Dongjian tonight. But damn it, the werewolves wouldn't be foolish enough to do that. As the situation gradually developed into the worst possible outcome, he had no way to solve the problem and could only wait for death. Chen stood on the table, rubbing his cane on the tabletop, lost in thought, not knowing what he was thinking about. It was Lu Mao's turn to speak. But Lu Mao's expression was just like Wang Li's, his eyes filled with a dead silence, his face ashen. When he didn't vote out Ma Inxue yesterday, Lu Mao already knew that the good side had lost, they were doomed. At this moment, Lu Mao suddenly smiled bitterly, scanning the crowd. I consider myself to have a decent reputation among everyone, so I took the role of a seer, hoping to use my reputation to gain the trust of the good side and achieve victory. I didn't expect that your impression of me is that I'm not a good person, which made it so that no one believes me as a seer. Lu Mao suddenly turned his gaze to Zhang Dongjian beside him, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Especially you, Zhang Dongjian. I can accept that others don't believe me, but you, Zhang Dongjian, cannot. Zhang Dongjian, remember that when you just transferred to this class and Lu Shuai bullied you, I was the one who helped you. Since then, I've always protected you. Anyone can say I'm not a good person, but you, Zhang Dongjian, cannot. Lu Mao suddenly looked up at Chen sitting at the table, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes, and spoke to Wang Li and Zhang Dongjian. We good people are bound to lose, the three of us are going to die. At this moment, Zhang Dongjian also sorted out the logic and exchanged a glance with Wang Li. Their eyes were filled with despair. But we still have one last choice, which is that we have 3 votes during the day, and the werewolves only have 2 votes. We can decide who dies through voting. Lu Mao said with a bitter smile, looking at Zhang Dongjian. Although we cannot decide our own lives, at least we can now decide the fate of one of the two people across from us. The choice is yours, you say who to vote for? And Wang Li and I will follow your lead. I have finished speaking. Zhang Dongjian raised his bound hands in front of his eyes, then looked out at the wandering zombies outside the restaurant and at Chen Chen standing on the table. After a pause, he spoke with a bitter smile. Brother Miao, how do you think this world suddenly changed, becoming a bit unfamiliar to me? This world has suddenly become dangerous, filled with zombies, demons, and perverts. Even a gentle girl like Ma Yinxue can kill her boyfriend with her own hands just to survive. Brother Miao, do you think her crying just now was real or fake? Dong Kaiyin, I've actually liked you for a long time. I didn't dare to confess before the apocalypse, and after it came, I didn't have the chance to. I don't actually dislike Chen Chen, after all, he used to often give me cigarettes, whether it was Black Lanzhou or Furong Wang, those were good smokes. Zhang Dongjian lowered his head and paused for a long time, as memories flashed through his mind as he approached death. I often lingered around you, hearing you say that Chen Chen was no good, that he was too arrogant. To win your favor, I often bullied Chen Chen in front of you. I hoped to gain your affection, but it seems you never looked at me properly. To be serious, I really like you a lot, so much that I would even be willing to die for you. Looking at Ma Yinxue, whose face turned completely pale in an instant, and Dong Kaiyin, whose sad expression concealed uncontrollable joy, Zhang Dongjian continued. This world has truly become too dangerous, you will definitely suffer living in it, so why not come down with me? I will continue to protect you down there. Brother Miao, Brother Wang Li, let's vote for Dong Kaiyin together so I can do something for her in the end, to send her off. I have finished speaking. It was now Ma Yinxue's turn to speak. At this moment, Ma Yinxue was slumped over the table, her face showing a look of ecstasy. After learning that Zhang Dongjian liked Dong Kaiyin, Ma Yinxue thought she was doomed, but unexpectedly, this person decided to take Dong Kaiyin with him because the world was too dangerous for her to survive. What kind of ridiculous logic is that? Having such a suitor, Dong Kaiyin was really out of luck. Ma Yinxue turned her head to look at Lu Yangfang, who was collapsed beside her, a flash of pain in her eyes. She had no choice. Lu Miao had already found out about one of her wolf teammates on the first night. If she couldn't kill Lu Miao on the second night and let him continue to investigate, her survival space would be greatly squeezed. She couldn't afford to gamble on whether the witch would save the seer at night. But what she could gamble on was that the witch definitely wouldn't save a card that wasn't the seer at night. So, Lu Yangfang was killed by her own hands at night. And Ma Yinxue took the opportunity to jump the prophet. Reaching this point, she finally survived. Everything was worth it. Ma Yinxue, exhausted, ignored the despairing Dong Kaiyin beside her. She waved her hand and casually said, I'm a good person. Speech finished. Players' speeches are over. Voting begins now. Voting results, Ma Yinxue received 1 vote, Dong Kaiyin received 4 votes. The player who chose to vote Ma Yinxue out is Dong Kaiyin. The players who chose to vote Dong Kaiyin out are Ma Yinxue, Wang Li, Lu Mao, Zhang Dongjian. Final result, Dong Kaiyin is out. Bang! The gunshot rang out. Dong Kaiyin, who hadn't had time to make her last words, stared blankly as Zhang Dongjian's body slowly fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Players, please close your eyes. Werewolves, please open your eyes. The target the werewolves want to kill tonight is good people fail, werewolves win. The civilian identity players are Wang Li's friend Zhang Dongjian, Hiyuqin. The werewolf identity players are Dong Kaiyin, Ma Yinxue, Yang Feng. The prophet identity player is Lu Mao. The witch identity player is Wang Li. The hunter identity player is Lu Yangfang. Players out, Lu Mao, Zhang Dongjian, Wang Li. Surviving player, Ma Yinxue. Standing beside the table, Li Shixia expressionlessly finished the sentence, ending the game, then stood still, not knowing what to think. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive gunshots rang out. Wang Li, Lu Mao, and Zhang Dongjian each had a blood hole the size of 2 fingers between their brows, their bodies falling backward. For the safety of the survivors behind, Li Shixia, who had been holding back her emotions, finally couldn't contain her breakdown upon seeing the 3 in front of her fall again, and shouted loudly at Chen Chen. What exactly do you want? You said you wanted to play a little game with them, and what happened? What happened? 9 people participated in the game, and only 1 survived. Is this your little game, a game of life and death? What exactly do you, this demon, want to do? Even if they bullied you before, is that not enough now? Ignoring Li Shixia's cries and accusations beside him, Chen Chen thoughtfully stared at Ma Yinxue, who was holding Lu Yangfang's corpse and crying out in pain, waved at Ergo and Donkey Egg, then turned to the mournful Li Shixia and spoke. First, I must correct your wording error. It's not 9 lives and 1 death, but 8 lives and 1 death. Secondly, the most important thing is that you also saw it. I didn't kill anyone, they decided who would die, I'm just a tool. Tools have no distinction between good and evil. If you want to blame someone, blame the one who survived, she is the one who used the tool to kill. Li Gu, you called us. Seeing Chen Chen wave, ergo, and donkey egg. Didn't hesitate much and quickly ran to Chen Chen's side. Chen Chen didn't speak, jumped off the table and walked towards Ma Yinxue. Ergo and donkey egg exchanged glances, roughly understanding what was about to happen. This woman had committed a taboo in front of Chen Chen. You are Ma Yinxue, right? Yes. At this moment, Ma Yinxue looked heart-wrenching with tears like pear blossoms, her voice hoarse and filled with the pain of losing a loved one as she responded. You love your boyfriend very much? Very much. Then why did you choose to kill him? I had no choice. What do you mean no choice? I am a werewolf, he is a good person, we are opposites. And then? You wanted to survive, so you killed him. No, that's not it at all. Ma Yinxue suddenly raised her head, her eyes red as she lowly roared, I had to kill him because I knew that no matter what my identity was, he would do everything to protect me. Isn't this bad? He is your fourth wolf teammate on the field. The condition for a good person's victory is to eliminate all werewolves present. He can't bear to vote me out, in the end, he will definitely sacrifice himself to let me survive. So you took this step in advance? Chen Chen looked at the girl in front of him, her eyes like pear blossoms with rain, with great interest. Yes, this choice is too cruel for him. I don't want him to face this choice, I would rather keep it from him. Ma Yinxue suddenly smiled bitterly at everyone, and then be the villain in your eyes, so he can leave with a little more peace. Chen reached out and pinched Ma Yinxue's chin, smiling as he spoke. So what you want to tell me is that the reason you chose to kill your boyfriend who betrayed him is that you didn't want him to make this choice. You took on this evil consequence and pain for him, right? Ma Yinxue closed her eyes tightly, tears streaming down her face, allowing Chen Chen to hold her chin, her throat hoarse as she said, yes. Chen Chen stood up and patted air. Go and Lu Dan on the shoulders. This is a good girl. Although this girl just personally killed her boyfriend of 5 years, she is a good girl. Willing to bear the burden alone, she wants to give her boyfriend a peaceful time in hell, admirable. Looking down at Ma Yinxue, Chen Chen paused for a moment before speaking. But haven't you thought that if you just self-destruct as a three-headed werewolf, your boyfriend could live? Ha! Ma! Yinxue looked up at Chen Chen in confusion, thinking, didn't my boyfriend bully you? Why do you look so sad that he's dead now? Of course, I thought about it, but even if my boyfriend lived, he would spend the rest of his life in guilt and regret. I don't want to see him like that. Ma Yinxue lowered her head and gently touched Lu Yangfeng's unblinking eyes. I would rather bear the evil consequences and guilt alone than let him bear it. Well said, it really is hard for you. Your boyfriend can enjoy a peaceful time in hell, while you will have to carry the burden of evil consequences and guilt in the future. Ma Yinxue shook her head, tears staining her face, and after a moment, she spoke, can you help me untie the ropes on my hands? Lu Dan put down the knife he had on his shoulder and cut the ropes binding Ma Yinxue's hands. Thank you, Ma Yinxue said softly as she rubbed her hands. Do you miss your boyfriend? Yes. Am I a good person? Do you believe me? Ma Yinxue looked up at his handsome face, unable to help but twitch her lips and said, I believe you are a good person. Well said. Chen Chen shouted loudly. You, a weak woman, with your beloved no longer by your side, still have to bear the evil consequences and guilt in this damned world. This world is not gentle to you at all, but I have always been gentle to women. So I allow you to go down and enjoy a peaceful time in hell with your boyfriend. Ha! Ma Yinxue was completely confused, looking up at the young man in a suit and gentleman's hat, not knowing what to say. Chen Chen took the knife from Lu Dan's hand and threw it in front of Ma Yinxue. His eyes were filled with the flames of hatred and anger as he softly said, remember in your next life, if you become a whore, don't set up a monument. Chen Chen straightened up and brushed off the non-existent dust on his hands, looking at the zombies outside the restaurant and said, do it yourself, I'll give you some dignity. Ergo, why do you think I'm always so soft-hearted? Chen Chen patted Ergo's shoulder. Ergo scratched his bald head, his mouth twitching involuntarily, and said foolishly, maybe it's because Li Gu is too kind-hearted. Maybe. I can't help but feel soft-hearted when I see sincere and beautiful emotions. Love is a powerful thing, it can make barren land sprout green branches out of nowhere. Ergo smiled without speaking. Before he turned 20, he had devoted himself entirely to his career, indifferent to love. Then, at 20, he excelled in his career and ended up in prison. By the time he got out, he was a 35-year-old virgin. How could he know what love was? No, from a certain perspective, he might not be considered a virgin. But Chen Chen looked down at the already cold body of Lu Yongfang on the ground. If one day this love fades away, the green branches in the barrenness will instantly wither and turn to raging fire, leaving no grass behind. From despair to hope, then to shattered hope, and finally filled with hope until it ultimately crumbled. At this moment, Ma Yinxue stood there like a mute, silent. After a long time, staring at the weapon in front of her, Ma Yinxue raised her head, her face expressionless, and hoarsely asked, Li Ge, why, according to the game rules, I am the last survivor, I can't die. Chen Chen looked at Ma Yinxue in front of him, lost in thought, and after a while, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ergo, I'm going to take a look at the door. If she doesn't have dignity, you help her have dignity. Chen Chen was lost in his thoughts as he staggered to the restaurant door, looking at the sun already hanging at an angle in the sky. The sky was clear, and from time to time, he could hear the unconscious roars of zombies nearby, with zombies wandering past occasionally. He waved his hand for Changxing to come over. Chen Chen leaned on his cane with one hand and pointed outside with the other, murmuring, Changsheng, what kind of world do you think this is now? A voice came from behind him. This is a world where most people have turned into zombies, and the whole world is playing a so-called doomsday game. Hearing the answer, Chen Chen chuckled softly. You're still a high school student, doing reading comprehension here. Chen Chen raised his head and gazed into the distance. That shelter is the Central Hospital. Do you know what kind of hospital the Central Hospital is? Is it some kind of urology hospital? After a moment of hesitation, Changsheng finally spoke. It's the only mental hospital in this city, Chen Chen replied softly, his expression unreadable. All the mental patients in this city are in that hospital. This is the apocalypse, my world. I want to find my little princess. Chen Chen maintained his posture, gazing into the distance. But I'm worried that I won't have enough strength. I'm afraid that if I go to the shelter, I won't be able to find my little princess. Chen Chen, who had not turned around, had not looked at Changxing even once, still gazing into the distance. Kill zombies, earn points, and exchange for strength at the supply point. Do you love your girlfriend? Chen Chen suddenly changed the subject with a strange question. The voice behind him paused for a moment. Unsure why the question had come up so suddenly, but still answered firmly. Yes, very much. How much? She is my whole world. If one of you had to leave this world, what would you choose? I would leave. So you would be willing to die for her, right? I would. How can you prove that? Changsheng, caught off guard by Chen Chan's rapid-fire questioning, suddenly fell silent. Everyone says they love their girlfriend, but how can they prove it? Liuzi might not be able to answer that question either. After all, love can't be hidden in one's stomach. I need a large group of zombies gathered at the restaurant entrance. What do you need me to do, Brother Li? I need you to go out and lure all the zombies to the restaurant entrance. I'll lend you my mask. It's a 2-star equipment and its special ability can create music within a certain range, enough to attract a large number of zombies. Brother Li, Changsheng hesitated, about to say something, but was interrupted. If you don't go, I'll kill your girlfriend. Brother Li, you. At that moment, a piercing scream came from behind Chen Chen and Changsheng, followed by the sound of a gradually fading wail. Neither of them turned to see what had happened at the source of the sound. When the wailing finally faded to nothing, Chen spoke softly. I have high hopes for you. I hope you can show your worth, otherwise you too will be my burden, as your savior is not very useful to me right now. Changxing stared at Chen Chen's back, his expression shifting between dark and light, remaining silent for a long while. He didn't need to turn around to know that the scream behind him had come from Ma Yinxue, and it was obvious she had been dealt with. Strangely, Chen Chen was unusually patient this time and did not urge him. After a long time. Alright, I'll get ready. Your little princess will be proud of you. Chen Chen turned around to look directly into Changxing's eyes. So I'll lend you this mask for now. You need to attract as many zombies as possible, but you must control their numbers. If there are too many, I'll close the door and you'll die. If there are too few, you'll have to make many trips. It's up to you, but remember one thing, you have to run faster than the zombies. Changsheng looked troubled, his face full of despair. Brotherly, why did you choose me? Because I see a thirst for power in your eyes, and an expectation for the apocalypse. Brotherly, don't fool me. Because your weakness is the easiest to grasp. As Changsheng went to say goodbye to his girlfriend, he cast a resentful glance at Chen Chen. Chen Chen, who continued to gaze into the distance, suddenly unconsciously smiled slightly. Ergo, come here. Chen Chen waved his hand behind him. Brotherly, you say, Ergo and the others who rushed over stood beside Chen Chen and spoke. Just as Chen Chen turned around, he saw Dandan covered in blood, and his face darkened. What did I just tell you? To make sure she looks decent. And then? If she doesn't. Look decent, we help her look decent.
Chen Shen's face turned ashen as he pointed to the nearby Ma Yinxue who had been cut in half and looked at the group.
And this is how you help her look decent? Dandan lowered his head in shame. Brotherly, this isn't my fault.
Mainly because when I was at the supply point changing to a swordsman, I bought a skill book.
This is my first time using it, and I couldn't control it.
Chen Shen looked at the tattooed man in front of him, who was lowering his head in full of shame, and said helplessly, first time using this skill?
Yeah, I never had the chance before, just couldn't help but get itchy fingers. Why didn't you use it when fighting the mutated cat? Couldn't hit it. So you could hit it just now?
Yeah, after all, her speed is much slower than the mutated cat.
After you changed your class to a knife master, you didn't buy a knife first, but bought a skill?
Yeah, I went to the skill shop first after changing classes.
And then?
Then I found a skill I liked, so I bought it, thinking how much could a broken knife be worth.
Go on. Then I realized I couldn't afford a knife, so I left. Chen Chen rubbed his forehead and sighed deeply. What's the effect of the skill? It allows me to swing a blade forward, creating a blade light about a meter wide. It's pretty cool. Are there any restrictions?
I feel like I can still swing it 5 more times, after that I need to rest.
What about you, Ergo?
You came out of the supply point the fastest, didn't buy any equipment.
Just bought a skill?
Chen Chen looked at Ergo. A fierce battle was about to come, and he needed to clarify his side's combat power. Ergo scratched the back of his head, hesitating for a moment before stammering, I did.
A lottery.
Upon hearing this, Chen Chen was full of question marks.
There's a lottery at the supply point? How come I didn't know?
In the miscellaneous goods shop.
What made you check the miscellaneous goods shop first? Chen Chen looked at the unreliable group in front of him with a black line on his face.
When we were young, there were no convenience stores, only itinerant merchants, and their shoulder pulls had all sorts of odds and ends.
We loved to find treasures in there. So my first reaction upon seeing the miscellaneous goods shop was to look for treasures inside. Did you find anything?
No, but I found something called Pandora's Heart, which allows for a lottery, 20 points each, claiming.
Claiming what?
Claiming it can leverage 1,000 times to get rich quickly.
How many did you buy? Only enough for one. What did you draw? A token. Chen Chen stared at the token with a slightly ominous feeling, slightly opening his mouth. It won't be another area horn, will it? No.
Seeing the equipment information shared by Ergo, Chen Chen's eyebrows lifted in delight. This was a good
item.
Leverage token equipment level, 2-star equipment attributes, none equipment effect. After use, it creates a magnetic field of about 100 square meters centered on the user, allowing players within this field to earn double points for killing mutated creatures, lasting for 2 hours.
Equipment limit, 1-to-1 equipment description. As long as the capital is sufficient, I can lift an entire earth for you. The shortest path to wealth is to go all in on leverage. Go for it, young man. Just in time for later when we kill zombies at the supply point. Why didn't you take it out? Chen Chen played with the token in his hand, casually asking. At that time, I didn't have the chance to kill zombies, so I couldn't get double points. You're too real.
Looking over at Huigaili, who was crying in Long Sheng's arms and mumbling about something, it seemed they were almost done saying their goodbyes. Chen Chen jumped onto the table in a flash, clapped his hands, and said, everyone come over. As Ergo and the others, along with the middle-aged couple, 2 elderly people, a young couple, and Li Shixia all gathered around, Chen Chen scanned the circle of people waiting for him to speak, feeling secretly satisfied. Although these survivors had low combat power and were basically useless, they still counted as his own team. Before the apocalypse, what Chen Chen envied the most were those who had a group of people to fight him. Having more people was definitely better. Ignoring the expressions of anger and sadness on the faces of the people below, Chen Chen organized his thoughts and slowly spoke, we are preparing to head to the shelter this afternoon. Upon hearing this, the survivors below could no longer hold back their tears of joy. They had waited so long for this very sentence. However, before we go to the shelter, we need to clear out the zombies in this school.
Next, I will explain the battle plan. Changsheng. Chen Chen called out loudly. Here. Changsheng pulled out the arm tightly held
by Huigaili, wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes, leaned down to whisper something in her ear, and then walked to the side of Chen Chen's table to respond loudly.
Changsheng will lead the zombies from the cafeteria
to the entrance, and we will rely on the terrain to kill them at the entrance. A few of us will kill the zombies at the entrance, and you all need to decide whether to join the combat team or the logistics team.
Chen Chen looked at the survivors.
I want to go to the entrance to kill zombies. Huigaili hesitated for a moment, then wiped her tears dry and raised her hand firmly.
Very good, later you can go find a weapon in the cafeteria. What? About the others? The middle-aged couple was now staring at the ground in silence, while the two old men were looking at each other as if they saw flowers in each other's eyes. Since the game ended, Li Shixia had been a bit abnormal, standing there in a daze without speaking. Alright, I will assign some tasks to you. Chen Shen pointed to the few people who were currently lost in thought. Li Shixia will lead the team to dismantle all the dining tables, block all the windows, and then throw the remaining tables outside the cafeteria. Young brother, we are both half buried in the ground already, we can't compare to you young people. We really don't have the strength to do such hard labor as dismantling tables. The old man with silver hair and a large mole on his nose trembled as he spoke. Yes, we really don't have the strength for such hard work. The wrinkled old woman, who occasionally groaned while holding her lower back, coughed and echoed. The middle-aged woman reached out and twisted her husband's waist hard. The middle-aged man silently cried out in pain but could only helplessly remain silent. He certainly understood his wife's meaning, but they were both in their 40s, still in their prime, and it felt too forced to agree with these two. He didn't want to test the limits of the one standing on the table. Indeed. Chen Shen looked at the two elderly people and quietly said, Ergo, go find 2 shovels used for cooking in the cafeteria for these 2 elders, and take them along to kill the mutated zombies. Oh no, young brother, that's not acceptable. The old man immediately became anxious upon hearing this. I'm already 70 or 80 years old, and you want me to kill zombies? Are you sure you're not sending me to feed the zombies? We don't have many years left to live. Just walking a few steps makes our bodies feel like they're falling apart. How could we possibly have the strength to kill zombies? How about we cheer you on from the back? Wishing everyone a victorious start. Hearing the old man's words, Chen Shen couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement. So, you two elders, since you don't want to do the logistics of dismantling tables and you don't want to go out and kill zombies, what do you want to do? After exchanging a glance, the wrinkled old woman took the lead in responding. Young man, you know our physical condition. We just want to reach the shelter and spend the rest of our days in peace. The world should be left to you young people. Chen Shen raised his hand and glanced at the quartz watch on his wrist, finding it somewhat amusing. It seems the older generation likes to say this, as if you once had control over this world. Your physical abilities have already been doubled after your job change, there's no need to play the pity card. You have 2 choices in front of you, 1, go dismantle tables, 2, go kill zombies. Hearing Chen Shen's unrelenting words, the two turned their gaze to the stunned Li Shixia, hoping she would say a few words for them. However, at that moment, Li Shixia seemed lost in her own world, her expression blank, and not responding to the 2 hopeful gazes. Suddenly coming back to her senses, Li Shixia didn't speak either. Following the assigned task, she walked to a dining table, lifted it, and headed toward the window. The entire process was robotic, devoid of independent thought, only knowing to execute orders. Chen Shen jumped off the table and ignored the others as he walked to the restaurant door, staring at the glass door and the white clouds in the sky in a daze. Ergo and the others were not surprised. Chen Shen always liked to stare at the sky and zone out. At this moment, the group sat quietly, resting to conserve energy for the upcoming battle. Elders, I suggest you go dismantle tables. Our physical abilities have been enhanced, moving a dining table isn't tiring. After Chen Shen left, Hui Gaili cautiously approached the 2 elderly people and whispered, Don't contradict him, Li Ji's patience isn't very good. Sigh, thank you for the reminder, young lady. We know. But sending 2 old folks like us to do physical labor is unreasonable anywhere, don't you think, old woman? The old man, touching the mole on his nose, slapped the old woman's backside. You shameless old man, you touched my backside again. The old woman first scolded the grinning old man before turning to Hui Gaili, young lady. Why did you choose to kill zombies? Those monsters are neither human nor ghost, they don't fear pain and run fast. What are you thinking? You should ask that young man if he regrets it while there's still time. The old woman looked at Hui Gaili with a pained expression, thinking that if her granddaughter were still alive, she would be about this age. Auntie. Hui Gaili hesitated but spoke up, my boyfriend was assigned by Chen Shen to lure zombies outside, and I'm worried they won't save him. If I go to the door, at least I can keep an eye on him. You two should go dismantle tables, it won't be good if Li Gu gets angry later. The 2 elders exchanged glances inside in unison. Alright, let's go work. Sigh, what kind of karma is this? How can a young person be so ruthless? So, Chang Shang, are you nervous? Chen Shen looked at the little boy beside him, who was rubbing his sweaty hands on his pants. A little, Chang Sheng admitted after thinking for a moment. You have to believe in yourself. It's just about leading a group of people to run, right? I used to be chased and beaten by a group of people all the time, and every time I just ran away without feeling nervous at all. Hearing Chen Shen suddenly say something inexplicable, Chang Shang lowered his head in thought for a moment, then raised his head with a determined look in his eyes and replied, I understand, Li Gu. You want to tell me that as long as I don't panic, I can shake off those zombies chasing me. No, every time I couldn't escape, I got caught and beaten to the ground. So Li Gu means. What I mean is, if you don't run fast enough, you'll get caught and then be devoured by a horde of zombies. Chen Shen continued to stare blankly at the white clouds, reaching out to pat Chang Shang's shoulder in encouragement. Just a moment ago, Chang Shang, whose hands were sweating, heard this and his legs began to tremble. He spoke with a quivering voice, Li Gu, don't scare me. Do you know why I like to look up at the white clouds? I don't know. Chang Shang replied while turning to look in the direction of his girlfriend. He was a bit unsure how to interact with this brother whose thought process seemed a bit off. Every time I look up at the white clouds in the sky, I always feel very sad, always thinking it shouldn't be just me standing here looking up, always feeling like there should be someone else beside me. Hearing this, Chang Shang, completely bewildered, stared blankly at Chen Shan, unable to decipher the meaning of his words. Our teacher never taught us this. Li Gu. Ergo interrupted Chen Shan's thoughts. Everything is ready, they have blocked the windows with all the tables, and the remaining tables are gathered in the middle. Then let's start. Chen Shan withdrew his gaze and turned to the crowd. Ergo, take Donkey Egg and Air Mao, and clear out the scattered zombies in front of the restaurant door. Yes. Hui Gai Li. I'm here. Hearing Chen Shen call, Hui Gai Li jogged to Chen Shen's side, lowering his head and secretly glancing at Chang Shang. Take the people behind you and move all the tables to the restaurant door, creating a passage along both sides of the door. The width should accommodate about 4 people. Stack the tables sturdily. Understood? Yes. After speaking, Hui Gai Li couldn't help but step forward to give Chang Sheng a hug, then separated to lead the survivors, carrying tables in the safe area cleared by Ergo and the others, preparing to build a passage that could only accommodate 2 or 3 people. Li Gu, it's all done, we can start. Ergo and the others stood beside Chen Shen, looking at the passage that was about 10 meters long and could accommodate about 4 people at once. When the zombies arrive, you 3 will output in the front, and I'll provide fire support from the back. The remaining survivors should try to drag the corpses of the zombies that died at the door back into the restaurant. I don't want to see the passage filled with corpses in no time. All dropped items must be surrendered and distributed uniformly. Hoarding means death, slacking off means death, disobeying orders means death. Understood? After saying this, Chen Shen took off the mask on his face and handed it to Chang Shang. Go, cause a ruckus this time. If this trip doesn't return. Chang Shang looked at Chen Shen with a mournful face. Chen Shen glanced at Donkey Egg, who was adjusting his breath and preparing to enter battle mode. If it doesn't return. I remember Donkey Egg seems to want to find a woman with a big butt. Chang Sheng glared at Chen Shen, then walked up to Hui Gai Li, tucking her fallen hair back behind her ear. With a clenched jaw, she didn't say a word, grabbed her mask, and turned to run down the corridor. Wumong Mountain connects to the mountains beyond. The moonlight spills onto the riverbank. The clear beat and distinct rhythm of the song echoed at the end of the corridor. I like this song, Chen Shen said, raising the desert eagle he had been using as a cane, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. You 3, take your weapons and head up. He glanced at the iron shovel Hui Gai Li was holding, used for serving large pots of food in the cafeteria. You go to the front too, stand next to the Donkey Egg. There had been some scattered zombie growls around, but they seemed to have been drawn away by Chang Shang, leaving a sudden silence. Chen Shen smacked his lips and glanced back at the few survivors. Remember, the zombie corpses that fall at the door should be dragged back to the cafeteria as much as possible. The middle-aged couple exchanged a glance, suppressing their dissatisfaction, and nodded in agreement. The old man with a mole on his nose and the wrinkled old woman both kept their eyes on the ground, not voicing any further opposition. Their earlier protest had relied on the belief that the young man at least understood the concept of respecting the elderly and caring for the young, but the outcome showed that those words were absent from his dictionary. Naturally, they wouldn't speak up to stir trouble again. They didn't want to die so soon, especially after their physical abilities had been enhanced, feeling they could live a few more years. Very good. At that moment, a piercing scream suddenly rang out, growing clearer alongside the music, accompanied by the rising roars of zombies. Seeing this, everyone realized that Chang Shang had returned, but judging by the chilling scream, the situation was likely not good. Hui Gai Li, standing at the front, couldn't help but grip her shovel tightly, intending to run into the corridor to meet Chang Shang. The Donkey Egg beside her quickly blocked her way, preventing her from running into the passage. He remembered that Li Gu had promised that if Chang Shang died, this woman would belong to him. Although her backside was a bit small, she was clean and much better than his previous woman whom he had killed himself. But his face remained serious as he spoke sternly. If you don't want to die, don't move. Li Gu doesn't like disobedient people, no exceptions. As the sounds grew closer, at the end of the corridor, a figure was on all fours, wearing a mask that looked both eerie and fierce, sprinting towards the cafeteria. Behind it was a horde of zombies, their bodies swaying but their speed undeterred. It's Changsheng. Wait, why is he running on all fours like a dog? Ergo, who had just started to speak, suddenly looked confused. At that moment, Changsheng had already sprinted towards them at a speed far beyond that of a human. Before they could clear a path for him, Changsheng pushed off the ground with his legs, and in an instant he was airborne, lunging towards Chen Shan and the others. With a graceful arc, Changsheng crashed heavily onto the tiled floor of the cafeteria, cracking the tiles and landing flat on his back, gasping for breath. There was no time to understand what had happened to Changsheng. Ergo and the others stared wide-eyed at the zombies rushing from the end of the corridor, their cheeks puffing out as they took a deep breath, bracing themselves to welcome these emotionally unstable guests. Ergo, use your score token, Chen Shan said, holding his gun in his right hand and raising his left arm, positioning the gun on his arm in a combat stance. Yes. The massive horde of zombies filled the corridor, the makeshift passage created by the tables creaking under the weight of the frenzied crowd, looking as if it could collapse at any moment. Roar! The zombies were now less than 5 meters away from the group, and the extreme stench from their roars nearly caused Huigali to choke on the spot. Bang! The dull sound of gunfire rang out as Chun Shin fired first, hitting a zombie squarely in the forehead, blowing its head apart. Player Chen Shen has killed a LV-1 mutated creature, detecting the player within the score token's magnetic field, score +2. The zombie that fell instantly tripped. Several others following closely behind. However, it did not stop the tide of zombies surging towards them. More zombies rushed forward, stepping over the fallen one. Bang bang bang. Chen Shen methodically used his desert eagle to take precise shots at the horde of zombies. Closer, closer, even closer. Mao gritted his teeth, pulling back his spear slightly, preparing to thrust it fiercely to give the ugly zombie in front of him a headshot. However, in the next second, before Mao could thrust his spear, a silver-white light suddenly appeared, growing from small to large. It flew towards the horde of zombies in the passage. The zombies rushing towards them paused for a moment, and the next second, the heads of several zombies in front fell to the ground with a thud, creating a gap. Mao looked at Donkey Egg in confusion. This was the same skill Donkey Egg used when he bisected Ma Inxue. But the visual impact back then was nothing compared to now. Donkey Egg, with a proud glance at Mao, did not speak but suddenly swung his knife down onto the head of the zombie that charged in front of him. In the next second, the head exploded, black, viscous matter splattering everywhere. It was double points time now. Killing one more zombie was a profit. With this in mind, Donkey Egg wielded his knife with great vigor. Mao, regaining his senses, did not delay any longer, thrusting his spear fiercely, piercing through the head of the zombie in front of him. Bang bang bang. Chen Chan's Desert Eagle fired bullets frantically, but his brow furrowed, something felt off. Why were all the zombies in the passage LV-1? Not a single LV-2 zombie in sight. This was illogical. At this moment, Ergo was madly thrusting and retracting his spear, his gaze fierce as he stared at the continuously surging zombies. Inside, he was bleeding for the use of the score token, needing to kill enough zombies to break even. The middle-aged couple and others stood behind Ergo. Upon seeing a zombie killed, they squeezed through the gaps between Ergo and the others, dragging the bodies that fell in the passage inside. Everything seemed orderly, like a mechanical product, with each part serving its purpose. Damn! At that moment, a crisp curse rang out. Huigali swung the shovel in his hand and brought it down heavily on a zombie's head, but the zombie shook its slightly dazed head and continued to lunge at Huigali. Seeing the situation was critical, Huigali gritted his teeth, turned the shovel around, and struck the side of the shovel against the head of the zombie charging at him. One shovel took off half of the zombie's head. As Huigali found a way to kill the zombies, the weakest link stabilized. The 5 of them ground the zombies that dared to charge at them into pieces like a meat grinder, while the survivors behind them dragged the fallen bodies back to the cafeteria like engineers. The passage was covered in a black, viscous substance, but there were no zombie corpses in sight. Only the body of a zombie killed by Chin Chen was not far away, too far to drag back. This orderly process continued for over an hour, and the number of zombies pouring in from the end of the passage gradually decreased. Under the high-intensity battle, Ergo and the others were panting heavily and feeling a bit fatigued. At this point, Lu Dan could no longer unleash his blade aura and could only lift the heavy sword in his hand, mechanically smashing it down on the approaching zombies. Finally, no more zombies surged in from the end of the Passage. Accompanied by a reluctant roar, the last zombie was shot in the head by Chen Chen.
Seeing that all the zombies had been killed, everyone except Chen Chen, regardless of whether the ground was clean, lay down in a big
letter on the ground to catch their breath.
Chen Chen frowned as he looked towards the end of the passage, where not a single level 2 zombie could be seen. It was known that on the first day of the apocalypse, when he met Dog Brother said they had once fought for their lives against a level 2 zombie. Now, on the third day of the apocalypse, it was impossible for there to be no level 2 zombies, especially in a densely populated place like a
campus.
Something was amiss, and it was not wise to linger here. Chen Chen had no desire to investigate what had happened. If the sky were to fall, someone tall would hold it up.
He pulled up his personal panel, with 761 points remaining.
Chen Chen gazed into the distance, murmuring, "That's enough to buy a lot of interesting little gadgets.
Next, I should go pick up my little princess. Li Ge, drink some water." Chang Shang, with a sycophantic smile, handed Chen Chen a bowl filled with water and a mask.
After resting in the back, Chang Shang had recovered his strength and went to the cafeteria to fill a bowl with water and gather some dry food to share with everyone.
Chen took the water, sniffed it, drank it in one go, glanced at Chang Shang, and after putting the mask back on his face, he didn't speak.
Rest for a while, prepare to set off, and reach the shelter before sunset.
Ignoring the
excitement and anticipation on everyone's faces, Chen Chen leaned the Desert Eagle against a pile of zombie corpses and stared blankly at the white clouds. He raised his right hand, looking at the drifting white clouds through
his fingers, murmuring, "If I find you, what do you think I should do with you?" After a long time. "Li Ge, we are ready. Here are the dropped items."
Ergo interrupted Chen Chen's days.
Chen Chen looked at the people gathered
together waiting for his orders. The not-so-large cafeteria was now filled with zombie corpses scattered about. The passage outside the cafeteria's main door was littered with zombies shot in the forehead, dismembered bodies, and
a lot of black, viscous substance.
From a distance, it looked like a few more corpses had been added to the asphalt road. He then looked at the dagger in Ergo's hand and was momentarily stunned. It turned out that level 1 zombies did drop items, but the drop rate was very low.
Chen Chen took the slightly small dagger from Ergo's hand and checked its equipment attributes. Dagger, equipment level, 1-star equipment. Equipment attributes, agility. +1 equipment description, just an ordinary dagger, what were you expecting?
Really trashy. Chen Chen casually tucked the dagger into his waist, not paying much attention to it, then looked at Chang Shang with a half-smile.
"I told you, the power of love is great, right? Well done.
Ergo, each of you give him 10 points. He then disdainfully glanced at the black, viscous substance in the passage, dismantled the dining table blocking the window, break
the window, and exit through the window.
Ergo and the others exchanged glances, unsure of the meaning behind Chen Chen's command, but they knew one thing: Brotherly did not like disobedient people.
Back at the supply point,
Chen Chen was still with the same group, as promised to rescue old friends. But for some unknown reason, none of the 9 old friends had survived. Chen Chen looked down at his watch and said, "Everyone go in, hurry up."
After
saying that, he was the first to enter the supply point. Without any hesitation, Chen Chen headed straight for the equipment store, opened the exclusive gear of the gunsmith, and purchased a Gatling battery pack.
Not knowing what
kind of situation the shelter was in, having the battery pack in hand greatly enhanced his sense of security. Chen Chen glanced at his remaining 261 points, casually bought 2 explosive grenades for 100 points, and then walked out of the supply point. At that moment, Chen Chen had no interest in checking out the grocery store or looking at the leaderboard to see if anything new had been unlocked. Unable to help but clutch his chest, Chen Chen felt a tightness, an indescribable feeling that was a mix of panic and helplessness surged in his heart. It was like a death row inmate an hour before execution.
Soon, the others came out one by one. Just as someone was about to
boast about their haul, they saw Chen Chen's gloomy face and wisely kept quiet. After exchanging a glance with Ergu, they were unsure who had provoked Chen Chen. Once everyone was out, Chen Chen took the lead, walking down the
street towards the only mental hospital in the city, the shelter mentioned in the channel's announcement.
The journey was silent. Chen Chen walked ahead with his head down, while Ergu and the others took it upon themselves to kill the scattered zombies wandering nearby, ensuring they didn't disturb Chen Chen up ahead.
Day.
The only sound on the road was the sound of Chen Chen's cane hitting the ground. The sound suddenly stopped.
Seeing Chen Chen
suddenly halt, the others also stopped and looked up, spotting a 6-story building not far away with a sign that read Central Hospital. Upon arriving at this familiar hospital, Chen Chen, who had been gloomy, suddenly broke into a smile and turned to Ergo behind him. Ergo felt a bit uneasy at Chen Chen's smile. Every time Chen Chen showed such a grin, something unpleasant was bound to happen.
I'm not afraid of ghosts, but I'm afraid of Chen Chen. Smiling. Have I ever told you about my father? He's in this hospital. Hearing Chen Chen start to tell a story, Ergo wished he could cover his ears. Based on his experience over the past few days with Chen Chen, whenever Chen began to narrate, the events that followed were usually far from good. My father is not capable, he can't make money. My mother is a very strong-willed person, and she basically scolds my father every day at home. Chen looked up at the central hospital not far away, his face showing no expression as he spoke flatly. The scolding was very harsh enough that I have always admired my father for being able to endure it for so long. One day, I should have been in my second or third year of high school, I can't remember. When I was about to fall asleep at night, the noise outside continued to be loud and chaotic. But suddenly, the sounds outside stopped, as abruptly as if a candle had been snuffed out. Chen Chen waved his cane in the air with his right hand. When I went outside to check, I found my father had killed the woman who had been insulting her with a cleaver. Chen Chen lowered Ergo's head and lifted it up, staring into his eyes, just like chopping ribs, clean and swift. Then my father stood beside my mother's corpse, holding the blood-dripping knife, silently staring at me. After that, my father was diagnosed with a mental disorder and was locked up in this hospital. Chen Chen suddenly spoke with a hint of excitement. You know, I visited him twice in the hospital, and I can clearly feel that he is much happier than before. Chen Chen suddenly raised his cane, pointing it at the hospital not far away. My beloved father, and my dear little princess, they are all in that hospital now. After saying this, Chen Chen suddenly lowered his cane and looked at Donkey Egg. Was your former wife important to you? Donkey Egg, unsure why Chen Chen suddenly asked this, furrowed his brow, thought for a moment, and then answered firmly. Important. The thought of my wife waiting for me outside is what kept me going in prison. Then why did you kill her? A flash of pain crossed Donkey Egg's eyes as he gritted his teeth and said, because she betrayed me. She betrayed me. Chen Chen murmured, falling silent. They paused for a moment. He smoothed out his slightly wrinkled suit with his hands, rubbed the soles of his shoes on the ground a few times, and adjusted his gentleman's hat. Then he spoke, let's go, to pick up my little princess. He stepped towards the central hospital. Before long, everyone saw the main entrance of the hospital, which was a glass door, now blocked by a mess of clutter behind it. A small side door served as the entrance and exit, where 4 people stood with weapons, their eyes scanning the surroundings. Occasionally, survivors would come in and out through the small door. Seeing that they had finally reached their destination, Chen Chen walked straight to the entrance without hesitation. Stop! Just as Chen Chen was about to step into the hospital, a shout rang in his ears. Are you a new survivor? You! Bang! A dull gunshot sounded, and the guard, who had not finished his sentence, suddenly had a blood hole in his forehead, his eyes vacant as he fell backward. The gunfire startled the remaining guards who, with expressions of fear mixed with seriousness, raised their weapons at Chen Chen and ordered the passing survivors to quickly find the director. They fixed their eyes on the cane in Chen Chen's hand, having just witnessed it kill one of their brothers. This cane, which looked like a handgun, turned out to be a real gun. As soon as this young man made any move to raise the cane again, they would turn and run. They certainly didn't think their foreheads were harder than that of the man who had just fallen. The gunfire also startled the people behind Chen Chen. Weren't they here to seek refuge? Why did it escalate to violence so quickly? Ergo and the others exchanged glances, also aiming their weapons at the remaining guards in front of them, as they were bound to Chen Chen. After firing a shot, Chen Chen planted the cane back on the ground and fell silent. This was the quickest way to meet the leader of this shelter. He didn't want to linger on this matter for too long. Thus, the two sides faced off for a while until a commotion arose. After 3 guards, a balding middle-aged man with a protruding belly walked towards the entrance, surrounded by a crowd. What's going on? What happened? Before the person arrived, the voice came first. Hearing a steady voice from behind, the 3 guards showed expressions of relief. One of the guards briefly recounted what had just happened. These people just arrived, and when Xiao Wang saw a new face, he intended to check it out, but before he could finish speaking, he was shot in the head. This group has guns, the usable kind. After hearing the report, the middle-aged man frowned as he looked at the man in a suit wearing a gentleman's hat in front of him. Leaning on a strange cane, with a mask of bizarre oil painting colors covering the upper half of his face. The fresh and round drops of blood on his face proved that this man was the killer of his guard. However, this young man neither ran away nor continued to attack, he just stood there as if waiting for something. The middle-aged man waved his hand to have the body dragged away and then spoke calmly. You must have transitioned to a gunsmith, right? Killing my guard without reason. You should at least give me an explanation. Seeing the main character arrive, Chen Chen opened his eyes, grinned with a strange smile, but did not make a sound. Why so serious? I just came to pick up my little princess. Are you Chen Chen? A young man beside the middle-aged man hesitated before speaking after observing for a long time. Hearing the question, Chen Chen looked in the direction of the voice and recognized the young man as Lu Shuai, the one from the restroom before. The apocalypse. Chen Chen suddenly laughed excitedly. He saw the woman next to Lu Shuai, the one he had been searching for, little Princess Lu Shui. Chen Chen's laughter grew louder, echoing throughout the hospital lobby. My little princess. Do you know how long I've been looking for you? At this moment, Chen Chen's eyes were filled with Lu Shui, leaving no room for anyone else, as he strolled through the doorway towards the lobby. The guard was about to step forward to stop him. But upon seeing the middle-aged man wave his hand, he let him pass. Ergo and the others followed closely behind Chen Chen into the hospital lobby. As soon as Chen Chen stepped into the lobby, a piano piece began to play in front of him. With strange dance steps, Chen Chen held the cane in his right hand, waving it in the air to the rhythm as he gradually approached Lu Shui. When he was less than a meter away from the woman in front of him, Chen Chen finally stopped, gazing at her. With ruby lips and pearly teeth, and a head of natural black curls, her eyes were filled with a hint of fear and confusion. Looking at the woman before him, Chen Chen felt his body trembling from the inside out, and after controlling himself for a while, he finally couldn't help but laugh, his laughter tinged with a clear sobbing tone, a mix of laughter and tears like a vengeful spirit. I really can't help but laugh, look how happy I am, tears are coming out from laughing. Then, Chen Chen threw the cane to Ergo behind him, pulled Lu Shui into his arms, and took out a dagger from his pocket. He inserted it into Lu Shui's mouth. The series of actions flowed smoothly, and before anyone could react, Lu Shui was already pulled into his embrace. Looking at the terrified woman before him, Chen Chen extended his tongue and lightly licked her forehead, then stared into Lu Shui's eyes. Why aren't you smiling? Aren't you unhappy? Feeling the coldness of the dagger in her mouth, Lu Shui couldn't speak at all, her eyes filled with fear as she cast a pleading glance at the dean and others beside her. Not receiving a response, Chen Chen gently pulled the dagger along the corner of her mouth to the right. To avoid being cut, Lu Shui involuntarily opened her mouth slightly. Chen Chen licked his lips, leaned his head close to Lu Shui's ear, and whispered softly. Why aren't you smiling? Didn't you teach me to always keep a smile no matter what? At that moment, a handgun was pressed against Chen Chen's forehead. The slightly balding director, dressed in a white lab coat, forcefully poked the gun against Chen Chen's head a few times. I forgot to tell you, my dear guest, I've also transitioned to being a gunsmith. Wow wow oh. Chen Chen cracked a smile, making some strange sounds, completely uninterested in looking up at the director. You see, someone is eager to save you. Behind him, Ergo, holding a gun on Chen Chen, squinted at the situation before him and then turned the gun towards the director. Chen Chen continued to press the dagger into Lu Shui's mouth, raised his head to look at the person beside the director who was raising a weapon, and licked his lips. 1, 2, 3. There are as many as 13 people wanting to save you. Can you tell me how you managed that? It's a power I've always wanted to have. With his other hand, Chen Chen gently slid from Lu Shui's ear to her neck, then through her hair, gripping the back of her head. We've known each other for a long time, why not even greet each other when we meet? Are you afraid of me? Lu Shui's mouth had been slightly open for a long time, causing her saliva to trickle down her chin, which made her feel both ashamed and a bit fearful. Hello. Lu Shui tried to avoid letting her tongue touch the dagger while carefully speaking from her throat. No, wrong. Chen Chen raised his left index finger and shook it in front of Lu Shui, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. That's not how you greet someone. Do you know? During the outbreak of the Black Death, people greeted each other like this. Chen Chen suddenly stopped speaking, then burst into a mad smile as he looked at Lu Shui beside the director. Hi, you're still alive. This way, it reflects the horror of disaster and the joy of meeting an acquaintance. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. He grasped the handgun that the director was pointing at his forehead and stared at the director. I am a guardian of peace, the dove of peace is my mascot, I do not wish to provoke conflict. I just want to catch up with my two old friends, and if you don't disturb me, I'm willing to coexist harmoniously with you. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, wearing a white lab coat, slightly balding, and with a bit of a belly, Chen Chen suddenly laughed. For example, the director of this hospital is not you. I remember you were one of his patients, possibly suffering from stress disorder or maybe personality disorder? Who knows for sure? The last time I saw you, I was visiting my dear father, and through the glass on the door, I saw you in a white striped patient gown, bound in a cage, screaming in pain under the pressure of a water gun. Chen Chen ignored the bald man's gradually fearful expression as memories were stirred. Smacking his lips, It really feels like a day apart is like 3 autumns. Now you've changed into a white lab coat and transformed into the director. Let me guess, when the apocalypse came, most of the medical staff in this hospital ran away. Then you accidentally killed a zombie and discovered you could earn points, so you killed all the patients bound to the restraining beds who turned into zombies. There should be a supply point nearby the hospital, right? TSK, how cruel, to kill zombies who are bound and defenseless. How could you bring yourself to do that? The bald man, whose fear was stirred by Chen Chen's recollections, suddenly showed a strange expression and withdrew his handgun. If it weren't for the fact that this city only has this one mental hospital, I would suspect you escaped from some other mental institution. Be my guest. The bald man waved his hand, and the people beside him withdrew their weapons and stepped aside, leaving space for Chen Chen. At this moment, only Lu Shui, and Chen Chen remained. Li Go, what did you mean by that just now? The middle-aged man behind Chen Chen glared at the woman pinching her waist, hesitated for a moment before stepping forward awkwardly to ask. Chen Chen pulled the dagger out of Lu Shui's mouth, circling around her, scanning her up and down, and casually replied, "The meaning is very simple. This kind of mental hospital still maintains its responsibilities after the apocalypse. It's just that the roles have changed. The former patients have become the attending doctors, while the survivors and remaining doctors who came in response have become the new patients." The middle-aged woman beside them couldn't help but speak up. "We don't have mental illness, so we're not afraid of his examination." Chen Chen waved his hand, signaling for the donkey egg to bring Lu Shui over, standing next to Lu Shui, looking at the perfect match of the two before him. He glanced at the panicked and fearful Lu Shui, then at the fearful yet aggrieved Lu Shui, and suddenly broke into a grin. His laughter grew wider as he continued to stare at the two without turning back. "Of course, you're not sick, but who told you that mental patients are actually ill? Most mental illnesses are indistinguishable from normal people when symptoms are not manifesting. What about the other classmates who left school with you to come to this hospital?" Chen Chen suddenly looked at Lu Shui, gently stroking the dagger across his face. Lu Shui, trembling with fear and his legs shaking, forced himself not to look at the dagger just a few centimeters from his eyes and managed to speak calmly. "They died. We encountered a zombie on the way to the hospital that was faster and stronger than its kind." After a moment of hesitation, Lu Shui spoke again. "How do you know? Have you been to the school?" Chen Chen shook his head in dissatisfaction, grabbing Lu Shui and Lu Shui's chins with both hands, squeezing hard enough to turn his fingertips white. Enjoying the changing expressions on their faces, Chen Chen couldn't help but feel a bit amused. "Have you ever been to a mental hospital? Do you know how the attending doctors treat patients there? Sedatives? Surgical instruments? Psychotherapy? Craniotomy? No, none of those." Chen Chen released his hands, returned the dagger to his waist, took the cane from Ergo, and raised it high, closing his eyes to take a deep breath of the fresh air in the hospital. The biggest deception in medicine is that there are ways to treat mental illness, but mental illness is fundamentally not a disease. The biggest factors that induce mental illness are psychological and social. To put it bluntly, if someone encounters a stressful event that is hard to accept, that person can become mentally ill. They will fear a certain memory, fear a certain photo, fear a certain person, or even fear a pink unicorn. When they encounter the memory point of the stressful event, they begin to become manic, lose their reason, experience hallucinations, and exhibit strong violent tendencies, which is what people refer to as mental illness. But how can this be treated? Medicine can eliminate the cancer cells in a patient's body, but it cannot erase the stress memories ingrained in their bones. Chen Chen, leaning on his cane, walked around the crowd with a strange, cloud-like gait. With his princess by his side and enemies in front of him, he was relishing the feeling of being a king as a group of people listened to him speak. But the patient's family has paid, so it's unacceptable if the treatment doesn't work. Thus, they came up with a treatment method. Forcibly adding a kind of stress response can be simply understood as fighting poison with poison. The reason why psychiatric patients lose control of their emotions is that a certain stress memory has been triggered. How to ensure they calm down? By using violent means every time they lose control, triggering a second stress memory left by the hospital the moment the first stress memory is activated, forcing the patient to maintain rationality under double fear. Chen Chen smacked his lips and sighed. "I have to say, these attending doctors are quite talented. They really know how to play the Russian nesting doll. If you see someone in a psychiatric hospital, trembling and huddled in a corner, muttering incomprehensible words, those people are actually struggling against the dual stress responses in their minds. It's a very interesting solution. If one type of stress response cannot be eliminated, then create another type of stress response to counter it. This is a trick often used by ancient emperors in their power plays. Mao, who considered himself somewhat experienced in the world, couldn't help but feel a chill. Brother Lee, the violent means you mentioned are punching, kicking, starvation, dehydration, using a high-pressure water gun to wash between the toes, stripping someone naked and throwing them into a water cage, using electric shock devices to stimulate the brain, and so on. Chen Shen glanced at the dean and others who were retreating to the side. But now that the apocalypse has broken out, why are they still here acting as attending doctors? Wouldn't it be better to escape this hospital and become normal people again? Hui Gaili, who had been listening for a long time, looked at the dean and others with a sympathetic expression and spoke up. Tsk tisk. Chen Shen clicked his tongue, walked back to Lu Shuai and the others, and responded to them in a slightly eerie tone. They can never become normal people again. No one can go through all this and still calmly return to being a normal person. The reason they remain here as attending doctors is that they want to repay this world, to give back what this world has given them. After being tortured for over a decade, if one day they miraculously escape, the first thing they want to do is not to flee this place, but to return everything they have endured to the other party. Even if this person has never harbored hatred during those 10 years, the moment they escape, they will feel it. It's like raising a dog. You keep it on a chain, torturing it in various ways every day. After the initial resistance, the dog realizes that resistance is futile and will no longer show any rebellious emotions, only lowering its head and whimpering for mercy. But if one day the chain breaks, the emotions that the dog has suppressed for years will explode violently, unhesitatingly baring its fangs at you. The horror of the apocalypse is not the zombies losing their minds everywhere, but rather that with the arrival of the apocalypse, many of these chains have already broken, and many vicious dogs have been unleashed. Chen Shen gently cradled Lu Shue's head, holding her in his arms, patting her back to comfort her fear, and whispered in her ear. And these unleashed vicious dogs will recklessly return everything they have endured to this world. And this world is the world of people like us. I never knew what my existence meant before. Now I understand. I want to be the only king in this world, the only dog not chained. So now, my lovely little princess, can you tell me why you betrayed me? I didn't. Lu Shui held back her fear and spoke, I never betrayed you. Chen Shen gently pushed Lu Shui away, holding her shoulders with both hands. Look into my eyes, then tell me how Lu Shui found me on our way home last time. I told him. Lu Shui dared not meet Chen Shen's gaze and lowered her head, stammering. That's betrayal. Chen Shen, listen to me, it's because. Hearing Chen Shen's conclusion, Lu Shui hurriedly looked up, eager to explain. Shoo. Chen Shen used his index finger to silence Lu Shui, who was about to launch into a lengthy explanation. I don't need a reason, reasons are the cheapest things in this world. Every murderer will say they had a reason for killing. However, the essence of this world is that the moment something is done, the reason loses its meaning. I just feel a bit sad. Chen Shen gently caressed the girl's cheek in front of him, as charming as when they first met. You once rescued me from hell, only to kick me back into it. You were my god, but when I devoted myself to you, you turned into Satan, taking away my last bit of hope. Ergo, have you committed any sins? Chen Shen abruptly asked without looking back. Ergo exchanged a confused glance with the others. He truly didn't understand how the topic had shifted to him. My greatest sin should be giving a headache to a drunken customer a cephalosporin, which led to his death. After thinking for a while and still not understanding, Ergo decided to answer honestly. What about you, Lu Dan? Li Good, my greatest sin should be killing my father and wife. Mao, what about you? My greatest sin should be when I collected protection fees, I smashed many stalls that didn't cooperate, many of which belonged to elderly people. Did you hear that? According to secular views, they are all irredeemable villains, but I can accept them. The only sin in my eyes is betrayal. So, my dear little princess, how do you think I should deal with you? Chen Shen slid his finger across Lu Shui's lips. Since being interrupted by Chen Shen, Lu Shui had remained silent, and now she forced a smile, finally meeting Chen Shen's eyes. So, what do you want to do, kill me? No, I don't want to kill you. Chen Shen abruptly grabbed Lu Shui's neck, pulling her in front of him. He covered her lips with his, greedily tasting her before pressing his face tightly against hers. It's not as sweet as before, it has turned fishy. I just want to hurt you, deeply hurt you. Just like you hurt me, a fatal and elegant strike. Lu Shui suddenly laughed as she licked the blood off her lips. If you really think that way, then I can still bear it. Chen Shen tightened his grip around Lu Shui's neck instead of letting go, and hearing her laughter, he also began to laugh. Look at this smile on my face, is this what you wanted? You used to tell me that no matter what happens, I should remember to face it with a smile. You told me not to be so depressed and to be a bit happier, so. Is this current me the way you like? Of course. Lu Shui, whose neck was being squeezed to the point of struggling to breathe, managed to force out 2 words with a smile. Hearing the answer, Chen Shen suddenly burst into a strange, maniacal laugh and threw Lu Shui to the ground. He pulled out a dagger from his pocket, stepping in a bizarre dance while humming some meaningless tune, and turned towards Lu Shui. Lu Shui, who had been watching as a bystander, saw that Chen Shen was clearly not in his right mind, and his already trembling legs shook even faster. Am I walking crazily? Chen Shen asked as he stood in front of Lu Shui, lightly tracing a red line on Lu Shui's face with the dagger, as gentle as a sculptor lost in his art. Don't move, I'm worried I might lose control and cut your eyes. No, crazy, Lu Shui managed to say, forcing himself to remain calm. Is that so? Can you tell me why you took my little princess? Don't you know she's my only hope? Lu Shui, who was about to hurriedly plead for his life, was interrupted. Shoo, don't talk, I don't like hearing excuses. Lu Shui, momentarily at a loss for words, cursed inwardly, damn it, weren't you the one who asked me why? After drawing 2 crosses on Lu Shui's cheek with the dagger, Chen Shen stopped his movements and waved his hand. Come here, strip him of his upper clothing. Ergo and Lu Dan exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts. They figured Chen Shen was going to treat Lu Shui the same way he treated Li Bing, something they had done before, so they were clear on what to do. They both handed their weapons to Ermao, rolled up their sleeves, and began to strip Lu Shui of his shirt. They forced Lu Shui to kneel on the ground, each grabbing one of his arms, rendering him powerless to resist. A man who had stumbled into the shelter purely by luck was now struggling like a grasshopper in autumn under the hands of Ergo and Lu Dan. Lu Shui, bare-chested and kneeling on the ground, wore a face of dead silence, and with a hint of hope mixed with despair, he spoke. Li Ge, I did bully you before, I accept whatever punishment, whether it's beating or scolding. But can you spare my life? I don't deserve to die. Chen Shen looked at the man before him, with clearly defined abs and a decent appearance, overall a handsome type. I want to know if you like Lu Shui, tell me the truth. Chen Shen said irritably, grabbing his own hair. Lu Shui cautiously raised his head to glance at Chen Shen, then looked at Lu Shui, who had been thrown aside, and after biting his teeth, he mustered the courage to speak the truth. I like her, I fell for her the first time I saw her, and I pursued her for a long time but she never agreed. Later, when she got together with you, I used some underhanded means to take her away. After saying this, Lu Shui fell silent. He was gambling. He was betting that Chen Shen would think he, Lu Shui, was responsible and willing to take on his mistakes, and thus would let him go. He had seen this kind of plot in online novels, where as long as the protagonist admitted their mistakes, a group of people would see them in a new light and praise their sense of responsibility. In this helpless situation, he could only take a gamble. Little princess, come here. Hearing the response, Chen Shen picked up the dagger and drew a red heart over Lu Shui's heart, then called Lu Shui over. When Lu Shui got up from the ground and tidied herself up, she walked in front of Lu Shui. Looking at this once handsome and domineering man now in such a miserable state, her eyes couldn't help but become complicated. Here. Chen Shen handed the dagger to Lu Shui, then hugged her from behind, one hand around her waist and the other gripping the hand that held the dagger. Look, do you see that red heart? Aim for it. Insert the dagger. Remember to be slow, be gentle enough. Seeing that things were not progressing as he had imagined, Lu Shui couldn't help but start to struggle violently. However, under the strong suppression of Ergo and Lu Dan, Lu Shui had no strength to resist at all. Looking at the dagger in Lu Shui's hand, he couldn't help but start to plead desperately. Li Ge, you can't kill me. Keep me alive, I can work for you. Don't you want to be the king of this world? I can be your lackey. Killing me won't benefit you at all. My father is the commander of the Western Saddle Military District, he will definitely come to find me. I am the only son of the Lu family. If you kill me, my father won't let you go. Spare my life, I'll have my father give you whatever you want. However, Chen Shen was completely unmoved, gently speaking in Lu Shui's ear. I believe you were once a pure Eve, only seduced into the abyss by Lucifer. Push it in hard, just like he did to you. With a complicated expression, Lu Shui looked at the disheveled Lu Shui in front of her, and feeling Chen Shen's embrace from behind, she unconsciously tightened her grip on the dagger. Lu Shui, calm down, stop. Don't forget who pulled your father out of prison. It was me, it was your damn father who helped you. Insert it. Chen Shen held Lu Shui's hand that held the dagger, slowly guiding her to insert the dagger into Lu Shui's heart. Put. Like a balloon being popped. Under Chen Shen's guidance, Lu Shui sent the dagger into Lu Shui's heart. Watching a life about to slip away in her hands, panic couldn't help but show in Lu Shue's eyes, but the next second, that extremely gentle voice rang in her ears again. Harder, push deeper. Feeling the coldness spreading from his chest, Lu Shui gritted his teeth and managed not to cry out. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, a grim smile on his face. To the victor belong the spoils, I accept it. I hope you can survive in my father's hands, Shen Shen. With a desolate look in his eyes, he gazed at Lu Shui, who had stabbed the dagger into his heart. I never expected to die at your hands. I once said I would be willing to give my life for you when I was chasing you, but I didn't expect it to become a self-fulfilling prophecy. Just as Lu Shui was speaking, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and Shen Shen guided Lu Shui to push the dagger in a little deeper. With blood filling his mouth, Lu Shui, wearing a victorious smile, whispered wildly. But Lu Shui, do you really believe Chen Shen will treat you the same? You're not clean anymore. While still speaking, Lu Shui suddenly widened his eyes, then with a strange smile, his head slumped to the side. Chen Shen guided Lu Shui to twist the dagger in Lu Shui's heart, cutting off his last breath. Only then did he release his grip on Lu Shui, murmuring as he held her from behind. Once, someone said this. In this dirty world, no one is clean. In this world, everyone is desperately trying to survive. How should I address you, brother? At this moment, the bald man who had been quietly observing from the side saw that the situation was gradually coming to a close. He gestured slightly and stepped forward amidst the crowd. Shen Shen did not speak or turn around, still quietly holding Lu Shui from behind, lost in his thoughts. At this time, Lu Shui, who remained silent, forced herself to control her trembling body and wrapped her hands around Chen Shen's arms that were holding her. She looked down at Lu Shui, who was unable to close his eyes, her gaze complex. Just call us Boss Li Gu. After waiting for a while and seeing that Chen Shen had no intention of speaking, Ergo took half a step forward to continue the bald man's words. Seeing that Chen Shen ignored him and only sent a younger brother to respond, the bald man felt a bit dissatisfied but held it in for the greater good, his brow slightly furrowed. Li brother, He was interrupted as soon as he started to speak. Call me Li Gu. Shen Shen, still not. Turning around, suddenly interrupted the bald man's words for no apparent reason. Li brother, what do you mean? I am also a boss, and... The bald man suppressed his anger, hoping that the person in front of him would recognize the situation. It wasn't just him who was a boss. If he called you brother, how could he hold his head high in front of his subordinates? Call me Li Gu. Chen Shen's hands gently slid over Lu Shui's waist to her neck, as if tenderly caressing his artwork, and he repeated the earlier statement. The bald man lowered his head in silence for a moment before looking up at Chen Shen's back. I am also a gunsmith. This time, Chen did not respond again. He simply released Lu Shui from his embrace and walked straight up to the bald man. Looking at the silent bald man in front of him, it was impossible to tell that he had any mental issues. Everything seemed normal. Don't tell me you are also a gunsmith. The next second, a black shadow suddenly appeared in Chen Shen's hand, and upon closer inspection, it was the 5-star equipment explosive Gatling gun. He pressed the 10 barrels against the bald man's forehead, his eyes filled with madness, licking his lips before speaking. You should know that even among dogs, there are differences, some bite and some don't. Among those that bite, some are fierce, and some are even fiercer. I believe I mentioned that I want to become the only king in this world. It seems you didn't hear what I said. The bald man could clearly feel the 10 gun barrel slowly rotating against his forehead, the friction causing a bit of pain. At the same time, he felt a bit fortunate that he had no hair on his head, otherwise, having his hair caught in the gun barrel would surely be painful. Perhaps having his hair caught could even jam this absurd Gatling gun. After waving his hand to stop his subordinates from pretending to raise their weapons, the bald man looked at Chen Shen with a face that changed from dark to light. This was simply outrageous. He had never seen this gun at the supply point, and he had only gained the confidence to become a gunsmith after killing quite a few bound zombies. Generally, people who became gunsmiths were just seeking their own death, as the points consumed by bullets flowed like water, enough to drive him to despair. So, this man in front of him likely had no bullets in the Gatling gun. It was just... The bald man, with a gambler's madness on his face, was about to move to resist when he heard Chen Shen's voice. So now, who do you think bites harder, you or me? Glancing at the 10 rotating gun barrels on his forehead and then at Chen Shen's half-smiling, half-serious expression, the bald man suddenly remembered something. The newly arrived survivor was called Chen Shen, and the name of the global first kill achievement holder at the supply point was also Chen Shen. Damn it, the bald man suddenly felt a bit relieved that he hadn't acted rashly. Who would believe that someone capable of achieving the first kill in the world couldn't afford bullets? Li Gu, you're the one who's the more vicious dog. As soon as the words left his mouth, the bald man hurriedly slapped himself. Slip of the tongue, slip of the tongue. Li Gu, you're the king of this world. The bald man looked at Chen Chen with a fawning expression and slowly moved his forehead away from the gun barrel. Just call me number 1. Chen Chen smiled at the bald man who called himself number 1 and put the Gatling gun back into his space. Tell me what you know. Are there any shelters nearby? Hearing Chen Chen's question, the bald man unconsciously tapped his hand against the back of his hand. There is one. A few days ago, they sent someone over, hoping to merge shelters. They said something about the apocalypse coming, that humanity needs to dissolve into a whole, and only by working together can we survive this crisis. Did you refuse? Of course. The bald man proudly raised his head and said, we might be the only mental hospital left after the apocalypse. How could we merge? Who would take care of those patients if we left? Chen Chen glanced at the back of the bald man's hand, which was already bloodied and bruised, and didn't pay much attention. Where is that shelter? At the end of this street. It used to be a prison before the apocalypse, but now it's become a shelter. The bald man raised his hand and vaguely pointed to the end of the street. Do you know someone named Chen Fengshan? Chen Chen casually looked around and asked. I know him. He's dead. Dead. Chen Chen's expression didn't reveal much. How did he die? During the virus outbreak, maybe it was fear. He jumped from the building and died. Chen Chen looked up at the increasingly darkening sky, squinting and falling silent for a moment. Take me to where you rest. We'll stay the night and leave the next day. Are you not staying? Seeing the confusion on the bald man's face, Chen Chen suddenly laughed. If I stay, do you want me to be the chief doctor or a mental patient? Be the director. The bald man thought for a moment and gave an answer. I think you're quite skilled at treating patients. Chen Chen shook his head without speaking and waved his hand. Lead the way. By the way, these few people are left to you. Chen Chen pointed to the middle-aged couple, 2 elderly people, and Li Shixia. But they don't seem to have mental illnesses. They'll take up bed space in the hospital. The bald man hesitated a bit. As soon as the bald man finished speaking, a sharp and piercing voice rang out in the hall. Li Gu, you can't do this. You can't just leave us here. We've suffered and bled with you too. The middle-aged woman said anxiously. Exactly, we'd rather starve outside than stay in this damn mental hospital. We don't have mental illnesses. The husband hurriedly chimed in. If it weren't for Chen Chen being here, they definitely wouldn't stay for another minute, but now Chen Chen actually wanted to leave them in this terrifying place. Alright, it's confirmed now, they really are mentally ill, we can take them in. Hearing the voices from a few people, the previously hesitant bald man suddenly became resolute. You guys go keep an eye on these patients and don't let them run around. I'll take the guests to the resting area. The bald man instructed the people behind him and then led the way ahead. Oh, how did you come to that conclusion? Chen Chen followed behind, ignoring the pleas from those behind him, suddenly curious about the logic of these mentally ill individuals. It's simple, every mentally ill person will say they are not mentally ill and they don't want to stay in a mental hospital. Look at their reactions, if that's not mental illness, what is? The bald man replied. Matter-of-factly, his mind already calculating where to place these people. Hearing the bald man's logic, Chen Chen was momentarily speechless, looking up at the bald man whose face was full of confidence. Can I ask how you check the survivors at the door to see if they are mentally ill? It's very simple, we ask them directly, do you have a mental illness? And then? Those who answer no are definitely mentally ill, because mentally ill people will always say they are not mentally ill. Since they have a mental illness, they must accept our treatment. After a moment of silence, Chen Chen couldn't help but draw a cross on his chest for the future survivors seeking refuge. He suddenly remembered a popular question before the apocalypse, how to prove you are normal if you accidentally enter a mental hospital. Now, the answer was clear. You can't prove it, just wait to die. At this moment, Ergo, who had been listening beside Chen Chen, couldn't help but admire the bald man's logic, which was simply flawless, and he became a bit curious. What if they answer yes? The bald man turned back, his eyes shining with a strange light as if to say, how could anyone ask such a stupid question? One of the bald man's lackeys, who had been the guard at the door, looked at Ergo with disdain and said, if they have a mental illness, then they are a patient, of course, we have to take them into the hospital for treatment. Upon hearing this, Ergo fell silent, unable to help but draw a cross on his chest, praying for a second for the future survivors. As long as the survivors coming to this hospital for refuge. No matter what they answer, as long as they come, they are mentally ill. The door of this hospital was like Schrodinger's door. When a person stepped in with their left foot while their right foot was still outside, that person had 2 states. One state was normal, and the other was mentally ill. As soon as they spoke, the normal state would collapse, leaving only the mentally ill state. Hey, what if I don't speak? Donkey Egg couldn't help but chime in, as long as I don't say anything, how would you know if I'm mentally ill? The other guard didn't expect that this group of uninvited guests seemed to have some issues with their brains, and he glanced at Chen Shen and the others with confusion. Would a normal person not speak? If they don't speak, they must be mentally ill. What if they are mute and can't speak? A mute is just a mentally ill person, right? Upon hearing this, Donkey Egg also fell silent. Hugging his knife to his chest, hands clasped together, silently chanting Amitba, hoping that the future survivors would like their attending physician. What if it's someone you can't handle? Air Mao couldn't help but step forward and ask. The bald man stopped in his tracks and glanced back at Air Mao, then looked at Chen Shen behind him, admiration on his face as he gave a thumbs up. That's a strong person. TCH, isn't that just bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Chang Shang, who had been silent behind Chen Shen, couldn't help but speak up. Hui Gaili quickly pulled Chang Shang back, urging him to say less. Although he didn't understand why Chen Shen had brought them along instead of leaving them in the mental hospital, he knew that offending Chen Shen by saying the wrong thing was not a wise choice. The bald man unconsciously tapped his hand against the back of his hand, looking back at Chang Shang with confusion. It is indeed bullying the weak and fearing the strong, but that's a choice a normal person would make. If a person faces an unbeatable existence and still provokes them, like just now when I was pointed at by 10 gun barrels, if I continue to provoke, wouldn't that be insanity? After saying this, the bald man stopped and walked into a patient room on the 3rd floor, pushing the door open and saying, Li Go, we've arrived. You all can rest here tonight. Chen Shen glanced at the layout of the room, which had 8 beds evenly placed, and nodded in satisfaction. Do you need me to bring you some food? No need, we brought our own. He wouldn't dare eat the food of this group, who knows what they eat. Li Go, you all rest first. I'll go take care of the few patients you sent over. Then, the bald man left the room and closed the door. As the sound of footsteps faded, the corridor fell silent. Again. Li Gu, why is it so quiet? It seems like we're the only ones on this floor. There should be quite a few survivors who heard the broadcast and came to take refuge. Chen Shen found a clean bed, lay down with his hands behind his head, placed his cane aside, and looked at Ergo, who had asked the question. If you were clearly a normal person but were treated as a mental patient and locked up in a mental hospital, what would you do? Ergo hesitated for a moment. I would probably argue my case, or maybe resist. Exactly. Chen Shen looked out at the sky, where the stars were beginning to appear, murmuring, the upper floors are for those with milder conditions, while the severely ill are kept below. Those who perform well are rewarded by being strapped to a wheelchair and brought up to see the sun and breathe fresh air. If you don't perform well, you'll stay down there for life. Do you think someone who argues their case and resists fiercely would be seen as having a mild condition or a severe one in the eyes of those attending doctors? Ergo fell silent for a while, lying down on another bed without saying a word. In fact, he really wanted to ask Chen Shun how he knew so much about this mental hospital. Most people wouldn't have such detailed knowledge of a mental institution. But he didn't dare to ask. Because compared to the attending doctors downstairs, he was actually more afraid of Chen Chen. Sometimes he wondered if his decision to follow Chen Chen and let him protect him was the wrong choice. He didn't dare to think about it, didn't dare to discuss it with Lu Dan, and certainly didn't dare to sneak away. Based on his interactions with Chen Chen over the past few days, he could basically tell that in this young man's dictionary of punishment, there were only 2 words: betrayal. All those behaviors were essentially seen as betrayal in Chen Chen's eyes. Betraying Chen Chen was basically like complaining that the Oxhead and Horseface were moving too slowly and carrying a train to the underworld overnight to knock on King Yan's window. Li Go, have some dry food and drink some water. Air Mao opened his backpack, took out the food he had brought from the cafeteria, and handed it to Li Gu. Air Mao's position in this small group was actually quite awkward, because when Dog G's life was uncertain, Ergo and Donkey Egg chose to stick with Chen Chen even if Dog Gu was alive. Only Air Mao kept searching for Dog Gu and urged Chen Chen to save him. By the time it was confirmed that Dog Gu was dead, it was a bit late for Air Mao to return to the fold. Chen Chen usually prioritized Ergo and Donkey Egg for any tasks. The distribution of dropped items also favored Ergo and Donkey Egg, and Air Mao was usually the last to get anything, while Ergo and Donkey Egg were using 2-star equipment, and he was still stuck with the 1-star glowing spear left by Dog Gu. He had originally thought to follow Chen Chen first and then find a better place later, but after seeing Chen's attitude towards traitors, Air Mao abandoned the idea of leaving this death trap. After handing the food to Li Gu, Air Mao threw his backpack to the others and glanced at the newcomers. Chang Shang and Hui Gaili. Chang Shang was probably favored by Li Gu for his ability to run on all fours like a wolf dog. Hui Gaili was likely just along for the ride. As for Lu Shui, Mao didn't dare to size her up. He couldn't quite gauge Li Ji's attitude towards Lu Xuan decided to wait until the situation became clearer before making a choice. He didn't want to end up like the little eunuch in ancient times who flattered the favored concubine for so long, only to have her poisoned and then be served a cup of poison himself. That would be too unfair. After all, he was one of the first to follow Li Gu. He couldn't let this young brat Chang Sheng stand over him in the future. Just like waiting to find Dog Ji's body, he was still waiting to see Chen Shan's attitude towards Lu Shui. Although the benefits of choosing sides after the outcome was clear would be minimal, it wouldn't lead to disaster. Being cautious had always been his life motto. When he used to collect protection fees, he only targeted the stalls of the elderly, never bothering with those of middle-aged people, letting others handle that. After Chen Shen finished the dry food, he rested his hands behind his head, leaning against the wall, gazing at Lu Shui, who was sitting diagonally across from him on the bed, unable to help but smile broadly. "Lift your head and look at me." Lu Shui, who was quietly sitting on the edge of the bed with her head down, trembled at the sound but still lifted her hair to look at Chen Shen. "There's fear of the present in your eyes, confusion about the future, but why is there no regret about the past?" Chen Shen felt a slight itch on his tongue, twitched the corner of his mouth, and scratched his messy hair. It had been a long time since he last bathed. There should be a place to wash up in the hospital, he thought. Maybe he would go take a shower in the morning, hoping there would be enough water. Why should I regret? Lu Shui's eyes held an indescribable emotion as she looked at Chen Shen. The person you chose was stabbed to death by you, and he's probably already been thrown into a zombie's belly. Meanwhile, the person you betrayed is out there enjoying a dinner in this world, even preparing to wake up tomorrow morning to take a shower. Chen Shen clicked his tongue. Isn't that a world of difference? Why don't you regret it? Regret only serves as a shameful cover for the weak at the moment a choice is made. Lu Shui lowered her head again. Was our past relationship real? Hearing this, Lu Shui raised her head again, her eyes filled with sorrow as she looked at Chen Shen. There's no need to ask that. I have never changed my love for you. It was true then, and it is true now. My father was imprisoned for murder, and Lu Shui found me, saying he could get my father out, but I had to follow him. What could I do? Tears slid down Lu Shui's cheeks as she spoke hoarsely. Is it necessary to humiliate me like this? No matter what my father did, he worked hard to raise me. If I just stand by and do nothing, am I still human? Was my choice wrong? I am not wrong, the world is wrong. If it weren't for this damn game, I should be able to reunite with my father now and proudly tell him that it was his daughter who found a way to rescue him, holding him tightly in the prideful gaze of my father. So you chose family over love, huh? I have once again become the one who is abandoned, Chen Shen murmured, lowering his head. Before I became your girlfriend, I was always his daughter. Is there something wrong with me choosing my father? Beside her, Chang Sheng discreetly nudged Hui Gaili with his elbow and whispered, if it were you, what would you choose? Hui Gaili glanced at Chang Sheng with a complex expression, kissed him lightly on the lips, and remained silent. Lu Shui, didn't your father go to prison for accidentally stabbing someone while collecting protection fees? After hesitating for a long time, Mao, who had been fidgeting since Lu Shui spoke, finally said, Ah. Hearing Mao's words, Lu Shui suddenly froze, and after a moment, she turned to Mao with a hint of excitement. Do you know my father? Where is he now? After confirming his thoughts, Mao thought for a moment and walked over to Chen Shen, leaning in to whisper in her ear. Stop dawdling, just say it's standing there, Chen Shen said impatiently, glancing sideways at Mao, who was about to get closer. After hesitating and glancing at Lu Shui, Mao stood still and began to speak. Before the apocalypse, I was hanging out with his dad. We accidentally stabbed someone while collecting protection fees and ended up in prison. His dad was the main culprit and I was the accomplice. I clearly stood by shouting, boss is awesome, so how did I become the accomplice? I still can't figure it out. Mao suddenly complained. Get to the point. Mao swallowed hard. Before the apocalypse, someone got us out. As soon as we got out, the apocalypse broke out, so if nothing went wrong, his dad should be dog brother. As soon as the words fell, the room fell into a strange silence. Chen Shen suddenly grinned, and laughter gradually filled the room, echoing in a way that was jarring. But no one dared to cover their ears. After a moment, it quieted down, and he murmured, how interesting. Your dad died, betrayed by Shaoli, and fell to the hands of zombies. From excitement to utter despair, Lu Shui stared at Chen Shen, gritting her teeth. Where is that Shaoli now? No, don't look at me like that. Let me continue, Chen Shen said, extending his hand from under his head, shaking his finger. Looking at Lu Shui with a mocking gaze. Hui Gaili understood that look. It contained anticipation, like a director looking at the audience, eager to see their expressions when faced with a dramatic plot twist. Shaoli is also dead. Betrayed by Zhang Tian and died at my hands. And I was betrayed by you before the apocalypse, that heart also died. Chen Shen suddenly clapped and shook his head, making a tsk sound. Life is nothing but a Mobius strip, and the starting point of this strip is you, this dutiful daughter, while your father is merely an anchor point on this strip. From a causal perspective, you personally killed the father who raised you for decades, the one you loved. Did I kill my father? Upon receiving the news of her father's death, the murderer found the blame circling back to herself. Lu Shui stood there in a daze, allowing her hair to fall freely and cover her face, looking somewhat disheveled. Chen Shen felt a strange sense of pleasure at that moment, as if he were watching an ex who was doing worse than him, thinking that he should be holding a glass of red wine to match the mood. He glanced at Ergo with a hint of dissatisfaction. Next time you gather supplies, remember to keep an eye out for some red wine. After Ergo nodded in agreement, he turned to Lu Shui and said softly, "You killed your father with your own hands. If you hadn't rescued him from prison, he wouldn't have died. Look, that prison at the end of the street has become a shelter. Your father could have safely weathered the early days of the apocalypse there." Lu Shui, with not a single tear in her eyes, was filled with a dead silence, her face stiff as she sat there with her head down. The reason she could firmly betray Chen Shen and choose Lu Shui without regret to this day was that she had always told herself, "I am saving my father, I am worthy." Yet now, this outcome made her feel she had made a mistake, personally destroying her love and indirectly burying her familial bond. With dead silence in her eyes, Lu Shui raised her head and scanned the room in confusion, suddenly losing strength and collapsing to the floor. Hui Gaili, standing nearby, quickly caught her in midair and helped her sit back down on the bed. Lu Shui lowered her head for a moment, then looked up at Chen Shen. "Did I do wrong by rescuing my father from prison? You still haven't realized your mistake. The real error isn't rescuing your father from prison, it's betraying me," Chen Shen murmured, feeling somewhat down. "We could have been together, along with our fathers, forming a wonderful family. Before I found you, I kept thinking about how to deal with you, but I couldn't come up with an answer for a long time. Even now, I still don't have an answer. I once thought my purpose was to be your knight, but not long ago, I met a knight who was killed by his own princess. That knight didn't even dare to look back at the princess before he died, fearing that the pure princess would change in his eyes." Chen Shen got off the bed, wrapped himself in a blanket, and walked to the window, staring blankly at the now dark sky. The October night breeze still brought a slight chill to Chen Shen, making him tighten the blanket around himself as he whispered, "There are things in this world more important than life itself, and that is faith. If a person's faith is destroyed, even if that person is still alive, it is no different from being dead. I met a woman who wanted to be a savior, but now she doesn't even mention saving others because she realizes she can't even save herself, let alone save the world. Once upon a time, you were my faith. Just a moment ago, I was still struggling with how to deal with you. But why do you regret rescuing your father from prison, instead of regretting betraying me?" Chen Shen's voice was very low, yet what everyone heard was not tenderness or pity, but more like the whisper of a devil. Chen Shen turned and walked in front of Lu Shui. Throwing the blanket he was wrapped in onto the bed, grabbing her hair to make her look up. His fingers gently rubbed her face, his gaze soft as he looked at the familiar face before him. "You know, up until now, I still love you very much. I have to love you, I can't not love you. You are the first ray of light in my long darkness." Chen Shen suddenly looked around at the crowd, asking in a hurried and strange tone, "Do you know what the first ray of dawn in the long darkness means?" That ray of light makes one feel an unreal illusion, filling the heart with desire while also overwhelming it with fear, longing for the end of darkness and the coming of day, yet fearing that this daylight is merely a fleeting moment or a mirage. Seeing the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces, Chen Shen suddenly lost interest in speaking, a group of uncultured bumpkins. He stared intently at Lu Shui for a while, as if trying to engrave her into his mind, then leaned down and pressed his lips against hers, kissing her deeply. Chen Shen's eyes did not close. Lu Shui's eyes also remained open. The two of them stared at each other with their eyes wide open, their expressions different. After a long time, as everyone began to stifle yawns, Chen Shen finally released Lu Shui and spat lightly on the ground. Even the sweetest fruit loses its flavor after being bitten by someone. At that moment, Lu Shui, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. "Why didn't you save my father?" Chen Shen did not respond, pulling Lu Shui tightly into his embrace with such force that everyone almost thought she would be crushed to death. After a moment, Chen Shen let go of Lu Shui and pushed her to Hui Gaili's side. "Take her to the 5th floor. My cowardly father walked from there, let her go meet him. After all, a daughter-in-law must eventually meet her father-in-law." Hui Gaili glanced at the look from Ergo, hesitatingly stammered, "Your father is Chen Fengsheng." Chen Shen felt a bit downcast at that moment and didn't want to say much. Erdan, give your knife. To Hui Gaili, do it quickly, don't let her go to see my father covered in blood. Taking the knife handed over by Erdan, Hui Gaili wanted to ask something more, but seeing the look from Ergo, she thought better of it and kept silent. He's much stronger than you, I gave him all 3 of my holes. How does that feel? Lu Shui, with her disheveled hair and dead eyes, suddenly went a bit mad, looking at Chen. Chen with a mocking smile. I'll wait for you below, remember to ask Lu Shui how I'm doing after you come down. Lu Shui at least got my father out of prison, what about you? You did nothing, yet here you are, talking to me about Mobius strips like some cult leader. It's truly disgusting. Chen Shen, if you really have the guts, kill me yourself. Seeing Chen Shen's unusually calm expression, Ergo was almost jumping up in anxiety, his gaze towards Hui Gaili almost flirtatious. He did not want to see Chen Shen go mad before going to bed, that would definitely be a nightmare tonight. Chen Shen glanced at Lu Shui, suddenly feeling that all his words were a waste, for Lu Shui's eyes would always only hold her father. A bit tired, he waved his hand and said, don't go to the 5th floor, take her to the 4th floor. Hui Gaili, who brought Lu Shui to a room on the 4th floor, looked at Lu Shui with a complex expression. No matter how weak Hui Gaili was, she had already changed her profession, and Lu Shui, who was unarmed, had no chance to resist in her hands. Lu Shui, with disheveled hair, looked into Hui Gaili's eyes and mockingly said, are you pitying me? With a complex look in her eyes, Hui Gaili put away the knife, quickly glanced outside the door into the corridor, then closed the door and patted Lu Shui's back. We will set off tomorrow morning. You stay hidden here tonight, and after we leave, find another way out. Upon hearing this, Lu Shui was a bit stunned. What do you mean? You're not going to kill me? Hui Gaili took out the food and water she had hidden in her pocket and handed them to Lu Shui, speaking softly, I don't think you did anything wrong. If it were me, I would make the same choice. Before becoming someone else's girlfriend, we are first and foremost children. Seeing the light gradually shining in Lu Shui's eyes, Hui Gaili continued, otherwise, wouldn't that be unfilial? Filial piety is the foremost of all virtues, the world is not at fault. After we leave, be careful. There's a supply point across the street from the supermarket near your school where you can change your profession. There will be fewer zombies on the streets during the day, so try to go there and change your profession. After saying this, Hui Gaili didn't delay any longer and prepared to push the door open to go back and report. Wait. Now it was Lu Shui looking at Hui Gaili with a complex expression, you can't go back to report like this. What's wrong? Hui Gaili was a bit anxious, she couldn't delay too long. Killing someone who couldn't resist shouldn't take this long. If it took too long, Chen Shen would become suspicious. There's no blood on your knife. Lu Shui pointed to the knife Hui Gaili was holding. Hui Gaili glanced at the knife in her hand, which was spotless and white as light, and felt a wave of fear. She was relieved that Lu Shui was observant, otherwise if she returned with this clean, bloodless knife, she would probably have to accompany Lu Shui to the 4th floor for eternal rest with her boyfriend. What should I do? I can't just stab you, can I? I can't just let you bleed. You'd basically be a human-shaped self-service blood bag walking into a vampire's lair like a buffet delivered to their door. Then how about letting some blood out of you? Lu Shui hesitantly suggested. Are you crazy? Li Gus sent me out to kill, and I'm going to stab myself? How do I report back? Say I got carried away and couldn't help but stab myself? Hui Gaili was a bit speechless at Lu Shui's idea. What about zombie blood? Lu Shui suddenly thought of something and spoke a bit hesitantly. Hui Gaili saw the hesitation in Lu Shui's expression and suddenly understood that could work, but the problem is that human blood is deep red, while zombie blood is dark red with a bit of black. It would be easy to see through, right? That's just too dumb. There's no other way, we have to do it this way. After you go back, if someone sees blood on the tip of your knife, just try to wipe it off quickly. Alright, I guess that's all we can do. Hui Gaili shook her head in dissatisfaction, feeling frustrated with this ridiculous plot as she walked to a zombie corpse in the room. She dragged the knife across the zombie's body several times, muttering to herself about how ridiculous this was, truly irritating. Ha? Lu Shui asked, a bit confused, what are you mumbling about? Nothing. Just drag it across like this, and the blood will be evenly smeared on the blade, making it look much more realistic. Hui Gaili turned to look at the disheveled woman beside her, almost unable to resist striking her down, thinking, isn't it because of you that I can be locked in this little darkroom for 2 days? Hurry up, you've already delayed for a long time. Knowing she had a chance to avoid death, Lu Shui reignited her desire for life. If we delay too long, Chen Shen will become suspicious. I know, just stay quiet. Don't talk, I'm really annoyed right now. Hui Gaili irritably scratched at the zombie's corpse with the knife in his hand. Do you have a grudge against me? No. Then who do you have a grudge against? I don't. Dare. Then just endure it. Otherwise. Finally, Lu Shui and Hui Gaili looked at each other with bright eyes, satisfied with the weapon in Hui Gaili's hand that reflected silver under the moonlight, its tip stained with a long streak of red, nodding in agreement that they could report back perfectly. Hurry back to report. Once the smell solidifies, it will spread out. Make sure to wipe away the bloodstains as soon as they see them. We can't let them smell the blood. Lu Shui paced anxiously in the room, advising Hui Gaili, okay, I'm leaving first. Be careful, remember to never appear in front of Chun Chen again. You mustn't let him know you're still alive or I'm dead for sure. Hui Gaili warned seriously. Don't worry, I will remember this favor and will find a chance to repay you. Lu Shui's eyes were filled with gratitude. Alright, then I'm off. After. Hui Gaili took the knife and pushed Lu Shui to the 4th floor. Chen Chen leaned half against the bed with his eyes closed, rhythmically tapping his knuckles on the bedboard. No one dared to speak or sleep, and the atmosphere in the room gradually became eerie. Everyone stared at each other, not daring to talk or sleep, just sitting there in silence. If Li Gu wasn't sleeping, lying down and closing your eyes would be akin to seeking death. As the strange atmosphere became unbearable for Donkey Egg, he kept pushing Ergo, and finally, Ergo mustered the courage to break the silence. Li Gu, are we going to that prison at the end of the street tomorrow? Chen Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. What are we going there for? We should prepare in advance. Ergo frantically signaled the others to join in. He didn't want to bear Chen Chen's pressure alone. However, everyone who saw Ergo's pleading gaze uniformly lowered their heads, pretending to be mute. Damn, I got tricked by this bunch. I should have known better than to stand out. If we have to endure, we should all endure. Together, I'm not the only one suffering. Ergo cursed inwardly as he heard Chen Chen's voice. Looking for something. Looking for what? Ergo instinctively replied. Looking for a home. Ergo's eyes went completely blank. He had heard of looking for family, but what the hell was looking for a home? Is your home in the prison? What exactly is your family doing in a mental hospital and a prison? Chen Chen lifted his eyelids and glanced at Ergo. This is what I've been doing my whole life, looking for a home that gives me a sense of security. Tomorrow, let's see if that place is suitable to be a home. If it's suitable, then we'll take it. Upon hearing this, Ergo and the others exchanged glances, understanding each other's thoughts through their eyes. Ergo couldn't contain his excitement. Li Gu, are we going to establish a shelter? Chen Chen lifted his eyelids and shot a sideways glance at Ergo, remaining silent. At that moment, a creaking sound came from the door. Hui Gaili entered, holding a knife, and cautiously said, Li Gu, I'm back. Then she looked at Lu Dan. The blood on the knife's tip reflected the moonlight streaming in from outside, appearing eerie and alluring. Lu Gu, no, Dan Gu, no, I. Hui Gaili suddenly didn't know how to address Lu Dan, her speech becoming stammered, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Lu Dan looked at the flustered girl with a smile and said generously, just call me Lu Dan Gu. Ah, okay, Lu Dan Gu, I'll return this knife to you. With an awkward expression, Hui Gaili lowered her head and handed over the knife's handle. Lu Dan sighed, thinking that this little girl was really shy, quite similar to his own sister. He was about to step forward to take the knife and comfort her. After all, it was her first time killing someone, and she couldn't let it leave a psychological shadow. However, just as Lu Dan was about to take the knife, Hui Gaili suddenly withdrew her hand and took the knife back. What are you doing? Hui Gaili didn't respond immediately. She hurried to her bed, wiped the blood off the knife's tip with her bedsheet, and then handed it back to Lu Dan. It's my fault for not being considerate. I shouldn't have handed it to Lu Dan Gu without cleaning it properly. Please. Forgive me. It's fine, this little girl is quite particular about rules, Lu Dan said, nodding in satisfaction as he held the knife close. As he turned to leave, he caught sight of Chang Sheng staring at him. After a moment of thought, he understood the situation and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Last time, Li Gu had provoked this child, but would this child see him as a rival? After returning the knife, Hui Gaili stood beside Chang Sheng, linking her arm with his, lost in her thoughts. Time to sleep. Seeing that everything was settled, Chen Chen closed his eyes again. Ergo squinted, not speaking, a bit excited about the prison visit the next day. After all, he had spent 15 years there and wanted to see some interesting people. If a dog doesn't rely on others, can it still be called a dog? Ergo excitedly closed his eyes, turned over, and prepared to warm up in his dreams. Lying on the bed, Mao stole a glance at everyone in the room and also closed his eyes, but he didn't easily fall asleep. He was a bit confused. He had just been thinking about whether to flirt with Lu Shui, and who knew the next second? Lu Shui was ordered to be executed by Li Gu. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. Ergo was puzzled. He could feel Chen Chen's deep affection for Lu Shui, so why was she killed? Mao stole a glance at Hui Gai Li's bed, but one thing was certain: he needed to keep his distance from this little girl in the future. No man could tolerate the person who killed his beloved woman living in this world, even if that man had given the order himself. Don't you see, in ancient times, when an emperor gave poison wine to a favored concubine, it was always a eunuch who delivered it. After the concubine drank the wine, the eunuch who served it would go to the head eunuch to receive the poison. Mao slowly drifted into sleep, secretly giving himself a thumbs up for his cleverness, thinking that all those 300 historical dramas weren't watched in vain. He understood the intrigues of the harem best. The night was pitch black, and the moonlight streaming in through the window appeared weak and fragile in the darkness. Lu Dan held the knife tightly in his arms, not falling asleep immediately, his thoughts drifting to the prison visit tomorrow. It was truly a nightmare of memories, and as he thought about it, tears began to well up in his eyes. Donkey Egg forcibly held back the tears at the corners of his eyes, cursing inwardly that he must find the guy who made him tug at his pants pocket. Tomorrow, I want to stab him with this knife all the way to the hilt. And I want to smash 20 sewing machines. No, I want to leave all the sewing machines intact, just like that mental hospital director downstairs who also acts as a prison warden in the apocalypse. I want them to pull at my pants pocket while stepping on the sewing machines, as Donkey Egg gradually drifts into sleep, lost in his fantasies. Meanwhile, Hui Gai Li kept her eyes tightly closed, taking deep breaths to control her heart and lung rate, trying not to let her overly tense heartbeat sound too jarring in this quiet space. She regretted it now. The moment she saw Chen Shan, she regretted the decision she had just made. When she was alone with Lu Shui on the 4th floor, she hadn't felt much pressure from Chen Shan, and her heart softened, thinking Lu Shui didn't deserve to die, so she let her go. However, when she opened the door and saw Chen's calm face, along with the gentleman's hat and cane by the pillow, Hui Gai Li almost confessed. Why did I suddenly soften? Once they fall asleep, I can sneak out and go back to the 4th floor to kill Lu Shui. I wonder if I still have time. Hui Gai Li, with a mix of complex emotions, gradually closed her eyes. On the bed next to Hui Gai Li, Chang Shang was also lying on his side, struggling to fall asleep. Why is Donkey Egg suddenly so enthusiastic about Hui Gai Li? He doesn't really want to steal my girlfriend, does he? Hui Gai Li is killing for the first time. I wonder if she's scared. Why doesn't she talk to me about it? Does she not love me anymore? So much time has passed, and no one has asked me about that skill I have, the one that lets me run on all fours so fast. I've already thought about how to answer, so why hasn't anyone asked? Isn't it because they value that skill that they keep me around? Chang Shang listened to the faint sounds of snoring nearby, unable to resist the drowsiness that was creeping in, filled with 100,000 questions as he gradually fell asleep. Chen Shen's eyes were slightly closed, not in a state of sleep, just resting his eyes. Although it was less effective than sleeping in this environment, he had no choice but to do so. Having seen the malice of human hearts, Chen Shen would never fall asleep in such a state. If he could find a suitable place to settle down, he would definitely look for a closed house at the first opportunity, go to the supply point to buy a few hundred landmines, and then buy a few automatic defense turrets to place at the door, and then sleep until he woke up naturally. He didn't know if the supply point sold such things. Next time he went to the supply point, he should search the miscellaneous shop thoroughly. Perhaps Ergo was right, the junk merchant might really have good stuff. The bald man downstairs tossed and turned, finding it hard to fall asleep. Should he go with Chen Shen? He felt that following Chen Shen would be more promising. The scale of the mental hospital could definitely double. Then he could help more patients. He wondered if Chen Shen would want him. On the 3rd night of the apocalypse, everyone was secretly writing their own scripts, waiting for dawn to unfold the curtain of their stories. When the first ray of dawn spilled into the darkroom, time seemed to speed up, and before long, the room was brightened. Chen Shen opened his eyes, smoothed the wrinkles from his suit with his hands, put on his gentleman's hat, and took his cane in hand. He sniffed the scent coming from his body and frowned. Tapping his cane lightly on the ground a few times, the others in the room gradually opened their eyes as well. Chen Shen did not speak, stood up, opened the door, and walked down the stairs. The others exchanged glances, hurriedly tidied their clothes, grabbed their belongings, and followed closely behind. Before reaching the 1st floor, a synchronized and firm chant entered everyone's ears. What do we want to do? Grow big, grow strong. What do we want to do? Grow big, grow strong. As Chen Shan reached the 1st floor, he saw the bald man waving his hands rhythmically, passionately leading his subordinates and shouting slogans. I need a place to wash up. Chen Shen interrupted impatiently, not wanting to wait for the morning meeting of this mental hospital to end. Li Gu. The washroom is on the 1st floor, I'll take you there. The bald man, who had just been passionately shouting slogans, immediately changed his expression to one of eagerness upon hearing Chen Shen's voice. He quickly jogged to Chen Shen's side, chuckled awkwardly, and then ran ahead to lead the way. Li Gu, it's right up ahead. The water reservoir. From the hospital before the apocalypse, there's plenty of water, just no hot water. Without looking back, Chen Shen entered the small room separated by a partition that contained a bathtub, filled it with water, and then lay down in it. After taking a refreshing bath and stepping out, Chen Shen saw the bald man still waiting at the door, occasionally tapping his hand against his wrist, his eyes fixed on the doorway, his brow slightly furrowed. Do you think of yourself as a butler? He. The bald man first tapped his wrist, then chuckled awkwardly before seriously saying, Li Gu, I want to follow you. Oh. You're not going to be the director anymore? Chen Shen struck the ground with his cane, urging the remaining people inside to hurry up. Not for now, I think following you will help the hospital develop faster. The number of doctors is already insufficient. If more patients come in, we might not be able to accommodate them. The bald man forcibly controlled his urge to fidget with his wrist, looking at Chen Shen with a serious expression. Alright, grab your things and get ready to leave. Chen Shen looked at his reflection in the mirror with satisfaction. Okay. The bald man was initially a bit dazed. Was it really that simple? He thought Chen Shen would say something like, you need to complete a task first to join us. But soon, he showed a look of wild joy. After all, the outcome was good. Nodding in agreement, the bald man wasted no time, greeted Chen Shen, and rushed upstairs to gather his things. On the way, he caught a doctor and casually appointed him as the director, leaving in style amidst the others. Excitement. Chen Shen walked into the hall, watching the attending doctors energetically shouting slogans, each displaying different emotions on their faces. The scene could even be described as comical. After the bald man left, the next person stepped up to lead everyone in continuing the chant. One person stood out the most, tears streaming down his face like a river without a source, his expression one of utter despair, making one think he was the protagonist of a tragic tale. Yet, despite his sorrowful face, he continued to shout the slogans with fervor. Chen Shen, somewhat intrigued, walked in front of this young man, poked him with his cane, and made him stop shouting such strange slogans. Why shout such slogans? The dean requested it. Why are you crying? Because I am a sad squirrel, I should cry. Then do you want to eat a pine cone? I do. Chen Shen took the explosive grenade from his space and waved it in front of the squirrel. Follow me, when we get there, you can eat this pine cone. Okay, no problem. The crying squirrel decided to follow Chen Shen without much hesitation. He was a squirrel, and he needed to eat pine cones. At that moment, the others had also finished washing up and came out of the house. With a sound of hurried footsteps, the bald man ran down from the stairs. Seeing that everyone had gathered, Chen Shen turned and walked towards the hospital entrance. The bald man looked curiously at the squirrel in the line. How did you come along? Did Brother Li let you in? The crying squirrel pointed at the figure ahead. He told me to follow, said there are pine cones to eat. The bald man unconsciously tapped his hand and didn't speak further. Who knows the way, lead on. Chen Shen stood at the entrance, looking at the street on both sides, feeling troubled. At this moment, Mao stepped forward, raising his hand awkwardly. Boss, I know. Looking at Mao's awkward expression, Chen Shen's mind turned a few times, roughly piecing together the situation. Mao, walking at the front of the group, carefully held up his glowing long gun and cautiously moved forward. Just as before, the sounds of zombies biting and roaring occasionally came from the shops on both sides of the street, with only a few lost zombies wandering about. As long as there weren't any loud noises or blood to stimulate the zombies leisurely devouring and evolving inside the houses, they would generally not cause any problems during the day. After the group killed a few scattered zombies, a wall appeared before them. It was about 6 or 7 meters high, with a half-meter tall barbed wire on top, not sure if it was an electric fence like in movies. Mao looked at the stone wall he used to see every day with a complex expression, but it was the first time he viewed it from this angle. Turning around, Mao prepared to head towards the main entrance. Along the wall. This pine cone is for you. Chen Shen waved his hand, signaling the crying squirrel to come over, and handed the explosive grenade to the squirrel in front of everyone. There's a button on the pine cone, press it, and it will flash green for 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, you can eat the pine cone. Okay, thank you, brother. After receiving the pine cone, the squirrel first showed a face of disbelief, then a strong joy erupted on his face. For the first time in so long, someone had given him, a squirrel, a pine cone to eat, which made him feel an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. When I say to treat someone to a pine cone, you press that button and run to the person I point to, Chen Shen said, leaning on his cane and looking at the person in front of him who had been crying. Alright, no problem. The Squirrel replied without a second thought, carefully putting the grenade into the pocket of his jacket lining and patting it with satisfaction. Now he was complete. The rabbit in the yard had always mocked him for not having a pine cone, and he was determined to show off when he got back. The crowd turned, and in front of them at the prison entrance was a simple registration desk, where two burly men in prison guard uniforms were yawning. Occasionally, survivors, either alone or in groups, passed back and forth through the entrance. But judging by the reactions of the two men at the registration desk, it seemed there were no newcomers, just the old-timers of this shelter. When Chen walked up, only about 2 meters away from the registration desk, everyone could clearly see the two guards who had just been yawning and looking lethargic. Upon seeing the newcomers, their eyes immediately lit up, and they straightened up, raising their weapons and loudly declaring, "Listen up, I'll say this only once, we need to conduct a routine check on the newcomers entering the shelter." Hearing the words routine check, Ergo's face instantly turned as black as coal. "I don't know why, but I have a shadow over the word check right now." The donkey beside him nodded in agreement. "I seriously doubt their check is anything more than asking if you've committed a crime." Chen stopped in his tracks, ignoring the inquiries from the two men in front of him, and scanned the 6 or 7 meter stone brick walls surrounding the prison, as well as the large iron gate at the main entrance. He nodded in satisfaction. This place was quite decent as a safe haven. However, the large iron gate wouldn't do, it needed to be replaced with a solid one. Planning to observe the internal facilities of the prison, Chen stepped forward into the prison. Seeing Chen and the others approaching, one of the big men raised a homemade loudspeaker. "Newcomers in front, listen up. You need to register your profession, attributes, equipment, and skills, if you have any. Based on your abilities, we will sign a point-sharing system with the shelter." Before the big man could finish his sentence, he noticed that the people in front of him weren't even listening. The young man in front had nearly passed between them. The big man, filled with rage, threw away the loudspeaker, pulled out a whistle from his waist, and blew it hard. He exchanged glances with his colleague, and they both raised their knives to chop down at the young man in front of them. However, before the knives could come down, the big man's head flew into the air, and the last thing seen in the air was his colleague's head being pierced by a long spear. Behind Chen, the donkey and Ergo exchanged knowing glances, silently applauding their understanding of Li Ji's intentions. Nearby the entrance, for survivors who were just about to leave witnessed this scene and immediately stopped, slowly retreating as far away as possible from this place of trouble. "Boss, this isn't good. With this happening, we probably won't be able to leave today," complained a young man holding a stick. Another showdown between the river dragon and the local snake. "You all can fight it out, but can't you let me leave first?" "But this local snake looks pretty fierce." They didn't even say a word before drawing their knives. "But when the warden comes, I bet these people will end up hanging on that wall," said a girl dressed like a young warrior, pointing at the wall filled with corpses. "This is undoubtedly the case. After all, the warden's profession is that of a damn sword. Immortal. Do you know what a sword immortal is? They can even fly. I've never seen that profession at a supply point," a bald man complained loudly, waving his fist, spitting as he spoke. All right, boss, stop complaining. We'll go out later and open that treasure chest, maybe we can draw something better." A young man dressed in casual clothes, holding a feather fan, waved it a few times before speaking. "I hope these people get dealt with quickly. If someone gets to my treasure chest first, I'll definitely dig up their corpses and turn them into dumpling filling." The young man holding a stick irritably jabbed it into the ground, occasionally glancing towards the depths of the prison, eager for the warden to appear. "Bro, why does that young man seem like he's inspecting things?" The girl observed for a while and felt something was off. The bald man frowned but said nothing. Chen and the others stepped into the prison as if entering a no man's land. After dealing with 2 clueless guard dogs, they began to survey the internal structure of the prison. Not bad, there were independent rooms. The surrounding walls provided some safety, but some renovations were needed. If he chose to settle here, he certainly didn't want his front door to be easily breached. At that moment, a cacophony of noise approached. A young and beautiful woman dressed in ancient attire stood on a flying sword, hovering in the air, slowly flying towards Chen and the others. At first glance, she did have a celestial appearance, but why was she hovering only about 10 centimeters off the ground? Surrounded by guards and watched by nearby survivors, the fairy slowly flew to within 10 meters of Chen. Then, in an instant, the flying sword beneath her flashed with light, and the next second, her figure vanished from the air, reappearing at the entrance, briefly inspecting the bodies of the fallen guards. Then, with her brows tightly furrowed, she flew back to her original spot at a speed difficult for ordinary people to catch, and with an angry expression, she spoke, "Why did you kill my people for no reason?" Hearing this woman on the flying sword say those words, Chen was somewhat speechless. "Miss, are you putting on a play?" He began to understand why The guards at the entrance were so weak. It seemed this woman was currently enjoying the feeling of showcasing her power in front of everyone, making a grand appearance. Chen Shen clicked his tongue, feeling inwardly that she was a pampered woman before the apocalypse who became arrogant after gaining power in the post-apocalyptic world. Her speed was indeed impressive, but unfortunately, her personality was a fatal flaw. Where had the warden from? Before the apocalypse gone? We are from the neighboring shelter. We agreed to your proposal to merge shelters last time. This is our director. Chen Shen pushed the bald man standing behind him forward. Upon seeing the bald man, the fairy threw a questioning glance at her subordinate, and after receiving a positive response, her confusion dissipated. She had indeed sent someone to that shelter to request a merger, but it had been refused. She hadn't expected them to come knocking today. Chen Shen patted the squirrel beside him, which had been crying, and pointed at the woman in front of them. As a gesture of apology, squirrel, go invite this young lady to have a pine cone. Upon hearing the words, the squirrel, who had been crying with its head down, reluctantly covered the pine cone in its pocket, but seeing Chen Shen's encouraging gaze, it still reached into the pocket and firmly pressed the button. Then, it took steps toward the spot hovering less than 10 centimeters above the ground, wondering if this person would like its pine cone, while thinking that it didn't like that stinky rabbit's carrot. 3, 2, 1. The people waiting behind Chen Shen were counting down in their hearts, knowing full well what that damned pine cone essentially was. When Li Gu handed this pine cone to the squirrel, he certainly didn't avoid them. The excited sword immortal warden tried to maintain a serious expression. She certainly wasn't expecting a pine cone. She wasn't a squirrel. She was just thrilled by the scene, the feeling of a feudal lord offering tribute made her feel like an empress, even if it was just a pine cone. Then, when she saw the person in front of her, with a reluctant expression on their face, yet their eyes still crying, pulling out the pine cone from their bosom, the fairy momentarily froze. That damned pine cone looked a bit like a grenade from a supply point. The fairy's expression changed drastically, and she instinctively wanted to use her flying sword to distance herself from that damned pine cone. However, the next second, the pine cone, which had been flashing green, suddenly turned red. Then, a dull explosion sounded, and countless grenade fragments exploded between the two, spinning and densely piercing into their bodies. Is this the taste of a pine cone? The mentally ill person, who had been crying and thought they were a squirrel, savored the taste of the pine cone in the last moments of consciousness. Unable to help but feel proud, they thought the taste of the pine cone was definitely better than that of a carrot. I said pine cones are absolutely the best thing to eat in this world. That brother is really a good person. He was the first to give me a pine cone. You made me whole. And that fairy warden, with her beautiful ancient attire, froze the moment she saw the grenade, losing her last chance to escape. Having no time to activate her flying sword before countless grenade fragments pierced into her body. The explosion sounded, and the smoke dispersed. Moments later, the smoke cleared. A small pit was left in the ground. And the scattered remains of the two were spread out by the shockwave. A brief silence fell over the scene, with only Chen Shen's somewhat arrogant and excited laughter echoing in the square. The bald, middle-aged leader of the four survivors silently hid his gloved hands behind his back, a bit dazed, saying, I know what that young man's profession was when he spoke just now. Boss, how did you figure that out? What profession? The young man, who had been casually waving a fan, stopped and waited for the follow-up. He had always considered himself the strategist of the team, calling himself Little Zhuge, but he didn't expect that the thick-headed boss would see what he couldn't. A bit shaken by the earlier scene, the bald middle-aged man lowered his voice and looked around at the others. That young man should be a hidden profession, obviously a red alert. Commander. Look at that person who rushed up. Doesn't he look like a beginner version of a self-destructing truck? The young man, fanning himself, stopped speaking. Since the grenade exploded, Chen Shen couldn't control the excited smile on his lips. Riding a flying sword is art? Explosions are the real art, especially blowing a beautiful woman into a dirty, mangled corpse. Chen Shen held his staff, raising both hands in a trance. This is true art. The feeling of personally destroying a delicate and exquisite piece of art is truly delightful. So now, I plan to become the new master of this prison. Chen Shen lowered his hands, leaned his staff back on the ground, and restored that elegant and calm expression, looking at the crowd. This group included survivors, prisoners, guards, and others, a complex mix of people. With a friendly smile on his face, one of them spoke in a voice that wasn't very loud. What are you going to do? You can actually choose to take revenge for your lovely and dear warden. However, the scene fell into silence, with not even a whisper exchanged. Everyone looked at the corpse on the ground with complicated expressions. This warden often liked to patrol the prison on a flying sword at a very slow speed, but today, why couldn't he fly? Chen Shen, bored, curled his lips and took out a dagger from his waist, holding a cane in his left hand and gripping the dagger in his right. He first walked over to the pit left by the explosion and picked up the flying sword, only to find it completely intact. Wouldn't a system-produced item be damaged? Checking the equipment attributes, he found it was exclusive to the Sword Immortal class. Others could only use it as an ordinary sword, but at least it was sharp enough. He casually stored it in his space and then slowly walked towards the group of subordinates who had come with the warden. About 20 people silently looked at this young man with complex expressions. "Aren't you going to resist?" "I just personally killed your warden," Qinshin said, lightly tapping the scarred face of the nearest person with the dagger, wearing a smile that seemed to expect something to happen. However, neither this person nor the others reacted. Qinshin impatiently looked at the crowd and said, "Who is the one who can speak? Step forward." The middle-aged man in prisoner garb, who was being tapped by Qinshin's dagger, awkwardly raised his hand. "Why are you still wearing that prisoner outfit in the apocalypse?" Qinshin asked in surprise. "It has a greater deterrent effect on survivors," the scarred man replied sheepishly. "Why aren't you resisting?" "Brother, why should we resist?" The scarred man looked up to meet Qinshin's gaze, a hint of fear mixed with disdain in his eyes. "The warden you killed was already our second warden. No matter who is warden, it doesn't affect us. Besides, we need a strong person to protect us. Your ability to kill the previous warden shows you are stronger. If it weren't for the inappropriate atmosphere, we should actually hold a ceremony for your appointment." Seeing the spinelessness of the scarred man, Qinshin couldn't help but sigh, a servant of 3 surnames. "Go gather everyone, assemble in the square for a meeting." Qinshin then walked to the center of the square, looked around but didn't find a chair, and waved his hand towards the scarred man and the others. A young man, full of excitement, ran over to Qinshin secretly, thinking that he never expected his gem to be discovered by the new warden. Qinshin pointed to a spot on the ground with his cane. "Get down, I want to sit for a while and retract my ribs on my back, don't poke me." "Ah." The young man, filled with bitterness, glanced back at his companions who pretended not to see him, finally understanding why they had all turned away just now. Under Qinshin's gaze, the young man gritted his teeth and obediently lay down on the ground, burying his face in his hands like an ostrich. If he was seen by everyone during the meeting, transformed into a chair, he would no longer be able to survive in this shelter. "Warden, everyone is here except for the survivors still outside." After gathering everyone in the square, the scar-faced man jogged over to Qinshin and leaned down to speak softly. Qinshin waved his hand, signaling Ergo to bring over the fallen loudspeaker at the entrance. He then held the cane in one hand and raised the loudspeaker beside him, standing up on the back of the young man beneath him, looking at the crowd present. There were more than 50 people standing in the square, dressed in different clothes. Each person's expression was different, but one thing they all shared was a sense of confusion about the future. In a short time, this was already the third warden, who knew if this warden would also eat pine cones tomorrow. "From now on, this prison belongs to me." After saying this, Qinshin nodded in satisfaction, waiting for a rebel to jump out and oppose him. However, after several seconds, the scene remained silent, not even a rebel. Looking closely, upon hearing Qinshin's words, everyone even held their breath. Qinshin looked dissatisfied at the scar-faced man beside him. Why isn't there a rebel jumping up to oppose? The scar-faced man looked bitter and awkward. Those who dared to jump out and oppose have already been dealt with by the previous wardens. Then how can I kill the chicken to warn the monkey? Hearing Qinshin's increasingly dissatisfied tone, the scar-faced man hurriedly replied cautiously, "It's no longer necessary to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The last warden even took care of those born in the year of the rooster. And what? And this group of people has completely learned their lesson. As soon as they hear you, warden, say this, they know you want to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. Didn't you see that none of them are even breathing heavily?" Seeing that his script had gone to waste, Qinshin felt very unhappy and impatiently spoke up. "I heard at the entrance what you guards said about the points sharing system. What does it mean?" "Warden, it's like this, the system set by the last warden was that each person had to hand over 1/3 of the points earned from hunting zombies every day before entering the shelter. You have no way of knowing how many zombies the survivors have hunted. If a survivor says they didn't kill a single one, won't you charge them? It's a mutual reporting system. There's a reward of 100 points for reporting someone who conceals the truth. What if it's a team of acquaintances? What if they conceal it from each other?" Qinshin glanced sideways at the 4-person team standing distinctly apart from the crowd. "They wouldn't dare to gamble," the scar-faced man said awkwardly. "Then what if I don't go out to hunt zombies?" "Then naturally you wouldn't have to pay, but you still need to eat, and eventually, you'll have to go out. This is not good. This practice is no different from the capitalist who exploits labor." Qinshin put the loudspeaker back to his mouth and shouted loudly, I just heard that your last warden implemented a points-sharing system to exploit you. Ask yourselves, do you really want to accept this system? It's the same old trick, it's just a new official giving out some benefits to win people's hearts. The young man, lightly shaking the fan in his hand, shook his head dismissively. From this moment on, the rules are being redefined, the system is abolished. All the points you earn from hunting zombies will belong to you, I will not take a single point. Chen Chen continued to speak loudly, but only Ergo and the others behind him listened to this without any reaction. Expecting Chen Chen to wave the flag of liberation to save everyone was no different from hoping for the Buddha to descend from the heavens to save mankind. The crowd, who had been blankly thinking that the meeting was just a process, could not help but burst forth with a glimmer of hope in their eyes upon hearing that Chen Chen was serious. Perhaps this young man was truly sent by the heavens to save them. This new warden really doesn't want any points or shares? He won't go back on his word, will he? The young man with the stick on his shoulder looked a bit incredulous. He shouldn't go back on his word, after all, he said it in front of so many people. For the sake of winning hearts, this new warden is indeed willing to give up a lot, said the young man in sportswear, shaking his head in amazement. You have to give to gain, uniting people's hearts leads to great things. This new warden is planning for the future. Chen Chen continued with a passionate and uplifting voice, and from this moment on, this place will no longer be called a prison, nor will it be called a refuge. It has a new name, called home. Each of us has lost our original home in this apocalypse, so why not build a new home in this apocalypse? The expressions of Ergo and the others gradually became confused. Could it be that Brotherly really had turned over a new leaf? The crowd was stimulated by the word home, their eyes filled with hope, each person listening intently to what this new warden would say. Next. The word home truly sounded warm and comforting. Since this is my home, I have established a few house rules. Please listen carefully for the sake of your brief lives. Wait, the crowd felt something was off, shouldn't he say? It was our home, that we would work together to build it? The first house rule, each tenant must pay 3 points daily to stay in my home, those with insufficient points will be executed. The second house rule, tenants are only allowed to go out alone to hunt zombies, no teaming up. If you need to team up, you must pay a team building fee of 10 points, and thereafter pay 2 points daily. If points are insufficient, the team will automatically disband. The third house rule, all transactions must occur in the trading market I establish, both seller and buyer must pay a 10% transaction fee. Private transactions will be executed upon discovery. The fourth house rule, no one is allowed to leave my home. Any acts of escape or defection will be treated as suicide, so prepare for pursuit. The fifth house rule, I will establish a bounty board to publish point tasks. If anyone needs to publish a point task, the publisher must pay a 10% transaction fee. The sixth house rule, no tenant may disclose any information about the home to outsiders, violators will also face pursuit. The seventh house rule, no fighting, brawling, or killing in the home, the first person to strike will be executed. The eighth house rule, anyone approaching my residence without permission will be executed. The ninth house rule, if someone is found violating the house rules, the reporter can receive a reward of 100 points. There is no need to worry about retaliation, for the sake of everyone's memory, the only punishment in my house rules is death. And there is no reprieve, execution will occur upon discovery. The 10th house rule. Chen Chen smiled with satisfaction, finally having a home of his own. Who said that only being with family counts as home? Wherever I stay, that is home. The 10th house rule, the most important one, anyone who opposes me will be executed. Seeing the faces of the crowd shift from hope to confusion and finally to a dead silence of despair, Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction and jumped down from the back of the young man beneath him. Now, welcome everyone to my home. Let me introduce myself, I am Chen Chen. If anyone has questions, feel free to ask. A man in his 40s hesitated for a moment before raising his hand and speaking, I. Bang. The man fell to the ground in response. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. Finally, a chicken had jumped out. He leaned the desert eagle back on the ground like a cane. This person's question has been resolved. Next. Please, anyone with questions? Looking at the man lying on the ground, the crowd understood how Chen Chen resolved issues. The most straightforward way to solve a problem is, of course, to eliminate the one who raised it. Naturally, no one in the crowd had any more questions. Now, as the master of this house, I will announce the first reward point task. The first reward point task, find a wooden board and carve the 10 house rules on it, using zombie blood to dye the letters red, and it must be eye-catching. Place it in the center of the square so that every new tenant can see the house rules at first glance. Reward 2 points. The second reward point task, go out and find a blackboard along with chalk. It will serve as a reward announcement board near the house rules wooden board. Reward 3 points. The third reward point task: find the nearest shelter and gather relevant information. Reward 5 points. The fourth reward point task: bring back a survivor to the house. Reward 2 points. Just bring them through this door to complete the task. Chen nodded in satisfaction, reflecting on his own benevolence. Rewards and punishments are what make a good housemaster. So, does anyone want to take on these tasks? The four-person team exchanged glances, and the young man holding the feather fan nodded secretly, stepping forward to say, "Master, we want to take the task of finding the blackboard." Of course, no problem. The team must first pay a team formation fee. Boss, how about we go out separately first and then meet up outside? The young man, carrying a steel rod over his shoulder and pacing anxiously, had a sudden idea. Not advisable. This new housemaster will probably keep an eye on us. Our little group is too conspicuous. Most importantly, it's not safe for one person to go out alone. A young man beside him slightly shook his feather fan in disagreement. We should pay this team formation fee. Doesn't that make us look too cowardly? The team formation fee is 10 points. We will need points to maintain it every day. That's too exploitative. The girl with the bow and arrow frowned in dissatisfaction. We have to pay. When a new system is just established, the first one to pick at it often gets punished. This is called killing the chicken to scare the monkey. But the first to respond to the system often receives good rewards. This is called spending a fortune to buy bones. The young man with the feather fan cast his gaze toward the bald middle-aged man in the group. Ultimately, it was up to the boss to make the choice. Why do I feel like this young man wants to squeeze us until we're nothing but bones? The bald man muttered, rubbing his smooth head. What did you say, boss? Nothing. We will pay this team formation fee. And we must hurry. If that treasure chest is claimed by someone else first, the loss will be more than just these points. During the time when several people were discussing among themselves, the task of establishing family rules was taken up by a seemingly honest self-proclaimed carpenter prisoner. Several others also took on the task of searching for other shelters. Since it wasn't stated what would happen if the task failed, they figured they might as well take it on. If they happened to find a new shelter and gather valuable information, it would be like earning points for free. As for the task of finding new family members with a point reward, basically everyone accepted it. They were familiar with this task. To put it bluntly, it was like the XX app before the apocalypse, recruiting people for a bounty. Regardless of whether it was through deception or coercion, as long as the survivors entered this gate, the task would be considered complete. The group of people, looking at each other, ultimately chose to accept this situation, and no one stood out to cause trouble. After all, the new head of the household might be killed by someone tomorrow, so why stick their neck out now? After some discussion, the four-person survivor group was led by the bald middle-aged man who paid the team fee and applied to go out. After Chen waved his hand in agreement, he then put the loudspeaker to his mouth and shouted loudly. Now, everyone get moving. If you don't gather today's tenant points before dark, be prepared to wait for death. I really hope someone dares to run away, so others can see what happens to those who flee. After saying this, Chen waved his hand to call over Ergo, with a somewhat smug expression. He said, "You see, Jesus has the 10 commandments, and I, Chen, have my own 10 family rules." Ergo cupped his hands and bowed, flattering him. "Congratulations, brotherly, from today on you have a place in this apocalypse. When did you learn to flatter people from the director? You, as a healer, are a bit unworthy of the title. Hurry up and learn some professional skills, don't fall too far behind." Yes. Chen stood still and thought for a while without speaking. After a long time, he looked at Ergo. "Do you want to be the housekeeper?" "Brotherly, what do you mean?" Ergo's eyes instantly narrowed, cautiously probing Chen's meaning. "I need someone to help me collect the daily rent, as well as handling fees and expenses for bounty point tasks. I want you to be that person. What do you think?" This authority is too great. Usually quick-witted, Ergo was now slightly hesitant, unsure of how to respond correctly. "But I don't really want to let you do it. I have quite a good impression of you. You're an interesting person. I wouldn't want you to make an irrational decision one day that would lead me to kill you myself." Chen, seemingly recalling something, lowered his head and murmured a bit dejectedly. "I've decided to let you be the housekeeper. I hope you can live up to my trust. After all, the story you told about the cephalosporin and alcohol that day was quite compelling. And I, as a person, like to tell stories and listen to stories." As soon as Chen finished speaking, a hint of a happy smile suddenly appeared on his face, leaving Ergo a bit stunned. He had seen strange smiles, manic smiles, infatuated smiles, crazy smiles, smiles filled with deep sorrow. Smiles that seemed to be smiles but weren't, and smiles that were more like grimaces on Chen Chen's face. But this was the first time he had seen a genuinely happy smile on Chen Chen's face. Although it was just a fleeting moment, it was indeed there and had existed. Thank you for your trust, brotherly. Just watch my performance, I know what to do. Without much thought, Ergo didn't say anything like a refusal this time. The reason he told that story and frequently appeared in front of Chen Chen was simply to gain Chen Chen's trust and become part of his inner circle. This way, both his personal safety and his voice would be incomparable to the past. Moreover, they had just seized a base, and everything was developing rapidly. The achievements of founding a nation were far greater than merely protecting it. The rulers were ruthless, and with Chen Chen's methods, Ergo believed that Chen could thrive in the apocalypse. Such people were naturally suited for it. I will never take shortcuts due to friendship or any other factors, and I will never use even a penny for personal gain. Later, I will buy a points storage device. And every night before dark, I will submit all the points earned that day to brotherly. Ergo, with a serious expression, counted out 3 rules for himself with his fingers. Go call Donkey Egg over. Seeing Ergo wave at him, Donkey Egg scratched the back of his head and, without much thought, jogged over to Chen Chen's side. I've entrusted the home defense to you. With a face full of fear, Donkey Egg first exchanged glances with Ergo, confirming it wasn't a trap before settling down and excitedly saying, brotherly, you mean? You are in charge of selecting 15 people for the defense team. The responsibilities include guarding the entrance and overseeing the family rules. Can you handle it? Yes. Just rest assured, brotherly. Who dares to violate the family rules? You don't need to lift a finger, I'll tie them up myself. Donkey Egg couldn't help but rub his face in excitement, already imagining himself showing off. Call Air Mao over. Seeing the excited Donkey Egg waving for him to come over, Air Mao couldn't help but think, could it be that something good was happening? Jogging over, Air Mao ignored the excited Donkey Egg, stood up straight, and looked directly at brotherly, waiting for orders. You are too cautious, always looking for the optimal solution. Chen Chen leaned on his cane, looking up at the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. Hearing this, Air Mao couldn't help but feel anxious. But being cautious can sometimes be a good thing. I need information. After pausing to think for a moment, Chen Chen continued, I need information about the zombies, information about other shelters, and information about this world game. I need all the information. Your caution is a good ability for gathering intelligence. That little boy runs pretty fast, he must have some kind of skill. You two will form the initial shape of this family's intelligence organization. You can choose more people later. Do you have confidence? Air Mao's heart leaped with joy at first. This meant he was going to be promoted, he had finally made it. After thinking it over a few times, he replied firmly, I have confidence. Whatever information brotherly wants to know, we will do our utmost to get it. Back. Go build your team after this. So far, what I want to know the most is still the news about the survivors. Going out to earn points by risking your lives is always faster than having a group of people do it for you. The crowd in the square had mostly dispersed, and almost everyone rushed out the door at bolt speed to search for any lone zombies nearby. After all, not being able to pay rent could be deadly. Chen Chen waved for the bald man, who had been occasionally tapping his hand to come over, glancing at his bloodied hand and couldn't help but sigh. Could these hands really hold a gun? Your opportunity has come. Do you want to open a mental hospital here? There should be many patients in a while. I want. The director nodded excitedly, his face full of enthusiasm. The reason he followed Chen Chen was to expand and strengthen the mental hospital, treating more patients. He didn't expect that after just coming out in the morning, he could open a branch by noon. At this rate, within a month, he could establish branches in every corner of the world. Did you hear the 10 house rules just announced? The bald director nodded perfunctorily. He didn't care about the 10 house rules at all, he just wanted to know where his mental hospital would be located. Your mental hospital will be in this square, with no windows and no doors. All those who violate the house rules will be your patients, and you need to treat them in public in the square. Donkey Egg will be responsible for capturing those who violate the rules and will send them to you after capture. No problem, brotherly, don't worry, I will do my best to cure every patient. None of the patients I have treated have ever complained. The bald director first looked at Chen Chen with gratitude, then his eyes turned to Donkey Egg like a hungry wolf dog, eager for him to catch a few rule violators right away. If there aren't enough hands, bring a few doctors back tomorrow. At that moment, a system voice echoed in everyone's ears. Area speaker, I am Lu Jun, the commander of the Western Saddle Military District. We have now established an official shelter at the Blue Sky Stadium in the suburbs. Nearby survivors, if you can, please come as soon as possible. Be cautious while traveling during the day. Zombies are in the devouring evolution stage and will not attack humans unless disturbed. Don't give up, the continuation of human civilization depends on you and me. Keep fighting to survive. The system voice rang out 3 times in everyone's ears. After a brief silence in the arena, a smile appeared on Chen Shen's face. He has shown his head, my esteemed commander. This is Lu Shuai's father, a military commander. Are you afraid? Chen Shen exaggeratedly waved his hands, looking at everyone with a mix of excitement and madness. What if I throw 100 pine cones into that gathering place? Would it be as brilliant as fireworks? Mao, go gather intelligence on that gathering place and collect information on advanced zombies. I need a primary occupation badge to advance to a secondary occupation and unlock the next level of the shop. It might unlock more interesting things. Hearing Lu Jun's voice, Chen Shen suddenly became a bit excited, thinking of 100 ways to send this commander to the sky. Yes. Mao gladly accepted the order. This was the first task, and whether he would be marginalized or enter the core layer depended on this task. Next, we need to speed up. I need enough points. Chen Shen licked his lips and spoke slowly. Create a surprise for this commander. Chen Shen looked at the scar-faced man beside him, who was standing by, ready for action, and waved him over. Where did the previous warden live? Finally responding to his call, the scar-faced man wore a fawning expression. Answering the master, the last warden lived in his office. We live in the guard dormitory, and the survivors live in the cells. Does the master want to go to the office now? Chen Shen couldn't help but raise his arm and yawn. Who knows how long it had been since he last slept. He was so tired that he was out of sorts. He then looked at Ergo, Lu Dan, and the others. I haven't had a chance to tell that group of people that working at home also earns points every day. Why did they all rush out like that, not even leaving a guard behind? Ergo, Lu Dan, Mao, and Director Chang Xinghui, you all stay here to guard the door. When the survivors come back at night, whoever wants someone can go pick. Suddenly remembering something, Chen Shen added, by the way, when picking people, it's best to keep your eyes sharp. If something goes wrong with someone, that person will be responsible. I'm going to take a nap. Keep the door secure. I don't want to see the defenses so weak that any stray cat or dog can get in. Chen Shen crossed his hands behind his head, resting on them as he yawned. Lead the way. When Chen Shen pushed open the door and entered the warden's office, he nodded in satisfaction. The space was about 30 square meters, quite spacious. A desk faced the entrance, and a large leather sofa that could fit one person was placed to the right of the desk, with a bookshelf on the left. He casually pulled out a book, only to find it was just a hollow shell. Entering the room, there were no windows. On the left and right walls, only a normally sized window on the wall directly opposite the door. Chen Shen walked to the window and looked down. The entire square appeared right before his eyes, with Ergo and the others standing or sitting awkwardly at the entrance of the base. Knock, knock, knock. He stood up and lightly tapped on each wall in the room, the dull sound confirming to Chen Shen that these walls were solid. Not a bad room. Do you have enough points to pay today's rent? Chen Shen suddenly asked the scar-faced man with a puzzled expression. Hearing this, the scar-faced man was beyond bewildered. Couldn't he see how obvious my loyalty was? Why was he still asking me for rent? Not enough? Then why not go kill some zombies? That's quite brave of you. Chen Shen patted the scar-faced man's shoulder, said nothing more, and pushed him out the door. Then shut it firmly. The scar-faced man stood outside, feeling gloomy for a long time, then realized a harsh truth. If he didn't hurry to kill zombies and earn points, he might really end up as that chicken. That would be too unfair. I just want to be one of the better monkeys, helping the master tame monkeys. Inside the room, only Chen Shen remained. He took off his gentleman's hat and clown mask, placing them on the nearby table, and hung his suit jacket over the back of a chair. Dressed only in a shirt, he completely lay back on the leather sofa, cradling the desert eagle in his arms, the gun's muzzle pointed at the door. Sleepiness immediately washed over him, and Chen Shen slowly drifted into a light sleep. Ergo, did you see any familiar faces among that group just now? The guards at the door, including Ergo, were leaning against the entrance, chatting idly. I saw a few. Each one lowered their heads deeply when they saw me, looking like they were afraid I'd cause them trouble. Remembering the scene, Ergo couldn't help but chuckle. We'll take our time getting along. There's plenty of time. It's always inconvenient in front of brotherly, and the grievances from before always need to be repaid. Do you think this counts as a homecoming for us? Mao, standing nearby, couldn't help but chime in. In the past, when Ergo and Donkey Egg were chatting, Mao mostly listened quietly, rarely interjecting. After all, Mao's position in this small group was quite awkward. Not many people thought highly of him. But now it was different. Mao could at least claim to be an intelligence leader, and his status had certainly jumped like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate compared to before. Who treats this damn prison as home? Ergo laughed in anger at this statement, but then thought for a moment. Actually, thinking about it, it's not entirely wrong. After all, we've spent half our lives in this prison. If you really think about it, we've been here longer than we were at home. What about you, Donkey Egg? Have you found the person you were looking for? Suddenly remembering something, Ergo looked at Donkey Egg with a teasing expression. Get lost, don't bring that up. Donkey Egg cursed angrily at first, then his eyes flashed with a dangerous light. He's hiding in the crowd, but his scent has already penetrated to the bone. I can spot him at a glance. I need to find a way to create an excuse to deal with him. After all, if I go after him directly, the 10 house rules set by Brotherly are no joke. Only Brotherly can mess around, no one else can. Also, I'd like to remind everyone present that some people might be getting a bit carried away. Brotherly's 10 house rules are not only for the survivors but also for us. I'm quite curious what the outcome will be for anyone who thinks they can ignore the rules just because they've been with Brotherly longer. Donkey Egg scanned the crowd, warning them with his eyes. Not bad, Donkey Egg, your brain is working pretty fast now, Ergo said in surprise. But what do you mean by his scent penetrating to the bone? TSK. Get lost. Donkey Egg's face darkened, barely restraining himself from stabbing Ergo in the mouth, and then spoke with a serious expression. One day, I will drive this knife straight into his little daisy. Knife handle? Knife tip. Brother Mao, I just saw Brotherly point at me. Did he assign me some work too? Long Shang, who had been eagerly waiting, finally stepped forward to ask when no one else spoke up. I almost forgot about you. You ran pretty fast. You've been assigned under me to form an intelligence organization, mainly responsible for external intelligence reconnaissance. What? About me? What about me? Hui Gaili, also full of expectation, asked, not knowing what position he held. Ergo and the others exchanged glances, recalling that it seemed they hadn't assigned anything to Hui Gaili, as if Chen Chen didn't see this person at all. It might also be because Hui Gaili was of no use in Chen Chen's eyes. Becoming someone useless in Chen Chen's view was definitely not good news. Maybe he forgot. Wait until Brotherly wakes up tonight, and you can ask him, Mao casually replied, then curiously looked at Long Shang. By the way, that ability of yours to run fast on all fours like a werewolf, is it an equipment or a skill? Hearing Mao's question, Chang Shang's heart was already roaring with excitement. After waiting so long, someone finally asked him this question. It was so hard to come by. To answer this question, he had organized his thoughts for so long, only to find that no one had asked him. Seeing several pairs of eyes focused on him, Chang Shang couldn't help but straighten his back, take a deep breath, and close his eyes, preparing to tell a story. That was thrilling yet safe. However, the next second, a commotion came from the front door, and Ergo and the others immediately grabbed their weapons, standing tall and turning their gazes toward the entrance to see what was happening. The story that had leaped to the tip of Chang Shang's tongue had to be swallowed back down, and he glared at the others with a mix of blame and grievance in his eyes. Not far away, about a dozen people were walking toward them. As they got closer to the base, this group became less restrained, speaking loudly and walking with eager strides. After all, the zombies near the base had mostly been cleared out in the past few days. Even if there were any left, there were only a couple of small cats and dogs. Seeing someone guarding the base gate, the leader of the dozen people jogged past the others and approached Ergo and the others. This leader was one of the survivors who had gone out to earn points at noon. Greetings, brothers. I am Su, and these people behind me are survivors I brought back according to family rules. Su? Su what? Ergo observed the group behind Su, noticing that there were mostly men, but a few decent-looking women as well. He wondered why this group looked so excited and animated. I'm just called Su, Su replied helplessly, cupping his hands. This was probably the phrase he had said the most in his life. What a ridiculous name, Lu Dan casually commented. I've never seen you before, are you new? Su looked at the few people in front of him with a face full of black lines, unable to communicate normally, already calculating how to escape if things went south. After a moment, he managed to control his tone and said, You brothers might not remember, but you are the new ones. It hasn't even been 3 hours since you arrived, so of course, you haven't seen me before. Oh, so you're not from prison, you're survivors from after the apocalypse. No wonder you look unfamiliar, Ergo said, glancing at the excited expressions on the faces of the group, looking puzzled. Did you bring them back by yourself? Yes, Su replied, a harmless smile appearing on his face like a naive boy. How did you manage that? They don't look like they were forced, Ergo asked. I encountered this group on the road, and I just slightly embellished the benefits of the base when I told them about it, and they insisted on coming with me, Sue said, appearing modest. As if the survivors voluntarily flocked to him because of the base's good benefits. Are the benefits really that good? Ergo and Lu Dan exchanged glances but didn't speak. Bring your people up, register their names. One by one, and you register too, then you'll get points, Ergo said, glancing sideways, not bothering with the matter. Having spent so long with Li Gu, he had somewhat assimilated into Li Ji's style of doing things only. Looking at the results, not the process. Okay. Su, with a sunny smile on his face, secretly calculated that there were a total of 15 people, which meant 15 points, enough to cover 5 days of rent. This trip was worth it. Name: Wang De Go. Next, name: Wang Xiao Go. After everyone finished registering their names, the door was opened to let them into the base. Just as they stepped through the entrance, Ergo pulled out a loudspeaker from behind. Welcome to the only home in this apocalypse. The crowd below began to whisper among themselves. That young man really didn't lie to me, this place isn't cold and heartless like others, it's a warm home. Once you enter this door, there is no turning back in this life. In life, I am a Chen Chen person, in death, I am a Chen Chen ghost. Now follow me to the square to learn the family rules. With that, Ergo turned around, leaving the others to continue guarding the door, while he took Sue and the survivors to the square. Hearing these words, everyone felt something was off, but they didn't think too much of it, considering it just a slogan. However, when they saw the explosion pit in the middle of the square that hadn't been cleaned up yet, and the scattered remains on the ground, they couldn't help but look at Sue, who wore a sunny smile. This is the Eden-like home you spoke of, where there would never be any conflict? How do you explain these remains? Now, we have 10 family rules. For the sake of your brief lives, please listen carefully and remember. Ergo then led everyone to the wooden board where the family rules were already set up. It was about a person's height, half a person's width, and as thick as 2 adult fists pressed together. On the brown wooden board, the family rules were carved in blood, the still-drying blood trickling down the letters, making it look even more like a terrifying tombstone. When Ergo finished reading the 10 family rules, he found that everyone had fallen into silence, and the scene was surprisingly quiet. The survivors were trying hard to convince themselves that what they saw was just an illusion caused by excessive excitement. Didn't they say they were family? How did they become tenants, and tenants without rights at that? Staying in the base every day required paying 3 points, which meant killing 3 level 1 zombies. Absurdly, they had to stay in the base every day. Leaving the base was equivalent to suicide. Forming a team required paying points, trading required a cut, posting tasks required a cut, and execution was a common occurrence. Most importantly, once you entered, you could not leave, otherwise it was equivalent to suicide. Everyone finally understood what Ergo meant by in life, I am a Chen Chen person, in death, I am a Chen Chen ghost. The rulers of this base were serious. In such an environment, even a slight provocation could lead to internal strife. A man with a dark expression stared at Sue, who still wore a sunny smile at that moment, and spoke in a low voice. Sue, is this what you call a place without conflict, without hunger, where everyone lives fulfilling lives like an Eden-like refuge? Yes, the family rules clearly state that initiating conflict within the base is not allowed, otherwise it leads to execution. Trust me, every day here will definitely be fulfilling. Sue replied with a serious expression. The man's face darkened even more. Of course, if you didn't earn 3 points every day, you'd be executed. How could it not be fulfilling? By the way, Sue turned to Ergo, wearing a friendly smile, with 2 little dimples dancing on his face. The boy who just spoke is my college classmate, my best buddy in college, and is very important to me. Ergo looked at Sue with a face full of black lines and said coldly, no matter if they are your friends or not, once they enter this door, there's no chance of leaving this base alive. No, big brother, you misunderstood. What I want to ask is if I can pay more, after all, they are my friends. Sue scratched the back of his head, looking quite embarrassed. Sue, you scoundrel, adding more money? Am I your cash cow? The boy cursed loudly. Last time you tricked me into a pyramid scheme, you also said if I could pay more. Damn, how did I end up knowing you? The remaining survivors, after reading all the house rules, had their faces darken, turning their stiff heads towards Sue, staring at him intently. At first glance, they looked a bit like the stone statues on Easter Island, rigidly gazing in one direction. It was promised that once we entered the base, everyone would be given a wife. A middle-aged man spoke through gritted teeth, and the public grievances seemed to ignite as everyone glared at Sue with clenched teeth. It was promised that we would eat meat and drink wine at every meal. It was promised that this was a shelter officially organized before the apocalypse, similar to Noah's Ark, aimed at preserving the human race. It was promised that after entering the base, we would be given points to become stronger and save the world. This is what you call limited slots for entering here? You thought long and hard before deciding to give us these slots? How do you explain the reward of 1 point for each new recruit? Ignoring all these voices, Sue stared at Ergo without blinking. Ergo couldn't help but sigh, knowing how Sue operated. They had blown it up to be like Noah's Ark preserving the human race, yet there were still people who believed it. These people were definitely the ones who exchanged 30,000 for 10,800,000 before the apocalypse broke out. Ignoring the pleading look in Sue's eyes for more money, Ergo said irritably, forget about adding money. I've registered you, and the points will be settled tonight. He didn't have many points left himself, having exchanged quite a bit last time, and there were no extra points now. He would talk about it after collecting the rent tonight. Selling out his own friends and doing it twice, and asking for more money, that was just too much. However, his friend needed to be cautious, being sold out twice was a bit suspicious. Was Sue deliberately bringing them in to stir up trouble? He would report to Brotherly tonight. Then Erga turned to the crowd and said, you people, the first day is rent-free. Go check the prison cells to see where there are empty beds, find yourselves a spot, and get familiar with the environment. Big brother, where do the girls stay? As Erga was about to leave, he heard the question and stopped, looking at the woman who had spoken. She looked to be around 25, dressed in professional attire, resembling a bank teller. At this moment, her eyes were filled with disappointment, and her gaze was quite charming. That kind of disappointment was like realizing halfway through a passionate moment that the other party had already surrendered, filled with loss but forced to accept the reality. Getting up to take a shower, it was a disappointment of being compelled to accept reality. Anyone who had been promised such a big pie believed it, and then found not only was there no pie, but underneath it was a bear trap, would feel disheartened. However, her ability to accept reality was quite fast, no wonder she was a bank teller. At this moment, 3 other women were gathered around her, staring intently at Ergu, seemingly concerned about this issue. Erga shrugged, there's no dedicated place for girls to stay, but if you're lucky enough to find an empty prison cell, you can all stay together. Sue, you're in charge of arranging them. If there's anything, come find me. After saying that, he didn't bother with the crowd behind him and prepared to head to the door to tease Donkey Egg. This woman was quite good-looking, though. Not to his taste, but she should suit Donkey Egg's appetite. However, at that moment, a heart-wrenching cry for help suddenly came from the entrance of the base. Ergo's expression changed, and he rushed towards the door. When he reached the entrance, he found that Lu Dan and the others were chatting while holding weapons, looking towards the street in front of the main gate. Realizing that the cry for help did not come from Lu Dan and the others, Ergo felt relieved and leaned on his long gun, watching the long street ahead with a sense of amusement. At that moment, on the long street in front of them, a middle-aged man, dressed in tattered clothes and covered in blood, was running at the forefront. The earlier cry for help had come from this man. Perhaps seeing a refuge nearby, he had decided to shout for help first, hoping for a miracle. Behind him were 3 young men dressed in black, their clothes in a similarly poor state. They were clearly pursuing the middle-aged man. The 4 of them formed a scene of 1 running and 3 chasing. Although it was a chase, these few people had no idea how far they had run, and their stamina was nearly exhausted. At this point, their speed was roughly equivalent to that of a middle school girl running 100 meters before the apocalypse. In the context of the apocalypse game Outbreak, where everyone's physical abilities had doubled, watching these people was like watching a few ants chasing each other, making one anxious. People at the refuge ahead, help us stop this man, and we will reward you handsomely. The 3 men in black, seeing that if the middle-aged man entered the refuge, they would have no way to catch him with their current stamina, made a desperate plea to this unnamed refuge. People at the refuge ahead, let me in. Help me stop these people behind me, and I will reward you handsomely. The middle-aged man, realizing that if he couldn't get into the refuge, he would be cornered by the few people behind him, made an even more desperate plea to this unnamed refuge. As the middle-aged man and the 3 men in black approached the entrance of the refuge at what seemed like a snail's pace to Ergo and the others, a total of 8 eyes were fixed on that large door and the group of gatekeepers waiting for the outcome. When the middle-aged man and the 3 men in black were just a few steps away from the entrance, the door remained unmoving, showing no signs of opening. The middle-aged man, filled with despair, prepared to fight to the death, while the 3 men in black wore expressions of joy, ready to capture him and report back. However, at that moment, the base's gate opened. The despair on the middle-aged man's face was instantly replaced by ecstasy as he shouted that there would be a reward and rushed through the door, diving into the base. Seeing this, the 3 men in black stopped in front of the door, their faces filled with anger. Are you planning to oppose our refuge, or is this person actually sent by your refuge? just as the three men in black were preparing to demand an explanation to. Report back, a voice came from inside the door. You all come in too. Several large hands reached out from inside, pulling all of them in and throwing them to the ground, after which the door was closed. The three angry men in black and the ecstatic middle-aged man, their expressions still hanging on their faces, had not yet reacted when they saw each other again. Sitting on the ground, they stared at each other with wide eyes, their expressions stiff and their gazes blank. Well, which side are you helping? The middle-aged man sitting on the ground couldn't help but ask. He clearly saw the three men in black across from him, who had been chasing him, were equally filled with confusion. However, before the three men in black could speak, he heard the sound of an argument coming from the mouths of the people standing in front of him. That skinny man in black was caught by me first. Nonsense, you just touched the corner of his clothes. I was the one who pulled him in. I'm not arguing with you, anyway, I caught that middle-aged man all by myself, I made the first move. The man with the big knife, known as Donkey Egg, listened calmly to the argument among the few people in front of him. The middle-aged man was a bit dazed. If he remembered correctly, it was supposed to be the apocalypse now. Why did it sound like they were treating them as livestock? It was almost giving him the illusion of having crossed over to the era of black slavery. We are from the Western Saddle Military District Shelter. This person stole our shelter's belongings, and we need to take him back to await the command of the commander. We hope you will be merciful, and there will be a generous reward afterward. A tall, thin man in black, who looked like the leader, stood up and spoke half threateningly, half enticingly. Upon hearing this, the group, who had been arguing about their points of ownership, immediately quieted down, turning their heads in unison to stare at the men in black. Western Saddle Military District Shelter? Exactly. Is the commander Lu Jun? That's right. The tall, thin leader spoke proudly. The group exchanged glances and said in unison, it seems we can really get extra money this time. Changsheng, go wake up Brotherly. After thinking for a moment, Dage decided that since it was a matter concerning the Western Saddle Military District, it would be better to let Brotherly make the decision. After all, if he remembered correctly, Brotherly seemed to have planned to send 100 pine cones to the Western Saddle Military District. Why did these three men in black look so much like squirrels? Dage propped his chin up with one hand, examining the few people in front of him. Looking at them made him feel a chill. Why did it seem like the name of the Western Saddle Military District was useless? Did this group of bumpkins even understand what an official shelter was? After Changsheng left, Donkey Egg, with his big knife, glared fiercely at the few men in black and the middle-aged man, casually saying, why don't you let me go? It would be good for me to show my face in front of Brotherly. If Brotherly is suddenly disturbed while sleeping, that person will most likely get shot. Isn't it clearly stated in the family rules? Dage replied absent-mindedly, glancing outside the iron door. A few black lines appeared above everyone's heads, and Huigeli was about to run towards Chen Chen's room when Dage pulled her back. Look at you, little girl, I'm just joking. As long as Changsheng knows a bit of restraint, nothing will happen. Upon hearing this, Huigeli, who was only worried before, became even more anxious, almost breaking free from Dage. The next second, Chen Chen and Changsheng appeared in the crowd's line of sight as they walked across the square. Dressed in a suit, wearing a gentleman's hat, and leaning on a cane, Chen Chen walked leisurely in front. Changsheng, following behind, looked at Dage and the others with a mix of fear and grievance, occasionally reaching up to touch the hair that had disappeared from his head. Upon closer inspection, the patch of missing hair on Changsheng's scalp showed signs of being scorched, clearly from a bullet that had grazed his scalp. Speak, what urgent matter is it? Chen Chen said impatiently. The reason he settled here and gathered survivors was to make his life easier and have someone help him earn points, not to be bothered with every little thing. If everything had to come through me, what are you all doing? Ergue glanced at the glaring gunshot wound on Changsheng's scalp and organized his words. Li Gu, these people have fled to our shelter. These three men in black are from the Western Saddle Military District, and they have been chasing that middle-aged man, apparently claiming he stole something. People from the Western Saddle Military District. Chen Chen clicked his tongue and murmured. These words piqued his interest. Does your commander know his son is dead? Ah. Just as he was about to showcase the strength of the Western Saddle Military District to intimidate the obviously ill-intentioned men in black, he suddenly heard this question and his head buzzed. Was this person's brain made by a snail? I don't know, we've been searching. The man in black, whose head was buzzing, instinctively replied. Your commander's son is Lu Shui, right? He was my university class monitor. A woman named Lu Shui personally killed your commander's son. I saw Lu Shui ambushed and killed, and in a fit of rage, I fought to kill that woman. Chen Chen said with a sad expression. What? The men in black changed their expressions upon hearing this news. After all, Lu Shuai was the only bloodline of the commander. Originally, if they returned from this mission empty-handed, they might face punishment, but it wouldn't be fatal. However, if they returned with too bad news, it would be nearly impossible to escape death. For a moment, a few of them even considered not going back. This little, big brother, we will capture this thief and return. After we go back, we will personally report what you said to the commander. The commander will send someone to investigate, and we will also deliver a generous reward. The tall, thin man in black said gracefully. At least they needed to bring back some good news. Capturing this thief would count as completing the mission. I'm sorry, but you can't go back. Chen Chen shook his head regretfully. What do you mean? The men in black frowned. Take these people to the square and let the new partners familiarize themselves with the house rules. After saying this, Chen Chen turned and walked toward the square. Upon hearing this, Ergu and the others wasted no time and immediately pointed their weapons at the men in black and the middle-aged man, forcing them to move forward. The men in black exchanged glances. Their strength had not yet recovered, and they had no power to resist. Once their strength returned, they believed this place wouldn't be able to hold them. They would first see what this young man was up to. At least they needed to stabilize the situation and prevent it from developing in a bad direction. When Ergo pulled out a loudspeaker from behind and read the house rules aloud, he clicked his tongue. This was already the second time he had read the house rules today. Did that mean every time a survivor came, he would have to read the house rules again? Damn, he wasn't a recording machine. After the house rules were read, the faces of the men in black were filled with dark lines, perfectly blending with their black clothing, creating no sense of incongruity. Brother, what does this house rule mean? The tall, thin man in black suppressed his anger and asked. Which one? Anyone who leaves my house, runs away, or defects will be regarded as having committed suicide. Is it hard to understand? It means exactly what it says. What kind of bullshit rule is this? This is the Chen Chen family rule. Why should the Chen Chen family rule apply to us? We're not their family. A few men in black laughed in anger. The Chen Chen family rule is a divine rule. All who enter must abide by it, Ergo said coldly. Anyone who expressed dissatisfaction with the Chen Chen family rule was directly opposing him, ergo. The reason was simple, he was a beneficiary of the Chen Chen family rule. At any time, those who uphold the rules are always the beneficiaries of the rules, without exception. I think you may not know us very well. Our military commander is a level 2 professional, a refuge for thousands, not something you can provoke with your combined fewer than 10 people. The tall, thin man forced himself to calm down and threatened coldly as he glanced around. If you make a wise choice now, we will still offer a generous reward. What did that middle-aged man steal from you? Chen Chen asked impatiently, feeling a bit unsettled for some reason today. Hearing the question, the men in black snorted coldly but did not speak. What they needed to do now was to delay as much time as possible. Naturally, they did not expect that these few people would really let them go out of fear of their refuge. In such close proximity, one could easily become an enemy of the nation. This simple truth was known to basically everyone, especially in a post-apocalyptic world. As long as they delayed long enough, once they regained their strength, at least escaping would still be possible. As for being hunted down, if you really have the ability, come chase us down at the military district refuge. However, just as they were calculating their little plans, the middle-aged man who had been keeping his head down in silence since Chen Chen arrived finally spoke. This young man, this is a junior professional badge, a necessary item for advancing to a level 2 professional. The middle-aged man took out a diamond-shaped badge from his pocket and handed it to Chen Chen. Having roughly grasped the situation, the middle-aged man knew he would definitely not be able to keep this badge. This young man seemed to have some reason to oppose the military district refuge, although he didn't know if he could withstand it. At least an opposition had formed. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. At this moment, offering the badge to this young man could still earn him some face, at least better than being pinned down and searched. Junior professional badge. Chen Chen took the item from the middle-aged man and couldn't help but show a delighted expression. I thought I would have to kill a lot of level 2 zombies to get this. I didn't expect it to come right to my door. Chen Chen played with the badge, opened his personal attribute panel, and saw a line of small text at the bottom. Conditions for advancing to a level 2 professional, junior professional badge plus 500 points. 500 points. Chen Chen frowned slightly. That was quite a sum, enough to buy a Gatling battery pack, but without much hesitation, he decided he must quickly advance to a level 2 professional. Advancing to a level 2 professional would unlock many interesting things. Ergo, how many points do we have left at home? The main reason for sheltering survivors in his home was to have them earn points for him like worker bees. We currently Have a debt of 11 points at home.
Seeing Chen Shen's suddenly darkened expression, Ergo hurriedly tried to remedy the situation, fearing that the next moment, a Gatling gun would appear in Chen Shen's hands to give him a bath. Li Gu, a survivor, brought 14 people to the base. According to family rules, he should be rewarded with 14 points. After deducting his rent for today, we have a debt of 11 points. Other survivors have not returned yet, so we haven't collected today's rent. When the survivors return, how many points can we collect today? Chen Shen asked in a dark tone. There are a total of 53 survivors outside. If everyone can earn points, we might receive about 159 points today, Ergo cautiously said, stealing a glance at Chen Shen's expression. Chen Shen suddenly strode up to Ergo, grabbing his collar with both hands, his face filled with anger. I took in so many survivors to earn points for myself, do you understand? 100 points a day, are you treating me like a beggar? Go think of a way, I need to squeeze more points out of them, got it? Su, who had just brought the survivors he captured to the square to discuss increasing their payment with Ergo, witnessed the scene. After careful consideration, he felt that since they were his best friends from university, discussing money would be too hurtful. He then led the others to stop at the edge of the square, standing there without moving forward, looking down at their feet as if they were wearing a limited edition pair of AJs. Sis, that person is so fierce, said a bank clerk in uniform, glancing at the girl beside her, who was a bit shorter and had a baby face. She forced a smile but didn't speak. Chen Shen had been looking forward to this secondary profession for too long, especially after hearing that Lu Jun had already become a secondary professional, making him even more anxious. However, now that the professional badge had practically come to his doorstep, he couldn't level up due to insufficient points. Chen Shen, filled with anger, forced himself to calm down, but when he saw that among the group of survivors behind Su there was even a delicate girl, the anger he had just managed to suppress erupted instantly. Grabbing Ergo's collar with one hand and pointing at the group of survivors behind Su with the other, he spat as he spoke. I made you the steward to earn points for me, not to come here and do charity. Taking in survivors is to have them earn points for me, do you understand? What use is it to bring these women who can't even hold a kitchen knife into the house, huh? Can they go out and kill zombies to earn points for me? Chen Shen stared intently at Ergo, hoping for an explanation. After Chen Shen's furious roar subsided, the square fell into a dead silence, with only the occasional suppressed sobs breaking the stillness. The girl clinging to the bank clerk was clearly frightened by Chen Shen, covering her mouth and nose with her hands to stifle her voice. Li Gu, Ergo lowered his head in silence for a moment, wiping the spit off his face, then raised his head, looking seriously into Chen Shen's eyes. You may not need women, but the brothers do. He then pointed to the donkey egg, who was hiding to the side, fidgeting with his hands. You know, the donkey egg has always wanted to find a woman with a big butt. Including Mao, he has also talked to me about wanting to find a woman. His brother died at Li Bing's hands, and he doesn't want his family line to end in the apocalypse. Even for myself, I want a woman too. It's not that I lack desire. But the biggest reason is that although we are not good people, we are still human. We want to find a woman, have children, and continue human civilization. Then we can raise our middle fingers to the sky and curse. Fuck this apocalypse. Hearing this, Chen Shen was momentarily stunned and did not speak. He knew that he was different from Ergo and the others. They called themselves the so-called bad people because they had done things against the law. Yet, before the apocalypse arrived, he had never done a bad thing, and had even saved a young girl who had fallen into a river. He was a person abandoned by this world, a world that did not want him, so he had no thoughts of passing on his bloodline in this world. But Ergo and the others were different. When the apocalypse came, whether they were bad people or good people, everyone had a notion in their minds that human civilization must be passed down. They could not let human civilization end with their generation. At least the previous two updates, versions 1.0 and 2.0, had not ended, and this time, version 3.0 could not be an exception. Seeing Chen Shen lost in thought, Ergo remained silent for a moment and said softly, moreover, brotherly, you also need a woman to take care of you. Chen Shen came back to his senses, did not respond to this matter, but also did not mention driving these women out of the house again. Su noticed that Chen Shen's mood had improved and stood in front of the group of survivors to announce that these were all his spoils of war. When Chen Shen was pointing at the survivors in a fit of rage, he had quietly retreated into the crowd, hiding behind the survivors to avoid being seen by Chen Shen. Psychological studies have shown that when a person is in a state of rage and meets a stranger, they often give the other party a not-so-good impression, even if the other party has done nothing. Su adjusted his clothes, standing in front of the survivors with his hands behind his back like a proud rooster, and the reason he had become a regional manager in just half a month was not just because he majored in psychology in college. As for why the whole class
Celebrated New Year's Eve in a confiscated mobile phone closed room. How would he know? What Sue did had nothing to do with him. I need some points. After calming down, Shin pondered for a moment, leave 2 people to guard the door, and everyone else go rest. When all the survivors return today, we will go hunting together at night. Hunting at night. Ergo and the others exchanged glances, knowing that the zombies at night were not like those during the day, hiding in houses and evolving. Going out at night during the apocalypse was definitely not a pleasant thing. But no one spoke up to refute. Ergo's reasoning had already made several people break into a cold sweat, and at this moment to say, brotherly, I think you are wrong, would be unnecessary. There was no need to consider the passing on of human civilization. They might as well go to the underworld to take the civil service exam. And those survivors, Shen pointed at the survivors standing behind Sue. Seeing Shen point again, this time Sue did not retreat. Instead, he leaned on a blood-red big knife like Shen, standing tall and straight, his face serious and fierce. He met Shen's gaze with an expression that seemed to say he was willing to fight to the death for the king. Find them some weapons, we will set off together tonight. He then paused for a few seconds, his gaze lingering on a few women before slowly speaking, including those women. They also need to go tonight. After scanning Ergo and the others, Shen spoke in a deep voice. Listen well, no matter which woman you choose, train your own women. I do not need women who can only pass on civilization, I need women who can earn points for me. Ergo and Lu Dan exchanged glances, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes, and shouted in unison, rest assured, brotherly, we will definitely train them day and night. Not only will they be good at shaking their butts at night, but during the day, they will also be twice as effective at killing zombies, Lu Dan said with a silly smile, raising his fist to make a supplementary declaration. Hey, aren't you a virgin? How do you know what shaking butts is for? Mao suddenly teased from the side. By the way, how do you plan to teach? By example and words, ha 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 ha. Ergo added the final shot from the side. Looking at the furious expression on Lu Dan's face, everyone present couldn't help but burst into laughter, but upon closer inspection, one could see a hint of gloom and a madness to push forward in their eyes. The zombies at night in the apocalypse are 2 different creatures from those during the day. Daytime zombies hide in rooms, quietly digesting the food they obtained at night. Unless the outside noise is truly overwhelming, no zombie is willing to give up its post-meal sunbathing. However, once night falls, the entire city is filled with zombies, bloodthirsty, searching for food in every corner of the city. Just a little noise can evoke what is called enthusiasm. Going out at night to kill zombies yields much higher points than during the day. After all, casually throwing a knife has a high chance of killing a zombie. The base number is large. However, whether one can survive to spend those points is another question. Tie up these 3 men in black. Dean, you take care of them and get all the points and equipment off them, as well as the information from the Western Saddle Military District. Okay, Li Gu. The bald dean gladly accepted the order, hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. Li Gu, I want to issue a task. I need a few operating tables. Operating tables? Yes, just a few stone pillars placed in the middle of the square, with chains and locks on top. I also need a wooden stake cross erected in the square. I'll go back to the headquarters hospital to get the remaining surgical instruments another day. Shen was silent for a moment. Go take some chalk and write your task requirements and reward points clearly on the bounty board. But I want to keep these few people, they can be useful. Just treat them well, but don't let them die. Li Gu, you can rest assured, none of my patients have ever said they died from my treatment. Looking at the bald dean, who was full of confidence, Shen fell silent again. Why do I feel something is off? With the 2 doctors under me? The last wave of zombies killed at school dropped a lot of points, but I didn't see Ergo buy any equipment. He must have bought skills instead. He can't be opening another Pandora's box, can he? Thinking of this, Shen looked at Ergo with a strange expression. What did you buy with the points you got last time? Li Gu, you know me, my life philosophy is to firmly believe in leverage. Betting on leverage will eventually lead to wealth. Speak plainly. I bought a Pandora's box. How many? 6. What did you get? 5 empty boxes, 1 exclusive skill for a 2-star healer. Oh? Shen looked at the proud expression on Ergo's face, a bit surprised. Could it really be that betting on leverage will eventually lead to wealth? The 2-star healer skill can only be purchased upon advancing to a 2-star profession. Getting it at level 1 is quite a boost. Especially tonight, preparing to go out hunting. At night, the casualties won't be small, and a powerful medical skill would be a great help. Why haven't I seen you use it? I just haven't had the chance. What are the skill attributes? Ergo scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed, and shared the attribute panel with Shen. Shen's eyes widened, staring blankly at the attribute panel of this 2-star healer skill, unable to help but roar. How the hell do you have the face to call yourself a healer? The skill is indeed a genuine 2-star healer profession skill. It is this skill description that completely crushed Chen Chen's hopes for his subordinate, Ergo, who claims his dream is to save lives and has wanted to be a doctor since childhood. Skill name, God's right hand, skill level, 2-star skill, exclusive to the healer profession, skill effect, when the skill is activated, the right hand can emit white light and reach into the patient's abdomen, with the entire process being painless and leaving no trace. Skill requirements, requires the patient's 5 senses to be closed off. Skill description, this skill allows you to extract a fetus from a pregnant woman without any harm, pain, or trace. Trust me, if you master this skill, you will become the best obstetrician in the world. Frustrated, Chen Chen ultimately chose to vent his anger by tapping Ergo's forehead with his cane, shouting in rhythm with the beats, "Fuck God's right hand, fuck obstetricians, what I need is for you to help me heal if I get injured, not to come help me deliver a baby. So you just came over with righteous indignation to tell me to leave women behind to ensure the continuity of human civilization, but in reality, you're worried that your skill is useless? And what about Mao wanting to have a child to pass on his bloodline? In the apocalypse? Are you sure it's not you who wants to help Mao deliver a baby? With a God's right hand reaching into Mao's woman's belly, easily extracting the child, everyone would shower you with flowers and applause? From now on, obediently exchange for professional skills. If you play with some lever Pandora's box and draw a skill for treating hemorrhoids or something, you can just go die. Ergo gently rubbed his head, which was sore from being tapped by the cane, looking embarrassed and awkwardly said, "Actually, treating hemorrhoids is quite useful. As far as I know, Donkey Egg got hemorrhoids from staying too long in prison and has been unable to get effective treatment. That middle-aged man being chased will stay with me to guard the gate, the others go back to rest and recover their spirits." Chen Chen rubbed his temples and no longer cared about this issue. He needed to prepare for the madness of the zombies at night. Theoretically, if the noise was loud enough, all the zombies in the city could be drawn to his base's front door. Although Lu Jun currently did not know he had killed his son, he would eventually find out. In his view, it was better to wait until Lu Jun knew about it and then came to seek revenge in a rage before he retaliated. This approach was simply too foolish. Reality is not a turn-based game, nor is it a stage for peaking opera where you punch and kick in an unprecedentedly intense manner while the audience applauds. The reality in the apocalypse follows the Dark Forest principle: whoever speaks first and exposes their coordinates will die. As Chen Chen's words fell, Ergo and the others exchanged glances and walked shoulder to shoulder deeper into the base, looking for a place to rest. Their conversation drifted on the wind. Erma put his arm around Ergo's shoulder, grinning and squinting, said, "Good guy, no matter what, you've still fulfilled your dream of being a doctor. From now on, my woman's child will depend on you. By the way, if it's a daughter, can you turn her into a son? Pa, this is God's right hand, not alchemy, I can't transform anything for you." Walking beside them, Donkey Egg looked a bit troubled. "You said the full body treatment that comes with the supply points job change, why can't it treat hemorrhoids? It clearly also bleeds. Did it bleed when you changed jobs?" No. Then that's it. If it bled and could be treated, that would be a big joke, a lot of things would happen. By the way, if you can draw a tooth-filling skill next time, that would be great. I lost a few teeth while squatting in prison, and being able to fill them would be excellent. Hearing this, Ergo and Mao exchanged glances, then turned their heads in unison, looking at Donkey Egg with a strange expression. "You've worked hard all these years. What are you thinking?" "I fell on the concrete and lost a few teeth," Donkey Egg retorted angrily. Ergo and Mao nodded heavily a few times, patting Dog Egg's shoulder with a look of sorrow and indignation, encouraging him in a manly way. What happened in the past was not important, the winner is the one who strives to live on. Even Han Xian had to endure humiliation, let alone. As the sounds of Ergo and the others gradually faded away, Shin Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. They say that to be a king, one must have capable assistants. But why does it feel like none of these subordinates have a normal thought process except for himself? How did you steal it? Chen Chen looked at the middle-aged man beside him, who had not spoken since handing in his professional badge. "Li Ge, there's a story that I don't know if you're interested in," the middle-aged man said, straightening his body and clasping his hands in a salute before speaking politely, looking as refined as a scholar from the Republic of China. Such a person gives the impression that he could not possibly be a thief, he must have been wronged for some other reason. Chen Chen glanced at this seemingly cultured middle-aged man, wondering why some people always like to act smart. He raised his hand and slapped a few times on his face, speaking with displeasure. "I'm not in the mood to chat with you. You can understand this as an interrogation. I ask, you answer, got it?" Li Gu, you ask, the middle-aged man said, taking a deep breath to suppress his emotions as Chen Shen's gaze shifted away. How did you steal it? There was a horde of zombies wandering near the Western Military District shelter. The commander, to showcase the strength of the shelter, personally led the recruited people to kill them. To intimidate the restless civilian forces unwilling to be recruited inside the shelter, he specifically brought along a group of civilians to watch the battle. After the commander killed a level 2 zombie, a token dropped, and then I rushed over to steal it. You dared to rush over just because you saw a token? Weren't you afraid of stealing a regional horn and getting chased to death while leaving a regional last word? I have a skill that allows me to see the attribute page of unclaimed equipment from a distance. What is your profession? Rogue. A rogue who steals things? Yes, a rogue who robs the rich to help the poor. Who do you rob? I rob the commander's wealth. Who do you help? I help Li Ji's poverty. But Li Gu is still very poor. In the future, I will rob more wealth to help Li Ji's poverty. Is this your condition for buying your life? Li Gu, is this not enough? The middle-aged man raised his head, looking serious and earnest as he gazed at Chen Shen, a hint of tension hidden in the depths of his eyes. He certainly understood why Chen Shen wanted to keep him to guard the door together. Submitting a 1-star professional badge can be considered a contribution, but it certainly isn't valuable. When the middle-aged man saw Chen Shen trying to drive even the delicate beauties out of the base, he realized he had to demonstrate his worth. Otherwise, he might not survive the night. Chen Shen remained silent, and the middle-aged man kept looking at him, waiting for a response, subtly shifting his body towards the door. If Chen Shen refused, he would flee directly from the door, regardless of whether he could escape. He couldn't just sit and wait for death. Can we steal someone? The middle-aged man was taken aback. What was this? Just a moment ago, this young man's words sounded a bit like a slave owner, and now he had transformed into a human trafficker. He had principles. Trafficking children was punishable by 1,000 cuts, especially since children were scarcer than women in the apocalypse, and besides, what good would it do to kidnap them? Is it possible to steal some of Lu Jun's men from the Western shelter? Li Gu, what do you mean? I mean for you to go into the Western shelter, knock out Lu Jun's men, and bring them out. Chen Shen shot a dissatisfied glance at the middle-aged man. Surely, the people around him couldn't all be so dim-witted. There's no need for that, Li Gu. The people from the Western shelter go out in small groups of 6 every day, scattered around to hunt zombies. We just need to wait near the Western shelter, and when we see someone, we can just bag them and take them home. So I just need to bring people over myself. I know the route the people from the Western shelter take every day, the middle-aged man hurriedly added. What's your name? Finally hearing this question, the middle-aged man felt a heavy stone lift from his chest. Since he had asked for his name, it at least indicated that he was temporarily useful. Only the dead were unworthy of being asked their names. You can call me Liang Jun, Li Gu. Confirming that he was temporarily safe, Liang Jun let out a sigh of relief, and his demeanor returned to that of a cultured gentleman. Chen Shen silently repeated the name in his mind. Liang Jun, the gentleman Liang. What a good name. His parents really had an eye for people. What did you do before the apocalypse? I was a thief. Chen Shen remained silent, leaning against the iron door with his arms crossed, gazing outside. As the sun gradually lowered, the air cooled and scattered. Survivors returned to the shelter. Chen Shen, arms crossed, leaned against the iron door without speaking, while Liang Jun kindly suggested, "You should go rest for a bit, we need to go out and hunt zombies tonight." After saying that, he didn't pay attention to the fear and confusion on the survivors' faces, merely offering a reminder out of goodwill, since he had once been just like them in that shelter, a lone wanderer. But that was all he said. Saying too much might provoke Chen Shen's annoyance, which wouldn't be worth it. However, no survivor dared to approach Chen Shen. Having his subordinates take grenades and perish with the former warden had already left everyone with a sense of ruthlessness. It didn't seem strange for such a person to go out at night to hunt zombies. Basically, every survivor hurried back to their quarters after returning to the base. The more stamina they had, the higher their chances of survival. Moreover, this might not be a bad opportunity. Going out alone during the day to look for zombies was cautious work. Who knew how many zombies were hiding in the house you stepped into? Now, following Chen Shen, perhaps they could get a bite to eat. At dusk, moments before nightfall, as the darkness deepened, zombies would gradually become more active. Everyone gathered at the iron door, waiting for Chen Shen's command. At this moment, the group, including Donkey Egg and others, had stopped joking around, their faces serious as they awaited the arrival of night. The few delicate women that Sue brought back were all holding machetes, which they had somehow obtained from the pre-apocalyptic street thugs, standing together with the crowd. Ergo was holding a roster and counting heads, collecting rent before the battle to prevent losses if someone died and the rent couldn't be recovered. After collecting the rent, he would always casually ask, if you die in battle, we will find a suitable place to bury your body for just 5 points, if you don't die, it won't be refunded. This behavior was akin to profiting from the sale of coffins during the outbreak of the Black Death. Yet, under the Chinese sentiment of returning to the earth, 7 or 8 people chose this service, and seeing the points collected, Go nodded in satisfaction. He had no choice, even a mosquito was meat, and if he couldn't earn points, he worried that Chen Shen would eat him. In the next moment, at the end of the street outside the iron gate, a few figures stumbled and ran towards the shelter, looking lost and disheveled. Master, you have to uphold justice for us. As they rushed through the iron gate and saw Chen Shen leaning against it, the bald man leading the group immediately began to cry out without hesitation. The wailing was so tragic that it was hard to imagine what these people had gone through. Master, we were cheated out of nearly 10,000 points. You have to uphold justice for us. Exactly, those people were simply too much, they took advantage of our kindness to deceive us. The short-haired girl with a bow slung over her shoulder chimed in, looking aggrieved and furious. No one expected this, they said the apocalypse would bring opportunities everywhere, but the world is treacherous, and people's hearts are not what they used to be. The boy with a buzz cut holding a feather fan looked up at the sky, wearing an expression of injustice, feeling ashamed for their kind. Fortunately, we ran fast, night is coming soon. If we had returned any later, we would probably be on the zombie buffet menu by now. The boy who always liked to carry a stick like Sun Wukong stood the stick upright on the ground, leaning on it and panting, a bit scared as he spoke. Master, you have to help us. Seeing that Chen Shen did not respond, the bald man first took off his gloves and threw them into the short-haired girl's arms. Then he collapsed beside Chen Shen, kneeling and crying, wiping his tears and snot, making onlookers feel heartbroken. Chen Shen, impatient, kicked the bald man down, saying, I raised you to earn points for me, not to bring me trouble. To make a long story short, we were robbed of an armored vehicle. Seeing Chen Shen's unfriendly gaze, the bald man swallowed hard and quickly reorganized his words. The armored vehicle we were robbed of is operational, it's a 3-star equipment. The mention of a 3-star armored vehicle piqued Chen Shen's interest, he was already tired of walking everywhere. He never expected to encounter one today, only to find it had been stolen. Thinking of this, Chen Shen looked even more unfriendly at the few people kneeling on the ground, wondering how they could not even protect my armored vehicle. What use are you to me? You guys, how did you get an armored vehicle? Tell me in detail. Chen Shen looked up at the sky, the sun had completely set, and there were already wails coming from the end of the street, faintly visible were the shadows of zombies at the street's end. It's like this. The bald man swallowed hard, mentally complaining that if he wasn't interested, it would be a short story, but if he was, it would be detailed. This master was too realistic. He didn't know if the method that little Zhuge mentioned would work. On the way back, little Zhuge told everyone this, we must ask the master for help. As the first in the base to seek help from the master, he would definitely help us solve the problem well for the sake of public sentiment and to showcase his own abilities. Although the bald man didn't really agree with this view, he always felt that the master looked at them like he was looking at sugarcane. If it could be squeezed for juice, it would be kept, if not, it would be thrown away. But at this moment, they could only treat a dead horse as a live horse and had no better solution. It's like this, master. Yesterday, when we went out to hunt zombies and searched for a relatively hidden house at the corner of the street, we found that there were no zombies inside the house at all. The whole house was clean, spotless, and in a small room in the center, there were 4 kneeling mats, with 3 candles as thick as a fist and half a person tall in front of the mats. In front of the candles, there was something like an altar, and in the center of the altar was a treasure chest. In front of the altar, there were 3 statues that looked very solemn. Chen Shen withdrew his gaze from the street through the iron gate, gripped his cane, leaned down to press his face close to the bald man's, and then gently said, I hope you can tell me what I want to hear before my patience runs out and I strangle you. Looking into Chen Shen's eyes, filled with his own reflection, the bald man fell silent for a moment, certain that little Zhuge's plan had failed again. Those eyes were filled with bloodthirst, madness, and excitement, but there was no righteous indignation from being bullied. But now that the conversation had reached this point, if he suddenly said he didn't want to talk anymore, he wondered if Chen Shen could still maintain that elegant expression. The bald man, not daring to provoke, organized his words, after we entered that house, a surrounding voice came to our ears, as if it was ringing directly in everyone's ears. A voice claiming to be the Labrador god said congratulations to us for becoming the chosen lucky ones by the deity, that the treasure chest contained what we wanted. And we only needed to kneel 9 times on the mats and shout the name of the Labrador god each time to open the treasure chest. And then you did as you were told? Ergo took over the conversation, and upon hearing about opening the treasure chest, his inner gambler's spirit stirred again, suddenly becoming very interested in the story. Yes, we shouted the name of the Labrador god while kneeling, and after the 9 kneels, the voice that had sounded in our ears spoke again. What did it say? At this point, Ergo had curled up on the ground, his eyes sparkling as he stared at the bald man, clicking his tongue in amazement at the scene. The voice said it had just checked our bodies and found that our bodies had been digitized, not the bodies of mere mortals. Then it said it had deduced that our world had welcomed the Earth Online 3.0 version update, with zombies everywhere, and asked if that was the case. And we said yes, and the voice expressed surprise that the 3.0 version update had come so quickly, and then said that since the 3.0 version update had arrived, it would no longer be possible to open the treasure chest just by faith. We needed to recharge 108 points into a points storage device to open the treasure chest. Hearing this, Ergo, who had roughly understood the situation, widened his eyes and murmured, "This is possible too." Immediately, Ergo's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but lift. The bald man, looking awkward, first glanced at Xiao Zhuge before slowly saying, "At first, we didn't believe it either. But that voice said that time inside the room is frozen, while time outside flows normally, so we have time to think it over. Hey, could there really be a Labrador god?" Ergo was a bit confused. Can time really be controlled? We did a verification. We waited quietly inside the room for an hour and found that the 3 candles inside had burned for that long. However, their height hadn't decreased at all, and even the flames were completely still, so we unanimously believed that time inside the room was indeed frozen. Ergo looked blankly at Chun Chen, thinking that he just liked opening treasure chests, and now there's this time freeze thing, which is beyond his knowledge. Sigh. Chun Chen sighed. This fool has been tricked. That candle is obviously a piece of equipment, and it's very likely that its only effect is illumination. If time inside is frozen, then you all wouldn't have any conscious thought. The bald man said awkwardly. Then we confirmed that this Labrador god is real, but we didn't have enough points at the time, so we asked the Labrador god if it could come tomorrow. After the Labrador god agreed, we noted the location and went out to hunt zombies. Then the next day we went to exchange points and found that the treasure chest was fake. We were deceived, right? Ergo looked at the bald man with a disdainful expression. No, that treasure chest is real. Oh? Ergo's face was filled with frustration. One moment it's real, the next it's fake. Are you guys putting on a play for me? When we gathered enough points to open the treasure chest, with a flash of white light, a car mold appeared in our hands. We checked the equipment attributes and found it was a 3-star armored vehicle, but before we could examine the attributes in detail, we heard the Labrador god seem surprised for a moment and then said, "You guys are lucky to draw this from my treasury. Place the item on the altar. This equipment has some restrictions, and I'll help you unlock it. You wait at the door. Didn't you say it was fine to wait in the room?" We did, but that voice said mortals cannot look directly at gods. We thought it made sense and went outside to wait. Then we excitedly waited for about 3 hours, and just as night was about to fall, we finally couldn't help but knock on the door and call for the Labrador god. When we opened the door, we found that the kneeling mat, candles, altar, statue, and the armored vehicle mold were all gone. We called for a long time before realizing that someone had impersonated the Labrador god to trick us out of our points. The group lowered their heads, all looking dejected and silent. There was nothing to say when they couldn't beat others, and it was normal for the weak to concede. But being outsmarted, especially for Xiao Zhuge, who prided himself on his cunning, was a heavy blow. Wait. Ergo suddenly looked at the bald man with a strange expression. Was the treasure chest you saw a completely silver-white wooden box, with a chain wrapped around it? Hey, brother. How do you know this so well? Could it be that you also? The bald man raised his head, looking excited. What are you so excited about? Ergo first shot a confused glance at the bald man, then after a moment of silence spoke with a tone of disbelief. Familiar? It's way too familiar. What you're talking about is the lever tool Pandora's box. Ergo added the last sentence with a complex expression, clicking his tongue. The Supply Point grocery store sells them for 20 points each. Hearing that these people spent 108 points to buy a Pandora's box that could be purchased at the Supply Point for just 20 points, and even worse, they actually opened something good, only to be scammed. Ergo and the others exchanged glances, looking at the few with a sense of intellectual superiority and sympathy. Donkey Egg stepped forward and patted the young man holding a feather fan, who was dejected, on the shoulder, his eyes carrying a strange expression as he sighed. I heard you call yourself Little Zhuge? Do you know how Zhuge died? Little Zhuge, who had been feeling embarrassed and staring at his feet, upon hearing Donkey Egg's sarcastic taunt, raised his head defiantly in anger. Victory and defeat are common in military affairs. Besides, every time we enter the supply point, the time is limited. Which normal person would waste time in a grocery store? Ignoring this farce, Shin-chan focused on the now completely dark sky. The entire street appeared tranquil and mysterious under the moonlight. The danger of going out at night to kill zombies is not limited to their bloodthirstiness. The most critical issue is that relying solely on moonlight, the effective visual range for humans is never far. However, the zombies' vision is not affected. The enemy is hidden while we are exposed, and they are many while we are few. This is definitely not an effective situation. The street in front of the base gate, which had been cleared during the day, was now scattered with zombies from other areas, their howls echoing in everyone's ears. Chen glanced at the group of survivors behind him, all tense and holding weapons, waiting for orders. Adjusting his gentleman's hat, he whispered, "Changsheng." "No way." Changsheng suddenly thought of something not very good, and with a stiff neck, walked over to Chen's side. The next moment, Chen's voice came. "Go lure the zombies outside the street to the street, and remember to run fast." I knew it, Changsheng's face fell as he stared at Chen, his eyes full of resentment, but he didn't speak. Removing Hui Gai Li's hand from his, Changsheng moved his body and pushed open the iron door. Although he had some complaints about this dangerous job, he knew better that this was his value in Chen's eyes. In Chen's view, there are only two types of people, those of value and the dead. Changsheng, after pushing open the iron door, took a starting position like an athlete, looked back at Hui Gai Li for 3 seconds, his mouth slightly open but ultimately said nothing. Then he dropped to all fours and shot out like an arrow, leaving a trail of dust and afterimages behind him, racing towards the end of the street. Moments later, a roar echoed from the street, "A woo!" Donkey Egg poked Ergo with a strange expression. "Are you sure this isn't your brother Sango? Prepare for battle, everyone. Take out your gear. Whether we get rich or get buried here depends on this wave," Ergo said seriously, pulling out his long gun. "Charging out in the dark and even trying to lure zombies, we must be crazy." Mao picked up the long gun left behind by Dog Brother, looking like a gatekeeper in the darkness, his eyes filled with madness as he muttered, "Hey, which one of us isn't a madman?" Ergo licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes bloodthirsty as he stared at the street, ready to welcome the approaching horde of zombies. "Who says otherwise?" Donkey Egg, who had been teased by everyone, now hoisted his big knife onto his shoulder, his eyes crazily fixed on the street. They didn't have to wait long. A figure, on all fours like a wolf dog, rushed towards them at an incredible speed along the street. A dense mass of figures suddenly appeared at the end of the street, closely following Changsheng with their howls. At this moment, Chen had already taken out the Gatling gun from his backpack, holding 10 barrels in both hands and slowly rotating them to warm up. As Changsheng pounced fiercely behind the crowd, he collapsed in front of Huigali, gasping for breath. Chen, with a frenzied expression, weighed the Gatling gun in his hands, and the 10 barrels began to spin rapidly. Accompanied by the dense and urgent sound of gunfire, tongues of flame erupted forth. The front line of the horde of zombies that rushed in behind barely had time to reveal their grotesque faces before their heads were blown apart by bullets splattering black, viscous matter everywhere in the air. "Damn it, boss, are these people out of their minds?" "Let's run," said the buzzcut boy, his pupils dilated with fear as he looked at the endless stream of zombies at the end of the street. They had finally made it to the base before dark and, seeing so many people gathered at the entrance, thought nothing of it, assuming there was another meeting. "Where the hell are we supposed to run to?" I thought. The new warden might be as short-lived as the last one, but I never expected this bastard to seek death himself and drag us down with him. The bald man had lost the humility he had while telling stories earlier, his face now filled with madness as he tightened the knuckles on his hands, fear unmistakably hidden in his eyes. "Brother, I told you long ago that this person's mental state is clearly not normal." The short-haired girl had already taken down the bow slung over her shoulder, her face showing a hint of panic as she forced herself to remain calm. She drew the bowstring back, rubbing her hands lightly on the arrow string a few times, and a bow-shaped energy body slowly appeared. With a sudden release of the string, the energy arrow exploded inside a zombie's head in a swirling motion. The young man who called himself Little Zhuge recalled some bad memories as he faced the horde of zombies, his eyes filled with fear. He forced himself to remain calm and pointed his feather fan at Chen, who was sweeping the area with the Gatling gun. "Perhaps it really is possible. This warden actually has a damn Gatling gun. I don't know what star level it is, but it can't be low." As the rapid gunfire rang out, the zombies in front of Chen were cut down like chives. The other survivors, initially uneasy, lost their senses upon seeing Chen slaughter and began to scream, wildly swinging their knives at the few zombies that slipped through his firepower. "Shut the hell up." Watching Chen's massacre, the bald man's expression not only did not improve but grew even darker. Haven't you all experienced the nights of the apocalypse? The others may not have, but haven't you? Looking at the few people whose faces turned grim as memories were stirred, the bald man's expression darkened further as he gazed at the endless stream of zombies pouring in at the end of the street. The most terrifying thing about the zombie horde at night during the apocalypse is not their bloodthirstiness, but their infinity. Countless zombies are drawn in by the sounds of gunfire and bloodshed. That overwhelming force is simply unresistible. Unless that Gatling gun in his hand has infinite bullets. At this moment, Chen squinted his eyes, watching the zombies pouring in from the end of the street, gradually feeling that things were beyond his control. His initial judgment was not wrong. On this not-so-wide street, a Gatling gun could completely achieve firepower lockdown. However, what was unexpected was the sheer number of zombies at night. The street was already littered with zombie corpses, yet the number of zombies at the end of the street showed no signs of decreasing, and even seemed to be increasing gradually. Damn it, this isn't good. Chen's Gatling gun had been firing continuously for nearly 30 seconds, and when the 1-minute limit arrived, without the firepower suppression of the Gatling gun, their little shelter would definitely be devoured by the horde of zombies before them. However, apart from him, the others were unaware of this situation. Ergo and the others were excitedly killing the zombies that broke through the firepower net. They had no idea that Chen's Gatling gun had such limitations, only knowing that when Chen pulled out the Gatling gun, he was almost invincible, and they only needed to compete to see who could kill more zombies that had crossed the firepower net. The previously anxious survivors were now all filled with excitement. They rarely had such a good opportunity, with one zombie after another coming to their doom, especially since some of them were level 2 zombies. Usually, when they encountered level 2 zombies, they could only run as fast as they could, but today it was different. After all, they were gathered in such large numbers that they could wear down a level 2 zombie, not to mention they had the warden's firepower support. This was a great opportunity to ride on the coattails of the big shots. Damn, a level 2 zombie actually rewards 10 points. This was a lucky one who got the last hit by sheer luck. I got it, ha, fortune favors the prepared. This was a middle-aged man who quickly fished out equipment from under a zombie corpse, and his voice unmistakably belonged to Liang Jun. At this moment, apart from killing a few oblivious zombies, Liang Jun no longer actively killed zombies. His sharp eyes were closely monitoring the entire scene, watching for any level 2 zombies that fell, and if he observed a zombie dropping equipment, he would immediately use a strange movement to weave through the crowd and head straight for the corpse to loot. The rapid and dense gunfire suddenly stopped. Chen showed no signs of disturbance on his face as he put the Gatling gun without batteries back into his space, casually picked up a few dropped items from the ground beside him, and then pulled out the Desert Eagle from his space. He aimed at the horde of zombies in front of him for precise shots. However, without the firepower coverage of the Gatling gun, the horde of zombies that had been suppressed in the street began to break through the firepower and charge towards the crowd. The survivors, who had not suffered any casualties, found more and more zombies rushing into their midst. After losing firepower coverage, the occasional screams confirmed that the casualties were not small. Chen didn't care about the lives of the other survivors. A batch of these rent-paying survivors would die, and another batch would quickly be obtained. As long as Ergo and the others were not dead, that was good enough for him. Chen scanned the surrounding situation. The zombies at the end of the street continued to pour in, as if there were a zombie spawn point around the corner, with the sounds of zombies roaring and survivors screaming everywhere. The blood of the survivors and the black, viscous substance of the zombies splattered around the base. Chen had no way to retreat and had no intention of retreating. It was not the zombie horde that actively attacked the base at night, it was Chen who had actively provoked the horde at night. He needed those points. Therefore, Chen had no intention of retreating, even if it meant sacrificing all the lives of these survivors. Ergo, transfer all the existing points of the base to me. Dage, who was fighting fiercely and covered in black, sticky substances, heard Chen voice and turned around without a second thought. After receiving the base points, Chen calculated in his mind that, combined with the remaining points from last time and the zombies he had just killed, he now had about 1,800 points. Enough to buy 3 Gatling battery packs, and in such a narrow street, with zombies congesting the entire road, it would definitely yield double or even multiple returns. Dage, give me all the points you have, Chen shouted, a bit impatient. The geographical position at the entrance could not be lost. If the zombie horde rushed into the base and spread throughout the prison, there would be no chance to earn points at the entrance again. Okay. Without much hesitation, Dage and the others transferred all the points they had just earned from killing zombies to Chen. Although they didn't know what Chen needed the points for, they all understood one thing: if Chen died, they wouldn't have the strength to survive. Receiving the points from Dage and the others, it totaled 2,004 points. Enough, Chen Chen clenched his fist, his face showing joy. He found the scar-faced man among the crowd of survivors, shot the zombie in front of him in the head, and then grabbed his collar, shouting loudly, "Where's the nearest supply point?" Deep inside the prison in a cell, the door is painted red, the scar-faced man replied loudly after wiping the blood from his face. "Dage, hold the position, we can't lose the entrance, we can't let the zombies step into the base." "Yes." Dage agreed without hesitation. What if they couldn't hold? They would deal with that if it came to it. Donkey Egg, keep an eye out for anyone trying to escape and shoot them on the spot, anyone, understand? Chen Chen shouted. Without waiting for Donkey Egg to respond, Chen Chen took out the last explosive grenade from his storage space, pressed the button, and threw it into the crowd not far away, earning him 2 points. He then put the Desert Eagle back into the space and, without caring about the people behind him, rushed deep into the prison. He planned to use 500 points to advance to a 2-star professional and exchange the remaining 1,500 points for 3 Gatling battery packs, giving him a full 3 minutes of shooting time, enough for Chen Chen to earn plenty of points. Thus, the goal would be achieved, as long as he earned enough points and successfully advanced to a 2-star professional, he would unlock more interesting items. Although there had been some setbacks and the situation was not as expected, the outcome was good. He hadn't lost many points, just a few tenants had died, and death was just death. As for if the base was breached, he could just run away, a small shelter was easy to find, and he could just seize another one later. "Boss, what should we do?" "Let's run too. Even the warden has fled, we have no reason to stay here and accompany this shelter to its demise." The young man with a buzz cut smashed the head of the zombie in front of him and turned to look at the bald man beside him with a fierce expression. The bald man threw a punch, sending a shockwave through the zombie's head, causing it to explode. He glanced at Chen Chen's disappearing figure and the Donkey Egg wielding a large knife. His eyes flickered with strange light, hesitating for a moment, but did not speak. "I can't leave." After hesitating for a moment, the bald man observed the situation in front of him and gritted his teeth, saying, "Even if we want to escape, we have to wait until the situation completely collapses. Those few are the warden's trusted subordinates, and their presence here should mean there's a chance. At the very least, we can't be the first to run." The young man holding a feather fan was now hiding in the middle of the crowd, dodging the attacks of the surrounding zombies. His profession could be said to have no offensive capabilities, making it impossible to play any role in this chaotic scene. "Ergu, what's going on?" Chang Sheng gasped as he dodged the attacks of the zombies and ran to Ergu's side. "Take care of your woman, stop with the nonsense." Ergu's eyes were filled with the madness of a gambler as he shot and exploded the head of a nearby zombie, not answering the question. Ergu was gambling, betting that Chen Chen could find a way to save the situation before it collapsed. At that time, he, the one who adhered to Chen Chen's orders, would become Chen Chen's true trusted confidant. What if he lost the bet? If he lost, he would die, but in the next world, he would still believe that gambling would ultimately lead to wealth. Ah! With a roar, Ergo forcibly summoned the last remnants of his strength. And with that power, he stabbed his long gun into a zombie near the base gate, exploding its head. Meanwhile, Chen Chen was sprinting deep into the prison cells of the base, quickly searching for a cell with a door painted red. At that moment, there was no one in the depths of the base, everyone was at the entrance, and even the director and the 3 men in black were nowhere to be seen, leaving Chen Chen anxious. As he ran through the corridor of the prison cells, his eyes scanned desperately until he finally spotted a cell with a red-painted door deep in the corridor. Without thinking much, Chen Chen swiftly pushed the door open. Strangely, upon opening the prison door, he did not find the familiar small black room but instead entered a supply point, as if this prison cell was the supply point itself. Without time to ponder this, Chen Chen rushed to the equipment shop at the supply point. His original plan was to use 500 points to upgrade to a 2-star professional and spend 1,500 points to buy 3 Gatling battery packs. However, at this moment, Chen Chen hesitated. It was uncertain what benefits would come from upgrading to a 2-star professional, but it was certain that it would not significantly enhance his abilities. On the other hand, a Gatling battery pack represented a substantial amount of points in the current situation. But the reason he had attracted the horde of zombies at night was precisely to upgrade to a 2-star professional. After a moment of gritting his teeth in contemplation, Chen Chen cursed under his breath, thinking he might have been influenced by Ergu. He then hesitated little and directly exchanged for 4 Gatling battery packs, slapping them all onto the Gatling. Seeing the equipment status of this deadly weapon showing a usable time of 4 minutes, Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction and then sprinted back down the path with bloodthirsty eyes. Upon reaching the square, Chen Chen heard the screams of survivors at the gate, the wails of zombies, the sounds of weapons clashing in battle, and some furious roars. Suddenly, Chen Chen became excited, enjoying the night breeze as it swept over his body. During his run, he involuntarily leaped up, covering his gentleman's hat, and jumped at the entrance, performing a graceful spin in the air before landing. As he turned to land, a Gatling gun with 10 barrels appeared in his hand, slowly starting to rotate. With his spirits high, Chen Chen couldn't help but play a popular electronic music track from his past life using a clown mask. Who is the king of electronic music? I am the king of electronic music. To the strong beat, the silent Gatling began to spit fire wildly again. And the zombies in front of him, who had just been arrogant moments ago, had their heads explode like balloons one by one. In that moment, Chen Chen felt the long-suppressed brutality within him. Before the outbreak of the apocalypse, Chen Chen always hid many scalpels in his backpack, but he had never used them. The laws and morals were like two shackles that bound him. After the outbreak, these shackles shattered. For everyone, the apocalyptic world was like hell, but for Chen Chen, this apocalypse felt like heaven. The air was filled with the scent of freedom. Do you know? I fucking love this world right now. With excitement in his eyes, Chen Chen wielded a Gatling gun, sweeping through the horde of zombies in front of him as if he were harvesting wheat. Brotherly, who the hell would say otherwise? Ergo also had excitement in his eyes, forcefully blasting the head of a zombie that had slipped through. He didn't know if Brotherly had seen his brave stance, standing firm at the base's entrance without retreating a single step. After this battle, he should be considered Chen Chen's true confidant. The warden is awesome. The bald man also shouted in excitement, cheering for Chen Chen. Not having to escape at night was certainly something to be grateful for. Moreover, most of the zombies were falling at Chen Chen's hands. And the few that charged at them seemed to be delivering points and equipment to everyone. However, a hint of fear lingered in the depths of his eyes. Thankfully, he hadn't run away, but it couldn't be blamed on him. How many people, aside from seasoned gamblers, would bet their lives? For minutes later, Chen Chen's Gatling gun fell silent again, but this time, everyone's faces were filled not with fear but with excitement. No more zombies surged around the corner at the end of the street. All the zombies on the street lay on the ground, their shattered heads oozing black, viscous substances. This area was completely cleared of zombies. Everyone was filled with excitement. Aside from the considerable gains, while almost all survivors hid quietly at night, praying that the zombies wouldn't find them, they had actively charged into the horde and killed them all. Although they hadn't contributed much, at least they had witnessed a miracle. Everyone ignored the surrounding filth, sitting on the ground, panting with excitement, counting their gains. Liang Jun hid in a shadowy corner, carefully examining the items he had picked up in the chaos, his face filled with uncontainable excitement. This shelter was much better, unlike the West Saddle shelter, where he had just picked up a lost item and had people chasing him for so long. Chen Chen put the Gatling gun back into his space, leaning against the iron door, feeling the emptiness that came after an extreme high, his eyes squinting as he calculated his points. A total of 6,000 points. As expected, one cannot become rich without unexpected windfalls. He could buy many little gadgets now. However, at that moment, a pair of seemingly delicate and enticingly white hands silently reached out from the shadows towards Chen Chen's neck. However, before the delicate and enticing little hand could touch Chen Chen, its owner's neck was suddenly grasped by Chen Chen's right hand. Feeling the sensation from his right hand, Chen Chen slowly turned his head to the side, a playful smile spreading across his lips. The girl in front of him, about 1.60 meters tall and looking to be in her early 20s, was now pale, gasping for breath, and struggling with all her might to pry open Chen's right hand that was gripping her neck. Chen Chen smirked, his eyes glinting with cruelty as he looked at the girl before him, his voice barely above a whisper. This is not a wise choice. Who sent you? Lu Jun? Did he get the news so quickly? Seeing that the situation was not right, Ergo and the others also got up from the ground, raising their weapons with cruel glints in their eyes, surrounding the girl who was on the verge of suffocation. Without receiving a reply, Chen Chen tightened his grip on the girl's neck, lifting her into the air. Still not speaking? You really have some guts. The girl, with her throat being choked and limbs flailing in the air, extended her right hand, which had been clenched tightly, towards Chen Chen, her fingers slowly loosening as she prepared to release her grip. Chen Chen's eyes were fixed on the girl, and as he watched the hand reaching out, his pupils suddenly dilated. Without having time to think, he exerted force with his right hand, throwing the girl into the entrance of the base while pressing his body against the wall. However, the expected sound of an explosion did not come, and he looked at the complex expressions in the eyes of Ergo and the others beside him. Chen Chen leaned out to look at the girl sitting on the ground inside the base, her eyes blankly staring at the entrance. In the moonlight, the fully extended hand lay a handkerchief. Chen Chen first glanced at the girl, whose eyes were filled with confusion and grievance, then furrowed his brows as he looked at the handkerchief, softly commanding, Changsheng, go bring that thing over. Ah, okay. Although Changsheng did not understand Chen Shen's intentions, he still responded, thinking it was just a handkerchief. It couldn't possibly be another death mission. She really was quite pretty, much more so than my girlfriend. Changsheng couldn't help but take another look at the girl while bending down to pick up a handkerchief. When he turned around and saw his girlfriend's expression, he immediately restored his serious demeanor, looking like he was working for Brotherly. Is there an equipment attribute page? No. Chen Shen frowned slightly as he stared at Changsheng, thinking to himself, if it's not dropped equipment, could it be that the handkerchief is poisoned? Stand there and don't move. Ah. Changsheng, more bewildered than the girl, stood there holding a pink handkerchief, looking at Chen Shen and Hui Gaili with wide, confused eyes. After a long while, as everyone present began to look bewildered, Chen Shen finally ordered Changsheng to hand over the handkerchief. He lowered his head to smell it. It was colorless and odorless. After carefully checking, he found no hidden poison needles in the handkerchief. Frowning, Chen Shen tossed the handkerchief into a pile of zombie corpses on the street, then looked at the girl. Brotherly, her name is Xiao Chan, and she came back with Brother Su. She just wanted to wipe your sweat, she means no harm. At that moment, a woman in professional attire squeezed out from the crowd of survivors and walked up to Chen Shen, her face tense and urgent. If you don't believe me, Brotherly, you can ask Su. We all came back with him. Seeing that Chen Shen's expression had not relaxed, the woman pointed to the survivors behind her. The survivors, looking at the finger the woman pointed with, silently avoided the direction of her finger, and a path distinctly appeared in the crowd, revealing a man squatting on the ground, covering his head. Su, cursing under his breath, stood up from the ground, his face awkwardly smiling. Since the girl didn't know why Chen Shen had her by the throat, and when Ergo and the others surrounded her, Su felt that something was off and quickly slipped into the depths of the crowd. It would have been fine to just execute the girl, regardless of her intentions. Once she was dead, those intentions would cease to exist. Naturally, no one would care who brought her into the base, and he wouldn't have to worry about bearing any responsibility. However, he didn't expect that a foolish woman would plead for the girl. Go ahead and plead, but why drag me into this? Damn, if this girl really is some kind of assassin, then my life has already begun its countdown. Not wanting to delay too long, Su made his way down the corridor to Chen Shen and awkwardly said, Brotherly, this group of people I encountered outside, they were planning to go to the Weston shelter, and I intercepted them. Feeling that his answer didn't completely absolve him, Su continued, I'm not really sure who they are, I suggest we just execute them. A young man in the crowd stared at Su's back. In disbelief, if it weren't for the timing, he would have wanted to point at Su and curse him out. Watching Su make a mess of things, the woman in professional attire became even more anxious and quickly said, Brotherly. She's really just a little girl, with no other identity. We were together when the apocalypse broke out. Bullshit. Before Chen Shen could speak, Su, filled with anger, turned and pointed at the woman's nose, loudly questioning. Then why did she sneak up on Brotherly, who just fought for us and is now exhausted and in need of rest? The woman in professional attire was a bit stunned by Su's barrage of words. She knew that Xiao Chan wanted to wipe Chen Shen's sweat, because Xiao Chan had asked her if it was okay, and she distinctly remembered saying no at the time. As for the reason, how would she know? Who knows if she just wanted to feel what it was like to touch a tiger's butt. The woman in professional attire quickly turned to look at Xiao Chan, who was sitting on the ground, and while turning her back to the others, she winked at Xiao Chan and softly asked, Xiao Chan, why did you want to sneak up on Brotherly? Xiao Chan sat on the ground, staring blankly at the pile of zombie corpses, where a once clean pink handkerchief was now stained with a black, viscous substance, her eyes filled with disappointment. As she spoke in a barely audible voice. I wanted to help Brotherly wipe his sweat. Phew, thankfully she didn't say anything reckless. The woman in professional attire secretly breathed a sigh of relief and continued to ask, why did you want to help Brotherly wipe his sweat? With her eyes downcast, Xiao Chan withdrew her gaze from the pink handkerchief, glanced at Chen Shen, then quickly looked away and lowered her head, stammering. I feel like I should do something. Brotherly protects us and fights the zombies. Although I can't kill many zombies, I think I should do something to thank Brotherly. So I went over to try to wipe Brotherly's sweat. What is this? The woman in professional attire has her mouth wide open and cannot close it. Is this the cliched plot of a hero saving a beauty with the beauty admiring him? And didn't you see the house rules set by this big brother? How did you figure out he was a hero? Su secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't care about any cliched hero-saving beauty plots as long as it didn't involve him. After saying that, he walked into the crowd, found his college buddy, ignored the fiery gaze directed at him, and put his arm around his shoulder. Come on, let's share a room tonight. It's been a long time since we last saw each other after you went to another province. We need to catch up. The young man shrugged off the arm around his shoulder, recalling the past with a face full of anger, and cursed Sue inwardly, wondering how he ended up in another province. Chen, who was watching the farce unfold, didn't say anything more and stood up to walk deeper into the base. It was just past midnight, and they could enter the supply point again. By the way, Chen suddenly stopped. Liang Jun picked up quite a few good things, and ergo went to collect them. By the way, you guys should pick up all the equipment that fell outside. Count the remaining numbers. Let's get this cleanup done tonight, and tomorrow we'll go have some fun. Liang Jun, who was hiding in a corner and feeling pleased, immediately had his handsome face fall when he heard Chen words, filled with anger as he was stripped of his clothes by ergo. There's really nothing left, not even my underwear. How can I hide anything now? Liang Jun covered his lower body with his hands, looking at ergo and the others with a face full of anger, his voice desolate. There's really nothing left, I gave it all to you. How big is your storage space? Ergo looked Liang Jun up and down. Brother Ergo, what are you joking about? How could I afford that? Liang Jun, feeling depressed, thought to himself that he should have killed more zombies earlier, at least he could have earned some points. Li Dan, why don't you check him out? Ergo, examining Liang Jun, rested his chin on one hand, pondering where else he could hide things. That's too disgusting. If you want to go, you go. I'm not going. Hearing Ergo's words, Li Dan immediately got anxious, and the angry Ermao went to the pile of zombies at the base entrance to search for dropped items. TSK, isn't that pile of zombies covered in black sticky stuff dirty? After saying that, he threw the clothes to Liang Jun, who was full of shame and anger, and followed Li Dan to search for dropped items. There were thousands of zombie corpses, completely blocking the street. This was no small project. Hopefully, they would have time to sleep tonight. As for asking others to help search, even the dumbest person wouldn't make that decision. Meanwhile, Sue, whispering with his buddy in the crowd, watched Liang Jun make a fool of himself and secretly chuckled. Fool, can you eat that much? He touched the 2 pieces of dropped equipment in his pocket, feeling that his future days were looking brighter. Happy and even more excited, he hugged his buddy beside him, reminiscing about the good times they had in college, like surfing the internet and skipping classes together. Entering the supply point, Chen took out a 1-star professional badge, clicked to level up without hesitation. The next second, 500 points were deducted, and a sharp pain coursed through his body, but a moment later, a cool sensation came, alleviating the pain. Chen clenched his fists, feeling the power surging within him, and opened his personal attribute panel. Physical attributes: strength 18 points, agility 18 points, stamina 21 points, intelligence 36 points. With a furrowed brow, Chen gazed at the attribute panel in front of him, pondering that his current physical attributes were 3 times the initial level. This meant that with each advancement, his physical attributes would increase based on the initial level. So, if he were a boxer before the apocalypse, with a strength of 12 points before the outbreak, wouldn't that mean that when he advanced to a 2-star professional, his strength attribute would soar to 36 points? Chen silently compared the 36 strength attribute points of his fist to the Gatling bullets with a firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. Concluding that the bullets were still a bit harder, and then he calmed his mind. After advancing to a 2-star professional, the shop should unlock quite a few good items. Chen first walked into the equipment shop to check the unlocked professional gear. After returning 200 points to Ergo and the others, he still had a total of 5,800 points, which was no small amount. After purchasing 2 Gatling battery packs, he began to observe other products. Micro submachine gun S686 suicide mine. 6 more small gadgets appeared, and he checked the attributes of the mine equipment. Equipment name: suicide mine. Equipment attributes: none. Equipment effect: explodes without delay upon sensing over 30 kilograms of pressure. Usage count: 1-to-1 equipment introduction. Perhaps you should understand why this mine is called a suicide mine. Equipment price: 50 points. Without any hesitation, Chen waved his hand and spent 500 points to purchase 10 mines, planning to place them at his doorstep, which would provide him with a bit of security while sleeping. As he continued to scroll through the equipment page, Chen's attention was caught by the name of a piece of equipment, and he carefully looked at its attribute description. Equipment name: remote bomb. Equipment attributes: none. Equipment effect: the control terminal sends a command, and the bomb detonates upon receiving the signal. Usage count: 1/1 equipment introduction. Press the small button in your hand, and the next second you will hear the enemy's moans, a delightful appetizer that you will come to love. Equipment price: 50 points. Chen purchased a remote bomb, observing the round object in his hand, which was about the size of a baseball, and thought of other things. He paused his shopping rhythm, preparing to go out and conduct an experiment. If the experiment succeeded, he would likely spend the remaining points on this remote bomb. As he was about to step out of the supply point, Chen glanced at the large characters of the grocery store on the sidewall and couldn't help but stop to take a look. At the very least, he shouldn't make the foolish decision of exchanging several times the points for a Pandora's box just because of accurate information. With this mindset, Chen opened the grocery store in front of him. Goddess's stockings, rat poison half eaten by mice, muzzle flame color changer, cursed doll. Pandora's box, a badminton racket, area speaker, a cattail suit. Looking at the dazzling array of items in front of him, Chen's mouth twitched. This grocery store was like searching for gold in a pile of dung. The rat poison that was half complained about by the mouse is meant to indicate something. It suggests that the mouse died without even finishing the poison, which implies the effectiveness of the drug, right? Where did all the stuff in this grocery store come from? It can't be that this Earth Online has also launched this game on other planets, and then that player lost, leading to the world's destruction, after which everything left on that planet was dumped into the grocery store? Chen silently mocked some of the bizarre items in the grocery store. Even the changing muzzle flame gadget was hard to understand. What is the purpose of the goddess's stockings in the cattail suit? Are they meant to be used as rags? However, it would be good to check next time if there are suits available for purchase, as he also needs a new suit. While internally complaining, his steps did not slow down at all. Watching the scattered survivors walk into their respective cells along the corridor to rest, Chen began to search for the bald-headed director's figure. Near the wall, Chen found the director. Frowning, Chen looked at the three men in black squatting on the ground, making a quacking sound with tears streaming down their faces, hopping forward like ducks. Turn around and jump back, the director ordered arrogantly, holding a small pistol in his left hand and placing his right hand on his hip. What are you doing? Chen looked at these people. After such an intense battle outside, how could they still have the leisure to practice jumping like ducks here? Li Go, ha. Seeing Chen arrive, the director immediately nodded and bowed, coming to Chen's side, lowering his head and saying in a submissive tone, I'm conducting rehabilitation training for the mentally ill. Who taught you this? Our former director. Chen fell silent for a moment and didn't bother with this matter anymore. Have one of the men in black come with me. Hearing that Chen wanted one of the men in black to follow him, the tall, thin leader of the black-clad men immediately jumped up from the ground, hugging Chen's thigh, crying and snotting. Are we going to interrogate the information from the Xi'an military district shelter? Take me with you, I know more than those two. It was clear that this man in black would rather sell out the information from the Xi'an military district shelter than continue with the director's rehabilitation training for the mentally ill. Looking at the envious gazes of the other two men in black, who knows what the director has done to them? Chen kicked away the man in black who was crying and clinging to his thigh coldly, saying, stay close to me. With a face full of luck from narrowly escaping death, the man in black followed Chen through the square to the base entrance, where he found Ergo and others rummaging through the pile of zombie corpses for dropped items. Li Go, we'll finish up soon, you can go, rest assured. With me supervising, they won't dare to act recklessly. Seeing Chen arrive, Ergo, thinking Chen was there to supervise the scene, immediately spoke in a tone of a close confidant, glancing sideways at the others like donkey egg. Ergo, come here. Chen looked down, frowning at the zombie corpses and the black, viscous substance all over the ground outside the base, ultimately feeling a bit disgusted and retracting his foot that was hovering in the air, standing inside the base and speaking in a deep voice. Coming. Ergo wiped the black, sticky substance on his hands on Donkey Egg's clothes a couple of times, running towards Chen amidst Donkey Egg's furious gaze. Li Go, you say. With a serious expression, Ergo stood in front of Chen, unable to help but feel pleased. It seemed like another secret mission was about to be arranged. The status of a confidant was indeed different, and it looked like he could get a big share of the dropped items this time. Does your divine right hand have a usage limit? I don't know, there are no pregnant women in the base, so I haven't used it yet. Ergo looked at Chen in confusion, as if this wasn't about arranging a secret mission. Try using it on him. Chen pushed the man in black, who looked a bit off and had a bad expression, in front of Ergo. This seems to be a man, right? And he already has a child? The apocalypse is really something amazing, Ergo exclaimed, gazing at the man in black with astonishment. Let's get started. Chen, glancing at his watch, couldn't help but feel a wave of drowsiness wash over him and impatiently spoke up. Li Ge, there are usage restrictions, the target must have all their senses sealed, meaning they need to be invisible, inaudible, and unsmellable. Before he could finish, Ergo saw the man in black, holding his head in confusion, slowly collapse. Glancing at the desert Eagle's gun barrel. Chen Shen swung the gun's handle against the back of the man's head, and Ergo swallowed hard, unable to finish his sentence. It's fine now, the conditions are met. Li Guo really was as brutally efficient as ever. So, can I start? Ergo slowly bent down, his eyes filled with sorrow as he reached his right hand toward the man's belly, not expecting that his first delivery as a self-proclaimed savior of lives would be a man. Ugh, what bad luck. Wait. Chen Shen frowned at Ergo's right hand, which was about to touch the man's belly, and threw a remote-controlled bomb in front of him. Put this inside him. Ah. Ergo stared blankly at the small object that looked like a bomb, helplessly looking up at Chen Shen. What? You can only take things out, not put things in? Chen Shen looked at Ergo with dissatisfaction. If this guy could only be a gynecologist, he would definitely kick this so-called doctor away in the next second. I've never tried, so I don't know if it works, but... Ergo looked at the little thing in his hand with a helpless expression. But what? Nothing. I'll try it now. Seeing Chen Shen's increasingly unfriendly expression, Ergo decisively swallowed the rest of his sentence. He just wanted to be a healer, but putting a bomb inside a patient's belly seemed a bit against medical ethics. Ergo tightened his grip on the bomb in his right hand, activated his skill, and a white light burst forth, as if boiling water was poured onto snow, merging into the man's belly. Looking at the unconscious man in black, Ergo's right hand fumbled around inside his belly for a while, silently thinking. They say saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. A 7-story pagoda should represent 7 lives, meaning if I save 1 person and kill 7, it would be equivalent to canceling out my good and bad deeds. So, if I save 1 more person on top of that, I would still be a good healer, a reincarnation of Hua Tuo. Ergo nodded in satisfaction and began searching inside the man's chest for a suitable place to put the little object. Hey, this should be a lobe of the lung, it feels pretty good to the touch. Huh, why does this guy only have 1 kidney inside him? After fumbling for a while, Ergo, whose initial excitement had faded, reluctantly withdrew his hand from the body of the man in black. Li Guo, it's done, I've put it in. Chen Shen looked down at the man's chest, which bore no scars or holes, as if a small object had been thrown from 4 dimensions into 3, leaving no trace. Truly a skill named after a divine command. Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction and casually asked, where did you put it? Under his heart, Ergo said, tilting his head back with a compassionate expression, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle. If there was no choice, I hope he can leave without pain. Chen Shen looked at Ergo in silence. Wake him up, test his body's reaction. After a few slaps from Ergo, the man in black, with a swollen face, awoke from his stupor, staring blankly at the 2 large heads within his line of sight. Are we starting the interrogation? Run a few steps, Ergo said, his face full of curiosity, directing the still confused man in black. The man in black ran a few steps in place, his face lined with the weariness of life. Eyes filled with stories and resentment as he looked at Ergo, wondering if the next step was to squat down and jump like a duck. By the way, why do all of you from the shelter enjoy this? Squat down and jump a couple of times. I knew it, the man in black, caught under the enemy's roof and unable to resist, skillfully squatted down and jumped with a weary expression. Hey, how come you're jumping so skillfully? Ergo asked, looking at the man in black, who seemed to have transformed into a duck. Do a handstand. Front flip. Back flip. Jump. Do a split. The man in black looked at Ergo, who was now addicted to directing, with resentment, thinking to himself that he really couldn't do a split. Ergo clicked his tongue, lamenting that this was more addictive than the DJI drones before the apocalypse. Dry heave a bit. Watching the man in black dry heave for a long time without producing anything, Ergo nodded in satisfaction. Li Guo, it seems there are no issues at first glance, that little thing seems to have merged with his body. Ergo turned to report to Chen Shen. The man in black, who had been looking bewildered, suddenly showed a look of realization. So that's it must be poison or some other means of control to ensure loyalty from his subordinates. It seems the head of this shelter has taken a liking to his talents. Well, since there's no choice, he might as well be a bit more carefree. The man in black then knelt on one knee, clasped his hands, and looked at Chen Shen with a serious expression. From now on, I am willing to go through fire and water for Li Guo, enjoying wealth and honor with you, while I bear the hardships. If Li Guo wants to know about the information from the West Saddle Shelter, feel free to ask, I will certainly speak without reservation. TSK, this little speech is quite smooth, Ergo remarked, eyeing the man in black with a strange look, while inwardly he couldn't help but wonder if Li Guo would place such things upon them. Ergo shook his head vigorously to dispel that thought. How could that be? Li Guo would never do that, he was absolutely a loyal confidant of Li Guo, without exception. However, he couldn't guarantee the loyalty of the others, so it was indeed wise to add another layer of insurance. Ignoring Ergo's suddenly flattering smile, Chen Chen assessed the man in black who was pledging loyalty, nodding in satisfaction. A crazed glint gradually flickered in Chen Chen's eyes, and he couldn't help but grin widely, his laughter growing increasingly wild. With his hands gripping the staff, he embraced the sky, looking up at the moon, his maniacal laughter echoing through the square. "My lovely little squirrel, look what I found a whole group of squirrels." "Go," Chen Chen commanded, pointing his staff at the pile of zombie corpses outside the base. "Run to the top of that pile of zombie corpses and jump in the middle." "Ah, okay." The man in black then noticed the street outside the base was piled high with zombie corpses and a black, viscous substance, his pupils involuntarily dilating with seriousness. Had such a brutal battle really taken place at the entrance while he was inside the base learning to jump like a duck? The significance of the order given by the leader of this shelter should have 2 points. The first was to let him experience the relentless spirit of the people in this base facing the zombies. The second was likely to test whether he could overcome difficulties without fear of filth and resolutely carry out orders. Seeing the man in black, who was all serious and ready to execute the mission, Ergo couldn't help but pat him on the shoulder. "Help me tell King Yen, the deal was 1 life for 7 lives, so make sure he doesn't miscount." "What do you mean?" The man in black looked at Ergo with a confused expression. "Nothing, just remember to jump a little higher when you leap." "Okay." The man in black, with a serious expression, glanced back at Chen Chen with a determined look, then took a deep breath and ran towards the pile of zombie corpses. Ignoring the filth beneath his feet, he was eager to perform well in front of Chen Chen, rushing into the midst of the zombie bodies like a gust of wind. With a sudden burst of strength, he leaped into the air, forcing himself to turn mid-air to look at Chen Chen, hoping to receive a gaze full of admiration. However, what met his eager eyes was Chen Chen's gaze filled with madness and excitement, his eyes bloodshot. "Wait a minute, why is the person next to me who just commanded me holding a bucket of popcorn? Why does he look like he's anticipating something?" In the next moment, a muffled sound, like a basketball being crushed by a car tire, erupted from the man in black's body as it shattered mid-air. The group, including Donkey Egg, who were rummaging through the fallen items in the pile of zombies, looked up at the sky filled with flying flesh, exchanged glances, and stopped their movements, turning back to look at Chen Chen with blank eyes. "Isn't this quite a grand fireworks display?" Chen, with excitement and cruelty in his eyes, murmured as he gazed at the sky filled with debris not far away. If she saw this fireworks show, she would definitely love it. It is quite beautiful, especially under the moonlight. It adds an extra layer of mystery. Ergo, casually stuffing a handful of popcorn into his mouth, chewed a couple of times in agreement. Seeing Chen Chen looking at the popcorn in his hand, Ergo awkwardly scratched his head and sheepishly offered the popcorn to Chen Chen. "This is a little thing I bought last time at the grocery store, quite satisfying." Ignoring the popcorn Ergo offered, Chen Chen turned his gaze to the remnants of the dismembered bodies on top of the pile of zombies. "Does the grocery store have red wine?" I think so, I seem to have seen it last time I rummaged through." "Next time we go, buy 2 bottles to bring along." Chen Chen had already decided how to spend the remaining skill points, exchanging them all for pine cones, and then heading to the West Saddle Refuge to catch 100 squirrels. 100 squirrels would surely be a spectacular fireworks display. "Ergo, after you sort out the dropped equipment, make me a list," Chen Chen said, yawning and giving Ergo a half-smile. "Don't worry, brotherly, with me around, they definitely can't pull any tricks." Under my nose, Ergo immediately patted his chest and assured him, "Actually, it's not a big deal to pull a few tricks." After saying that, Chen Chen stretched lazily, preparing to go back to his room to sleep. He needed a good rest tonight to have enough energy to catch squirrels tomorrow. "Ergo, what did brotherly want to talk to you about?" Donkey Egg stuffed a round-shaped dropped item into a cloth bag and kicked a corpse away. "What did he say?" "Of course, he told me to supervise you well, so you don't make any unwise decisions." Ergo, who was restoring a piece of popcorn to a half-palm-sized model to save for next time, looked at the sea of zombie corpses in front of him and spat lightly. "Damn, I don't even know if I'll have a chance to sleep tonight." Mao, feeling apprehensive, glanced at the street piled high with zombie corpses and the scattered bits of flesh not far away, swallowing hard. "Ergo, isn't this completely unnecessary? We all know what kind of personality brotherly has, how could we dare to do something tantamount to betrayal?" Ergo shot a sideways glance at Chang Shang and Hui, who were bending down to search for dropped equipment, and muttered to himself in a barely audible voice, "That's hard to say. As long as the profit is big enough, there's no such thing as daring or not daring. A wise gambler must know what their chips are before sitting at the table. By the way, what was that situation just now?" Mao poked Ergo in the waist and pointed to the pile of flesh not far away, whispering, "It's obvious." That's a squirrel that ate a pinecone, Ergo casually replied, not looking back as he continued to search through the zombie corpses. If he didn't hurry, he wouldn't need to sleep tonight. I remember that guy in black. Didn't just come out of a mental hospital, right? Donkey Egg hesitated for a moment but couldn't help but ask. Isn't it up to Brotherly to decide if it's a squirrel? If Brotherly says you're a squirrel, then even if you're a donkey, you're still a squirrel. Ermao shot a sideways glance at Donkey Egg, thinking it was ridiculous to ask such a low IQ question. 1, 2, 3. Standing at the door of his room, Chen Shen was carefully placing the 10 landmines he had purchased one by one at his doorstep. Finally, after setting up all 10 landmines, Chen Shen stood at the door, satisfied, and thought to himself that he finally felt a bit of security for this sleep. But wait. Where did the landmines go? Chen Shen rubbed his eyes hard and focused his gaze, but there was not a trace of the landmines. Originally, there was a piece of tile missing a corner, and Chen Shen had specifically placed a landmine to cover that spot. However, at this moment, the tile with the missing corner was exposed right in front of Chen Shen, showing no signs of being covered. Chen Shen looked strangely at the area directly in front of the door, roughly understanding why this landmine was called a suicide landmine. It turned out that after placing this landmine, it became invisible, and then the person who placed it forgot about its existence, and when they stepped on it, they blew themselves up. Speaking of which, where did I place the landmines earlier? Who would remember this thing? I just placed them randomly. The suicide landmine looked about the size of a mooncake. But it was a bit thinner than a mooncake. Forget it, I'll sleep first. As for how to get out, I'll think about it tomorrow. With this matter thrown out of his mind, Chen Shen turned around and walked into the room, taking off his gentleman's hat and suit jacket and placing them on the table. Embracing the Desert Eagle, the gun's muzzle faintly aimed at the door, he gradually drifted into slumber. Is everything you just said true? Oh, come on. Xiao Hei, others might deceive you, but can I deceive you with our friendship? Su said earnestly, holding Xiao Hei's hands with deep affection and speaking sincerely. But, you have deceived me twice. Xiao Hei looked at Su, who was speaking sincerely, hesitating for a moment before stammering. Think carefully, I did deceive you twice, but did I harm you? Su, with a slightly displeased expression, spoke earnestly. Take the first time, you thought I tricked the whole class into a pyramid scheme, but I just ask one thing, did you all get guaranteed graduate school admission because of this incident after returning to school? That's true, the school thought that if this matter got out, outsiders would think there was a problem with the education, that they turned students into fools, affecting next year's enrollment rate, so they all used guaranteed admission to keep it quiet. Remembering the past, Xiao Hei expressed his agreement. Su nodded in satisfaction. Now, let me ask you, do you think the apocalypse is terrifying? Isn't that obvious? These past few nights, I've dreamed of many people being torn apart by zombies right in front of me. After finally getting guaranteed admission, how could it be the apocalypse? Remembering the experiences after the apocalypse, Xiao Hei's face showed lingering fear. So now, you are in an environment without zombies, with a powerful master and a bed that, while not comfortable, is safe enough. Seeing Xiao Hei's expression gradually waver, Su placed his final bet. Which environment do you think is better? Compared to your previous days of dodging zombies, not eating enough, and not sleeping well? Of course, now is better. So did I harm you? But you always say I'm your good brother and that I should pay more. Sigh. Su sighed, poking Xiao Hei's forehead with a look of disappointment. What do you think of my abilities? They should be considerable. After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Hei gave a firm answer. Someone who could trick the whole class into a pyramid scheme must have some ability. Then that's it. Someone like me, with abilities, will be valued no matter where I go, whether before or after the apocalypse. That's indeed the case. Xiao Hei nodded vigorously. The reason he liked hanging out with Su in college was that Su seemed to understand everything and always had many ideas. Su clapped his hands vigorously, looking at Xiao Hei with a tone that suggested he was doing this for his own good. So think about it, the real reason I said that was not to ask for more money, but after the master valued me, I thought of you as my best brother. Wouldn't that mean you would also be taken care of? What do you call that? That's called one person becoming an immortal, and the chicken and dog rising to heaven. But I remember that if a person can't become an immortal, the chicken often gets slaughtered for meat. So, I want you to cooperate with me. No matter what I ask you to do, just do it without overthinking. I definitely won't harm you. Once I become the favored one in front of the family head, just imagine your status then. Wouldn't you be above many and below few? Alright, Su, I'll trust you one last time. Little Black, completely moved, stared seriously at Su. Quebec. Good brother, even if the apocalypse comes, we'll face it together. Su tightly grasped Little Black's hands in excitement. Let's sleep first, tomorrow you just follow my arrangements. Xiao-chan, tell me what you were thinking today, why did you provoke the family head? You almost died. Do you know that? A woman in professional attire looked at Xiao-chan, who was lying quietly on the bed, unable to hold back her words. Red sister, when I saw Brotherly, I don't know why, but I felt he needed someone to take care of him, so I couldn't help but plan to go help him wipe his sweat. After a moment of silence, Xiao-chan murmured in the dark. Are you crazy? Red sister couldn't help but curse, then immediately covered her mouth and waited quietly for a moment. After realizing there was no movement outside, she lowered her voice and spoke urgently. You, a girl in your 20s, how can your maternal instincts be stronger than mine? I admit that. In the apocalypse, the best way for a woman to protect herself is to find a reliable man. But you could have chosen Ergo or Donkey Egg or anyone else, why did you think of the family head? You misunderstood, Red sister. I really just wanted to help Brotherly wipe his sweat. I feel that he... Xiao-chan, staring at the ceiling in the dark, recalled her pink handkerchief that had been thrown into a pile of zombies, paused for a moment, and continued. I think he's a bit pitiful, I feel a bit sorry for him. You actually think he's pitiful? Red sister, angered by Xiao-chan's words, couldn't help but raise her voice. Did you not hear how the old warden died? As told by the elders in the base? It was your family head who ordered his subordinates to take a grenade and die together with the old warden. Do you think someone who doesn't value the lives of his subordinates needs your pity? After the battle, Brotherly leaned against the iron gate alone, and in that moment I felt he was out of place in this world, exuding loneliness. I think he needs someone to understand him. Xiao-chan murmured, lost in thought. Damn, have you forgotten that today you almost got choked to death by your lonely family head? Red sister, already trembling with anger, couldn't help but curse. I haven't forgotten. It's precisely because I saw Brother Lee's strong reaction that I find it hard to imagine what he has been through. It makes it difficult for him to accept others' kindness, believing that everyone who approaches him has malicious intent. He must have lived a very hard life before. Xiao-chan curled up, wrapping the thin blanket a little tighter, pressing herself into the corner. No one in this world understands him, which makes him unwilling to accept any kindness offered. No, it should be that he doesn't believe anyone approaching him has good intentions. Looking at the shadow of Xiao-chan on the opposite bed through the darkness, Red sister felt a bit speechless. You must have read too many of Gui Jingming's novels before the apocalypse. Do whatever you want, just be careful, at least don't let me have to rescue you again after being choked. You were lucky this time, next time I might not be able to save you. Red sister said this and turned to sleep, as she had to pay rent tomorrow. Although she had killed a few zombies in the chaos today, which would cover the rent for tomorrow, one must always be prepared for future worries. If possible, she should try to prepare for the rent points for the day after tomorrow or even the day after that, and if she could, gather more points to enhance her abilities. It is said that, according to the base's recruitment system, the population of the entire base will surely experience explosive growth. The family rules do not allow for behaviors such as rape within the base, but human physiological needs are always present, especially for those men who fight every day. Perhaps I can find a few girls, figure out a way to set up a front, and get back to my old business. That should earn quite a few points. Tomorrow, I'll test the waters with Sue to see if there's any possibility of this, and maybe I can even open a nationwide chain in various shelters. Chen Shen yawned as he woke from his dreams, glancing down to see that it was already past noon the next day. After stretching his somewhat sore body, he put on his gentleman's hat and suit jacket, then picked up his cane and walked to the door. Chen Shen was momentarily puzzled about how to go out. He seemed to remember that the suicide landmines would explode under a pressure of either 30 kilograms or 30 pounds, so using his cane to probe ahead should be fine. Thus, holding the cane, Chen Shen gently tapped it in front of him, stepping forward step by step, changing direction whenever the cane touched something unusual. Meanwhile, in the next room, Ergo also yawned and pushed the door open. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Li Gu, dressed in a suit, wearing a mask and a gentleman's hat, cautiously probing forward with a cane, his mouth agape in shock. He stared blankly at Chen Shen. Li Gu, what are you doing? There are 10 landmines buried at the door. I forgot where I buried them, Chen Shen replied casually while feeling his way forward. Burying landmines at the front door? Why didn't he tell us? What if we accidentally stepped on one? Speaking of which, Chang Sheng seems to be unaware of this. Next time, let him come knock on Li Ji's door. Wait. Ergo suddenly focused on a certain spot, hesitating for a moment before cautiously probing in a tone he himself hardly believed. Li Gu, did you bury 10 landmines? Are the landmines about the size of mooncakes, a bit thinner than mooncakes, and completely white? Chen Shen looked at Ergo with an unfriendly expression, the muzzle of his desert eagle Slightly raised, aimed at Ergo. You were peeking yesterday. No, Li Gu, you misunderstood. Can't you really see them? The landmines are clearly right there. Chen Chen fell silent for a moment, not responding. He had roughly figured out the characteristics of these landmines and why they were called suicide landmines. It seemed that these landmines were only invisible from the perspective of the one who buried them. From everyone else's perspective, they were fully visible. This game seems to enjoy creating equipment that toys with players, as if seeing the players' incredulous expressions makes the game feel interesting. Ignoring Ergo's question, Chen Chen calmly navigated out of the minefield, adjusted his suit, and said in a deep voice, "Gather everyone in the square. Today, we are preparing to go to the West in Military District Shelter to catch squirrels. At noon, in the prison, the square. Today is our." Chen Chen, who suddenly felt inspired, stood in the middle of the square, raised a megaphone, and excitedly spoke to the crowd. He suddenly paused and looked at Ergo beside him. "Don't we still not have a proper name for our home?" That's true. Li Gu, what do you think of the name Eden? It perfectly embodies the harmony of our family and our non-contentious nature. Ergo scratched his head and suggested, inwardly muttering that if he were good at naming, he would have changed his own name long ago. No, with the apocalypse here, Eden seems inappropriate. Li Gu, I think Evil King's Hall is great, and it completely matches your temperament. Seeing the sudden shift to the naming segment, Chang Sheng couldn't help but propose a name he thought was perfect. From now on, Li Gu, you can call yourself Your Highness, and we are all your knights. You can forget it. I've never seen a night with a good ending. Donkey Egg pulled the middle school boy in front of Li Gu behind him and leaned in seriously. Li Gu, the name must align with our organization's purpose. What is the main goal of you putting so much effort into this base? Is it to save the world or to dominate it? Chen Chen shot a sideways glance at the eager Donkey Egg. The purpose is very simple. First, to amass wealth. Second, to have enough helpers when bullying others. Chen Chen patted Donkey Egg's shoulder, staring into his eyes, and said with interest, "So what name do you think fits this purpose?" Li Gu. Your purpose sounds like that of a villain. Is there a difference between the purpose of a righteous person and this? It seems there really isn't much difference. How about we call it the Bully's Wealth Gathering? Hot? Donkey Egg excitedly suggested after slapping his forehead. Li Gu, look, it completely aligns with our purpose, bullying others and amassing wealth, and adding hut at the end represents that this is a home with feelings. And Li Gu, you are the head of the family, we are all your family. What a ridiculous name. Li Gu, I think it should still be. Air Mao squeezed in from behind Donkey Egg, getting close to Chen Chen to share his thoughts. Not bad, a good name. The 3 words bully resonate with me. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. Air Mao looked at Chen Chen in confusion, wondering if this was really a good name. In the future, when introducing themselves, would they proudly say they are from the West Saddle Military District Shelter and then collectively declare they are from the Bully's Wealth Gathering Hut? Li Gu, think twice. Ergo, who had initially not cared about this matter, couldn't help but step forward to persuade when he heard Chen Chen was about to settle on this ridiculous name. Just thinking about the scene of introducing themselves in the future made Ergo want to bury his head in his pockets. He simply couldn't afford to lose face. Ignoring the surrounding noise, Chen Chen excitedly brought the megaphone to his mouth. From today on, our home has a formal name called the Bully's Wealth Gathering Hut. Sue, I can't shake the feeling that we've really entered the tiger's den this time. This name sounds particularly like a villainous force from a novel, don't you think? Xiao Hei couldn't help but whisper in Sue's ear. Sue also felt a bit apprehensive at this moment, mainly because this name indeed didn't sound as positive as the West Saddle Military District Shelter. Well, at least villainous forces generally tend to last longer. Today is the first collective action of our Bully's Wealth Gathering Hut, going out to catch squirrels. Chen Chen stood in the middle of the square, dancing with excitement as he shouted. No wonder fairy tales always say that after a warrior slays the evil dragon, they are tempted by the dragon's treasures to become the new generation of evil dragons. Who can resist such temptation? Squirrel? Even in the apocalypse, the master still has a taste for this. Is it for eating or for keeping as a pet? Little Black, with a puzzled expression, poked Sue's waist and asked in a low voice. It should be used for fireworks. Sue, with a complex expression, patted Little Black's head beside him. That would definitely be a fireworks display like you've never seen before. Are squirrels used for fireworks? Little Black's face was full of question marks. Looking around in confusion, is this the world I know? To make this operation a bit more interesting, I've decided to turn it into a game. The game is called Squirrel Catching Game. Next, pay close attention to the game rules. Looking at the bewildered expressions of the crowd below, Chen Chen couldn't help but excitedly spin around, raising his staff high, and eagerly announced the game rules. Mission objective: capture hundreds of little squirrels that have gone out hunting from the West Saddle Military District shelter. Be careful, no civilian forces, which means only the little squirrels in black clothing. Mission reward: 3 points for capturing one little squirrel, no upper limit. If you don't catch a single squirrel, then pray you have enough balance in your pocket to pay today's rent. Mission rules: capture without rules, any means can be used as long as you catch the cute little squirrels I want. Those who fail to complete the game seriously and kill a lone zombie will be hunted to death. Those who reveal the game rules to outsiders will be hunted to death. Those who take the opportunity to escape during the game will be hunted to death. Those who deliberately make noise and disturb the squirrels will be hunted to death. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction at the reactions of those present, pointing his staff towards the base gate. Now, let's go catch my cute little squirrels. Sue, why does this sound like we're going to the West Saddle Military District shelter to catch people? Little Black, even more confused after hearing the game rules, poked Sue's waist again. You heard right, it is indeed like that, but isn't the noise of capturing hundreds of fireworks a bit too much? Sue, resting his chin on one hand, contemplated the game objective. As a newcomer, the best way to stand out in the base is to achieve results that everyone cannot ignore, so that he can naturally squeeze into the higher-ups. And this squirrel catching game is a great opportunity. Although his combat power is not high, the game rules say it's without rules, and using brains to kill is the most efficient. Sue, with our little arms and legs, are you sure we're going to catch squirrels, not delivering winter supplies to them? By the way, what profession did you change to? Little Black poked Sue's waist again. Stop poking, stop poking. Sue, exasperated, swatted Little Black's hand away. Can you not poke me every time you have a question? It hurts, okay? After organizing his thoughts, Sue spoke with enthusiasm. This time, I deserve to prosper, our opportunity has come, don't forget what we agreed on last night. However, when Sue tried to pat Xiaohei on the shoulder to explain his strategy, he missed several times. Turning around, he saw that Xiaohei was no longer by his side. Upon closer observation, Xiaohei had already hidden in a corner, squatting on the ground in drawing circles. With a face full of black lines, Sue walked towards Xiaohei, and only when he got closer did he hear Xiaohei mumbling. Sue has deceived me again, this is the third time. He has tricked me. I will never trust him again. With a face full of black lines, Sue pulled Xiaohei up from the ground and, without saying a word, poked Xiaohei's finger that was drawing circles into his waist a few times. Seeing Sue's actions, Xiaohei, with bright eyes, tentatively poked a few times and, seeing that Sue did not resist, happily said, You say it, what's the plan? I'll follow your lead. Taking a deep breath, Sue said solemnly. What we need to do now is to borrow arrows with a straw boat like Zhuge Liang. What a straw boat borrowing arrows, I can already smell a strong scent of conspiracy. With eager eyes, Xiaohei stared seriously at Sue. How do we start? Go find Chen Chen to borrow clothes. Borrow clothes? Yes, borrow the clothes of the 2 black-clad men we caught yesterday. And then? Then wear the clothes to blend in with the crowd of black-clad people. And then think of a way. Is that what the story of borrowing arrows with a straw boat means? Don't worry about that, the conspiracy can be terrible, but the codename must be high class, so it seems like our strategy is unparalleled. Who told you that? When I was studying historical texts in college, Zhuge Liang himself said that an excellent strategist must have the ability to come up with high-class action code names. Now let me invite Mr. Liang Jun, who is next to me, to explain the actions of the squirrels. Chen Chen bent down and made a gentlemanly gesture, giving way to Liang Jun, who stood aside. Liang Jun awkwardly smiled for a moment and stepped forward. What the hell, the damn squirrels' actions, if that military commander knew that his subordinates had been named squirrels and were already on the capture list, I wonder if that deep-minded old guy would get angry. Or pretend to sip his tea and sigh that it was interesting. Hello everyone, next I will talk about the actions of the squirrels. Halfway through, Liang Jun couldn't help but rub his forehead and stop, feeling like he had become a host of the animal world. The little squirrels in the Xianan military district's shelter all wear black clothes, and during the day, they operate in teams of 6, scattered around the shelter to hunt down lone zombies and search for supplies. Each squirrel team has varying strengths. Some teams have followed the commander since before the apocalypse, and these teams are generally strong. Others were recruited by the commander after the apocalypse, and these teams are generally weaker. If a team has fewer or more than 6 members, or if they are not wearing black clothes, they are mostly civilian forces out on activities. The civilian forces in the Xianan military district's shelter are larger than the official forces, so try not to provoke the civilian forces too much. After finishing his last sentence, Liang Jun wiped the sweat from his forehead and took a step back, fearing that he would inadvertently jump to spring and mention the mating season. The civilian forces are actually stronger than the official forces? Chen Chen frowned at Liang Jun. This was not within his plan. In a shelter, the civilian forces were actually stronger than the official forces and had not been overthrown. Of course, the Xianan military district is known as a shelter for 10,000 people, although that's an exaggeration. There are at least thousands. Liang Jun looked at Chen Chen with a puzzled expression. How many people does Lu Jun have under him? Aside from the old, weak, sick, and disabled, it can be said that everyone is a professional. Now, who knows which person has strange skills or strange equipment? Lu Jun also didn't dare to offend the local forces too much. Since that's the case, those local forces actually obediently follow Lu Jun's orders and don't try to overthrow him? Liang Jun roughly understood Chen Chen's meaning and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking, this is the mindset of someone without vision. Liang Jun swallowed and began to explain. First of all, the people under Lu Jun are not to be underestimated. Lu Jun somehow got his hands on a skill book, not a one-time use, but one that can be learned repeatedly. Everyone under Lu Jun has learned this skill, and when combined, it creates an effect greater than the sum of its parts. If a fight breaks out, both sides would suffer, and when the zombies come at night, they would all die. The primary goal in the apocalypse is still to survive. There's no need to be a nominal leader. Secondly, after all, Lu Jun's title as commander still carries some righteousness. Some people recognize that, which is what the people's hearts lean towards. If the people's hearts are stirred up before the apocalypse, they might only be able to vent online, but after the outbreak, you might suddenly find someone at your door holding a real gun aimed at you while you sleep. So the current situation is that no local force is as powerful as Lu Jun's official force. But the combined local forces far exceed the official forces. After all, when most are one-star professionals, the side with more people is naturally stronger. How many two-star professionals are there in the West and military district shelter now? Chen Chen rested his hands on his cane, gently rubbing it, lost in thought. Just Lu Jun. Last time, Lu Jun took everyone to crazily hunt level 2 zombies, intending to help his trusted ones advance to 2-star professionals, but you know how that turned out. Liang Jun chuckled awkwardly, feeling a pang of heartache. It was originally meant for me. If it weren't for hitting a dead end, I could have shaken off those few people behind me after another 2 hours. Is that so? Then this Lu Jun doesn't sound like much of a threat. Chen Chen suddenly felt a bit disappointed. This feeling was like a boxer, filled with anger, stepping into the ring only to find his opponent is an old man. Li Gu, to be honest, Lu Jun's forces could probably take down 10 shelters like yours, or even more. Liang Jun said, a bit speechless. Now that's interesting, I'm starting to feel a bit excited. Chen Chen grinned, pointing his cane towards the base's entrance. So now, everyone, set out for free action, let's go catch that adorable little squirrel. Ergo, you guys don't need to go catch the little squirrel. Ergo and the others exchanged glances, confused. Then Li Gu, what are we going to do? Come with me to the Westin shelter. Just the few of us going over seems a bit inappropriate. Ergo carefully chose his words. No, it's to pay a visit. I want to see what kind of person a father who raises his son to be a good-for-nothing is like. Li Gu, I want to borrow something from you. Chen Chen looked at the person in front of him, who had a sheepish smile on his face. He remembered this person, the only one who had brought a group of survivors back to the base. I want to borrow 2 sets of black-clad uniforms, hee. Su said, scratching his head with a silly grin. Oh? Chen Chen squinted his eyes and smiled, a glint of amusement flickering in his gaze. I'm not lending them out, I'm selling them. 3 points for 1 uniform. Without hesitation, Su replied firmly, no problem, Li Gu. Without further ado, he transferred 6 points to Chen Chen. Follow me. After glancing at Su, Chen Chen turned and walked towards the wall. In the moment he turned, a playful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, unseen by Su and the others. Li Gu, is it because the boss is stubborn and won't confess? Take me away, I'll definitely tell everything, I won't hold back. As Chen Chen reached the wall, he saw 2 black-clad figures doing handstand push-ups, their elbows bending and straightening. The 2 black-clad men, seeing Chen Chen approach, didn't dare to stop and continued their handstand push-ups, their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked at him. Li Gu, who are we taking this time? Chen Chen glanced at the obsequious dean. Strip them of their clothes, I need to use them. You too, hurry up and take off your clothes, be quick about it. The dean, looking at the black-clad men, regained his arrogant demeanor and commanded. The 2 black-clad men exchanged a glance filled with despair, and took off their clothes, praying for their commander to come and rescue them soon. Go pick them up. Chen Chen left a sentence for Su and turned to leave. Su, I have to say, this uniform fits quite well, wearing it makes me feel a bit more handsome. Xiaohei nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the outfit on himself. Wow, it's actually store equipment, with equipment attributes. Su, suddenly realizing that the uniform had viewable equipment attributes, exclaimed in surprise. Equipment name, Lu Jun Custom. Uniform equipment attributes, none. Equipment special skill, none. Custom amount, this uniform is custom made in bulk, 3 points for 1. Equipment description, its only possible use might be as a shroud. Before dying, one could tuck their head into the uniform and a simple grave could be formed. This Xi'an military district shelter is indeed wealthy, a completely useless uniform costs 3 points just like that. Su nodded in satisfaction, and since this uniform was specially customized by Lu Jun at the grocery store, it would be even more convenient to use. Now it's time to play the squirrel catching game. Su, full of excitement, prepared to showcase his talents and achieve great feats in the apocalypse. Su, don't you feel something's off? Xiaohei, dressed in black, poked Su in the waist. What's off? It feels like we're in an online apocalypse game on Earth, playing Chun Shen's squirrel catching game. Let's go. Chen Shen walked to the square and was the first to stand up and step towards the door. Li Ge, we can't just leave the house with no one at home, how about I take a few people to guard the house? Mao hesitated for a moment but couldn't help but speak up. He really didn't want to run to the Xi'an military district shelter with just a few people. To him, it felt like sending sheep into the tiger's den, and that wasn't how one should go to their death. Has Li Ge watched too many lone hero movies? You call. Chen Shen, not Z long guard what house? Just guarding the house in case some petty thieves come in and do bad things while we're away. Hearing Chen Shen's tone was already a bit off. Mao still forced himself to remain calm. Is there anything valuable at home? Yes, I'm just worried that some petty thieves might come and take over our home. Isn't that better? We have a few more tenants at home, and isn't the director guarding the house? Let's go tell the director to sit at the door. Let's go. Ergo patted Mao's shoulder, urging him to follow. He knew very well what Mao was thinking. He was a bit scared himself, but going against Li Ge's decision was definitely not a wise choice. The choice between possibly dying later and definitely dying now is something everyone knows. Li Ge, should we come up with a battle plan? Lu Dan shouldered a big knife, his eyes gleaming with bloodthirst, looking ready to charge forward for Li Ge. Ergo looked at Lu Dan in disbelief. Weren't you always the simple-minded one? Suddenly acting like this makes me feel like your character has collapsed. What battle? Chen Shen turned around, confused, looking at the few people behind him. Ergo and the others exchanged glances. Isn't Lu Jun's son dead at our hands? Yeah, but does Lu Jun know about this now? He probably doesn't know. Only we in that group of lunatics know about this. There shouldn't be any chance of a leak. Exactly, so our trip has no war, only peace. A dangerous glint flickered in Chen Shen's eyes. The purpose of this trip is to meet the leader of a shelter and discuss some important matters regarding the future of humanity. Chen racked his brain to come up with a suitable metaphor. It's like officials from different places visiting each other's territories to learn before the apocalypse breaks out. Go interjected. That works if there's no conflict. Lu Jun and his people are official, so they wouldn't attack us for no reason. Even if they did attack, without knowing the hatred between both sides, it wouldn't be too severe, allowing a few people to have room for counterattack. Hello, we are the leaders of the neighboring shelter, here to discuss some important matters about the future of humanity with your shelter's leader. Chen Shen looked seriously and sincerely at the 6 men in black in front of him. After exchanging glances, one of the men slowly stepped back and quickly ran away. It seemed one person was going back to report. A square-faced man in black, shouldering a half-human high hammer, asked in a deep voice, from the neighboring shelter? Which shelter, the Xi'an court shelter or the Xi'an blood gang shelter? What kind of ridiculous names are those, with courts and blood gangs, neither of which is right? Hearing those two nonsensical names, Chen Shen couldn't help but frown, a hint of dissatisfaction on his face. We are from the Violent Gatherer's Wealth House. I am the leader of this house, the head of the family. Hurry up and lead the way. If you delay the salvation of all humanity, will you take responsibility for that? A few men in black, who had been holding their weapons, instantly raised them to aim at Chen Shen when they heard his name. The leader among them slammed a half-man-high hammer he had been carrying on his shoulder onto the ground, looking at Chen Shen and the others with a hostile expression. The name of the extortionist's den was clearly not a good one. They might as well have called themselves the big villains directly. You want to fight? Don't you think you should weigh your little arms and legs against what Grandpa can chop? Donkey Egg, shouldering a big knife, stepped forward and spoke in a voice as deep as a bell. Donkey Egg, step back. Chen Chen called Donkey Egg back, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. We come in peace, looking to discuss matters concerning humanity with your leader. It would be better to wait for your little brother to bring back a response before talking about anything else. The men in black exchanged glances but remained on guard, not speaking. In the apocalypse, people were not much gentler than zombies. Especially when everyone had gained exceptionally powerful abilities, the dark sides that had been suppressed suddenly erupted, leading to actions that could not be measured by ordinary standards. They had seen too much of this in the past few days. Rape, murder, robbery, and brutal killings for points were happening every day in every corner of the shelter. After a while, a man in black, panting heavily, ran towards them from a distance. This young man, with a youthful complexion and a hint of childish stubble at the corners of his mouth, bent over to catch his breath for a moment before saying, "Big brother, the commander said to take them to the office. The commander is already waiting for them there." The leader in black twitched his lips. He had run a bit too early. If the commander knew the name of this shelter, whether he would still be willing to meet was another matter. But at this moment, the man in black didn't waste time stirring up trouble. With a sullen face, he turned to the side and said, "Please, let me take you to see the commander, but remember not to listen, not to look, not to speak too much, and not to stir up trouble along the way." Chen Chen nodded with an odd expression, saying no more as he followed the man in black towards the Western Army District shelter. "Finally, I am about to see you. I am really curious about the father who raised such a beast as Lu Shuai. If the son does not teach, it is the father's fault. The son must repay the father's debts. What is owed to me must always be repaid. Pulling my little princess close and letting her become so dirty in the dye vat is an unforgivable sin. She was once very clean." After walking for a while, they arrived in front of a stadium, which had long ceased to be a place of entertainment before the apocalypse and had turned into a shelter after the end of the world. The area around the stadium was covered in mottled black sticky substances, most of which had dried up, indicating they were not recent. At this moment, a line of about dozens of people was slowly advancing at the entrance. "Come on, line up properly. Those who cut in line will pay double." A middle-aged man in a black uniform lazily spoke, impatiently glancing at the few people in front of him. "Oh, isn't this the Axe Gang? Didn't you leave this morning all fierce, saying you were going to slaughter a second-level zombie and make a big scene? Now it's just past noon, and you're back looking all dejected." The middle-aged man in the black uniform stroked his little mustache, sitting in a chair with his body tilted, squinting his small eyes at the back of the line, muttering, 1, 2, 3. Goodness, in just one morning, 6 died, and out of 17 who went out, only 11 came back. I say, little wildcat, are you here learning about usury with 9 out and 11 back? Old bastard, stop talking nonsense. There are a total of 11 points, hurry up and let us through. The leader at the front of the line, whose clothes were tattered, had a brutal scarred face and was now staring gloomily at the man in black, speaking in an unfriendly tone. "Tsk tisk." The middle-aged man in black glanced at the account information on the points storage device in his hand, while opening the gate and calling out loudly towards the back of the line. "Hey, I say, what future do you guys have following that little wildcat? The death rate is almost higher than pi. You might as well abandon the darkness and join the official team of the commander." Ignoring the gloomy face of the leader at the front of the line, the man in black clicked his tongue and continued, "At least, not to mention anything else, the benefits are better than those of you in the civilian forces. Just by joining, you get a set of custom uniforms from the store. Hey, as long as you're in this area, that uniform is your ticket. When people see us in black uniforms, they have to treat us a bit more politely. Moreover, there's a salary every week, free entry and exit, and as long as you join us, you can learn a skill for free. Speaking of which, you guys risk your lives every day. Do you all have skills now? Hey, don't rush off, really not considering it? Following the wildcat truly has no future. I can't bear to see you young lads jumping into the fire pit." Seeing the figures of a few people walking away, the man in black sat back down, picked up the teacup beside him, took a few sips, and sighed. "It's getting harder to fool people these days. If this goes on, I won't be able to earn my commission, and won't my 9 wives at home have to live on the northwest wind?" After the apocalypse arrived, being able to get tea shows. But this man in black is not just a doorman. Or rather, the doorman of the Western and Military District shelter is not just a doorman. The 10 young people at the door, each carrying double axes, followed behind the scar-faced man towards their gathering place. One young man, looking furious, walked quickly beside the scar-faced man and said irritably, "Brother Leopard, that old bastard talks too infuriatingly. I almost couldn't help but want to chop him with an axe just now." Seeing someone start, the young people behind all chimed in, "Yeah, Brother Leopard, that old bastard has to do this every day when he comes and goes. Anyway, who knows when he'll end up like Ah Bing, dead." In the mouth of a zombie? It's better to chop off that old bastard's tongue and eat it before we die. Shut up. Brother Leopard glared seriously at the few people behind him. This is a shelter, there are many people around, be careful of trouble coming from your mouth. After saying this, Brother Leopard cautiously scanned the surroundings before pointing angrily at the noses of a few people. And you guys, listen up, if I hear anyone say anything about not living long again, don't blame me for hitting them. Other brothers risked their lives for us to survive, so we must live on. If we die, that's disloyal and ungrateful, we won't have the face to see our brothers down there. Few brothers fell this time, and I will take care of their families. This thing that dropped this time, no one can leak a word about it. Whether we can rise up and slap that old bastard's big mouth depends on this, understand? Brother Leopard, look at what you're saying. A brother's family is also our family. Let's stick to the old rules, we'll share the support payments among us. Don't worry, Brother Leopard, we definitely won't leak a single word. With a serious expression, Brother Leopard scanned the surroundings again before whispering, let's each go back home for now. Come to my place tonight for a detailed discussion, and try not to let anyone find out. Old Shen, your life is getting more and more leisurely. The leader in black, who had brought Chen Chen and the others to the door, couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Old Shen, who was sitting in a rocking chair, holding a teacup and basking in the sun. Truly, different people have different fates. We struggle outside for so little credit, and even learning a skill is tough, while some people sit in rocking chairs, drinking tea, and don't have to fight zombies, earning more points in a day than we do in several days. Hey, Captain Ma, why are you back at this time? The few people behind you look a bit unfamiliar. Are they new survivors found outside? Seeing Captain Ma return, Old Shen set his teacup aside and spoke slowly. These people are the leaders from the neighboring shelter, here to discuss matters with the Colonel. The Colonel is currently waiting for them in the conference room. Oh, the neighboring shelter? I wonder if they are from the West Saddle Court shelter or the West Saddle Blood Gang shelter? Upon hearing that the people in front of him were leaders from the neighboring shelter, Old Shen immediately jumped down from the rocking chair, smiling and cupping his hands in greeting. He could sit in this well-off place without any issues, partly because the Colonel was his uncle, and partly because he knew how to read the situation. He knew who could be offended and who couldn't. As they say in old Beijing, hey, keep your eyes open. Neither we are from the Violent Gatherers Wealth Shelter. Ergo absent-mindedly picked his nose and replied, wondering why these people only mentioned the West Saddle Court shelter or the West Saddle Blood Gang shelter when talking about the neighboring shelter. Was their Violent Gatherers Wealth Shelter so low profile? He thought about what they could do to improve their reputation. The usually smooth-talking Old Shen was momentarily taken aback by this name, unsure how to respond, and involuntarily looked towards Captain Ma for help. However, Captain Ma shrugged, indicating that the world is vast and full of wonders. Ha ha! Old Shen chuckled awkwardly to ease the tension, then said generously, good name, good name. It perfectly embodies our human spirit of unity against zombies. I've been sitting here every day and feel a bit out of touch with the situation around here. After saying this, Old Shen shot a glare at Captain Ma, discreetly wiped the sweat from his forehead, and then tilted his body to welcome them. I still have duties to attend to, so I can't see you off. From here on, I'll trouble Captain Ma to lead them. No leader from any shelter would dare to call themselves a shelter without a few hundred people backing them. Their status was on par with his uncle. If he mentioned the rudeness of the guards at the shelter entrance during their conversation, wouldn't that ruin his own job? Thinking of this, Old Shen shot another fierce glare at Captain Ma, thinking, if I lose my job because of this, just wait and see. Captain Ma looked at Old Shen's expression in disbelief, wondering why he was glaring at him. If it weren't for the Colonel being your uncle, I really want to slap you and ask what you're staring at. Let's go, everyone. Captain Ma, feeling unamused, fell silent and walked ahead to lead the way. Chen Chen and the others entered the door, observing the place that had been a stadium before the apocalypse and had now turned into a shelter. As they stepped into the shelter, they found a corridor about 10 meters long with a square at the end, where a dense array of tents had been set up, leaving no space to land. Upon closer inspection, these shelters were clearly made by driving wooden sticks into the ground, with oilcloth and discarded clothing fashioned into makeshift homes around the sticks. Chen Chen even saw one person with a shelter made of newspapers. The square above was open air, without a roof. When it rains or snows, do these shelters really provide any wind protection? The audience seating around the square was also separated by individual shelters. Compared to the square's shelters, the only advantage of the audience seating might be that it had a roof overhead, at least providing some cover from the rain. Captain Ma emerged from the passage, turned right, and after a few steps, another passage appeared before him. He stepped inside. This passage was not as bare as the previous one, with doors installed on both sides, each likely leading to a room. Chen Shen roughly counted, estimating there were dozens of rooms. Lu Jun and his trusted subordinates should be living here. Please, the commander is already waiting for you. In the conference room, Captain Ma stopped at the door of a room marked with a conference room sign near the end of the passage, then turned and left. Chen Shen stood at the door, not entering immediately, but instead leaned his forehead on his hand and thought for a moment before pushing the door open and stepping inside. A room that was clean to the point of being completely out of place in this apocalyptic world appeared before everyone. A long table was set in the middle, with 7 chairs on each side. A middle-aged man, wearing a Zhongshan suit, with a dignified expression and slightly aged features, was sitting in the middle chair on the left side, holding a teacup and reading a newspaper. You really seem to have a leisurely spirit, Your Excellency, Chen Shen said with a half-smile, looking at the newspaper in the middle-aged man's hand. Even in the apocalypse, is there still a newspaper being published? The Zombie Daily? Ha ha. Seeing Chen Shen and the others arrive, the commander stood up and laughed heartily, welcoming them. I must have made a fool of you all. I have no entertainment, just enjoy reading newspapers. Although the newspapers now are all old ones, I still like to flip through them from time to time. Oh, have you found anything interesting? Chen Shen, not feeling restrained, walked over and sat down in the middle chair of the right side. Mao and Lu Dan took their seats beside Chen Shen, their expressions serious as they stared at Lu Jun, not saying a word. Although they didn't know what kind of scheme Chen Shen was plotting, they were aware that the enmity between Chen Shen and Lu Jun was one of stolen wives and murdered children. It was better to keep a low profile and not stir up any trouble. Escaping from this base with so many people around would be a bit difficult. Mao couldn't help but feel emotional, thinking that charging into the enemy camp alone and disregarding life and death was probably the bravest thing he had ever done in his life. He must have his son write this part of history in their family records. The commander suddenly raised his head, laid the newspaper flat on the table, squinted his eyes at Chen Shen, and said in a deep voice, "Of course, I can see it. This newspaper is filled with the words 'eat people' between the lines. Who eats people?" Chen Shen's eyes, sharp as hooks, fixed on Lu Jun as he asked in a deep voice. "Zombies eat people, people eat people." Lu Jun's knuckles rapped heavily on the table, his voice resolute and deep. "Brother, you are also a leader of a shelter, and I believe you have the same troubles over there. Internal strife is a problem for everyone, professionals cannot be restrained by laws, and external threats from zombies are constantly evolving, often attacking shelters in groups at night. Not to mention the bizarre mutated beasts, where those who encounter them can only pray to run faster than their companions. I believe you came this time to seek solutions for the internal and external troubles within the base, right?" Ergo and the others exchanged strange glances, a hint of amusement creeping onto their lips. "Are you referring to the survivors who have filled the city to catch squirrels as your internal troubles? And the external threat being the corpses of zombies at the base's entrance? Forgive me for being rude, but I don't know how to address you, young brother," Lu Jun asked with an apologetic expression. Chen Chen. Lu Jun, who had been calm, couldn't help but lower his head, a fleeting shadow of gloom flickering in his eyes. When he raised his head, his expression had returned to normal. "Is it Chen Chen from the University of Science and Technology?" "Oh." A hint of barely concealed madness flashed across Chen Chen's face. "The commander has actually heard of me?" Lu Jun smiled mysteriously a few times and clapped his hands. "Shue, serve tea to our guest." A neatly dressed, delicate-looking woman entered the room, carrying a tea tray with 4 cups. However, as soon as this delicate woman stepped in, the atmosphere instantly became tense. This woman was none other than Lu Shue, who was supposed to be long dead. Upon seeing Lu Shue alive and by Lu Jun's side, Ergo immediately sensed that something was terribly wrong. This woman, who should have been dead, was now alive. If she was alive, then some people would have to die. When the others saw Lu Shue, they didn't have time to think about why she was still alive. They instantly sprang from their chairs, weapons raised, ready for battle, waiting for Li Ji's command. Ergo's mind raced, calculating the odds of 3 level 1 professionals and 1 level 2 professional successfully taking Lu Jun hostage and breaking out of the shelter. With a face full of madness, Ergo cursed in his heart, "That damn bitch Huigaili, if I miraculously survive this time, I will definitely kill you after having my way with you." Lu Shue was still alive, and there was no doubt that it was that damn bitch Huigaili who let her go, so Lu Jun must already know that Chen Shen was the one who killed his son. Yet, they had unknowingly barged into Lu Jun's lair. Sure enough, the next second, Lu Shue, who had been calmly preparing to serve tea, saw the few people in front of her as if she had seen a ghost. Her pupils dilated suddenly, and she let out a piercing, shrill scream. The tea tray she had been holding was knocked to the ground, and she instinctively leaned back towards Lu Jun, her voice trembling. "Commander, it's him, he is Chen Shen, he is the one who killed your son." Lu Jun frowned, glancing with slight pain at the spilled tea, casually flipping a page of the newspaper. Oh, is this the person who killed my son? It's him, it must be him. I saw him stab a dagger into your son's heart with my own eyes. Lu Shui, recalling some unpleasant memories, pointed at Chen Shan, her voice shaking with fear. Chen Shan, my assistant says you killed my son. Is that true? Lu Jun straightened up, his eyes fixed intently on Chen Shan, filled with authority and questioning, intending to apply pressure. Chen Shan ignored the emotions of his subordinates behind him that were about to erupt, and he also disregarded Lu Jun's questioning in front of him. He simply crossed his hands on the table, propping up his chin. His gaze was mesmerized as he looked at Lu Shui, and he murmured with an infatuated expression, "My little princess, how did you end up here? Hui Gaili really couldn't bear to kill you. This place is too dangerous. Come back home with me, I'll take you to see fireworks. I'm asking you a question." Seeing Chen Shen ignore him, Lu Jun suppressed his anger and heavily tapped his fingers on the table. Snapped back to reality, Chen Shen's eyes sparkled with an interesting madness. He couldn't help but grin, a playful smile on his face, as he leaned forward to look down at Lu Jun. What if I say yes? Then the grudge for my son's death must be avenged. Even if it costs the strength of the shelter, I will take you and your few companions down to avenge my son. What if I say no? Then this woman is distorting the truth and talking nonsense. For the future of all humanity, we need to consolidate our strength. I hope you can move all the people from the shelter into the Western Saddle Military District shelter. I see. Chen Shen turned to stare at Lu Shui, who was standing behind Lu Jun, trying to suppress her fear, and a cruel smile involuntarily appeared on his face. What if I just walk away? Then you would be an impolite guest. When guests arrive, we have wine. When impolite guests arrive, we have guns. Lu Jun said in a deep voice, clapping his hands. As the applause fell, there was a commotion in the corridor outside. Then the door to the room was pushed open, and about 6 or 7 men in black uniforms entered, holding firearms and pointing them seriously at the ceiling. 6 gunsmiths. Chen Shen looked at the firearms these men held and couldn't help but exclaim, it must have cost quite a few points to maintain these gunsmiths. That is indeed the case. Remembering the points flowing away like water, Lu Jun couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Other professions only needed to buy a weapon to fight, but gunsmiths had to buy bullets after purchasing weapons, and the bullets were outrageously expensive. But you also know what I did before the apocalypse broke out. Without some people who know how to handle guns, I don't feel secure at all. Chen Shen's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light as he looked at the armed men in black before him, wondering if a 1-star gunsmith's bullets could penetrate the body of a 2-star professional. He really wanted to try it out. So, what answer are you looking for by asking this question? Chen Shen picked up the cane leaning against the chair beside him, placed it on the table, aimed the gun at Lu Jun, and regarded the middle-aged man before him, who had aged but still held authority, with a playful expression. Lu Jun looked at the young man who had killed his son, and there was no trace of reverence for life on his delicate face. He showed no respect for his own life, nor for the lives of others. It was as if an audience member was watching an interesting plot unfold, their face filled with intrigue. Lu Jun remained silent for a moment, feeling uncertain about the gains and losses this time. He cast his thoughts aside and fixed his gaze on Chen Shen's eyes, speaking decisively. Humanity is in great danger now, and we could be wiped out at any moment. We need to consolidate the usable resources of humanity. Usable resources are more important than unusable ones. As a father, I am human. Humanity cannot and must not succumb to this crisis. Since ancient times, humanity has never lost, and this time it cannot either. I, Lu Jun, will not allow it. Is Lu Shui your illegitimate son wandering outside? Chen Shen's eyes flickered with an unclear anger as he lowered his head, stroking his hair, and spoke in a flat voice. Lu Jun lowered his head in silence for a while, hiding the sorrow that was about to overflow from his eyes deep in his heart. When he raised his head, his eyes were filled with determination. No, he is my biological son, my only son. As a father, Chen Shen's gaze became vacant, his thoughts drifting far away, thinking of his own father. That father who had suffered domestic violence for decades and finally broke down emotionally, swinging an axe at the person beside him. That father who, when the apocalypse broke out, could not bear the fear and jumped from the 5th floor of a mental hospital. As a father, Chen Shen lowered his head, his hands anxiously running through his hair. After your only blood-related son was killed, why do you still have the leisure to ponder how humanity can survive in the apocalypse? Lu Jun waved his hand to dismiss his team of gunsmiths, gently patting Lu Shui's back to soothe her emotions, taking a deep breath to relieve the heaviness in his chest. If Chen Shen were just a rogue, or even just the leader of a civilian force, he could certainly tear him apart right now to avenge his son. But Chen Shen was not a rogue, he was the leader of a shelter, so he could not entertain the thought of revenge. His son was dead, true, and it was at Chen Shen's hands, but if he insisted on seeking revenge against Chen Shen, it would inevitably lead to a conflict between the two shelters, and the death toll could reach the thousands. When the apocalypse broke out, 70% of humanity had no room for resistance. The virus erupted within them instantly, turning them into zombies. As for the remaining 30%, it was uncertain. How many were left now? Humanity was dwindling, they could not afford to lose more lives for someone who was already dead. Even if that dead person was his son, it would be a death in vain. If his son were still alive, he believed that if he knew he could exchange his life for thousands of others, he would surely make the same choice as him. Lu Jun's murky eyes held depth as he rested his chin on his hands, looking at Chen Shen without speaking. He had also thought about killing Chen Shen on the spot, but most of his men were out hunting zombies and searching for survivors during the day. The 6-man gunsmith team just now was the largest force he could mobilize in his shelter at the moment. Yet, even so, Chen Shen did not show a hint of panic. When the power in his hands could not threaten Chen Shen, Lu Jun was unwilling to take the gamble. If Chen Shen escaped back, it would ignite a war between the two shelters. And he did not know how many would die in this war born of personal desire. Not worth it. Lu Jun placed his hand that was propping up his chin on the table, letting out a sigh. With that breath, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes seemed to deepen, making him look suddenly older. We cannot achieve peace for all time, but at least we must leave a spark for future generations. Humanity cannot withstand unnecessary losses. Chen Shen, little brother, since this woman is distorting the truth and slandering you, I'll leave it to you to handle. Regaining his composure, Lu Jun, radiating a holy light, pushed the terrified Lu Shui aside and raised his head to signal Ergo and the others to hold her. After Ergo and the others glanced at Chen Shen without any reaction, they walked over to Lu Jun's side, lifting Lu Shui and bringing her back to Chen Shen. Lu Shui, held in the arms of Ergo and the others, struggled wildly, her face frenzied, her voice shrill as she stared fixedly at Lu Jun. Commander, everything I said is true. Didn't you always tell me to kill Chen Shen to avenge your son? He's right in front of you now. I'm telling the truth, you have to believe me. Be good. Ergo impatiently covered Lu Shui's mouth, his coaxing voice whispering in her ear. The boundary between truth and falsehood is never determined by the veracity of facts. What a listener deems true is true, and what the listener deems false is false. Only children would believe that what I say is the truth. This phrase is on my lips all day long, so naive. Ergo's actions were anything but gentle. This woman had nearly caused their deaths. Fortunately, Lu Jun was a person who thought about the greater good of humanity. If Lu Jun had the same temperament as Chen Shen, it was likely that none of them would have walked out of this room alive today. The commander is truly a person of great vision. Chen Shen propped his chin on one hand, tilting his head to look at Lu Shui, who had stopped struggling, her eyes filled with resentment and fear. He poked Lu Shui's chin with his finger, still looking at her, his voice devoid of emotion. But my dear commander, have you forgotten that I haven't answered your question? Which question? Lu Jun's murky eyes narrowed, his muscles tensed, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes as he responded in a low voice. He had somewhat misjudged this young man. He thought he had put aside his grudge against the death of his son. While they might not drink and be merry together, at least they could unite the remaining human forces to clean up the zombies on Earth. But it seemed this young man was not inclined to choose that path. With Chen Shen's words hanging in the air, the atmosphere, which had softened with Lu Jun pushing Lu Shui over, instantly became even tenser than before. Ergo and the others, who had just relaxed, raised their weapons again, feeling a bit on the verge of collapse. Brother Li, even if we tear our faces apart, can we do it outside? Did you not just ask if I killed your son? Was it you? Lu Jun's clothes tightened as his muscles bulged beneath his skin, and his hand, hidden under the table, couldn't help but grip the axe handle tighter, his eyes flashing with a fierce glare at Chen Shen. Although he was willing to overlook personal hatred for the greater good, if someone thought he was easy to bully, he would make them understand that he, the leader of this shelter, was not someone who earned his title merely by being a commander. Of course it wasn't me. Chen Shen suddenly laughed, the sound echoing in the room as he turned to reveal his 8 big teeth to Lu Jun. Commander Lu is my best friend from university, how could I possibly kill him? That's good to hear. It's a blessing for Commander Lu to have a friend like you. Lu Jun, his muscles relaxing, slightly loosened his grip on the axe handle hidden under the table. This elderly man, who buried his hatred deep in his heart, stood up with a smile, extending his hand to Chen Shen in a gesture to shake hands. The day after tomorrow, the leaders of several nearby shelters will meet here to discuss how to deal with the apocalypse. The provincial shelter will also send someone over. The provincial shelter is not like ours, where we just find an easy-to-defend place and call it a shelter. The provincial shelter was built before the apocalypse to respond to emergencies, and it was activated immediately after the outbreak. All facilities and so on are well preserved, our shelter can't compare to theirs. Little brother Chen Chen, you must come over then. The meeting the day after tomorrow is to discuss important matters, Chen Chen murmured, then stood up, unable to suppress a slightly strange smile at the corners of his mouth, reaching out to shake the right hand that Lu Jun extended. I will definitely be there the day after tomorrow. Good, I haven't asked you what the name of your jurisdiction's shelter is and where it is located. I will also exchange information with a few other shelters. The money-grubbing den of the perpetrator. Lu Jun's expression quickly flashed with a hint of discomfort, but he quickly regained his composure, shaking the hands they held a few more times, and lightly patted Chen Chen's wrist with his left hand. Good name, good name. This young man clearly had ulterior motives, not someone of good character. He needed to find an opportunity to place someone in the shelter he managed. Looking for a chance to undermine him when he could no longer control his subordinates. By then, revenge would only cost Chen Chen, with no innocent people to accompany him in death. Hidden deep within Lu Jun's gaze was a suppressed hatred as he patted Chen's wrist with a look of nostalgia for youthful ambition. How could the hatred for his son's death go unavenged? But not now. He couldn't let others suffer for his personal grievances. Then I'll take my leave, Chen said, retracting his hand and grasping the cane on the table again, forcing a smile as he bid farewell to the seemingly righteous elder before walking towards the door. By the way, there's a question I think you might be able to answer. For me. Chen stopped at the door, turned around, and looked at Lu Jun, who had returned to his seat. If you had 2 loaves of bread, how would you divide them among 3 poor people? Chen looked at Lu Jun with anticipation, as if he had truly been puzzled by this question for a long time. Lu Jun furrowed his brows, unsure of the deeper meaning behind Chen Chen's question, which seemed to be testing his management skills. He had managed more people than this kid had eaten meals. How could it be his turn to be tested by a young brat? I'll answer this question for old Lu. The answer is very simple. A friendly voice came from the corridor, interrupting with a cheerful tone. A young man dressed in traditional attire, with a beauty mark on his forehead, stepped in with a confident stride, first bowing to Lu Jun with cupped fists, then clearing his throat to address Chen. Cut each loaf of bread into 2 slices, divide them into 6 portions, and give each poor person 2 portions. That way, each poor person effectively receives 2/3 of a loaf of bread. He then straightened up, cupped his fists in salute to Chen, and confidently asked, I wonder, little brother, if my answer is correct? Then, feigning dissatisfaction, he said, I say, little brother, who is old Lu. Before the apocalypse, he trained his subordinates so well that none of them were troublemakers. Testing old Lu with such a question is really lacking in skill, don't you think, old Lu? Alright, Xiao Wang, you little rascal, now you dare to tease me. Your courage has grown quite a bit. Seeing the newcomer, Lu Jun's eyes lit up, and he stood up to greet him. How is your father, Wang Lao, doing these days? Old Lu, how can you ask me that? Didn't you just speak with my father yesterday? The young man with the beauty mark spread his hands in a helpless gesture. Come, let me introduce you all. This is the leader of the neighboring shelter, Chen, Lu Jun said, gesturing towards Chen. Upon hearing Lu Jun's introduction, the young man, who had been grinning, immediately turned serious and cupped his fists in a bow to Chen. I was rude just now, please forgive me. In the apocalypse, those willing to take on responsibility and establish shelters to protect survivors are worthy of admiration. It is precisely because of great individuals like you that human civilization has been able to survive to this day. Little brother Chen has a grand demeanor. How could he care about your earlier rudeness? Lu Jun waved his hand, gesturing towards the young man to continue the introduction. This is Wang Xin. His father is a sovereign in the provincial shelter of Xianan, and before the apocalypse, he was a true young master. Even I had to wipe his backside several times. Old Lu, can you not mention my father every time you introduce me? And please don't bring up the past, give me some face, Wang Xin said, feigning anger with a dissatisfied expression. A young master from the provincial shelter, Chen remarked, looking at the young man before him, who had a beauty mark on his forehead, handsome features, a tall stature, and spoke eloquently. Without saying another word, he turned and opened the door, stepping into the corridor. Ergo and the others supported Lu Shui closely behind. Today's trip had made their hearts race a bit too much, up and down. Ergo covered Lu Shui's mouth with one hand and placed the other on his own stomach, hesitating whether to reach in and check if his heart was still in his chest, not having jumped to other places. The empty corridor echoed only with footsteps and the sound of palms touching the ground, along with a few weak breaths from the group. When Chen reached the end of the corridor, he turned back and couldn't help but grin his Laughter growing louder until he stopped, doubled over, holding his stomach and laughing heartily, repeatedly patting Ergo up and down. After a while, he finally caught his breath, bending over with an uncontrollable smile and said, "Ergo, do you think Lu Jun feels particularly great inside right now? Wow, for the safety of all humanity, for the lives of thousands of innocent people, I have given up my hatred for killing my son. Although I don't say it outright, all of humanity must remember my sacrifice and award me a plaque." Chen Chen mimicked Lu Jun's voice sharply, pinching his throat. "Do you know? Before the apocalypse broke out, there was a type of guy who clearly knew his girlfriend was cheating with another guy, but he neither exposed it nor left her, acting as if nothing had happened. The psychological journey of that guy is exactly the same as Lu Jun's. Wow, I clearly know my girlfriend is cheating, but I still won't leave because I love her. I am willing to endure her infidelity, I am willing to make sacrifices. Everyone, look at me, I am such a devoted and good man." Finally managing to stop laughing, Chen Chen looked at the tents scattered across the square, straightened up, his voice laced with killing intent. Such people like to sacrifice their own interests to stand on a moral high ground and enjoy the gaze of the crowd. Are they really protecting humanity? Do they truly love their girlfriends? No, most of them just enjoy standing on a moral high ground and basking in the attention of others. It's actually simple to distinguish, just see if they will talk about it outside. As soon as they do, that plaque won't hold up. Chen Chen patted Ergo's head, his voice like a fly. Since he likes to play this game, then let's have some fun with him the day after tomorrow. Lu Jun can still joke and laugh in the face of the hatred for his son's murder. His depth of strategy is truly unfathomable and must be guarded against. Ergo, who had been patted on the head by Chen Chen, not only showed no dissatisfaction but instead cast a proud glance at the other two. See? This is the position of a trusted confidant. Such depth of strategy only has lethal power. When constrained by laws and morals, Chen Chen pushed Ergo's head away and walked towards another corridor leading out of the shelter. It's just a matter of sowing discord, stirring up trouble, creating conflicts, and other cliched tactics. Perhaps it's because the apocalypse has only just begun, leaving many people unclear about what the true apocalypse is. What is the true apocalypse? A tide of zombies? Elusive mutated beasts? Uncertain safety day and night? Unstable food and lodging? No, none of that. The greatest impact of the apocalypse is actually the breaking of the two chains that human civilization prides itself on. One chain is law, and the other is morality. Chen Chen clicked his tongue, licking the corner of his mouth. Do these people really understand what the breaking of these two chains has unleashed? The so-called depth of strategy has no more power in this apocalyptic environment than a small pine cone. Hello, leader, take care, leader, come inspect when you have time. Seeing a few people walking out of the corridor, the old man at the door immediately jumped down from his rocking chair, nodding and bowing as he opened the door. Watching them leave. As Chen Chen and the others walked back from the shelter, Ergo hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Li Gu, the question you asked earlier, that young master actually answered incorrectly, right? Which question? Chen Chen kicked a stone at his feet and casually replied. The one about how to divide 2 loaves of bread among 3 poor people. Oh? What's your answer? Kill 1 poor person, leaving 2 poor people, so each of the 2 can get 1 loaf of bread. Ergo's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as his left hand made a beheading gesture in the air. Wrong, is that poor person your father? No. Is it your son? No. Then why divide it among them? Of course, you kill all 3 poor people, take 1 loaf in your left hand and 1 in your right, bite one side and then the other. Chen Chen quickened his pace as he looked at the setting sun. Hearing the correct answer, Ergo tapped the head of Mao, who was watching the joke. He couldn't help but sigh, realizing that he was indeed too soft-hearted. But what could he do? What doctor isn't compassionate? It's not my fault for being soft-hearted, it's just a professional hazard. But I feel like these people have a bit of a misunderstanding about the shelter. Chen Chen, who was quickening his pace ahead, scanned the surroundings. What do you mean, Li Gu? After receiving the cue, Ergo couldn't help but glance proudly at the other 2 again. This is the position of a trusted confidant, able to chime in anytime, anywhere. Donkey Egg couldn't help but shoot a sideways glance at Ergo, inwardly cursing, isn't he just a supporting obstetrician? What's there to be smug about? Since the last night battle with the horde of zombies, Ergo's status had visibly risen. But then again, Ergo stood firm at the door without retreating, and he himself had done well. Under his intimidation, no one dared to step back. Could it be because he hadn't killed anyone, making it seem like he hadn't done anything? It seems he needs to kill a few more people next time, regardless of whether anyone retreats. Just kill first and talk later, Donkey Egg thought gloomily. These people seem to treat the shelter as a kind of pressure, seeing the protection of survivors as a responsibility. But if they see it as a responsibility, why does the atmosphere of the entire shelter seem to be more about making money than I do? I finally understand what it means to be upright. Chen Chen suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing something. After killing someone, the one with a bloody knife is called the villain. After killing someone, the one who wipes the blood off the knife with a cloth is called the hero. Remember, when we talk about our refuge in the future, we must use the following adjectives: harmonious, peaceful, non-contentious, without strife, without class, without deceit, without evil deeds, without exploitation. Understand? After exchanging glances, Ergo and the others nodded, indicating they understood, even if they didn't fully grasp it. From now on, when we announce our name, we will say we are the small house of wealth accumulation for the violent enforcers who uphold fairness and advocate peace, Chen Chen said, clicking his tongue and nodding in satisfaction. Mao swallowed hard, suppressing the words he wanted to say. 1-2, 1-2, 1-2. As Chen Chen and the others reached the entrance of the base, they heard the sounds of training coming from the door. Two men, with dark circles under their eyes and no clothes on, were crawling on the ground like caterpillars, exuding visible fatigue. The director, dressed in a doctor's coat, was sitting on the ground, scratching the back of his right hand with a small pistol, energetically shouting slogans. Don't you need to rest? Chen Chen looked at the director in disbelief. Li Gu, you're back. Hearing Li Ji's voice, the director immediately got up, nodding and bowing as he jogged over to Chen Chen. Upon hearing Chen Chen's question, he became serious and said, Li Gu, as a doctor, one cannot rest until the patient has recovered. Hearing this, Ergo cast an approving glance at him. This was the professionalism a doctor should have, this was morality. Seeing Ergo's approving look, the director was encouraged, and he bumped fists with Ergo, both of them excitedly saying in unison, a doctor should have a compassionate heart and skill to save lives, taking the safety of patients as their own responsibility, with the recovery of patients as their goal. This must be remembered and recited daily. Watching the two of them, who seemed to have found kindred spirits, Chen Chen stepped out the door and walked into the base. One doctor who charges money to treat drunken patients with antibiotics. One doctor who killed his own attending physician and donned a doctor's white coat. It was indeed strange that these two could appreciate each other. Has anyone taken the task you posted for the operating table? These few are crawling on the ground in different styles, it's annoying to watch. Lu Dan looked displeased as he glanced at the two men imitating caterpillars on the ground, adding, especially the ones without clothes. The group didn't linger at the door, others hadn't returned yet and were probably still outside trying hard to catch squirrels. Lu Jun's official team had gone out to observe today, and their overall strength was not low. Before the apocalypse, their physical fitness was already decent, and after doubling their enhancements, their physical abilities were significantly higher than those of ordinary people. This task would not be easy to complete. After a moment of thought, Ergo tossed this problem aside. I am a trusted aide. I don't need to catch squirrels, why should I worry about this? Li Gu, how should we handle her? Ergo moved Lu Shui aside, waiting silently for orders. Chen Chen squatted down, gently stroking Lu Shui's chin as she knelt on the ground, tucking her fallen hair behind her ear, speaking softly. Lu Shui stole my girlfriend, it's a grudge over a wife. Lu Jun is Lu Shui's father, and debts must be repaid by the son. And you are my lovely little princess, so let the first shot of revenge be fired by you. You will become the first firework to bloom. Chen Chen's expression was excited as he grinned, unable to suppress his manic laughter, while his other hand made an explosion gesture in the air. As beautiful and fleeting as fireworks, knowing it is deadly yet unable to resist stopping to admire. My little princess, I have prepared a fireworks show for you in Xianan City. And you are that first blooming firework. Go announce to the entire Western city that you are breathtakingly beautiful and alluring. And the only one. I almost forgot, you might not understand what I'm saying. Chen Chen straightened up and rubbed the soles of his leather shoes on the ground a few times. But it doesn't matter anymore, the reason I had Hui Gai Li kill you is that I really can't bear to kill you. Although I really don't want to admit it, I still love you. You have always been my Achilles heel. During this time, I have been experiencing this heart-wrenching torment. A kind of suffering that is hard for ordinary people to empathize with. Chen Chen's expression was one of enjoyment, his hands tightly clenched and raised high, his head tilted back in intoxication. It's that feeling of having to kill the person you love the most. As long as I kill you this time, from then on, Chen Shan, will be invincible in this world. With a face full of ecstasy, Chen Shan's right hand suddenly lunged out, gripping the throat of Lu Shui, who was kneeling on the ground, silent and filled with resentment. Do you know what kind of person is invincible in this world? Is it a swordsman who can take on 1,000 riders? Is it a general who can slaughter a city with a single command? Is it a powerful minister who controls the fate of the world in the court? Or is it the head of a wealthy family that has lasted for thousands of years? No, none of these. A swordsman cannot withstand 10,000 men. A general cannot withstand great enemies. A minister cannot withstand rules. A family head cannot withstand the secular world. The most powerful person in this world is a man without a weakness, without a fatal flaw, without worries for the future, who disregards his own life. Unbeatable, unstoppable, unrestrainable. Chen Shan paused for a moment. Released his grip, his gaze vacant, standing there looking somewhat helpless. Ergo, have I ever told you the story of my father? You've mentioned a bit. At this moment, Ergo lowered his head and answered obediently, not daring to make any large movements. After being with Chen Shan for so long, he knew very well when to behave like a good child and when he could be a little more lively. The word story had already deeply pierced Ergo's highest red alert line. When those words came out of Chen Shan's mouth, the ending of the story was bound to involve death. If he didn't behave a little more, it was very likely that he would become the dead person. At the end of this story, my father was a traditional man of not very tall stature, and he was well liked by everyone he met outside. But when he returned home, he was met with daily insults, complaints, and even abuse for decades. Yes, abuse. I always use precise language. Once, my father tried to do business for the first time, bought a batch of watermelons to sell at a street stall, but after a whole day, he didn't sell a single one, and in the end, he gave them all away to a passing friend when packing up. So he received praise from his friend, but also earned over 100 needle pricks from his wife's anger. I was peeking through the crack of the door, not daring to go out to stop or persuade him, because the needle marks on my back were still stinging and hadn't healed. I didn't want any more needle marks. You know, if a man has no money, no matter how many virtues he possesses, he will be worth nothing, only deserving to sleep beside the belly of an old sow in a pigsty. Do you know what it feels like to have needles piercing into your body? Chen Shan patted Ergo, who was expressionless and stiff beside him, not waiting for a response, his gaze vacant as he continued. That feeling is very peculiar, really very peculiar. The pain is far less intense than being struck by a stick, but the sense of fear is incomparable to any stick. Every hair on my body stands on end, clearly feeling the needle tip slowly approaching my body, as if the air around me is being pierced by the needle tip. Piercing through the flesh, slowly inserting into the body, all the nerves in my brain are concentrated in that one area. Only a very small amount of blood will seep out from the pinhole, and it won't affect normal life the next day. Only when I occasionally touch the wound will I be forced to recall what happened last night. Why do you look so glum? Chen Shan pinched Ergo's mouth corners with both hands, pulling a smile from his face that was uglier than crying. How do you usually vent your emotions? With that ugly smile, deeper in Ergo's eyes lay fear, and his voice was forced to be calm. I usually provoke my cellmates into a fight, regardless of winning or losing. After a fight, my emotions are mostly vented. Yeah, fighting is one of the easiest ways to vent emotions. Chen Shan rubbed his hands through Ergo's hair, lost in memories, murmuring, my father thought so too. So when I witnessed my father being stabbed in the back by his wife with hundreds of pinholes, my dear father walked into my room. Before I could react, a pair of rough hands grabbed my ankles and lifted me up, then threw me towards the ceiling, and I fell onto the bed under the force of gravity. In that moment, I even had the illusion that I could fly. Chen Shan flailed his arms, jumping in place like a comical duck. However, no one present dared to laugh out loud. How old was I then? Was it 9 or 8? It's been so long, I can't quite remember. Chen Shan hit his head in frustration. But I remember that day was my birthday. That day after school, I didn't linger on the road at all. I grabbed my backpack and ran home, not stopping to watch my classmates play marbles or the people in the square playing sandbags. I was originally filled with anticipation, rushing home to welcome my birthday cake. Chen Shan suddenly fell silent, his eyes hiding an unmistakable sadness. The square became silent, and Ergo and the others naturally knew what Chen Shan had left unsaid. This is my father, a man who dares to wield an axe against his wife but, constrained by societal norms, does not dare to divorce. A man who dares to jump off a building but does not have the courage to face the apocalypse. After a moment of silence, Chen Shan made a strange sound, abruptly breaking into a smile. Ding ding ding, the story takes a turn. Did you think I didn't receive a gift on my birthday? You guessed wrong, I received a piece of chocolate.
Not that cheap kind, but the high-end Dove chocolate that sells for over $10 for just a small piece. After my dear father threw me towards the ceiling and I fell freely under gravity, he sat on the ground, holding his head in silence for a while, then turned and left the room. When he came back in, he pulled a piece of chocolate from his backpack and handed it to me. A middle-aged man, bare-chested with bloodstains on his back, held a piece of chocolate in his hand and handed it to a boy covered in blood, wearing only shorts, with eyes full of fear. He said, "Happy birthday, Ali." With eyes full of intoxication, Chen Chen wore a strange smile as he raised his hands high, as if lost in memories, remaining silent for a long time. That piece of chocolate was really sweet. Although I didn't get my birthday cake, I did get a piece of high-end chocolate. That piece of chocolate I could only dare to sneak a peek at the packaging when I bought a pack of spicy strips at the store. I couldn't bear to eat that piece of chocolate on the spot. I took it to school the next day to prepare to share and show off this chocolate with my friends. At this point, Chen Chen suddenly paused for a moment, not continuing. Although my father seems to have done many bad things, when he gave me a piece of chocolate and said happy birthday on my birthday, I forgave him. But my father didn't wait for me to rescue him, he ended his own life. What a coward. The moment my father resembled a man the most in his life was probably when he raised the axe. By the way, let me tell you a secret. Chen Chen suddenly stopped smiling, covered his mouth with his hand, and whispered, like a fly into Ergo's ear, "That axe is something I kept at home, otherwise, how would an ordinary family have an axe? As long as you keep suggesting it psychologically, and then when their emotions are about to collapse, place an object nearby that can quickly solve the immediate problem. Then the ending will unfold just like the script you wrote. That godlike feeling is truly intoxicating." Chen Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, enjoying the embrace of this world. Do you know what I'm trying to say with this story? Ergo, whose legs couldn't help but tremble, forced himself to control his chattering teeth and stammered, "Li Gu. When is your birthday? I'll prepare a birthday gift for you." Chen Chen frowned, displeased, and pinched Ergo's face. "If you don't take the story seriously next time, you won't have to listen anymore." Hearing this, Ergo's legs trembled even more violently, and he forced a smile on his face that looked worse than crying. He would never be foolish enough to think that when Chen Chen said he wouldn't have to listen anymore, it meant he wouldn't tell him stories in the future. What I meant to say is, I love my father. My father is one of my weaknesses. If my father asks me to do something, or if someone tempts my father to make me do something, I might not like it, but I would still do it. After all, my father is my family. Mentioning family, Chen Chen fell into a brief silence. And you? Chen Chen looked down at Lu Shui, who had been kneeling on the ground with disheveled hair. And you are my other weakness. If today Lu Jun took you hostage and forced me to do something I didn't want to do, I would most likely agree because, in my heart, you are also my family. Head, you really are deeply moved by me. Should I say thank you? It's just a pity that Lu Jun made the wrong choice. Lu Shui, filled with resentment and knowing she was doomed this time, spoke mockingly without any reservations. Yes, when I saw you in Lu Jun's hands, I knew my weakness was being grasped, but unfortunately, it seems Lu Jun didn't make good use of this. Do you know? Chen Chen licked his dry lips and looked up at the sky. I don't want to do anything I don't want to do. I don't want anyone to grasp my weakness. The solution is actually very simple. I will destroy all my weaknesses myself, so others won't be able to grasp them. Just like when God created man, he first created Adam, and then took a rib from Adam's body to create Eve. God has used Eve's life more than once to threaten Adam to do things he didn't want to do. Adam only needed to kill Eve with his own hands, and he would no longer have his weakness grasped by others. But he didn't do that. Chen Shen's expression suddenly became frenzied, his right hand suddenly lunging out to grab Lu Shui's hair, violently smashing her head towards the ground. It's all because of that damned love. For the sake of so-called bullshit love, Adam was held by God as his weakness for a lifetime, while Eve not only felt no wrong, but instead smugly told the world about the greatness of love. Adam is a fool, but I, Chen Chen, am not. With a crazed look, Chen Chen forcefully stomped on Lu Shui's head. I, Chen Chen, am not. I, Chen Chen, will not let anyone grasp my weakness. Rather than having my ribs held in someone else's hands, I might as well break my own ribs and enjoy the sound of the crack. Gasping for breath, Chen Chen stopped, straightened his clothes, picked up the gentleman's hat that had fallen to the ground, and put it back on his head as he looked at Ergo. Take her down, buy her the best-looking princess dress, and tonight, pick a few female survivors to dress her up nicely, so she can always maintain her most dazzling moment. I want the whole world to know that even in the apocalypse, my little princess is still the most radiant one. You all go to the supply point tomorrow and buy yourselves some clean and nice clothes.
Chen Shan, holding his cane, did not look at Lu Shui again, restoring his usual gentlemanly demeanor, his expression excited as he raised his hands to embrace the sky. The day after tomorrow, I will personally destroy my only weakness and present a grand fireworks display for Xianan City. The day after tomorrow, I, Chen Shan, will become a god, the first in the world to break free from chains and have no weakness. At that time, the whole world will tremble beneath my feet. I will let the whole world know what true apocalypse means. I will return everything I have encountered in the first half of my life to this world, so that this world knows what true apocalypse looks like. Let the world know that the apocalypse has long erupted in places invisible to those who enjoy the tranquility of life. But the world is unwilling to see, unwilling to hear, unwilling to smell, unwilling to believe, unwilling to care. Then let me, Chen Shan, write this already erupted apocalypse and present it to all the world. What an exciting thing it is. Chen Shan, with a face full of intoxication, looked forward to the arrival of the day after tomorrow, casually glancing at the people beside him. I'm going to rest first. Send someone to call me when the little squirrel is caught back. Ergo, I'm back. Is my girlfriend back? Where's Li Ge? With a face full of excitement, Chang Shang pulled a rope, on which 6 unconscious black-clad men were tied, struggling to step into the base gate, looking at Ergo squatting at the door, unable to contain his joy as he hurriedly said. This time he had made a great contribution, capturing 6 little squirrels. All by himself. Although he almost got caught there, the result was worth it. This time he should be able to show his face well in front of Chen Shan, and maybe he could directly become a trusted aide like Ergo. Ergo was not infected by Changsheng's joy as he had imagined. Instead, his eyes were filled with pity and regret as he looked at Changsheng. Glancing at the long line of little squirrels behind Changsheng, Ergo momentarily fell silent. The 6 men in black were no small feat, and given Changsheng's strength, it was likely that he had risked everything to break into the core circle. However, now that this incident had occurred, it was hard to say. Changsheng was probably still in the dark, unaware of what his little girlfriend had done. Huigali was definitely going to die. Chen Shen had zero tolerance for those who dared to betray him, and Changsheng was likely to be implicated as well. If he lost his mind and went to confront Chen Shen, then it would truly be a case of the two of them flying together to hell. Ergo sighed inwardly, putting on a teasing smile as he approached Changsheng, ruffled his hair, and exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Wow, Arslan. Guzi actually caught 6 little squirrels all by himself. When did your strength become so impressive? You were silent until now, but now you're astonishing." He. Changsheng grinned with an uncontrollable sense of pride and said, "It's just 6 little squirrels. If it weren't getting dark, I could probably catch 6 more. Goodness, can you really bring back 6 more? 1 little squirrel is worth 3 points, so 6 would be 18 points. Just add 2 more points, and you can buy a Pandora's box." Ergo clicked his tongue in amazement. He hadn't gone to catch little squirrels today because he had followed Brotherly to the west in Military District's shelter, so he hadn't earned any points, but the experience he gained was far more valuable than points. At least Brotherly had told him another story. Every time Brotherly told him a story and he didn't die at the end, it meant that Brotherly's trust in him had increased another level, which was far more important than dozens of points. Ergo, don't think you can fool me, I'm not touching that thing. Changsheng turned to the side, looking wary. I took a look at that thing last time, and goodness, there's a 70% chance of getting bad luck. That long string of bad luck made me anxious, and the worst part is that it can even produce death fog, leading to instant death. Although the chance of dying from opening the box is low, it would be too unfair to die just by opening a treasure box. The most ridiculous part is that the box can be empty, and that's considered good luck. Ahem, well, I wouldn't say it's empty. Ergo, who had opened Pandora's boxes multiple times, spoke with experience. What do you mean? When you draw an empty box, there's a line of text at the bottom of the box that says, "Congratulations, you almost died, but I was lucky and didn't die." Ergo lowered his head, his voice barely above a whisper. Changsheng shot Ergo an annoyed glare and didn't say anything more. He lifted his foot, tugged on the rope, and headed toward the square, preparing to wait for Brotherly. "So how do you plan to spend those points?" Ergo stared at Changsheng's back, lost in thought for a moment, before casually asking. "I plan to go to the general store to buy my girlfriend some nice clothes." Suddenly shy, Changsheng turned to Ergo, his dark cheeks slightly flushed, scratching his head and stammering. Ergo's expression stiffened, but he quickly regained his playful demeanor and joked with Changsheng, "Oh, what kind of clothes are you talking about? Spending points for just a handful of fabric and a few seconds of pleasure seems a bit unworthy. Go away, what are you thinking? What kind of nonsense is in your head? I'm talking about normal clothes." Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, looking displeased. Then he raised his head, his eyes filled with longing and admiration. Today when I was catching squirrels while hiding and scouting, I saw a woman in the shelter wearing clothes that were so clean and beautiful, even better than the clothes before the apocalypse. Later I found out that it was bought at the grocery store at the supply point. I planned to go buy some new clothes for myself as well. The apocalypse suddenly broke out, and although she didn't say it, a girl like her must have been feeling very suppressed inside. Sending her a surprise could make her a bit happier. After hearing Changsheng's words, Ergo suddenly felt a bit choked up inside and instinctively covered his chest with his hand. The surprise you give your little girlfriend might not shock her, but your little girlfriend definitely gave you a surprise that could astonish you. Ergo rubbed his chest in silence for a few seconds, his expression darkening, and he clenched his right fist, pressing it hard against his temple a few times. Sangu. The apocalypse has broken out. Have you considered finding a prettier girlfriend? There will be more and more women in our shelter, and with your status, won't you be able to choose freely then? Ergu, what are you talking about? The difference between humans and animals is that animals only have lust, while humans have love. Changsheng looked at Ergu with a puzzled expression, wondering if something was wrong, why he suddenly said such strange things. Ergu looked at Changsheng speechlessly. His good brother had just been saying that he could become a god by severing love, and now Changsheng was saying that without love, one is just an animal. So, is it becoming a god or being an animal? The two words sound quite similar. Forget it, it doesn't matter, let it be. Ergo waved his hand to dismiss Changsheng, looking utterly disinterested, as if he had lost all hope. You are all right, you all have your reasons. By the way, Ergu, you're older and more experienced. Do you know what preparations are needed to propose to a girl? Changsheng, who had already started to leave, suddenly stopped and turned back to ask. At this moment, Ergu was filled with mixed feelings and couldn't help but sigh, thinking that fate is truly unpredictable. This kid is constantly setting flags for himself. I remember that before the apocalypse, there wasn't a single American soldier who planned to get married that survived, right? My Sangu. You're not planning to propose during the apocalypse, are you? Yeah. Changsheng kicked the back of a black-clad person who showed signs of waking up, his eyes full of excitement as he counted on his fingers. Today is the 3rd anniversary of us being together. I plan to go to the grocery store to buy a wedding dress, then buy myself a suit, and get some roses and diamond rings. She probably forgot that today is our anniversary. Do you think she would be so moved that she would agree right away? It's the apocalypse, is there even a civil affairs bureau to issue you a marriage certificate? You don't understand, this is called a sense of ritual. Girls care about this. If I weren't worried that Li Gu wouldn't like it, I would want to set up a wedding scene in the base. Since it's the apocalypse, we can keep it simple, but a wedding dress and roses are a must. Ergo looked at Changsheng speechlessly. According to Li Ji's words, you might soon be able to sever love and become a god right there. Then you better hurry, otherwise, finding an old hen in the apocalypse won't be easy. I plan to prepare right now. As soon as she comes back, I'll propose. But what do you mean by old hen? It's nothing, you go ahead. Ergu's expression stiffened, unwilling to engage, and turned to look outside the door. He understood the concept of ritual very well. He might even have the fortune to be the host of the ceremony. After Changsheng left, Ergo leaned against the iron gate, mimicking Li Ji's habitual gesture from the past, gazing blankly at the evening glow. Why did Li Gu often look up at the sky? What was there to see? Besides the white clouds, it seemed there was nothing worth watching, right? San Guzi actually quite liked it. But this time, who knows what would happen? San Guzi must really like Hui Gai Li, otherwise he wouldn't have been coerced by Li Gu using Hui Gai Li's life to do something like leading zombies. But this time, it would probably take a long time for San Guzi to recover. Li Gu was ruthless towards those who betrayed others in front of him. For those who betrayed him, the consequences might be even worse. Why not let this villain be dealt with by himself? At least it could make Hui Gai Li's departure a bit easier. This way, San Guzi wouldn't blame Li Gu, at most he would blame himself, and at least he wouldn't lose his life for opposing Li Gu. Sigh, what is this? Women are so easily soft-hearted, not only harming themselves but also their boyfriends. Ergo gu, open the door. A voice filled with barely contained joy interrupted Ergo's thoughts. Damn. Ergo, startled by the scene before him, quickly grabbed the long gun leaning against the side, aiming the tip at the door, and slowly backed away. Su, you really have guts, bringing people over after betraying us. Do you really think Li Gu is a pushover? At the entrance of the base, Su and Shaoli stood at the forefront, behind them about 70 black-clad individuals armed with various weapons chattering loudly, occasionally glancing inside the base. Ergo watched the loud voice at the door, hoping others would hear and come to support. Ergo go, what are you talking about? These are all little squirrels. Sue hurriedly put his finger to his lips in a discreet shushing gesture, lowering his voice. Can these people be trusted? Ergo's mouth twitched a few times, standing the long gun upright on the ground, unsure of how to respond. Damn it, I told you to catch little squirrels, not to find a wolf pack. This dark mass of fully armed black-clad people, and you call them cute little squirrels? Xiao Su, what's going on inside? What do you mean by little squirrels? A man in black behind Sue, with a face full of pockmarks, spoke in a slightly dissatisfied tone. Brother Ma, don't be anxious, my brother here probably just woke up and is a bit confused. Sue quickly turned around, smiling awkwardly and bowing. Brother Ma impatiently pushed Sue aside, walked to the iron gate, and knocked heavily on the railing. Little brother, I heard from Xiao Su that you have gathered quite a few survivors here, so the country sent us to rescue you. Open the door, pack your things, and come with me. With confusion and bewilderment in his eyes, Ergo looked up at Sue, momentarily unsure of what to do. This is the little squirrel you brought back? Why do these people look like they are here to catch little squirrels? Sue pushed aside, rubbed his shoulder with a grin, and seeing Ergo's expression, quickly made a series of exaggerated gestures and coughed a few times, covering his mouth with a fist. Ah. Ergo stuttered a bit, but inwardly couldn't help but curse. Sue, have you watched too many dramas? With all your gestures and coughs, what the hell are you trying to convey? Ah, yes, that's right, we do have quite a few survivors here. Although he didn't know what the situation was, Ergo still chose to follow the lead of the pockmarked man in front of him. That's great. I'm from the West Saddle Army District Shelter. I'm sure you've heard about us on the area loudspeakers. Hurry up and pack your bags, and let's get back to the shelter before dark. You won't have to fear the zombie hordes at night anymore, the excited man with a pockmarked face said after confirming again. Ergo silently looked at the pockmarked face in front of him. If it weren't for the zombie corpses that had been dragged away by zombies at the entrance, it would probably scare you to death. He didn't know whether to open the door. Over 70 fully armed men in black, he really didn't know if he could handle it. Why couldn't he learn from Sanguzi and just knock them out and bring them back? I say, Pockmark, from the way you're talking, do you plan to swallow all the survivors inside? Do you really think of us as air? Did we come all this way just to be your audience? Just as Ergo was hesitating, a man in black with a pirate eye patch over his right eye stepped forward, holding a strange weapon and looking angry, standing shoulder to shoulder with Pockmark. I say, blind man, when are you going to change your rash personality? Even if you gave Pockmark 10 more guts, he wouldn't dare to swallow them all. Do you really think I, the god of wealth, am nothing in your eyes? A man with a big belly and a hypocritical smile stepped forward, playing with a few copper coins in his hand, standing alongside Pockmark and the blind man. Pockmark glanced at the two who had formed an alliance and snorted coldly, but he didn't say anything more. He wasn't afraid of either of them. After all, his people were all soldiers before the apocalypse, and after the apocalypse, each one could hold their own. But with the two of them joining forces, Pockmark honestly felt a bit intimidated. After all, 2 fists couldn't fight 4 feet. Ergo, feeling helpless, looked at the few people in front of him and thought, great, now there are 3 big shots. He decided not to care anymore and directly opened the door. If these people outside got anxious, relying on an iron bar gate to stop them wouldn't be realistic. Besides, wasn't there Lee good to back them up? The country has finally sent someone to save us. During this time, we have been waiting day and night for the country to rescue us. Do you know how we've been living during this time? Ergo opened the door with tears in his eyes, excitedly walking up to the 3 men, and the next second, he pretended to kneel down in gratitude. Ah, little brother, there's no need for that. By the way, how many survivors are gathered inside? Pockmark quickly stepped forward to support Ergo, his mouth twitching as he asked with an unnatural expression. Before his hand even touched the person in front of him, the person stood up on their own, but to the others, it looked like he had helped them up. About 100 or so, I haven't counted, so I can't remember clearly. Ergo sniffed, his eyes filled with tears of excitement. 100 or so. The blind man and the god of wealth behind. Pockmark couldn't help but exchange glances, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Bringing back 1 survivor would earn 5 points for the shelter. Over 100 survivors meant a total of over 500 points. Although the 3 of them split the points evenly and then gave some to their subordinates, each person ended up with just over 50 points. But over 50 points is not a small amount. With over 50 points, one can buy a weapon at the supply store, learn a skill, or buy 2 Pandora boxes to try their luck. This trip was worth it. Usually, the points earned from hunting zombies in a day are far less than this. Sue looked at Ergo's performance and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up for quickly grasping his meaning. He truly was a trusted aid of brotherly. Then hurry up and gather all the survivors. It will be impossible to leave once it gets dark, he said, forcing himself to suppress his excitement after counting the points he had earned during this trip. Ergo rolled his eyes secretly at Sue and wiped away the quickly drying tears in his eyes. It's really unfortunate, big brother, but at this time, all the survivors are outside. Upon hearing this, Sue was clearly taken aback. All the survivors are outside? Are you all a bunch of iron-headed kids? Even in there Western Saddle Military District, only combat personnel would go out. Most people still stay in the shelter. After all, zombies are lurking everywhere outside, and one could lose their life at any moment. Outside? What are they doing? The blind man with a pirate eye patch also looked puzzled. Why are the survivors not staying inside the base and running outside? Oh, they all went to catch squirrels, Ergo said casually while ruffling his hair. The bewildered Sue turned to the two beside him and saw the same confusion in their eyes, confirming he hadn't misheard. This was the second time he had heard the word squirrel. Apocalypse. Survivors, going out to catch squirrels? Sue, unable to accept this fact, reiterated word for word. Yes, we believe that in an apocalyptic environment, if humans at the top of the food chain are struggling to survive, those cute little animals must be having an even harder time. So we unanimously decided to go out and catch squirrels. Even in the apocalypse, we must protect these lovely little creatures. You are truly a group of kind-hearted survivors. But can they come back? Should we go look for them? After confirming this absurd fact, Sue looked worriedly towards the base's entrance. You all must be careful, you can't die out there. Losing one person means losing 5 points. You guys should take your people and come with me to the square to rest for a bit. When it gets dark, the survivors will all come back. Oh, okay. Sue and the others exchanged glances, seeing the frustration in each other's eyes. After reaching a consensus, they didn't refuse and followed Ergo to the square. Ergo, you really have guts, bringing people over after betraying us. Do you really think brotherly is easy to mess with? In the square, the burly man practicing his swordplay saw Ergo leading a crowd of black-clad people approaching with a fierce momentum. He immediately tightened his grip on the sword hilt and slowly backed away, saying in a deep voice. Watching the burly man retreat slowly, Ergo helplessly rubbed his nose, thinking this line sounded a bit familiar. He then put his index finger to his lips in a discreet shushing gesture and lowered his voice. These are all little squirrels brought back by Sue. The burly man looked incredulously at the heavily armed little squirrels and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Are you kidding me? Seeing the disbelief on the burly man's face, Ergo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This scene felt so familiar. He then mimicked Sue's manner, making exaggerated facial expressions at the burly man and coughed a few times while covering his mouth with his right fist. Anyway, Sue just conveyed the message to me like this. Whether you can understand it depends on your awareness. The next moment, Ergo saw confusion and a hint of anger in the eyes of Donkey Egg. Ergo, who probably understood what Donkey Egg was thinking, coughed a few times, his voice loud enough for everyone present to hear. Donkey Egg, these big brothers are from the country, here to save us survivors who are barely hanging on in this apocalypse. They are preparing to take us all to the Western Saddle Military District shelter in the area. Are you happy? Donkey Egg looked at the group of people in front of him with a forced smile, stomped his foot on the ground, put down the big knife he was holding, and slowly stepped back to stand a little farther away from everyone without speaking. Are you dissatisfied with us, little brother? No, he's very happy. Then why is he stomping his foot? If you're happy, you stomp your foot, don't you know that, big brother? Ma Zi couldn't help but look at Ergo as if he were an idiot, feeling that all of them seemed a bit off. Only Xiaosu seemed a bit normal. Speaking of which, where did Xiaosu go? After scanning around and not finding Xiaosu, Ma Zi shook his head and gave up. Little brother, what are the family rules of your Chen family? The blind man, who had been squatting in front of a wooden tablet in the middle of the square for a while, asked with a face that changed between dark and light. Oh? Upon hearing the blind man's voice, Ma Zi and the God of Wealth walked over at the same time. After reading the content of the wooden tablet, they both looked up at Ergo with a grim expression. The family rules of your shelter seem to indicate that you are not good people. Ergo and Donkey Egg exchanged a hidden glance, preparing to rush upstairs to find brother Li when the conflict broke out, completely forgetting about the family rules tablet in the square. After Ergo and Donkey Egg exchanged a look that said, when the conflict starts, you cover me, I'll go find brother Li. Ergo forced himself to appear calm, gritting his teeth with a look of deep hatred. Those were the family rules set by the leader of our previous shelter. I believe you can see from these rules how brutal and ruthless our former leader was. Indeed, it seems quite inhumane. It's like squeezing the survivors dry. Even a gang of thugs in a blood gang shelter wouldn't have such excessive rules, Ma Zi remarked while scratching his itchy face. So where is he now? At the base? The god of wealth asked with a serious expression. The fact that such family rules could be established without anyone resisting undoubtedly meant that the entire base's survivors had been violently suppressed. The one who could violently suppress over 100 survivors was likely a 2-star professional, or at the very least, a 1-star professional with powerful equipment or skills. In short, a tough character. If this person is still inside the base, then taking these survivors away today might not be an easy task. It could very well cost lives. Not here, he's dead. Dead? Dead. How did he die? Ma Zi accidentally picked at a pimple, causing him to suck in a breath of cold air. He had been ready for a fight, only to suddenly learn that the opponent was already dead. That day, at noon, accompanied by a shout of sword coming, a flash of golden light appeared. A celestial sword descended from the heavens and suddenly pierced the chest of that villain. Ergo, gazing up at the sky, recalled with a look of intoxicated nostalgia. Speak. Plainly, the blind man said with an unhappy expression, "You're just reading me a script." Ergo chuckled awkwardly, steeling himself to stammer out, "That day, our boss was speaking in the square when a man stepped on a celestial sword flew down from the sky, shouted sword coming, and then our boss was pierced and exploded by a sword that fell from the sky, his body shattered into pieces." Sword coming? Ma Zi and the others exchanged glances, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Was it a man dressed in white? It seems so. Was he stepping on a sword, flying in midair? It should be. Did he shout sword coming when he killed your leader? Yes, that's right. Was the sword that pierced your boss surrounded by golden light? Ergo looked at the increasingly excited faces of the people in front of him, unable to suppress a curse under his breath, thinking how absurd this was. Then he clenched his fists together, his voice firm. "That's right, could it be that you all know this person?" "That's him, the 2-star professional from the provincial shelter," Ma Zi and the others confirmed with each other before speaking in unison. Sword 11. The god of wealth, playing with the copper coins in his hand, chuckled and remarked, "We haven't seen Sword 11, but from our commander, we learned that there is a 2-star professional in the provincial shelter who is fiercely righteous and always shouts sword coming when killing, hence the name." Today, hearing this, it is indeed true, the 2-star professional is truly deserving of his reputation, the blind man said with longing in his eyes. To advance to a 2-star professional requires 500 points and a 1-star professional badge, not to mention the badge's low drop rate. Just accumulating those 500 points would take them a long time. However, today they had managed to gather over 50 points, bringing them one step closer to becoming 2-star professionals. Thinking of this, the blind man couldn't help but urge, "Why haven't they come back yet? They wouldn't have run into trouble, would they? Brothers, come, have some cola." A loud voice rang out from the edge of the square. Su and Shaoli appeared, each carrying 2 large boxes of cola, hurrying towards the group with flattering smiles. "Is there such a thing in the base?" Ergo stared blankly at the cola in Su's hands, the Coca-Cola logo looking so glaring. "Oh, you actually have this?" Ma Zi's face lit up as he couldn't help but step forward to take a bottle of cola from the box, examining it in his hands. They had been on the go all day and couldn't resist the urge to drink it all at once. Brother Ma Zi, I grabbed this from the supermarket when the apocalypse broke out, and I've been saving it," Su said with a grin, moving closer to Ma Zi and the others. "Anyway, we're heading to the Weston Military District shelter soon, so these are a gift for you brothers who have worked hard all day." Then Su leaned closer to Ma Zi's ear, lowering his voice. "I just wonder if Brother Ma Zi can see that I've made quite a contribution this time and give me a position as a squad leader or something." "Want to be a squad leader, huh?" Ma Zi first smiled with a fake grin, then exploded in anger, shouting, "Xiao Su, do you take me for a fool?" Big brother, what did I do wrong?" Su said, panic-stricken, quickly begging for mercy, while inwardly wondering where he had gone wrong. Ma Zi let out a cold snort without speaking, raising the cola in his hand to examine it closely. The seal at the bottle's mouth was still intact, it hadn't been opened. He then shook it vigorously a few times, and the bottle expanded with carbon dioxide, showing no signs of leakage, indicating there were no pinholes. "It shouldn't be like this," Ma Zi muttered to himself, then turned to his subordinate and shouted, "Xiaolu, bring me a silver needle." "You carry a silver needle with you when you go out," the blind man interrupted Ma Zi irritably. "Enough, don't confuse your tricks learned from watching my fair princess with intelligence. Honestly, working with you makes me feel embarrassed. Come on, Xiao Su, you go first and show us how it's done." The blind man took a new bottle of cola from the box and handed it to Su, his gaze fixed intently on Su's expression. "I understand what you brothers mean. I was being presumptuous, Su said, looking enlightened as he twisted off the cap and tilted his head back to down the entire bottle of cola in one go. After burping contentedly, Su held the bottle upside down, indicating that not a drop was left. The god of wealth observed for a while and cheerfully instructed his subordinates to each take a bottle of cola, all of them holding it without opening it. About 20 minutes later, Su had become so bored that he was squatting on the ground counting ants. Ma Zi walked over with a carefree expression, patting Su on the shoulder. Brother, it's not that I don't trust you, it's just that in this apocalypse, one must still be a bit cautious. It's fine, brother Ma Zi, I understand, it's just about that squad leader. Su immediately stood up with a flattering smile on his face. We'll discuss that later. Brothers, let's drink. Ma Zi twisted off the bottle cap, raised the cola high above his head, and shouted to the black-clad figures in the area. Cheers! Damn it, I don't even know how long it's been since I had cola. If it were beer, that would be even better. Feels so damn good. Amidst the noise and the sounds of swallowing, the bottles of cola were all downed by the black-clad figures, tossed carelessly onto the ground. After finishing his cola, Ma Zi sat comfortably on the ground, contemplating that he might as well take the remaining box of cola back for his wife to drink, letting her see her man's capabilities. Ergo, we caught squirrels. About 20 minutes later, a voice came from the distance of the square. Ma Zi and the others jumped up excitedly from the ground. Finally, they were back with the squirrels. Damn it, they had been waiting so long it felt like the food was getting cold. However, when the owner of the voice reached the edge of the square, Ma Zi and the others felt something was off. Upon closer inspection, none of the survivors were holding squirrels. Some were empty-handed, while more were holding a rope, at the end of which was a person who had clearly fainted. The eyes of Ma Zi and the others began to flicker with dangerous light as they raised their weapons, glaring fiercely at the others present. Because the person tied to the rope was dressed in black, one of their own colleagues. Xiao Su, you better explain this to me. Ma Zi raised the axe in his hand, taking a combat stance, glaring fiercely at Su. But the next second, Su's body stiffened, and he fell straight back. A cloud of dust was kicked up. Damn it! Ma Zi and the others exchanged glances, all realizing they had fallen into a trap. Just as they were about to raise their weapons and charge to kill everyone around them before the drug took effect, the next second, the black-clad figures in the center of the square collectively froze, their bodies suddenly stiffening and falling backward. The sound of bodies hitting the ground echoed repeatedly. Before Ma Zi lost consciousness, his last thought was, damn it, the catching little squirrels they mentioned in this space was actually about catching them. He hoped that when he woke up, he wouldn't find himself in a pot with scallions, ginger, and garlic floating around. Ergo waved his hand to disperse the dust that had been kicked up, coughed a few times while covering his mouth and nose, and then looked at the sleeping Su with uncontrollable admiration in his eyes. This kid is truly talented. He took down nearly 70 fully armed black-clad men all by himself? Speaking of which, how did he do it? Those people had thoroughly tested the cola from start to finish and found no issues. Ergo sighed and shook his head, wondering if the young people today played so recklessly. Shaoli, who had always acted as Su's sidekick, now saw the plan being executed smoothly, his eyes filled with admiration and pride for his big brother. Su. Big brother really didn't lie to me, following Su really has a future. Taking a bottle of Sprite from his pocket, Shaoli hurried over to Su, plopped down on the ground, lifted Su into his arms, and then aimed the bottle at Su's mouth to pour it in. What are you doing? Ergo asked, puzzled. Brother Ergo, this is the antidote. If I pour it into Brother Su, he will wake up. Ergo's mouth twitched and he fell silent. Cola is the drug. And Sprite is the antidote. You guys really know how to play. What about Fanta, Mirinda, and 7-Up? However, when a person is unconscious, they cannot swallow on their own. It requires some skill to help an unconscious person drink liquid, such as using the mouth to create pressure to send the liquid into the patient's throat. Watching the Sprite trickle out of Su's mouth, Shaoli was a bit dazed, unsure how to handle it. Brother Su only told him that if he drank the cola and passed out, he should feed him Sprite, but now what if he couldn't get it in? Stop thinking about it, just use your mouth to get it into Brother Su, like mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Ergo teased, blinking. Shaoli shook his head frantically. I'm a proper straight man, how could I do something like that? He glanced at the survivors who had just returned to the base and saw about 4 or 5 women walking this way, and an idea struck him. Hey, you there, stop looking. Come over and help me get some water into my big brother. Shaoli's gaze focused on a girl who looked not very tall, gentle yet shy. She seemed the type who would be easy to bully, at least she wouldn't dare to resist. This girl was none other than Xiao Chan, who had been wiping sweat for Chen Chen. Are you looking for death? You dare to touch this woman? At some point, Mao had arrived at the square and slapped Xiao Li on the forehead, making a crisp sound. "Ah, big brother, I didn't know she was your woman, I'll pick someone else." Xiao Li rubbed his forehead, looking aggrieved. He remembered. This girl had just come to the base with him, how could she be noticed so quickly? "Shut your damn mouth, she's not my woman, but you can't touch her, got it?" Mao looked deeply at the shy yet determined girl in front of him. He remembered this girl, the one who wiped sweat for Li Gu. Although she had been choked by Li Gu and thrown aside, Mao still didn't plan to let any other man touch Xiao Chan. To be precise, he feared any woman who had dealt with Li Gu like a fierce tiger. Women who have dealt with Li Gu are like Pandora's box, they might be choked to death by him on the spot, or they might be elevated to the position of the main mistress the next second. Mao's thoughts drifted to Lu Shui, who was currently locked in a cell. Li Gu loved this woman, he could see that, but it did not stop him from stuffing a bomb inside her body. Fortunately, he hadn't tried to curry favor with Lu Shui at that time, otherwise, he might have become that second firework. As for the woman in front of him, Mao's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light. At least he could form a good relationship now. If she were to become the main mistress in the future, she couldn't possibly forget about him. Mao had already planned his path to promotion. From the moment he started following Li Gu, he hesitated for a moment, and that brief hesitation greatly reduced Li Ji's trust in him. As long as he formed good relationships with all the women who had contact with Li Gu, no matter who became the main mistress in the future, he would not be treated poorly. Imagining a bright future, Mao gradually smiled, but suddenly he froze for a moment. Wait, Li Gu wouldn't stop looking for women, would he? No. He couldn't. Hey, that old woman next to Xiao Chan, hurry up and come over to help. If you delay things, you can go be a squirrel, Mao said impatiently, temporarily casting aside his inner plans and looking at the old woman beside Xiao Chan. He needed to wake Su up quickly, he still had to report to Li Gu later. "Matchmaker, where are you old? That person really has no taste and doesn't know how to appreciate," a young girl beside the matchmaker whispered in defense. "Matchmaker, if you don't want to, should I go plead for you?" Xiao Chan hesitated for a moment before stammering. She didn't have much confidence, but it seemed like that man had given her some face with his earlier words. The matchmaker first shot Mao an annoyed glance. Did this man who didn't understand women really think a woman in her 30s, with ample breasts and a curvy figure, was an old woman? Then she gently tapped Xiao Chan's forehead. "You mustn't think too highly of yourself. Brother Mao doesn't want you to wade into this mess because he can't gauge Li Ji's attitude towards you. As long as you stay within the base and occasionally engage in some ambiguous actions with Li Gu, of course, you need to control the scale so that Li Gu doesn't choke you to death. Then as long as Li Gu doesn't make a clear statement, no one else will provoke you." The matchmaker earnestly shared her experience, she genuinely liked this little girl. Hearing this, Xiao Chan raised her head, her eyes filled with determination as she said seriously, "Matchmaker, I told you last night, I'm not approaching Li Gu for personal gain." Then she slowly lowered her head, her voice barely above a whisper. "I just feel that I understand his loneliness, and I feel a bit sorry for him. I think he needs me." "You're still young." The matchmaker lifted her head, seemingly lost in memories. "You need to know that there are people in this world who die the most tragic deaths. These people are those who believe they are the saviors of others. No one needs anyone, and no one can save anyone. It's all fate. And you don't need to worry about me. I'm not only willing to go, but I also think this is a great opportunity." Shaking her head to cast the memories aside, the matchmaker's face lit up with excitement. "You should know, Su has made a significant contribution this time, and I estimate that he will soon be able to squeeze into the core circle around Li Gu. If I can get close to Su now, who knows, I might be able to open a brothel in the basin while providing shelter for those poor women who are struggling to survive in this apocalypse." "Wow, matchmaker, why didn't I think of that? Let me go instead, you won't have to bother with this, Sister Hong." The young and beautiful women around the matchmaker's side brightened up, chattering excitedly. Go, go, go. You little girls, do you think you can climb over my head?" The matchmaker feigned anger. "We also want to have the title of daughter. After all, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier." The young women surrounded the matchmaker, tugging at her arms and acting coy. "Matchmaker, what do you plan to do with this brothel you're opening?" After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Chan finally asked. "Of course, it's the kind you're thinking of. Do you expect customers to use points earned by risking their lives just to watch us play music and sing?" The matchmaker looked at Xiao Chan with a hint of surprise. "But, how can that be considered protection? Wouldn't that harm those women?" Xiao Chan, blushing, looked up at the matchmaker with confusion in her eyes. "I can help these women find jobs within the safe base to earn points, without having to go out and risk their lives against zombies. How can that be said to harm them?" The matchmaker's expression showed slight puzzlement. But Xiao Chan bit her lip, feeling shy. But don't they have to entertain several men every day in the base? Yes. The matchmaker was even more confused. Wasn't it obvious? The more men they entertained, the more points they earned. Then, wouldn't that mean these women's chastity is gone? Xiao Chan found it hard to accept this situation. Upon hearing this, the matchmaker and the young women nearby stopped their playful banter and fell silent for a moment. After a while, the matchmaker forced a smile and said, Xiao Chan, we met because of the apocalypse, and before the apocalypse I ran a club. These girls were all registered at my club. To say something you might not want to hear, you can see the situation around us. In such circumstances, a woman's chastity is of no use. You need to understand one thing: the concept of gender equality only exists in times of peace. Once a global disaster strikes, women often need to rely on men to survive. But there might also be very strong women who rise in the apocalypse, becoming powerful figures or even leaders of shelters like Li Gu. Xiao Chan pouted, unwilling to accept this. At just over 20 years old, she had been raised with the concept of gender equality and found it hard to accept that women had to compromise and sell themselves in a brothel to survive. Yes, there will definitely be such women who will show the world what it means to be a strong woman. I firmly believe that. The matchmaker, with a determined expression, placed her hand on Xiao Chan's shoulder and spoke decisively. But the matchmaker unconsciously sighed, but such women are still in the minority. Women's physical strength is inherently slightly lower than men's, and after the basic physical attributes are doubled and enhanced, it is even lower than men's. Not every woman has the courage or ability to go out and hunt zombies. If there aren't enough points, they can't exchange for abilities at the supply points, let alone if they don't have enough points to pay daily rent, they could even be killed. Do you think that by providing them with a stable job to earn points within the base, I'm not protecting them? You should know that the most important thing in the apocalypse is to stay alive. Chastity, if it exists, perhaps it could fetch a good price. Xiao Chan lowered her head and said nothing, but she did not refute it. Although she felt that the matchmaker's words seemed quite reasonable, she still thought that if women had to sell their bodies to survive, it was too tragic. That old woman, for God's sake, if she keeps dragging this out, she might as well not come at all. Get ready to be a little squirrel. Not far away, Mao, who was lost in his own promotion plans, snapped back to reality and found that the old woman had not yet arrived, and he couldn't help but explode in anger. Coming, brother Mao. The matchmaker, with an apologetic smile, took small steps towards Su, leaving behind her last words. At least, we won't be treated as little squirrels. Even if we can't carry new life in our bellies, we shouldn't have to carry that damned pinecone. Su had just awakened from a coma, still disoriented when he felt his lips enveloped by a pair of moist ones, and he could distinctly feel a fragrant tongue brushing between his teeth. Struggling to slowly open his eyes, a charming face came into view, with arched brows, a high nose, and a slender face. The next second, the two stared at each other, each seeing the meaning in the other's eyes, yet neither showed any signs of embarrassment. Su, with the speed of a thief caught in the act, quickly closed his eyes again, unable to help but marvel at how sexy this woman was, perfectly meeting his aesthetic standards. How had he not noticed her intelligence yesterday? He certainly recognized this woman as one of the survivors he had brought back the day before. For men, the aesthetic standards of beauty are completely different before and after physical intimacy. Just like most men think a certain female celebrity is quite attractive, but compared to their girlfriend, she falls far short. The matchmaker saw Su slowly waking up only to quickly close his eyes again, pretending to be unconscious, and couldn't help but chuckle with amusement. Then, the matchmaker's tender tongue became restless, swirling in Su's mouth at an uneven pace, occasionally brushing against Su's tongue like a dragonfly touching the water. Soon, her lips slowly moved downward, kissing along the stubbled chin to the Adam's apple. Her red lips parted, and her tender tongue incessantly licked and sucked at Su's Adam's apple. Wait, I said, Auntie, why are you licking my brother Su's Adam's apple instead of helping him? Cross the water? Xiaoli frowned at the scene before her, wondering why this woman was so unreliable. The matchmaker shot Xiaoli an annoyed glance, inwardly cursing, You're the old woman, your whole family is old women. Just wait for me to make things difficult for you later, before suppressing her anger and sweetly saying, Your brother Su has fainted and can't swallow, it's stuck in his throat. I need to help massage his throat so he can swallow it down to his stomach. Oh. Xiaoli nodded, somewhat understanding, but after a while, her brows furrowed again. Are you massaging his stomach now? Wait, Auntie, why are you starting to take off my brother's pants? Ah, I'm awake. Su exaggeratedly let out a howl, then wrapped an arm around the matchmaker's head as she was about to bow down. Although he was looking forward to it, there were so many people in the square watching. And he still cared about his image. He naturally got up with the matchmaker's support, casting an annoyed glance at the clueless Shelly. That guy deserved to be single for 4 years in college. Feeling refreshed, Sue straightened up and scanned the surroundings, but when he saw the mischievous glances from Ergo and the others, he couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Ergo and the others were seasoned veterans, of course, they didn't believe the matchmaker's childish claims. At this moment, they all wore sly expressions, staring intently at Sue. Ahem. Sue pretended to clear his throat. Then, he pulled the matchmaker into his embrace and, with his head held high, declared loudly, "From now on, the matchmaker is my woman." The matchmaker nestled shyly in Sue's arms, lightly tapping his chest with a mock fist. "You're annoying. How can you even say that? This old woman looks like she could be my mother." Mao shivered slightly beside them, muttering under his breath. Shaoli stood frozen, looking at the two tightly embraced, a bit confused about the situation. Did this old woman just feed Sue a few sips of Sprite? How did they end up together right after he woke up, and why was Sue glaring at him? "You can report the details to Li Gu later, I just wanna know how you managed to drug those colas." Ergo, curious, brought the topic back to the main point. He had thought of many possibilities and didn't know how to put the drug in without breaking the bottle. His divine right hand could penetrate a person's stomach in a way similar to crossing space, but he had experimented and found it only worked on people, not on other objects. Could it be that Sue had a divine left hand, with a skill that allowed him to pass through plastic in this way? That skill seemed pretty useless. His divine right hand could at least fit a pine cone inside a little squirrel. What was the use of the divine left hand? Well, it seemed somewhat useful. It could be used to drug the little squirrel. Could it be that they could form a duo in the future, called the Divine Hands, one stuffing bombs into stomachs and the other pouring drugs? Thinking of this, Ergo couldn't help but feel excited and urged, "Hurry up and tell me how you did it." "Of course, I bought it from the supply point." Sue looked at Ergo with a puzzled expression. "Didn't he know whether they had this stuff in the base?" "Of course, I know you bought the cola from the supply point. I mean, how did you manage to put the drug in without breaking the bottle? Did you use some kind of skill?" Ergo's eyes sparkled, waiting for the expected answer. "I just bought it from the grocery store at the supply point." "Ha? There's a product in the grocery store called cola with drugs. It costs 3 points each, just buy it back." "What about your Sprite?" "There's a related product called Sprite with an antidote, also 3 points each." Ergo was stunned for a moment. "So you made a fuss for nothing, and just bought it directly from the grocery store? By the way, does the grocery store even have this stuff?" "So you just..." "Yeah, so I moved 4 boxes of cola out of the grocery store." "Do you have that many points?" After coming to his senses, Ergo suddenly thought of a question. "That's a total of 100 bottles of cola, which would require 300 points, that's not a small amount." "Definitely not," Sue answered as if it were obvious. "Ergo? So I took out a loan." Sue tapped his head, looking a bit troubled. "Does the supply point have this function?" Ergo looked confused. "Didn't we enter the same supply point, or do you have another system with you?" "Yes, I took out a loan of 350 points, and after deducting the handling fee, I received 310 points, but I need to pay back 400 points. Sue's mouth twitched slightly as he couldn't help but gasp. Clearly, the interest seemed a bit outrageous to him. Goodness, that's harsher than the 9 out of 11 repayment. Ergo's mouth also twitched. "Can this point be reimbursed?" He. Ergo sneered. "Why don't you go ask Brotherly?" Sue felt a pang in his heart. This time, it was a huge loss. There were a total of 70 people, and the reward points were only 210, a loss of 190 points. However, as long as he could use this achievement to enter Brother Lee's core circle, it would be worth it. Wait, what about the points and equipment on these little squirrels? Sue's eyes darted around, and he resolved to subtly probe Brother Lee when he saw him later. "Brother Ergo, I'm back." Hui Gai Li, who had walked up, scanned the area and asked, "Where's Chang Shang? Hasn't he returned yet? Aren't you together?" "No, Chang Shang told me to catch up with the main group. He said he wanted to act alone this time and make a big achievement to show off in front of Brother Lee." After a moment of silence, Ergo struggled internally for a long time, looking at the woman in front of him with a complex expression. "Do you remember our first meeting? Why are you suddenly bringing this up?" "Of course, I remember." Hui Gai Li couldn't help but smile as she recalled the past. "That day we were hiding in the basement, and then you all came in, looking fierce and intimidating." Ergo couldn't help but laugh. "Did you think we were bad people at first sight?" "Of course. Did we look like good people? You were even threatening us to follow you." Hui Gai Li shot Ergo a flirtatious glance. Ergo fell silent for a moment. Do you regret it? Of course not. Hui Gai Li's mood suddenly dropped. If I hadn't met you all, Chang Shang and I might have already died in that basement. As long as you don't regret it. Ergo's voice gradually lowered. Why are you suddenly asking this? Hui Gai Li looked at Ergo in confusion. It's nothing. Ergo shook his head, hiding his emotions, and forced a smile. Brotherly wants you to go to his office. Brotherly isn't asleep, is he? He won't end up like Chang Shang, getting shot in the forehead, right? Hui Gai Li said with lingering fear. No, Brotherly is inside writing something. He hasn't fallen asleep. You should hurry over. Brotherly has been waiting for you for a long time. Then, I'll go? Hui Gai Li thought for a moment and decided to hurry over. It wouldn't be good if Brotherly waited too long. Yeah, go quickly, remember to run fast. Ergo watched Hui Gai Li's figure disappear and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, hoping Sango could get through this hurdle. Being blown up by a landmine is certainly better than being tortured to death by Brotherly. For Sango's sake, this is considered a send-off. Ergo turned to look at Sue and the matchmaker, who were huddled together whispering intimate words, and let out a quiet sigh. He wondered if the existence of feelings in the apocalypse had any positive significance. Aside from Li Gu, he had never seen anyone completely eliminate their emotions. Unless one had a past like Li Ji's and then personally killed their most beloved woman. Ergo shook his head inwardly, but how many people could do that? To be honest, at least he couldn't. However, it seemed that Li Ji's family had a tradition of personally killing their women. For now, he could only hope that Hui Gai Li really took his words to heart. Ran a bit faster and didn't notice the silver-white landmine shaped like mooncakes underfoot. Otherwise, it would be hard to say whether it was a blessing or a curse. Ergu. At the edge of the square, Chang Shang, dressed in a white suit with a red rose in his pocket and a large bouquet of fresh flowers in his hands, ran over, panting. He rushed to the center of the square, bent over to catch his breath for a moment. Then straightened up, unable to hide the joyful smile on his face. Ergo, has Gai come back yet? Not receiving a reply, Chang Shang slowly turned around, then smiled broadly and said, How about this outfit? Not bad, right? Ergo forced a smile at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Are you planning to propose right away? This was truly planning to combine a funeral and a wedding. Of course. Didn't I say today is our 3rd anniversary? This is called a surprise, you wouldn't understand. Chang Shang patted his suit sleeve, satisfied as he surveyed his attire. Has Gai not returned yet? Brother Chang Shang, your outfit is impressive. You're the most eye-catching in the entire base. This must have cost quite a few points, right? Seeing Chang Shang arrive, Su immediately approached, showering him with flattery. Chang Shang was clearly in a good mood, and at this moment, getting closer would often leave a good impression. Hee, it's okay, not much. Chang Shang waved his hand nonchalantly, but the smile on his face betrayed his current mood. Isn't Gai with you? Why hasn't she come back yet? She has come back. Su, enviously glancing at Chang Shang's outfit, casually replied, Sister-in-law went to the office building after she returned. She should be looking for Li Gu. I see. Chang Shang smacked his lips. Then I'll wait here for a bit. I happen to have something to discuss with Li Gu. He suddenly knelt on one knee facing Su, his expression serious as he took out a small box from his pocket and handed it along with the flowers to Su, his eyes filled with determination as he said, Gai, today is our 3rd anniversary. Even if the apocalypse comes, we can still grow old together and have many children. Will you marry me? I will. Su covered her mouth, feigning a face full of emotion, letting out a joyful scream as she prepared to take the bouquet. Go away, go away. Chang Shang pushed Su's outstretched hands away, stood up straight, and cradled the bouquet back in his arms, stroking it a few times with a look of disdain. This is for Gai. How can I give it to her if you dirty it? Su awkwardly smiled, retracting her hands that had been suspended in the air, cursing inwardly, damn it, I'm just trying to cooperate with your rehearsal. By the way, what if Li Gu shows up later and sees me proposing? Will he be unhappy? Chang Shang suddenly thought of this and frowned in contemplation. Ergo twitched the corner of his mouth without speaking. He certainly didn't want to see Li Gu and Hui Gai Li appear in front of him. This surprise was worth nothing. Your little girlfriend has helped you translate what a surprise means, and she has also prepared a surprise gift for your 3rd anniversary. The few people in the room each had their own thoughts. The next second, boom! A loud explosion came from the office building, and a striking silver-white flame burst out from the shattered window on the 5th floor. Damn, isn't that the place where Brotherly lives? Should we go take a look? Su said anxiously. He had finally squeezed into the core group. Brotherly couldn't possibly be dead, right? That would mean all his efforts were in vain. Of course. The clueless donkey egg, also anxious, rushed towards the office building. This group of people had gathered because of Brotherly, and if something happened to him, they would instantly disband. Besides the fact that no one was willing to submit to anyone else, the bigger reason was that none of them had the strong abilities to act recklessly in the apocalypse like Brotherly. Since they lacked the ability to act recklessly, they could only find a refuge and be good citizens. Chang Sheng, also looking anxious, hurriedly followed Donkey Egg towards the office building, hoping nothing would happen to him on that floor. With his eyes slightly closed, Chen Shen, who was lying on the sofa taking a nap, was suddenly awakened by the hurried footsteps outside the door, instinctively jumping up and aiming his gun at the door. However, the next second, an explosion sounded from outside the door. The door flew past Chen Shen's forehead under the impact of the explosion, crashing into the window. The room and the corridor were filled with scattered bodies, making it impossible to tell whose bodies they were. Brotherly, are you okay? Donkey Egg, rushing in, glanced at the shattered tiles and bodies outside in the aftermath of the explosion, anxiously searching for Brother Lee's figure inside. Ergo looked at the scene before him, silent and unsure of what he was thinking. Brotherly, Chang Sheng, who arrived right after, looked at the scene before him, his body swaying unsteadily, fear in his eyes, his voice trembling. Whose body is this? Chen Shen silently leaned on his cane, scanning the crowd with dangerous glints in his eyes. He didn't know whose body it was, but he sensed something was off, someone might be plotting against him. Isn't there a head? Just go take a look. Sue, relieved to see Brotherly was fine, pointed to a spot in the corridor casually. As long as Brother Lee was okay, it didn't matter who else died. If they all died, he might even directly advance to being the top confidant. Chang Sheng threw the bouquet of flowers he was holding onto the floor, staggering and using his hands and feet, his eyes filled with hope as he crawled towards the head that had been blown off nearby. Holding the head in his arms, Changsheng took a glance, then rubbed his eyes hard and looked again. Changsheng's eyes widened, blood dripping from his bitten lips, his face twisted in despair, gently stroking the face of the head before him. He finally accepted this fact, it was the head of his girlfriend, Wei Li. Changsheng's facial features twisted together, snot and tears flowing freely down his face, obscuring Wei Li's still open eyes, as he gently combed the hair of this head with his hand. He then tightly embraced the head in his arms, kneeling on the ground, his body bent low, making him look like a wild dog without a spine. The suppressed cries escaped from Changsheng's tightly clenched mouth, growing louder as time slowly passed. The onlookers remained silent, understanding through Changsheng's reaction who the deceased was. Why? A voice, calm yet filled with unbearable sorrow, came from beneath Changsheng. He maintained his position, kneeling with his body bent low, and weakly repeated, Li Gu, why? Li Gu, what is the reason? Changsheng suddenly raised his head, his face streaked with snot and tears, blood at the corners of his mouth. Eyes red as he looked at Chen Shen, gritting his teeth and saying, Li Gu, can you tell me why? Why did Gai die? At that moment, Chen Shen was also somewhat confused. How could Wei Li have died right at his doorstep? Li Gu, please tell me, why the hell did my girlfriend die? Changsheng raised his head, his voice hoarse and torn, blood tears pooling at the corners of his eyes, staring intently at Chen Shen. She stepped on a landmine at the entrance, Chen Shen replied softly, looking at the man kneeling before him with an inexplicable emotion. Stepped on a landmine and died, how ridiculous. Changsheng suddenly laughed bitterly. Adjusting his body to lean against the wall, holding Gai's head tightly in his arms, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Li Gu, do you remember our first formal conversation? Changsheng lowered his head, his voice unusually calm and hoarse. It was that time in the school cafeteria. You asked me to go out and attract the zombie horde to the cafeteria. I really didn't want to go. Li Gu, a person who just transitioned to being a professional, without equipment, without points, just a slight improvement in physical fitness. To complete the task of attracting a large group of zombies was practically a death sentence. Do you remember how you said it to me? Changsheng fell silent for a moment, stroking Wei Li's dry lips, extending his tongue to lick them, moistening her lips. You said my little princess would be proud of me. I asked you why you chose me, and you said it was because my weakness was the most obvious and easiest to grasp. I have to say, Li Gu, you have a keen eye. Gai truly was my greatest weakness. When I returned later, I crawled back on all fours, my speed had increased significantly. Li Gu, you never inquired about this matter. Changsheng smiled bitterly, blood tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. I know you don't care about these things, you only care about whether the zombie horde was successfully attracted, you don't care about the process, let alone how I managed to do it. But I must speak now. No one asked me, but Gai privately asked me many times. I never told her because I was afraid she would worry, and if I don't tell her now, she won't hear it anymore. Changsheng unconsciously ran his fingers through Wei Li's hair. When I first entered that passage, zombies came rushing at me, claws bared. In that moment, I was terrified. I even thought about running back to the cafeteria. Changsheng, with red eyes, scanned around at Ergo and the others, his mouth twitching in pain before continuing. I was scared. I was really scared. I'm different from you. You all experienced a lot before the apocalypse. You are all people who have seen blood, but I haven't. Changsheng lowered his head to look at his blood-stained hands. Before the apocalypse broke out, I was just a high school student, having lunch in the cafeteria with Guy Guy amidst the tense atmosphere of studying, and in the evening, avoiding the dean and secretly holding hands with Guy Guy while walking on the playground. Why shouldn't I be afraid? Of course, I was scared when I saw countless zombies roaring and rushing towards me. I even wanted to turn around and run back to the cafeteria down the corridor. But I didn't dare. Because when I turned around, I saw Mao's gun aimed at Guy Guy's back, staring at me expressionlessly. Changsheng glanced at the silent Mao beside him and scoffed. From that moment on, I had no choice. I certainly knew why Guy Guy chose to join the combat team and fight at the entrance. She was afraid that you wouldn't let me through to prevent the defense from collapsing, and when I attracted the horde of zombies, no one would give me a way out, so she joined the combat team. Even though she knew that her strength wouldn't change anything even if you did that, she still did it. Changsheng took out the bouquet of roses from his suit pocket and placed it in Hui Gai Li's hair. She has always been that kind of girl, knowing that some things might not yield results, but she still goes ahead and does them. I had just rushed out of the corridor, and before I could even figure out the direction, a zombie lunged at me from behind and inflicted a wound on my back. It hurt so much. Changsheng lowered his head again to recall, but fortunately, I used that momentum to briefly break out of the encirclement. When I just broke out of the encirclement, I found that all the zombies around had gathered together. I just needed to run back to the corridor to complete the task. But I couldn't go back. A dense mass of zombies blocked my way, and I had no way to push through the horde to return to the corridor. I could only lead the zombies in circles, waiting for the path to the corridor to clear before I could go back. But my desperate running speed was barely on par with the zombies' speed. My speed would decrease with fatigue, terrain, and even my breathing rate, but the zombies wouldn't. Just like that, I ended up with several more wounds on my back. From the initial unbearable pain to finally feeling numbness in my back, I lost all sensation. I knew my body had reached its limit, but I couldn't die, and I didn't dare to die. I couldn't imagine how Guy Guy would survive in the apocalypse if I died. So I ran desperately forward, ran. When my legs couldn't move anymore, I used my hands and feet to run, and like that, I unconsciously led the zombies in circles around the school. When my awareness returned to my body, I suddenly realized I was running on all fours like a dog, and I was much faster. I glanced at my personal attribute panel and discovered I had activated my innate skill. A rather pathetic skill name. So I led the horde of zombies in a circle, returned to the corridor, jumped over you, and landed perfectly. Just like that, I survived. Changsheng lowered his head, staring silently at the half-remaining ear of Huigali on the right for a while. No one cares how I can run as fast as a dog. And no one cares if I'm hurt. That night, Guy Guy lay on my back, touching the scars and covering her mouth and nose, crying in pain. She didn't dare make a sound. She was afraid of waking you all up. I just patted her shoulder gently, using body language to comfort her that it was okay. By the way, do you remember where we spent that night? On the hospital bed in the mental institution. Actually, I was quite happy because of my ability. When you left the mental hospital, you took both of us with you, unlike that middle-aged couple who were left behind. This gave me a sense of pride that I could protect my girlfriend because of my ability. Mao couldn't help but speak harshly. Enough, your girlfriend deserved to die. He had been waiting for Li Gu to interrupt, but for some reason Li Gu just stood there leaning on his cane, watching everything without speaking. Shoo! Changsheng put his index finger to his lips, a strange smile on his face. Be quiet, don't wake Guy Guy from her sleep. I know, of course I know. Lu Shui didn't die, did she? My woman, how could I not know? Changsheng lowered his head and rapped Huigali's almost falling off ear with his hand, his voice barely audible like a fly. Guy Guy is someone who doesn't even dare to kill a fish. How could she return with no expression on her face after killing someone for the first time, as if nothing had happened? When Guy Guy returned to the ward and looked at me for the first time, I knew she had softened her heart and let Lu Shui go. Changsheng raised his head, his eyes filled with inexplicable emotions, and glanced at Mao. That night, I saw Huigali tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. I knew she regretted it. Everyone must take responsibility for their choices. Mao said darkly, his expression grim. He had no good feelings for Huigali at all. After all, if Lu Jun hadn't lost his mind today, it could have been him turned into a dismembered corpse. I know, of course I know. Changsheng leaned against the wall and stood up, taking off his suit to wrap Huigali's head and carry it on his back, but you acted too quickly. Why should I go hunt down a whole team of black-clad men alone? My skill only lets me run a bit faster. Hunting a fully armed team of black-clad men is still a very strenuous task.
Changsheng leaned against the wall, took a few deep breaths, wiped the blood and tears from his face, his facial features twisted together as he hoarsely said, I originally planned to confess to Liga later, to offset this achievement with Gai's past.
But why didn't you give me that chance? Why?
Changsheng raised his head, his eyes filled with blood
and tears, staring fiercely at the few people, shouting, why? Chen Shen listened quietly, with an inexplicable emotion in his eyes, after hearing everything Changsheng said. Do you love your girlfriend? Changsheng lowered his head and chuckled lightly, and after a moment, he raised his head with a bitter smile. Li Gu, you asked this question in our first conversation. Love, yes, very much. Then you can't be left alive. Chen
immediately raised the Desert Eagle in his hand, aiming the gun at Changsheng, his finger lightly tapping the trigger.
Wait. Changsheng raised his palm, emptying it to cover the gun's muzzle, his eyes filled with despair.
I want to know if Gai hadn't been blown up by the landmine, could this achievement save her life?
No. I see.
Changsheng was stunned for a moment, his thoughts drifting somewhere unknown.
Then will the next outcome be worse than now?
Yes.
I understand.
Changsheng's gaze was unfocused as he looked at the broken stones on the ground, tightening the pocket of his suit on his back a little, and forced a smile at Ergo.
Thank you, brother Ergo. Shouldn't it be you who asked Gai to find Li Gu? I can understand your unusual behavior today.
If the outcome is already decided, perhaps leaving without pain like this can make it a bit
easier for him. Even if you all think Gai did wrong, I don't think she did.
Changsheng murmured with a vacant look, if even I think she did wrong, then no one will stand behind her, and she will definitely feel lonely. After saying this, Changsheng pulled out a scroll from his pocket and hid it behind his back, glaring at Chen Shen with resentment. I will watch you like a wild dog, so you can feel what it's like to lose a loved one. Chen Shen pulled out a Gatling gun from his backpack, the 10 barrels slowly rotating towards Changsheng. You won't have that chance.
However, in the next second, before Chen Shen could pull the trigger, a flash of white light enveloped Changsheng's location.
When the white light faded, Changsheng had vanished without a trace.
A teleportation scroll or something? Su muttered, clicking his tongue in amazement, gently poking Ergo's shoulder. By the way, is there such a thing in the supply point? I've never seen it.
Ergo shot Su a glance, thinking to himself that he hadn't even seen a cola laced with sleeping powder in the supply point, and wondered what kind of atmosphere this was, while Su still had the mind to care about these things. Chen Shen looked at the empty corner, retracted the Gatling gun back into the space, and waited quietly for a moment before softly saying, Ergo, explain.
Li Gu.
Ergo bit his lip and paused for a long time. I just couldn't bear to see Changsheng witness Hui Gai Li's tragic death.
He did nothing wrong, the one who did wrong was Hui Gai Li.
Chen Shen paused for a moment, then slowly walked towards Ergo, suddenly thrusting his right hand out to grip Ergo's throat, leaning close to his ear and whispering,
I don't like others making choices. For me, this is the last time.
Covered in cold sweat, Ergo didn't dare to look directly into Chen Shen's eyes, his voice trembling. Li Gu, there will definitely not be a next time. Chen Shen released his grip on Ergo's throat, his thoughts drifting back to what Changsheng had just said, a strange and excited smile creeping onto his lips. The reason he hadn't interrupted Changsheng was that he found the scene somewhat familiar, resembling his former self. He could have easily killed Changsheng before he crushed that scroll, but he didn't, because he was reluctant. In a moment, Chen Shen sought his own shadow in Changsheng. This was his kind. Chen Shen returned to the office, raising his hands high towards the sky through the shattered glass frame, trembling with excitement, his smile widening even more.
I really look forward to the day we meet again. What will you be like then? Will you threaten me with the people around me? Or will you set traps to ambush me? What means can defeat a god with no weaknesses? It's truly interesting and something to look forward to.
Chen Shen stood by the window, his eyes slightly squinted, gazing at the gradually descending evening glow in the distance. His Adam's apple bobbed, and suddenly he broke into a grin, murmuring, this damn world is just so fucking
fascinating.
Feeling the night breeze seeping in through the cracks, Chen Shen couldn't help but spread his arms, his expression one of intoxication.
I love the breeze, I really do. Being wrapped in the breeze gives me a strong sense of security.
That feeling is as warm and secure as being enveloped in my mother's amniotic fluid. Chen Shen paused for a moment and tugged at the corner of his mouth. What a terrible metaphor.
It would be even better if you could bring me some good news now, like how many little squirrels you caught.
Seeing that this matter was finally brought up, Su couldn't hide his excitement, secretly poking Ergo a few times.
He was a newcomer, and whether or
not he had made a contribution, speaking up when Li Gu was talking was always crossing the line. But if it came from Ergo's mouth, it would be entirely different, he would just need to humbly accept the reward.
Ergo glanced down at the clean hands poking his waist and inwardly sighed without anyone noticing. He certainly understood Sue's intentions. However, he didn't think highly of Sue. This person was too utilitarian. He was indeed capable, but a bit unscrupulous, like a white-eyed wolf. If he were the boss, he definitely wouldn't promote Sue, because to him, a person's character was more important than their ability. But Li Gu was the boss, and he knew Sue's rise was unstoppable. Because Li Gu didn't care about the character of his subordinates, only the results, he wouldn't inquire about the process at all. Often, white-eyed wolves could survive long enough in the apocalypse. To be a white-eyed wolf, one must have strong situational awareness and never make irrational decisions. Most importantly, as long as you have meat in your pocket, you can always trust a white-eyed wolf. Feeling the renewed pressure at his waist and Li Ji's increasingly impatient gaze, he decided to go along with the flow. After all, Sue was already half a foot into the core circle. Ergo cleared his throat and spoke in a deep voice. Li Gu, we caught over 100 little squirrels in total. More than 70 of which were caught by Sue and Xiaohei, while the remaining 30 or so were caught by other survivors collectively. He didn't mention that Chang Sheng had caught 6 little squirrels. In this environment, he naturally wouldn't bring up something that could cause trouble. Oh? Chen Shen turned around with a strange expression, a smile spreading across his face. Over 100 little squirrels. Ha, we can play a very interesting game this time. With that, he walked straight out the door down the stairs, leaving behind a sentence, get someone to fix this door before sleeping. Sue stared blankly at Chen Shen's departing figure, his eyes a bit dazed. Ergo couldn't help but chuckle, patting Sue's shoulder and teasing him in a tone of someone with experience. What are you expecting? You don't expect Li Gu to come over, pat your shoulder, and say to you in a gentle voice, well done, do you? The others, including Donkey Egg, couldn't help but burst into laughter at Sue's expression. It was well known that Li Gu only spoke gently when he was killing someone. Let's go. Mao, smiling, stepped forward and threw an arm around Sue's shoulder. Don't think too much, this time you've made a great contribution and you'll probably have plenty of opportunities to show off in the future. This was a young man who had just entered the core circle. Such an opportunity to win him over couldn't be missed. But Li Gu hasn't said anything yet, Sue said, a bit confused as he looked at the suddenly enthusiastic people in front of him. Didn't they worry that Li Gu might not value this achievement? And that their expressions would be wasted? After exchanging glances, Ergo and the others burst into laughter again, still so young. Li Gu stood in the middle of the square, looking at the more than 100 unconscious black people laid out in the center, his thoughts drifting far away, not knowing what he was thinking about, and he lowered his head and laughed excitedly. So many squirrels, the fireworks the day after tomorrow are definitely going to be spectacular. Sue couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth beside him. He doubted that Li Gu had actually listened to his passionate recounting of the process of capturing the little squirrels. The number of times to replenish the supply point today had already been used up, and Chen Shen now had to wait until tomorrow to go to the supply point to buy remote-controlled bombs. More than 100 little pine cones was no small expenditure of points, but as the saying goes, no guns, no cannons, the enemy provides for us. Go find the director. Chen Shen waved his hand. It was best for the director to handle such matters. Ergo nodded in agreement and turned to look for the director. Before long, Ergo returned with the director, who was holding 2 ropes, and at the ends of the ropes were 2 black-clad men wrapped in tattered cloth, their eyes vacant and drooling as they crawled on the ground like dogs. The 2 black-clad men, with their vacant eyes, were dragged to the center of the square, or black-clad people suddenly appeared around them. The Westin shelter really sent people to rescue us, and sent so many. The 2 men were instantly filled with ecstatic joy at the thought of being rescued, but the next second, they realized something seemed off. Why were their colleagues all lying on the ground? Li Gu, you called for me, the director said. Grabbing the rope, unconsciously scratching the back of his hand, and with a fawning smile, he approached Ergo, bowing his head to speak. Looking at this submissive, balding middle-aged man in front of him, Chen Shen suddenly broke into an ambiguous smile, reaching out to stroke the few strands of hair on the director's head. Before tomorrow afternoon, I want all the points and equipment from these people in the yard. The director's expression was one of enjoyment, and he bent his body even lower. Li Gu, if it's just me, I might not have enough time. Are you saying you can't do it? Chen Shen retracted his hand expressionlessly, wiping it on the director's clothes. I can do it, Li Gu. I just need more doctors, the director said hurriedly, his flattering smile instantly fading into a look of panic. As long as you bring all the doctors from the original mental hospital, I guarantee that by tomorrow afternoon, I can get you what you want, Li Gu. Chen Shen glanced at Su and Hong Yang, who were huddled together, and casually said, Lu Dan, bring some people, take the director back to the mental hospital before dark and bring back the other doctors. Yes, Lu Dan nodded in response and then went to select personnel from the survivors waiting in the square. Ergo, does our base still have this business? Sue secretly poked Ergo's waist, puzzled, wondering how a mental hospital could still be operating normally in the apocalypse. Ergo twitched the corner of his mouth and looked down at the clean hand poking at his waist, not saying a word. You can talk, but can you not poke me every time? Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction. After arranging all the matters, he yawned and prepared to go back to his room to sleep. Everything was developing according to plan. He then leaned on his cane and walked towards the office building. Ergo looked at Chen Shen's departing figure and smiled wryly, also preparing to return to his room for an early rest. As for the donkey egg, if he really didn't come back before dark, they could only help him make a tombstone. After all, he still had to stuff pine cones into the bellies of 100 squirrels tomorrow. If he didn't get enough rest, it wouldn't be easy to hold up tomorrow. As Ergo walked towards the office building, he fiddled with his fingers and muttered to himself. Saving one life is worth killing 7. Tomorrow he would have to kill over 100 lives, and he needed to save more than 20 lives to offset that. This was quite a heavy task. It seemed he had to consider opening a small clinic within the base, otherwise, where would he find so many people to save? The next morning, Chen Shen woke up leisurely under the warm sunlight. Without the barrier of glass, the sunlight shining on his face was particularly glaring. Chen Shen stretched lazily, got up, and lifted the cane that was on the table, his face unable to hide the anticipation as he prepared to rush to the supply point. The thought of being able to stuff pine cones into 100 squirrel bodies today made him so excited that he hadn't slept well the night before. In high spirits, Chen Shen played classical music with a clown mask on, held the cane in the middle, and immersed himself in the music as he danced down the stairs, ready to cross the square and head to the supply point. However, just as he reached the square, his good mood was shattered by a piercing scream. Li Ge, you have to uphold justice for me. A woman in tattered clothes was kneeling beside a wooden tablet inscribed with family rules, desperately covering her chest with a rag to prevent any exposure, and was wailing in agony. Ergo and the others, who had already woken up and gathered nearby, hurriedly rushed forward to cover the woman's mouth. Alas! Chen Shen sighed with an unhappy expression, raised his pinky to dig in his ear, glanced at the woman whose mouth was covered and could only mumble, and looked at Ergo with an impatient expression. Speak, what happened? Chen Shen had no intention of lingering here, he was solely focused on preparing the small pine cones at the supply point. Ergo shot a sidelong glance at the now mute Ermao, paused for a moment to organize his thoughts, and said, Li Ge, this morning when we just woke up and came to the square, we saw this woman kneeling here. Do you want to start from the creation of the world? Chen Shen said coldly, expressionless. Ergo's face stiffened for a moment, then he simply explained, this woman said she was raped by a man. Handle it according to family rules. Chen Shen replied casually and lifted his leg, preparing to walk towards the supply point. The problem is, Ergo recalled the woman's cries from the morning and couldn't help but click his tongue, saying helplessly, this woman doesn't want the man to be killed. Why? Sue, who had just arrived at the square, looked at the kneeling woman with a puzzled expression. Could it be that she fell in love after being raped? Then why come crying in the square so early in the morning? Hearing someone crying first thing in the morning was really unlucky. Ergo continued expressionlessly, because this woman said she wants the man to pay her for emotional damages. If the man is killed, no one will compensate her, and she wants the base to help her get this money back. Sue couldn't help but open his mouth, staring dumbfounded at the woman who was struggling under Ermao's hands, and couldn't help but exclaim, what a talent! This is like fishing for a living. Then why haven't you dealt with it yet? Sue suddenly became interested, leaning closer to the matchmaker beside him. The man said he was driven by lust and was willing to pay 50 points for mental damages, but wanted to do it in installments, over 24 months. Ergo pointed helplessly at a middle-aged man kneeling nearby, dressed like a worker, his face full of fear. Sue looked at the man in silence, finally understanding why Ergo had never resolved this issue. What a mess. Two oddballs, coming together. So, Li Ge, how do you suggest we handle this? Ergo looked at Chen Shen with a helpless expression, hoping he would make a decision. Running into this kind of trouble first thing in the morning was really unlucky. Chen Shen glanced sideways at the woman whose mouth was covered by a donkey's egg, who had been stammering and trying to speak, then stopped in his tracks, his expression unreadable. What is this woman crying about so early in the morning? She was raped. Isn't there a rule against that? There is. How should we deal with it? Death. Then why have you been stalling for so long? Are you trying to test my patience? Chen Shen looked at Ergo with dissatisfaction. But that woman said. Ergo hesitated for a moment, still stammering. Whose family rule is this? Li Ge, it's your family rule. Why should my family rule change because of someone else? Chen Chen's eyes flashed with a dangerous light as he stared at Ergo, coldly saying, "Or are you trying to test something?" "I wouldn't dare." Ergo quickly lowered his head to avoid eye contact, his face unable to hide his fear, waving his hand behind him. Two men then stepped forward to cover the terrified middle-aged man's mouth and dragged him away. Turning back, Ergo couldn't help but glare in disgust at the middle-aged man being dragged away. If his position as a trusted aide was shaken because of you, I will definitely dig you out of the ground to make dumplings. By the way, to prevent such nonsense from happening again, that woman should also be executed. Add a rule that in the event of a rape, both parties will be executed. Chen Shen said this and stood up, heading towards the supply point. Seeing the middle-aged man executed and realizing she couldn't claim mental damages, the tattered woman knelt on the ground, her face full of disappointment. No longer struggling to speak, had her crying all morning been in vain? However, the next second, she heard Chen Shen's next words, her pupils involuntarily dilating, her hands straining to pry open the hands covering her mouth. Ergo's expression fluctuated as he waved his hand again, and two men stepped forward to cover the woman's mouth and dragged her away as well. Su couldn't help but gape at Chen Chen's back, his mind momentarily short-circuiting. He had never heard of such a thing in his life. If a rape case occurred, both parties would be executed. Everyone quietly watched Chen Chen's retreating figure. Ergo, do you know what Li Ji's rule is meant for? I don't quite understand it. Ergo's hand blocked Su's hand that was about to poke him in the waist. After this family rule is enacted, from now on, there will never be any rape incidents in the base again. Ah? Su's eyes were filled with confusion as he bypassed Ergo's hand and poked him in the waist from another direction. What does that mean? Ergo looked down at the hand poking his waist from the other side and couldn't help but sigh. Poke, 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 damn you. Aren't you afraid that one day you'll faint and I'll take the kidney out of your belly? Ergo, you're smart, explain it to me, Mao said, resting his chin in confusion. Although he prided himself on having watched over 300 ancient dramas and being well-versed in the intrigues of the harem, when it came to other matters, he was out of his depth. After slapping away the hand poking his waist, Ergo waved off the onlookers and slowly began to speak. In the future, if a rape incident occurs, both parties will be executed. It sounds very inhumane, even downright trampling on humanity, right? Looking at the crowd nodding in agreement, Ergo secretly sighed to himself, you really dare to nod. Forgetting who set this rule, he would have to check if there were any cameras around later. If this scene could be recorded and shown to Li Gu, then his position as the top confidant would definitely be secure, especially since everyone else would be dead. But after this rule is implemented, there will never be any rapes in the base again. Why would a man risk his life to do such a thing? 2 reasons. First, the urge takes over, and he can't control his lower body, thinking that even if he loses his head today, he must enjoy himself. Second, a woman's fighting power is less than a man's, and her resistance isn't enough to threaten him. So what does this rule mean? Su sat cross-legged on the ground, resting his head on Hong Niang's thigh, filled with questions. It's a very obvious conclusion, Ergo said disdainfully, glancing at Su with a sense of intellectual superiority. Why didn't that woman resist when she was being raped? There are reasons for her lack of resistance, but the bigger reason is that in the apocalypse, being raped doesn't lead to death. In fact, to avoid being silenced, that woman likely promised after the incident that she would never report you, saying she would follow you from now on. And then the next morning, she would kneel here crying. And could very likely receive a substantial amount in mental damages. So what happens after this rule is announced? Men won't dare to act on their urges anymore because they know that this woman will fight back. And women won't soften up with the thought of reporting afterward. They will definitely fight back because if they fight now, they have a chance to survive, but if they are discovered to have been raped, they will surely die. When men are afraid to fight back and women must fight back, naturally, there won't be any rape incidents. Su stared in shock, feeling a crack in his worldview. Is that really possible? What if a woman is raped without resisting? Wouldn't both parties just conceal the matter, knowing that if she reports it, she will also be executed? That's right, it is like that. Ergo nodded in satisfaction, patting Su on the shoulder as if he were a teachable child. But in that case, rape incidents would still exist. Where would they be? They just wouldn't be reported. Does an unreported rape count as rape? Su looked at Ergo in confusion, truly a person who had spent decades in prison. His level of awareness was far beyond that of his peers. The law's net is vast and does not let anything slip through. What's the next line? Ergo looked at Su with an expectant expression. Obey the law and be a good citizen? Su bit his nail, pondering for a moment, and uncertainly provided an answer. Was there a second half to that saying? He had never heard it before. Wrong answer. Ergo excitedly slapped Sue's shoulder. The second half of the sentence is, jump out of the law and become a lawless madman. Sue's mouth twitched slightly, and he remained silent. No wonder the base was set up in a prison, it was simply too suitable for you all. But isn't this a bit unfair to those women? Xiaoli, who came with Sue, cautiously raised his hand to interject. What do you want to say? I just think it's a bit unfair. Xiaoli hid behind Sue, avoiding Ergo's gaze. Unfair? Did you see what was written up there? Ergo looked at Xiaoli, who was peeking out in surprise, and pointed to the wooden tablet standing nearby, enunciating each word. Chen-chen's family rules. You actually brought up fairness in the family rules, why not change Chen-chen to your name? So what you're saying is? Sue furrowed his brows and said in a deep voice, the fundamental reason why Brother Lee added this rule is that he doesn't want to be bothered by such things anymore. Hey, that's right. You're new here, you don't really understand Brother Lee's personality yet. Take your time to learn. Ergo patted Sue's shoulder like an older brother. Sue turned to look at the hand on his shoulder, feeling speechless inside. In just a few minutes, Ergo had already patted his shoulder how many times? As a psychology major, he naturally knew what this gesture meant. However, knowing is one thing, isn't this a bit too frequent? The matchmaker, who had been listening to the people speaking, couldn't contain her joy and quietly leaned beside Sue, starting to plan her own grand vision for a chain of brothels. Brother Lee clearly had zero tolerance for rape, but people always have desires, physiological needs must be met. But they can't be allowed to fall in love, right? In a post-apocalyptic world, one might not even finish their last meal before being sent to the zombies' stomachs. Only a fool would try to pursue romance in such an environment. That's when the role of the brothel comes into play. Even if you go to date, those women around you, who go out every day to hunt zombies in tattered clothes, are definitely not as dazzling as the women in her brothel, who are beautifully dressed and stay in the base every day. The matchmaker couldn't help but start to twist her fingers, making marketing plans. First, she needed Sue to probe Brother Lee's intentions. Second, she wanted Sue to be her investor. After all, he was already hers, but she felt that with Sue's insight, he wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. Then, she would take in some women, clean them up, buy some sexy and enticing clothes from the supply point, and maybe even get some little toys. Finally, she would let the girls host a few men for free to make a name for themselves. However, in other shelters that don't care about these things, brothels might not be very useful. So it seemed that in the coming time, she would have to frequently whisper in Sue's ear, encouraging him to advise Brother Lee to seize more territory and more people. The matchmaker's eyes sparkled with excitement as she clenched her small fist and gave herself a motivational punch. The post-apocalyptic female tycoon of brothels was about to rise. Where Brother Lee's territory was, the matchmaker's brothel would follow like a shadow. What are you mumbling about over there? Sue looked curiously at the matchmaker, who was now twisting her fingers, clenching her fist for motivation, and mumbling to herself. Chen frowned as he looked at the grocery store, calculating his remaining points in his mind. Last time he had 4,250 points left unused, and with the rent from the past few days, he now had a total of only 4,400 points. A remote-controlled bomb costs 50 points, and there are 108 squirrels outside, which means he would need 5,400 points to buy 108 bombs. But now he was short by 1,000 points, enough to buy only 88 bombs. It seemed he could only buy 88 bombs for now and would have to come back after midnight when the points from those squirrels had been harvested. Satisfied, Chen nodded as he tossed the 88 bombs into his storage space, immersing his thoughts into the space to check the pile of dropped equipment inside. Among them, 2 Gatling battery packs he exchanged last time were placed in the most prominent spot. The other miscellaneous dropped items were mostly collected by Ergo and others during the massacre of the zombie horde at the base entrance last time. There weren't many drop items that could directly enhance his strength, but many small gadgets were still quite useful. For example, he had collected quite a few area speakers, including one provincial speaker, which he honestly didn't understand the purpose of in the apocalypse. There were also quite a few scattered one-star equipment pieces, which he planned to throw into the base one day for the tenants to exchange with points. Chen looked at the attributes of a pair of sunglasses in front of him and couldn't help but feel speechless. Equipment name, pitch. Black sunglasses. Equipment level, 1-star equipment. Equipment restrictions, all professions. Equipment special skill, wearing these glasses will completely blind the wearer, plunging them into darkness. Equipment description, every profession has its champions. Even as a beggar, we must be more competitive than our peers. Who would not sympathize with a blind person struggling to survive in the apocalypse? Emotionless, Chen tossed this piece of equipment into the corner of the space and began to check the other special equipment that was clearly not weapons. He picked one up and checked it. Lowly wig tossed into the corner. He picked up the next one. Hongqi brand recorder tossed into the corner. He picked up the next dropped item and glanced at it. Just as he was about to habitually toss it into the corner, Chen Shen paused. Because this dropped equipment was actually called time-space shuttle. Chen Shen's eyes filled with an indescribable emotion, his hands trembling as he gripped this item tightly, not daring to check its specific attributes at first. A time-space shuttle, Chen. Chen's mind was suddenly in chaos, his thoughts jumbled, the mental boost from his 36 intelligence seemingly wiped clean, making it impossible to think normally. This equipment could allow him to return to the past, back to before the apocalypse. Chen Shen stood frozen in place, his thoughts drifting far away. If he could use this equipment to go back to the past. He recalled the various events that led to the outbreak of the apocalypse, and if he could go back and change the past, perhaps he could become someone who was popular among classmates, loved by family, and accepted by the world. The notification sound of insufficient stay time at the supply point rang in his ears, interrupting Chen Shen's thoughts. His eyes regained clarity, and a hint of unexplainable determination hid deep within them as he carefully examined the attributes of the dropped item he was tightly holding. Equipment name, Time-Space Shuttle. Equipment restrictions, all professions. Equipment level, 2-star equipment. Equipment special skill. In the river of the equipper's history, randomly select a frame of the equipper's historical scene and print it out, limited to once a day. Equipment description, a little gadget that can remind you of the past, but due to the randomness of the snapshot, it often produces some very strange things. Chen Shen was stunned, then he shook his head with a bitter smile and casually tossed the equipment into the corner of his storage space. It made sense, time and space had always been a forbidden area for human scientific research, and even in a game like this, there should be no way to touch it. However, if he could really go back to the past. The alert sound about the insufficient stay time at the supply point rang in Chen Shen's ears again, interrupting his thoughts. With no points left, Chen Shen had no intention of checking other shops. He turned to prepare to exit the storage space and leave the supply point. Just before he was about to exit the storage space, his attention was suddenly caught by a strangely shaped dropped item. Habitually glancing at the equipment attributes of this dropped item, a meaningful smile crept onto Chen Shen's lips, and a glint of amusement quickly flashed in his eyes. If this item were used in the right place, it would definitely bring some interesting and anticipated scenes. Chen Shen had 88 pine cones in his storage space, feeling the excitement coursing through him, and he strode towards the square with his cane. As he arrived at the square, walking with his cane, Chen Shen saw Ergo and the others frowning in a circle chatting. "Where's the donkey egg?" Ergo hurriedly step forward. "The donkey egg came back with the doctor a bit late last night, and there were some minor issues on the way. He's resting in his room now." "Is he dead?" Chen Shen said with an unhappy expression. Losing another doctor would slow down his progress, which was naturally not good news for him. "The doctor isn't dead, a few patients died." "Did you bring the patients here too?" "Yeah, those doctors said that after they left, the patients would have a hard time surviving, so they brought the patients along." Ergo shrugged, looking speechless. This might be a common problem among doctors, always putting the safety of their patients first. "Help me, I'm not insane, I'm not insane." At that moment, a patient dressed in a blue and white uniform from a mental hospital was running towards the crowd, shouting loudly, while a doctor in a white coat was slowly approaching him from behind, wielding a makeshift club. Seeing the few people in front of him in the square, the patient felt tears of excitement welling up. Finally, he encountered normal people. Finally, he was about to be rescued. In the mental hospital, he could only meet two types of people. One was those perverts in white coats. The other was the unfortunate souls like him, whose freedom was restricted and were forcibly deemed insane. Thinking of this, the patient in the blue and white uniform couldn't help but cry out. He remembered that he had only heard about this shelter for survivors through the area loudspeaker, and he had gone there. After a tremendous struggle, narrowly escaping danger to finally reach the shelter, he was asked a question right away. "Are you insane?" He remembered he had said no. Then, he experienced what the true apocalypse was like. "However, it's better now. When I was taken from that shelter to this one, I thought this shelter was a bigger mental hospital filled with perverts. Who would have thought that this shelter was actually a normal one? Look, these few are actually normal people, not the kind that looks at you like you're a lunatic." These past few days, he has felt like his mind is starting to slip. If he hadn't seen a few normal people in the square who weren't wearing white coats talking to each other, he wouldn't have dared to run away during the free time. Being caught and sent back would definitely not be a pleasant experience. Hearing the sound of footsteps chasing from behind made the patient involuntarily recall the past few days. His eyes filled with fear, and he couldn't help but run a little faster. With a sudden lunge, he fell beside Ergo. Kneeling on the ground, hugging Ergo's thigh, tears and snot flowing together in a pitiful wail. Big brother, save me, you have to save me. I really don't have a mental illness, that pervert behind me insists. I'm insane. Big brother, you must save me, you have no idea what that pervert has done to us these past few days. The patient clung tightly to Ergo's thigh, crying with snot and tears, Big brother, you have to. Believe me, you are the only normal people I've seen in these past few days. Sue stepped forward, curious, and poked the kneeling patient's face with his finger. Is this what a mental patient looks like? They seem no different from normal people. Ergo twitched his mouth, looking at the person crying while holding his thigh, and forcefully pulled his leg away without saying a word. He certainly knew this person wasn't mentally ill, but who told him that this person was less useful to the base than those lunatics? In the apocalypse, of course, those whose usefulness is small are considered mentally ill. At least this could be seen as a heavy responsibility bestowed upon them, to labor their muscles and bones. Perhaps it could even be a good thing. Li Gu, Ergo Gu, I'm sorry, I didn't keep an eye on the patient, please punish me, said the doctor in a white coat who rushed over, standing at attention with a serious expression. Mao waved his hand to dismiss him. The patient with a long wolf-tooth club around his neck followed the doctor. With a face full of despair, if he walked too slowly, the spikes on the club would draw blood from his neck. Please believe me, I'm really not mentally ill. This patient murmured in despair, his eyes vacant. He didn't know how many times he had said this in the past few days, but no one believed him, making him doubt whether he might really be mentally ill. The patient glanced fearfully at the wolf-tooth club resting on his neck, his jaw trembling, lips tightly closed, not saying a word. He knew that this club was never meant to hit people. Sometimes he actually wished that this damned club was used for that purpose. Indeed, he is a mental patient. In an environment like the apocalypse, it must be very difficult for mental patients to survive. The base is actually willing to take in mental patients and even provide them with doctors. This kindness is truly moving for all the world, Sue remarked, looking at the patient who kept insisting he wasn't mentally ill. Ergo's eyes twitched slightly. Newcomers were always so endearing, but he couldn't voice a rebuttal, especially with Li Gu standing nearby. However, Ergo was still a bit curious. Sue, how did you figure out he has a mental illness? Ergo's gaze kept scrutinizing the patient. Did this person really have some obvious abnormality that would make people think he was mentally ill? How had he not noticed? It's simple, every mental patient says they aren't mentally ill, Sue replied casually. Ergo was taken aback, his mouth twitching, jaw clenched, and he fell silent. Truly a talent, the psychology has gone to the dogs. Wait. Chen Shen suddenly spoke up to stop the doctor. Li Gu, please instruct. The small-framed doctor halted, straightened up again, and said in a serious tone without expression. This wasn't the first time he had seen Li Gu. He had met him last time at the mental hospital, and then the director ran off with Li Gu early the next morning, finally bringing them back yesterday. However, the director took most of the doctors today to provide psychological counseling to those men in black, leaving only a few to supervise the patients, which allowed one of them to escape. How's the progress over at the director's side? The director and the others worked overnight yesterday, and more than 30 have completed it. The rest can be finished before 6 this afternoon. Then let's go over now. Let's first make those 30 squirrels complete. Squirrels without pine cones always lack soul. Chen Shen's face showed an eager expression as he got up to follow the doctor, ready to find the director. Ergo watched Chen Shen's back, shook his head with a bitter smile, and also stepped forward to follow. Ergo, where are you going? Li Gu didn't ask you to follow. Sue asked hurriedly. He still couldn't grasp Li Ji's thoughts, and at this moment, he was unsure whether he should follow. I'm going to deliver results to the King of Hell. Ergo shot Sue a displeased glance, as if to say, why should I report to you where I'm going? Really, why bring up something that doesn't need mentioning? His lips twitched involuntarily. How many lives must be saved to offset us? Bloodshed? It seems the clinic's plan must be expedited. Deliver results to the King of Hell. Sue was momentarily confused by this statement. So, should we go? What are you all coming for? Ergo rubbed his chin, hesitating for a moment. You might as well come along, it might be useful. Brother Sue. Xiao Hei, hiding behind Sue, weakly poked Sue's waist. Sue swatted Xiao Hei's hand away and, grabbing his hair, exclaimed in frustration, just speak, can you not keep poking? Ergo observed the situation before him, his eyes twitching. Damn it, he finally understood where Sue's habit came from. But do you really have the face to criticize others? Don't you know that poking others like this is also annoying? Sue grabbed Xiao Hei's ear, his expression serious, his face devoid of the usual playful smile, and said in a deep voice, from now on, just speak, no more poking, understood? Understood. Xiao lowered his head, hiding behind Su, clutching Su's shirt with both hands for security, his voice barely audible. So, should I go along? 2. Su sighed, raising his forehead to the sky, the earlier seriousness gone, and helplessly said, "Of course, we should go. In such high-level gatherings, it's definitely good to be familiar with the faces." The matchmaker beside him, with a kind expression, gently patted the little black who was half a head shorter than Su, then looked up at Su with maternal warmth in her eyes. "Brother Su, I think this child is quite adorable." Su, speechless, gave her a light knock on the head to stop her actions. Little Black was his university classmate, a year older than him, and he was really afraid she would suggest they adopt him as a godson. Little Black was his best buddy from college. Brotherly. Hearing from a doctor that Brotherly had arrived, the director immediately rushed out of a room, his dark circles evident. "We've already drained over 30. And I guarantee the rest will be done before this afternoon. I'll hand the points over to Brotherly now." "Keep it for now, give it all to me once it's done," Chen replied absent-mindedly. "Where are the drained ones?" "Right here. It was too noisy, so we just knocked them out and piled them up here." The director opened a windowless room next door, revealing a heap of people in black clothes stacked together like a human tower. This room, before the apocalypse, served as a calm room for prisoners who were not calm in jail. The space was small, which is why these black-clad individuals could only pile up like a stack of monks. Su's eyes widened. Involuntarily, his mouth opened unconsciously, and his index finger raised slightly in confusion. As soon as the windowless room was opened, a strong smell of blood rushed out, accompanied by the sounds of screams and curses from the adjacent room. It looked a bit like a slaughterhouse. Chen frowned, looking displeased at the coagulated blood on the floor, and said slowly, "What I need is a complete squirrel. Rest assured. Brotherly." The director hurriedly urged his subordinates to clean up the congealed blood in the room. "It's all superficial wounds. Once they wake up, they'll be lively and bouncing around without any issues." Hearing this, Chen nodded in satisfaction, waving his right hand as 88 remote-controlled bombs appeared on the ground out of thin air. Su's eyes revealed a knowing look. He had suspected the pine cones were these little gadgets. "Let's give them pine cones," Chen said excitedly, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Ergo, with a serious expression, pulled a black-clad person out of the room, first making a cross with his hands on his chest, silently reciting a prayer for forgiveness. Then, with his eyes tightly closed, he opened them again, radiating a fierce light. Any doctor performing surgery would always concentrate fully unaffected by the outside world. This was a doctor's duty. Then, Ergo picked up a remote-controlled bomb from the ground, activating his divine right-hand skill, a white light bursting forth. The hand holding the bomb merged into the belly of the unconscious black-clad person amidst the white light, and when he pulled it out, the bomb was gone. No need for words, the bomb had naturally gone into the belly of this black-clad person. Su stood by, his mouth opening and closing unconsciously. Although he guessed they were installing bombs on the black-clad individuals, he had originally thought they might be tied to them or, more cruelly, sewn onto them. But directly putting it inside their bellies was something he hadn't expected. It was too efficient. No wonder Ergo had just said he was going to deliver results to the King of Hell. If you put bombs in the bellies of over 100 people and then blow them up, it's not just delivering results to the King of Hell. You're directly funding the expansion of the 19th layer of Hell. I seriously suspect the King of Hell is giving you kickbacks. I want to report this to Buddha, that the King of Hell is colluding with the human world to inflate results. Su couldn't help but silently complain for a while. Now it can be confirmed that the force he has joined is indeed a legitimate villainous organization. However, there are benefits to being part of a villainous force, such as the boss being easily killed by the righteous, and then he would become the boss. Chen nodded in satisfaction as he watched Ergo, who became extremely serious once he entered work mode. One thing Ergo had that Chen liked was his ability to read the situation, knowing when to do what and when not to do something. Before long, Ergo wiped the sweat from his forehead. The workload of dozens of people in the room had been completed, and he was about to stand up to take a break. The door beside him opened. Several patients dressed in blue and white striped psychiatric hospital uniforms dragged in 6 unconscious men in black, leaving 6 blood-red trails on the floor as they moved. They were preparing to throw them into this small room. Hey! The director hurriedly waved his hand to stop the patients. No need to throw them in that room, bring them in front of Ergo. Ergo, still not fully upright, saw the 6 new squirrels falling from the sky, and his mouth twitched. Rubbing his waist and crossing himself, he squatted down again to continue working. Big brother, aren't these patients? Why are they? Su, who had somehow gotten close to the director, looked curious. How could patients be working? Shouldn't they be actively cooperating with their treatment? The director glanced sideways at Su, who he had never seen before, but since he was with Li Gu, he must be a new recruit. Indifferently, he replied, these people are patients who actively cooperate, they admit they are mentally ill, so they can participate in work. Do you have to admit you're mentally ill to work? Su asked, puzzled. What kind of nonsensical threshold was that? Of course, those who can admit they are mentally ill show that they have improved under treatment and can qualify for work. Can you trust a mentally ill person with work? The director looked at Su with a puzzled expression. What about those who don't admit they're mentally ill? In the next moment, Su felt he had asked a pointless question. The familiar, piercing screams suddenly coming from another room made him realize the answer to that question. Pointless. The director tapped his ear, casually flicking a piece of earwax onto the ground. Of course, they continue. Treatment. Su's eyes twitched suddenly, picturing the treatment scene, and he slowly moved away from the director. He returned to the side of the matchmaker, who was still sweet and lovely. Everyone else was too dangerous, and he was scared. Shen Shen looked at the increasing number of squirrels in front of him and raised his head towards the direction of the West Saddle Shelter, his thoughts drifting far away. Tomorrow. I will bring 108 squirrels to find you. I really want to know, as someone who prides themselves on being virtuous and forgetting personal grudges, with a heart for the world, do you truly have the world in your heart? Li Gu, there are a total of 1480 points, and some dropped items are here as well. The dean stood beside Li Gu, sporting dark circles under his eyes, slightly hunched over, with a fawning expression and a voice that was somewhat weak. Indeed, although his physical condition had been enhanced, he still struggled to cope with staying awake for a day and a night. Shen Shen stood in place, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sunset, gradually being swallowed by the night. It's getting dark. He then gave a firm pat on the dean's back, prompting him to straighten up, and subsequently traded 180 points to the dean. This 180 points and these equipment are for you. Go enhance your strength, and help your doctors improve as well. Only with great strength can one survive the night and see the dawn. The weary dean, upon hearing this, was invigorated, straightening his back end, patting his chest with tears streaming down his face. Li Gu, don't worry. The dean was naturally excited. This was the first time Li Gu had made a promise to him in person. Although it seemed like there was no substantial promise, it was enough. He understood very well why Li Gu was willing to take them in. Li Gu needed a pack of dogs, a group of sufficiently twisted dogs, a pack that could intimidate the base with the most brutal means. This was also why he had squeezed those men in black today. Even after finishing, he still left them with injuries, and why he treated patients in the next room this afternoon. Because he needed Li Gu to see, needed others to see. Shen Shen nodded, patted the dean's shoulder, and left for the supply point under the dean's watchful gaze. Just after midnight, Shen Shen stepped into the supply point right on time. Without much hesitation, he opened the equipment store and bought 20 pine cones for the remaining 20 squirrels, spending 1,000 points. Looking at his remaining 295 points, Shen Shen did not use them to enhance his strength but walked silently to the wall of the grocery store, pondering for a moment. He then opened the grocery store and began to search carefully. The grocery store was different from other stores, with a wide variety of categories: clothing, food, general goods, miscellaneous items, etc. In the clothing section, a white wedding dress abruptly caught Shen Shen's eye. Pure white silk, a V-shaped neckline design, a fluffy skirt, with a train about 2 meters long trailing behind. Shen Shen stared at the 3D rendering of the wedding dress, lost in thought. This wedding dress was beautiful, perfectly fitting the image in Shen Shen's mind of the dress that would suit his little princess. He reached out to touch the wedding dress, but his hand passed through the 3D illusion. Like a bubble, it shattered upon contact. He had entertained thoughts of marriage more than once in his mind. One could say that the motivation that kept Shen Shen going before the apocalypse was the desire to start a family. He wanted to escape from that home that filled him with constant fear. Fortunately, he met the little princess he wanted to marry. Unfortunately, the little princess chose another home. Shen Shen gazed blankly at the white wedding dress, lost in thought, but in the next moment, his expression quickly cleared, and a strange smile crept onto his lips. As his smile widened, his laughter grew louder, echoing through the entire supply point with his manic laughter. Shen Shen held his staff, arms outstretched, leaning back in an exaggerated manner that would make onlookers worry about. His spine breaking, grinning wildly, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. In the next moment, Shen Shen straightened up and glanced at the selling points of the wedding dress. Price, 100 points. That's really not cheap, Shen Shen murmured in a low voice. I could exchange it for 2 one-star weapons or learn 2 skills. But this is what my little princess deserves. Shen Shen stuffed the wedding dress into the storage space and looked at the pure white tailcoat in front of him, nodding in satisfaction. The pure white tailcoat had a slightly longer jacket that reached the hips, with a small opening at the hips, hanging down like a swallow's tail behind him. The pocket of the jacket held a petite red rose as an embellishment. Chen Chen glanced at the price of the tailcoat, which was also 100 points, and without hesitation, he purchased the outfit and stored it away. The 2 pieces of clothing Chen Chen selected were the most expensive outfits that a 2-star professional could unlock, with no special effects or attribute bonuses. Their only purpose was aesthetics. However, Chen Chen felt no pain in his heart. After all, tomorrow was his wedding, and it was certainly something to take seriously. Chen Chen planned to hold his wedding at the West Saddle Shelter tomorrow. This was the only obsession he had before. The apocalypse broke out. After tomorrow, nothing in the world would hold him back. Chen Chen continued to browse the miscellaneous shop, preparing some small items for the wedding. Handheld fireworks *10. 10-meter red. Carpet *1. Doves of peace *50. Bouquet of roses *1. The most expensive item among these was the doves of peace, as he found them in the food category. Looking at the dwindling points and the soon-to-end supply point. Stay time, Chen Chen did not linger too long at the supply point. He pushed open the door of the supply point located in the prison cell and walked in the darkness towards the room where the director was, next to the wall. The director, Ergo, and the remaining 20 squirrels were still waiting for him. Stop looking, hurry up and sleep, big things are happening tomorrow, Su said, patting the head of the little black beside him in the dark. Little Black, under the moonlight streaming in through the window, watched Chen Chen's receding figure. When Chen Chen disappeared from his line of sight, he buried his head in the blanket, his voice barely audible. Brother Su, I miss home. Su's hand, raised in the air, paused for a moment, then a voice devoid of emotion came, Miss what? Hurry up and sleep. He then buried himself in the blanket, leaving only his head outside, staring blankly at the moon outside the window. He came from a rural family, so poor that they could barely make ends meet relying on government assistance. In such an environment, after finishing his 9 years of compulsory education and returning home with a university admission notice, his parents did not hesitate and resolutely decided to sell everything to support him through college. However, the national scholarship that should have belonged to him was taken by a classmate who used an iPhone. He sat there under the podium, covering the patch on his pants with his hand, listening to the student on the podium with the iPhone giving a speech about what he would do if he received the scholarship. I will treat the whole class to hot pot. Thus, that student won nearly all the votes in the class except for his, amidst thunderous applause, and successfully obtained the scholarship. Just like that, before he had a chance to step on stage and say a word, the election results were already out. He had gone to see his counselor. Su felt a bit of moisture at the corners of his eyes and couldn't help but bury his head in the blanket. He remembered the counselor's exact words, "Don't worry, next semester it will be your turn." However, by the time he was about to graduate, he still hadn't received the educational subsidy from the government for low-income families. When he was preparing for an internship in his senior year, he discovered that his psychology major had only 2 job options: stay at school as a teaching assistant or go to the hospital as an intern doctor. But no matter which option he chose, the meager salary was barely enough to repay the interest on the high-interest loans his family had borrowed over the years. So he chose to read fortunes on the overpass. With his excellent makeup skills and professional rhetoric, he gradually made a name for himself and secured a decent fixed income. Su poked his head out from under the blanket and sat up on the bed, pulling out the lighter and cigarettes he had bought from the store, which were pressed under the bed. The crimson tip of the cigarette lit up in the darkness, and wisps of smoke floated into the air, drifting towards the moon outside the window. In the haze, it seemed he could see his mother waving goodbye to him from the moon through the smoke. Before he could send his first earnings home to tell them that their son had finally made something of himself, news came from his hometown that his parents had both collapsed from exhaustion in the fields. When they were taken to the hospital, the doctors detected a ruptured blood vessel in the brain. The surgery required immediate payment and family signatures to prepare for a craniotomy. The cost of the surgery was 800,000. Su still remembered that he received the call just before the winter break. He had no other way to gather 800,000 in such a short time. So he sent all his classmates to a pyramid scheme and frantically recruited new members. To the point that even his superiors were a bit alarmed and advised him to take it easy. Finally, on New Year's Eve, he managed to gather the money and transfer it to the hospital account, just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief and rush back to sign the papers. The hospital called. They offered their condolences and told him to prepare for the worst. The next moment, countless fireworks shot up into the sky, bursting and fading away. The sounds of Happy New Year echoed from every household. Su looked at the lingering smoke drifting by the window, his eyes a bit moist. That night, Sue stood downstairs listening to the sounds of laughter from every home and watching the silhouettes of children playing through the window, lost in thought for the entire night. The next morning, he called the police to turn himself in, and his classmates were rescued that day. "Brother Sue, why aren't you asleep yet? What are you thinking about?" Xiao Hei turned over and coughed from the smoke. "Nothing," Sue replied with a smile, extinguishing the cigarette and lying back down on the bed. The room fell silent again. In the dark room next to the wall, everyone else in the base had already gone to rest, leaving only the director and Ergo. Chen Shan waved his hand casually, and 20 remote-controlled bombs appeared on the ground. No one spoke. Ergo wiped his face, picked up a bomb from the ground, and started working. The eyelids of a man in black on the ground began to twitch slightly, but the next moment, the director picked up a brick from the ground and, with all his strength, smashed it onto the forehead of the man in black who was about to wake up. Ergo stopped his work and looked at the director in silence. Anyone who had watched a few more movies would know that you had to hit the back of the head to knock someone out. However, the twitching eyelids of the man in black fell back into silence and he fainted again under the weight of the brick. Ergo twitched the corner of his mouth and lowered his head to continue working. Fine, brute strength does indeed work wonders. After a long while, Ergo rubbed his lower back and struggled to stand up from the ground. The prolonged squatting had made his calf muscles feel sore and crampy, and he rubbed his eyes and looked at Chen Shan, speaking in a tired voice. "Brother Li, everything is ready." Chen Shan looked at the pile of black-clad figures in front of him, nodding quietly in response. He then tossed all the useless one-star equipment from his storage space to Ergo. "Put these things in the base. You can exchange them for points or for contributions to the base. In any case, draft a set of regulations. There's no rush, we can discuss it when we return tomorrow. You've worked hard today. Pick 3 items to keep for yourself." Ergo looked at Sue with a face full of panic, hurriedly saying, "Not hard, not hard." Brother Li actually told him he worked hard, that was not a good omen. Chen Shan casually replied, not wanting to waste too many words on this matter. After a moment of silence, he dropped a sentence and turned to walk towards the office. "I'm getting married tomorrow. Everyone go to the supply point and dress up a bit. Both there." Go, and the director stared wide-eyed at Chen Shan's retreating figure, unable to recover for a long time. After a moment, the two exchanged glances, seeing in each other's eyes that they hadn't misheard. The director couldn't help but tap his hand, the pain in his hand making him gasp. Did Brother Li say he's getting married? Ergo glanced at the director's hand, which was still bloodied and raw from being hit, and didn't ask about it, his voice full of confusion as he looked in the direction Chen Shan had disappeared. Who was he marrying? Aren't you always by Brother Li's side? Don't you know which woman is close to him? I haven't seen Brother Li close to any woman. Maybe it's someone sneaking into Brother Li's room at night. The director kicked the black-clad figure lying on the ground like a dead pig. Impossible. I live in the room opposite Brother Li's. How could I not hear anything? Could it be Lu Shui? The director fell silent for a moment, thinking of a possibility. He clearly remembered that Brother Li came to his original shelter because Lu Shui had sought refuge there. Lu Shui had just arrived, and before he could even examine her, Brother Li had come right after. Upon hearing this, Ergo also fell silent, and after a moment, spoke firmly. Absolutely impossible. Then Ergo stealthily glanced around, mysteriously covering his mouth and leaning closer to the director, lowering his voice. Last time Brother Li chatted with me, he said he was going to kill Lu Shui to become a god. Become a god? Become a god. What does that mean? It seems Brother Li means to personally kill the woman he loves to break through a certain psychological barrier. Brother Li really likes Lu Shui. The director looked at Ergo in surprise, confused. Ergo nodded. From my observations, Brother Li should really like Lu Shui even now. Then why does Brother Li want to kill her? Because Brother Li does not tolerate betrayal, no matter the reason. Not looking at the cause, only the result. The result is betrayal, and thus death. Chen Shan lay on the sofa, squinting his eyes as he gazed through the broken window at the gradually rising morning sun. Since waking up in the middle of the night last night, Chen Shan had found it hard to fall back asleep. He kept staring out the window until the darkness turned to light, his chaotic thoughts forming fleeting images in his mind. The sun had not fully risen yet, but a hint of light was gradually brightening the horizon. Chen sat up on the sofa, dazed for a moment, before walking to the bathtub prepared by Ergo in the room and jumping in. Dressed in a white tailcoat, Chen placed a newly bought white gentleman's hat on his head and walked downstairs with a cane in hand. Chen pushed open a cell door, startling Lu Shui, who was sleeping on a straw mat. I thought you would bring in a bowl of death rice, Lu Shui said, adjusting her position to sit.
Against the wall, a hint of mockery in her bleary eyes as she looked at Chen Chen. Chen Chen stood in silence for a moment, walked into the room, turned around to close the door, and then sat cross-legged on the straw mat. Supporting his knee with one hand, he watched the changing expressions on Lu Shue's face. After a while, Chen Chen suddenly laughed. Even in the apocalypse, you still look so good. So, are you going to have a go at me? Before sending me off? Lu Shue provocatively tugged at her collar. Chen Chen extended his cane to lift Lu Shue's collar slightly, shaking his head. What are you pretending for? Didn't you get together with me for this? Lu Shue glanced at Chen Chen with disdain. Let's chat for a bit. After a moment of silence, Chen Chen blurted out. If we chat, you won't kill me, right? I still will, but first, I'll marry you. Lu Shue noticed the obviously brand new white tailcoat on Chen Chen and a playful smile appeared on her lips. You mean marriage? Don't you want to? Lu Shue couldn't help but clutch her stomach, leaning against the wall as she laughed heartily. Are you crazy? You're about to kill me, and you still want me to marry you? Don't you want to? After a male mantis mates with a female mantis, the female mantis will devour the male mantis. What is this? Marry me. And then kill me? You might as well change your name to Chen Mantis. Don't you want to? Chen Chen's eyes were filled with indescribable emotions as he looked at the wall behind Lu Shue, his voice soft and gentle. Lu Shue lowered her head in silence for a moment, then raised it, her red lips slightly parted. Why? We made a promise. Lu Shue's mouth fell open unconsciously as she looked at the man before her, now even thinner and filled with melancholy. We promised to get married and be together forever. Chen Chen suddenly laughed, as if recalling something. Ergo, Donkey Egg, and Er Mao, they were all your father's former subordinates. After your father died at the hands of zombies, they followed me. Just in time for Ergo to host the wedding, Donkey Egg and Er Mao to be the groomsmen, and find 2 women to be your bridesmaids, throwing a lively wedding. Are you serious? The mockery had vanished from Lu Shue's face, her tone filled with indescribable emotions. Of course, I've already bought your wedding dress. Chen Chen stood up and took the wedding dress from his space, holding it in his hands, his eyes filled with pride. What do you think? Is it pretty? My taste is pretty good, right? It's beautiful. Lu Shue looked at the pure white Western wedding dress with sparkling eyes, already tired of her tattered clothes. So you still want to hold a wedding? Of course, I've planned everything. I bought a lot of things, fireworks, a red carpet, and so on. Chen Chen, like a child showing off his good things, kept taking items out of his storage space and placing them in front of Lu Shue. Lu Shue also cooperatively covered her mouth, letting out surprised exclamations. Ding ding ding. Chen Chen was jumping in place with a strange dance, conjuring a dove of peace out of thin air. As soon as the dove appeared, it flapped its wings and flew around the room a few times before darting out the window. How about that? I bought 50 of these little things. For the wedding, Chen Chen exaggeratedly waved his hands. We'll release them all at once. That will definitely be beautiful, Lu Shue said, her face filled with enchantment. No girl doesn't look forward to a wedding. It has to be beautiful. My little princess must be the most beautiful one, even in the apocalypse. Where is the wedding venue? The Weston Military District Shelter. How many people will come? There should be quite a few. There's a gathering of nearby shelters at the Weston Shelter today. I'll send out a regional announcement later. More people should come. That scene will definitely be beautiful. Of course. Chen Chen's eyes showed a proud expression. And I've prepared 108 fireworks for you, enough to shake the entire Weston. Are you saying you're going to stuff bombs into those black-clad people's bellies? That sounds a bit like a terrorist act, Lu Shue couldn't help but tease. Actually, I hate you deeply. Lu Shue was silent for a moment. You had the chance to save my father, but you didn't. I hate you too. You didn't choose me and abandoned me. Chen Chen stared into Lu Shue's eyes, filled with complex emotions. They both fell silent for a moment before suddenly looking at each other and laughing, not speaking again. Did you prepare bombs for me? Of course, it's all ready. Chen Chen clapped his hands, and 2 female survivors waiting outside pushed the door open with a bucket of water. Help her wash up and change. How do I look? Lu Shue twirled in front of Chen Chen, her eyes full of love for the dress. You look good. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. Ergo, come in. Chen Chen took out a remote-controlled bomb from his space and threw it to Ergo, then stepped forward to knock Lu Shue unconscious. Put the pine cone on my little princess. Lu Shue, all smiles, appeared in the square, linking arms with Chen Chen. Chen Chen wore a pure white tailcoat, a white gentleman's hat, and held a cane, looking like a serious gentleman. Lu Shue, all smiles in a pure white wedding dress, held onto Chen Chen's arm, gazing at the crowd.
Ergo and the others were all in black suits, their expressions serious already. Waiting in the square. Chen Shen was surprised to find that even Su and the dean, as well as Xiaohei, had changed into pure black suits, clearly ready to follow along. Su felt fortunate, he had woken up early and saw that. Ergo and the others were all in black suits, so he quickly went to get himself and Xiaohei each a suit. No matter what happens today, keeping pace with the core group is always the right choice. Now, let's wake up all. Our little squirrels, it's their turn to take the stage today. Chen Shen's expression was excited, a manic smile spreading across his face as his cane pointed to the pile of unconscious black-clad people in the square. The group of Ergo and others gathered in the square were now surrounding Chen Shen. Upon hearing the command, they all moved towards the black-clad figures in the square, raising their feet to kick fiercely at the faces of the black-clad people. The tenants in the base had already set out early to hunt zombies, as zombies only hide in houses during the day to devour and evolve, making it possible to find isolated ones. However, there were only a few isolated zombies, so naturally, those who left early would kill more. Thus, the tenants all set out early to hunt zombies. After all, the early bird catches the worm. Where am I? The dazed Ma Zi slowly woke up and glanced around, suddenly remembering something, and struggled to get up from the ground. Fortunately, there were no pots around, nor was there any garlic or ginger floating around him as he had imagined. He endured the soreness and raised his hand, then slightly stomped his foot. Thankfully, his body was still round and intact, without missing arms or legs. Ma Zi staggered and forced himself to stand straight, scanning the few people in front of him who were staring at him. When he caught sight of the dean who was currently waking up his colleagues, his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The memory this person left him was not very pleasant. However, he seemed to be trustworthy. He indeed only took their points and dropped items, and did not harm them while they were knocked out. He just didn't know what he planned to do now that he had awakened them all. With his stamina not yet restored and without weapons at hand, even if his colleagues woke up, he had no idea if it was possible to break out. Chen Shen leaned on his cane, looking with satisfaction at the black-clad people in the square who were slowly being awakened, tapping the ground with his cane, producing a loud bang. Suddenly, the scene fell silent. Everyone waited quietly for the next move of this young ruler. I'm very happy to meet everyone. And I warmly welcome everyone to attend my wedding. Ma Zi's pupils constricted. He hadn't seen this young man before he lost consciousness, but now it seemed that this young man was the leader of this base. But what the hell was a wedding? Did he go to such great lengths to set them up just to collect a wedding gift? I am Chen Shen, and I am about to marry this beautiful little princess, Lu Shui, who is standing beside me. Chen Shen slightly bent his waist to make way for Lu Shui, who was holding his arm. The wedding will be held at the Weston Military District Shelter, and it is very likely to be the first wedding after the apocalypse. You will have the opportunity to participate in this milestone wedding, which will surely be remembered in history. Ergo placed his hands in front of him, looking serious, but the corners of his eyes couldn't help but twitch. If Hui Gaili hadn't died, perhaps he would be the one being proposed to. The black-clad people sitting in the square were now silent, looking up at the young man speaking, desperately recovering their stamina, waiting for Chen Shen's next words. After all, it couldn't be as simple as just having them attend this damn wedding. But this young man couldn't be a rich kid from a provincial shelter, right? Who in their right mind would think about holding a damn wedding in an environment filled with zombies? No matter what happened next, in the absence of weapons, restoring their physical strength to the maximum extent would give them more energy to cope with the upcoming situation. Ma Zi, Kai Shenyi, and the blind man exchanged subtle glances, unanimously deciding to observe the situation first and focus on recovering their physical strength. After 2 days and nights without food or water, and suffering from the dean's treatment, if it weren't for their enhanced physical condition, they would have long since collapsed. At this critical moment, the three, who had always been at odds, decided to put aside their grievances and face the difficulties together. But Chen Shen heavily struck the ground with his cane and said in a deep voice. Ma Zi's pupils constricted, his muscles tensed. Ready to leap up from the ground at any moment to fight for his life, he knew the critical moment had arrived. I don't have a bride price, Chen Shen said with a seemingly helpless expression. The blind man, who was just about to explode, froze for a moment, exchanged a glance with Ma Zi beside him, and slightly relaxed his body, his eyes filled with confusion. Damn bride price, there are empty houses everywhere in the city. If you have the ability, this city could be your private property. So I need to ask Lu Jun for some points, and in exchange, it's you little squirrels. Chen Shen's eyes were filled with a strange emotion as he pointed his cane at the black-clad men in the square ahead. Upon hearing this, Ma Zi gradually calmed down. So it was kidnapping and extortion. No wonder the base was set up in a prison. Even in the apocalypse, they remained steadfast in their old profession, a sense of professional ethics that would make many office workers feel ashamed. They were all valuable assistants under Lu Jun. If it weren't for the lion's mouth being wide open, Ma Zi still had confidence that Lu Jun would choose to redeem them. After all, they believed Lu Jun could definitely distinguish between fish and fishing rods. After redeeming them, they could bring Lu Jun more points. So, you need to come with me to the west in military district shelter. Chen couldn't help but turn around in place, admiring his pure white tailcoat, taking out the pocket-sized red rose from his jacket pocket and sniffing it at his nose. So fragrant. Now, let's go. With that, Chen took the lead, Lu Shui linking her arm with his, her eyes filled with a hint of anticipation and an indescribable emotion. Meanwhile, Ergo and the others, dressed in black suits, followed behind brotherly with serious expressions. Ma Zi and the others stood up from the ground and exchanged glances, as if no one was supervising them, not worried about them running away. Forget it, let's just follow for now. We'll think of a way when we get closer to the western base. I don't want to stay here for a moment longer. The blind man rubbed his right eye, feeling a bit uncomfortable. His right eye had not seen sunlight for years, but the eye patch covering it had been confiscated, leaving his right eye exposed. Under the sunlight, it felt incredibly sore. Damn. Ma Zi couldn't help but look at the blind man's right eye in shock. You're not blind? The blind man shot Ma Zi a sideways glance and snorted, not speaking. If you're not blind, why are you wearing an eye patch? Kai Shini also got up from the ground, rubbing his belly, looking at the blind man with a gaze as if he were a lunatic. The blind man glared at the two of them, his tone unfriendly. Hurry up and follow. Who knows if they'll come back in a fit of rage and kill us all. Rubbing his eyes that hadn't seen sunlight for a long time, the blind man endured the pain, filled with nostalgia for the time before the apocalypse. Before the outbreak, he was involved in the underworld. Now, the requirements for being in the underworld were getting higher and higher. In the past, all you needed was a full back tattoo to intimidate a group of people when you went out. But in recent years, things have been getting worse. Not only do you need a resume, but you also need achievements. The resume shows whether you've been in prison, and the achievements are measured by the impressive scars on your body. So he forged his prison record and wore an eye patch, relying on his fierce words but resolutely refusing to fight, and successfully became the leader of a small gang before the apocalypse broke out. The blind man looked at the figure of the young man walking in front and couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. He was actually doing quite well. He had a brother who, in order to create achievements for himself, made a cruel decision and slashed his own face, calling himself Scarface. The blind man's thoughts wandered slightly. He remembered that Scarface had come to this prison to brush up on his resume before the apocalypse broke out, and he wondered how he was doing now. However, in the next moment, a dull explosion sounded in everyone's ears, and blood and flesh flew through the air like cherry blossoms in the wind. The man with pockmarks stared blankly at a direction in the corner of the street behind him, where he saw a leg blown onto a tree branch. The young man still leaned on his cane, walking ahead with a woman in a pure white wedding dress, not pausing for a moment. Not even turning his head. It was a middle-aged man next to the young man who stopped and turned to look back at them. Ergo pulled out a large loudspeaker from his pocket. Run or die. The words were short and powerful. Xi'an Military District Shelter, Conference Room. Damn it. Lu Jun slammed all the teacups on the table to the ground, furiously grabbing the collar of a young man in front of him. 2 whole days. My 100 personal guards have vanished without a trace, not a single corpse, not even a hint of their whereabouts. What am I raising you for? Ah! Lu Jun shouted loudly in the young man's face. For the past few days, he had been unable to eat or sleep, with 100 fully armed personal guards disappearing. This was absolutely terrible news. Although most of these 100 people were still using homemade equipment. The captain, squad leaders, and a core group were all equipped with dropped or purchased gear. Moreover, each of them had learned an enhancement skill from him. Such a force, without even a whisper or sign, had just vanished. Yes, just vanished. So far, Lu Jun had sent out many people to investigate, but not a single trace of the 100 personal guards could be found. Report, Commander. This time, I will personally go out to search. I won't return to the camp until I find a trace. The young man with a square face wiped the drool from his face and said firmly. Go ahead. Lu Jun waved his hand, slumping tiredly into his chair, rubbing his temples as he pondered the issue. 2 days had passed. He had to think about the next step. The impact of losing 100 fully armed personal guards was not just a simple loss of manpower. How did they disappear? Did they fall into an ambush? Was it done by civilian forces or other shelters? Why would they do this? Were they trying to start a war to annex their shelter? Did they encounter zombies? What kind of powerful zombies could cause 100 fully armed soldiers to die without leaving a trace of a fight? Level 3? Level 4? If such high-level zombies appeared near his shelter, then he would have to consider relocating the shelter. Lu Jun leaned back in his chair, eyes closed, hands anxiously rubbing his temples. He wasn't afraid of the 100 personal guards all dying, he was just afraid of not knowing how they died. Who was scheming against him from behind? Knock. Knock, knock. Come in. Lu Jun rubbed his face, his expression returning to its usual calm, sitting up straight and speaking in a deep voice. Commander, the leader of the Blood Gang's refuge next door has arrived. A hearty laugh echoed from the corridor as a muscular man, bare-chested and tattooed with a full back image of Guan Gong, entered, followed by 2 other men. The muscular man didn't bother with pleasantries and plopped down in the chair opposite Lu Jun, leaning over the table and casting a sidelong glance at the broken tea set on the floor. I say, Lu Lao, these things aren't cheap. Just smashing them like that, really extravagant. Lu Jun narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the bare-chested man in front of him, wondering if he was the one responsible for this. This man had never had a good impression of their official forces. Lu Jun clapped his hands, and 2 young women entered to clean up the broken tea set before bringing in a plate of grapes. Zhang, the leader of the Blood Gang, your physique is truly enviable. In this weather in October, you can still go bare-chested. Being young is great. I say, Lu Lao. Zhang took a grape from the plate, tossed it into his mouth, chewed casually a couple of times, and spat the skin on the floor. You're only about 50, just a decade older than me. Hearing you call me young is quite jarring. But Lu Lao really lives well. We can't easily exchange points for things like grapes, we can't even afford to lift a pot over there. Lu Jun stared at Zhang with a forced smile, not speaking. Didn't they say someone from the provincial refuge would come over? Why haven't they arrived yet? Seeing Lu Jun not respond, Zhang, feeling bored, tossed a grape to his subordinate and casually remarked. The provincial refuge is quite far from here, so they'll naturally arrive a bit late. However, a young master from the provincial refuge did come over a couple of days ago. Which young master? Wang Xin. Never heard of him. His father holds real power in the provincial refuge. Oh? Zhang stood up and looked at Lu Jun, complaining, why didn't you say this earlier? Where is young Master Wang? I need to go find him and have a chat. Chen Chen walked at the front, arm in arm with Lu Shui, both dressed in pure white wedding attire and a tailcoat. Ergo and the others followed closely behind in black suits, their expressions serious. At the back were a group of ragged, black-clad individuals, their exposed skin showing signs of dried blood clots. We've finally arrived. Chen Chen looked up at the stadium, which was being used as a refuge, not far away. Let's go in. Ergo and the others exchanged glances, gripping their weapons tightly. Everyone knew this outing wouldn't be easy, after all, even a fool could tell it wasn't just a simple wedding. This operation was essentially like running into a tiger's den, stuffing a bomb into the belly of a tiger cub, and then detonating it. Whether the tiger would go mad was no longer a question to consider. What needed to be considered was how to escape the tiger's den after the tiger went mad, or even how to kill the tiger. Donkey tightened his grip on his weapon, his eyes filled with bloodlust. This time, it should be my turn to achieve merit, right? How is it, are you scared? Su said, pulling on the little black beside him, lowering his voice. Is this the big deal you mentioned yesterday, Brother Su? Little Black glanced back at the black-clad person they had captured. I don't quite understand. Didn't you see Brother Ergo stuff a bomb into the belly of every black-clad person behind us yesterday? Su shot a sideways glance at those black-clad figures and curled his lip. They can't all be set to explode, right? Little Black suddenly thought of a possibility, his eyes a bit dazed. He originally thought this was a way to control this group of black-clad people, but now he felt that the likelihood of Brotherly doing this was low. But didn't Brotherly say he would use this group to extort points from Lu Jun? Yes, that's right. Then they shouldn't be set to explode. Do these two things conflict? First, extort points, and after that, just blow them up. Little Black hesitated for a moment, looking at Chen Chen's back ahead, his voice lowered to the extreme. Isn't that a bit untrustworthy? Yes. Su tugged at Little Black's clothes, not wanting to dwell on this matter, and said in a low voice, let's not talk about this for now. Remember, it will be very chaotic later, and chaos means a lot of uncertainty, which also means our chance to make a contribution is coming. Will there be danger? Of course, just watch my eyes later, and then you take out that equipment, got it? Little Black's eyes were filled with panic, and after hesitating for a moment, he lowered his voice, isn't that exposing us? That group is all in the base at home. What are you afraid of? Your brother Su is no longer an unknown nobody. Just look at who can participate in this operation, aren't they? All core members? Those who didn't come are nothing. Sue reassured Little Black, his expression serious as he said in a deep voice, "You must pay attention to my expressions and orders later. If I tell you to use it, you use it immediately, understand?" Little Black nodded with a complicated expression. Sue breathed a sigh of relief. Little Black was good at everything, just a bit too timid, and he didn't understand why a man could be so cowardly. Then he looked excitedly at the stadium approaching ahead. The opportunity to make a contribution was coming again, and if there was a chance, he wanted to grab more women to take back. Last night, the matchmaker had discussed the brothel chain plan with him, and they hit it off. Sue was already prepared to probe Brother Lee's intentions tonight, having thought of reasons. The reason for opening a brothel in their own base could boost morale, increase combat effectiveness, and reduce crime rates. The reason for opening a brothel in other bases was even more reasonable, nominally a brothel, but in reality an intelligence agency to gather information on various forces. Last night, Sue and the matchmaker discussed this matter and unanimously felt it was feasible. But to open a brothel stably in other bases, a necessary condition was that their base's extortionists had a strong enough deterrent. So where did that deterrent come from? Of course, from power and bloodshed. Sue licked the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light as he stared at the stadium in front of him, recalling the ripples from last night. Thus, the first step had to start from this Western Saddle Military District shelter. Ma Zi and the blind man exchanged glances and quietly retreated to the middle of the group. "We're almost there, any thoughts?" The blind man rubbed his right eye, looking at Chen Shen walking ahead, his expression inexplicable. "What thoughts could I have?" Ma Zi spat on the ground, touching his pockmarked face. "Did you not see that little brother who was planning to sneak away just explode all over? Did you see that group of people ahead? Did anyone turn back and take action?" The god of wealth squinted, rubbing his belly that hadn't seen meat for 2 days. "No," Ma Zi said with a gloomy determination, "they must have planted bombs on each of us. No wonder they aren't worried about us escaping or resisting. So now we can only wait," the blind man said with an unhappy expression. "What if that person asks for too much, and the commander is unwilling to pay that price? Wouldn't we just be waiting to die? Bah, what a stroke of bad luck. This feeling of having one's life controlled by others was like a fly caught in a spider's web, only able to flap its wings in futile struggle before death arrived. Big brother, you finally came back. Ever since I saw your esteemed face last time, I couldn't sleep or drink tea at home. Now that I see you again, it feels like the air is filled with the sound of magpies." Seeing the leader of the group at the door, the middle-aged man in the rocking chair at the entrance of the Western Saddle Military District jumped up from his seat, his tiny eyes wide open with joy as he ran towards Chun Shen. Ever since he learned that this young man was actually the leader of a shelter, he had been a bit anxious. "You're called Old Kidney, right?" Chen Shen squinted slightly at the middle-aged man with eyes the size of sesame seeds. He remembered this man, he had seen a farce the last time he was here. "Just call me Old Waist, heh. Ha." Old Kidney was filled with honored joy, unable to resist tugging at the small tuft of hair on his chin. To be remembered by a shelter leader was no small honor. When he got off work, he would have to show off to the 9 women at home. "Don't think that you men are just doormen, this is a lucrative job given by the commander. You don't have to go out and fight zombies, and there's still some profit. If it weren't for the commander being his uncle, this position wouldn't even be his." With a face full of pride, Old Kidney suddenly noticed what was behind Chen Shen, momentarily stunned as he tugged at his little mustache, instinctively pulling hard. In pain. Old Kidney didn't have time to care about his precious mustache and raised his trembling finger to point behind Chen Shen, stuttering, isn't this the 100 personal guards that disappeared the day before? Yesterday?" He naturally knew that over 100 people had vanished from the base in recent days, which had kept Lu Jun in a state of rage. He had even privately complained to his wife that perhaps that blind man had led them straight into the mouths of mutated beasts. However, now, this group of missing black-clad individuals had reappeared at the entrance of the Western Saddle Shelter. But the once pristine black uniforms were now tattered, with exposed skin covered in mottled bloodstains and freshly congealed scabs. Old Kidney's eyes were filled with fear, and his legs went weak as he sat down on the ground. That group had actually been captured by the leader of this shelter. So today, they must not have come with good intentions. Wait. Old Kidney looked at the group of black-clad individuals behind Chen Shen and suddenly noticed something, his face rekindling with hope. Though this group of men in black wore tattered clothes and were stained with blood, none of them were restrained. Hundreds of them quietly and silently followed behind Chen Shen, without a single voice raised, looking less like captives and more like those who had been rescued. Thinking of this, Old Shen's eyes reignited with hope,
As long as they didn't come to his door, he would be fine. Otherwise, as the gatekeeper, he would become the first casualty when war broke out,
turning his once lucrative job into a death sentence.
Old Shin let out a quiet sigh of relief, straightened his posture, and the panic on his face vanished. After all, they were in the apocalypse, with zombies and mutated beasts rampaging across the world.
At such a time, anyone with a broader perspective wouldn't actively provoke a war with humanity.
This big brother, please come in quickly. Once the commander learns that you have helped rescue hundreds of his personal guards, he will surely treat you with the highest courtesy, Old Shin said, his face beaming with a festive smile. He dared not step forward to shake hands, nearly stepping aside to open the gate.
Chen Shen squinted at Old Shin, whose
eyes were as small as sesame seeds, and smiled. Oh? At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the other end of the doorway. A man dressed in ancient style, holding a feather fan, and wearing a flowing white robe, walked slowly towards the crowd. Then I wonder who the commander will treat with the highest courtesy upon learning of our arrival. Behind this man in white were two elegantly dressed women in red, walking gracefully yet with a masculine vigor towards the crowd. However, in the next second, the footsteps of the man in white slightly stiffened in midair. He saw the leading young man not far away, dressed in a pure white tailcoat, with a stunning woman in a pure white wedding dress by his side. The corners of the man in white's mouth twitched slightly. He had thought it quite extravagant to spend a considerable amount of points on clothes that had no actual attribute bonuses for himself and to buy outfits for the two women behind him. Yet, he hadn't expected that the young man nearby was even more extravagant. The reason was simple: he had seen those two outfits before, priced at a staggering 100 points each.
He hadn't been willing to buy them. The man in white quickly regained his composure, his next step landing steadily as he couldn't help but quicken his pace to approach Chen Shen. With both hands clasped in a fist, he slightly bowed with a friendly smile. May I ask where this brother is from?
Buying top-tier clothing was a luxury he, a two-star professional, could hardly afford, let alone those country folks in other shelters who had no resources. The man in white narrowed his eyes slightly. He had definitely never
seen this person in the provincial shelter. Could he be from the neighboring province? Those from the neighboring province must be quite bold to come here, not fearing being eaten by mutated beasts on the way.
Even that Jianxi, flying around on a flying sword all day, had never dared to fly out of the province. Chen Shen raised Ergo's arm to check the time, looking at the man in white with interest and smiling, from the money-grabbing den of the aggressors. After changing into this new outfit today, he found that his watch didn't match his clothes, so he had put the watch on Ergo's arm. Of course, we will receive both of you with the highest specifications. Old Shin, standing aside, quietly observed for a moment and suddenly remembered what the commander had said that morning about someone coming to the provincial shelter today. It seemed that this young man in white was indeed the one. Immediately, he spoke with a voice filled with trepidation and a slight stutter, offering a win-win solution. He couldn't afford to offend either of these two. He knew that people with great abilities often clashed over trivial matters, and he wouldn't come out unscathed. The man in white, with a look of dissatisfaction, slapped his fan against Old Shin's face, cutting off whatever he was about to say. What a clueless fellow, bringing up the wrong topic. Just now, he didn't see anyone and thought it was the leader of some wilderness shelter coming to discuss matters, so he casually spoke to suppress these country folks and assert his own presence. Only then did he realize that the person in front of him was clearly a two-star professional. And he had never heard of the family behind him, not knowing the remnants of power left after the apocalypse. Naturally, it wouldn't be wise to offend someone over these baseless notions of high etiquette. Not to mention, he truly looked down on the idea of receiving the leader of a mere wilderness shelter with such high etiquette. After silencing the nearby ant who was not suitable to speak, the man in white retracted his fan, wearing a look of sudden realization. Oh, the money-grabbing den of the abuser, I seem to have heard of this. I remember it was a powerful family before the apocalypse, from the province of Lake Bay, right? Of course, he had never heard of this strange name, which normal family would name themselves like that? But he couldn't directly say that he had never heard of it, that it was a family from some godforsaken place. For someone from a family, saying they had never heard of it was equivalent to a slap in the face. It would create a rift. He just needed to probe a little, and the other party would reveal their family name in detail. Chen Shen looked at the man in white, who was beating around the bush, with a playful expression, a vague smile creeping onto his lips.
Not at all. It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. After today, the entire Western province will forever remember this name.
The man in white slightly furrowed his brows, a bit confused by this statement, but still maintained a polite smile. It is my honor to witness a family officially stepping into glory. Let me introduce myself. I am Lier from the Li family, and I am also the current leader of the Western Provincial Shelter.
The second son of my family. Lier slightly raised his head, subtly proud yet polite as he introduced his family. Before the apocalypse, his family was definitely at the bottom tier. They usually didn't register their names because even if they did, others wouldn't know which Li family they were. But after the apocalypse, everything changed. His father, having failed to align himself in the political arena before the apocalypse, was demoted to an administrator in the shelter. This position was essentially devoid of benefits and power, as this shelter wouldn't have been activated without the world-ending crisis. Although he was an administrator, who could he manage? However, it just so happened that a apocalypse broke out. His family controlled this food-abundant and absolutely safe underground shelter, rising to become one of the top powers after the apocalypse. So at this moment, although Lier didn't want to provoke strong enemies for his family unnecessarily, he wasn't intimidated by the other party either. Though Li family. Chen Chen's smile widened even more. Even in the apocalypse, you're still playing the family card. He then turned away from Lier, raised his cane to push open the door, and walked straight down the corridor towards the square. These people behind me are captured by me. Go inform your commander to bring points to redeem them. I'll be waiting for him in the square. Lier and Olshan stared at the long line of black-clad figures entering the passage, their mouths slowly opening in unconscious shock. Hey, aren't you guys going to run? Lier couldn't bear to watch any longer. He casually grabbed one of the black-clad individuals following the group into the passage and couldn't help but voice his confusion. He really couldn't understand it. This group of people was neither shackled, nor locked up, nor threatened by weapons. Over 100 people were quietly following just a few individuals without any resistance, behaving like obedient little children? Where was the man's blood? Were the people in this wilderness refuge so cowardly? However, the black-clad person who was grabbed couldn't help but show a look of fear, desperately trying to pull his hand away from Lier's grip. But the next second, a dull explosion sounded from within the black-clad person. The person who had just been fine in front of him instantly exploded before Lier's eyes without even having a chance to say a word. Lier stared at the abrupt scene in front of him, momentarily stunned, looking at the severed hand he was still holding, and took out a handkerchief from his pocket to wipe the blood splattered on his face. He glanced at the two beautiful women he had brought with him, his eyes dazed as he murmured, "Are people nowadays so barbaric?" The other black-clad individuals, seeing the fate of their comrade, tightened their jaws and silently continued to follow the group forward. Each one passed by Lier, making a small detour to stay as far away from him as possible. Being caught by him meant death. It was too unfair. As long as the commander spent points to redeem them, they could live. They had bombs implanted inside them, completely avoiding any unnecessary actions that could cost them their lives. Chen Chen frowned as he looked at the small shanties made of cloth and rubble piled up in the middle of the square, kicking down a small shanty in front of him in dissatisfaction. Ergo, seeing this, quickly took out a loudspeaker and turned to the black-clad individuals in the passage behind him. Go! Tear down all these shanties and clear out a space. The others exchanged glances, without any hesitation, rolled up their sleeves, and began to dismantle the shanties. The personal guards of Lu Jun didn't live in the square, they lived in the stands. Those living in the square were mostly from civilian forces and some survivors. At this moment, they felt no psychological burden in tearing them down. Moreover, their lives were still in Chen Chen's hands, so they naturally wouldn't disobey orders over such trivial matters. Before long, 1/3 of the shanties in the square had been violently torn down and thrown aside. Seeing that it was almost done, Ergo ordered everyone to stop. During this time, they did encounter some shanties occupied by people. However, at this point, most men had gone out to fight the zombies, leaving behind mostly the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, with only a few men remaining. No one stepped forward to argue. They all quickly got up and fled to the side, witnessing these people violently tearing down their small shanties. After all, aside from bedding, there was nothing valuable left. In the apocalypse, the most important thing was to survive. Those who had made it this far generally wouldn't act out of anger and throw themselves against a stone wall. Chen Shen stood in the middle of the square with his hands resting on his cane, with Ergo and the others beside him, while the black-clad individuals silently surrounded Chen Chen. From time to time, a black-clad person with a complex expression would look up at the stands, where their families were. Their family members left the shanties upon hearing the commotion, looking worriedly at the square, unsure of what was happening. Hearing the news brought by Olshan, Lu Jun's face darkened as he suddenly smashed the plate of grapes that had just been served onto the ground, then wiped his face with force, leaving Wang Xian and Zhang Shui behind, and walked down the passage toward the square. Chen Chen and the others closed their eyes to rest in the square, not waiting long. Laughter from Lu Lao could be heard coming from another passage. The aging Lu Jun's face was beaming with a smile as he opened his arms and walked out of the passage into the square, standing not far in front of Chen Chen. "Long time no see, little brother." Chen Chen leaned on his cane, raised his head to look at Lu Jun, his eyes wide open, murmuring in a frenzied tone, "Why do you dare to laugh before me?" Lu Jun frowned slightly, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes crinkling together, discreetly gesturing behind him. Chen Chen raised his cane and spread his arms, looking at Lu Jun with a mad expression, repeating the earlier question. "Why do you dare to laugh before me?" As soon as the words fell, a muffled sound came from a black-clad figure behind Chen Chen, and before a scream could escape, the person was blown to pieces from the shockwave that erupted from within. Blood and shattered remains floated recklessly in the air before falling to the ground. A wave of suppressed screams and chaos erupted from the stands. The black-clad figures behind Ergo had not yet had time to stir when, under Ergo's gaze, they fell back into a state of despair and silence. "You saw it. Because you laughed before me, this one died. This person died because of you." Chen Chen listened with satisfaction to the commotion behind him, wiped a drop of blood that had splattered on his face with his finger, and after savoring the taste in his mouth, spat a mouthful of saliva onto the ground with a frown. Lu Jun looked at Chen Chen expressionlessly. The sight of his own guard dying in front of him did not elicit much of a reaction. He spoke in a deep voice. "It's useless, a low-level moral kidnapping. Everyone knows it was you who killed my guard just now. You can't make me feel guilty, nor can you make others blame me for it. You treat the world as fools." Chen Chen clicked his tongue, scanning the empty space in front of him, his eyes flashing with excitement as he casually replied. "Is that so? The main reason for this visit is to play a little game with you." Chen Chen pointed to the black-clad figures behind him with a smirk. "Clearly, you have no right to refuse. The first little game is that I need you to be a witness at a wedding." Chen Chen excitedly took out a red carpet from his storage space and threw it on the ground. He waved his hand, urging Ergo and the others to quickly lay out the red carpet. Chen Chen's cheeks flushed with excitement as he couldn't help but spin around a few times, tossing the handheld firecracker he had bought the night before to Ergo and the others. He then took out a handful of red roses, pinched Lu Shue's delicate neck with both hands, and pressed his face close to her ear, taking a deep breath. "The second thing, of course, is to attend our wedding." Chen Chen held the roses in his left hand, his face twisted with excitement. Released his grip on Lu Shue's neck, and waved his hand, signaling the two women accompanying him to come forward and lift the long train of Lu Shue's wedding dress. Holding the roses in his left hand and the cane in his right, Chen Chen's face was filled with excitement as he turned in a circle in the middle of the square, scanning Lu Jun and the others, as well as the people in the stands who were watching below. The song from the clown mask began to play in the square. "Girl, why are you on tiptoe? Do you want to see the clown's smiling face?" The rhythmically upbeat yet slightly eerie song echoed from the clown mask on Chen Chen's face. He spun on one leg, tossing the roses he held into Lu Shue's arms. Then, with his left arm around Lu Shue's waist and his right hand gripping a cane, he excitedly walked up the red carpet laid out by Ergo. Just emerging from the passage, Lier's eyes widened involuntarily as he gazed at the bizarre scene before him. The eerie song. Chen Chen in a pure white tailcoat, holding roses, and Lu Shue in a pure white wedding dress. The red carpet. Lu Jun's sullen face. The complex expressions of the crowd around the stands. "Is this a wedding?" Lier muttered under his breath, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Girl, why are you on tiptoe? Why not escape the clown's smiling face?" Lu Shue held the roses, allowing Chen Chen to lead her down the red carpet, her face filled with pain as tears streamed down, looking at Chen Chen. This boy was not like this before. When they were together, Chen Chen was still the kind of sunny boy. At least, that's how she saw it. Lu Shue closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a stiff smile forced itself onto her face. She didn't think she had done anything wrong. If given another chance, she would still choose the same path. However, this outcome was not a good one for her. At least it was tragic enough. Pray before the flying knife performance, the audience's expressions are very subtle. Chen Chen held Lu Shue beside him, gazing at the end of the red carpet not far away, unable to help but let his thoughts drift. "Ali, do you think we will be together in the future?" "Of course, I swear." "Then will you marry me?" "Of course, you are the only woman I love in this lifetime, no one else." "Why do you often say I love you?" "Because you are the only woman in this world who loves me." "Wrong, your mother is also a woman." "Doesn't your mother love you?" "I love you." "What if my father doesn't agree with us being together?" "Then I'll kill your father." "What nonsense are you talking? I don't want to talk to you anymore." Coming back to his senses, Chen Chen scanned the surroundings, his smile widening, and his manic laughter echoed throughout the square. In the next moment, Chen Chen suddenly waved his right hand. 49 doves from the storage space flew out, flapping their wings and circling around the two before soaring away. At the same time, the handheld fireworks in air go and the others' hands went off. Simultaneously, the sky was filled with colorful bursts exploding above Chen Chen, drifting down onto the red carpet. The noise here is warm, much better than the cold world. Li Er rubbed his eyes, looking at the doves and the colorful bursts on the red carpet, finally realizing one thing. That impolite young man, who didn't know which family he came from, was really getting married in this shelter. But if he hadn't misheard, this young man had tied up over 100 people from this base and was so openly getting married in their shelter. Wasn't that like shitting on someone's head? Li Er unconsciously glanced at Lu Jun, who stood there with a sullen face but made no move, murmuring softly. Can this person endure so much? Is he a turtle? Ergo and the others looked seriously at the approaching Li Gu at the end of the red carpet, casually tossing aside the used fireworks and gripping their weapons tightly. After the wedding, a fierce battle was inevitable. They could not let their guard down at this moment. Su squatted next to Xiaohei, tying his shoelaces, and spoke in a low voice when no one could see his lips. After the battle starts, you follow. Behind me, I have protective skills. Don't run around, don't worry about others. Did you see the passage we just came in from? Later, follow me and secure that exit. It's the only way to leave this shelter. If we hold this passage, we will have done a great deed. Remember, listen to my orders, and you will take out that thing of yours. Without waiting for Xiaohei to respond, he stood up, returned to the side of the red carpet, raised his weapon, and looked seriously at Lu Jun and the others. The time before the show ticked away, and the fireworks answered that the circus was about to begin. Lu Jun looked grimly at the farce before him, ignoring the mockery from Zhang Shui, the leader of the blood gang, beside him. No way, Lu Lao, you can endure this? If it were me, I'd be charging in with a knife right now. Zhang Shui tossed a grape into his mouth while watching the wedding on stage with interest. Speaking of which, the young people these days are really romantic. Even in the apocalypse, they still think about love and marriage. Zhang Shui casually spat the grape skin on the ground. Those who are still focused on romance in the apocalypse are destined not to live long. They will eventually be dragged to death. Lao Shen quickly whispered something in Lu Jun's ear, and Lu Jun's eyes brightened, his previously furious expression quickly fading, replaced by a hint of cruelty. He had set aside his personal grudges for the sake of the world, even giving up his son's hatred. But Chen Chen actually thought he was easy to bully, truly taking him for a clay Buddha. Even if he were a Buddha, today this Buddha would also open the slaughter. The atmosphere reached a climax, and the clown let out a sharp laugh. Chen Chen walked to the end of the red carpet. A mad laughter slowly rose in the center of the square, growing louder and louder. Against the backdrop of the song played by the clown's mask, Chen Chen's laughter sounded incredibly jarring. Chen Chen raised his staff high with his left hand, grinning widely, while his right hand tightly gripped Lu Shui's neck, suddenly throwing her into the sky. Let the whole world see that my little princess, even in the apocalypse, is the most beautiful. Then, as Lu Shui's body soared into the air, it suddenly exploded at the peak. Shattered remains and blood rained down from above like a waterfall, crashing onto Chen Chen below. Chen Chen raised his head, spread his arms, and wore a look of ecstasy, enjoying the baptism of this blood rain. His pure white tailcoat turned a vivid red under the wash of blood. Feeling the deep pain and exhilaration within, two complex emotions collided endlessly in his heart. Chen Chen revealed a strange smile, took out a rose from his blood-stained pocket, and held it to his nose. He took a deep sniff. His expression was unnaturally calm, and he murmured, "From this moment on, I, Chen Chen, become a god." He then slowly tossed the rose to the ground. The blood-stained rose fell gracefully in an arc onto the bloodied red carpet. My little princess. This world will forever remember this moment, will forever remember you. Everyone will know about our grand wedding. The next second, over 100 men in black behind Chen Chen exploded. Without any warning, the shattered remains raining down on the square provided everyone with a baptism of blood. It was as if heaven and earth mourned Lu Shui's fall, sending down blood rain to bid farewell. It was also as if the sky was filled with fireworks bursting all at once. At that moment, everyone stopped their actions, their gazes converging in the center of the square. That young man, head held high, arms wide open, wore an expression of pure enjoyment. Xiaohei looked around in panic at the blood rain falling from the sky, casually picking up a piece of torn cloth from the ground to cover his head. Wasn't it said that they planned to extort points from Lu Jun first? Why did it explode without any warning? Chen Chen stood tall in the blood rain, enjoying the view of the crowd with a satisfied expression. He leisurely put his cane back into his storage space and took out a Gatling gun, holding it in his hand. Your son has been waiting for you in hell for a long time. You should go find him now. In the next moment, the 10 barrels of the Gatling gun in Chen Chen's hand began to slowly rotate. Li Er looked at the blood, rain and scattered corpses around him, his mouth twitching uncontrollably, a hint of fear hidden deep in his eyes. This young man. Completely disrespectful of life. Cold-blooded, ruthless. The apocalypse had arrived, and zombies were rampant worldwide. Shouldn't everyone be happily killing zombies, looting equipment, and comparing with each other? Why was this person willing to spend a large amount of points just to create a bloody spectacle? Although he didn't know the value of the bombs inside those men in black, he was sure they wouldn't be cheap, otherwise those who had transitioned to gunsmiths in the base wouldn't be gasping in pain at the thought of firing a single shot. If he really wanted to kill these people, he could just do it directly. Why use such a counterproductive method? He had thought Chen Chen intended to use this group to threaten Lu Jun to do something or extort points. However, Chen Chen merely brought the people before Lu Jun and detonated them right under Lu Jun's nose. It was like a demonstration. Li Er squinted at the guy not far away who had pulled out a Gatling gun out of thin air, his eyes twitching. What was this young man holding? It looked a bit like a Gatling gun. The guy in the base would hesitate to fire a submachine gun, never firing in bursts no matter the situation. Moreover, a Gatling gun was definitely a major point consumer. Li Er, what should we do now? The woman in red behind Li Er, with ample breasts and a curvy figure, spoke softly at this moment. Run! Li Er replied irritably, slowly backing down the corridor. No! The woman in red suddenly tore off the veil covering her face, raising her brows with a serious expression as she extended her arm to block Li Er's retreat. We can't leave. Old Li clearly stated that this item must be obtained at any cost. Li Er stopped in his tracks, rubbing his temples with a helpless expression. Well, you go get it. That thing is in Lu Jun's hands, you should go ask him for it. This woman was someone close to his father. The reason he came here, and why this woman followed, was that they had learned Lu Jun had a dropped item that allowed any profession to learn a passive enhancement skill without spending points. The base was very envious of this dropped item. The fact that any profession could learn a skill from a dropped item was already very tempting, let alone a passive skill. In the apocalypse, passive skills were recognized to be far more valuable than active skills. So his father sent him to find a way to obtain this dropped item, which could greatly enhance the base's strength, and sternly instructed him to spare no expense. Damn it! Li Er couldn't help but curse inwardly. They said to spare no expense, but gave him nothing. If he was to exchange, at least they should provide an equivalent dropped item. If he was to rob, at least they should send some manpower or give him some powerful dropped equipment. Yet there was nothing, and they claimed that everyone in the base was valuable, so they couldn't give him too many people. Losing even one would be a loss. Isn't it a loss for me to be diminished in your eyes? Li Er cursed inwardly, frowning as he looked at the woman beside him who had unveiled her face. Min Jia, could you please put your veil back on? Your butt teeth are really affecting my mood. Min Jia showed a hint of anger, putting the veil back over her face, her voice filled with determination. No matter what, we must get that item from Lu Jun. Get it? Are you out of your mind? Li Er stepped back a few paces down the corridor, pointing towards the square. Anyone with eyes can see that a fight is about to break out, okay? At this time, are you crazy enough to go talk to Lu Jun about how we want that item of yours? At least we should wait until the fight is over before going. Over. Li Er clicked his tongue, glancing at the young man standing in the middle of the square, murmuring softly, I really don't want to provoke this lunatic when he's clearly not calm. There is still a distinction among second-tier professionals. Li Er compared the Gatling gun in Chen Chen's hand with the small flame in his palm, fell silent for a moment, then clenched his fist to extinguish the flame, retreating a few more steps into the depths of the corridor. He backed into a corner where he could barely see the situation in the square. Zhang Shui, the gang leader, stopped chewing on grapes, his eyes blankly gazing at the blood rain in the sky. Just a moment ago, he was lamenting how the young people nowadays, even in the apocalypse, do not forget their romantic feelings, and then the next second, that woman exploded into pieces in the air. Killing one's wife to prove a point, this must be a madman. Just after holding a wedding, he killed his wife. Are you a damn mantis or what? However, before he could collect his thoughts, the sudden explosion of hundreds of black-clad figures completely shocked this old hand who had been lurking in the underground of Xi'an for decades before the apocalypse. Spending points to buy bombs, stuffing them into the bellies of the black-clad men, and then detonating them. This is an act without benefit, even harming one's own interests. Only one type of person would do such a thing. That is a madman. Only a madman would not care about his own interests, only concerned with whether he wants to do this thing or not. Li Er. stared intently at the slowly rotating Gatling gun in the young man's hand, retreating extremely slowly towards the back of the corridor. He had been mingling in the underground of Xi'an for decades, and he was only afraid of one type of person. That is a madman. If it weren't for the young man staring directly at him, he would have wanted to slip into the square and run to another corridor to escape the Xi'an military district shelter. However, there was no way. At this moment, he could only retreat deeper into the corridor, temporarily watching from the sidelines. After all, he and Lu Jun had no deep ties, being treated as accomplices would be a loss. He had come to the Xi'an military district shelter without expecting to encounter such a situation, as the Xi'an military district shelter was the strongest among their few shelters. So he didn't bring too many people, just 2 little brothers, to hold the scene. After it ends, he would crawl out from the depths of the corridor. Chen Shui silently made up his mind. Now, it would depend on Lu Lao's strength, whether he could handle that young man on the opposite side. Lu Jun looked at Chen Shen, who was holding a Gatling gun, with a face that changed from dark to light. He had thought that Chen Shen intended to use the group of bodyguards behind him to coerce him into doing certain things or to extort points. So he had arranged for Old Shen to retrieve the dropped equipment early on. Lu Jun frowned and glanced down at the dropped equipment in his hand. Equipment name, blocker. Equipment level, 2-star equipment effect. Can block all signal transmission within a radius of 100 meters. Equipment limitation, can only block signals from 2-star and below sources, lasting for 1 minute. Equipment count, 1/1 equipment description, you can imagine the expression on a guy's face when he has pressed the button so many times, yet the bomb still hasn't detonated. Lu Jun, feeling angry, casually tossed the drop item into his storage space. His original plan was to time the use of the blocker to cut off the signals on the field, freeing the life threat posed by Chen Shen's bodyguards. Then he would surround Chen Shen from both sides. However, Chen Shen didn't wait for him to find the right moment and directly detonated the bombs inside those bodyguards. Lu Jun's face darkened as he took out an exaggeratedly large axe from his storage space, cursing inwardly. Wasn't it supposed to be about using hostages to extort points? What a deceitful guy. Chen Shen held the Gatling gun, the barrel angled toward the opposite side, the 10-gun barrels slowly rotating. His eyes held an indescribable emotion as he looked at Lu Jun, who stood at the entrance of the passage. The next second, a torrent of bullets surged toward Lu Jun with the rapid rotation of the gun barrels. However, the expected sound of bullets piercing flesh did not come. Instead, there was a clanging sound, like bullets striking a steel plate, ringing out densely. So that's how it is, Chen Shen murmured softly. He looked at Lu Jun, who had hidden himself behind the giant axe not far away. That axe was indeed absurdly large, and all the equipment produced at supply points had the characteristic of being indestructible, which meant that now, apart from making Lu Jun's hands numb, it had little effect. Feeling the rush of wind, Chen Shen tilted his head slightly to dodge a cold arrow aimed at his head. He looked toward the stand where the arrow had come from. It was you, demon, who killed my husband, a woman holding a baby on the stand cried, tears streaming down her face, her expression filled with grief and anger as she drew her bow, preparing to shoot a second arrow. Did I kill your husband? I'm really sorry about that, Chen Shen murmured softly, slightly adjusting the direction of the Gatling gun aimed at Lu Jun, now pointing at the woman. As the woman's face quickly transformed from grief and anger to sheer terror, preparing to flee in panic, Chen Shen's hand moved. The trigger was pulled. Steel bullets surged toward the woman and her surroundings like a dragon. The woman didn't even have time to let out a scream before being shredded into pieces by the torrent of bullets, and the surrounding shanties and the audience watching the show also suffered the consequences. As Chen Shen moved the gun away, Lu Jun's face showed a ferocious expression as he rubbed his already numb hands. Under the impact of the massive bullets, he had been forced to slide back a meter from the entrance of the passage. Lu Jun stood up, propping the giant axe on the ground, his eyes narrowing as he stared at Chen Shen, who was scanning the stand with the Gatling gun. At this moment, the stand was mostly filled with the families of his bodyguards. The families of those from the civilian forces were all hiding in the undestroyed shanties in the square, not daring to peek outside, each one looking like they were trying to protect themselves. A bunch of parasites, enjoying the shelter of the refuge, yet refusing to obey orders, even daring to challenge me. But when the base was in trouble, they only dared to hide in the corners, trembling in fear. Lu Jun couldn't help but curse inwardly. The impact just now left him feeling weak and trembling all over. Although he was a 2-star professional, he was a melee fighter. What use was it to rush over now? He had seen gunsmiths before, he even had a small team of them under his command. But those gunsmiths wielded small handguns, and even if they aimed at his stomach, the Bullets would be caught by the muscles of his abdomen and then forced out of his body. But the thing Chen Chen was holding was no small handgun. Lu Jun glanced at the corpse of old Shin beside him, not having time to express too much emotion. He had only managed to protect himself just now and simply couldn't take care of too many people. Moreover, it was already difficult enough to shelter one person with his giant axe, leaving no space for anyone else. Most of the personal guards had gone out hunting early that morning, with only a few remaining at the base. Unfortunately, under the recent Gatling gunfire, that small number of personal guards, including the promising gunsmith teen, were all killed. On the spot. Lu Jun's murky old eyes scanned the surroundings, and he suddenly realized he had no one to rely on. No, there's still. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lu Jun's eyes as he looked at Chen Chen, who was firing the Gatling gun at the stands, and stepped out of the passage. With a flick of his right hand, he conjured 3 area speakers out of thin air. Area speaker, I am Lu Jun. All soldiers of the West Saddle Military District Shelter, return home. Quickly. Our home has been invaded by treacherous people, resulting in countless casualties. The traitors are currently slaughtering your families. I will hold out until the last moment, bleeding my last drop of blood to protect our families. Our home is in danger, return quickly. Area speaker, I am Lu Jun Blood Gang Shelter, send people to support the West Saddle Military District Shelter quickly. Your leader is currently being hunted by traitors at the West Saddle Military District Shelter, life and death uncertain, send support quickly. Area speaker, I am Lu Jun family members in the stands, this traitor below has brutally killed hundreds of our soldiers and is still crazily slaughtering you. We can no longer sit back and wait. Return to the shanty, pick up your weapons, and charge down to kill them. There are only a few of them. As long as we work together, victory will ultimately belong to us. Lu Jun suppressed a hint of excitement in his old eyes after the 3 consecutive area speaker announcements, taking a gentle breath. All he needed to do next was to brew for a while, and the situation would completely reverse. What is a general? A general is someone who can conjure thousands of troops out of thin air, even when there is no one around him. You really talk too much, Chen Chen said, frowning as he looked at Lu Jun, who had walked out of the passage again. He turned the Gatling gun in his hand back towards Lu Jun, and a storm of bullets instantly enveloped Lu Jun. Lu Jun turned and hid behind his axe again. After all, as long as the system equipment was not destroyed, no matter how powerful your weapon was, it ultimately couldn't take him down. As long as he waited a little longer, he would soon have thousands of troops. At that time, the situation would undergo a shocking reversal. What he needed to do now was to buy time and patiently wait. However, just as Lu Jun was calculating in his heart, a shadow suddenly flashed in his peripheral vision. At that moment, he felt something was off. Lu Dan grinned, looking at Lu Jun hiding behind the axe. During the time Lu Jun was concealed behind the giant axe, Lu Dan swaggered over to within 3 meters of him. After all, to completely hide behind the giant axe meant he couldn't see what was in front of him. Have you forgotten that you're not fighting alone? Lu Dan raised his large knife high above his head, activated his skill, and swung it forcefully towards Lu Jun from a distance. A crescent-shaped blade of light suddenly burst forth from the tip of the knife, flying towards Lu Jun, who was hiding behind the giant axe. Sorry, I misspoke. Have you forgotten that you're not fighting just one person? This feeling of being ignored is really annoying. While Lu Dan shouted, he unleashed 4 more blades of light. Lu Jun's old eyes bulged with veins, his teeth clenched tightly, and after enduring the 4 blades of light, he was still struck by the 5th blade, sending him out from behind the axe. It's over. A thought of despair flickered in Lu Jun's eyes as he was struck out from behind the axe. Without Chen Chen, with his 2-star professional strength, he could take on 3 Lu Dans. In fact, those 5 blades of light hadn't caused him much substantial harm, with his body having been enhanced twice. He could withstand those 5 blades. It was just that he couldn't bear the impact they brought. Truly, a tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. The last thought flashed rapidly through Lu Jun's mind. He should have killed Chen Chen directly when he first came to the base. He shouldn't have let Chen Chen go for some baseless reputation. This was a madman. He lost because he viewed Chen Chen with the mindset of a normal person. He had actually calculated very well. Chen Chen killed his son, yet he let Chen Chen go. Once this matter spread, he would gain countless prestige and become a figure that people looked up to among the remnants of humanity in the apocalypse. At that time, he wouldn't need to lift a finger. His admirers would spontaneously take care of Chen Chen, and he would have a large following, ruling in the apocalypse. Lu Jun watched as the metal storm before him rapidly enlarged in his pupils, unable to suppress a surge of unwillingness in his heart. He raised his head and let out a roar. Then, under the cover of the bullet storm, he was turned to dust. Thus, he died to pieces. Chen Shen looked at Lu Jun, who had turned to dust not far away, and smirked. It would have been better for him to charge over with the giant axe, relying on Lu Jun's 2-star equipment strength. If he had used all his items without fearing for his life, he might have been able to kill a few of them, and there was even a chance to kill him. However, he was caught up in schemes and didn't dare to fight desperately, leading to such an end. All his accumulation had become a wedding dress for someone else. Yes, a wedding dress. Because Chen Shen saw that after Lu Jun was swept to pieces by the Gatling gun, all the equipment originally in his storage space was now scattered around the dismembered body. It looked just as ridiculous as when monsters dropped equipment. Chen Shen licked the corner of his mouth and casually said, "Ergo, go collect the things back. The rest of you, go loot that room deep in the passage." He glanced down at the usage time of his battery pack. 10 seconds left. No need to waste it. He simply picked up the Gatling gun and continued to shoot towards the stands, since someone among them had dared to shoot at him with a bow and arrow. What disappointed Lu Jun was that the families of the guards on the stands did not rush down with weapons, as he had imagined, fearless of death. Although these family members had all become 1-star equipped professionals, some even holding weapons left by their men, none dared to come down. Most of the family members left at the base are the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, which is one reason. A bigger reason is that Lu Jun is dead. With Lu Jun dead, wouldn't rushing down be akin to seeking death? Thus, most people frantically avoided the direction of Chen Shen's gun, and no one dared to rush down to fight him. Finally, the gunfire quieted down. Chen Shen leisurely strolled into the center of the square, glancing at the chaotic stands and the blood-soaked ground, unable to suppress a smirk. It was a complete mess, far from the peaceful, harmonious, and quiet little den of the perpetrator. It was a pity that only family members remained, all without points. Those with points had gone out hunting. Hopefully, Donkey Egg and the others could find something valuable in the house. Since they had come, they couldn't return empty-handed. Suddenly, Chen Shen thought of something, and a smile crept onto his lips. He remembered that there were 2 young masters from provincial-level shelters who had come. With such big names, they should be able to extort quite a few points, right? From the regional loudspeaker just now, the leader of the Blood Gang shelter was also here. It wouldn't make sense if he didn't have some benefits on him. Brotherly, everything Lu Jun dropped is here, Ergo said, handing over a piece of cloth that wrapped around the items Lu Jun had dropped after his death. It took him quite a bit of effort to clean these blood-stained items. As he wiped, he couldn't help but glance at the equipment attributes. After the first glance, he immediately recited the Tao Te Ching 3 times in his heart to calm down, focusing solely on continuing to wipe the blood off the dropped items. Lu Jun truly deserved to be the leader of a shelter. The dropped equipment was quite tempting, and the longer he looked, the more afraid he became of losing control. But he was a bit foolish. Ergo felt that Lu Jun's death was somewhat suffocating, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. With so many items, why didn't he use them? He just hid behind the giant axe like a turtle, which was really speechless. Chen Shen casually took the equipment and tossed it into his storage space, glancing at Donkey Egg and the others who were coming out of the passage. Brotherly, we only found these things. Chen Shen casually responded, tossing the equipment into his storage space, planning to check these items when he got home, and looked with great interest at the people Donkey Egg was escorting. Wang Xin, with a beauty mark between his brows, looked helpless as he clasped his hands and spoke, "We meet again. The provincial-level shelter does not wish to interfere in your battle, nor do we want to be caught in the crossfire. How about you let me go now?" "What? Is your full name provincial-level shelter?" Su couldn't help but laugh out loud beside him. "Coming up and trying to pressure people? If you can't play, just call your parents." Chen Shen also smiled, sizing up Wang Xin for a moment, then said playfully, "How many points do you think your father would be willing to spend for you?" "Alright then." Wang Xin spread his hands in resignation. "Another cliché plot of kidnapping and extortion. No problem, I'm familiar with this, and my father is too. But I still suggest you go kidnap that person standing in the passage. His name is Lier. His father is much more powerful than mine, and he has more resources and points." Wang Xin pointed at Lier, who was standing in the passage, just finishing watching the show and hesitating whether to come up and demand Lu Jun's dropped items. Lier anxiously scratched his head, pacing back and forth in place. The outcome was clear and decisive. Lu Jun was dead, utterly and completely. There was no doubt that the item had fallen into the hands of that young man. The question was simple: how to retrieve it from that young man. "Lier, what are you waiting for? Go!" The woman beside Lier, her face veiled, urged him with a look of dissatisfaction. Go, you! Go!" Lier, in a fit of anger, slammed his fist against the corridor wall, wincing in pain as he rubbed his knuckles, his face contorted with rage. Did you not see how Lu Jun died? Lu Jun was a legitimate 2-star professional with his basic physical attributes tripled in enhancement.
As the leader, he had quite a few valuable drops. Before the apocalypse, he would have been considered a minor superhero.
But what was the result? Under that Gatling gun's fire, he was reduced to a pile of minced meat.
Lier, impatient, pulled over another woman in red behind him, his mistress, and shouted at Sister Min, "So you think my little
flame is sturdier than that giant axe?"
Old Li said to spare no expense to get that equipment. Sister Min replied expressionlessly, wiping the spit that had splattered on her forehead.
Upon hearing this, Lier's
hand trembled with anger, and he stuttered as he spoke.
"Yes, that's right. The old man said to pay any price. But what the hell did my cheap old man give me as a price? He gave me nothing. What price does he want me to pay?"
"Your life." Sister Min slowly uttered those 2 words, her eyes filled with an indescribable emotion.
"Well said." Lier, laughing in anger, couldn't help but clap his hands, pointing at Chen Chen, who stood at the edge of the square.
"Go, bring back the item, and pay with your life.
When I return to the base with that item, I will commend you, and the credit will go to your brother." In the next moment, Lier suddenly froze.
He saw one of Chen Chen's subordinates walking towards him. To run or not to run, Lier's thoughts quickly flipped, but he didn't think long before making a firm choice.
He saw the Gatling gun reappear in Chen Chen's hand, its muzzle vaguely aimed in his direction. "Damn it. Just like a bandit. Let's go."
Ergo looked at the combination of 1 man and 2 women in front of him, a half-smile on his face as he spoke. "Brother Li invites you."
"It is absolutely my honor."
After Lier cupped his hands and performed the customary greeting, he revealed a look of joy, feeling greatly honored.
After bringing them before
Brother Li, Ergo stepped aside to stand behind Chen Chen. Chen Chen returned the Gatling gun to his storage space and leaned his staff on the ground with both hands. Dressed in a blood-stained white tailcoat, with a pocket-sized rose soaked in blood in his chest pocket and a gentleman's hat splattered with blood, Chen Chen looked at the man in front of him, who was also dressed in ancient style, and unconsciously licked his lips, glancing around before smiling.
"Your clothes are really ugly."
Lier's mouth twitched and his smile froze involuntarily. Ignoring the stiff smile on the man's face, Chen Chen clicked his tongue and
pointed his staff in the air towards Wang Xin, looking at Lier. "He says you are very valuable."
"Ah." Lier, bewildered, glanced back and forth between Chen Chen and Wang Xian, his eyes filled with confusion.
What? Did it mean that he was very valuable? Did Wang Xian already discuss this matter with Chen Chen, and now Chen Chen intended to see both sides' offers, with the highest bidder winning? It seemed Chen Chen did not plan to keep this item for himself. After all, this item was a hot potato. It easily attracted envy, and it was better to exchange it for something more tangible. Since that's the case, it seems this trip will require a significant expenditure.
Lier took a deep breath to steady himself, casting aside all distractions, and clasped his hands in front of Chen Chen, speaking in a deep voice.
"To be honest, brother, we have come here solely for one thing." Lier casually glanced at Wang Xian.
"And that item is in Lu Jun's hands. I believe Wang Xian has already inquired about this matter with you."
"But no matter what price Wang Xian offers you, I can provide a higher one. My father wields more power and has more resources than his father. In other words, I can offer a better price than he can." Lier spoke with unwavering confidence, each word firm.
Wang Xian stared at Lier as if he were a fool, then turned to Chen Chen, shrugging his shoulders and tilting his head in resignation, saying, "You see, he himself said he's worth more. If he stays, I'll go back and
inform his father. How about that?"
Chen Chen looked at Lier, whose face was full of "my father is very wealthy," and nodded in satisfaction. If he didn't make some profits now, how could he buy pine cones to raise
squirrels and set off fireworks in the future? Tie them all up. Chen Chen waved his hand at the two. "This." Lier looked bewildered and terrified, quickly glancing at Wang Xian. "Brother Xian, what's going on?" "It's obvious." Wang Xian comfortably positioned his hands, looking at Lier with pity. "After being tied up, kidnapping, and you didn't know? How did someone with such intelligence survive in the apocalypse?"
Lier looked at Chen Chen with a dark expression, not resisting as he was bound by Ergo and the others, never expecting that one day he would also be kidnapped.
He wasn't like Wang Xian, that fool who had been kidnapped more than a dozen times before the apocalypse broke out. Wang Xian's father never reported it to the police, quietly paying the ransom to retrieve his son. In the kidnapping industry, this family's notoriety was quite high. "Li Go, we just want to obtain that item from Lu Jun through a transaction."
With his hands tied behind his back, Lier looked seriously at Chen Chen.
"We will offer a price that is sufficiently enticing for that item.
Most importantly, Lier said with a face full of indignation, my father might not pay a single cent to ransom me. Which young master goes out in the apocalypse with only 2 women and not a single subordinate? Moreover, one of these 2 women is sent by my father to monitor me. Li Gu, we won't interfere with each other, just name your price for that item, and I can guarantee my father will definitely satisfy you. Su Mao curled his lip and glanced at Wang Xin. Wang Xin is also a young master, and he goes out alone too. You don't understand anything, Li Er said with indignation. Wang Xin is just a weirdo, and his father is even weirder. Since he was born, he has been kidnapped nearly 10 times more than Li Kaxing's son. Yet he still goes out alone, and his father still doesn't send anyone to protect him. You know what the kidnappers call their family? Lier raised his head and looked at Wang Xin, who was proudly holding his head high, feeling speechless. What kind of mindset allows such a proud expression to naturally emerge from your face? They call it the rookie trial point. All newcomers in this line of work will go through a series of steps under the guidance of their master, learning to scout, release, leave a number, report a number, collect ransom, launder money, and release people. Su, with an excited expression, patted Wang Xin on the shoulder. Wow, your resume is quite impressive, I kind of like you now. It's okay. Wang Xin held his head high, unable to hide the pride in his eyes. It's all about the brothers following the rules and giving me face. You just need to hold Lier, and I will go back to tell his father to prepare the ransom and bring it over, and I will personally bring a thank you fee. That won't do. Chen Shen shook his head and pointed to the 2 women behind Lier. You can't leave, let those 2 women go back to notify. That might not work. Wang Xin shook his head like a rattledrum. Those 2 women are only 1-star professionals, they can't survive alone back to the shelter. To convey the information, a 2-star professional must go. So, I am the best candidate. No. Chen Shen shook his head in dissatisfaction, unwilling to spit out the meat he had just bitten. Where is your shelter located? Wang Xin glanced at Lier and hesitated. For a moment, at the foot of the Qinling Mountains. Upon hearing this, Chen Shen frowned and struggled for a while. That was still a bit far, and the area speaker's range was not enough. It seemed he could only use the provincial speaker. The next second. Provincial speaker, hello to the people of the provincial shelter, I am Chen Shen. I need to inform Lier's father and Wang Xin's father that your sons, Lier and Wang Xin, are now in my hands, commonly known as kidnapping. Please bring enough points and dropped items to the torturer's money collecting house in Xian City to redeem them. If no one appears within 3 days, I will execute them. Chen Shen listened to the provincial speaker ringing 3 times and nodded in satisfaction, grinning at Wang Xin. How about that? Isn't it much faster than sending someone to deliver the message? After admiring the wonderful expressions on the faces of the 2 for a while, Chen Shen waved his hand. Go, 2 people keep an eye on these few, they are a money tree. Now it's our blood gang leader's turn. The blood gang leader, Zhang Shui, who was held hostage on the side, said with a bitter smile, kidnapping me is useless. If the people in the base find out I've been kidnapped, they would rather I be executed, and then they can take the boss's position. Just pay the ransom yourself. Chen Shen pulled over Ergo's arm, glanced at the time, and casually said, 300 points. Not enough. Chen Shen suddenly had a bad premonition as he smelled the blood in the air. 500 points. Zhang Shui gritted his teeth and said word by word, this is all my points, I need to save it to buy equipment. What equipment costs 500? Chen Shen curiously glanced at Zhang Shui but did not ask further. In this world, adventures happen every moment. If one were to pay attention to every adventure, there would be no time for anything else, just following adventures around every day. Chen Shen looked at the message of points received, curled his lips, and waved his right hand. Let's go. Zhang Shui did not say anything harsh, his face dark as he led his 2 subordinates down the corridor. Let's go. It's time to return to the base and divide the spoils. Chen Shen took a moment to look at the large number of dropped items in the storage space and smiled. No matter what the dropped item Lier mentioned was, since it entered his pocket, it was his. However, the next second, help, help! A piercing cry for help echoed from deep within the corridor. Zhang Shui, covered in wounds, blood trickling down his pant legs and leaving pools behind, scrambled towards Chen Shen and the others, his face betraying an unmistakable fear. Chen Shen looked grimly at the disheveled Zhang Shui, his uneasy premonition growing stronger. What about the 2 people who followed you? They're dead. How did they die? Make it quick. Zhang Shui stopped, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down, but his eyes kept darting back towards the corridor, still filled with unmasked terror. Zombies, a large number of zombies outside the door, and many mutated beasts as well. They were surrounding the base.
The moment my two people showed their heads, they were killed. I barely escaped thanks to my 2-star profession bonus. After saying this, Zhang Shui glanced back at the corridor again, unable to help but speak urgently. They'll be coming in soon, that gate can't hold them back. Not to mention. Zhang Shui suddenly hesitated. Not to mention what? Su asked, his expression one of excitement. Finally, something was happening. Seeing Brotherly kill Lu Jun with ease, he thought there was no crisis this time, but now it seemed the danger was lurking behind. Zombies were surrounding the city. What a huge crisis! If he had saved Brotherly, it would be like propping up a collapsing building, a great feat of protection. Not to mention I just opened that gate. The next moment, a foul stench surged from the corridor towards the square, followed by a chorus of wails echoing from deep within the passage. One after another, zombies clawed and gnashed their teeth as they crowded out of the corridor, about to rush towards the crowd. Well done, Su said, excitement written all over his face as he slapped Zhang Shui's shoulder heavily, then frantically gestured to Xiao Hei. He then knelt solemnly on one knee beside Qin Shen. Brotherly, I, Su, am willing to be the vanguard and carve a bloody path for you. Zhang Shui looked at Su in confusion, wondering what he was so excited about. Aren't you one of Chun Chen's subordinates? We're about to face a crisis where everyone might die. Why are you so thrilled? Do you have a grudge against Qin Shen? Are you excited about the prospect of dying together? Zhang Shui turned to look at Chun Chen, whose expression also seemed oddly excited. Qin Shen kicked Lu Jun to the side, a Gatling gun with 10 rotating barrels suddenly appearing in his hands, grinning widely as he laughed maniacally. Let's go? Go where? Everyone, get out of the way. The next moment, the 10 barrels began to spin rapidly. The rapid sound of gunfire suddenly rang in everyone's ears. The zombies that had just burst out of the corridor, unable to discern their direction, were met with a storm of bullets. One by one, the zombies charged out of the passage, then fell neatly at the entrance. Urga stared blankly and poked Ogdan in the waist. Doesn't this scene feel a bit familiar? Although they had seen Brotherly use a Gatling gun several times, none of those instances had the visual impact of the current one. One zombie after another rushed out from the corridor, only to fall neatly under Brotherly's gun. This scene seems somewhat bizarre in the context of the apocalypse. Ogdan, dissatisfied, swatted Urga's hand away from his waist and hesitantly said, "Are you talking about the ruins of Giant City?" What a mess! Xiao Hei looked at Su sitting on the ground with a speechless expression, thinking, what should I do now? Give me a hint. Su sat on the ground, his expression helpless as he avoided Xiao Hei's gaze, stood up, and casually picked up a piece of cloth to wipe the blood off himself. He hadn't expected such a scene. They couldn't just keep killing here. They had to break through eventually. Chen Chen excitedly scanned the area with the Gatling gun for a minute, then the gunfire suddenly stopped, and the barrel slowly came to a halt as he reluctantly put the Gatling back into his storage space. The minute of shooting had indeed made Chen Chen feel much better, and he looked at the zombies that were once again surging out, curling his lip. Get ready to break through. Zhang Shui looked at Chun Chen in confusion. Break through? Now you think of breaking through? Just a moment ago, I thought you were going to hold the line against countless zombies and slaughter them all. In fact, Chen Chen wanted to do just that. After all, it was a good opportunity to rack up points. Unfortunately, he had only brought 2 Gatling battery packs, one used to kill Lu Jun and the other just now, leaving him with no battery packs left. Next time he went out, he should buy a few more battery packs to carry. Irmo looked at the corridor packed with zombies, slightly fearful as he gazed at the densely packed horde. Could they really break through this corridor crowded with zombies? Were they supposed to politely say excuse me as they walked past? Brotherly, are we breaking through this corridor? Of course. Chen Chen raised his desert eagle and aimed at a zombie rushing towards him, blowing its head off, casually saying, "This is the only way. Are we supposed to fly out?" It should be the explosion and the smell of blood that woke up all the zombies in this area and attracted them. The group had already formed a line, and Wang Xian and Lier had also broken the ropes binding their wrists. They were all 2-star professionals, and their physical abilities were tripled, so they naturally wouldn't be bound by ropes. The reason they didn't resist was to show Chen Chen that they couldn't fight back and were willing to obey. Don't rush to take action. However, the situation was urgent, and they had to fight for their lives, so they wouldn't let themselves be bound again. Su looked at the increasingly numerous zombies pouring out of the corridor and the serious expressions of the group. Ready to fight for their lives, excitedly shouted at Xiao Hei, "Now's the time." Xiao Hei crushed the card in his hand. The next second, a 5-meter-long, 3-meter-wide armored vehicle made of steel alloy suddenly appeared in the middle of the square. The tires thudded heavily on the ground twice before slowly settling down. Luden adjusted his jaw that had dropped in shock, staring at Xiaohei with wide eyes. Why the hell do you have this thing? Although he didn't know what star level this equipment was, it was a vehicle, and it was clearly an armored vehicle that could be started. Taking it out now clearly indicated that this vehicle could be activated, not just a lifeless object. Erga touched his rolling Adam's apple, casually blew the head off. A fast-running zombie beside him swallowed and looked at Lu. Damn you. I now know who that person playing tricks outside the base is. It turns out to be you little brat. Among the first group of survivors, there was a 4-person team, and the reason Ergo remembered this team so clearly was not because they had achieved any merits. It was because they had been deceived in the apocalypse. There was a guy pretending to be a god who sold them a Pandora's box, originally worth 20 points for 100 points. The most outrageous part was that this Pandora's box actually opened something good. It produced a 3-star armored vehicle. However, before this 4-person team could celebrate for long, the so-called god tricked them into losing the 3-star armored vehicle. Since then, with a loss of 100 points, the morale of this 4-person team plummeted, and they never spoke again. At that time, he was still wondering which expert had thought of such a trick. In the apocalypse, instead of thinking about how to kill zombies properly, they only thought about how to cheat and deceive others. What a genius that was. Ergo stared dumbfounded at Sue, who had a harmless expression at that moment, and couldn't help but exclaim. It turned out that the expert was actually by my side. TSK tisk. Chen Shen looked at the massive steel monster made entirely of metal in front of him, his eyes flickering with an inexplicable light. This was a good thing. With this, there would be many more places to go. He then boldly stepped into the large armored vehicle, turning his head to Sue with a grin at the door. What a talent, I like it. Watching Chen Shen's entire figure disappear into the cabin, Sue couldn't help but jump up excitedly, clenching his fist and waving it towards the sky. Then, like a brothel madam, he stood at the door with a beaming smile, beckoning everyone. Come on, hurry up and get in, we're preparing to break out. This thing is a 3-star equipment. With those little minions outside, they won't be able to break through even if they surround us for a day. Air Mao passed by Sue with a complex expression. Are young people really advancing this quickly now? They just arrived a few days ago and are already climbing up so fast. He had been following Li Gu for so long, always in an awkward position. Apart from his seniority, it seemed he had nothing worth mentioning. Donkey Egg excitedly gripped the machine gun handle inside the armored vehicle, his voice filled with anticipation as he looked at Xiaohei. Can this thing be used? He had long wanted to experience the feeling of Li Gu wildly shooting with a machine gun, but unfortunately, as someone who wasn't a gunsmith, he couldn't buy firearms. As for the principal's little pistol, it was indeed a bit boring to play with. Real men, who uses a pistol? If you're going to play with the big stuff. Of course it can be used, regardless of profession, Sue said casually from the passenger seat, looking back at the cabin, but right now there are no bullets, so it can't be used for the time being. Xiaohei sat in the driver's seat, pressing his hands on a spherical object, gathering his consciousness to control the vehicle to turn and aim at the passage. He slowly accelerated, preparing to charge through. Then why don't you buy some bullets? Donkey Egg said with dissatisfaction. Is it really that stingy? Sue looked at Donkey Egg with a strange expression. I actually went to the store to inquire about the bullets matched with the machine gun in this armored vehicle. Let's put it this way. If you kill a level 2 zombie with each bullet, then for every shot you fire, you will lose 10 points. Note, it's a loss. If you're not stingy, why don't you buy? Donkey Egg looked at the machine gun sticking out of the armored vehicle with a black line on his face, released his hand, turned his head, and stopped talking. Chen Shen sat in the last row of seats in the cabin, standing his cane on the floor, excitedly watching as the front of the vehicle was about to pierce into the passage full of zombies. However, the next second, a voice rang out in unison in everyone's ears. Ergo's expression changed drastically as he suddenly turned to look at Chen Shen. Provincial broadcast, Chen Shen, right? I am Li Ji. I am the father of that useless son, Li Er. In this apocalypse, instead of uniting to exterminate zombies, you resort to kidnapping your own kind for petty gains. Such a grave sin must be punished. The provincial shelter will never compromise with a scoundrel like you. You have 3 days to personally escort Li Er and Wang Xian to the provincial shelter, or face death. If you fail to show up in 3 days, the provincial shelter will mobilize all forces, regardless of losses, to head to Xi'an and wipe out your so-called extortion den. From top to bottom, it will be a complete slaughter. To warn the world. This provincial broadcast echoed 3 times in the ears of everyone in Xi'an province, and Ergo stole a glance at Chen Shen's expression, his face shifting between fear and uncertainty. Something was about to go wrong. He didn't expect Li Er's father to be so resolute, but Li Er's father probably didn't anticipate that Chen Shen would be even more unyielding. It seemed that the armored vehicle didn't even need to head to the base, it could just turn around and go straight to that provincial shelter. Ha! Chen Shen let out an expressionless sigh, suddenly reaching out with his right hand to grab Li Er's head and slam it against the side of the vehicle. A loud bang echoed. Chen Shen then took out another provincial broadcast from his storage space. Provincial broadcast: I will chop Li Er and Wang Xin into minced meat, wrap them into dumplings, and send them to the foot of Qinling Mountain. Before we slaughter in Xian City, we should at least have a hearty meal first. Li Er's face changed drastically. He struggled up from the ground, disregarding Min Jie and his lover beside him, and transformed into a ball of flames, charging straight into the interior of the vehicle. This was his exclusive skill. He could temporarily transform his body into an elemental form, allowing him to pass through any object during that time. This was also why he felt so fearless. As Li Er transformed into a fiery elemental form, his eyes blazed with flames, and he couldn't help but curse in anger. Damn it, this time he really took a big loss. He didn't get Lu Jun's item, and even abandoned his lover. It was a case of losing both the wife and the soldiers. When he returned to the base, he would surely be humiliated by those guys. He had originally planned to bide his time next to Chen Shen, looking for an opportunity to steal or exchange, in short, to get that item. He never expected his father to be so decisive and sell him out. Damn it. Li Er resolved that when he returned to the base, he would definitely check if he was Li Ji's biological son. However, the next second, a crisp collision sound echoed throughout the vehicle. Chen Shen glanced over, and Li Er, who had transformed into flames and crashed into the vehicle, couldn't help but grin. Just in time to make some dumplings to save for the new year. At the foot of Qinling Mountain, in the provincial shelter, two elderly men with white beards were sitting at a table, raising their cups to drink. I say, oldly, is Li Er really your biological son? One worried elder paused with his cup at his lips, clearly lost in thought. Nonsense. Li Ji, with a full beard and flushed cheeks, drunkenly grabbed a handful of peanuts from the table and tossed them into his mouth, slurring his words. I say, Wang Ren, are you getting old and confused? If he's not my son, is he your sissy son? That's hard to say. Wang Ren absent-mindedly took a sip of his drink, his gaze lingering on Li Ji without speaking, his thoughts drifting far away. What do you mean by that, old Wang? Li Ji was momentarily stunned, the effects of the alcohol slightly fading. It means nothing. Wang Ren casually skipped the topic, remaining silent for a moment. Are you sure this won't lead to a contract killing? Although Li Er isn't your only son, he is still your son. You can't just think that if one son dies, at least you have another. What do you know? The boisterous Li Ji downed his drink in one go, boldly wiping his mouth, a glimmer of shrewdness hidden in his eyes. Do you really think I'm just a simpleton, old Li? First of all, the force behind the kidnapping of Li Er is the torturers Denver. What does it say about them to name their force like that? It indicates that they not only lack a prepared shelter before the apocalypse, but they don't even have a formal base personnel, just a small base made up of 2 or 3 lackeys. And what was Li Er's mission this time? To obtain that piece of equipment from Lu Jun at all costs. How did it end up in the hands of this small base? You have to know that Li Er is not like Wang Xin. Wang Xin being kidnapped is normal, but Li Er is a 2-star professional with a hidden class. I envy some of the equipment my son has. I've asked for it several times, but he won't give it to me. The only reason he could be captured is that my son deliberately hid his strength and allowed himself to be kidnapped by that small base in order to gain something. After saying this, Li Ji couldn't help but pour himself another cup of wine, leisurely bringing a peanut to his mouth. Ah, the kids have grown up after all. They have their own ideas now, but old Wang, you really need to worry about your Wang Xin's safety. At this moment, the satisfaction in Li Ji's heart was almost spilling over his face and into his wine cup. He felt that even though he was 100 miles away from his son, he still understood what the other was thinking, that kind of tacit understanding. This might be what it means to be brothers fighting tigers, and fathers and sons on the battlefield. Wang Ren couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, rubbing a provincial horn in his palm, feeling uncertain inside. Even if the old Sao could climb a tree, he still didn't believe Li Ji would become shrewd. He vaguely remembered that Li Ji was sent down to this shelter as a bureaucratic errand boy because he chose the wrong side before the apocalypse broke out. The reason for choosing the wrong side was so absurd it could be recorded in history books. Thinking of this, Wang Ren stopped his movements, staring at Li Ji with a gloomy expression, and spoke. Even so, why do you want to issue such a strong provincial horn? Aren't you worried that the people in that shelter will tear up the ticket on the spot? Hey, this is called killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Li Ji, with flushed cheeks, raised his wine cup and laughed, shaking his head proudly. The first bird is called the leading bird. This shelter is the first to kidnap. In the apocalypse and also the first to use the provincial horn to notify the family for ransom. This behavior is simply atrocious, and we must use extremely strong means to intimidate them, to shock them into not daring to act rashly. The second bird is called the follower bird. If we compromise this time, we can imagine that in the future, our children, and even the children of others in the base, will be like hotcakes when they go out, always at risk of being kidnapped. So we must use strong means to tell those observing the wind, the follower birds, that even if it means our sons die out, we will never compromise even a step on such matters, nor take a half step back. Then what about the third one? Wang Ren looked down at the wine glass in his hand, his expression shifting between gloom and brightness. Based on his experience, when a person became arrogant and complacent, the outcome was often not good. The third bird that was shot down is Li Er. Li Er? Wang Ren's expression showed some confusion. That's right. Li Ji confidently downed the wine in his glass, savoring the taste. This third bird is to scare the others. It's meant to tell Li Er that no matter what plans you have, you better implement them quickly. Your father will never compromise. The corner of Wang Ren's mouth twitched. Aren't you worried about your son dying? Dying? Li Ji couldn't help but grin. My son has a skill that allows him to become elemental. He can pass through any object. There's nowhere in this world that can trap him. Your son can run? Of course. What about my son? Wang Ren's eyes, filled with suppressed anger, fixed on Li Ji. After listening for a while, he finally understood. Old Li had been talking for so long, and the summary was just one sentence: his son could run away. Your son? Li Ji pouted and glanced at Wang Ren. You should worry about your own son, don't drag me into this. Upon hearing this, Wang Ren, filled with rage, slammed his wine glass down on the table, then picked up the provincial loudspeaker, ready to record a message. He ultimately decided to use his old method to resolve this matter. Damn it. He came to find Old Li to discuss how to solve this issue, only to hear Old Li rambling on. The result was that his son was excellent and could run, while he had to figure out his own son's situation. Damn it, the more Wang Ren thought about it, the angrier he became, unable to resist the urge to draw a weapon and strike that smug guy. He didn't know how much time had been wasted. Was there still time? Wang Xian must have mentioned the Wang family's reputation in the kidnapper world, so they should still be fine for now, but it wouldn't be the same if they were late. At that moment, a voice rang in their ears. Provincial loudspeaker, I will chop Li Er and Wang Xian into minced meat, wrap them in dumplings, and send them to the foot of Qinling Mountain. Before planning to slaughter us in Xianan City, let you have a hearty meal. First. Chen Chen looked at Li Er, who was sitting in the car with a big bump on his head and a dazed expression, with a half smile. Crash, keep crashing, maybe you'll break through next second. Li Er raised his head, dazed, looking at the mocking smiles on everyone's faces, as if they were watching a clown perform. Wait. Why did Wang Xian look at him with such mockery? Shouldn't they be on the same side? Wasn't he worried about being torn apart? Li Er slowly turned to look at the armored panel he had crashed into several times, which hadn't lost a single piece of paint even after the elemental state ended. He finally confirmed a fact. The elemental state allowed him to pass through everything. But it couldn't pass through game equipment. Li Er immersed himself in thought, staring at the skill description of the elemental state, feeling somewhat stung. Can traverse through all things, can go anywhere in the world? Isn't this a scam? Does this game have customer service for me to report exaggerated skill descriptions? Mainly, he had never seen such large game equipment before, nor had he tried this out. Li Er raised his head to look at the ceiling of the armored vehicle, slowly closing his eyes, tears streaming down from the corners of his eyes. Dad, you really are a damn scammer. It seems I won't be going back to the base. No, I will go back. Just chopped into minced meat and wrapped in dumplings to be sent back. No need to go back to confirm, he was already clear that he wasn't biologically related. At the very least, you could have delayed sending the provincial loudspeaker message until I got off this broken car. That way, I could at least escape. Do you think every breath your son takes is a waste of air in this world? Li Er looked up, took a deep breath, wiped away the tears in his eyes, and gazed at Chen Chen with a low voice. Li. I just realized that I might not be my father's biological son. Su looked at Li Er with a strange expression, wondering if this guy was planning to sell out his father for glory. Are people really this ruthless nowadays? Oh. Go on. Chen Chen, while enjoying Wang Xian's shoulder massage, took out another provincial horn. Provincial horn, by the way, Li Ji. Your son just turned into a ball of flames and crashed for a long time, hitting his head until his face was covered in blood. TSK, what a pity. The meat did get quite a bit tougher, though I wonder if you old man prefers soup dumplings or dry dumplings. We can't delay any longer, we must quickly express our willingness to pay the ransom. Wang Ren, looking anxious, trembled as he held the provincial token in his hand, deciding to quickly make his stance clear. Hey, don't rush. Li Ji, with a confident look, pressed down on Wang Ren's hand. Stopping his movement, don't panic, everything is under control. Don't panic, my ass. Wang Ren stood up, pointing angrily at Li Ji's nose. Oldly, I know you look down on my son, but I'm saying it clearly today, if my son loses even a hair because of your decision, I'll chop you up into meat filling and eat you in dumplings too. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Oldly, the people from the base are ready and waiting for your orders at the base gate, prepared to rush to Xian at any moment, sacrificing the lives of everyone in that shelter to honor the spirits of Li Er and Wang Xin. Get lost. Wang Ren slammed his wine glass hard against the door, his son wasn't dead yet. To hell with the spirits. Just as Li Ji was about to speak to calm Wang Ren down, a voice rang in their ears again. Provincial horn, by the way, Li Ji. Your son just turned into a ball of flames and crashed for a long time, hitting his head until his face was covered in blood. TSK, what a pity. The meat did get quite a bit tougher, though I wonder if you old man prefers soup dumplings or dry dumplings. Hearing this provincial horn, Wang Ren, in a fit of rage, sat down on the stool with a thud. Well, it seems your son couldn't escape and has also fallen. Are you ready to eat dumplings with me? Do you prefer dry dumplings or soup dumplings? However, Li Ji, with a smug look, raised a finger and shook his head, his eyes filled with shrewdness. You've fallen for that kid's trick. Li Ji calmly took a sip from his glass, savoring it before leisurely speaking. I've seen the skill introduction of my son. It clearly states, can traverse among all things, can go anywhere in the world. Since my useless son has already used this skill, it means he has successfully escaped. But that thief is unwilling to accept that the meat ticket he worked so hard to catch has escaped so easily, so he sent out a provincial horn to intimidate us. It seems extremely arrogant, but in reality, it's like a clown from a circus, full of flaws yet unaware. After saying this, Li Ji pressed his lips together, unable to suppress his satisfaction. No wonder he is my son, even hundreds of miles apart, we can still connect spiritually in perfect harmony. He then flipped his hand and took out another provincial horn. Provincial horn, Chen, right? I am Li Ji, Li Er's father. The Li family has never yielded to the threats of enemies throughout generations. I, Li Ji, will never compromise with the enemy. My son, Li Er, will even less compromise with the enemy. Never in the past, never now, and certainly not today. If you expect me to consider my son's life and compromise with you, then you are mistaken. You can kill or maim as you wish, I will lead all combat personnel from the provincial shelter to Xian City in 3 days, to trample your pathetic little money-making den. Not a single chicken or dog will be left behind, as a sacrifice to my son's spirit in heaven. By the way, I like to eat dry dumplings. Li Ji heard his provincial horn ringing in his ears, nodded in satisfaction, and took a sip of wine. This was a chance to firmly establish his reputation. No one would dare to do anything similar again, which also resolved a hidden danger. This is killing 3 birds with 1 stone, this is wisdom. One can strategize the world without leaving home. Wang Ren's hand, holding the provincial horn, froze in midair, staring at Li Ji in shock as if looking at a fool. Is the competition for the Li family's heir so fierce? Wang Ren muttered in a daze, do you have to speak so forcefully? If Li Er really didn't escape, it would be hard for him not to die now. You don't understand. Li Ji mysteriously shook his head. Only you, I, and Chen know that Li Er has already escaped. But others in the province can hear this horn, they don't know that Li Er has escaped, so at this moment I must show an attitude of not caring about my son's life at all. Just think about it, will anyone dare to touch our shelter's family in the future? When we settle in Xian City later, will anyone dare to disobey? Wang Ren looked at Li Ji, whose face was full of confidence, shaking his head and muttering. You're crazy. Go play by yourself, I'm not playing with you anymore. I need to make my stance clear quickly, otherwise, if my son gets affected by you, I'll chop you up to make dumplings. Provincial horn, I will chop Li Er and Wang Xin into minced meat, wrap them into dumplings, and send them to the foot of Qinling Mountain. Before I come to Xian City to slaughter you, let you have a hearty meal. First. After this segment of the provincial horn was broadcast, Chen enjoyed the massage from Wang Xin beside him and couldn't help but sigh. They say even a tiger doesn't eat its cubs, at least his father still has feelings for him. This Li Er's father, TSK. Chen couldn't help but look at Li Er with a hint of pity in his eyes, that poor child. Originally planning to plead for mercy, Li Er, upon hearing this segment of the provincial horn from Chen Chen couldn't help but stop, waiting for his father's response. The horn had clearly stated that he had attempted to escape but failed and was captured. Now, his father should at least soften his tone if not immediately compromise. If given a choice, he would still prefer his father to redeem him back to the provincial shelter, to continue living as a young master. However, at that moment, a segment of the provincial horn rang mercilessly in everyone's ears. I, Li Ji, will never compromise. My son even more so. You can kill or maim as you wish. I will attack Xian City, to honor my son's spirit in heaven. As this powerful and rhythmic provincial horn echoed in his ears, Li Er's eyes filled with despair grew even more intense. With the last sentence of the horn falling, by the way, I like to eat dry dumplings. Li Er's body completely softened, his face ashen, collapsing to the ground. It turned out, he really wasn't my biological father. It turned out, he really wanted me dead. No wonder he sent me out on a mission without assigning a single dropped item or giving me a subordinate. Su, with a face full of emotion, walked over, squatted down, and patted Li Er's shoulder, who was slumped on the ground. Your father is quite a ruthless man. Especially that last sentence, your father likes to eat dry dumplings, it's truly a stroke of genius. I almost thought your father's surname was Lu and his given name was Young. Li Er raised his head, his eyes filled with despair, looking at Su. As a 2-star professional, even if he couldn't escape, with his strength he could still inflict considerable damage on Chen Chen in this confined space. Moreover, in a place like this, Chen Chen's abilities wouldn't be easy to exert. However, at this moment, he had no such thoughts, only feeling that the first half of his life had been a deception. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. Li Er murmured in a lifeless expression. Lu Yang? Who is that? Su was silent for a moment, then patted Li Er's shoulder again. Like your father, he's also a ruthless man. The difference is he likes to eat soup. Li Er didn't understand Su's meaning and simply didn't bother to think about it, looking towards Wang Xian, who was eagerly massaging Chen Chen's shoulders, and forced a bitter smile. I say, Brother Xian, aren't you even a little scared? Wang Xian glared at Li Er, then gently spoke into Chen Chen's ear. What do I have to worry about? My father will definitely pay the ransom for me, I'm his biological son. Li Ge. Don't worry, my father will definitely agree to come and redeem me. I've been kidnapped more than 10 times, and not once has my father failed to pay the ransom. The next moment, a provincial loudspeaker sounded again in everyone's ears. Provincial loudspeaker, hello Chen Chen, I am Wang Ren, the father of Wang Xian. I just heard that my son is visiting you and there has been some misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding in this world that cannot be resolved. 3 days later, I will personally come to toast with you, Li Ge, with sincerity. During these 3 days, I hope you can take good care of my son. Thank you. Wang Xian immediately puffed out his chest, but the hand that was massaging Chen Chen's shoulder did not stop, proudly saying, You see, Li Ge, I told you my father would definitely come to redeem me. Now that I'm kidnapped, you can rest assured, the ransom will definitely be delivered safely and soundly. My father is well known in the kidnapping world. Li Er knelt on the ground, looking at Wang Xian, who was proudly proclaiming, with a face ashen, unable to help but let out a self-deprecating bitter laugh. He used to look down on Wang Xian. He always thought Wang Xian was not very bright, being kidnapped dozens of times and still feeling proud of it. He looked down even more on Wang Ren. His own son had been kidnapped dozens of times, yet he showed no memory or precaution, obediently paying the ransom each time. Now it seemed that the Wang Ren he looked down on was willing to spend points to lower his face and soften in front of all the survivors in the province, while his own father would rather let him die, even saying he liked to eat dry dumplings. Chen Chen looked through the car window at the approaching lair of the assailants, clicked his tongue, and looked at Li Er with a face full of pity. What? A poor child. Ergo, tie him up. When we get out of the car, chop him into meat filling and send some dumplings to the Qinling Mountain shelter. Remember, it has to be done. We still have to satisfy the client's taste. All right. Ergo and the others exchanged sinister smiles and slowly approached Li Er, cracking their knuckles. Wait. Li Er, kneeling on the ground with his spirit crushed, forced himself to muster some courage, dispelling the negative emotions in his mind, and slowly stood up. He let out a bitter laugh, ignoring the approaching Ergo and the others, and stared intently at Chen Chen. Don't forget, I'm a bona fide 2-star professional. Don't mistake me for someone like Wang Xian, a softie. Upon hearing this, Su's pupils instantly dilated, and he quickly pulled Xiao Hei and the others behind him. He had a protective drop item. Li Er seemed determined to struggle to the death, and as a fellow 2-star professional, Li Ge was naturally fearless. But they were only 1-star professionals and could not afford to ignore the desperation of a 2-star professional. Understood. Chen Shan's lips curled into a smile of anticipation. As he flipped his hands, and a Gatling gun suddenly appeared. He licked his lips, aiming the gun at Lier's body, gesturing up and down. Start your performance. Looking at the 10 slowly rotating gun barrels in front of him. Lier's mouth twitched as he silently compared his small fireball to the bullet storm in the thousands. After a moment of silence, he quietly raised his hands. It's a misunderstanding, Li Gu. Lier forced a kind smile. I mean, I'm at least a 2-star professional. It would be such a waste to chop me into dumpling filling. The value of a 2-star professional is at least higher than dumpling filling, right? Oh. Chen Shan retracted the Gatling gun. Took out his staff, planted it on the ground with both hands, and tilted his head, looking at Lier with interest. So Lier gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, his voice was filled with determination. So I want to shine under Li Ji's leadership and use my abilities to earn back my points. Isn't that just recognizing a thief as your father? Chen Shan clicked his tongue and turned his head to look. Outside the armored vehicle. The armored vehicle had already stopped at the entrance, and a large crowd had gathered at the base entrance, all holding weapons and watching the uninvited guest with serious expressions. I hope Li Gu will take me in. Lier knelt on one knee with a determined expression, clasping his hands and looking serious. Time was running out, the armored vehicle had stopped. Now he had only 3 choices. 1. Fight to the death, struggle desperately, and die gloriously. 2. Die on the spot, be shot dead, and become dumpling filling. 3. Recognize a thief as his father, temporarily endure, and rise again another day. Without a moment's hesitation, Lier firmly decided to take the third path. Because once he got off the armored vehicle, he could use his elemental body again. At that time, he wouldn't be trapped by the armored vehicle, and he could go anywhere. He knew this. Chen Shan also knew this. So he couldn't walk off the armored vehicle alive. But he wanted to live. So he could only first admit defeat and rely on Chen Shan. One day, he would return to the base alive and confront his father. Am I really your biological son? No. Wonder his brother was named Li Deshun, while he was called Lier, a name that seemed randomly chosen. It turned out he wasn't his biological son, they didn't even want to take the name seriously. Thinking of this, Lier couldn't help but feel a surge of anger and sadness, raising his head to look at Chen Shan, his voice rising a decibel. I hope Li Gu will take me in. Chen Shan stood up from his seat, straightened his clothes while holding his staff, and casually said, give me a reason. I am a 2-star professional with a hidden profession. Tisk. I can bring you greater benefits by staying alive. Not enough. Lier fell silent for a moment, looking at Chen Shan's back at the car door. Flames erupted from the palms of his hands behind his back, ready to explode at any moment, and he lowered his head, speaking in a low voice, I just want to live. Upon hearing this, Chen Shan stopped his foot that was about to get out of the car, turned to Lier, stepped forward and patted his shoulder, grinning, I like this reason, let's get out. He then walked towards the car door. Looking at the survivors of the base, who were nervously surrounding the front of the car with weapons in hand, Chen Shan clicked his tongue and took out a provincial horn. Provincial horn, Wangrand, right? Your son is visiting me, no need to worry too much. Our violent gatherer's money-making den is famously harmonious and just. 3 days later, we welcome old Wang to come drink and eat meat. Chen Shan strolled up to the group of survivors, gripping his cane, and smiled. Back so soon? Is the rent ready for today? The group of survivors exchanged glances, put away their weapons, and stepped back in unison. One person who hadn't retreated in time stepped forward, steeling himself to speak. We just went out not long ago, and we don't know why the zombies, which usually stay quietly in their rooms during the day, went berserk. They all rushed into the street, forming a horde of zombies. The person's face showed fear as he recalled, and after a while, he trembled and said, there was even a zombie as tall as the 2nd floor, walking in the middle of the horde like a crane among chickens. We suspect it might be a level 3 zombie. Due to the zombie riot, we could only escape back to the base today. Chen Shan pursed his lips, today's rent is postponed, it can be made up tomorrow. He roughly understood why the zombies had gone berserk, the sound of over 100 explosions ringing out simultaneously, along with the stench of blood hanging in the air, made it hard for the zombies not to riot. However, the appearance of a level 3 zombie needed to be dealt with quickly, having such a strong enemy around his base would make it hard to sleep soundly. Chen Shan glanced sideways at Ergo and the others who had followed him out of the car. These few needed to strengthen their abilities quickly, they didn't even have a 2-star professional among them, what use were they? Really? Thank you, brother. Li, thank you, Brother Li is such a good person. Upon hearing that today's rent could be postponed, many survivors, who had originally looked fearful, immediately changed to expressions of excitement as if they had survived a disaster, all thanking him loudly. It seemed Brotherly wasn't so heartless after all, at least he would show leniency for reasons beyond their control. It should also be because Brotherly was in a good mood right now, after all, they had just been listening to the provincial horn that had been sounding in their ears. They probably knew Brotherly had pulled off something big. Ergo, go take Lier to learn the family rules. Chen Chen dropped a sentence and prepared to get up and head to the office. Taking newcomers to learn the family rules was an old tradition of the violent gatherer's money-making den. Remembering the little gadget he had slipped into Lier's body while patting his shoulder, Chen Chen couldn't help but grin. He was really looking forward to it. If Lier planned to get out and run away, then this time, they could really have dumplings. However, at that moment, an untimely voice rang out. Brother Xin? An excited voice rang out from among the survivors. Chen Chen turned to glance at Wang Xin, who had just gotten off the vehicle, and then looked at the man in the crowd of survivors with a scarred face. He had a vague impression of this person. He had asked him a few questions when he first arrived at the base. Chen Chen stopped in his tracks and asked with interest, "Do you know each other?" Scarface? Wang Xin followed. The voice to the man with the scarred face, unable to hide his excitement as he quickened his pace, stepping forward to tightly grasp Scarface's hand. It really is Scarface. Chen Chen looked at the two, puzzled and momentarily at a loss, wondering what was going on. Scarface, how come you're here? Wang Xin asked, his face filled with joy as he patted Scarface on the back, looking confused. Ah, it's a long story, Scarface sighed. Not long after I was captured, the apocalypse broke out. A few people came here to establish a shelter, and it wasn't until Brotherly arrived that we finally settled down. What did you do after you kidnapped me? Wang Xin asked curiously. Nothing, I only ever kidnapped you, Scarface said after a moment of awkward silence. Then how did you end up getting captured? Wang Xin asked, puzzled. After you were released, did you report it to the police? No. Why didn't you report it? Scarface looked at Wang Xin with a resentful expression. Why would we report it? Wang Xin replied, initially confused, then proudly raised his head and said, Our Wang family has a great reputation in the kidnapping world, we never report to the police. I only found out about this later. Scarface's expression stiffened. When I went to turn myself in, the officer was surprised to hear I had kidnapped Wang Xin and asked me why I was so foolish to turn myself in. You turned yourself in? Wang Xin looked at Scarface in confusion, wondering if there was some unknown reason behind it. Perhaps guilt tormenting him. Could it be that brother Scarface was tormented by his conscience day and night and decided to go to prison to seek forgiveness? Wang Xin pondered, stroking his chin. Scarface twitched the corner of his mouth. No, I originally planned to go to prison to polish my resume and come out to be a boss on the streets. But after waiting for a long time and not seeing you report it, my little brothers who were with me got a bit impatient and urged me to turn myself in quickly. And then I went to turn myself in. Wang Xin stared at Scarface in shock, unable to speak for a long time. Chen Chen looked expressionlessly at the two in front of him, feeling speechless as he lifted his foot, intending to leave. Behind him, Xiaohei, who had transformed the armored vehicle back into a model and was holding it in his hand, hesitated for a moment before stammering, Brotherly, it seems like someone is missing. Chen Chen frowned and turned to look at the crowd behind him, scanning each person's face. After a moment, he hesitated and asked, Who is missing? Xiaohei slightly turned his head to glance at Su and quietly said, That blood gang leader seems to be absent. Mao asked in confusion, Didn't the blood gang leader get on the vehicle? He did. But I kicked him off. Lu Dan scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Ergo silently made a cross gesture on his chest. Surrounded by thousands of zombies driven mad by the stench of blood, trapped in a square with no way out. God bless. Hope for safety. Su kicked Xiaohei, who was still dazed, and snatched the palm-sized model of the armored vehicle from his hand, glaring at him fiercely. Can't you read the situation? At a time like this, you don't know to express your stance quickly, but you're worried about the life and death of an outsider. Su shot Xiaohei a look of disappointment, then turned around with a flattering smile on his face, jogging over to Chen Chen and handing over the model with both hands. Here, Li Gu. Chen Chen took the model, played with it for a while, and looked at Su with a half-smile. This thing is nice, where did it come from? Su stood up straight, his face solemn, and pointed vaguely at the sky with his index finger. Given by the gods. Given by the gods? Yes, a god found me yesterday and said that Li Gu is the chosen one to save this world, and told me to pass this on to you. Oh? What is that god's name? Labrador god.
Chen Chen smiled with an indescribable emotion for a moment, then casually tossed the model into Sue's arms. Let your little brother hold on to it, he will be the driver from now on.
Alright.
Sue, with an excited expression, carefully took the model, unable to contain his excitement. I will definitely teach him well.
I'll go rest for a while. We'll meet at the square at 4 in the afternoon for a meeting.
After dropping this line, Chen Chen leaned on his cane and turned to walk towards the office.
Well, a young and beautiful
woman in the crowd, who had a bow slung across her back, was about to speak when someone next to her tightly covered her mouth.
Don't say anything.
A young man with a buzz cut, holding a feather fan, pressed her mouth shut, lowered his head to hide his gaze, and whispered, unless you want to get us killed. A bald middle-aged man with boxing gloves, annoyed, clashed his fists together. Little Zhuge, are we just going to swallow
this?
That armored vehicle model is clearly the one we were tricked out of.
Yeah.
A young man next to him, carrying a stick on his shoulder, also spoke irritably, don't even mention Xiao Wu and the big brother.
Even I can't swallow this. Have you forgotten how serious the loss was when we were tricked out of 100 points?
That was all the points we gathered together, we didn't spend them on equipment or anything, and just like that, someone tricked us out of it with just words.
I said at the time when I talked to Li Gu about this, why didn't Li Gu pursue it further?
Turns out this was something Li Gu did himself.
Don't jump to conclusions, old Sunday.
Little Zhuge released his hold on Xiao Wu's mouth, shook his fan, thought for a moment, and said solemnly, this matter should not have been done by Li Gu, at least Li Gu was not aware of it.
At first. Doesn't the voice sound a bit familiar to you? What do you mean?
The bald middle-aged man with boxing gloves hesitated for a moment and then looked towards Sue, who was chatting with Xiao Hei.
It's him. Don't keep staring, it's easy to be sensed.
Little Zhuge shook his head and indicated, Brother Wang Hong was right, the person who impersonated the Labrador god to trick us is most likely Sue.
But Xiao Wu fidgeted,
adjusting the bowstring across her chest and wedging it into the groove, hesitating to speak. I remember Sue came back before us that day, and he brought back a large group of survivors.
Could he have done it?
Xiao Zhuge's mouth twitched slightly. Sue was indeed back before us, but we also waited outside that door for quite a while. Old Sun took the stick off his shoulder and planted it on the ground, staring blankly at Xiao Zhuge. So, you're saying that after Sue tricked us, he left us at the door of that room and happily went back to the base by himself, even managing to fool a group of survivors to return with him?
Xiao Zhuge nodded stiffly. If I'm not mistaken, that's how it should be. Damn.
Wang Peng, filled with anger, slammed his fists together. Let's go, back to the room to sleep. With that, he turned and headed towards the prison room.
Sleep?
Little Wu, looking furious,
stiffened for a moment and turned to look at the boss's back in confusion. Aren't we going to take revenge?
Wang Peng stopped in his tracks, glanced at Sue not far away, and said in a low voice, conserve our strength tonight. We'll sneak into Sue's prison room under the cover of darkness and deal with him.
Xiao Zhuge and the others exchanged glances and followed Wang Peng towards the prison room, preparing to sleep.
Ergo, are you sure these family
rules are serious?
Lier couldn't help but twitch his face as he looked at the 10 family rules engraved on the wooden tablet in front of him.
This thing looked a bit like a slave contract from the era of black slavery. How could it still exist in the 21st century?
Of course, each family rule is strictly enforced to this day.
Ergo nodded impatiently. Are the family rules clear?
Since you've decided to join the money-making den of the oppressors, you
must remember the rules.
Every time a newcomer came, he had to introduce the family rules. Damn it, he wasn't a parrot. Lier gazed at the 10 contracts in front of him with a face full of sorrow, pondering the probability of
successfully transforming into an elemental being and escaping from here.
However, after hesitating for a while, he still didn't dare to run away.
The reason was simple. He didn't dare.
Chen Chen, knowing he had this ability, still didn't send anyone to guard him, which only meant that Chen Chen was confident that even if he ran, he could catch him back. At least he had to wait until his father came.
Didn't his father say he would lead an army to break into the money-making den of the oppressors 3 days later to honor his spirit in heaven?
Deep down, Lier still didn't want to believe that his father wanted him dead. Holding on to this thought, Lier felt more assured and decided to patiently wait for 3 days, casually saying, isn't this just a dictatorship like Qin Shi Huang? I remember that after Qin Shi Huang passed away, the fate of the Qin state wasn't very good.
Yes, that's right. Ergo nodded in agreement as if it were a matter of course. You all can see this?
Lier looked at Ergo in surprise. He thought this group wouldn't see it, but instead, they all did. Why then did they still walk down this dead-end path? Hey! Ergo glanced at Lier disdainfully. Don't make that surprised expression, of course we know.
Then why don't you persuade Brotherly?
What if Brotherly leaves?
Lier carefully considered his words and cautiously glanced around. That's quite normal. Ergo tapped the solidified bloodstains on his body. People like Brother Lee wouldn't care about the flood after death. In this apocalyptic environment, just surviving the present is not easy yet. Still thinking about the future, that's why I look down on the aristocratic families. The task is complete, I'm leaving. With that, Ergo lifted his foot and walked towards the office building, muttering to himself as he walked. I need to hurry and take a shower, change clothes. This image doesn't quite fit that of a healer. The money-making den of the oppressors. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Chen Chen, dressed in a pure white tailcoat, leaning on a cane and wearing a gentleman's hat, stood in the middle of the square, looking at everyone with satisfaction. The only special effect of this 100-point outfit is that it can be cleaned with one click. Beside it stands a wooden tablet with the family rules. On both sides of the family rules, 2 one-person high crosses have been erected at some unknown time. Chen Chen frowned as he looked at the 2 crosses beside him, and at the 2 men nailed to the crosses, their hands and feet fixed, with only a tattered piece of cloth covering their lower bodies. He could barely recognize that these 2 men were among the 3 black-clad individuals who first arrived at the shelter. One of them had been used as a test subject for the squirrel experiment, and the remaining 2 black-clad men should have made it here. Chen Chen glanced expressionlessly at the director, who was eagerly waiting for Li Gu to speak, hoping for an explanation. The director saw Li Gu glance at the 2 crosses beside him and then look at himself, immediately understanding his meaning. He stepped forward with a fawning expression and said urgently, Li Gu, this is the reward task for the surgical frame I sent last time that someone completed, so I put the 2 patients I collected last time on it. Go check if they're still alive. Chen Chen looked at the 2 unresponsive bodies, slightly bluish, and waved his hand at Ergo. They're dead. Ergo pointed at the 2 men, pausing for a moment at their noses and mouths, looking at the director with a strange expression. These 2 black-clad men, in his impression, had not been allowed to sleep since they fell into the director's hands. They were not given food or water, and were made to perform strange movements under the guise of rehabilitation training every day. That they only died now was already quite surprising to him. Then Li Gu, should I drag the bodies down? Ergo looked at Li Gu with a questioning expression. Chen Chen pondered for a moment while looking at the 2 crosses in front of him and thought of something. No need, just leave them here. They're dead? The director looked shocked. They were still alive before I nailed them to the crosses. Ergo silently made a cross on his chest and stepped back into the crowd. Encountering such a doctor is also your misfortune. Chen Chen cleared his throat and said loudly, today there are mainly 3 things. First, establish an equipment library. Second, establish a peculiar library. Third, reward based on merit. Chen Chen glanced at the hodgepodge of 1-star equipment he had accumulated in his backpack over the past few days, as well as the random 1-star equipment he had thrown to Ergo last time, and said solemnly, the base will establish a weapon library and will put a large number of 1-star weapons in it for everyone to exchange. The uniform price for 1-star weapons is 50 points. Most of the equipment is dropped by zombies, not standard equipment. From the base, family members can also place weapons they no longer need in the weapon library for consignment. For each weapon successfully sold, a 10% handling fee must be paid to the base. Chen Chen looked at Ergo and said solemnly, this matter will mainly be your responsibility. Go to the supply point to buy a virtual screen, then embed it in the wooden tablet and set it up next to the family rules for family members to choose from. Second thing. Chen Chen cleared his throat, took the water that Ergo handed him and drank it all in one go. Wiping his mouth, he said in a deep voice, establish a strange repository. The so-called strange repository is a place for the random, useless items you drop when you kill zombies, like a camera that can capture moments from the river of history. These things are useless to you, so you can hand them over to the strange repository. I will give you points based on their value. Ever since he discovered a camera among the dropped items that could capture the user's immediate surroundings, he had this idea. A glowing spear, a strange camera, and a clown mask that can only play music. These items clearly do not enhance one's strength and cannot increase a player's chances of survival in the apocalypse. So what is the significance of these dropped items? He didn't believe it was just some nameless entity creating these dramatic drops, hiding in the shadows and laughing at their stiff expressions. These strange dropped items must have a special significance. He just didn't understand it yet, but that didn't stop him from collecting these items with a few points, slowly searching for clues. Third thing. Chen Chen looked at Ergo and the others standing in front of him and smiled. That is to reward merit. The gains from this visit to the Weston shelter are considerable. As a qualified head of the family, there must be rewards for contributions. Looking at the crowd before him, Chen Shen's expression became serious as he said in a deep voice, "Dean. Here." The dean suppressed the urge to scratch his hand and stepped forward with an expectant look, standing straight. "You have successfully extracted over 100 little squirrels within the stipulated time, which is a merit. Reward: 6 one-star pistols along with 50 rounds of ammunition, totaling over 300 rounds. Find 6 people who have transitioned to gunsmiths and form a small team of gunsmiths. Do you have confidence?" "Yes, yes, yes." The dean nodded excitedly, hugging the 6 small pistols and the ammunition in his arms, starting to think about which of his doctors had also transitioned to gunsmiths like him. Chen Shen gazed deeply at the excited, bald-headed dean. These 6 one-star pistols and the ammunition were naturally left behind by the small team of gunsmiths beside Lu Jun. When people die, these external possessions naturally belong to the living. He hoped this team of gunsmiths could bring him some unexpected surprises at certain moments. Mao. Here. Mao stepped forward with a lack of confidence, his spine slightly bent as he looked down at the ground, as he really couldn't think of any merits he had. Without any achievements, he felt uneasy about receiving rewards, inevitably feeling anxious. Chen Shen looked at Mao in silence for a moment, his expression a bit stiff. Although he wanted to take this opportunity to enhance the strength of the earliest group that followed him, to better cope with the arrival of Li Er's father in 3 days, he really couldn't think of any contributions Mao had made. His only merit seemed to be that he had made no mistakes and behaved himself. The scene fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere gradually became awkward, with Chen Shen silently looking at Mao, who kept his head down staring at the ground, while the others' gazes drifted uncertainly, not focusing on the two of them. Merit for scavenging the Weston shelter, reward. In the end, Chen Shen broke the awkward silence, speaking coldly, "You can choose any 1 2-star equipment from the equipment repository." He originally wanted to take this opportunity to both enhance the strength of the older members who had been with him for a while and to let others in the base know that he would not only punish but also reward for merit. After Mao cupped his hands in thanks to Li Gu, he lowered his head and returned to the crowd, continuing to stare silently at the ground. Merit for scavenging the Weston shelter. Mao smiled bitterly to himself. What kind of achievement was this? Anyone could complete this task perfectly, perhaps even better than he could. Looking at the proud dean beside him, Mao's thoughts drifted far away. Perhaps he needed to change his mindset quickly. Relying on currying favor with the future mistress to rise up seemed unlikely. It appeared he still had to establish some real accomplishments. Donkey Egg. Li Gu. Donkey Egg grinned foolishly, scratching the back of his head and looking expectantly at Chen Shen. "Killing Lu Jun is a merit, and you shall be rewarded. 1 1-star profession badge, and you can choose any 2-star weapon." "Thank you, Li Gu." Donkey Egg excitedly slung the big knife over his shoulder, kneeling on one knee and gratefully expressing his thanks. "A 1-star profession badge." Donkey Egg couldn't help but pinch his arm to confirm he wasn't dreaming, nearly jumping up from the ground in excitement. This was an item that could elevate him to a 2-star professional. Lu Jun was a 2-star professional, Li Er was a 2-star professional, even that useless Wang Xian, who had been kidnapped dozens of times, was a 2-star professional. Yet he had always been a 1-star professional. The unwillingness in his heart was something no one knew. But he had no choice. The rarity of a 1-star profession badge at this stage could even be said to be higher than that of a 2-star weapon. It could only drop from killing zombies and mutated beings, but the drop rate was quite disheartening. But Chen Shen's serious gaze paused for a moment. Donkey Egg, with a face full of tension, picked up the 1-star profession badge from the ground and held it tightly in his arms, unsure of what Li Gu would say next. "But you must change to a 2-star professional within 3 days. I don't care how you plan to gather the 500 points needed for the job change, whether by stealing or robbing, but if you cannot successfully change to a 2-star professional after 3 days, then I will take back this profession badge, and the opportunity to choose a 2-star weapon will also be forfeited. Do you understand?" "Understood, understood." Donkey Egg, with a face full of joy, held the profession badge tightly in his arms. As long as they weren't taking it back. He glanced at his points balance, just unsure where to gather the remaining points. After all, Mao didn't have a profession badge and didn't need to change jobs. Should he ask him to lend some? Donkey Egg glanced sideways at the dejected Mao, stroking the stubble on his chin, slowly making up his mind. "Ergu. Here." Ergo stepped forward with a serious expression, looking earnestly at Chen Chen. "Count the merits and rewards. Reward 300 points, 1 1-star profession badge, choose any 2-star professional equipment, and pick a little gadget you like from the oddity store." Chen Shen looked at Ergo with satisfaction. He planned to throw all the strange dropped equipment he had into the oddity store for collection. Ergu was his most satisfactory subordinate. He listened well when commanded, and most importantly, his abilities were quite good. Su. After waving away Ergo, Shinshin cast a sidelong glance at Su, who was eagerly rubbing his hands beside him, and said in a low voice. It must be said that this newcomer had brought him quite a few surprises. The first. To complete the new recruitment task, using clever tactics to capture nearly 100 men in black, and escaping from a horde of zombies in a transformed armored vehicle. Bold and resourceful, with depth and cunning. A hint of satisfaction hid in the depths of Chun Chen's eyes as he looked at the young man before him. Most importantly, he was not greedy. Brotherly, haha. Su, with a fawning smile, pulled Xiao Hei over to Brotherly's side. Watching Su bring Xiao Hei along, Chen Shen secretly added another point to Su in his heart. He did not monopolize the credit. Chen Shen shot Su a sidelong glance, his face revealing no expression, and said in a deep voice. For the achievements in new recruitment, capturing squirrels, and escaping from danger, the rewards will be combined. The reward is 500 points, a 1-star professional badge, a choice of 1 2-star weapon from the armory. And you can make one request. Chen Shen discreetly assessed the expressions of everyone present, which is why he proposed the last point. That is, you can make one request. This was entirely a spur-of-the-moment idea. He hadn't thought of adding this point to the rewards before. However, as the discussion of rewards progressed, he saw the anticipation in everyone's eyes and knew he should set the reward ceiling a bit higher. It was simple. Equivalent to painting a big pie. This way, those who had not yet made any contributions would work even harder to achieve merit, as the rewards would be enough to motivate them. Can I really make any request? Su, clutching the 1-star badge to his chest, asked nervously, his voice filled with excitement. Anything. Chen Shen shot Su a sidelong glance, his eyes hiding dissatisfaction. He had thought Su was a perceptive person, but he didn't expect him to ask such a question. Naturally, he couldn't agree to every request. But he couldn't say that. If Su could grasp the right measure and make a request within the range he could accept, then naturally, everyone would be happy. But if Su was not perceptive and made requests that he simply couldn't fulfill, it would put him in a difficult position. Then, the greatest contributor just moments ago would become the dean's patient in the next second. Su did not notice the flickering danger in Chen Shen's eyes. He excitedly glanced at a certain spot in the crowd, rhythmically tapping his right middle finger against his left wrist, organizing his words in his heart. He hadn't planned to bring up that matter with Brotherly in the past couple of days. Because anyone with eyes could see that his contributions in recent times were not small. He had caught over 70 out of a total of 108 squirrels, a fact that couldn't be hidden. Bringing up that matter with Brotherly at this time would make it seem like he was leveraging his achievements for rewards. Whether in the eyes of others or Brotherly, it would be a suicidal act. So originally, Su only intended to use his achievements to make a good impression on Brotherly, then immediately take the rewards, and wait a few days before bringing up that matter. But since Brotherly said he could make a small request, it couldn't be too excessive, not to mention Brotherly would definitely refuse. He might even nail him to that cross over there. Instead, Su excitedly closed his right hand into a fist and struck it heavily against his left palm, smiling at a certain spot in the crowd before turning to face Chen Shen. Brotherly, I want to open a worry relief house in the base. A worry relief house? Chen Shen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, seeing that Su had thought for quite a while. He initially thought he was considering what request to make to quickly take control of the base. Now it seemed he was quite perceptive and had some measure. Wanting to set up a business to earn more points regularly, he naturally agreed. If his subordinates grew stronger, it meant he would grow stronger too. However, what on earth was this worry relief house? Inside the base, there is already a psychiatrist, a rural doctor, and now they want to add a fortune teller? Li Gu, it literally means a room to solve worries and depression. Su stood up straight, fiddling with his fingers, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Chen Chen. Li Gu, think about it, what is the biggest impact after the apocalypse breaks out? It's the change in the environment. Without giving Chen Chen a chance to respond, Su spoke emphatically, each word deliberate. The once vibrant and bustling city, with its lights and neon, overnight fell into paralysis, and 70% of humanity had no chance to resist, turning into those mindless monsters. Su spread his arms, his face animated as he turned to the crowd, speaking in an almost roaring tone. You, who before the apocalypse might have been a student, immersed in a sea of questions, complaining daily about too much homework, difficult studies, being criticized by teachers, and controlled by parents. Now, you have no homework, no studies, no teachers. Are you happier than before the apocalypse? Among the crowd gathered in the square, a few young people dressed in hoodies exchanged glances, recalling their lives before the apocalypse, and one young man's tears couldn't help but slip from the corners of his eyes. You. Su turned and pointed at a man in his 30s wearing A white shirt, his gaze fixed intently on him. Before the apocalypse, you had a job of your own. A $9.96 job, barely earning over $10,000 a month, living on coffee in the morning and Red Bull at night. Your family was proud of you, your wife was proud of you, your son was proud of you, but you alone felt all of this weighing down on you like a mountain, making it hard to breathe. You might have silently lit a cigarette in the parking lot while coming home from working late at night, staring blankly out the window. You might have lied to your wife about being in a meeting, while secretly hiding in a small bar downstairs, drinking alone. You might have, in the early hours of the morning, revised the plan for the 8th time only to have it rejected again, unable to help but take a can of Red Bull from the fridge with red eyes. You feel very tired. You feel like life, work, and family are 3 mountains pressing down on you, making it hard to breathe. Now I ask you. Sue walked up to the man in the shirt, gripping his collar with both hands, his expression fierce as he roared loudly. The apocalypse has come, your parents, your family, your job are all gone. The mountains that have been pressing down on you have finally disappeared. Tell me loudly, do you feel relaxed? Do you really feel more relaxed than before the apocalypse? No. The middle-aged man in the shirt, now with red eyes, couldn't help but let tears pour out wildly from the corners of his eyes. He roared with an even louder voice, his face agitated. Sue loosened the collar of the man in front of him and pushed him aside. And you all. Sue, with an excited expression, pointed at the women in the crowd one by one. Before the apocalypse, each of you had your own jobs, some were bank tellers, some were in sales, some were in operations. All glamorous, with countless men eager to kneel beneath your skirts. But Sue casually pulled out a pale, emaciated girl from the crowd who looked like she hadn't eaten in days, but now, you might not even have enough to eat. Tell me, how many days has it been since you last ate? Sue asked, gripping the girl's chin, his voice enticing. 2 days, the pale girl said, enduring the pain in her chin, looking at Sue with a face full of fear. Why don't you go buy food at the supply station? All my points went to pay the rent. Sue released the girl's chin and walked back to the center of the square, raising his arms and speaking loudly. Did you all hear that? You might starve to death here because you don't have enough points to buy food, starve to death in this apocalypse. Why don't you have enough points? Because you all used your points to pay rent. Why are there no points left after paying rent? Because you are women, your physical constitution is inherently a bit weaker than men's. You must be more courageous, fight harder, to snatch a piece of meat from a man's mouth. Standing at the front of the crowd, Ergo couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. He was genuinely worried for Sue. Sue couldn't see the crowd, but he could clearly see the desert eagle in Li Ji's hand, its muzzle slightly raised, vaguely pointing at Sue. What does it mean that you can't eat because all your points went to pay rent? It implies that if you don't pay rent, you can afford to eat, right? Go almost thought that in the next moment, Sue would raise his arm and shout, the heavens have died, the yellow heaven should rise, let us overthrow Chen Chen's dictatorship. But completely unaware that he had just walked a circle on the edge of death, Sue continued his enthusiastic speech. A small number of women, lacking the ability and courage to fight zombies, team up with a few friends to kill solitary zombies, earning just enough points to pay rent each day. Should this group starve to death in the base? No, the pale woman squatted on the ground, crying softly, squeezing out 2 trembling sounds from her throat. Seeing that Sue had stirred the atmosphere, he scanned the crowd with satisfaction and then turned to Chen Chen. Li Gu, this is the original intention of my idea for the Worry Relief House. To give men a place to resolve their worries and relieve their stress. 2. Give women a place where they can eat their fill without having to go out and kill zombies. So Chen Chen frowned, rubbing his chin as he stared at the slightly panting Sue. Your Worry Relief House is a psychological counseling center? After talking for a long time and stirring the crowd's emotions, he suddenly stopped. For a moment, he almost thought Sue was inciting the people in front of him, preparing to raise his arm and call for the overthrow of his dictatorship. After all that talk, he still hadn't clarified what exactly they would do. No, Li Gu, Sue said with a serious expression, his voice filled with sincerity, it's a brothel. Chen Chen's expression instantly stiffened, and he slowly turned to stare at Sue. Ergo couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, looking at Sue's back, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration for his talent. After listening to your powerful and positive speech, I thought it was either a charity or a welfare foundation, but you went straight for a brothel. You really know how to play, Sue. Your speech about opening a brothel almost made me think you were establishing a heart for the world and a purpose for life. The middle-aged man, who had just yanked his tie off his shirt and thrown it on the ground, his face full of excitement, suddenly froze at Sue's words. Sue's earlier remarks had completely awakened him. He had just been preparing to stop wallowing in the sadness of his family's departure from today onward. The determination to start anew had just surged within him, throwing the tie on the ground to sever ties with the past, resolutely deciding to change from now on, no longer sinking into the past, but looking forward to the future. He was just getting ready to chat a bit more with Sue in his psychological counseling room after the meeting. Now hearing Sue say it wasn't a counseling room but a brothel, he found it a bit hard to accept. However, since his wife left, it had indeed been a long time. The middle-aged man slowly squatted down to pick up a tie and put it back around his neck, his eyes flickering with a strange light. Speaking of which, the idea of a brothel didn't seem too bad. It should help relieve worries, right? So Chen Chen paused for a moment, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. What you just rambled on about was actually just wanting to open a brothel. Sue lowered his head and remained silent for a moment, then looked up at the matchmaker in the crowd who was covering her mouth and giggling, unable to help but chuckle softly. This is the matchmaker's dream. And the matchmaker is my wife, her dream is my dream. I hope Brother Lee can fulfill it. Do as you wish, just find an empty room to do it in. Chen Chen waved his hand casually. He still had to prepare some small gifts for Lier's father's arrival in 3 days, and he stood up to walk towards the office building. He still needed to check the storage space for things. Most of the items were with him, and only a small portion had been distributed as rewards. But remember 3 points. Chen Chen suddenly stopped and turned back, speaking seriously. 1. Do not force any woman to work in your worry relief house. 2. No scams. 3. Do not trick students into becoming your customers. After saying that, Chen Chen didn't wait for Sue to respond and turned back to walk straight towards the office building. No problem, thank you, Brother Lee, thank you, Brother Lee. Sue said excitedly, cupping his hands in gratitude towards Chen Chen, then looked at the matchmaker in the crowd, raising an eyebrow with satisfaction. By the way, ergo, add a rule to the family regulations. From now on, if anyone is found in the base enticing tenants under any pretext that resembles pyramid schemes, they will be executed on the spot. Not far away, Chen Chen's voice drifted towards the crowd with the wind. The eyebrows that Sue had just raised instantly stiffened on his face. Please, be a person. Ergo, passing by Sue, couldn't help but stop and pat Sue's shoulder, sighing, that student you just pointed out looks like he's only 18 or 20. Don't trick people into visiting your worry relief house, accumulate some virtue for your ancestors. Sue watched the crowd gradually fade away, slowly coming back to his senses, pouting in discontent and murmuring softly. What do you all understand? This is called the art of language. How can it be called trickery? Do you all really understand? Chen Chen sat on the sofa in the office, his gaze absent-mindedly playing with the piece of equipment in his hand. This was the first time he had seen a 2-star equipment belonging to the gunsmith profession. It had been dug out from Lu Jun's dropped items, possibly not yet given to his own team of gunners before Lu Jun met his end at Chen Chen's hands. Equipment name: Dragon Slayer Hand Cannon. Equipment level: 2-star equipment. Equipment attributes: Strength +2. Agility +1. Equipment profession: Gunsmith. Equipment special effect: has a certain chance to cast double spells, firing 2 shots from the hand cannon simultaneously. Magazine capacity: fixed at 7 rounds, cannot be changed. Ammunition must be purchased separately at supply points. Equipment description: being hit by this thing leaves only 2 outcomes: unscathed or utterly obliterated. After examining the hand cannon, which resembled a pistol but had an absurdly thick barrel, he tossed it into his storage space. He intended to give this equipment to the dean. After all, it wouldn't look good for a dignified dean to still be using a standard small pistol from the supply point. Chen Chen flipped his hand and took out a bronze-colored notebook from his space. It was a skill book, and the skill was exactly what he needed. Skill name: Eagle Eye Technique. Skill level: 2-star skill. Skill restrictions: all professions. Skill type: active. Skill effect: when the skill is activated, mental energy floods into the eyes, allowing the player to track fast-moving objects. Skill description: when the skill is activated, even Kato Eagle appears to be just a kid digging for loaches in your eyes. Without any hesitation, Chen Chen clapped his hands and shattered the skill book, learning the skill. This skill was even more of a priority for him than his Gatling battery. For someone like Lu Jun, who leaned towards defense, it was fine. A torrential downpour of bullets would suffice, as even the strongest defense has its moments of weakness. But for someone like Lier, whose skills were bizarre and speed incredibly fast, Chen Chen found himself at a loss. After all, if Lier were to elementalize and run, he might not even be able to hit him with a gun. But now, with the Eagle Eye Technique, it was different. When he could see the trajectory of moving objects, he could even adjust the gun's aim in advance to predict the object's path. Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction and looked at the next piece of equipment. The key was this piece of equipment. Chen Chen immersed his thoughts into the hexagonal badge in his space. This was a 2-star profession badge, a necessary item for advancing to a 3-star professional. He glanced at the promotion conditions in the lower right corner of his personal attribute panel. He had the 2-star profession badge, and he also had enough points for the 2,000 required for promotion. He had scavenged quite a few points from the West Saddle Shelter, and after accounting for the points obtained from the Blood Gang leader, he had set aside some points as rewards for Ergo and others. He still had 4,350 points left. It could be said that the points required for promotion were more than sufficient. However, he had yet to promote to a 3-star professional because the requirements for advancing to a 3-star professional were different from those of a 2-star professional. There was an additional requirement. This condition was to personally kill a level 3 zombie. Chen Shen frowned at this promotion condition. It seemed a bit unreasonable. The promotion condition for a 2-star professional required personally killing a level 3 zombie, but one could easily deduce that a 2-star professional would almost have no chance of defeating a level 3 zombie. If this 2-star professional were relatively weak, it would even be a question of whether they could escape from a level 3 zombie, let alone kill it. For someone like him, the leader of a shelter, or a captain with their own team, completing this promotion task could be done easily, surrounding the zombie and leaving the final blow to the captain. It could be accomplished quite easily, even relying on sheer numbers. But what about those lone wolves? If they relied solely on their own abilities, it would be nearly impossible to complete this task. So what is the significance of this promotion condition? Chen Shen stroked his chin, frowning in thought. Could it be that this game encourages human cooperation, relying on the power of teamwork to complete tasks? So far, he had only heard about the LV3 zombies from the mouths of survivors in the base. This time, drawn by the smell of blood to the West Saddle Military District shelter, he heard from the survivors in the base that there was a LV3 zombie. As for whether there are any traces of LV3 zombies elsewhere, he could only think of 3 places. One was the street where he first used the Gatling gun. At that time, he had killed about hundreds of zombies, and their bodies were laid out on the street. The next day, when he woke up, the zombie bodies on the street had completely disappeared. As he left, he vaguely saw a huge zombie in the glass of a shop on the side of the street devouring the zombie bodies. The second place was the school cafeteria, also known as the Death Corridor. At that time, he had killed nearly 1,000 zombies and had sealed all the zombie bodies inside the school cafeteria before leaving, locking the cafeteria door and blocking the entrance with tables and chairs. The last place was the entrance of the base. Last time, after luring the zombie horde out at night, the area in front of the base was piled high with zombie bodies, but when he woke up the next morning, all the zombie bodies at the entrance had vanished, and the street was clean. These 3 places were where he knew there were enough zombie bodies. If a zombie were to devour all the bodies from any one of these 3 locations, the nutrients absorbed would be enough to cultivate a LV3 zombie. Therefore, the chances of a LV3 zombie appearing around these 3 places would not be too low, and he could send Ergo out to search for traces. As for other places, he wasn't too clear. However, the survivor in the base mentioned that the LV3 zombie was as tall as a 2-story building, and it was very likely still at the West Saddle Shelter. They could send someone to check it out tomorrow. Right now, the most urgent thing was to improve his own strength, otherwise, even if he found the trace of a LV3 zombie, it would be awkward if he couldn't defeat it. At the very least, he needed to get Ergo and the others promoted to 2-star professionals as soon as possible. The trace of the LV3 zombie had already emerged, and the role that a 1-star professional could play was becoming less and less significant. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." Chen Shen's voice was filled with dissatisfaction. "Hee, brotherly." Ergo, who had just passed by Sue and walked straight towards the office building, suddenly appeared here. Chen Shen raised his head and glanced at the grinning Ergo. "Speak, what is it?" "Brotherly, I also want to open a small shop in the base." Ergo looked up and stole a glance at Chen Shen, cautiously adjusting his wording as he spoke. "What, do you also want to open a worry-free house?" Chen Shen held the cane he had in his arms in his hand, casting a hostile glance at Ergo. What did this group of people think his shelter was? Was it a Wanda Plaza? Each merchant had to report to him before settling in. Soon, they would be opening a Heideleo, wouldn't they? No. Ergo quickly waved his hands in denial. "I just want to open a small clinic," he added hastily, diving straight into the topic before Li Ji's patience ran out and he was kicked out of the room. "You?" Chen Shen looked at Ergo with confusion, then said expressionlessly, "Did you discuss this with Sue?" "Sue opens a brothel, you open a maternity hospital, a one-stop service sounds pretty good. Wait, is Lou Dan going to come find me soon, saying he wants to open a primary school?" "No, Li Gu, you misunderstood." Ergo couldn't help but smile wryly. He clearly just wanted to be a healer, but because of that divine hand skill, people often thought he was in obstetrics. Lu Dan had teased him about this countless times. It's a proper clinic, where people can come to get treated when they get injured in battle. Ergo emphasized weakly that he was opening a legitimate clinic. A proper clinic. Chen Chen glanced at Ergo with disdain and said, "As far as I know, you don't seem to have any proper medical skills. I actually think opening a gambling den would suit you better, setting up a shop and betting against tenants with a Pandora's box. Hey, that doesn't sound too bad either." Ergo rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment, then suddenly shook his head, looking at Chen Chen with a bitter smile. "Li Ge, you almost got me there. Opening a clinic and being a doctor is my dream. I've already exchanged points for all the healing skills I need. It's enough to support me in opening a proper clinic. Go ahead." Chen Chen waved his hand impatiently. He could somewhat understand these people's thoughts. Once the base stabilized and they had enough potential, they all wanted to do something they had always dreamed of. Plus, they could have a steady influx of points. He didn't stop them. After all, if he needed these people to help him, he couldn't expect them to work without giving them something in return. Besides, opening a brothel clinic wasn't a big deal and could make the base look more prosperous and lively, so why not? But Chen Chen glanced at the girl standing next to Ergo holding a basin. What about bringing her in? The girl holding the basin was none other than Xiao Chan, who had wiped Chen Chen's sweat a while ago. "Thank you, Li Gu." Upon hearing that Chen Chen allowed him to open a clinic in the base, Ergo couldn't help but jump up in excitement. "Ancestors, your descendant has finally fulfilled your expectations. Not only has he become a doctor, but he has also become a doctor with his own clinic, perfectly fulfilling your hopes. You can rest in peace now." The only dream of his family for generations was to produce a doctor who saves lives, to bring glory to the family. However, for some reason, whether it was family tradition or something else, there had been many butchers in his family, yet not a single doctor. He still remembered his father holding his hand tightly before he died, using his last breath to tell him, "You must become a doctor in the future, to bring glory to the family." So Ergo had been working hard on the path of being a doctor, and finally, after the apocalypse arrived, he perfectly fulfilled this dream. Filled with excitement, Ergo heard Chen Chen's question and casually glanced at Xiao Chan beside him, licking the corner of his mouth. As he looked at Chen Chen, "I don't know about her, she was waiting at the door when I arrived, and then she came in with me." "Alright, you can go now." Chen Chen waved his hand casually at Ergo. After Ergo closed the door and left the room, Chen Chen silently looked at Xiao Chan, who stood there holding a basin, silent with a hint of stubbornness on her face. The steam rising from the hot water in the basin slowly drifted away. "What do you want?" "I want to wash your feet." Xiao Chan raised her head, looking at Chen Chen with a face full of determination, then placed the basin on the ground and took a silver needle from her hairpin to insert it into the basin. "It's not poisonous." Chen Chen stared at the woman in front of him who was testing for poison, momentarily speechless, unsure of what to think. He remembered this girl. She had wiped his sweat last time but was thrown to the ground by him. To this day, he still couldn't figure out what her intentions were. "So, it's a foot wash, right? Then let's begin." Night fell in the prison cell. "Brother Su, are we finally going to soar to great heights this time?" Xiao Hei sat on the bed, hugging a pillow and unable to contain his joy. "We were directly rewarded with a 1-star professional badge and 500 points. You know, right now in the base, only Brother Li is a 2-star professional. Brother Su, won't you be above everyone else from now on?" Xiao Hei couldn't help but feel excited, chewing on the corner of the pillow unconsciously. Above everyone else? The base doesn't even have 1,000 people right now. Su's expression didn't show much pride. Instead, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. "But you're right, at least our contributions this time are significant enough that no one can ignore them. So, Brother Su, when can we send someone to find my family?" Xiao Hei looked at Su with anticipation. "Not for now." Su was silent for a moment. "Your family is in another province, and with the current strength of the base, or rather my strength, it's not enough to support a trip to another province." Xiao Hei lowered his head a bit dejectedly. He had been following Su, working for him, largely because he hoped that once Su reached a high enough position, or gained enough strength, he would take him back to his hometown to find his family. However, it seemed that this might not be as useful as he thought. The joy from earlier suddenly vanished without a trace, and Xiao Hei covered his face with the pillow, burrowing into the blankets. "Xiao Hei." Su's voice came from the suffocating darkness. "You made quite a contribution this time. When you wake up tomorrow, your share won't be less, don't worry." Xiao Hei responded casually from beneath the pillow. Night fell in another prison cell. Brother Wan, is this really okay? Isn't it a bit too open? If we get discovered, I remember the family. Rules clearly state that fighting within the base is punishable by death. Xiao Wu placed the bao she had been carrying on her back in the cell, looking at Wang Pang with dissatisfaction while wearing a burlap hood. At least buy a mask at the supply point or something. Just poking 3 holes in a sack to use as a hood seems a bit hasty. What if we get discovered? By the way, can't you two change your outfits? Xiao Wu looked at the small Zhuge holding a feather fan and the old son with a stick on his shoulder, speechless. Are you too afraid that the characteristics of your feather fan and stick aren't obvious enough? Small Zhuge chuckled awkwardly, then casually tucked the feather fan into his waist and covered it with his outer garment, repeatedly saying, sorry, I didn't react in time. It's nothing, old son said nonchalantly. Anyway, it's so dark now that who can recognize anyone without the moonlight? You. Xiao Wu stamped her foot in frustration but couldn't find the words to say. But small Zhuge frowned and said, today, Li Gu rewarded Su with 500 points and a junior profession badge. Are you saying? Old son looked enlightened. What if Su has already changed to a 2-star profession with his physical abilities tripled? Wouldn't that mean we're just delivering ourselves to him? No way, Wang Pang shook his head confidently. I was watching the supply point in the prison all afternoon and Su didn't come to the supply point to level up. He must have used up his chances for today. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. After all, Wang Pang's prison was right across from the supply point, and since he said so, there shouldn't be any mistakes. So tonight is our last chance. If Su becomes a 2-star professional tomorrow, our path to revenge will probably be a long way off, Xiao Wu said, clenching her small fist and waving it in the air. This time I must teach Su a profound lesson so he knows that being a Labrador god isn't that easy, old son said, putting the stick aside and cracking his knuckles with a sinister smile. Absolutely, Wang Pang also put on his boxing gloves and cracked his knuckles, grinning. Wait. Small Zhuge pulled everyone back with a serious expression. There's something I need to let everyone know in advance. Our main purpose for coming here is to vent our anger, not to take lives. No one should use weapons or skills. That way, even if things go wrong, we can just say it was a small conflict because we couldn't hold back our anger. Besides, we have the moral high ground, at least it's not a death sentence. But if we use weapons and see blood, then it will be hard to handle the aftermath. Do you understand what I mean? Wang Pang and the others exchanged glances, patted small Zhuge on the shoulder and said in unison. Don't worry, we understand. Wang Pang grinned as he grabbed the sheet from his bed and held it tightly in his hand. Let's go. Old Sun and the others exchanged glances and laughed, leaving their weapons in the prison and following Wang Pang out the door with clenched fists. The group walked along the corner under the faint moonlight, towards the prison where Su was located. Shoo! Wang Pang stopped at the door of a prison cell, turned to the others, and put his finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Are we there? Small Zhuge asked with his eyes. Wang Pang nodded. He had come to scout the area yesterday to teach Su a lesson tonight. 3, 2, 1. Wang Pang silently raised 3 fingers, and as the last finger fell, he and the others rushed into the prison without hesitation. Holding the sheet, Wang Pang, with a sinister smile, was the first to charge into the cell, quickly surveying the interior under the moonlight. 2 beds, and Su was sound asleep against the wall. No wonder he was the fastest rising newcomer in the base, he was already sleeping in a room alone. Wang Pang grinned as he rushed forward and tightly covered Su's head with the sheet, looking fiercely at Old Sun and the others, growling, revenge for grievances, payback for hatred. Xiao Wu was the first to clench her small fist and charge forward, landing a punch on Su's backside. I'm hitting you. Feeling Su's struggles, Xiao Wu felt an immense sense of relief and comfort inside. She changed her voice and shouted, let me make it clear, I am Wan Laohu. How dare you commit such a grudge against me for killing my son? Today, I will take revenge on you. After saying that, she raised her foot and kicked Su in the waist. Wang Pang also covered Su's head tightly with the bedsheet, his face flushed with excitement as he raised his other hand to continuously punch Su's face. Dog Su, my grandpa is Lu Defa. Last time you stole tomatoes from my house and ran away, today I've caught you. Su, pinned under Wang Pang, struggled even more fiercely, but against the 4 of them, he had no strength to fight back, not even able to pull off the sheet covering his head. Lao Sun rushed over with a sinister grin, kicking Su in the stomach, then transformed into Bruce Lee, jumping onto the bed to punch and kick Su. While hitting, he shouted angrily, my grandpa is Li K-de. Last time you killed my great uncle, and I didn't expect to catch you here today. Die, Su. Xiao Zhuge cracked his knuckles, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light, revealing a cruel smile as he walked towards Su. Last time. Su had impersonated a Labrador god, tricking them out of 100 points and even a Samsung armored vehicle. Losing some points was bearable, but it made them the laughingstock at the base, as everyone knew they had been fooled. He prided himself on being the modern Xiao Zhuge, especially proud of his intelligence. However, being doubted by others, even by Brother Wang and the others, made him hold a grudge. Now, the opportunity for revenge had finally come. He walked straight to Su's head and threw a heavy punch, then took a deep breath. His fists rained down on Su's head. While hitting, he cursed. This is for not helping the old lady cross the road, and for snatching the red scarf from the elementary school students. This was what they had agreed upon. They came to vent their anger. But just hitting without cursing wouldn't be a perfect release, and they couldn't admit they had been tricked, as that would expose their identities. So, while they all hit and cursed, the reasons for their curses were all made up on the spot. As long as the atmosphere was right, it didn't matter what they were cursing about. Just when they were sweating profusely and feeling particularly exhilarated, Su's voice suddenly rang out at the door of the cell. "What are you guys doing?" The air fell silent for 2 seconds. The next second, Su's furious roar echoed. "You guys are actually bullying my best brother. What are you doing?" Su trembled with anger, pointing a finger at the 4 people riding on Xiaohei, momentarily speechless. He had just gone to the bathroom, and upon returning, he saw this scene. How could there still be such lawless thugs in the base? Had the 2 corpses on the crosses next to Brother Li's family rules been forgotten so quickly? And didn't they know Xiaohei was his person? Publicly beating Xiaohei was a provocation against him. Ah! Wang Pang stared dumbfounded at Su, who appeared at the door, his iron-like voice trembling slightly as he stuttered. What are you doing there?" Xiao Wu, pale-faced, stopped her flurry of punches and murmured, "Who is that person on the bed? It can't be." Xiao Zhuge's mouth twitched uncontrollably, halting his rain-like punches, his eyes blankly gazing at the person lying on the bed. "Did we hit the wrong target again? Boss, what should we do?" Lao Sun looked at Wang Pang with a face full of fear. They were well aware of the base's family rules. Fighting was a death sentence. The original plan was to cover the bed with a sheet, put on a hood, and leave no name or trace, but who knew they would be caught red-handed at the door? The few of them stopped beating the person on the bed, who struggled to lift an arm and pull off the sheet, staring blankly at the others present. This person was none other than Xiaohei. Su looked at Xiaohei, whose eyes were vacant and head swollen, his skin appearing even more bruised under the moonlight, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This was indeed a bit too tragic. "Brother Su, they are here for you." Xiaohei, with a dazed expression, propped himself up against the wall, the pain all over his body making him gasp, looking at Su with grief and anger. "They got the wrong person. They said you killed their son, stole tomatoes from their yard, and didn't help an old lady cross the street. This group of people is coming for you. We can't let them go. We should send them all to the director." Ever since the last time he witnessed the director's methods of treating patients with Su in his mind, the most torturous method was to send someone to the director. "Don't worry." Su grinned, cracking his knuckles as he stood at the door, not moving closer. Openly defying Brother Li's family rules, even the king of heaven can't save these people. "What should we do, boss?" Xiao Wu slowly hid behind Wang Pang, tightening her hood, her eyes filled with fear. "Should we run?" Wang Pang's eyes flickered for a moment, a fierce gaze shooting out from his eye sockets as he whispered, "Anyway, with the hoods we're wearing, they won't know who we are. Let's rush out of this cell together." Lao Sun and the others exchanged glances, tightening their hoods on their faces, bending their bodies, ready to charge out of the cell. It seemed that the decision to wear hoods when going out was indeed correct. Su was also a 1-star professional. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't stop the 4 of them, knowing they were not soft persimmons to be easily squeezed. By the way, Wang Pang suddenly remembered something and asked the others with confusion, "Does anyone know what Su's profession is?" Xiao Zhuge shook his head in bewilderment. "I don't know." He considered himself the strategist of this small team and was responsible for gathering some necessary intelligence. But he truly didn't know Su's profession. To some extent, he suspected that even Shen Shen might not know what Su's profession was. "Planning to run, huh?" Su smiled at the 4 whispering to each other, standing aside to clear the doorway. "Go ahead, I won't hold you back." The 4 who had just erupted into action suddenly stopped in their tracks. "It's a trap." Xiao Zhuge's expression fluctuated as he stopped in his tracks, whispering by the riverbank. Wang Pang remained silent for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stared at Su, who had turned sideways. He rubbed his bald head, the rough texture reminding him of the headgear he was currently wearing. What a load of nonsense, Wang Pang spat on the ground, grabbing his bedsheet and shouting, even if there's a trick, we have to run first, no one is allowed to be left behind. There. Small team of 4 wasn't famous within the base, but many people knew them. Just grabbing any one of them wouldn't require severe interrogation, the remaining suspects would naturally be narrowed down to the others. Wang Pang took the lead and rushed past the cell door into the corridor, keeping an eye on Su, expecting him to make a move. However, to his surprise, Su simply stood quietly at the door, watching him leave. Indeed. If word got out that someone had been beaten up right under Su's nose, it would be a huge embarrassment for him. It seemed Su didn't want to escalate the matter. Realizing he had hit a nail on the head, Wang Pang couldn't help but show a hint of joy, slowing his pace and glancing back at his 3 teammates still in the cell, waving to signal that everything was fine and to hurry up. As Xiao Wu followed closely behind. Wang Pang, Xiaohei finally couldn't sit still any longer, staring at Su in disbelief. Brother Su, are you really letting them go? He thought Su was just toying with them, giving them hope only to dash it, but it seemed Su genuinely wanted to let them go. Of course, Su said, crossing his arms and leaning against the wall, waving to urge the still-staying Xiao Zhuge and the others to hurry up. He then added matter-of-factly. Everyone has their role to play. Although I am now part of the new core personnel, I haven't been explicitly told what position I hold or what I'm responsible for. For now, I've placed myself in the role of a strategist and I'll see how Brotherly arranges things in the future. These people clearly triggered the family rules, and I remember the dean is the one who deals with those who offend the family rules. If I act rashly, it would clearly be overstepping. So I can't intervene in this matter, I can only let the dean take action. Xiaohei leaned back on the bed, gently rubbing the bump on his head, his eyes lost in thought as he watched the old son who had just run out. 3 people had already escaped, leaving only Xiao Zhuge behind, who seemed ready to run as well. But how are you going to find these people tomorrow? They all have headgear on, he said. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhuge hurriedly pushed old son's backside, following closely behind as they rushed out of the cell door. If Su reacted in time and they were forced to take off their headgear, it would be troublesome when they went to find the dean the next day and discovered they couldn't locate the 4 of them. Forcing them to stay and remove their headgear would not be a good idea. Hurry up! Wang Pang whispered sharply, pulling old son out and leaving enough space for little Zhuge to run out. Can't find it? Su said, casually flicking something from his nose to the side. Tomorrow, you go directly to find Brotherly with your injuries and say that little Zhuge and the others beat you up. As soon as he finished speaking, a moment later, 4 people appeared at the door, their hoods removed. At some point, and they crawled into Su's cell, kneeling sincerely on one knee. Brother Su, from now on, you are our real brother. Ha! Su looked at the few people on the ground with a playful smile. What are you doing? Didn't you all run away just now? Why are you here to acknowledge me as your brother now? Just now we were ignorant. After thinking it over, we still feel that following Brother Su would be better, Wang Pang said, forcing himself to speak. There was no other way. They didn't know where little Zhuge had slipped up, but Su had pointed it out by name. They had thought about escaping the shelter overnight, but where could they run to? If they went too far, they would be surrounded and devoured by zombies halfway. The nearby strongest shelter, the West Saddle Military District, had already been wiped out. Which shelter would have the courage or strength to take them in? It was better to beg Su for mercy now, because if it weren't for Brother Li's family rules, it would just be considered bullying with no theft or murder involved, so it really couldn't be considered a big deal. Old son secretly glanced at Su's playful smile and, gritting his teeth, rushed forward to hug Su's thigh and began to cry loudly. Brother Su, you are my real brother. Although I have sinned, my sins do not warrant death. Please let us go. Besides, we are also here for a reason. Before old son could finish his sentence, little Zhuge rushed up from behind and covered his mouth tightly. There's no reason. Little Zhuge chuckled awkwardly. Brother Su, everything is negotiable, we admit it, we just ask that it doesn't get to Brotherly. Oh? Su dug at his ear, tilting his head to look at the kneeling crowd, feigning dissatisfaction. It seems you are acting justly. Tell me your reasons. I, Su, have never wronged a good person, but I also never let a bad person go. Brother Su, I think I know why these people are here, Little Black said, staring blankly at the few who had removed their hoods. He recognized them as soon as they entered the room. On the night he was tricked into the shelter by Su, he had seen these 4 people running back to the base with a look of despair, crying to Brotherly that they had been deceived. It seemed these people now knew that the one who had deceived them back then was Su. The 3-star armored vehicle that had tricked them was now sewn into his clothes. Thinking of this, Little Black touched the large bump on his head, feeling that it didn't hurt as much anymore. After all, although he had been unaware and not involved at the time, the equipment had ultimately ended up in his hands. This was a 3-star piece of equipment, taking a beating was worth it. You have to know that if others found out that taking a beating could lead to owning a 3-star piece of equipment, especially a vehicle, many would be willing to risk injury for this opportunity. Perhaps Brotherly would be willing too, Little Black thought to himself, grinning foolishly, feeling no guilt about using it now. After all, this was earned through my legitimate labor. Little Black. Don't say anything, Sue stopped him and then smiled at Old Sun. Now tell me, what is the reason? Nothing. Old Sun waved his hand awkwardly, trying to brush off the conversation. His biggest flaw was that he said whatever came to his mind without a filter? Xiao Wu pouted, casting a dissatisfied glance at the others. Although the situation was not in their favor, she couldn't stand seeing the few men who usually took care of her like her brother, now groveling before this little person. Moreover, they were clearly in the right. Even if it reached Li Gu, they would still be the justified side. Thinking of this, Xiao Wu couldn't help but stand up straight, clenching her small pink fist, and stared intently at Sue. You pretended to be the Labrador god and tricked us into spending 100 points to buy a Pandora's box, and after it actually opened to reveal a 3-star equipment, you deceived us out of our 3-star equipment. As she spoke, Xiao Wu's eyes couldn't help but redden, and she shook off Wang Pang, who was holding her arm. Don't hold me back, I need to make this clear today. After you deceived us, we planned to give you a beating before you advanced to a level 2 professional. Is that unreasonable? Xiao Wu's voice was filled with grievance, gradually rising in volume. We didn't plan to rob you or harm you, we just wanted to hit you to vent our anger. Is that too much? Now we failed and you caught us red-handed. Fine, we accept that. But do you really need to humiliate us so harshly now? How can you be so excessive? Xiao Wu finally couldn't hold back her inner grievance, tears streaming down her cheeks, her eyes red and sniffling as she stared at Sue, her shoulders shaking with sobs. Sue listened carefully to all of Xiao Wu's complaints and nodded with interest. It's quite reasonable, not excessive. But, Sue elongated his tone, seeing the expectant looks from everyone, and clicked his tongue. It's not that I deceived you. Ah. Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, stammering, but we saw with our own eyes that after you returned to the base today, the armored vehicle turned into a model of an armored vehicle, and this model looks exactly like the one we got from that treasure chest. I shouldn't be mistaken about this. Xiao Zhuge murmured with a confused expression. Recently, he had been making mistakes one after another, leading him to doubt himself. Now, learning that he even mistook his enemy made him doubt himself even more. Perhaps he had been cursed lately and should seek some talismans. Let me ask you, Sue said seriously, his expression solemn. Who deceived you? Xiao Zhuge and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Just a moment ago, they could have confidently said it was Sue who deceived them. However, now that Sue denied it was him, who could it be? And how did this 3-star equipment armored vehicle end up in Sue's hands? Looking at the 4 who were still in shock and unresponsive, Sue patiently gestured in the air, reminding them, what did that person call himself? The Labrador god, Wang Pang answered with a dazed expression. Bingo! Sue said happily, snapping his fingers. So, as they say, debts have their owners. You should go find that Labrador god. Why are you looking for me? But that Labrador god is an imposter, Xiao Wu said, a bit confused, her eyes blank as she tried to sort through her thoughts. How can he be an imposter? Sue shook his head in displeasure. You really encountered a deity without realizing it. I can testify that the Labrador god is real. Because I've seen him, Sue said seriously, enunciating each word. You've seen him? Xiao Zhuge was filled with question marks, starting to doubt his own intelligence. Could it be that the Labrador god was actually real? Did they leave too early, before the Labrador god had lifted the restrictions on that equipment, and they left first? Of course. Sue held his head high. That 3-star armored vehicle was personally handed to me by the Labrador god. Xiao Zhuge's mouth twitched involuntarily. He finally understood what Sue meant. In short, he wanted to move on from this matter. You all fought, you vented your anger, and saying that I tricked you about the armored vehicle would be pointless. That so-called Labrador god was just Sue pretending, setting up a facade for himself. Because he suddenly realized that the treasure chest they opened was indeed Pandora's box. Which deity would give them a Pandora's box that could be bought for 20 points at a supply point to toy with them? Grabbing the furious group beside him, Xiao Zhuge helplessly lowered his head, his mouth twitching. Just give us a price, brother Sue. What do you mean by that? Sue looked at Xiao Zhuge in surprise. Everyone knows what's going on here, there are no outsiders, so no need to say too much. Xiao Zhuge glanced at Xiao He with reluctance. At least he had managed to hit someone close to Sue, so he felt a bit relieved. Brother Sue, just give us a straightforward price. If it's enough, we'll give it to you now. If not, We'll go back and gather it. How much will it take to move on from this? Move on from this? Su looked astonished, trembling with anger as he pointed at the curled-up Xiaohei on the bed. You all beat my brother like this and think giving me a few points will let it go? He's my best brother. Su gritted his teeth. Brother Su. Xiaohei, standing by, was almost moved to tears. It turned out Brother Su really considered him his best brother. He had misunderstood Brother Su all along. 200 points, Xiao Zhuge said, frowning as he threw out a trial price. When he heard Su say that Xiaohei was his best brother, Xiao Zhuge knew that this matter could be settled today. First of all, if it weren't for the family rules of brotherly, this really wouldn't be a big deal. The most important thing was that if Su handed them over to brotherly, he wouldn't gain anything from it. As for whether Su was the kind of person willing to sacrifice his own interests, they had known what kind of person he was since their first meeting with the self-proclaimed Labrador god. But it seemed like it would be a big loss. If he didn't dig into his own pockets, it would be hard to leave in peace. However, those repeated best remarks left Xiao Zhuge uncertain about how much Su's appetite really was. What do you take me for? When Su heard Xiaohei quote 200 points, he slapped his thigh in frustration. 300 points, Xiao Zhuge continued to raise the price, his expression unchanged. Su was clearly waiting for him to raise it further. Dealing with such people was annoying. You couldn't tear down their facade, yet you had to meet their expected psychological price. Among them, only he could have a conversation with such a person. Am I really that kind of person in your eyes? Su said angrily, slapping his hand against his waist. 500 points. Xiao Zhuge gritted his teeth and gave his final offer, the maximum points he could authorize. Their team had indeed accumulated quite a few points recently, not used for buying equipment, not for learning skills, and certainly not wasted in the miscellaneous shop. They had been saving points diligently, waiting for the day they could kill a zombie outside and obtain a level 1 profession badge, which would allow their team to have a 2-star professional. Having a 2-star professional would enable them to hunt in more dangerous areas, places they usually dared not enter. This way, they could earn more points and acquire more equipment to support the other 3. Once everyone became 2-star professionals, they could gather their strength to elevate one person to a 3-star professional, continuing to support the group. This would create a positive cycle, far more promising than having all 4 of them stuck as 1-star professionals, secretly accumulating strength while waiting to become 2-star professionals. What do you take my brother Su for? Su said, laughing in anger as he slapped his chest heavily. Seeing Su's hand hit his chest, Xiao Zhuge knew that Su's psychological price point had not yet been reached. There was still a distance to go. Xiao Zhuge remained silent for a moment, then looked up at Wang Peng. After all, Wang Peng was the leader of the team. Although he knew how many points they had left, any further decisions were beyond his authority. He couldn't sway the crowd. Ultimately, this decision had to be made by Wang Peng himself, whether to raise the price for safety or to take a desperate gamble. Brother Su, how about we just leave it at that? Xiaohei said, comfortably leaning against the bed, watching Xiao Zhuge repeatedly raise the price under Su's intimidation. But Brother Su showed no signs of wavering, and this determination was quite gratifying to him. Xiao Zhuge's repeated concessions also made Xiaohei feel at ease. Wasn't he just enjoying himself a moment ago? Why was he backing down now? Brother Su, let's leave it at this. 500 points as an apology is enough. Brotherly only rewarded you with 500 points this time, which isn't a small amount. Xiaohei smiled, imagining, with these 500 points, I can buy quite a few things. This beating was worth it. Not only did he get back a 3-star piece of equipment, but he also received 500 points. If only there were such opportunities every day. Xiao Zhuge turned back to glance at Xiaohei with a strange expression. Could this guy have had his brain damaged by the beating? Even if Su agreed to the 500 points, did he think that money would end up in his pocket? Brother Su. Wang Peng remained silent for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. This time we admit defeat. We have a total of 673 points, which we saved to prepare for advancing to 2-star professionals. We only need 30 points. To leave us with 2 days' rent, the remaining 643 points are all yours. Leave us a way out, brother. Su smiled, this time not raising his hand to hit himself. No. I'm not interested in points. I want you. The next day, Chen Shen stretched lazily, rubbed his shoulders, and stood up from the sofa, unable to suppress his complaints. Although the sofa was genuine leather and quite comfortable to sleep on, it still couldn't compare to a proper bed. Maybe he should consider buying a big bed to replace it. He looked up at the sun, which was already half hung in the sky, and rubbed his sleepy eyes. In the square, Ergo and the others were yawning and gathered around the family rules, looking listless and dispirited. Hey, Ergo, why hasn't Ligo gotten up yet? He used to be here at this time, Mao yawned, leaning against the cross and poking the corpse nailed to it with his hand. You ask me, who should I ask? Ergo retorted casually, then slapped Mao's hand away, annoyed. Can't you show a little respect for the dead? Come on, Mao rolled his eyes dismissively. The hundreds of people you blew up at the Xianan military district shelter, the zombie horde that came as a result, and the families of those civilian forces and these black-clad people left in the shelter obviously can't survive. The lives you've indirectly or directly caused to be lost must be in the thousands, so why act all sanctimonious about respecting the dead here? Hey, speaking of which, Mao joked, putting his arm around Ergo's shoulder. Are you afraid of vengeful spirits coming to collect your life while you sleep? Not really, I'm an atheist, Ergo scoffed, glancing at him. Oh, I see, Mao stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then let's talk about something practical. Are you afraid that as soon as you step out of the base, you'll be chopped up by the furious black-clad people hiding at the entrance? Thinking about that possibility, Ergo couldn't help but look a bit grim. He had just realized that after the horde of zombies entered the Xianan military district shelter, the remaining people there were all family members of the civilian forces and the black-clad people. Naturally, those civilian forces and black-clad people had gone hunting outside the base, and when they returned home to find their families dead, it would be a miracle if they didn't go berserk. But the next second, Ergo's expression suddenly became calm. I'm not afraid, Li Gu is here. Are you sure that with so many people coming for you, Li Gu will stand up against everyone for you? Mao teased. No. Ergo shot a sideways glance at the gloating Mao. I mean, they will hold Li Gu accountable for this. Mao was momentarily at a loss for words. Was this considered using Li Gu as a shield? It probably was. Could he report it? Ergo Gu. A steady voice came from not far away. What kind of look is that? Lu Dan looked confused at Su and the others approaching. Su was followed by a small team of 4, walking slowly and steadily towards them. Ergo Gu. Su stood up, cupped his fists, and said seriously, I heard you opened a small clinic in the base yesterday afternoon, so I came to check on your business today. Put it down, let Ergo Gu take a look. Su waved his hand, and the small team slowly placed the unconscious Xiaohei, who was slumped on the ground, covered in bruises and with a head swollen like a pig's, down. This, Ergo pointed in shock at Xiaohei, unable to believe what he was seeing. Isn't this gift a bit too heavy? Did Su lose his mind? Was his brain wired like a duck's intestines? Although the base had stabilized and started to value social etiquette and reciprocity, which was fundamental to humanity, this was just too outrageous. He opened a clinic, and you brought your little brother in like this? If he opened a funeral home, wouldn't your little brother be draped in white cloth right now? What did this little brother do in his past life? Dig up your family's ancestral grave or steal from your family to deserve this treatment? Not heavy, not heavy. Su shook his head like a rattle drum, leaning to the side in a gesture of invitation. I still trouble brother Ergo to take a look at my brother here. All right. Ergo looked pityingly at the little black lying on the ground with vacant eyes and said, then come with me. Donkey Egg shook his head in disbelief, unable to suppress his feelings about the state of the world. But he didn't say anything to stand up for Little Black. After all, it wasn't worth offending Su for Little Black. Su was currently the most energetic newcomer in the base, and besides, he already had a 2-star professional ticket, unlike himself who still had to gather points. Moreover, even Little Black himself hadn't spoken up, so what could he say? If he wanted to stand up for him, the victim had to speak first. Mao was admiring Su from the side, thinking he was someone who could achieve great things. After Qin Chen washed his face and sat on the sofa, he suddenly felt that the window, which had been blown out by a landmine last time, didn't look too bad. It resembled a floor-to-ceiling window. After gulping down a big mouthful of water, he shook his head and energetically took out a square object that looked like an oil painting from his storage space. Equipment name, just a puzzle. Equipment level, 3 stars. Equipment attributes, none. Completion progress, 70%. Equipment special effect, the wise one who completes this puzzle will receive a special treasure. Equipment description, if you really have the patience to spend on this puzzle, it wouldn't hurt to pass the time. Excitedly playing with the puzzle in his hands for a few rounds, he began to piece it together. This item was something he had dug out from Lu Jun's belongings, speaking of which, Lu Jun had quite a few items in his dropped loot. He was a bit tired yesterday, so he didn't work on this and decided to study it after waking up the next day. He didn't know how long Lu Jun had spent to reach 70%. But the remaining 30% should be enough for a day's time. Shen Shen had already made up his mind to spend the whole day on this. The main reason for this decision was that line about a special treasure in the equipment special effect, which intrigued him. A special treasure meant it definitely wasn't the standard goods from the shop. It was very likely to be of the hidden shop level. You should know that every piece of equipment from the hidden shop could turn the tide of battle. His 5-star equipment Gatling was obtained from the hidden shop. If it weren't for the lack of points, he would have planned to buy a few more pieces from the hidden shop. After all, he still had 2 opportunities to purchase any equipment from the hidden shop at a 0.1 discount. And there were indeed many items that made him envious. So far, he only owned 1 3-star equipment, which was the 3-star Desert Eagle he had always used as a cane. The other 3-star special treasure he had seen was the 3-star armored vehicle. The 3-star puzzle should at least yield a 3-star item, right? On the first floor of the office building, in a certain room. Wow, Ergo, you really are professional, Mao said, looking at the clinic in front of him with a shocked expression. The operating table, the ECG machine, the shadowless lamp, and a pile of glaring surgical instruments nearby. As Ergo stepped into the clinic, his expression suddenly became solemn. He draped a white coat over himself, took a pair of disposable gloves from the sterilization cabinet, and disdainfully put on a medical mask with a cold snort. What kind of clinic is this? Dog Family Clinic. Sue looked at the signboard where Dog Family Clinic was written in chalk, feeling a bit dazzled. Which clinic would have such a name? My family surname is Dog, Ergo said, staring blankly at the signboard that read Dog Family Clinic. His family's dream for generations had been for a descendant to become a doctor, and now he not only became a doctor but also opened a dog family clinic named after his own family name. This could no longer be considered a matter of bringing glory to the ancestors. If the ancestors in the underworld were to learn of this news, they would probably be so excited that they would snatch the life and death book from the hands of the King of Hell, add a few more zeros to the already consumed lifespan, and rush up to become a doctor in his clinic. You see, with each generation's failures, the expectations grew higher, and by the time it was Go's turn, when he was little, his great-grandfather, grandfather, and father would constantly remind him, the highest profession is medicine, all others are inferior. Ergo, you must become a doctor when you grow up. As he grew older, his great-grandfather passed away. His grandfather and father continued to remind him. As he grew even older, his grandfather passed away, and his father kept reminding him. He still remembers when his father was bedridden for a long time. At that time, to give his father a sense of peace, he forged a medical license and went to work as a doctor in a small clinic in their village. When his father learned that his son had finally become a doctor, he was so excited that he drank 3 bowls of porridge that day, and the next day he boasted to everyone in the village that his son was a doctor and that his illness was cured by his son. However, his father didn't stay excited for long. He was taken away by the police, and before the court's verdict arrived, he received a death notice from the court. This incident was like a needle piercing his heart. He had vowed to become a doctor in this life and to tell his father below, I didn't lie to you. The reason that drunken patient died was that he was allergic to cephalosporins, which is a medical accident, and that's quite normal. So that's why your name is Ergo? Lu Dan said, looking shocked. There's actually a surname Dog? The most outrageous thing was that he had been in prison with Ergo for so long and didn't even know that Ergo really had the surname Dog. I'm the second in the family, Ergo said impatiently, looking at Sue and waving his hand, shouting, what are you standing there for? Can you hurry up? If the patient dies later, I won't be responsible. Coming, Sue said, momentarily stunned, then hurriedly directed the 4-person team behind him to lift Xiaohei onto the operating table internally, muttering, what the hell, what do you mean you won't be responsible if the patient dies later? Xiaohei was just beaten up. Even if you don't treat him, he'll probably be fine in a few days. How could he die? During the surgery, family members, please step outside, Ergo said, looking displeased at the few people still in the clinic. How could these people not understand the rules of a hospital? Outsiders are just outsiders. What the hell? Sue pointed at Xiaohei, who was lying on the bed with a confused look, unable to help but say, Xiaohei just has bruises all over and a few bumps on his head. Why does he need surgery? What do you know? Ergo frowned at Sue. Bruises in traditional Chinese medicine are also known as the King of Hell's death warrant, meaning if the bruises are not properly treated, it can lead to serious problems, equivalent to being given a death warrant by the King of Hell. Ergo, you study traditional Chinese medicine? The donkey's eyes also began to look a bit dazed as he pointed around, but all these guys in your clinic are Western doctors, there's not a single Chinese medicine here. What do you know? Ergo glanced dismissively, the combination of Chinese and Western medicine is the strongest. Brother Sue, why don't we just forget it? Xiaohei looked at the bright surgical knife in Ergo's hand, his eyes stinging a bit, feeling anxious inside. I feel like I'm actually fine. He had just been beaten up a bit, a little red flower oil and some plasters would be enough. Why did Brother Ergo even bring out a surgical knife? Sue's mouth twitched slightly, feeling a bit nervous inside. Brother Ergo, how about? However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Ergo. Patient, cooperating with treatment is your heavenly responsibility. There's no such thing as a patient who doesn't cooperate with treatment in this world. You guys, please wait outside the door. Sue and the others, who were locked outside, exchanged confused glances. This statement somehow sounded a bit reasonable. Hey, look. Mao, who was locked outside, suddenly noticed that besides the sign of the dog family clinic on the door, there were couplets on both sides. Left couplet, divine doctor, marvelous hands. Right couplet, saving lives and healing wounds. Looks like they seem quite confident. Sue stroked his chin and nodded, gradually feeling more assured. In any case, Brother Ergo is the only healer in the base, and he is quite valued by Brotherly, so he should have some skills. Mao's mouth twitched slightly, and the words that were about to come out were swallowed back. The fact that Ergo was valued by Brotherly had nothing to do with saving people. On the contrary, it was quite the opposite. Brother Ergo, be gentle. Xiaohei looked at the bright surgical knife in Ergo's hand with a hint of fear in his eyes. I actually don't have any serious problems. Serious or not is up to the doctor to decide. Ergo said unhappily, close your eyes, we're going to start the anesthesia. Okay, Brother Ergo. Hearing this, Xiaohei finally felt a bit reassured, at least. After the anesthesia, it wouldn't hurt anymore. By the way, why do you still follow Sue when he treats you like this? Before administering the anesthesia, Ergo couldn't help but ask. This was the thing he understood the least. What do you mean? Xiaohei, who had originally closed his eyes waiting for the anesthesia, opened them with a puzzled expression. I mean, you like this right now. Sue, with a pained expression, gestured with both hands on Xiaohei. To support him? Sue directly sent his subordinate over like this. It was simply too ridiculous. Oh, that. Xiaohei showed a look of understanding. Brother Ergo, you misunderstood. Brother Sue is very good to me. Sue looked speechlessly at Xiaohei, who was covered in bumps. This unfortunate guy had indeed been heavily fooled. If he remembered correctly, Sue seemed to have studied psychology. If he ever had the chance to find a wife and have a child, he must tell the child not to play with people who study psychology. Alright, close your eyes, we're going to prepare for the anesthesia. Oh, okay. Xiaohei obediently closed his eyes, while telling himself in his mind. Just take a nap, and when I wake up, everything will be fine. The next second. Little Black, feeling as if struck by a heavy object on the forehead, didn't even have time to scream before everything went dark and he fainted. Ha! Ergo casually tossed a brick he was holding aside, took off his mask, and sighed in relief. Finally, there were no witnesses, and he could unleash his skills. The electrocardiograms and defibrillators placed here were all models bought in bulk from the supply point for dozens of points, mere decorations that could only be looked at, not used. Who uses those things to practice medicine now? Times have changed. The reason for buying these items back was twofold. First, it made the place look more like a clinic, fulfilling his dream a bit more perfectly. Second, it appeared more professional. After all, having hands glowing white while touching someone, alongside a bunch of obviously refined medical instruments, which looks more professional? Undoubtedly, the refined medical instruments look more professional and have a higher class. Looking at Little Black on the operating table and then down at the white coat he was wearing, Ergo nodded in satisfaction, his inner pride swelling instantly. After admiring the patient lying on the bed for a while, Ergo tossed the scalpel aside. He stripped Little Black of all his clothes and frowned at the numerous bruises covering his body. This Sue guy, even if he really wanted to do this, a light touch would have sufficed. Why go so hard? Sigh, this poor little guy, encountering the wrong person. As Ergo lamented, his left hand glowed white, slowly gliding over Little Black's body. This was the healer's skill he had just exchanged at the supply point. The effect was simple, capable of treating bruises and swelling. The points given to him by Brotherly weren't enough for him to level up to a 2-star professional, so he simply didn't level up, instead buying some models and learning some legitimate healer skills. He wanted to get this clinic up and running first. Moreover, this was also for the base. Wasn't Lier's father coming tomorrow? There would surely be disputes then. With disputes come injuries, and naturally, his little clinic would need to shine. Watching the bruises on Little Black's body and the lumps on his head gradually disappear as the white light from his hand passed over, Ergo nodded in satisfaction. The effect was really good. Those arrogant doctors in hospitals before the apocalypse probably couldn't match this level. This was truly a case of hands-on healing. After this, Ergo's reputation would be firmly established in the base. He would no longer be just the obstetrician with the hand of God. Instead, he would be an all-around doctor with both the hand of God and the ability to heal with a touch. Just as Ergo was lost in his fantasies, his brow suddenly furrowed, and his left hand glided over Little Black's calf again. What's going on? Ergo stared. In confusion at the bruise on Little Black's leg. Why can't this bruise be removed by the skill? Doubting the situation, Ergo furrowed his brow and extended his left hand over Little Black's calf once more. Yet, there was still no effect. Could it be that this bruise was too severe for his one-star skill to treat? This isn't good. Ergo frowned tightly at the bruise on Little Black's right calf. He hadn't leveled up to a 2-star professional yet and didn't have the authority to exchange for 2-star skills. It was clearly too late to exchange now. Moreover, if the people outside found out he was scrambling at the last minute, it would surely affect his reputation as a doctor, and there might be a large number of people murmuring about his lack of medical skills behind his back. But he couldn't let Little Black walk out of the clinic with a bruise like this, otherwise, wouldn't others think he couldn't even treat a small bruise? The reputation of the clinic, which had just opened, was completely ruined. The ancestors would probably be so angry that they would rush to the king of hell from the depths of the underworld, snatch the book of life and death, and mark his lifespan as 0. What should I do? After anxiously pacing in place, Ergo steeled his heart and recalled a principle that Li Gu had told him. Since the problem couldn't be solved, one should learn to deal with the person who raised the problem. With a thought, he took out a large knife from his storage space. This storage space was something Li Gu had let him buy with his base points after throwing all the equipment to him last time. Ergo raised the large knife high, looking at the unconscious Xiaohei, his face showing a hint of reluctance. Don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame your good big brother. It was he who beat you so badly that even he couldn't heal you. With a resolute yet reluctant expression, Ergo closed his eyes and swung the large knife towards Xiaohei's knee joint. Bang! A loud sound echoed outside the door. Su, who hadn't slept well last night and was dozing off, was suddenly jolted awake by the loud noise, looking bewildered and saying, "That sound seems to be coming from the clinic. Is there really such a commotion? During a consultation? It can't be that they are using a knife, right? That shouldn't be the case." Lu Dan shook his head. "I've known Ergo for many years, he's usually quite steady. Besides, a surgical knife wouldn't make such a loud noise. This sounds more like a butcher chopping bones." Lu Dan yawned and casually reassured, "It's probably just something that fell on the ground." Ergo first hit the dazed Xiaohei with a brick again to knock him out, then quickly reached out to activate his skill to stop the bleeding from the large wound the size of a bowl. He casually tossed aside the leg that was bruised. Looking at Xiaohei, who now only had one leg left, Ergo couldn't help but frown. Wouldn't others think he had made a surgical mistake and accidentally broken the patient's leg? He had originally planned to say that the assailant had hit too hard, causing the right calf to bruise and the muscle to die, necessitating amputation. But now, it seemed that having only one leg left for Xiaohei looked obviously out of place. Moreover, it didn't make sense. Because if the assailant had hit too hard, how could it only target one leg? They would definitely hit both legs. Thinking of this, Ergo raised the large knife high above his head again, looking at Xiaohei with reluctance. "Don't blame me. If you must blame someone, blame your boss. It's all his fault for being too heavy-handed. You have met the wrong person." Hearing the second loud bang, Su looked bewildered, pointing towards the clinic, then turned to Lu Dan with a dazed expression. "Is that also something that fell on the ground?" That's quite normal." Lu Dan scratched the back of his head and said awkwardly, "There's an old saying that goes, if there's a first, there will be a second. It's a law of nature that can't be changed." Suddenly recalling something, Mao's mouth twitched as he looked at Lu Dan. "Have you ever asked what Ergo's family does? They are butchers running a meat shop. What's wrong with that? Shall we go in and take a look?" Su couldn't hide his anxiousness, feeling that something was off. Hey. Donkey quickly grabbed Su's hand as he was about to open the door. "No need, just trust Ergo. If he messes up, he could really get someone killed." "Exactly." Mao chimed in from the side. Su exchanged glances with the other three in the team, unable to shake off the unease in his heart, wondering what would happen if Xiaohei really got into trouble inside. Who would take the blame? Ergo couldn't take the fall. Su definitely couldn't take the fall. That would leave the four of them to shoulder the blame. Ahem. Xiao Zhuge coughed a couple of times while covering his fan, and when he saw everyone looking at him, he slowly spoke. "When the bad guys were bullying Xiaohei, I had the fortune to witness it. They were quite gentle, with just a bit of red flower oil. He could be up and about in no time." Xiao Zhuge emphasized the words red flower oil, genuinely worried that Xiaohei might have a problem inside. After all, Xiaohei was a one-star professional, and his physical condition had been enhanced. They had no weapons, no skills, and only used their fists a few times. How bad could it be? After knocking Xiaohei, who had been painfully awakened, unconscious again and tossing his Left leg aside, Ergo crossed his arms and gazed thoughtfully at Xiaohei, who lay on the bed with both legs amputated. Something felt off. It seemed a bit wrong. It was supposed to be a treatment for bruises, so why? Were both of the patient's legs missing? Wasn't that a bit concerning? Ergo propped his chin on one arm and thought for a moment, his eyes lighting up as he pulled out a pair of prosthetic legs from his storage space. Equipment name, prosthetic limbs. Equipment level, 1-star. Equipment attributes, strength +1, agility +1. Equipment special effect, swift as the wind. When equipped with these prosthetics, one never tires, whether walking or running. Equipment description, to use this device, one must first sever their own limb. Looking at the prosthetic limbs in his hands, Ergo nodded in satisfaction, relieved that he had checked the attributes of these items in his storage space last time. He had thought this equipment was a bit useless, but now it seemed quite fitting for the current situation. The old saying goes, a good horse needs a discerning master. He measured the prosthetic calves against Xiaohei's wounds, momentarily puzzled about how to attach them. However, the next second, before Ergo could think for a few more seconds, the prosthetic calves seamlessly merged with Xiaohei's wounds. Hey! Ergo's eyes lit up as he looked at Xiaohei, whose body was intact, with no bruises or blood, and the bump on his forehead had completely disappeared. He nodded in satisfaction. What was this? This was the pinnacle of medical skills. After dressing Xiaohei, he gently tapped his shoulder and kept calling, "Wake up, wake up." Ah! Feeling someone calling him, Xiaohei slowly woke up, his confused eyes opening again. I'm not dead? What are you talking about? Ergo said somewhat displeased, with me around, even if the king of hell wants you dead, he has to give me some face. But I feel like I was beaten, and someone was chopping at me with a knife. Xiaohei's eyes were dazed, he remembered someone hitting him with a brick. Stop thinking about all that nonsense. Ergo slapped Xiaohei's forehead, speaking a bit excitedly. Go let your big brother see you, he's been waiting for you at the door. Finally, he could make a name for himself at the base. Should he be called Divine Dr. Ergo or Life-Saving Ergo? It was quite a dilemma. Ergo nodded in satisfaction. The most important thing was that he could collect a consultation fee now. This surgery had worn him out, it had been a long time since he had chopped bones, and he was a bit out of practice. Oh, okay. Hearing what Ergo said, Xiaohei jumped off the sickbed with an excited expression and ran towards the door. Brother Su was actually waiting for him at the door. What a great concern that was. Watching Xiaohei run swiftly towards the door, Ergo nodded in satisfaction, noticing that switching legs made him run even faster. With a whoosh, the clinic door was forcefully opened by Xiaohei from the inside. Brother Su, I made you worry. Xiaohei couldn't help but look at Su, who was anxiously pacing nearby, with moist eyes. Phew. Seeing that Xiaohei finally came out, Su let out a sigh of relief and hurried over to check on Xiaohei. How are you? Are you okay? I'm fine, Brother Su. Xiaohei glanced back at Ergo and smiled. Brother Ergo's medical skills are indeed remarkable, he even gave me anesthesia, and when I woke up, I was completely fine. That's really something. Dan couldn't help but exclaim from the side. They all saw how Xiaohei looked before he was sent in, lying on a stretcher and needing 4 people to carry him. He was covered in bruises. And his head was swollen like a pig's head. However, now there were no bruises at all, and he could walk normally. His head had returned to its original state, with no swelling in sight. Ergo, you're amazing. Mao couldn't help but click his tongue. With this effect, those hospitals before the apocalypse were nothing compared to this. Su looked at Ergo with a grateful expression, cupping his fists and saying, a great favor is not to be thanked lightly. Brother Ergo, how much is the consultation fee this time? Ergo stood with one hand behind his back, looking noble, and extended one hand, fingers spread, shaking it. Seeing Ergo shake his hand, Su felt even more moved and said, I, Su, have never been a person who seeks small gains, especially since Xiaohei is my best brother. You saved him, so you are my benefactor, I must pay the consultation fee. Ergo looked at Su speechlessly, first pinching 3 fingers together and rubbing them, then spreading his 5 fingers and shaking them again. Oh, I see. Su's face turned a bit awkward. He had thought Ergo was being polite, but it turned out he was quoting a price. Given Ergo's status, he naturally wouldn't ask for 5 points, so it must be 50 points. Su's mouth twitched slightly. 50 points was enough to buy a piece of equipment. Or learn a skill. He took a deep breath, telling himself it was worth it. Ergo was the most trusted person by Li Gu. He could offend anyone else, but he absolutely could not offend Ergo. Not only could he not offend him, but he also had to please him, otherwise he wouldn't have sent Xiaohei to Ergo's clinic. With just a few bruises on Xiaohei, a little ointment and a couple of days of rest would have sufficed. Ha ha ha. Su laughed heartily. I, Su, am not a stingy person. Although Brother Ergo only charges 50 points for the consultation fee, the person you saved is my best brother. Double it. I'll pay 100 points for the consultation fee. Sue looked at the shocked expressions of everyone on the field and nodded in satisfaction. Although spending 100 points was indeed a bit painful, it was worth it. On one hand, it was to curry favor with Ergo. On the other hand, it was like spending a fortune to buy bones. The 4 new little brothers behind him saw that he was willing to spend double the price just to feel that Ergo had healed the people following him, which would surely make them more loyal than before. After all, a leader who treats his little brothers well always inspires a desire to follow. What are you talking about? Ergo glanced at Sue with dissatisfaction. Wasn't this guy good at handling things before? Why was he being so stingy now? I said it's 500 points for the consultation fee, Sue replied. 100 points is too little. Who would open a clinic for that? I'm not doing charity. Sue's mouth dropped open in shock, staring at Ergo, his voice trembling slightly. 55. 500 points? No bargaining, no credit, Ergo nodded, pointing to the 2 couplets posted on either side of the door. Inside the room. Everyone entered the room and glanced at the couplets on either side. The left side read no bargaining, perfectly corresponding to the divine doctor's marvelous hands posted outside. The right side read no credit, corresponding to saving lives and healing the wounded outside. Sue stood at the door, looking at the couplet outside that said divine doctor's marvelous hands, then at the no credit inside, and stared blankly at the sign above the door that read Dog Family Clinic, murmuring in confusion, a black shop. What did you say? Ergo glared at Sue with anger. After working hard all day on surgery, to have it called a black shop by you, what doctor could endure such an insult? Ergo, Lu Dan, standing nearby, couldn't bear it any longer. Sue is one of us, how about giving him a discount? Yeah, 500 points is not a small amount. It only takes 500 points to advance to a 2-star professional, Mao chimed in, clicking his tongue. This Ergo really lived up to his surname, being so ruthless even to his own people. Ergo, furious, yet laughing, pointed at Sue. You say I'm a black shop, fine, let me explain the details to you today. When Xiaohei was brought in, I didn't know who was so ruthless, beating Xiaohei's leg until it was bruised and swollen, the muscle necrotic, and had to be amputated. Then I fitted Xiaohei with a dropped item prosthetic. I ask you all, is it black? That prosthetic is not an ordinary one, it's a 1-star equipment with special effects. However, after Ergo finished speaking, everyone's mouths dropped open wide enough to fit a duck egg. What did that mean? Did they amputate the leg? Sue poked a dazed Xiaohei, a bit confused about the situation. Pull up your pants and take a look. Oh. The bewildered Xiaohei pulled up his pants. Then everyone saw 2 pure green prosthetic legs replacing his original limbs. Lu Dan swallowed hard. Cautiously probing, Xiaohei, do you still feel your legs are flexible? They seem quite flexible. The confused Xiaohei jumped in place and wondered, and they feel stronger than before. Of course, Ergo held his head high with pride. This is 1-star equipment, it increases your strength attributes, and it even has a special effect of moving like the wind. You guys were so vicious. Sue turned angrily to the 4-man team behind him. He had thought the 4 had only caused superficial injuries, but now it seemed that the calf had been beaten to the point of bruising and blockage, necessitating amputation. How serious was that? The 4-man team looked at each other in confusion, and in unison said, we didn't hit the legs, we were mainly aiming for the head. Still not admitting it. Sue was so angry that he laughed and said, then how did that little black's leg get congested with blood and become necrotic, forcing an amputation? Brother Sue, we really don't know, little Zhuge said helplessly, we mainly aimed for the head and stomach, and think about it, who would cover their head with a sheet and then go for the feet? Well, little black, who had been studying his new leg, suddenly thought of something and hesitantly said, Ergo, is that blood congestion you mentioned in my right calf? Yes, Ergo nodded, it seems you also realize your problem is quite serious. Little black was silent for a moment, his expression unchanged as he said, that blood congestion you mentioned is my birthmark, I've had it since I came out of my mother's womb. The atmosphere in the room instantly became stiff. Sue opened his mouth, his fingers stiff in the air, unsure of what to do. Luden silently lowered his head, although he wanted to speak up for Ergo, he felt a bit embarrassed at that moment. Mistaking someone's birthmark for a swollen bruise and amputating it. This was really something. A strange, eerie silence fell over the room, and no one spoke for a while. But my other leg doesn't have a birthmark, little black said, looking down in confusion at his 2 green calves. Luden covered his face, unable to bear to look. He could probably understand Ergo's thoughts. After cutting off one, he found it a bit asymmetrical, so he simply cut off the other one too. At this point, everyone finally understood what the two loud noises earlier were. It turned out Ergu had picked up his old trade again and was chopping bones. Ergu's mouth twitched as he remained silent for a moment, then expressionlessly stepped forward to shake Su's hand, saying, 100 points, right? Thank you for your patronage. After Su, looking bewildered, transferred 100 points to Ergu, he stared blankly at Little Black's pair of green prosthetics. Just because of a birthmark, both legs were chopped off. Su's gaze towards Ergu suddenly turned fearful. Indeed, he had become too comfortable recently and let his guard down, almost forgetting that there were no normal people around Ligue. Su's mouth twitched slightly, forcing a smile. Then it's hard work for Brother Ergu. My wife has also been planning to open a worry relief house recently. I hope Brother Ergu can honor us with a visit. Definitely. Ergu's mouth twitched again, glancing at Little Black's green prosthetics without speaking. This time it was a loss. That prosthetic was taken from Ligea's strange store, and he had to spend points on it, which only earned him a few dozen points in the end. The most important thing was that his reputation was completely ruined. He could already imagine the discussions about him in the base. In the future. Aren't you feeling unwell? Do you want to go see Brother Ergu's clinic? You mean the Ergu who amputated for a birthmark? Forget it, I just have a slight cold. What if I end up losing my head? Chen Shan, exhausted and with bloodshot eyes, stared at the puzzle in front of him. The sky had gradually darkened. The progress of the puzzle in his hands had reached 99% completion. He finally understood why this thing had only been 70% complete in Lu Jun's hands for so long. It was simply because this puzzle was incredibly time-consuming. The difficulty was negligible, but it just took time. Looking out at the moon that was slowly rising, Chen Shan licked his dry lips, eagerly focusing on the puzzle in his hands. He had spent the entire day, from the moment he woke up, without a drop of water or a grain of rice, fully immersed in this puzzle. If he couldn't produce something good, he would definitely throw this puzzle into the latrine. Ding! A crisp system notification sounded in Chen Shan's ear. Puzzle completion has reached 100%. Would you like to claim your reward? Of course, Chen Shan replied irritably, hurry up and open it. He hadn't wasted a day on this puzzle just for fun. Ding! Congratulations player, you have received a 4-star item entry ticket. Item name, entry ticket, item level, 4 stars. Item effect, can be used to participate in a war. The winner will receive generous rewards. Item time, the next war will start in 7 days. You can choose whether to participate in this war. Item description, this time, I actually have high hopes for you. This time, I actually have high hopes for you, Chen Shan muttered. This phrase, his expression turning slightly unfriendly. This phrase sounded like something someone had said to him, as if the puppet master of this game had placed a bet on him, which was quite unsettling. Was he being treated as a pawn? The main issue was that the description of this item did indeed seem tailored specifically for him. So, this sudden apocalyptic game on Earth really had a hidden hand behind it. Was this hand human or alien, and what was its purpose? It couldn't be that a high-level civilization had loaded a game on their planet and then sat in the audience, watching them struggle for survival on this planet. And then betting on who would be the last one standing. Or perhaps betting on who would enter the battlefield with the entry ticket and survive until the end. Chen Shen grinned, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. Whoever treated him as a pawn, or whoever was behind it all, was underestimating him far too much. A war entry ticket for 7 days from now? I will definitely go and take a look. Let's see who is still playing this old-fashioned puppet master game. Aren't they afraid of being backfired? The next morning, Chen Shan stood in the middle of the square with a gloomy expression. After a while, Ergo and the others gradually arrived. Seeing that Brother Li's face was off, they hurriedly tidied their clothes and stood still. Once everyone had gathered, Chen Shan, with an unhappy expression, scanned each person and said in a deep voice, don't you know what day it is today? Sleeping in until this hour, I need a reason. Ergo and the others silently groaned. Mainly, they had come to the square early yesterday morning to wait, but Brother Li had not shown up, and they thought the morning meeting was cancelled. So they arrived a bit late today, but unexpectedly, Brother Li had come early. Brother Li, I went to advance to a 2-star professional early this morning, so I came a bit late. Ergo raised the approximately 30-centimeter surgical knife in his hand. This is the 2-star professional exclusive equipment I bought after advancing. Brother Li, I also advanced, Lu Dan said, his eyes flickering as he hoisted a large knife on his back. I gathered enough points last night, then was excited all night, and after waking up, I went straight to advance to a 2-star professional. Li Gu, I also went to level up early this morning, Su said with a serious expression. Mao's mouth twitched slightly, unsure of what to say. His Sister, he had played cards with Ergo and the other two until late last night. If it weren't for his generous sponsorship, how could Ergo and the others have gathered enough points to level up to 2-star? Professionals? Yet now, he was left here. Chen Shen waved his hand, ignoring the matter, and said in a deep voice, "Today, all personnel in the base are not allowed to go out. Today is the day when Lier's father comes to collect the body, and also the day when Wang Xian's father comes to redeem him." Remembering the little gadget he had placed on Lier, Chen Shen couldn't help but smile, a strange light flickering in his eyes. Is Lier still quiet these days? Pretty quiet, Ergo nodded. He just stays in his cell every day, not going anywhere. Chen Shen nodded. Whether Lier was making small moves or not, he didn't care. What he cared about was how many people Lier's father would bring. Everyone in the province knew about this opportunity. If Lier's father didn't bring enough people to wipe out the money-grabbing den of his son's assailants, it would be a huge embarrassment in front of everyone. He adjusted his pure white tailcoat, straightened his white gentleman's hat on his head, and leaned on his cane with both hands, speaking in a deep voice. Another thing, in 7 days, we will participate in a war. The location, personnel, and time are all unknown. I don't know how many people I can bring in at that time, but since it's a war, the number will definitely not be small. In the next few days, each of you find 10 people to train for me. I don't ask for combat power, but at least they need to be obedient. Do you understand? Ergo and the others exchanged glances, looking a bit confused. War? It sounded like they were going to a distant place to participate in a war? Mao's mouth twitched again. Why did it feel a bit ominous? Chen Shen pursed his lips, ignoring the expressions on the faces of those below and not answering their doubts. So today's meeting is mainly to gain points. If Lier's father doesn't bring many people, just swallow them dry. If Lier's father brings many people, then we'll see if he is willing to exchange points for his son. At that moment, a man ran from a distance and leaned close to Mao's ear, preparing to speak softly. Mao, displeased, shouted angrily, "Li Gu is here, say it out loud." At that time, Li Gu had assigned him to handle intelligence, and Mao had indeed trained a few quick and clever young men. Seeing the look in Mao's eyes, the young man immediately realized he had crossed a line and hurriedly ran to Li Ji's side, saying loudly, "Li Gu, we spotted Chang Shenggu outside the base." Chen Shen glanced at Mao, not saying anything extra, and expressionlessly said, "Say everything you know." He naturally still remembered Chang Sheng. He had thought that he was hiding somewhere to increase his strength, or lurking in the shadows to find a time to cause him some trouble. He originally planned to finish up his current tasks and then send someone out to look for Chang Sheng's whereabouts, but he didn't expect him to appear now. Could it be that he felt ready and came to seek revenge? Thinking of this, Chen Shen couldn't help but show a hint of an interested smile. Yes. The man who came to deliver the news organized his words and said in a deep voice, cupping his hands, "Chang Sheng is on the adjacent street across from the base entrance. If I'm not mistaken, he should be walking towards the base entrance. He is accompanied by a man in ancient attire carrying a long sword, slightly taller than Chang Sheng. Just the two of them?" Chen Chen frowned. What made Chang Sheng think he could seek revenge with just one person, unless this man had given him immense confidence? Yes, only the two of them, but there may be others hiding on other streets that we haven't seen. I understand. Chen Chen waved his hand to signal the man to leave, and after a moment of silence, he said, "Let's go, everyone come with me to take a look. By the way, send someone to bring Wang Xian and Lier over as well." After saying this, Chen Chen stepped towards the base entrance, wanting to see just how confident this sword-wielding man was to come alone to find him, truly thinking he was a paper tiger. Standing at the base entrance, Chen Chen looked at the two standing not far from the entrance, observing them intently for a while. Chang Sheng and the sword-wielding man stood on the same side, looking more like friends than a master and servant relationship. Home at last. Chen Chen suddenly laughed. "Li Gu, I'm back." Chang Sheng's face showed no emotion, and after a moment of silence, he took off his upper clothing. Chen Chen frowned tightly, suppressing his discomfort as he stared at Chang Sheng's exposed upper body. The skin was mostly rotting away. The entire upper body looked pockmarked, with blood and flesh exposed beneath the skin, appearing as if it had already healed and scabbed over, definitely affecting today's appetite. "I'm suddenly a bit glad that I died early." Chang Sheng casually threw his clothes aside, showing no intention of putting them on. "Otherwise, seeing me like this would definitely make you very sad. Maybe you'd think you look disgusting and kick you away." Mao couldn't help but sneer. It was clear that Chang Sheng was not here with good intentions. Although he didn't know why he didn't let the man beside him take action directly, but instead talked about some irrelevant things here, he could be sure of one thing: if they could influence the other party's mindset, their chances of winning would greatly increase. Perhaps, but since the person is already dead, we should always think in a positive direction. Chang Sheng took out a dagger from his pocket, gesturing with it on his upper body, cutting at the rotten flesh, his expression calm as he said in a low voice. This is rotten flesh, it will affect the growth of new flesh, it must be cut off. This is a very painful process, but I have to do it this way, otherwise the rotten flesh will decay and affect the growth of new flesh. You know, this process isn't very comfortable, but every time I think of Guy crying out for help in the cold hell with no one to save her, I feel that just being able to breathe air is a kind of happiness. Be a man and be decisive. Chen Chen, with no expression on his face, took out a Gatling gun from his storage space, the 10 barrels starting to slowly rotate. If you're going to make a move, do it quickly, stop dragging it out. Isn't it just the same old revenge tricks? Having learned from the last lesson, he went directly to the supply point this morning and exchanged for 5 Gatling batteries, enough to unleash his firepower. For a full 5 minutes. He wanted to see what confidence this man with the sword on his back had to come looking for him. Changsheng had surely told this man all about him, yet he still came. Was it ignorance or fearlessness? Wait. Changsheng expressionlessly grabbed a piece of rotten flesh from his body and cut it off, casually tossing it aside. I want to talk for a while. Do you know where I was randomly teleported to? Last time? It was the same method I used to disappear right in front of you. Muling Province. Changsheng fell silent for a moment, then grabbed another piece of rotten flesh and cut it off. It's right next to Xi'an Province. Fortunately, it's relatively close to Xi'an Province, which gave me the chance to reappear in front of you. Unfortunately, the location I was teleported to in Muling Province wasn't great. I ended up in a forest right next to a mutated beast. A level 2 mutated beast the size of a house, a tiger mutated beast. You know, I'm just a 1-star professional. Even though my physical abilities are doubled facing a level 2 mutated beast, especially a tiger mutated beast, I had no power to resist. The fear in Changsheng's eyes, as if recalling something, could not be concealed, and his voice lowered slightly. Before I could react, this mutated beast swallowed me whole. At that moment, I thought I was going to die. Changsheng suddenly laughed. However, when I was swallowed, I discovered that this tiger actually had no teeth. It was a toothless tiger, but that didn't mean it lacked lethality. Changsheng raised his palms, slightly bringing them together and said, "Guess how it fed?" Just like this, using the strength of its upper and lower jaws to squeeze me. It really hurt. But even so, I'm still a 1-star professional, with my physical abilities enhanced 100-fold. How could I just be crushed to death like that? Chen Chen suddenly became a bit interested. In Changsheng's story, so you escaped like that and met this big shot beside you, then came to seek revenge on me, right? A story of enduring and finally avenging a great grievance? Sounds pretty good. Don't be too eager. Changsheng shook his head slightly in dissatisfaction. This person beside me is my friend, he came here today just to accompany me. I assure you he won't draw a sword against you. Be quiet and let me finish. Chen Chen frowned. Since Changsheng wasn't here for revenge today, what was the purpose of this visit? It couldn't really be just to tell him a story, could it? Changsheng fell back into his memories. Then that tiger squeezed me with its upper and lower jaws for about 10 minutes, and I was bleeding non-stop. But it just couldn't crush me into minced meat. After all, I'm a 1-star professional with considerable strength. So, under the constant stimulation of the blood I was spitting out, that tiger began to get restless. Changsheng suddenly laughed. You should be able to understand that feeling, right? It's like being old and toothless. Eating a delicious beef ball with the tasty broth constantly stimulating your taste buds, yet you can't bite through the beef ball. What would you do? You might choose to swallow it whole, or you might choose to spit it out. But that mutated beast wouldn't want to waste the deliciousness that's already in its mouth. Changsheng stroked the rotten flesh on his upper body, lost in memories, so it pushed me down its esophagus with its tongue and swallowed me whole. That was the first time I saw a tiger's stomach. Changsheng murmured with an uncontrollable fear in his eyes, you really should experience it once, it's quite an interesting experience. Warm like a mother's amniotic fluid. But along with the warmth came suffocation, pain, stench, and frustration. Changsheng suddenly raised a finger and said with interest, here's a fun fact, although tigers breathe through their lungs, their stomachs also contain a small amount of oxygen. I curled up inside this mutated beast's stomach, and with its movements, I was jostled around. That stomach is really small, making me curl up inside. My head could even touch my feet. I don't know how a tiger the size of a house could have such a small stomach. Changsheng fell silent for a moment, then raised his dagger to cut at the rotten flesh on his body, speaking in a strange tone, but the stomach acid of this mutated beast is really powerful. Perhaps because it is confident in its stomach acid's ability, it dares to swallow food it can't crush into bits. But Changqing's expression suddenly changed, but the head of the one I was holding is still in my arms. When I felt a sharp pain in my body, I discovered that the skin and flesh on my upper body were beginning to dissolve under the corrosion of the stomach acid, the skin peeling off little by little, the stomach acid soaking through my entire body. At the same time, the stomach of the mutated beast began to churn, the stench filling my mouth and nose, and that feeling made me want to die at that moment. Ergo couldn't bear to look at Changsheng, whose upper body had completely rotted away, glanced at Chun Shen's expression, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke, "Why didn't you go for treatment later?" "How to treat it?" Changsheng suddenly laughed. "I went to the supply point, and there was only one way to recover from injuries. Which is during the promotion to a 1-star professional, the first baptism of the whole body would restore all injuries for free, even allowing a blind person to regain their sight. But I had already been promoted to a 1-star professional long ago, so tell me where I can go to recover my injuries." Ergo hesitated for a moment, looked up at the sky casually and said, "I remember I seemed to be a healer." He was actually a bit anxious inside. Changsheng was clearly in a hostile state with Li Gu, and at this moment, expressing that he could treat Changsheng's injuries would undoubtedly be aiding the enemy. But he couldn't help it. He didn't know how other doctors were, but when he saw a patient, a thought of treating and helping them would ignite in his heart. No matter who the other person was, he could even do it without expecting any reward. Changsheng chuckled lightly, not picking up on Ergo's words, and continued, "However, before I had time to feel fear, I discovered something that terrified me even more. The head of the one I was holding in my arms was also starting to lose its hair under the corrosion of the stomach acid. The head of the one I was holding was sent together to Muling province, swallowed into the belly of the mutated beast." Changsheng suddenly looked up, staring intently at Chun Shen, who was watching him with interest, and spoke in a strangely low voice. "Actually, after Gai Gai died, I thought many times about rushing up, even if it meant death, just to take revenge for Gai Gai. But I didn't, I ran away. Because I wanted to resurrect Gai Gai." Changsheng gently stroked his stomach and softly said, "Doesn't that sound funny? But this world has become like this, even random. Teleportation symbols, which completely defy the laws of the world, have appeared. It wouldn't be strange if one day I found a resurrection symbol or something. Then I could resurrect Gai Gai, and we could be together again. So Gai Gai's head is my only medium, my only hope." Changsheng stroked his stomach and fell silent for a moment before continuing. "At that time, I panicked. I ignored the corrosion of my body and desperately tried to hold Gai Gai's head tighter to block the stomach acid's erosion. But I couldn't do it. Gai Gai's head was eroded by the stomach acid, hair falling out, until the flesh on the face kept dropping. At that moment, I knew the hope of resurrecting Gai Gai was basically gone." Changsheng scratched the rotten flesh on his scalp, raised a knife, and began to shave his scalp, making it smooth again. Donkey Egg watched Changsheng's actions and couldn't help but take a step back, feeling a chill in his heart. If anyone was the most ruthless person he had ever met, it was only Li Gu who ranked first. However, now he felt that Changsheng should be ahead of Li Gu. This person was expressionless, using a dagger to shave his own head. Changsheng's hair had long fallen out due to the stomach acid, and his scalp was full of pockmarks and holes, while Changsheng was using the dagger to shave his head like a chef cutting noodles, making it smooth. Was this still a human? As pieces of flesh fell to the ground, blood streamed down Changsheng's head, covering his face, yet he continued to speak in a deep voice without any extra expression. At that time, it was really despair. Just such a tiny hope, and even that was to be destroyed by heaven. Sometimes I wondered why it had to be me who suffered all this. I hate it, I really hate it. Because you are weak." Chen Chen suddenly laughed. "Yes." Changsheng lowered his head and remained silent for a while, then continued to groom his scalp. "At that time, I understood this principle. If I had been a bit stronger, Gai Gai wouldn't have died, and I wouldn't have ended up in the belly of a mutated beast. But the problem at hand still needs to be solved. I can lose the hope of resurrecting Gai Gai, but I cannot tolerate Gai Gai's head being eaten by a beast. How would I face her when I go down? How would I face her accusations?" So Changsheng suddenly raised his head, his scalp shaved down to the bone, clearly lower by a layer, blood streaming down his head and dyeing his entire face red. Looking at the people present, he revealed 8 teeth and smiled. "I ate Gai Gai's head. Have you eaten?" Chen Chen's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable light as he looked at the person in front of him. This made him take a proper look at Changsheng for the first time. Regardless of right or wrong, a person who can take something to the extreme deserves his admiration. And it was clear that Changsheng lived for love, taking love to the extreme. He probably knew why Changsheng had come this time. "You suddenly make me feel like you're no longer that timid little boy." Chen Chen clapped and laughed. "Is that so?" Changsheng grinned, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. It's really not easy to earn your praise. That's quite a memorable memory. In the dark, I forced myself to stuff every bit of flesh and blood into my mouth, forcing myself to swallow it. Changsheng pointed to his mouth. Clearly, my mouth was rotting at the time, and my lips were falling off from the stomach acid, so it was indeed very difficult for me to eat. Gag, a sound of vomiting came. Sue, weak and powerless, slumped against the wall and began to vomit, staring blankly at the confused little black beside him. He really couldn't hold it in anymore. Although he had seen bloodier scenes in the apocalypse, the last time he went with brotherly to Xian, it didn't stir any waves in his heart. However, this Changsheng in front of him truly made him feel a bit nauseous, thinking about his girlfriends. Gag, at this thought, Sue began to vomit again while leaning against the wall, weakly poking Little Black in the waist. Why are you not reacting at all? Little Black stared blankly at Sue. What reaction? Sue wiped his mouth in silence, holding his stomach and standing behind Ergo, not knowing when it started, but Little Black's eyes had been filled with confusion. Sometimes he even wondered if Little Black had been possessed by someone. But I managed to swallow it all bit by bit, though I couldn't swallow the bones. Changsheng suddenly laughed, but fortunately, stomach acid can't corrode bones. In any case, although my only hope died in the belly of a mutated beast, at least I didn't embarrass her. I didn't let her corpse be insulted by a beast. However, just when I was holding the head of my girlfriend, preparing to wait for death quietly, this brother beside me killed the mutated beast tiger that swallowed me and rescued me. Actually, I wanted to complain a bit about him. If he could have rescued me earlier, my girlfriend's head would have been intact, and there would still be hope for resurrection. But to think this way is indeed unreasonable. I'm not the kind of person who doesn't make sense. The next moment, Changsheng, with a look of ecstasy, took out a crystal-clear, intact skull without a trace of flesh from his arms, pressed his lips against it for a while, then solemnly handed it to the man beside him with the sword on his back. I'll leave it to you. The man with the sword on his back stared deeply at Changsheng for a while before carefully taking the skull, pulling out a clean piece of cloth from behind to wrap it up, and then stood silently beside him. You know, when a person's only hope is lost, they become like a walking corpse. Changsheng began to cut away the rotting flesh on his face with a dagger, but I ignited another hope. I can go down and see her. So before coming here, I worshipped all the gods. I only ask for one thing, to let me meet my girlfriend down there. Chen Shen narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up the man with the sword beside him, and said in a low voice, so your purpose for coming here today is to seek death? That's easy to satisfy. This man could actually kill a level 2 mutated beast alone. The strength of mutated beasts is often much stronger than that of zombies of the same level. Just this alone made him wary of the man in front of him. Maybe yes, maybe no. Changsheng began to trim the remaining rotten flesh on his body. If you change, you will ultimately die at your own hands. In your view, she deserves to die for what she did wrong. Perhaps she really didn't do well. Although I am a reasonable person, it depends on who I'm dealing with. For me, changing is an eternal principle. So naturally, I have to come find you. If you can kill me, then I'll go down to see Gai Gai. If you can't kill me, then I'll kill you for revenge before going to see Gai Gai. Shen Shen suddenly laughed. So it's already a certainty that you will die today, while whether I die or not is indeed a variable, right? That's not wrong. Changsheng admired his body and nodded in satisfaction, opening his arms excitedly. How about it? Isn't it much cleaner than before? No more of that rotting flesh. If this continues, Gai Gai won't despise me anymore. Ergo couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. It was indeed much cleaner than before. Just look at the circle of minced flesh on the ground. He must have lost at least 10 pounds. It was a miracle to still have rotten flesh after being shaved all around. Ergo played with the scalpel in his hand, his eyes suddenly brightening. It seemed like a very good treatment method, and it would be a permanent cure, ensuring it wouldn't relapse. Very nice. Shen Shen grinned with a hint of excitement. The 10 barrels of the Gatling gun he was holding began to slowly rotate. Let's go together. No. Changsheng slowly bent down, getting on all fours, holding the dagger in his mouth, and grinned with a fierce expression. He just brought me here and will collect my corpse. I guarantee he won't make a move. Are you ready? As soon as the voice fell, Changsheng, on all fours, darted to the side of the base's main entrance with an almost untraceable speed. He knew that although Chen Shen was strong, most of his abilities came from firearms, and he didn't have particularly strong abilities himself, so there was still a chance. The Gatling gun in Chen Shen's hand quickly spat fire, and amidst the gunfire and smoke, he laughed loudly. Got you. He had just learned a 3-star skill the day before, a skill sufficient to capture Changsheng's voice. However, as the gun barrel swept past, it only stirred up a cloud of dust and did not hit Changsheng. Chen Shen suddenly turned to look at the other side of the door. His eyes could catch Changsheng's speed, but his hands couldn't keep up with his brain. By the time the gun barrel moved over, Changsheng had already escaped from that spot. I'm coming in, brotherly. Changsheng, on all fours and full of excitement, zigzagged to avoid Chen Chen's gunfire and ran towards him. Just as he expected, as long as he ran fast enough, Brotherly wouldn't be able to shoot him. It seemed he could take Brotherly's head along with him to see Guy. The next second, everyone felt a flash before their eyes, and no one reacted in time. Changsheng, who had sprinted into Chen Chen's blind spot, suddenly leaped into the air, gripping the dagger he had in his mouth, his face twisted with excitement as he aimed for Chen Chen's neck to stab. Just as Changsheng's eyes turned red and he was about to stab the dagger into Chen Chen's neck, a crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Hey! Chen Chen exerted force on his wrist, swinging the Gatling gun he was holding to the back of his neck. The dagger pierced into the gap in the middle of the Gatling's barrel, producing the crisp sound of metal collision. You don't really think I'm the kind of mechanic who would just surrender when someone gets close, do you? Chen Chen suddenly laughed, his back to Changsheng. Changsheng's expression changed drastically as he pulled the dagger out from the gap in the gun barrel, preparing to circle around and launch another attack from a different angle. However, before Changsheng could make his move, Chen Chen acted first. He quickly turned his body, raising the Gatling gun above his head and smashing it down onto Changsheng's head, who hadn't yet made his next move. Bang! A dull thud echoed in the middle of the square. Ergo, holding his scalpel, stared wide-eyed at the fierce brother standing still with the Gatling gun. It was the first time he realized that something like a Gatling could be used in close combat. But being hit by such a large iron object must not feel good. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, casually holding the Gatling with one hand, the gun barrel pointing to the ground. He slowly walked towards Changsheng, who had been smashed against the wall. With the combination of gunfighting skills and the weight of the Gatling, along with the threefold physical enhancement of a two-star professional, plus the power of the Gatling itself, the force of this blow was no less than being hit directly by a bullet. Cough cough. Changsheng, struggling to get up from the ground while leaning against the wall, coughed up several pieces of lung tissue and blood, grimacing as he stared at Chen Chen, who was slowly approaching him. What a pity, I couldn't take you to meet Guy together. Chen Chen, expressionless, dragged the Gatling slowly in front of Changsheng, looking at the bloodied figure before him. Pausing in silence for a moment, do you have any last words? Yes, of course. Changsheng struggled to pick up the lung tissue he had coughed out, brushed off the dust, tossed it into his mouth, chewed a few times, and swallowed hard. After a violent coughing fit, he covered his mouth for a moment, then laughed. Brotherly, it seems I haven't been rewarded for my last contribution, right? I remember you said last time that rewards and punishments are clear. That's right, no doubt. Chen Chen did not deny it, his gaze filled with complex emotions as he stared at the person before him. What reward do you want? First, Changsheng shifted his body slightly, finding a more comfortable position against the wall, his throat rolling. I hope to be left with a complete corpse, to be buried together with Guy. Second. Seeing that Chen Chen did not shake his head in opposition, Changsheng's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of longing as he looked at Ergo. Brother Ergo, you said you would host the wedding for me and Guy. I wonder if that still counts now? After I die, I hope you can host a ghost wedding for me and Guy. A hint of barely perceptible sorrow flickered in Ergo's eyes as he slowly lowered his head, avoiding Changsheng's gaze. He couldn't agree, nor did he dare to. Just now, saying he could help Changsheng with treatment had already crossed a line. If he crossed it again, Brotherly would suspect there was some collusion between him and Changsheng. Changsheng looked at Ergo's lowered head, remaining silent for a moment, straightening his back a little more. Both of those are fine, I agree on behalf of Ergo. Chen Chen, using the Gatling as a cane, glanced back at Ergo, then fell silent for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. It counts. Hearing this, Ergo suddenly raised his head to look at Brotherly's back, unsure of what to think, then met Changsheng's expectant eyes. This ghost wedding will definitely be authentic. Alright, cough cough. Changsheng excitedly coughed up a pool of congealed blood, and after a moment, his expression turned a bit gloomy. It's just a pity that Guy doesn't know I'm going to propose to her. If only Guy could hold on for a few more seconds, at least she would know I plan to propose. And she would leave with a bit more comfort. After a moment of silence, Changsheng suddenly let out a bitter laugh. Forget it, this is also fate. Just like back then, Guy was just a few seconds away from saving her father who jumped to his death. Not a minute late, not a second early. Well then. Changsheng tightened his grip on the dagger, struggling to rise unsteadily from the ground, and looked at Chen Chen with a smile. This world is suited for you perverts, not for me and Guy. We're going to the next world to play. Changsheng's eyes slowly narrowed, filled with longing and anticipation. Continuing to go to school together every day, having lunch together, secretly Holding hands and walking in the playground after evening study, tricking our parents into letting us go to a classmate's house on weekends, and then secretly gathering in the park to catch fireflies.
Should I walk you home or go? By myself? Chen Chen's expression was a bit complicated. Go by yourself.
Changxing forced his body to lean against the wall. If you walk me home, I might not make it back in one piece.
Brother.
Changsheng leaned against the wall, covering his mouth as he coughed for a while, then looked up at the man standing silently at the base entrance with a sword on his back. Just hand Gai's skull to this brother later.
Thank you for everything on this journey.
Although you saved my life, I should live on to repay you, but I really can't stand it. Every time I think of Gai being alone down there, I can't help but want to go down and accompany her.
If we can meet again in the next
world, Gai, and I will treat you to drinks. The man with the sword stood silently at the base entrance, staring at the blood-soaked Changsheng leaning against the wall, his face hidden under a straw hat, making it impossible to see
his expression. The next moment,
Changsheng, covered in blood, exhausted all his strength and suddenly sprang from the wall, standing straight, raising the dagger high above his head, scanning the crowd with his gaze, and without saying a word, he smiled slightly.
Then he thrust the dagger violently into his own neck.
Blood gushed out from the wound in his neck as if it had found an outlet, and Changsheng's gaze gradually faded as his body weakened and fell against the wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. Chen Chen looked at Changsheng, who had lost all signs of life, and after a moment of silence said, "Ergo, help him collect the body." He turned and walked toward the base
entrance. Hand me the head you're holding.
Chen Chen looked through the door at the man with a sword on his back, wearing a straw hat and dressed in ancient clothing.
Jianxi?
Big brother.
2 exclamations came from behind Chen Chen. It was Wang Xan and Lier, who had just been brought by Ermao.
Big brother, why are you here? Lier excitedly waved his hands at the man with the sword outside the base.
Just as Changxing's eyes turned red and he was about to stab the dagger into Chen Chen's neck,
a crisp sound of metal clashing rang out.
Hey! Chen Chen exerted force in his wrist, swinging the Gatling gun to the back of his neck. The dagger struck the gap in the middle of the Gatling's
barrel, producing the crisp sound of metal clashing.
You don't really think I'm the kind of mechanic who would be captured if someone got too close, do you? Chen Chen, with his back to Changsheng, suddenly laughed. Changsheng's
face changed dramatically as he pulled the dagger out from the gap in the gun barrel, preparing to change his position and launch another attack from a different angle.
However, before Changsheng could reposition himself, Chen Chen moved first.
Chen Chen quickly turned, raising the Gatling gun high above his head, and smashed it down onto Changsheng's head, who hadn't had time to make his next move.
Bang! A dull impact echoed in the middle of the square.
Ergo held a scalpel in his hand, staring wide-eyed at Brotherly, who stood in place with a Gatling gun. It was the first time he realized that something like a Gatling could be used in close combat. However, being hit by such a large
iron object should be quite painful.
Chen Chen squinted slightly, casually holding the Gatling with one hand, the gun barrel pointed at the ground. He slowly dragged the Gatling towards Changsheng, who had been smashed against the wall. With the combination of gunfighting skills and the weight of the Gatling itself, along with the threefold physical enhancement of a 2-star professional, plus the power boost from the Gatling itself, this strike was no less
powerful than being hit directly by a bullet. Cough, cough.
Changsheng struggled to get up from the ground, leaning against the wall, coughing up several pieces of lung tissue and congealed blood, and grimacing as he stared at Chen Chen, who was slowly approaching him. What a pity, I couldn't take Brotherly to meet Gai together. Chen Chen, expressionless, slowly walked in front of Changsheng, looking at the bloodied figure before him, paused in silence.
For a moment, do you have any last words?
Yes, of course. Changsheng struggled to pick up the lung tissue he had coughed up, brushed off the dust, tossed it into his mouth, chewed it casually, and swallowed hard.
After a violent
fit of coughing, he pressed his mouth shut for a moment, then laughed. Brotherly, it seems my last contribution hasn't been rewarded yet.
I remember you said last time that rewards and punishments should be clear.
That's right.
No doubt. Chen Chen did not deny it, his gaze filled with complex emotions as he stared at the person before him. What reward do you want?
The first.
Changsheng shifted his body slightly, finding a more comfortable position.
Against the wall, his throat rolling, I hope to be left with a complete corpse, to be buried together with Gai.
The second. Seeing that Chen Chen did not shake his head in opposition, Changsheng's eyes couldn't help but show
a hint of longing as he looked at Ergu. Brother Ergu, you said you would officiate the wedding for me and Gai.
I wonder if that still counts now.
After I die, I hope you can officiate a ghost wedding for me and Gai. Ergu's eyes held a trace of barely perceptible sorrow as he slowly lowered his head, avoiding Changsheng's gaze. He couldn't agree, nor dared to agree. Just now, he had already crossed the line by saying he could help Changsheng with Treatment: if he crossed the line again, Brother Lee would suspect there was some collusion between him and Changsheng. Changsheng looked at Ergo's lowered head, remaining silent for a moment, then straightened his back a little. More. Both of these are fine, I agree on behalf of Ergo. Chenshen, using the Gatling as a cane, glanced back at Ergo and after a moment of silence spoke in a deep voice. That counts. Hearing this, Ergo suddenly raised his head to look at Brother Lee's back, unsure of what to think, then met Changsheng's expectant eyes. It must be authentic. Alright, cough, cough. Changsheng excitedly coughed up a pool of congealed blood, and after a moment, his expression turned a bit gloomy. It's just a pity that Gai doesn't know I'm going to propose to her. If Gai could just delay her death by a few seconds, at least she would know I plan to propose to her. She would leave with a bit more comfort. After a moment of silence, Changsheng suddenly smiled bitterly. Forget it, this is also fate. Just like back then, Gai was just a few seconds away from saving her father, who had jumped off a building to commit suicide. Not a minute late, not a second early. Well then. Changsheng tightened his grip on the dagger in his hand, struggling to get up from the ground, unsteadily looking at Chen Shen and smiling. This world is suited for you perverts, not for me and Gai. We'll go play in the next world. Changsheng's eyes slowly narrowed, filled with longing and anticipation. Continuing to go to school together every day, having lunch together at noon. Secretly holding hands in the playground after evening study, tricking our parents into letting us go to a classmate's house on weekends, and then secretly gathering in the park to catch fireflies together. Should I walk you home? Or will you go by yourself? Chen Shen's eyes were a bit complicated. I'll go by myself. Changsheng forcibly summoned his strength to lean slowly against the wall. If you walk me home, I might not make it back in one piece. Brother. Changsheng leaned against the wall, covering his mouth to cough for a while, then looked up at the man standing silently at the base entrance with a sword on his back. Just hand over the head to this brother later. Thank you for everything on this journey. Although you saved my life, I should live on to repay you, but I really can't stand it. Every time I think of Gai being alone down there, I can't help but want to go down and accompany him. If we can meet again in the next world, I'll treat you to drinks with Gai. The man with the sword stood silently at the base entrance, staring at the blood-soaked Changsheng, his face hidden under a straw hat, making it impossible to see his expression. The next moment, Changsheng, covered in blood, exhausted all his strength and suddenly pushed off from the wall, standing straight up, raising the dagger in his right hand high above his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, not saying a word but smiling slightly. Then he suddenly stabbed the dagger into his own neck. Blood gushed out from the wound in his neck as if it had found an outlet. Changsheng's eyes gradually lost focus, his body weakened and fell against the wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. Chen Shen looked at Changsheng, who had lost all signs of life, and was silent for a moment. Ergo, help him collect the body. He turned and walked towards the base entrance. Hand over the head you're holding to me. Chen Shen looked towards the man with the sword on his back, wearing a straw hat and dressed in ancient clothes, from across the door. Jian Shi? Big brother. Two exclamations came from behind Chen Shen. It was Wang Xian and Lier, whom Mao had just brought. Big brother, why are you here? Lier excitedly waved his hands in greeting to the man with the sword outside the base. Jian 11? Upon hearing this title, Ergo and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. It was not the first time they had heard this name. The last time they heard it was when Su had tricked that group of men in black, making up a name, and the men in black had nodded seriously, saying that such a person indeed existed. Today, they finally encountered the real deal. Su poked Lier in the waist, curious, and asked, "Is he your real older brother?" Of course, Lier rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You said your name is Lier because you are the second in your family, so why is your brother called Jian 11? Does that mean he is the 11th? Su rested his chin on his hand, speculating. "And why does your brother have the surname Jian? Did he take your mother's surname? Your mother has the surname Jian? Is your father a son-in-law?" Lier slapped Su's hand away, glaring at him fiercely. "Listen carefully. My brother's original name was Li Yi. After the apocalypse broke out, he had a fortuitous encounter, and since then no one could withstand his 11 swords, so he changed his name to Jian 11. What the hell?" Su stared at Lier in surprise. "He just changed his name like that? Your father didn't even beat him? If I were your father, I would have to beat this little brat to death." "You don't understand anything," Lier retorted indignantly. "Hey." Ergo quietly leaned over to Wang Xian and asked, "Do you know this person?" "Of course, Jian 11. A while ago, he said he was going out to seek the sword's heart. Who knew he would show up here today?" Wang Xian took the popcorn that Ergo handed him, happily tossing it into his mouth, and casually said, "Is he strong?" Ergo picked up a piece of popcorn and tossed it into the air, catching it perfectly in his mouth. "Very strong." Wang Xian thought for a moment and nodded seriously in response. How strong?
Ergo curiously eyed the man outside the base carrying a sword. With a sword on his back, dressed in ancient clothes, and going out to seek the swords.
Heart, this person couldn't possibly think of himself as the protagonist of a cultivation world, could he? Wang Xian tilted his head, pondering for a while, then leisurely popped a piece of popcorn into his mouth, recalling.
After advancing to a 2-star professional, several 2-star strongmen in the shelter fought against him.
No one could last more than 3 moves?
Ergo looked skeptically at the thin man outside.
No. Wang Xian shook his head.
His expression slightly admiring. Everyone was defeated by his first move.
1 move?
Yes, it is said that the sword energy of such power has 10 forms, each stronger than the last, hence he changed his name to Jian 11. But not to mention the 11th sword, no one has even seen him use the second sword, almost everyone was defeated by his first sword energy. Ergo's expression turned a bit anxious. What the hell, this person must be cheating. 1 sword instant killing 2-star professionals, the apocalypse game hasn't been around for long, and he had just barely advanced to a 2-star professional, without even having the chance to showcase his strength, and this person
outside could already instant kill 2-star professionals?
Fortunately, Chang Sheng said that this person wouldn't make a move, merely sending him here, otherwise, who knows if Li Gu could hold up? As for sending him up to face
him,
Ergo shook his head wildly, dismissing that thought. He was just a healer, fighting was not his strong suit. No, he needed to prepare in advance. Shen Shen's outstretched hand waited in the air for a while, but the
man in front of him showed no reaction, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Is there something else?
The man with the sword had been keeping his head down, lost in thought. After a long silence, he took off the hat he had been wearing
and placed it on the ground.
He raised his head to look at Chun Shen inside the base, his gaze slightly unfocused, and spoke in a clear voice. Let me introduce myself, my name is Jian 11.
Nice to meet you. Is there anything else? Chen Shen's expression was somewhat impatient.
If it weren't for his uncertainty about the strength of the person in front of him, he would have already picked up the Gatling gun and opened fire.
A person capable of single-handedly
killing a level 2 mutated beast deserved his serious attention. Changsheng is the one I brought to ensure his safety, Jian Shi said, his gaze complex as he looked towards the place where Changsheng had died. Blood had stained the wall a deep crimson. He talked a lot with me along the way, but most of the conversation was about his beautiful experiences with Gai Gai in the past.
Chen Shen's eyes narrowed slightly, waiting for more.
Jian Shi was silent for a moment, but I'm not interested in that. I have always believed that romantic feelings often hinder a strong person's progress, becoming a stumbling block to becoming stronger.
That's true, Chen Shen nodded.
In agreement, finding this thought aligned with his own. He said this act was a plea for death, wanting to die in the same place as Gai Gai, to prevent getting lost when searching for Gai Gai later. Jian Shi gently placed the package containing Gai Gai's skull on the ground beside him. I said I could help him take revenge. He said there was actually no grudge. The reason Gai Gai died was indeed because Gai Gai did something he shouldn't have done.
Li Gu, sitting in that position, would naturally consider the bigger picture.
He said this journey was a family matter, that a few people had treated him well in the past, especially a person named Ergo, who often seemed to trick him but was actually considering his future. Jian Shi slowly unstrapped the sword he had been carrying on his back. I said I could help him kill that person named Li Gu. He shook his head and said it wasn't possible. Li Gu had actually treated him quite well and hadn't wronged him much.
Jian Shi's hand stiffened for a moment as he slowly untied the rope wrapped around the sword. Isn't it ridiculous?
He regarded his girlfriend as the only meaning of his life, yet at the moment he decided to end his own life. He gave up all grievances, let go of all hatred, and went alone to hell to find his Gai Gai. Jian Shi's right hand bulged with veins as he slowly pointed the 7-foot sword in his hand towards the ground. Although I promised him not to act, I always feel that when he died, there was still a breath of air in his chest. I want to release that breath for him, and I also feel a bit stifled inside. So, Chen Shen picked up the Gatling gun again, took a step forward, and asked with a cruel smile flickering in his eyes.
What has been going on lately? Why has someone been treating him like a soft persimmon? Has he been too merciful recently?
So Jian Shi looked down at the package containing Gai Gai's head beside him, holding the 7-foot green blade, standing straight against the wind, and raised his head to stare into Chen. Chen's eyes, his gaze piercing. I have changed my mind. I am Jian Shi, with 11 sword techniques, each sword stronger than the last, yet no one has ever forced me to draw a second sword. Today, I will only draw one sword.
This sword replaces Changsheng's inner resentment.
Jian Shi then closed his eyes tightly, adjusting his momentum to its peak, slowly raising the sword to point at Chen Shen. Catch it, live, I leave. If you can't catch it, die.
Sigh. Chen Shen sighed, a hint of fatigue hidden deep in his eyes. These days, it seemed like every stray cat and dog was coming to trouble him. At that moment, Li Gu, ergo, ran up to Chen Shen, panting as he recounted everything Wang Xin had just told him. One sword to kill a 2-star professional? Chen Shen frowned, his previously indifferent attitude becoming serious. Yes, that's what Wang Xin said, and it doesn't seem like a lie. Ergo gasped as he pulled out a bottle of cola from behind and began to gulp it down without a care. What were you doing just now, to be this exhausted? Chen Shen raised the Gatling gun in his hand, aiming it at Jianxi, the 10 barrels starting to rotate slowly. Jianxi? 11 sword styles? What a coincidence, I'm called Jian Lu Qian with 6,000 sword energies. Wang Xin just said that Jianxi's real name is Li Yi. And he is the biological brother of Li Er. Ergo wiped his mouth and discreetly pointed to a blind spot in Jianxi's line of sight, so I called up Donkey Egg and Mao to tie up Li Er. This way, Jianxi will have to be cautious. Ergo made a cruel gesture at his throat. Chen Shen, after hearing this, patted Ergo's shoulder speechlessly and waved for him to go check the situation. Catch it. Jianxi, having adjusted his momentum to its peak, suddenly opened his eyes wide, sword light shooting out from them. With a powerful push from his legs, he leaped into the air, swinging the Qingfeng sword in a sword style before pausing in mid-air, shouting, "Catch it, first sword, flying dragon in the sky." Then, a beam of sword light shot out from the Qingfeng sword, slicing through space at a speed comparable to sound, heading straight for Chen Shen's head. Chen Shen's pupils dilated instantly, his jaw clenched, and with a fierce expression, he quickly raised the Gatling gun in his hand, frantically pulling the trigger at the incoming sword light. He felt the danger contained in that sword light. It was too late to dodge now, so he could only hastily return fire, hoping to slightly deflect the direction of the sword light with the impact of the bullets. However, things did not go as he wished. The sword light showed no signs of deviation under the barrage of the Gatling gun. Chen Shen gritted his teeth, the veins on his face bulging, roaring as he squeezed the trigger hand even harder, as if that would make the Gatling fire faster. Hurry up, hurry up. Ergo anxiously urged Donkey Egg and the others to carry the bound Li Er on their shoulders, rushing towards the base entrance. Ergo looked anxiously at Jianxi, who was already leaping into the air, preparing to strike, and urged them even more. Li Gu was still careless, somewhat disbelieving of what Wang Xin had said. But he believed it, he felt that Wang Xin was right. Hurry up, hurry up. My brother is coming. My brother is coming, ha 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 ha. The bound Li Er, with a face full of joy, couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's useless, there's no one in this world who can make my brother use a second sword. Li Er wriggled his body, trying to peek further to see Jianxi's figure. Since my brother has already made a move, Chen Shen is basically doomed. You might as well put me down now, and later I can say a few good words for you in front of my brother. You've worked hard to become 2-star professionals, I'm sure you don't want to die so easily. Li Er laughed wildly. Although he was currently bound and carried on their shoulders, he felt as if he were sitting on a dragon throne, full of arrogance. His brother said he went out to hone his sword heart, though he didn't know why he appeared here. But since his brother had come, no one in the world could bully him anymore. Indeed, his initial decision was correct. As long as you endure like I did, sleeping on firewood and tasting bitterness until the end, the outcome will surely improve. Shut up. The Donkey Egg's face darkened as he struck Li Er in the mouth with an elbow. If Brother Li dies, they won't have a good ending either. Put down your weapons, your brother is in our hands. Ergo's face was frenzied as he dragged Li Er to the base entrance. A scalpel pressed against Li Er's neck, hoarsely shouting towards Jianxi in the sky. Stop, or he dies. But it was too late. The sword energy had already shot out. Too late, ha ha ha, Chen Shen is doomed. Li Er, bound and thrown on the ground, shouted excitedly, straining his voice. He had never seen anyone withstand a sword strike from his brother. During the duels in the sanctuary, even a casual sword strike from his brother would make those so-called 2-star professionals spit blood and retreat without the strength to fight back. Not even his father could. Otherwise, his father wouldn't allow his brother to go out alone to hone his sword heart. Pu-chi a small sound of a balloon being popped echoed like thunder in everyone's ears. The roaring sound of the Gatling suddenly stopped. Really strong. Chen Shen's gaze was vacant, all his strength vanished in an instant as he looked up at Jianxi, who was slowly descending from the air. He raised his hand to touch the blood hole on his forehead, darkness enveloped him, and he fell back weakly. Li Gu. Ergo and the others roared in anger mixed with fear. Li Gu had always been an invincible presence in their hearts, yet today he was so easily killed by someone who appeared out of nowhere with a single sword strike. Li Gu. The donkey egg rushed to Li Ji's side, anxiously checking his condition. Jianxi, who had slowly landed on the ground, took a slight breath, glanced at the blood hole on Chen Chen's forehead, and disdainfully curled his lips with a sigh. Who in this world can withstand my second sword? Then his gaze inadvertently shifted to the base entrance. Oh, my brother is actually here with you. Let him go, spare you a way out. Since Chen Chen has already taken one of my swords, I don't wish to kill today, you can all escape. Shut your damn mouth. Ergo pressed the scalpel against Lier's neck, drawing a line of blood, his expression frenzied as he shouted in a piercing voice. If you take another step forward, I'll chop off Lier's head and kick it like a ball. Then he looked anxiously yet expectantly at the donkey egg, who was going to check Chen Chen's body, and urgently asked, How is it, is Li Gu still alive? No. Breath. The donkey egg trembled as he withdrew his fingers from Li Ji's nose and mouth. Don't think about it, no one can withstand my sword. Jianxi shrugged, disdainfully saying, Let Lier go, and we'll leave immediately. If you don't let him go, you'll die with him. However, at that moment, an out-of-place voice suddenly came. Want to leave? Chen Chen slowly crawled up from the ground, his voice hoarse and devoid of any emotion. Chen Chen slowly propped himself up with the Gatling gun, struggling to rise from the ground, and pushed aside the donkey egg next to him, his eyes filled with fierce determination as he stared at Jianxi not far away. The blood hole on his forehead was healing at an astonishing speed, and the pain from the sword energy piercing through his skull still echoed within him, causing a wave of fear to rise in his heart. If it weren't for the cursed doll in his arms absorbing that fatal blow, perhaps his body would already be cold. Leaving just like this would make people think I didn't entertain properly? Chen Chen's expression was frenzied as he slowly raised the Gatling gun in his hand, his gaze filled with madness. This person was indeed very strong, he couldn't block that one sword, and he wouldn't be able to block the remaining 10 swords either. So this time, he planned not to block. Want me dead? Then let's die together. Not dead? Jianxi frowned, looking at the rapidly healing blood hole on Chen Chen's head in surprise. You are the first person to withstand my sword, you have some skill. Li Gu? The donkey egg, who had been pushed aside, rolled over and got up, looking at Chen Chen, who was holding the Gatling gun, with a face full of surprise. You're not dead? Ergo, gripping the scalpel in his hand, hurriedly rushed to Chen Chen's side, quickly assessing his condition, and cast a dark look at Jianxi at the door. Li Gu, Lier is still under our control. Should we chop him up? Chop him up? Chen Chen slowly took off his white tailcoat and threw it on the ground, revealing a white shirt underneath, his expression fierce. Of course, we should chop him up, but before that, I want to turn this person in front of me into minced meat. Very well. Jianxi, standing still, fell silent for a moment, picked up the conical hat that had been thrown on the ground, put it on his head, and raised an eyebrow. I, Jianxi, keep my word. I previously said that if you could take my sword, then you could live, and I would turn and leave. Since you have successfully taken my sword without harm, then I will honor my word and not strike the remaining 10 swords. Release Lier, and I will turn and leave. He didn't know why Lier had left the shelter and was tied up by Chen Chen. He would ask his father what had happened when they returned to the shelter. Jianxi had been in Muling province during this time and hadn't heard the announcements from a few days ago, so he didn't know what had happened. Leaving like this won't do. Chen Chen gritted his teeth, the veins in his eyes bulging as he slowly raised the Gatling gun, aiming at Jianxi's head. Don't be ungrateful. Jianxi, with his left hand behind his back, frowned as he casually held the 7-foot Qingfeng sword in his hand. My 11 swords are a 5-star skill, each sword is more powerful than the last. If I strike again, you will undoubtedly die. Regardless of what means you used to block the first sword, I believe the cost to you is not small. You cannot block 10 swords again. I will only strike once. Since you have withstood it, then I will also quell Changxing's inner resentment. Seeing as it is for Changxing's sake, I will only strike once. Since Changxing does not intend to take your life, I also do not plan to strike again. But don't seek your own death. Jianxi shouted sharply. However, his left hand, hidden behind his back, trembled slightly from an unseen angle. Damn it! It seemed this time he had failed to put on a show. He had originally intended to show off a bit, feel the demeanor of the martial world, and let the world marvel at his strength, while also helping Changxing vent some frustration. But unexpectedly, Chen Chen had actually withstood his sword and remained unscathed. This made the situation a bit precarious. Even more precarious was that Chen Chen seemed to have some issues with his brain. Shouldn't a normal person bow and scrape when faced with an unbeatable opponent? Even those with a bit of backbone would know not to underestimate the young and poor, as fortunes change over time. But this person seemed to be acting as if he had lost his mind, ready to fight to the death. What was going on? Isn't what he said clear enough? His name is Jianxi. There are a total of 11 sword techniques, each one more powerful than the last. The first sword nearly brought Chen Chen to death, and the subsequent 10 techniques could easily turn you into dust. Could Chen Chen really not realize this? Looking at the unperturbed Chen Chen, Jian Shi's expression subtly darkened. Big brother. Lier, bound and thrown on the ground, excitedly shouted at the top of his lungs, Big brother, stop caring about some nonsense about longevity. Chen Chen is clearly seeking his own death. Big brother, you mustn't be stubborn. Chen Chen has been tormenting me these past few days, you must avenge me. Use all your 11 sword techniques and turn Chen Chen into dust. Lier watched Jian Shi's movements with eager anticipation. He knew his brother's strength, he claimed to have 11 sword techniques, and it was said that the 11th could even reverse time and space. However, he had never seen anyone withstand his brother's first sword, let alone the 11th. He had never seen anyone force his brother to use even the second sword. Chen Chen's strength was indeed not to be underestimated, as he could withstand his brother's first sword, but what good was that? There were still 10 swords left. Today, he would surely see his brother use the second sword. Lier looked at Chen Chen with pride and arrogance, estimating in his heart that he could probably force his brother to use the third sword. Big brother, don't hesitate, hurry up and make your move. Lier struggled to crawl to the base entrance, raising his head to excitedly cheer Jian Shi on. Jian Shi's mouth twitched violently a few times, maintaining his posture and remaining silent. Make a move, my ass. If he could really make a move, he would have already swung a few swords at Chen Chen when he just got up. Why waste so many words? Others might not know, but he was very clear in his heart. He didn't have 11 swords. The class he had switched to had only one 2-star skill, which was the sword accumulation technique. The skill's effect was simple. If he didn't draw his sword for a period of time, the next time he drew it, its power would be multiplied several times, and it would be unstoppable at the same level. The longer the accumulation time, the greater the power when the sword was drawn. The sword he had just struck at Chen Chen was already the result of a day's accumulation. In other words, he currently had none of that earlier might. At most, he was just a 2-star class user with a sword to strike with. The same power as before, he would need to accumulate for another day. Since he encountered a fortuitous event and switched to this hidden class, he had known where the drawbacks of his class lay. So he renamed himself Jian Shi. He claimed to have 11 sword techniques, each one more powerful than the last, and spread his reputation so that those who had witnessed the power of his first sword would subconsciously associate it with the power of his remaining 10 swords. For this, he deceived everyone, including his father and brother. However, who would have thought? Today he encountered someone unafraid of death, willing to risk their life just to witness his remaining 10 swords. What a damn mess. Chen Chen. Jian Shi stood in place, looking at the 10 slowly rotating gun barrels, unable to suppress a sense of dread. He steeled himself, forcing a calm expression, and said loudly, "Put down the gun." I, Jian Shi, keep my word. I have never gone back on my promise in my life. Since I said you can live after taking the next sword, I will definitely not strike again. Moreover, to be honest with you, Jian Shi paused for a moment, bitterly shaking his head, the remaining 10 swords, if I want to unleash them, will require a considerable price. I think it's not worth it. How about we just stop here? He had to say this to soften his stance a bit. If he remained too rigid, he feared that Chen Chen would pull the trigger on the Gatling gun in the next second, and he couldn't withstand that storm of bullets. But if he softened his attitude too much and immediately backed down, anyone with eyes would know that his remaining 10 swords were nothing but a fabrication, a deceit. So he could only say it this way, subtly informing the other party that the remaining 10 swords would require a certain price, but he felt that paying that price was not worth it. He only needed to pay a certain price, while the other party would have to pay with their life. If that Chen Chen was a smart person, he should know how to choose. To become a leader of a refuge, at the very least, one shouldn't be a fool, right? Big brother. Lier, bound and thrown to the ground, looked incredulous, desperately wriggling towards the base's entrance, shouting at the top of his lungs. You can't let Chen Chen go. Chen Chen kidnapped me and extorted points from my father. What price do you need to pay that can compare to the ransom my father will pay? Hurry up and kill Chen Chen, no matter what the cost. My father will compensate you. Big brother, benevolence and righteousness can kill people. Lier looked at Jian Shi with a face full of grief and indignation. Before Chen Chen could even speak, Jian Shi shouted angrily, "Shut up! How did the Li family raise such a bastard who doesn't understand benevolence, righteousness, propriety, and trust? If a person doesn't keep their word, what's the difference from a beast?" Jian Shi glared darkly at Lier, lying on the ground, inwardly cursing, "Beast, beast, more trouble than worth. What price? If you keep causing trouble, the price won't be high, it will just be our 2 lives. Jianxi forcibly suppressed his inner feelings, turned to stare into Chen Shen's eyes, and said flatly, let's stop here. I, Jianxi, cannot be a person who breaks their word. Since I said I wouldn't strike again after 1 sword, I won't strike again. Since Lier is your kidnapped hostage, then wait for your father to come, and you can follow the process with him. I won't disturb you any longer. I'm leaving now, goodbye. Then, without a moment's hesitation, Jianxi decisively turned around and walked back the way he came. He was even so callous as to not care about Lier's life or death, just planning to leave on his own. At the moment he turned, cold sweat began to drip from his forehead, feeling several piercing gazes on his back. He couldn't help but pray inwardly, don't call me, don't call me. Did I let you go? A cold voice pierced Jianxi's ears with the wind. Sighed. Jianxi instantly stopped in his tracks, sighed, and casually threw his hat to the ground. It seemed today he wouldn't be able to leave. He had originally intended to scare Chen Chen with his name, but it didn't work. In the end, he didn't even care about Lier and just planned to leave alone. Yet Chen Chen still refused to let him go. He couldn't quite understand, did he really have such a deep grudge with Chen Chen that it had to come to a life and death struggle? He had merely stabbed Chen Chen once, and it hadn't even harmed him. How had it come to this? Jian 11 slowly took the sword off his back and held it in his hand, gradually turning around and walking step by step towards Chen Chen, his aura rising with each step. He couldn't run. In front of him was a long street, and he wouldn't be able to outrun a bullet. He also couldn't jump onto the sword and fly into the air, that would be no different from being a live target. His only chance was to confront Chen Chen head-on. As long as he could get close, there was still hope. Although he didn't have the 11 swords, and the first sword wasn't some soaring dragon in the sky, just a charged sword that had been gathering power for a day. But after all, he was still a 2-star professional skilled in swordsmanship. If anyone thought he could be easily slaughtered just because he didn't have the charged sword, they were gravely mistaken. When he was 7 steps away from the base entrance, Jian 11 stopped, holding the sword in his hand, standing straight, and staring intently at Chen Chen's half-smiling expression. After a moment of silence, he lowered his head and gently caressed the 7-foot green blade in his hand. Do you really want to fight me to the death? Fight to the death? Chen Chen glanced at Ergo, who was nervously holding a scalpel beside him, and the furious Lu Dan glaring at Jian 11, as well as Er Mao, who had a long gun aimed at Lier. He slowly pointed the Gatling gun he was holding towards the ground, looking at Jian 11, who was still 7 steps away from the base entrance, with a half-smile, and asked, do you know why Chang Sheng doesn't want me dead? A person on the brink of death has a kind heart. Chang Sheng, having glimpsed the world, is no longer filled with hatred. Jian 11 furrowed his brow and thought for a moment before giving what he believed to be the correct answer. Although he didn't know why Chen Chen was asking this question at this moment, whatever the reason, he naturally wanted to see the result of buying more time. The longer he could delay, the greater the chance of a turnaround. Actually, that's not it. Chen Chen suddenly felt happy and laughed, glancing at the corner where Chang Sheng had died, shaking his head and sighing. Chang Sheng is a smart man. The reason he doesn't want me dead isn't because he has let go of his hatred. He is worried that if I go down, I will encounter the 2 of them down there and kill them again. If he didn't believe in the existence of hell, he wouldn't be so intent on seeking death, just to go to hell to find Hui Gai Li. But he can't find Hui Gai Li in this world, so he can only go to hell to look for it. Since he has chosen to believe in the existence of hell, he absolutely doesn't want me to die. Because he is afraid. Chen Chen suddenly raised his head, grinning at Jian 11, because he is afraid that if I go to hell, I will kill them again. What do you mean? Jian 11's previously rising momentum suddenly dissipated a bit with Chen Chen's inexplicable words. At this moment, he finally realized where he had gone wrong. The person in front of him was not a normal person, but a mentally unstable madman. He finally understood why there was an unshakable fear in Chang Sheng's eyes when he mentioned Chen Chen. He also understood why this person dared to risk his life to witness his remaining 10 swords. Not much meaning. Chen Chen grinned, clicked his tongue, and tilted his head curiously at Jianxi. By the way, have you ever eaten dumplings? I had some before the apocalypse broke out. Jianxi said quietly after a moment of silence, his expression dark. But there's a kind of dumpling filling you've definitely never tried. Chen Chen shook his head and chuckled softly. Ergo. Li Gu, you say. Ergo slowly approached Chen Chen, his eyes warily fixed on Jianxi, who was 7 steps away from the base, and replied in a low voice. If I die, go chop Lier up. Chen Chen clicked his tongue and paused for a moment. By the way, don't forget to chop Wang Xin up too. Li Gu, you won't die. Let's use Lier's life to threaten Jianxi and capture him. Ergo's eyes were slightly red, his voice hoarse. Why do you look so sad? Chen Chen, surprised, patted Air Go's shoulder. If I die, you'll be the boss. Ergo looked at Chen Chen with a mournful face, his voice unable to suppress a sob. Li Gu, a person should eat as much as their bowl can hold. I, Ergo, may not have other skills, but I know my own limits. If Li Gu is no longer here, I definitely can't bear the position of the big brother. This group of us has survived for so long in the apocalypse and lived well, we all know in our hearts it's because Li Gu has been supporting us. If anyone else became the boss, we wouldn't be able to live so comfortably. Ergo shot a hidden glare at the stunned Lu Dan, who was looking at him, adjusted his emotions, and continued with a sobbing tone. Li Gu, we can't be without you. That Jianxi just said he doesn't want to pay the price to unleash the remaining 10 swords. Why don't we just turn the page on this matter? But if Li Gu really wants to risk everything to kill that Jianxi, subordinate Ergo, filled with grief and anger, suddenly knelt on one knee and shouted loudly. Subordinate Ergo, willing to exert my meager strength to take on this second sword for Li Gu. The already dumbfounded Lu Dan looked at Ergo, his heart shocked into silence. Seeing Ergo so resolute, he knelt on one knee facing Chen Chen, thrusting his big knife into the ground, his face filled with anger as he spoke in a deep voice. Subordinate Lu Dan, willing to exert my meager strength to take on this third sword for Li Gu. Seeing this, Mao, who was beside Li also despairingly thrust his long gun into the ground next to Li neck, kneeling on one knee facing Chen Chen and shouting in despair. Subordinate Mao, with my worthless life saved by Li Gu, willing to exert my meager strength to take on this fourth sword. Li Gu, you must kill that bastard and make dumplings to eat. I only ask that you burn a paper wife for me at my grave. A firm and pleasant voice rang in everyone's ears. Little Chan broke free from the matchmaker's hand, resolutely walked from the crowd of survivors hiding in the shadows to Chen Chen's side, her bright eyes shining as she fixed her gaze on him. I, Little Chan, willing to exert my meager strength to take on this fifth sword for Li Gu. Li Gu, whatever you want to do, go ahead boldly, maybe others won't, but I will always stand behind you to support you. Little Chan paused and continued in a low voice, no reason, maybe just like the matchmaker said, I'm just crazy. Looking at Ergo and the others kneeling on one knee, as well as Little Chan stepping forward beside him, Chen Chen's face showed no expression as he remained silent. Subordinate Su, willing to exert my meager strength to take on this sixth sword for Li Gu. Su stepped out of the shadows, knelt on one knee beside Chen Chen and spoke solemnly. Subordinate Xiao He, willing to exert my meager strength to take on this seventh sword for Li Gu. Xiao He, looking confused, walked from the shadows to Chen Chen's side and knelt on one knee to speak. He didn't know what had happened. He was hiding in the shadows, watching the events in the square with great interest, waiting to see who would step up next to block the sword. Just then, Su pulled him out, dragging him to resist the sword together. But he didn't want to resist the sword. That strike was something even Li Gu couldn't withstand. If he went to block it, he would be dead. As the subordinate dean, I am willing to exert my meager strength to block this eighth sword for Li Gu. The dean's face was a mix of anger and gloom as he threw his small pistol to the ground, knelt on one knee beside Chen Chen, and loudly addressed him. Moreover, this is my student, who was supposed to take over my position as dean after I die one day. The dean pushed a young man forward from behind him. But since the base is facing such a strong enemy now, there is no need for him to exist as my successor. It was Li Gu who sent someone to rescue him from the mental hospital and bring him back to the base. Out of reason and sentiment, he should help you block his sword. As the dean's student, Mao, I am willing to exert my meager strength to block this ninth sword for Li Gu. Mao knelt solemnly, raising his head to boldly scrutinize Li Ji's face. Usually, they wouldn't dare to look Li Gu in the eye, but at this moment, facing death, the so-called dying person had grown bolder. He carefully examined Li Ji's face, wanting to see what this man who had saved them and provided them a place to reopen their hospital looked like. I am the matchmaker reluctantly walked from the crowd to stand before Chen Chen, slightly bowing in a gesture of respect while casting a mournful glance at Su, who was kneeling beside her. Su awkwardly smiled and turned his head, not daring to meet the matchmaker's eyes directly. I am the matchmaker, willing to exert my meager strength to block this 10th sword, the final sword, for Li Gu. She hadn't wanted to come up, wasn't it good to be alive? Why come up to seek death? But seeing that Su had stepped forward to block the sword without consulting her, she thought, as the saying goes, when you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken, when you marry a dog, you follow the dog. Since she had decided to follow Su, no matter what decision he made, right or wrong, she could only walk the same path as him. The most important thing in a relationship is not to make the right decision, but to make a unanimous decision. Most importantly, the matchmaker, with her red lips slightly parted, looked at the kneeling crowd on the field and couldn't help but sigh. A large part of the reason was that her emotions had been infected, prompting her to make such a decision. Feeling the atmosphere of impending doom around her, the matchmaker couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Perhaps this is what it means to be a man. Perhaps this is what a true man is. Fearless of strong enemies, unafraid of death. Li Go is a man, ergo, and the others are men, and Su is a true man. Perhaps being lured by Su to this shelter was not a bad choice. From a certain perspective, it might even be her luck. Listening to the people beside him kneeling one by one in front of him, solemnly stating their willingness to take this sword for him, Shin Chen remained silent, gazing at everything before him without speaking. He had always believed that the purpose of power was to serve oneself. He protected these people and made them stronger, while they paid the price by charging into battle for him. However, now, looking at the faces filled with sorrow and determination, he suddenly realized something. These were all people. Living, breathing individuals. Yet at this moment, they all stepped forward, willing to take this sword for him. A sword that he himself could not withstand. These people knew full well that after taking this sword, they would surely die. Yet they still stood up. The first to step forward was Ergo. In his mind, Ergo had always been someone with strong capabilities but a silver tongue. However, at the brink of life and death, Ergo chose death. He was somewhat unclear why Ergo made this choice. Just as he was unclear why Mao, who had always been afraid of death, would also step forward at this moment. He remembered Mao often muttering a phrase about wanting to find a wife and have children, not wanting his lineage to end with him. Chen Shen stared at the sword 11 before him, feeling that his decision was no longer just affecting himself. Lier, bound to the ground, wriggled his body, trying to keep his neck as far away as possible from the gunman whose weapon was pressed against his neck. He looked at the scene before him in disbelief, filled with impossibility. Were these people crazy? Do they understand the apocalypse? This is the apocalypse. Heaven had favored those who survived a 70% mutation rate and had struggled through the global zombie outbreak at the onset of the apocalypse. To have lived until now, one could say that each person's life was extraordinarily precious. Yet these people were willing to give up their lives for others. During his days at the base, he had clearly felt the heavy oppression within it, but why, under such pressure, were these people so loyal? Had they all gone mad? Jian Shi stood frozen, looking at the group of people kneeling before him, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time. This group of people. Let alone the fact that he only had one charged sword strike, he now felt that even if he truly had 10 swords, he might not be able to kill Chen Chen. Shun. Jian Shi had just uttered a word when he was interrupted by Chen Chen. Don't speak. Chen Shen's eyes were filled with indescribable emotions as he scanned the kneeling crowd, then stepped forward and kicked Ergo, who was kneeling, aside, whispering, "When did it become my turn for others to take the sword for me? Since I can live, I'm not afraid of death. When did it become your place to come up and take the sword for me?" Chen Shen's eyes slowly narrowed as he stared at Jian Shi, who was still 7 steps away from the base entrance, and coldly shouted, "Come on, let me see how strong your sword is." Chen Shen raised the Gatling gun in his hand, aiming the barrel at Jian Shi, his eyes filled with madness. "I want to see whether you turn me into a sieve. Or if I turn you into dumpling filling for your father to make dumplings." Wait. Jian Shi quickly retreated, trying to interrupt Chen Chen in change his decision. He had originally planned to fight Chen Chen to the death. After all, even without the charged sword, he was not a weak 2-star professional. Among 2-star professionals, there was really no one who feared the other. Even if the dense barrage of bullets was hard to withstand, it didn't mean he had no chance. As long as he could rush to Chen Chen's side, he still had a glimmer of hope. However, the declaration of intent to die from Ergo and the others completely shattered the momentum he had worked so hard to build. He was afraid. He no longer dared to be enemies with this group. He didn't even dare to draw his sword in resistance, only wanting to escape from here. However, this retreat caused Jian Shi's only chance of victory to vanish without a trace. Yet Chen Chen was not interrupted by Jian Shi's words. His expression was frenzied, his eyes wild as he grinned and roared in anger, "Come on. My life is right here, come take it. This life is yours, I don't want it anymore." In the next moment, a dense and rapid gunfire suddenly erupted. Chen Chen, with a mad expression, lifted the Gatling gun in his hands and aimed at Jian Shi, who was frantically retreating not far away, and opened fire. However, the 10 swords he had anticipated did not come. Jian Shi, with a face full of despair, deflected a few bullets with his 7-foot-long sword before being engulfed by the torrential rain of bullets. Not even a scream escaped his lips. Moments later, the gunfire abruptly stopped, and the smoke gradually dissipated. Chen Chen leaned against the Gatling gun, panting, looking at the 7-foot-long sword and a pile of shredded flesh in the middle of the street, his head held high, grinning madly. Chen Chen's crazy laughter echoed throughout the square, lingering for a long time. He was not tired. The reason he was panting was not due to physical exhaustion, but rather the aftereffects of excessive excitement. The thrill of spinning and jumping on the edge of death, the joy of fighting with a heart set on dying and miraculously surviving. He could certainly choose to reconcile with Jianxi. After all, he had only damaged a cursed doll, the person was still alive. There was no need to gamble his life just out of spite. But he absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. He would not allow anyone who had laid hands on him to leave here safely. To hell with the idea of a gentleman taking revenge after 10 years. Rather than bottling up his anger, he would rather die. He had finally escaped from that life before the apocalypse broke out. How could he tolerate someone bullying him and then leaving peacefully after saying a simple apology? The crowd stared at Chen. Chen, who was leaning against the Gatling gun and laughing madly amidst the smoke, momentarily stunned. Jianxi had died so easily. Not a single sword was drawn. Dead, just like that, dead. Li Er, bound to the ground, looked at the dismembered body in the middle of the street in disbelief. After rubbing his eyes to confirm it wasn't an illusion, he grimaced in resentment and cursed, waste, truly a waste. Died without drawing a single sword, didn't even dare to swing a sword before dying. Waste, you got me killed. Chen looked at Jianxi's dismembered body in the middle of the street, thought of Li Er's father who was still on the way and hadn't arrived yet, touched the blood hole on his forehead that had already healed, and couldn't help but laugh softly, saying, that sword really did hurt a bit. Ergo, go find a few people to collect the dismembered body in the middle of the street. Remember to collect it all without leaving a piece behind. Li Er, don't be in a hurry to chop it up, leave it for later use. Hurry up. One for dumplings, one for sashimi. Treat Li Er's father well. Li Gu. Ergo looked at the dismembered body of Jianxi in the middle of the street not far away, momentarily stuttering with excitement. Is Jianxi really dead like this? He had been waiting for Jianxi to come forward and fight desperately, but in the end, Jianxi hadn't even drawn his sword before dying, and this sudden rise and fall left him feeling quite unadapted. Could it be a trick? Tisk. Chen shook his head and looked at the pile of flesh in the middle of the street, clicking his tongue. It's turned into a pile of minced meat and still not dead, unless he has a resurrection armor. The next moment, Chen suddenly laughed as if he thought of something. Even if that Jianxi really had resurrection armor, he remembered that the resurrection armor resurrected 124 hours later at the original spot. Chop Jianxi into dumpling filling and let his father eat it. Even if he resurrects, he would be resurrected in his father's belly. That could be considered a rebirth, right? Glancing at the stunned Ergo, Chen smiled and waved his hand. Go on, and by the way, stop by the supply store to buy some vegetables and meat. We're having dumplings today. Today can be considered a life and death struggle worth celebrating. Are we eating too? Ergo couldn't help but feel a bit uncomfortable inside. Letting him kill someone made him feel a bit against medical ethics. But if he had to eat dumplings filled with Jianxi, then let him kill someone. We'll eat normal fillings. The Jianxi filling is for his father. Suddenly thinking of something, Chen grinned, his eyes flashing with a cruel light. I remember his father arrogantly said he liked to eat dry dumplings, so let's give him dry dumplings. Provincial shelter. In a room. I say, old Wang, can you stop drinking? Aren't you at all worried about your son Wang Xian's safety? Li Ji said, frowning and pacing irritably in the room, seeing Wang Ren sitting calmly in a chair drinking tea, which made him even angrier. He lifted the teacup in front of him and smashed it on the ground. Old Wang, I came to you today to ask for your advice, not to watch you drink tea here. Our sons have been kidnapped together. If something happens to my son, your son will also be in trouble. Li Ji pointed his finger at Wang Ren's nose and shouted angrily. You're an adult now, can't you keep your cool? Wang Ren glanced at the broken teacup on the ground, picked up the teacup in his hand, gently blew on it, and said lightly. Also, you shouldn't speak to me in that tone, I'm not your subordinate. Li Ji froze in place, and after a moment, he bitterly smiled and sat back down in his chair, poured himself a cup of tea. I apologize, it was indeed my fault. But I believe you can understand me, today is already the third day, and my son still hasn't come back. Shouldn't I be anxious? You should. Wang Ren took a sip of tea, but you shouldn't be anxious with me. Li Ji couldn't help but stand up, speaking urgently, your son is also in Chen's hands. Aren't you worried that Chen will tear up the ticket? Didn't you say your son has a skill of body elementalization, that he can pass through anything, and there's nowhere that can trap him? In this world? But now it's already the third day, and Li Er hasn't come back. Something must have happened, maybe he's flipped over in the gutter. Li Ji anxiously paced back and forth in the empty space of the room. Your son is also in Chen's hands, you need to think of a way quickly. What way can I think of? I've prepared the ransom and I've already talked to Chen Chen about it. Wang Ren calmly raised his arm to check his watch. It's about time, we should set off. Aren't you afraid that Chen Chen will break his promise and directly tear up Wang Xian's ticket? Li Ji said with a face full of anger and a gloomy expression. Not afraid. Wang Ren suddenly laughed. Wang Xian is experienced, he knows how not to anger the kidnappers. You. Li Ji pointed a finger at Wang Ren's nose, momentarily so enraged that he couldn't speak. Wang Ren stood up and swatted Li Ji's finger away, his expression displeased as he said, I've told you not to point at me. I'm not your subordinate, we are co-managers. He then walked towards the door. Where are you going? Li Ji, still furious, shouted. Of course, I'm going to prepare the ransom to save him. I'm going too. What do you want to go for? Wang Ren stopped and turned around, looking at Li Ji in surprise. To save him too, Li Ji gritted his teeth fiercely and said, if my son loses even a hair, it will be murder. That's quite a spirit. Wang Ren replied flatly and turned back towards the door. Let's go. Li Ji stood at the entrance of the provincial shelter base, his expression fierce and menacing as he shouted. I have to say, I misjudged this old man, he really cares about his son, at least he should be his biological one. Wang Ren looked at the 5 2-star professionals and 15 1-star professionals following Li Ji not far away, shaking his head in contemplation. Old Wang, a young man beside Wang Ren, hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to ask, isn't it a bit weak to bring only this few people? 3 2-star professionals are enough, we are going to ransom, not to kill. Wang Ren glanced at the young man and said lightly, as long as we can ensure our safe round trip, bringing too many people is too troublesome. It will affect the internal operation of the base, easily attracting zombie attacks, and it will also make that Chen Chen hostile towards us. Are we really just going to obediently pay the ransom? The young man who spoke earlier looked unwilling. What else can we do? Wang Ren glanced at the young man and replied casually. Isn't that too cheap for Chen Chen? The young man saw that Wang Ren's expression was off and quickly added, what I mean is, if the other side is not strong enough, can't we refuse to pay the ransom and just kill them instead? We only have 3 2-star professionals, and with me, this old man, we only have 4 2-star professionals. Do you think we can defeat them? Wang Ren organized the items he had prepared in his storage space and waved his hand to signal to follow Li Ji and the others. Our strength alone might not be enough, but we still have old Li, right? The young man slightly raised his hand, pointing towards Li Ji and the others not far ahead, signaling with a blink. Wang Ren suddenly laughed, so you mean to say that the combined strength of our two families is enough to eliminate Chen Chen, thus saving my son without paying a ransom? Seeing old Wang smile, the young man thought he had gained the old man's approval and added with more enthusiasm, or we can let Li Ji and them take the lead. If they can successfully eliminate Chen Chen, we can naturally rescue Wang Xian. If not, we can ransom later. He. Wang Ren chuckled, shaking his head as he looked at the self-satisfied young man in front of him. Little cleverness. How is it little cleverness? The young man replied, somewhat unconvinced, we don't have to bear the risk, nor do we need to pay a price, and we can get Wang Xian back. How can that be little cleverness? And even if Li Ji fails, we can still pay the ransom to rescue him later. Some money shouldn't be saved. It should be spent. Wang Ren looked at the mountain road ahead, estimating the distance of the journey. Feeling bored, he decided to give this young man some guidance. Xiao Mo, Wang Ren said after a moment of silence. Why do you think we need to pay this ransom? Of course, it's to rescue Wang Xian, Xiao Mo replied without hesitation, a hint of complaint in his voice. If Wang Xian hadn't been running around, he wouldn't have been caught. He naturally felt resentment, but it wasn't towards Chen Chen or old Wang, it was directed at Wang Xian. The ransom that old Wang provided was naturally made up of points and dropped items. If Wang Xian hadn't been kidnapped and needed a ransom, these points and items would have been used for him and others in old Wang's faction. However, now they all had to be used to rescue Wang Xian. As a result, what they could share in points and dropped items naturally decreased. The dropped equipment in the ransom, the Sol umbrella, was something he had obtained by killing a mutated beast, but now it had to be used to ransom Wang Xian. Wrong. Wang Ren shook his head, tugging at his white beard, and shook his head proudly. This ransom is only to buy 3 things? 3? Xiao Mo stared at Wang Ren in disbelief, unable to figure out what 3 things he could be referring 2. In his view, it would be better to bring more people and directly rush in to chop down that Chen Chen and flatten that money-grabbing lair of the assaulter. This way, not only would they not need to spend points, but they would also get the person back. Why prepare such a large ransom now? Yes, 3. Wang Ren, avoiding a piece of rubble underfoot, couldn't help but feel proud. The first is to buy life. The second is to buy reputation.
The third is to buy affection.
Life, reputation, affection? For the first time, Xiaomo felt like his brain was filled with mush. After thinking for a while, he still asked in confusion, "Old Wang, what does this mean?" It was the first time he had seen someone come up with so many explanations for paying a ransom. The first is to buy life. Wang Ren couldn't help but think of the tea at home. He felt a bit unaccustomed to not having a cup while talking.
What is naturally bought is my son Wang Xian's life, which is the most superficial function of the ransom. Ransom is naturally to rescue a person, and rescuing a person is naturally to buy life.
Then what about buying reputation and affection? Xiao Mo still couldn't grasp it.
He could understand buying life, but he really couldn't understand buying reputation and affection.
Buying affection is about human relationships.
Wang Ren slightly leaped over a branch lying on the mountain road in front of him, his brow slightly furrowed, looking displeased. Every time he left the shelter, he had to pass this mountain road, and every time he went out with his old arms and legs, he had to walk this broken road, which made him quite irritated.
But there was no way around it.
This wasn't before the apocalypse. They couldn't build a new road in front
of their own house, and no one could do that.
Think about it, Chen Chen kidnapped my son and asked me for a ransom.
After I offered the ransom, didn't Chen Chen and I have a connection?
That is true.
Xiao Mo rested his
chin on one hand, thinking for a while, but Chen Chen was the one who kidnapped for the ransom. He can't owe you any human favor because of that.
That naturally won't happen. Wang Ren shook his head, denying it.
If you think that paying a ransom will make the kidnappers owe you a personal favor, then you're really overthinking it. But at least we've had dealings. You don't get to know someone without interacting.
Chen Chen also knows that I am a person who abides by the rules and has sufficient financial means.
So tell me, if one day I am fighting for my life and Chen Chen happens to pass by, who do you think he would help?
Help you? Xiao Mo frowned slightly and replied.
He still felt that this reasoning was a bit far-fetched. Wang Ren smiled and continued, then if one day I find myself in some kind of danger, and by chance Chen Chen passes by, I shout for
help and promise a generous reward for saving me. Do you think Chen Chen would help me?
He probably would. After all, you have done business with Chen Chen, and he knows you are a trustworthy person.
Xiao Mo thought for a moment and gave his answer, but still unwillingly said, but isn't the probability too small?
First of all, the chance of you, Old Wang, falling into danger is very small. Secondly, the chance of Chen Chen passing by
at that moment is even smaller.
If it's just for this, isn't it a bit not worth it? Wang Ren shook his head and smiled. The probability is indeed very small, and if it's just for this, it naturally isn't worth it. You're still young, you don't understand. When you truly find yourself in danger one day, you'll regret why you didn't leave yourself more chances like this. Although the probability is low, when combined, it isn't small. At least you don't have to worry about encountering enemies in dangerous situations, thus being persecuted.
Making more friends and fewer enemies is the way to longevity. After thinking for a while, feeling even
more confused, he shook his head and dismissed all the chaotic thoughts in his mind, questioning, Old Wang, then what exactly is this buying a name?
It can't be buying a reputation, right?
You're right.
Wang Ren chuckled. It really is buying a reputation. Really buying a reputation?
Xiaomo's mouth gradually opened unconsciously, staring at Old Wang in shock. He felt his worldview gradually collapsing. What kind of reputation was
this? Buying a reputation for being a fool with money? Do you know what the data showed before the apocalypse regarding the probability of kidnappers killing their hostages? I don't know. Xiao Mo shook his head, filled with confusion. Was there really such big data statistics before the apocalypse? Would such data really be released to the public, and who would care about such big data? As high as 70%. Wang Ren shook his
head with emotion. About 70% of kidnappers chose to kill their hostages. When kidnappers have someone and are demanding a ransom from the family, they are extremely nervous, to the point that saying they are like a bow in front of a snake's shadow is not an exaggeration. Any little sound can make the kidnappers think they are exposed, leading them to choose to kill. It's really a pity those children didn't need to die. I used to have a son. Wang Lao fell silent for a moment before suddenly speaking.
Ah?
Xiao Mo was taken aback. He had been chosen by Wang Lao when the apocalypse broke out and had followed him ever
since, not knowing anything about Wang Lao's past. He died.
Wang Lao's expression was calm, revealing no extra emotions. He was killed by kidnappers, executed, simply because I hesitated for a moment
about whether to report to the police first or pay the ransom.
I'm sorry, Xiao Mo stammered, genuinely unaware that he would bring up Wang Lao's painful past, but shouldn't it be
But shouldn't it be that from then on, I would hate the kidnappers even more, right? Wan Lao suddenly laughed at Xiao Mo's confused expression. Indeed. I used to think that way, but on my son's 18th birthday, when I had bought a birthday cake and was waiting for him at home, I received a call from the kidnappers, demanding a ransom. All my hatred was instantly cast aside. I had no hesitation and immediately sent the ransom back. That night, my son was released. And I didn't report it to the police afterward. From then on, my decisive attitude spread in the kidnapper circles. My son encountered kidnappings more than 10 times, but not once did the kidnappers execute him. This is the benefit of reputation, and this time it was still about buying fame. This. Xiao Mo stood there, unsure of what to say. He felt a slight collapse of his worldview. To ensure your son's safety, there are only 2 methods. The first is to be ruthless enough to make everyone afraid, to let everyone know that whoever dares to touch your son will die. The second is to let everyone know that you abide by the rules, that there's no need for executions, no need to worry about backlashes, and that the ransom will definitely be paid. At this moment, in Xian City, inside the money-making den of the perpetrators, a scene of harmony unfolded, with people gathered in the square, setting up several tables, laden with plates of dumplings. Chen Chen and the survivors were excitedly grabbing dumplings and wolfing them down. It should be noted that although the supply points sold vegetables and meat, the required points were not cheap at all. While everyone was trying to improve their abilities to survive in the apocalypse, very few were willing to spend points to satisfy their appetites. Chen Chen, feeling satisfied, casually picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth, curiously watching the activities not far away. Ergo was shouting the process at the edge of the square. Donkey Egg held Huigai Li's skull, while Mao held the head he had cut off from Changshang. Standing nearby, Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth twice. You two just brought out a head like that, isn't it a bit creepy? Mao glanced disdainfully at the still dripping head in his hands and said helplessly, you think I want to? Didn't that damn Ergo say it was more authentic this way? You guys need to take this seriously. Ergo, looking displeased, repeated the previous steps. Mao and Donkey Egg exchanged helpless glances and bent down as Ergo instructed. Ergo nodded in satisfaction and led the two to continue with the process. However, Donkey Egg and Mao seemed to have not heard and stood still without moving. Ergo was about to explode. Su helplessly interrupted Ergo, saying, do you know where their parents are? If you don't even know where their parents are, how can this ceremony proceed? Ergo, reminded, suddenly realized and was momentarily speechless. It seemed that, without knowing where their parents were, the ceremony couldn't be completed. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Ha 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 ha. Sitting to the side, Chin Shen, who was stuffing dumplings into his mouth, couldn't help but laugh at the stuttering ceremony before him. These guys made these things look quite interesting. However, in the next moment, Ergo and the others turned to look at Chen Chen in unison. Chen Chen casually picked up a piece of dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth, looking a bit puzzled. What are you looking at me for? You're not planning to make him a guardian or something, right? That's not suitable for him. He can only perform the baptism. Under the barrage of 6,000 Gatling bullets, all the sins of the world will be cleansed. Hui Gaili and Chang Shang were initially saved by brotherly. As the saying goes, saving a life is like being a parent in another life. How about we let brotherly take this main seat? Ergo quickly thought of a solution and shouted. Su couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had never heard that saying before, but he nodded in agreement. I think that's a good idea. Brotherly is simply the most suitable for this position. Ergo nodded in satisfaction, not daring to meet Brotherly's gaze, and hurriedly turned to look at Donkey Egg and the others. Damn it, this is really unlucky, making me feel like I'm with a man, Donkey Egg spat out. Who the hell are you talking about? Mao grumpily lifted Chang Shang's head and glared at Donkey Egg. However, at that moment, you all really have a good interest. Li Ji and the others pushed open the base door and saw the lively scene of Ergo and the others in the square, unable to help but sneer with a dark expression. Ergo glanced at the few people who had arrived, and he roughly understood that these people should be the fathers of Li Er and Wang Xin, so he didn't bother to respond and continued with the ceremony. Donkey Egg and Mao also stopped bickering, smoothly completing all the rituals under Ergo's lead. Meanwhile, none of the people who had just entered the base, including Li Ji, approached to greet them. Everyone ignored this group. Li Ji's expression darkened, and before he could get angry, he was stunned by the scene before him. In the center of the square stood 2 wooden crosses, empty on top, but the residual bloodstains clearly indicated they were execution tools. Group of people sat in the middle of the square, happily eating dumplings around a table. There was also a group holding bizarre activities in the square. They were buried and still wished for 100 years of harmony. If they weren't dug up, 1,000 years of harmony would probably be no problem, and it would be hard not to get along. Is this a shelter? This is a gathering place for lunatics, right? Who is Chen Chen? I'm here. Looking at the bizarre scene before him, Li Ji pushed aside his bad premonition and shouted angrily. However, in the middle of the square, people were either eating dumplings or holding weddings, completely ignoring Li Ji as if he were just air. I am Li Ji, Li Er's father. Li Ji's face darkened as he suppressed the anger that was about to explode, shouting at the top of his lungs. Finally, so. You're Li Ji. Ergo glanced at Li Ji, who was shouting at the entrance of the base, and casually waved his hand, signaling him to come over. If you've come, just come over. What are you shouting for? Do you expect me to carry you in on a palanquin? Li Ji took a deep breath, unable to contain the emotions that were about to erupt, and walked to the center of the square following Ergo's hand. His eyes scanned the crowd, finally stopping in front of a table. Other tables were surrounded by groups of people eating dumplings, but this table had only one young man who, with a smile on his face, was occasionally stuffing dumplings into his mouth without looking up. Looking at this young man in a white tailcoat and a gentleman's hat, who appeared quite refined, Li Ji found it hard to believe that such a young person had kidnapped his son. In his mind, he thought kidnappers should be rough, burly men with thick beards. The image of a donkey egg seemed quite suitable for a kidnapper. Are you Chen Chen? Li Ji took a deep breath, expelling all the anger from his chest, and asked in a calm voice. Wait. Li Ji suddenly noticed something he had been ignoring. Dumplings. This group of people gathered in the square eating dumplings. They wouldn't really have chopped his son into meat filling to make dumplings, would they? What a bunch of beasts. Chen Chen. Just as Li Ji had managed to calm down, he instantly erupted in rage, his expression twisted as he pulled out a hammer taller than a person from his storage space and slammed it down on the ground. In the next second, he was about to charge at Chen Chen. Don't panic, your son is not dead. Chen Chen, as if he hadn't sensed Li Ji's murderous intent, casually picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth, nodding in satisfaction. Isn't it a joy to have guests from afar? Why do you look like you want to fight? If this gets out, people will think I, Chen Chen, don't know how to treat guests properly. Sit down. Chen Chen pointed to the chair opposite him, gesturing slightly. Where is my son? Hearing that his son was still alive, Li Ji took another deep breath, stood the hammer upright beside him, and sat down heavily across from Chen Chen, his face dark as he asked in a deep voice, Where is my son? Your son is here as my guest. Why do you make it sound like kidnapping? Chen Chen shook his head in dissatisfaction, casually raising the Desert Eagle in his hand and firing a shot into the air. Li Ji narrowed his eyes, staring at the absurdly long Desert Eagle in Chen's hand, feeling reassured. Chen Chen was a gunsmith. Therefore, the threat level was greatly reduced. It is well known that gunsmiths are a particularly tricky profession. A fully armed gunsmith can be said to have the strongest explosive power among all professions. But gunsmiths have a fatal flaw: the points required to purchase bullets are expensive. With every bullet fired from the chamber, points vanish like flowing water. Even a leader of a shelter would not have too many points to buy bullets, as long as they survive the explosive period. A gunsmith without bullets is like fish meat, ready to be slaughtered. Now, firing a shot into the air might be more for intimidation. Li Ji couldn't help but laugh. Chen Chen really thought of him as one of those inexperienced survivors, easily scared by a strange handgun. If that were the case, his son had clearly met with misfortune and lost his advantage. Chen Chen was not to be feared. He was overly anxious because his son hadn't returned for 3 days, bringing along 4 two-star professionals, and even went personally to check. This gun is nice. Li Ji couldn't help but laugh, feeling in high spirits, even wanting to have a dumpling. Since the apocalypse began, he hadn't eaten dumplings, and suddenly felt a bit greedy. Right? Chen Chen glanced at Li Ji for no particular reason, not understanding why Li Ji suddenly brought this up, then shook his head and didn't pay it any mind. As gunfire rang out in the middle of the square, Xiao He drove an armored vehicle slowly into the center, stopping in front of everyone. Inside the armored vehicle were Li Er and the director with his doctor. Look, Chen Chen casually pointed with his chopsticks at Li Er, who could be seen through the armored vehicle window. Your son is doing just fine. Ha ha ha. Li Ji, in a good mood, saw his son's face pressed against the window, looking anxious and seemingly saying something, and couldn't help but glare at Li Er. A little gunsmith had caused you to fall into the gutter. What a disgrace. However, this armored vehicle was somewhat unexpected. He had never seen such a large mode of transport. He didn't expect that this small shelter would have something like this. Remembering the rumors about him and his son in the shelter, he couldn't help but frown in anger. The son of a provincial-level shelter was actually kidnapped, and his father had to go rescue him. If this got out, where would they put their faces? It really gave him no peace of mind. Why couldn't he learn from your brother Jian? She, who roams the world with a 7-foot green peak, unstoppable by anyone? That would have brought him a lot of glory. Seeing his son safe and sound, Li Ji's face regained color, and he was no longer anxious about his son's safety, casually saying, "Since I'm here, let Li Er go." Why? Shen Shen, confused, picked up a dumpling and stuffed it into his mouth. Your father is here, and you still won't let him go? Li Ji's face instantly darkened. What are you saying? Understanding the implication, Shen Shen shook his head and laughed. Even if his grandfather comes, you can't just say let him go. You. Li Ji, angered, stood up from his chair, slammed the table, and pointed at Shen Shen's nose, ready to curse, but was interrupted. Shen Shen picked up a glass of red wine, took a small sip, narrowed his eyes towards the armored vehicle, and said softly, "If you keep pointing your finger at me, your son's fingers won't be safe." Li Ji was taken aback and followed Shen Shen's line of sight. Inside the armored vehicle, his son's head was being pressed against the window by a man, a dagger resting on his son's fingers, ready to chop down at any moment. Looking at his son's terrified face, filled with undisguised fear, and the mixture of snot and tears on the window, Li Ji couldn't help but let out a dark sigh, his face gloomy. His son was, after all, a strong figure who could rank among the provincial-level shelters. Even if he was in trouble, he should maintain the dignity of a strong person. Even in death, he should die in a way that others would respect. He had set out full of vigor, yet how had he ended up like this? The unmasked fear in his eyes and the mixture of tears and snot on his face made Li Er appear extremely disheveled. The people he brought along had all witnessed this scene, and returning to the base, there was no telling what rumors might spread. Useless. Li Ji couldn't help but curse, his expression shifting as he stared fixedly at Shen Shen. What do you want? Make a way out. Don't be anxious, isn't there still a guest? Shen Shen looked towards another group of people standing at the base entrance and smiled. If I don't speak, won't they come over? It seems I, Wine, have been negligent. Without the host's permission, I feel it is rather impolite to intrude into someone else's home. An old man with a white beard laughed heartily as he walked towards Chen Shen, flanked by several people. Then I shall not be polite and take a seat. Wang Ren, all smiles, slightly bowed and sat down next to Li Ji, across from Chen Shen. Looking at the two old men in front of him, Chen Shen suddenly shook his head and laughed. You two are both big shots in the provincial-level shelters. If it weren't for your sons being my guests, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet you at all. Not at all. Brotherly has managed to create a shelter in this apocalypse to protect many survivors that is truly remarkable, far better than my own son who only knows how to wander and play. Wang Rand began to chat amiably. He wasn't skilled in many things, but if Chen Shen wanted to exchange pleasantries, he could talk with him for a day and night without repeating himself. This was his bread and butter before the apocalypse. After all, how could he not be proficient? However, from the sound of the loudspeakers in the province, he felt that Chen Shen should be a ruthless and heartless kidnapper, yet now he was engaging in small talk, which felt somewhat off. Chen Shen chuckled a few times, not continuing the conversation, and turned to the person standing beside him. Ergo, go bring 2 plates of dumplings for the 2 gentlemen. Our guests have come from afar, it wouldn't be my style not to treat them well. Ergo's eyes sparkled with a strange light as he smiled, then stepped back to bring up 2 plates of dumplings, placing them in front of Li Ji and Wang Rand. Please, I heard from Li Lao on the provincial broadcast that you like dry dumplings, so I specially made these. I wonder if they suit your taste. Shen Shen watched Li Ji's expression with inexplicable anticipation. Shen Shen, what exactly do you want? Li Ji suppressed all his emotions deep inside, his face expressionless. I, Li Ji, do not have only one son, nor do I lack for this one. At worst, I'll just give you this son, I don't want him anymore. Just consider him having sacrificed in battle. I wonder if 5 2-star professionals and 15 1-star professionals are enough to settle your little money-grabbing den. Li Ji threatened sternly, his face revealing no emotion. Chen Shen shook his head with a smile, casually picking up a dumpling and stuffing it into his mouth. Relax, of course, it's to be released. Don't be too anxious. First, try a dumpling and see how it tastes. These dumplings were made by Ergo himself. Before the apocalypse, his family had been butchers for generations, so he knows how to chop bones well. The meat filling is just perfect, not a single bone fragment in sight. Come, give it a try. Then I shall not be polite. Wang Ren laughed as he picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a dumpling, and put it in his mouth. After tasting it slightly, his eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Good, good, good. This dumpling is truly exceptional, melting in the mouth and leaving a fragrant taste. Standing to the side, Su couldn't help but cover his face, his mouth twitching. Wang Ren was the first person he had ever seen who could describe dumplings as melting in the mouth. If he had known, he would have gone up with Xiao Hei to drive the armored vehicle. Of course, come on, Li Lao, you should try some too. Chen Chen eagerly pushed a plate of dumplings in front of Li Ji, his eyes fixed on him with anticipation. We'll talk about other things after we finish eating, let's eat first. You wouldn't want to see me lose my temper, Li Ji said, staring at the dumplings unconsciously swallowing. The aroma of the dumplings wafted towards him, and he was indeed a bit hungry after all the traveling. Li Ji waved his hand, and a serious-looking professional behind him sniffed the dumplings before placing them in front of Li Ji, whispering, Li Lao, there's nothing mixed in. No way. Watching this scene, Shen Shen suddenly laughed. Li Lao, are you worried I poisoned them? Shen Shen, would never do something so underhanded. Su, standing to the side, couldn't help but look away, worried that if he kept watching, he would be unable to hold back and retort. He was clearly just standing there doing nothing, yet he could still be caught in the crossfire. What do you mean by poisoning being the act of a villain? If it weren't for him drugging and taking down over 70 little squirrels back then, how could Shen Shen have brought over 100 little squirrels to the Western Military District to show off and set off fireworks? Eating feels good, washing dishes feels dirty, what kind of person is this? Su was internally ranting, but of course, he only dared to say these things. In his mind, he didn't want to say them out loud and end up like Jianxi, chopped into dumpling filling and served on the table. Li Ji snorted coldly without responding. If his son could stumble here, it was clear that Chen Shen had played some trick. One must be cautious. Ignoring Chen Shen, Li Ji casually picked up a dumpling and brought it to his mouth, pausing for a moment before saying in a dissatisfied tone, the meat is a bit sour. If you're going to entertain guests, go buy some good quality meat. Don't try to act like a big shot while being stingy, it only adds to the ridicule. The meat is sour? Wang Ren, who was eating dumplings beside him, froze. For a moment, his chopsticks that were reaching for the dumplings also pausing. No way. He had already eaten several proper pork and scallion dumplings, how could they be sour? Wang Ren hesitated for a moment, then picked up another dumpling and tasted it carefully. He was completely sure it was authentic pork, with no sour taste at all. So why did Li Ji say the meat was sour? Unless Wang Ren's expression gradually became strange. Unless Li Ji's dumplings were not the same as the ones he was eating. A bad premonition suddenly surged in Wang Ren's heart, and he stopped reaching for the dumplings, staring seriously at Chen Shen. Li, where is my son now? There is only one kind of meat that is sour. That is human flesh. Spoiled meat is stinky, not sour. Moreover, the meat bought at the supply point cannot possibly be spoiled. So since Li Ji said the meat in his dumplings was sour, there is only one possibility, the dumplings Li Ji made contained human flesh. Thinking of this, Wang Ren's face finally couldn't help but show a look of anxiety. Li Ji's son, who is currently lively and energetic in the armored vehicle, could not possibly be the one minced into dumpling filling. Chen Shen also wouldn't randomly chop up his own people to make dumpling filling. Therefore, the only outsider left is his son, Wang Xin. Isn't your son over there? Can't you see him? Chen Shen pointed his chin in a certain direction. Following Chen Shen's gaze, Wang Ren saw his son, red-faced, surrounded by a few people at a table eating dumplings and boxing. Brothers are good, 666. Wang Ren, momentarily stunned, felt his old face flush. Although he knew his son had a knack for getting along with kidnappers, he had never seen him boxing with them like this. Seeing his son still alive and kicking, even ignoring his own father, Wang Ren's heart, which had just been lifted, settled back down. No matter whose filling was in Li Ji's dumplings, as long as it wasn't his son's, it was none of his business. Wang Ren smiled and happily picked up another dumpling to eat. He had to admit, these dumplings tasted really good, even better than the ones he had before the apocalypse broke out. What's the price, Chen Chen? Li Ji, with a gloomy face, had eaten a few dumplings to fill his stomach and then stopped. A poor rural area is just a poor rural area, this is probably the best it can offer. However, he had to say that although the meat was sour, it did whet his appetite a bit. Once he returned to the shelter, he would make some dumplings to eat. What price? Chen Shen feigned surprise. Looking at Chen Shen's act, Li Ji felt his anger rising, gritting his teeth and saying, what price can I pay to get my son back? Oh, you mean the accommodation fee for your son these past few days? Chen Shen grinned and paused for a moment. How about this, whatever old Wang offers, you match it. If old Wang only offers 100 points, then you can also offer 100 points. How about that? Chen Shen smacked his lips. If Wang Ren really only offered 100 points, he would definitely chop Wang Xin into pieces and have beef noodles for the next meal.
Hearing this, Li Ji immediately turned to Wang Ren, his face dark but his small eyes were secretly signaling Chen Chen in a way he
couldn't see. How much will you offer? Ignoring Li Ji's signals, Wang Ren couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
It seemed he would have to bleed heavily this time. Since Chen Chen had said such things, it would be difficult to avoid conflict without paying up today. It looked like he would have to increase the ransom by 30% from the original plan.
After a moment of silence, Wang Ren raised his head and stared directly at Chen.
Chen, saying in a deep voice, 3,000 points, 10 pieces of 2-star dropped items.
Are you out of your mind? Li Ji couldn't help but stand up, slamming the table, pointing at Wang Ren's nose and shouting, 3,000 points. 10 pieces of 2-star dropped items. Are you paying a ransom or are you marrying off your son? Wang Ren glanced at Li Ji indifferently and said, what ransom?
It's just a token of appreciation, thanking brother Li for taking care of Wang Xin these past few days, and by the way, I want to be friends with brother Li.
Good, straightforward.
Chen Chen clapped his hands and exclaimed excitedly.
The amount of points was far more than he had anticipated.
Although this many points wasn't a huge sum for him, it was certainly not a small amount either. Especially with the 10 2-star dropped items, it could significantly enhance the strength of the base.
When will it be delivered? Naturally, right now.
Wang Ren ignored Li Ji's gaze that seemed to want to swallow him whole. After transferring the points to Chen Chen, he waved his hand casually and 10 2-star
dropped items appeared on the ground.
Chen Chen waved his hand, letting air go collect the dropped items, and then looked at Li Ji with eager eyes. What about you?
You. Li Ji was momentarily so enraged that he couldn't speak.
If he didn't know the inside story, he would have almost suspected that Wang Ren and Chen Chen had teamed up to set a trap for him.
He had to keep his cool. Once his son returned safely, he would reclaim the points and the dropped equipment.
He had brought along 5 2-star professionals and 15 1-star professionals. There would be no problem crushing this money-grabbing den to pieces from start to finish.
When
the time came, he would make Chen Chen eat his words and spit them back out. Right now, it was just a matter of passing through Chen Chen's hands. Thinking of this, Li Ji suddenly smiled cruelly. He took out 10 2-star dropped items from his storage space and threw them on the ground, then transferred 3,000 points to Chen Chen.
Can you let my son go now?
Letting one's son go is naturally possible, Chen Chen nodded in satisfaction. 6,000 points were thus in hand. Confucius was indeed right, only through killing and arson could one obtain a golden belt. If only he had listened to Confucius earlier.
What do you mean by that? Li Ji's face darkened. Again.
Ever since stepping into this damn money-grabbing den, he felt he had never been as humiliated in his life as he was today. Of course, I mean it literally, Chen Chen smirked, grinning as he said, your other son, Jianxi, is also in our hands. If you want to redeem both sons, you'll need to pay another sum.
Li Ji laughed in anger. You captured my son Jianxi?
What a huge joke. My son Jianxi has 11 sword techniques,
each stronger than the last.
Since his rise, no one has ever received a blow from my son's sword, and no one has forced him to use his second sword.
You say you captured my son Jianxi? If you encounter him, and kneel even a moment too late, there will be nothing left of you.
What an arrogant child, unaware of the vastness of the world, speaking such wild words.
Wang Ren suddenly had a strange expression, feeling that something was off.
He remembered these words sounded somewhat familiar. Last time, Li Ji said his son Lier had a skill of body elementalization, and that no one in the world could stop Lier, that he could go anywhere. It seemed he had said something similar then, and now Lier was captured and locked in that armored vehicle. I understand, seeing is believing. Chen Chen's eyes glinted cruelly as he stared at the plate of dumplings in front of Li Ji, grinning as he took out a 7-foot green peak sword from his storage space and placed it on the table. Old Li, take a good look at this sword, look closely.
Does this sword look familiar?
This sword. Li Ji's pupils suddenly dilated, 7 feet long, 8-edged, entirely blue. It was indeed the sword of his son, he wouldn't mistake it. A 2-star sword, this sword was dropped after he personally led a group to beat a level 2 mutated beast, for which he now bore a scar on his waist. Li Ji said nothing, his entire being unusually calm. Taking a deep breath, and expressionless, he softly said, I need to see Jianxi. Once the ransom is paid, you can naturally see him. Chen Chen grinned, giving Ergo a knowing look. The ransom had to be collected, but the person also had to be killed. Originally, he hadn't planned to kill Lier, he just wanted to earn some points and let him go. But Jianxi had come at him with a fatal strike right away. That strike really hurt. A father is not to blame for a son's misdeeds. If your son seeks death, the father
must accompany him.
So since Li Ji entered this shelter, Chen Chen had no intention of letting Li Ji leave alive. Upon hearing this, Li Ji did not immediately pay the ransom, he just took another deep breath, expressionless, and stared at Chen Chen, who suddenly laughed. He had underestimated this young man. This young man was more ruthless and stronger than he had thought. He knew he would never see Jian Shi again. Jian Shi was already dead, and that 7-foot blue blade was the only item left in this world from Jian Shi. The meat in the dumplings just now was sour. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be the flesh of his son, Jian Shi. Only human flesh could be sour. He hadn't thought in that direction earlier, he just assumed Chen Chen was deliberately using sour meat to provoke him, to make him look foolish. Now it seemed that Chen Chen was clearly referencing what he had promised that day over the loudspeaker in the province, using it to unsettle him and expose his flaws. Truly ruthless. Li Ji remained silent for a long time, giving a grim smile, picking up his chopsticks to grab a dumpling and savoring it with his eyes closed for a moment. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with ferocity. How to deal with a ruthless person? The answer was simple: be even more ruthless than the opponent. Li Ji's gaze quietly fell on Li Er, who was locked in the armored vehicle. Among his two sons, he favored Li Er the most and had the highest expectations for him. Chen Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched Li Ji, seeing him grab another dumpling and savor it, the corner of his eye twitching involuntarily. It seemed this Li Ji had figured out a lot. This Li Ji was much more ruthless than he had thought. It appeared that the remaining ransom would not be collected. In the next moment, Li Ji suddenly smashed his chopsticks towards Chen Chen without warning, and with a fierce expression, he picked up the large hammer on the ground and swung it at Chen Chen. Along with Li Ji's actions, the 5 2-star professionals and 15 1-star professionals with him also attacked the surrounding crowd indiscriminately with fierce expressions. All actions occurred in an instant without warning. The scene descended into chaos. Chen Chen quickly retreated, dodging Li Ji's hammer strike, laughing arrogantly. "How is it, old Li? Is your son Jian Shi's meat still tender? Ergo chopped for a full 2 hours to turn all the tendons and bones into minced meat. Die for me." Li Ji's face, with a mass of flesh pressed together, looked particularly ferocious as he raised the large hammer high, stepping on the table and leaping towards Chen Chen. Just 2 sons, if he didn't want them, he could always have a 3rd or 4th. Today, no matter what, he would slay Chen Chen. "This isn't good, Chen." Chen grinned, his voice sharp with laughter as he quickly retreated again, a Gatling gun suddenly appearing in his hands, the 10 barrels spinning rapidly. The dense storm of bullets fell upon Li Ji like a torrential rain without warning, forcing him to use his hammer to shield his body, only to be interrupted as he fell from the air. Li Ji rolled to dodge the direction of the bullet downpour, raising his hammer to clear a path ahead, and suddenly lunged towards Su Li from the other side. In the provincial shelter, they had long tested and assessed various professions. The gunsmith profession indeed had a strong explosive power. The damage it unleashed was unmatched by any profession except for a few hidden ones. However, the weaknesses of the gunsmith were glaringly obvious. The bullets needed to be purchased with points, and the number of points required to buy bullets could leave one speechless. As the leader of a small shelter, after learning about the points needed for the gunsmith's bullets, he didn't dare let too many of his subordinates switch to gunsmith. The reason was simple: they couldn't afford it. Thus, the gunsmith was generally recognized as a 3-second man, with only 3 seconds of explosive power. Once the bullets were used up, they could only become fish on the chopping block, at the mercy of others. Li Ji raised his hammer in front of him, his expression twisted in pain as he charged into the storm of bullets. Although the hammer blocked most of the bullets, a few stray rounds still found their way into his body. Almost there. Gritting his teeth, Li Ji endured the pain and continued to charge forward against the bullet storm, unable to remember how many bullets Chen Chen had fired by now. But one thing was certain: Chen Chen's bullets should be running out soon. A small shelter leader couldn't possibly have that many bullets. However, why hadn't he reached Chen Chen yet? Logically, the distance should have been enough. Li Ji hesitated for a moment, his expression strange as he looked up, but the next second, he froze in place. "Oh, why aren't you running?" Chen Chen was currently sitting on Xiao Hei's shoulders, having him carry him while he aimed a Gatling gun at the back of Xiao Hei's head, whistling as he shot at Li Ji behind them like a whack-a-mole. It had to be said that this way, the gunsmith's drawbacks were resolved. "As long as I don't let you get close, you'll never hit me." Shameless. Looking at Chen Chen being carried by Xiao Hei, Li Ji angrily cursed, "Scoundrel." Hearing such harmless words, Chen Chen expressionlessly dug at his ears and shrugged. "Do you want to take a look at how your people are doing right now?" At his words, Li Ji instinctively turned his head. He saw that the people he had brought were being slaughtered by Chen Chen's men. To be precise, they were being massacred by the fierce tongues of fire spewing from the mounted machine gun on that armored vehicle. The few two-star professionals were clearly unable to hold out for long under the siege of Ergo and the others. Damn it! Li Ji's face turned red with anger. He regretted only bringing such a small number of people to find Chen Shen. He should have brought more. No! He should have brought everyone. Both sons are dead. The people he brought with him are also on the verge of death. Even he himself is very likely to fall here. It was as if, in an instant, he had fallen from the clouds into the mortal realm, with nothing left. Give me your life. Li Ji forcefully jumped high into the air, leaning back and raising the giant hammer above his head, roaring with a fierce expression, the wrath of the thunder god. The sky changed dramatically, with dark clouds rapidly gathering above the base. The sky visibly darkened in an instant. Several lightning bolts flickered within the dark clouds. A shadow of a hammer, several times larger than the one in Li Ji's hand, appeared behind him. As Li Ji swung his hammer down, that shadow also descended with an unstoppable momentum, crashing down towards Chen Shen. Chen Shen stared at the apocalyptic scene before him, momentarily stunned, muttering, "Are you cheating or what?" He glanced at the Gatling gun in his hand, his mouth twitching involuntarily. Why did it feel like his Gatling was a bit out of place? As a two-star professional, while he was still using a Gatling to shoot birds, how had Li Ji already become the embodiment of the thunder god, ready to end the world? It seemed he needed to quickly get himself some new gear, otherwise, if he kept encountering such freaks, how could he continue to play? As for what to do now, Chen Shen's mouth twitched as he stared at the shadow of the thunder god's hammer, which seemed capable of ending the world. Without any hesitation, he suddenly slapped Little Black on the forehead and shouted, "Urgently, get into the armored vehicle now!" Boom! The shadow of the thunder god's hammer, several times larger, slammed down on the armored vehicle with unstoppable force. Under the tremendous impact, the armored vehicle was flipped over. However, due to the indestructible nature of dropped items, although the armored vehicle was overturned by the shockwave, its surface remained undamaged. With Li Ji's powerful move, the scene instantly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone looked at Li Ji with the eyes of someone gazing at a monster. Was this really the power of a two-star professional? The donkey egg looked a bit bewildered at the big knife in his hand, unable to help but doubt whether he was a genuine two-star professional. Cough, cough. Chen Shen crawled out of the armored vehicle while coughing, looking at Li Ji, who was gasping for breath while leaning on his knees, and couldn't help but exclaim, "That strike of yours is really powerful. I bet there are very few people in this world who can withstand it." Cough, cough. Li Ji suddenly coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he grimaced. It's just a pity that this strike had no effect. He was already at the end of his strength. Chen Shen's bullet storm had caused him considerable damage, but he had been tightly clenching the bullets that had entered his body with his muscles, preventing his wounds from opening. And that wrath of the thunder god was not something he could have used at this stage. Since acquiring this skill, he had never used it even once. This time, he had to push himself to the limit to unleash it. It was just a pity that it had no effect at all. If he had known, he would have aimed it at the group of Ergo. At least he could have killed all of Chen Shen's trusted subordinates, cutting off Chen Shen's arms rather than achieving nothing like now. He couldn't help but feel a bit unwilling. Li Ji glanced sideways at Wang Xian and his son, who were watching from the side, and couldn't help but grimace. If back then, when Chen Shen demanded a ransom over the loudspeaker in the province, he had obediently agreed, would Li Er now be having tea and banter with him in the provincial shelter? If he could have brought more people when leaving the shelter, would he not have fallen to this situation? Who could have predicted that a small shelter would have so many two-star professionals? To know, there aren't many two-star professionals in their provincial shelter, and this outing can be said to have brought out half of the two-star professionals that can be mobilized from within the base. As for the remaining one-star professionals, with such combat power, they wouldn't be of much use. Who says it's of no use at all? Chen Shen curled his lips and reached into the armored vehicle, pulling out a corpse with a dagger stuck in its neck and throwing it on the ground. When the armored vehicle rolled, the dagger pierced your son's neck, killing him on the spot. So your strike was still somewhat useful, at least it gave your son a quick end. Chen Shen clapped his hands, and the Gatling gun reappeared in his grasp, its 10 barrels spinning rapidly. As he aimed at Li Ji and grinned, "I have to say, you really are a tough one. Dying should yield quite a bit of equipment, right? Damn it!" Li Ji's neck bulged with veins as he roared to the sky, forcing his body up with all his strength, raising the large hammer that had fallen to the ground, preparing to charge at Chen Shen again. However, the next second, a storm of bullets composed of nearly 1,000 rounds arrived as expected. Shoo! Chun!
Chen nodded in satisfaction, placing the Gatling gun on the ground, blowing away the smoke swirling around the barrel, and couldn't help but exclaim, I have to say, this thing is really effective. Li Gu. Ergo ran over. Excitedly, still a bit shaken, that Thunder God's fury just now was really something. Are you okay? I'm fine. Chen shook his head, suddenly remembering something, tilted his head, and patted Ergo's shoulder with a friendly encouragement. Well done, Xiao Hei is running much faster than before. Ah. Ergo looked at Li Gu and the still vomiting Xiao Hei in the armored vehicle, a bit confused. He had seen Chen sitting on Xiao Hei's shoulder, aiming the Gatling gun at Xiao Hei's head, but he didn't quite understand why Chen suddenly brought this up. But it could be improved a bit more. It's a bit uncomfortable to sit, and there's no place to secure the Gatling gun on the head, which is a bit inconvenient. Chen put the Gatling gun back into his space and casually said, then walked towards Li Ji's corpse. As the leader of a provincial shelter, it wouldn't make sense if there weren't some good items in his storage space. Improve? Convenient? Ergo pondered over these two words, looking at Xiao Hei in confusion. If he remembered correctly, Xiao Hei should be a person, right? Why did it seem like Li Gu was treating Xiao Hei as a mount? The implication of that statement was to make Xiao Hei more comfortable to sit on and also to have a place to rest the gun on his forehead. That seemed a bit against human ethics, but since Li Gu said it, should he go ahead and do it? Chen excitedly walked to the spot where Li Ji had died, although the storage space had shattered, causing everything inside to fall to the ground. What a pity. Chen shook his head and sighed. If Li Ji had noticed a bit later, he would have gained an extra 3,000 points. If Li Ji hadn't stored the points in the storage card, then the points stored in his personal page would be out of reach for him. Chen had not yet had the chance to examine the fallen items. Wang Ren led Wang Xian to Chen Shen's side, first casting a complex gaze at Li Ji's body. The person he had argued with over tea that morning had now become a corpse, and not even a complete one. He had not participated in the battle just now. Li Xiong, I will take my son and leave first. Wang Ren hesitated for a moment and then said in a deep voice, the provincial shelter was created before the apocalypse broke out. There is only one per province, and it accommodates a considerable number of people. What do you mean? Chen stared at the hesitant Wang Ren with a puzzled expression. It means that the provincial shelter is very likely to retaliate against you, Li Xiong. Wang Ren glanced at the corpses scattered around, his eyebrows involuntarily twitching as he said in a low voice, after all, this time the provincial shelter has taken a complete tumble here with you. It's unlikely they will regain their face without coming after you. Oh? Chen grinned, lifting his foot to kick Li Ji's head away. Your shelter's leader has died at my hands, and you still think you can come for revenge. Li Ji was the head of the provincial shelter before the apocalypse broke out, and after the outbreak, he naturally became the leader of the provincial shelter. However, Li Ji was not the strongest person in the shelter. Nor was he the actual person in power. Wang Ren observed Chen Shen's increasingly serious expression and continued, you can understand that the provincial shelter has not suffered a crippling blow from this defeat, they have merely lost face. And the actual person in power will most likely not let you off, so you need to be extra careful, Li Xiong. Chen narrowed his eyes, looking impatiently at the pile of flesh on the ground. Then who is your actual person in power? After dealing with the minor players, now there was an even bigger one. Just when he thought he had killed the big one, he learned there was an even bigger one behind it. Damn it, it felt like he was playing a nesting doll game. The actual person in power does not have a fixed identity, it often changes. In an environment like the apocalypse, naturally, the strongest becomes the actual person in power. But there is often a nominal person in power. Li Ji was that nominal person. After Li Ji's death, I will most likely become the new nominal person in power. What I can guarantee is that I will not let my people act against you, but if the actual person in power decides to take action against you, I will not be able to relay any messages to you. I hope you can understand this. Wang Ren looked at Chen with a sincere and serious expression. He was worried that Chen would force him to become an insider and relay messages. If that were to happen, even the slightest hint of discovery would lead to him being torn to pieces by the actual person in power. So he had already made up his mind. If Chen had even the slightest intention of making him an insider, he would immediately lead Wang Xian to defect to Chen right then and there, abandoning the provincial shelter and staying in the small house to gather wealth. After all, not being an insider meant living with a knife to his throat, in a dangerous profession of facing 100 enemies alone. He also had to worry that his teammates were not incompetent. Any small mistake could lead to the insider falling into an irretrievable situation. In any case, whoever wanted to be an insider could do so, he would not. I see. Chen Shen's excitement was doused with cold water, and the little thoughts in his heart were instantly extinguished, disappearing without a trace.
Understood, you can leave now. He had no intention of detaining Wang Ren or making him an insider.
Chen Shen frowned, propping his chin with one hand as he gazed into the distance. He now had two matters at hand. One was that the war token was about to be activated, the one obtained from the puzzle. Although he did not know what kind of war it was, since it was a war, it would surely involve bloodshed.
The other matter was the impending retaliation from the provincial shelter in the near future.
If you really decide to take revenge, not to mention the full nest being emptied, at least the number of people heading to the money-collecting hut will definitely be more and stronger than this time.
And
solving these two matters only requires one thing, and that is strength. As long as the strength is strong enough, all problems will scatter like burnt paper scraps in the wind.
Coincidentally, he is not lacking in points right now.
Looking at his nearly 10,000 points, Chen Shen suddenly smiled. If he remembered correctly, he still had 2 chances to purchase from the hidden shop at a 0.1 discount that he hadn't used.
And that piece of equipment seemed to be
something he could afford now. Chen Shen was suddenly attracted by a shiny silver inner armor on the ground and picked it up to check its equipment attributes.
Equipment name, Silver Inner Armor Class Restriction, Gunsmith. Equipment level, 2-star equipment attributes, Strength +3, Agility +3.
Equipment special skill, reduces damage to the body from attacks on the chest by 50%.
Equipment attribute, wearing this inner armor, performing the
act of breaking stones with the chest will definitely earn a round of applause.
Oh.
Chen Shen, with a face full of surprise, picked up this piece of equipment and tucked it into his storage space, a defensive equipment for gunsmiths. It was the first time he had seen one.
He hadn't even seen defensive equipment for gunsmiths at the supply point.
He originally thought that gunsmiths were a class without defensive equipment, but now it seems that it was just that there were no defensive equipment for gunsmiths at the supply point, and killing mutated beasts or zombies still had a chance to drop defensive equipment for gunsmiths.
However, the chance should be very small. Anyway, he hadn't gotten any.
Chen Shen's mouth suddenly stiffened. Because he suddenly realized something, it seemed he hadn't killed zombies for equipment in a long time. It seemed that for some time now, he had been killing people for equipment.
This isn't good.
It's easy for people to say I'm addicted to killing, Chen Shen muttered as he picked up 3 1-star class badges from the pile of dropped items on the ground, nodding in satisfaction. This way, he could have 3 more 2-star professionals. With several major battles approaching, not making complete preparations could easily lead to disaster. The power of that Thunder God's fury today had somewhat shocked him. If he hadn't hidden in the armored vehicle, he might have already been lying in a pool of blood.
Indeed, one cannot underestimate the world.
People like Sword 11 Li Ji are definitely not in the minority. If one becomes complacent and lets down their guard, they absolutely won't
even know how they died.
Chen Shen's resolve to immediately increase his strength became even firmer, and then he returned to searching through the pile of dropped items on the ground.
Li Gu. A cry of alarm came from the entrance of the base.
A survivor was running towards him, panic-stricken, shouting, "A level 3 zombie is heading straight towards us, it's almost at the base entrance."
Level 3 zombie? Chen Shen's brows instantly furrowed into a knot.
"You're late, Chen Shen," he muttered discontentedly, really kills the mood. But it was just as well. He wanted to advance to a 3-star professional, and one of the requirements was to kill a level 3 zombie.
"Are you sure it's a level 3 zombie?" Chen Shen asked in a low voice.
"Li Gu, it's definitely a level 3 zombie. That zombie is almost as tall as a 2-story building, a level 2 zombie can't be that big."
"Then let's go." Chen Shen paused for a moment to think. "Su, are there any bullets left in the armored vehicle?"
"None, Li Gu."
Su poked his head out of the armored vehicle, licking his lips with a face full of dissatisfaction.
"I just gave all the bullets we bought to the group that Li Ji brought."
"I see."
Chen Shen picked up a gentleman's hat from the ground, dusted it off, and walked toward the base entrance. "Su, just drive straight in, everyone else follow me."
Su's mouth twitched, and he didn't speak.
If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have fought with Xiao Hei for it. The armored vehicle definitely wouldn't have been damaged. But it would surely be flipped over, and he hoped he wouldn't end up banging his head inside.
"Don't worry about it."
Ergo, who saw through Su's thoughts, came up to comfort him.
"Don't
forget I'm a doctor, go boldly, and I'll give you free treatment afterward."
Su quickly pulled his head back into the driver's seat, his mouth twitching violently.
He had already decided to protect himself well and not get hurt. He couldn't afford Ergo's treatment.
Suli focused on the level 3 zombie steadily approaching the base entrance.
Its nearly 2-story tall figure held a utility pole, and drool
dripped from the corners of its mouth. As it walked toward the entrance, the asphalt road trembled.
The only flaw of this thing might be its size, it could hit you even with its eyes closed. Go, Su. Chun. Chen waved his hand casually. The next second, an armored vehicle charged toward the level 3 zombie with an unstoppable momentum. Everyone watched expectantly as the armored vehicle approached the zombie. It would be much easier to deal with if they could knock it down. However, the armored vehicle, rushing toward the level 3 zombie with a fierce momentum, came to an abrupt stop in front of the zombie with a dull thud. Only the rapidly spinning wheels indicated that the armored vehicle's stillness was not intentional. The zombie, staggered by the impact, furiously lifted one corner of the armored vehicle, then roared and hurled it away with all its might. The armored vehicle was completely flipped over, rolling a few times before landing in front of Chen. Su struggled to crawl out of the driver's cabin, swaying and looking dazed as if he had just drunk too much. Alright, need shield up. Chen helplessly pulled out a Gatling gun from his storage space, preparing to start shooting. The armored vehicle was still of little use. After all, it was a means of transportation, and it was unrealistic to expect it to have strong lethality, which was a bit disappointing. Meat shield? Who? Ergo and the others looked at each other in confusion, wondering who Ligo meant by meat shield. I'm a doctor. Ergo said seriously, placing the scalpel he held against his chest, clearly stating his identity. I'm just a 1-star professional. Mao proudly planted the long gun he held into the ground. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. As long as I'm a waste, I don't have to bear any responsibility. I'm a patient. Su shook his head in pain, swaying unsteadily in place as if he would fall at any moment. Then everyone turned their gaze to the dazed Lu Dan. I can't be the meat shield, right? Lu Dan, looking bewildered, pointed at himself. He was just a rough man who could wield a big knife. Moreover, he clearly remembered that his profession was a swordsman, so how did he end up as a meat shield? Hurry up! Chen shouted angrily, looking at the increasingly close LV3 zombie. Alright, I'll change my job tomorrow, Lu Dan muttered discontentedly, took a deep breath, and with a burst of energy, shouted. Thunder God slash! Then he suddenly charged forward with his knife towards the LV3 zombie. Before he even reached it, the knife was already swung out. A crescent-shaped blade of light burst forth from the tip of Lu Dan's knife, slicing straight towards the face of the LV3 zombie. Seeing this familiar skill, Ergo was slightly bewildered and poked Mao's waist, asking in confusion, is this skill called Thunder God Slash? It doesn't seem like it, Mao replied uncertainly. At least the power of this skill doesn't match its name. It can't be that just because it has a fancy name, the power will be great, right? Ergo said, looking a bit hesitant. Lu Dan's Thunder God Slash was still effective. Accompanied by a fierce momentum, a significant cut appeared on the face of the LV3 zombie, which was now oozing a thick black substance. In pain, the LV3 zombie roared and raised the utility pole in its hand, smashing it down towards Lu Dan. Lu Dan shouted and dodged the blow, then glanced back at GE's fierce gaze, gritted his teeth, and once again gathered his strength to slash at the LV3 zombie. Seeing that the LV3 zombie's movements were delayed, Chen nodded in satisfaction, and the 10 barrels of his Gatling gun spun rapidly, unleashing a storm of bullets that rained down on the LV3 zombie's body. As bullet after bullet struck the LV3 zombie, its movements began to stiffen. However, the pain only made the zombie angrier as it swung the utility pole at Lu Dan, who was jumping around and occasionally poking it with a toothpick. The extremely enraged LV3 zombie swung the utility pole, leaving deep craters in the street. Thud. With a dull sound, the LV3 zombie knelt down with a wail, but the utility pole in its hand continued to swing, trying to smash the little bug that kept jumping around it. Lu Dan, step back. Chen looked at the incapacitated LV3 zombie with satisfaction and shouted. He had been aiming at the knee of this LV3 zombie, and although the tough skin and thick flesh prevented him from blowing its leg apart, all the bullets had embedded themselves in the zombie's knee. With its legs filled with Chen Gatling gun bullets, it was a miracle that this zombie could still move. After all of a zombie's actions relied on its legs. No matter how strong it was, if its legs couldn't walk, its power couldn't be exerted. Looking at this LV3 zombie, Chen couldn't help but have a surge of thoughts. This level 3 zombie, a nightmare for all survivors, was no different to him than an experienced baby. Although it had immense power, it couldn't withstand the fact that Chen was a gunsmith. As long as someone was entangled with this level 3 zombie, it would never be able to reach Chen. Moreover, with its increasing size, even if Chen shot with his eyes closed, he wouldn't miss. Additionally, the level 3 zombies seemed to have lost one of the most notable characteristics of zombies, their tendency to act in groups. The reason zombies instill fear is fundamentally due to their collective action and their disregard for life and death. A horde of zombies charging at you without care for their lives would terrify any normal person. However, this level 3 zombie lacked that characteristic. It was alone, rushing towards the sounded herd. Even the level 1 and level 2 zombies, who initially intended to join in the fun, retreated to the side, not daring to follow. Chen smiled at the zombie, which could only kneel on the ground, furiously swinging the utility pole in its hands. Such a live target was a gift for a gunsmith. In the next moment, as Chen pulled the trigger, the Gatling gun in his hands roared to life again, unleashing a torrent of bullets towards the level 3 zombie's head. The zombie howled in pain, dropping the utility pole, covering its head with its hands to protect its fatal weakness from exposure to the attack. However, as Chen's tireless Gatling gun continued to fire, the level 3 zombie's hands eventually drooped weakly in front of its chest. Its head was exposed to the barrage of the Gatling gun. With a series of sounds like balloons being popped, the level 3 zombie gradually fell silent, its body collapsing to the ground without support. Ding! Killed one level 3 zombie, reward, 100 points. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Chen let out a sigh of relief, lowering the Gatling gun to lean on the ground, breathing heavily. However, his expression quickly changed as he carefully examined the system prompt in his mind. 100 points? Was he being treated like a beggar? He instantly discarded his previous thoughts. The level 3 zombie had become a point monster for him to farm? Whoever wanted to farm could do so, he was done with it. To kill this level 3 zombie, he had used 2 Gatling battery packs, which converted to at least 1,000 points. Spending 1,000 points just to earn 100 points? Who would want to do such a foolish thing in the future? He certainly wouldn't. However, seeing that he had completed one of the upgrade task requirements in his personal attribute panel in his mind, he felt a bit better. He would consider this as completing the upgrade task. Spending 1,000 points to complete one upgrade task wasn't a loss after all. To advance to a 3-star professional, he only needed to complete 2 more tasks. One was the 2-star professional token. The other was 3,000 points. The task of obtaining 3,000 points wasn't difficult, but the challenge lay in acquiring the 2-star professional token. There was absolutely nothing of the sort for sale at the supply point. The only way to obtain it was by killing level 3 zombies and level 3 mutated beasts. As for the drop rate, only God knew how low it was. Chen even felt that his chances of killing a 3-star professional to obtain this item were higher than killing a level 3 zombie. However, Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. This level 3 zombie had just been killed by him, and it might drop the 2-star professional token. With that thought, Chen excitedly walked towards the corpse of the level 3 zombie lying on the ground. Skill name, Thunder God / class restriction, Swordsman skill level, 3-star skill specialty, in the name of the Thunder God, wield the might of the Thunder God. When using this skill, lightning bursts forth from the user's body, concentrating the power of the Thunder God at the tip of the blade to destroy all enemies. Skill restrictions, 1. For practitioners below 3 stars. It can only be used once a day, and after each use, the user's strength will be completely drained, leaving them unable to fight. 2. For practitioners of 3 stars and above, there will be no side effects after use. Skill Introduction, a very powerful skill, at least it has a grand presence and full special effects. Chen stared at the skill book in front of him, slightly speechless. This was the only item dropped by the LV3 zombie, a skill book with a surprisingly familiar name. It was called Thunder God / It was the skill name that the donkey egg shouted while charging at the LV3 zombie, swinging a small crescent with a roar. Well, that works. A strong subordinate means a strong self. Moreover, Chen recalled the scene of battling Sword 11 and fell silent for a moment, slowly walking towards the donkey egg and tossing the skill book into its arms. You should pick up this skill and learn it. All today's rewards are gone, this is the only one left. After saying that, Chen ignored the donkey egg's reaction and turned to walk towards the center of the square. He still planned to check the dropped items from Li Ji. He hadn't finished looking just now before being interrupted by the LV3 zombie. A leader of a provincial-level shelter couldn't possibly have only this little bit of stuff, right? At the very least, there should be a 3-star drop or something. What is this? The donkey egg, with a blank expression, took the skill book and began to examine it. Although he knew today was another battle against Sword 11 and Li Ji, and he had just fought the LV3 zombie, he had put in a lot of effort from start to finish. He could be considered to have made a significant contribution. But he didn't expect the rewards to be distributed so quickly. And only he received one. Thunder God / The next second, the donkey egg excitedly shouted at the top of his lungs. He pressed the skill book tightly against his eyes, afraid he had misread those few words. He had indeed. Shouted Thunder God / while charging at the LV3 zombie. But he knew that this was not the real name of his skill. He had only seen Lee Ji's Thunder God's Fury and thought it was powerful, grand, and the special effects looked magnificent. On one hand, he was trying to bolster his courage. After all, charging at a LV3 zombie without a bit of bravery was impossible. On the other hand, he truly envied that skill. Although he didn't have it. Couldn't he at least enjoy it verbally? So he charged forward, shouting the name of his self-created skill. He didn't expect that now Lee Gu rewarded him with a skill book, and the name was indeed Thunder God / a 3-star skill. The donkey egg couldn't help but have tears welling up in his eyes. How long had it been? He had been using that small crescent skill for so long. Today, finally, he had upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. He no longer needed to use that skill he had been using since he was a 1-star practitioner. 3-star skill? Is it real? Hearing the donkey egg's loud exclamations, Ergo and the others couldn't help but gather around in shock. Fake, fake, fake. With a smug grin on his face, Donkey Egg smashed the skill book in his hand and directly learned the skill. He didn't give anyone else a chance to touch the skill book. What he could get his hands on was his own. Who knows if this group of brats would snatch his skill book away? If the skill book was taken, Donkey Egg wouldn't have the face to tell Brother Lee that the skill book he gave him was stolen. Seeing Donkey Egg's smug look, Mao couldn't help but scoff, disdainfully saying, "It's just a 3-star skill. Look at you acting all proud. How much more powerful can it be than a 2-star skill?" "Not much." "Not much," Donkey Egg replied, unable to hide his smile, waving his hand in a self-deprecating manner and no longer elaborating. As he leisurely whistled and walked towards the supply point. With the skill Thunder God / Donkey Egg could now be considered a master. A master should naturally have a bit of a master's demeanor. He decided to go to the supply point to buy some items worthy of his status, as well as some gear that matched his skill. At the very least, he couldn't lose face in front of the master crowd. Donkey Egg's face was brimming with pride, and he waved cheerfully at everyone he saw on the way. Showing no airs at all. No matter how strong the skill, it couldn't be just talked about. One day, when a strong enemy arrived at the base, everyone was defeated, even Brother Lee was knocked to the ground, and everyone waited in despair for death to come. But he, Donkey Egg, dressed in a cloak, descended from the sky. Dark clouds gathered above his head, raising his sword high, lightning gathered at the tip of his blade. With a roar of Thunder God / he struck the enemy down in one blow. He turned the tide and supported the crumbling building, becoming the savior of the crowd. Everyone looked at Donkey Egg with admiration. By then, even Sue's cheap mistress might be so enchanted by him that she would fall at his feet, throwing herself at him. Thinking of this, Donkey Egg felt as if he was floating while walking, his head held high, unable to hide his pride. He eagerly hoped for a powerful enemy to attack the base. "Hey!" Donkey Egg proudly stopped a passing survivor and said in a deep voice. "From now on, when you go out, be a bit more showy, got it?" "Ha?" The stopped survivor looked confused. It was the first time he had seen a high-ranking member of a faction instructing his subordinates to be more showy when going out. He had heard to be low-key so many times that he wasn't quite used to being told to show off. If he didn't know Donkey Egg, he might have suspected that Donkey Egg was an undercover agent sent from the neighboring shelter. "What I mean is, don't be afraid when you go out, understand? If you run into other survivors and they annoy you, just beat them up. If asked, just say you're from the wealth-gathering hut, and if they don't believe you, tell them to go back and find someone to take revenge on the wealth-gathering hut. No matter who it is, I'll take care of it for you, got it?" After saying this, Donkey Egg didn't care about the survivor's confused reaction, nodded in satisfaction, and walked towards the supply point, whistling. Equipment name: Two-handed hammer. Class restriction: Hammer Master. Equipment level: 3-star equipment. Equipment attributes: Strength +6. Agility +5. Stamina +5. Equipment special skills: 1. Can gather all body strength to deliver a fatal blow, unleashing double the power. 2. Skull crushing technique: as long as it hits the enemy's head, there is a certain chance to cause forced dizziness. Equipment description: I really look forward to this equipment falling into the hands of a little lowly. That kind of contrast will definitely excite the audience to the extreme. After rummaging through all of Lee's dropped items, Chen ultimately confirmed one thing helplessly. The apparent ruler of this provincial shelter was indeed very poor, so poor that he only had one 3-star equipment, which was the big hammer he used himself. Moreover, there was a class restriction: only hammer masters could use it. He had never seen the option of Hammer Master among the transferable professions at the supply point, so it was clear that this was another hidden profession. The problem was that he didn't know how to become a profession changer. After all, his current profession was still one of the 7 basic professions at the supply point, a gunsmith. Ergu, come here. Chen Shen waved his hand at Ergu, who was passing by, with an unhappy expression. Go investigate if anyone in the base has the profession of hammermaster. He didn't hold out much hope that there would be someone in the base with the profession of hammermaster. After all, it was a hidden profession. If such hidden professions could appear among the survivors in his base, then wouldn't they be a bit too common? But after all, this was a piece of 3-star equipment. And it was one of the stronger items among the 3-star equipment. Just tossing it into the storage space to gather dust felt a bit unsatisfactory. Hammer Master? Erga's expression was a bit strange, his eyebrows raised playfully. Xiao Chan's profession is Hammermaster. Shen Shen was taken aback. Xiao Chan? He certainly remembered that girl. She had washed his feet once, but they hadn't exchanged much conversation. He hadn't expected that her profession would actually be Hammermaster. He remembered Xiao Chan's height was just up to his shoulder, around 1.60 meters. Thinking of the skill description on that big hammer, Chen Shen couldn't help but twitch his mouth, feeling as if it had all been arranged. After a moment of silence, Chen Shen still said in a deep voice, "Go tell Xiao Chan to come to my room tonight." "Ah, okay, no problem." Ergu, after being momentarily stunned, quickly nodded in response, looking serious as if he hadn't thought of anything else. Xiao Chan is about to rise in status. Seeing Ergu's obviously misguided expression, Chen Shen waved his hand, too lazy to explain. "By the way, Li Gu, this is the equipment dropped by the group brought by Li Ji, it's all here." Seeing Li Gu preparing to leave, Ergu hurriedly added, "Take it down and divide it among yourselves." Chen Shen waved his hand impatiently. Even Li Ji didn't have anything good, so this group certainly didn't have anything valuable. "Ah, okay." Ergu murmured in response, his eyes blank. Li Ji's ambitions were getting bigger. He didn't even care about 3-star equipment anymore, letting them divide it themselves. The next moment, Ergu suddenly grinned. Since Li Gu didn't want that 3-star equipment, he could keep it for himself. After sending Ergu away, Chen Shen headed straight for the supply point. He was a bit disappointed with the items dropped by Li Ji, aside from that 2-star inner armor, which was somewhat useful to him. There was nothing else that suited him. But the one thing that didn't disappoint him was the nearly 10,000 points in his pocket. The war order in his hand was about to be activated, and Chen's desire to increase his strength grew even more urgent. The necessary Gatling battery pack had to be bought. The equipment in the hidden shop also had to be purchased. Moreover, he needed to keep 3,000 points, just in case he got a 2-star profession token in the next couple of days. It would be a real loss if he couldn't upgrade to a 3-star profession due to lack of points. He also needed to keep 500 points to help Xiao Chan upgrade to a 2-star profession. Otherwise, a 1-star professional wouldn't be able to unleash the power of 3-star equipment. Lost in thought, Chen Shen couldn't help but raise his finger to rub his temple, feeling a bit of a headache. Thinking about it, why did it feel like the points were still a bit insufficient? Should he bind Wang Xin again? After all, his father paid the ransom quite readily and seemed to be quite wealthy. Chen Shen was no longer delayed by events and quickly walked to the supply point, opening the hidden shop. His eyes swiftly searched the hidden shop, and then his gaze landed on a piece of equipment, causing him to smile. Equipment name, shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. Class restriction, gunsmith. Equipment level, 5-star equipment. Equipment attributes, strength +10, stamina +8, agility +5. Equipment effect, 4 shots per minute. At full firing speed, rockets must be purchased separately from the shop. Each rocket, if it hits the head, is enough to kill a level 2 zombie in one shot. Special equipment skill, damage inflicted on enemies cannot be recovered. Equipment description, this thing is very powerful, but its drawbacks are also obvious. The points earned from killing 10 level 2 zombies are only enough to buy one rocket. Equipment price, 400,000 points. This is a very powerful weapon, capable of killing level 2 zombies in one shot, and it will also inflict significant damage on level 3 zombies. But at the same time, it is an extremely useless weapon. First of all, the price is as high as 400,000 points. Chen Shen often doubts whether anyone could afford it even if the items in the hidden shop appeared in a regular shop. A full 400,000 points, calculated based on earning 10 points for killing one level 2 zombie, requires killing 40,000 level 2 zombies. There might only be about 40,000 level 2 zombies in the entire West Saddle City, and most importantly, who would buy this weapon if they had the ability to kill 40,000 level 2 zombies? But Chen Shen did not hesitate to buy this weapon on the spot. He still had 2 chances to purchase at a 90% discount, and this time he used one, buying the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher for only 4,000 points. Chen Shen excitedly examined the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher and then headed straight to the grocery store. For others, this equipment could be said to be the most useless of all. After all, the power of a single rocket is only enough to kill one level 2 zombie. And purchasing one rocket requires 100 points. Killing one level 2 zombie only yields 10 points. No matter how you calculate it, this is something that loses money with every shot. It can only be used in desperate situations or as a means of intimidation. But in Chen Shen's hands, it was different. It could be used like a regular weapon. Using an intimidation weapon as a regular weapon is a terrifying thing. An atomic bomb originally used for intimidation could suddenly be used like a bullet one day. The scene is unimaginable. Chen Shen, with excitement and narrowed pupils, opened the grocery store. He was also taking a gamble. He didn't know the success rate, but if he succeeded, then he wouldn't have to worry about the retaliation from the provincial shelter or that damn war token anymore. Chen Shen quickly flipped to a page and found an item, checking its attributes with slight excitement. Equipment name, Fusion Order. Equipment level, 3-star professional equipment. Equipment attributes, none. Equipment effect, 1, confuse 2 pieces of equipment of the same profession into one, with the equipment level being the lowest of the two, and a perfection rate of 90%. 2, confuse 2 pieces of equipment of different professions into one, with the equipment level being random and the perfection rate being random. Equipment description, someone once fused a sword and a knife into a scythe. Equipment price, 2,000 points. Chen Shen bought the fusion order without any hesitation. He had seen this equipment the last time he opened the grocery store. This equipment might not have a high cost-performance ratio for others. A full 2,000 points to gamble on an unknown possibility, no one would choose to do that. Even seasoned gamblers like Ergo wouldn't do it. But this piece of equipment perfectly suited Chen Shen. The next moment, Chen Shen directly took out the 5-star Gatling gun from his storage space and placed it on the ground alongside the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher, smashing the fusion token in his hand. A flash of white light flickered. When Chen Shen slowly opened his eyes, the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher had disappeared, leaving only the Gatling gun still in place. This Gatling gun looked significantly different from before. The biggest change was the 10 gun barrels. The barrels, which were originally the thickness of a baby's arm, had now transformed into barrels as thick as an adult man's arm or even thicker. Chen Shen, with an excited expression and sparkling eyes, picked up the Gatling gun again, admiring it lovingly for a moment before checking its equipment attributes. Equipment name, Gatling Cannon. Equipment restriction, exclusive to Chen Shen. Equipment level, 5-star equipment. Equipment attributes, strength plus 10, stamina plus 8, agility plus 7. Equipment effect, can fire 6,000 rocket shells per minute, requires additional purchase of Gatling battery packs. Equipment special skills, 1, no recoil, the barrels do not heat up, theoretically can maintain combat status indefinitely. 2, enemies hit by the Gatling cannon cannot recover from their injuries. 3, infinite cannon. Equipment introduction, ridiculous, I'm tired of saying it. Theoretically, as long as you have enough points, you can destroy this world right now. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Chen Shen's wild laughter echoed within the supply point. With this weapon, he even hoped that the provincial shelter would send someone to take revenge on him immediately. He was almost impatient for a fireworks display of 6,000 cannon shells. However, just as Chen Shen was excitedly admiring this deadly Gatling gun in his hand, a system prompt suddenly rang in his ears. Congratulations player Chen Shen, you have become the first player in the world to possess an exclusive weapon, unlocking the achievement, first exclusive weapon acquirer in the world, reward, a wall model. Detected that the player is in a supply point, the achievement has been automatically recorded in the achievement leaderboard. Leaderboard entry rewards 3,000 points. This system voice rang in Chen Shen's ears 3 times, causing him to pause for a moment in his excitement before realizing this was a new global achievement unlocked. The last global achievement he obtained was the first global kill, and he didn't expect to receive another global achievement after such a long time. The reward of 3,000 points was better than nothing. With these 3,000 points, he now had over 6,000 points. He had spent a total of 6,000 points earlier and received 3,000 points as a reward, which was equivalent to getting back half of his investment. Suddenly, he realized that he seemed to have enough points. But what did this reward of a wall model mean? Chen Shen furrowed his brows slightly and took out a wall model from his storage space to examine it closely. The next moment, he couldn't help but instinctively open his mouth wide. This reward was outrageous. Item name, wall. Item level, special equipment.
Item special skill. After selecting a center point, a 10-meter high city wall can be raised at the edge of a 5-kilometer radius.
Item description. This is what it means. To claim land, as long as you have enclosed it, this piece of land is your territory.
Chen Shen stared blankly at the model in front of him.
5 kilometers? A 10-meter high wall? 1 kilometer is 1,000 meters, so a 5-kilometer radius is 25 square kilometers. Isn't this a bit too large? It's equivalent to claiming half of Xian City as his territory.
With just a few underlings, it's impossible to manage such a large area.
The corners of
Chen's mouth twitched unconsciously. It felt like he was being forced to gather a population. However, he indeed needed some population. The more people he had, the more rent he would earn daily, which would lead to a steady stream of
points.
Without a stable source of income, he would eventually run out of resources. He casually stored the wall model in his storage space, bought 6 Gatling battery packs, then stepped out of the supply point, stretched while looking up at the ceiling of the cell, and couldn't help but exclaim that today was really a nice day. Chen Shen walked to the center of the square with his hands behind his back, whistling. A survivor who noticed him couldn't help but rub his eyes and look again. Was Li Gu actually whistling?
Damn it, God is showing mercy. He actually got to see Li Gu in a good mood in his lifetime. He always thought that if Li Gu didn't kill anyone one day, it meant he was in a good mood. You, come here.
Chen Shen caught sight of the survivor who was frozen in place and waved him over casually.
From now on, be a bit more arrogant when you go out. If you see someone you don't like, go beat them up. If you see a good treasure, go grab it. Don't be afraid of causing trouble. When things are unstable, let them come to the money-making hut to find me. No matter who it is, no matter what it is, I'll take the blame for you. Got it? Got it, got it, got it. The survivor, who was stopped by Chen Shen, couldn't help but feel his eyes redden, excitedly nodding.
Just now, Brother Donkey inexplicably stopped him, telling him to be more arrogant when
he went out.
He thought Brother Donkey had drunk fake alcohol. Now Li Gu also stopped him, telling him to be more arrogant. With both big shots of the base specifically looking out for him, how far was he from rising to prominence? It seemed he needed to ask his sister when he got back, which big shot of the base she had hooked up with, to have both Li Gu and Brother Donkey looking out for him, making him their support. After waving the survivor away, Chen's expression calmed down, and seeing that it was getting late, he prepared to go back to his room to rest. The main reason he spoke to that survivor like that was that he was feeling restless. The thought of 6,000 rounds of artillery bombardment alone should have him trembling with excitement. He was now looking forward to someone foolish enough to jump out and provoke him. Then he would give them a bath with 6,000 rockets. Lost in thought, Chen Shen couldn't help but yawn. Today he had fought with Jian Shi, then with Li Ji, and even chopped up a level 3 zombie. Even Chen Shen couldn't help but feel a bit mentally exhausted at this moment. Stretching as he walked toward his room. What are you doing? Chen Shen's expression was serious, his voice harsh as he stared at Xiao Chan in his room, the desert eagle that had always been used as a cane now slightly raised, pointing at Xiao Chan. At this moment, Xiao Chan, wrapped in thin gauze, curled up on the sofa, her body partially visible under the moonlight, looking particularly alluring. Ergo gu, Xiao Chan bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before softly saying, You said you wanted me to come keep you company tonight, so I came. Chen Shen speechlessly took off his white tailcoat and threw it on the sofa, sternly saying, Put it on. Ergo has been a bit unruly lately, he needs to be dealt with tomorrow. After a few days without a beating, he thinks he can handle it again. Xiao Chan looked at the tailcoat thrown on the sofa, her head down, her small hands tightly clutching the thin gauze that barely covered her thighs, her voice as soft as a fly. Li Gu, Ergo didn't force me, I am willing. I said put it on, Chen Shen said impatiently, his tone sharp. Xiao Chan bit her lip, mustered her courage, and looked up at Chen Shen, only to find not a struggle to endure but a face full of impatience. She froze for a moment, feeling insecure about her own physical charm for the first time. Li Gu, I am clean, no one has touched me. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chan blushed and covered her head in her arms, speaking softly. Chen Shen, furious yet mocking, walked straight to the sofa, stopping in front of Xiao Chan, raising the desert eagle to her forehead. What did you say? Nothing. Feeling the hard object pressing against her forehead, Xiao Chan lowered her head, carefully distinguishing the sensation for a moment before wrapping the white tailcoat around herself, curling up on the sofa, too afraid to lift her head. Lift your head and look at me, Chen Shen said sternly, his expression displeased. At this moment, he began to doubt his choice. Could Xiao Chan really use the 3-star weapon he had given her well enough to fight for him? With her delicate personality, could she really battle zombies and humans? He stared into her slightly reddened eyes and said in a deep voice, Is your profession a hammer master? Yes, Xiao Chan glanced at Chen Shen, then quickly lowered
her head again like a startled rabbit. Do you want to fight zombies? Do you want to become strong? Chen Shen struggled to come up with a couple of dry motivational phrases, feeling extremely awkward himself. For the first time, he thought this kind of task should be left to Sue, not him. He was more suited for killing. Xiao Chan did not respond, still burying her head in her arms, curling up on the sofa, appearing particularly fragile under the moonlight. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. After a moment of silence, Chen Shen decided to speak like a robot and finish what he had to say, letting the cursed motivational speech go to hell. If she didn't agree, she could die. I have a 3-star hammer equipped, but it's only for hammer masters. If you are willing, I can give you this weapon along with 500 points and a 1-star profession token to elevate you to a 2-star professional. But in return, you need to fight for me. That is, like Ergo and the others, become my subordinate. Do you understand? Chen Shen finished all his words in one breath, not caring about anything else, staring intently at Xiao Chan, waiting for her response. Indeed, this kind of work was not suitable for him. Xiao Chan curled up in the corner of the sofa, hugging her head, not speaking immediately, only wrapping the tailcoat around herself a little tighter. Winter was approaching, and the weather was gradually getting colder. After a while, Xiao Chan's soft yet determined voice, tinged with a hint of joy, finally came through. If it's to fight for Li Gu, Xiao Chan is willing. Chen Shen stared intently at Xiao Chan, remaining silent. He felt something was odd about her words. What did she mean by saying she would fight if it was for Li Gu? In the apocalypse, having the chance to increase one's strength was surely a blessing, so why did Xiao Chan sound so reluctant? Chen Shen shook his head, clearing the strange thoughts from his mind. Regardless, at least the outcome met his expectations. Otherwise, this 3-star weapon would just gather dust in his storage space, which would be a waste. This is 500 points and a professional badge, along with this big hammer, Chen Shen said, frowning as he looked at Xiao Chan, who was wrapped in thin gauze and wearing a white tailcoat. His expression dissatisfied. Take it to advance to a 2-star professional, and return the clothes to me tomorrow morning. Okay. Xiao Chan hugged the professional badge and the big hammer, her voice barely audible as she squeezed it out from her throat. Her face flushed red as she draped the tailcoat over herself, lowered her head, and jumped off the sofa, running towards the door. Chen Shen watched the back of Xiao Chan, who was carrying a hammer twice her size, with a strange expression. He was a bit skeptical about whether Xiao Chan could really make good use of that weapon. He had also forgotten to ask her how she obtained that hidden profession. Forget it, he would ask next time. Chen shook his head, lay back on the sofa, pulled down the curtains to wrap himself in them, and closed his eyes. He had forgotten to buy himself a comfortable blanket. He needed to remember this for tomorrow. 6 days later, early morning. In the center square of the money-making hut, Chen Shen stood seriously in the middle of the square, scanning the crowd of Ergo in front of him, and said in a deep voice, "How is everyone prepared?" "Li Gu, everything is fine," Lu Dan said confidently, patting his chest, and declared firmly, "But Li Gu, you keep saying there's a war today. Who are we fighting? Is it those bastards from the provincial shelter? Li Gu, you don't need to take action, just let me handle it. I can take them all down by myself." Ever since he got the Thunder God slash last time, he had been itching to find someone to chop, but unfortunately, in the past 6 days, no one had come looking for trouble. The provincial shelter that said they would take revenge hadn't even sent out a single announcement, as if they had given up without a fight. It had been bothering him for a long time. Lu Dan excitedly took the knife off his shoulder, stuck it into the ground, and looked at Chen Shen with anticipation in his eyes. Chen Shen remained silent, looking down at the time, then turned to the others. "Li Gu, don't worry," Ergo said, meeting Chen Shen's gaze, his expression serious and devoid of any playful demeanor. "In these 6 days, my strength has increased quite a bit, and I've learned a very interesting skill. I can basically handle 3 ordinary 2-star professionals at the same time without any problem." Ever since he had Xiao Chan go to find Chen Shen in thin gauze, and then got beaten up by Chen Shen the next day, he had been much more obedient. He no longer spoke with a playful tone. Every morning he would go out, and every night return to the base, killing zombies for a full 6 days. The zombies in the area near the base had almost been wiped out by them in these days. Although he didn't know which faction they would go to war with, one thing was certain. Being strong could help one die slower. "Li Gu, I've also advanced to a 2-star professional," Mao said solemnly. A few days ago, Li Gu had rewarded him with a 1-star professional badge, allowing him to advance to a 2-star professional now. As for his strength, he didn't dare to boast. But taking down Ergo should be no problem. Could a healer with a scalpel really think they had combat power? Even if that scalpel was exaggeratedly long, about 30 centimeters. Li Gu, don't look at me, Su, who was hiding at the back of the crowd, said with an awkward smile, raising his hand to point at his head. I rely on my brain to make a living, my intellect is my strongest combat power. Chen Chen squinted as he assessed Ergo and the others. He didn't know when it had started, but suddenly some of his own people had appeared around him, forming his own crew. Regardless of the reasons they followed him, whether they had seen the light or not, as long as he knew this group was willing to fight for him, that was enough. Shen Shen didn't give a pre-war speech, he knew he wasn't suited for that. In the next moment, a token-like object abruptly appeared in Chen Shen's hand. Equipment name, War Token. Status, can be activated. Chen Shen toyed with the war token in his hand, a strange smile spreading across his face. Audience? Betting? Interesting. Without much hesitation, he smashed the token. A black light burst forth from the token, shooting up into the sky like a pillar, seemingly endless. At the same time, a deafening system voice echoed in the ears of everyone around the globe. Global announcement player Chun Chen has activated the war token, searching for a battle planet to ensure balance, a planet that has also activated the Doomsday Online game on the same day as the Azure planet has been found. Weian Planet War with Weian Planet is now commencing. This war will last for 3 days. Nearly 100,000 spatial vortices will randomly appear around the globe. Stepping into these vortices will allow you to attack Weian Planet, and similarly, Weian Planet can attack Azure Planet through the spatial vortices. At the same time, the global invasion point leaderboard is now open. Killing a 1-star native of Weian Planet rewards 1 invasion point. Killing a 2-star native of Weian Planet rewards 10 invasion points. Killing a 3-star native of Weian Planet rewards 100 invasion points. Destroying a shelter will reward between 500 to 10,000 invasion points, depending on the strength of the shelter. At the end of the war, invasion points can be exchanged for rare items not available in supply points. Additionally, the top 3 on the leaderboard will receive extra special rewards at the end of the war. The war will officially begin in 2 hours. Good. Everyone on the scene was stunned into silence by the system voice. This was the longest and loudest system broadcast they had ever heard. As if afraid they wouldn't hear it, it was also reiterated in text on a virtual panel in front of them. Ergo stared at Chun Chen in shock, completely bewildered. A few days ago, he had heard Chen Chen say there would be a war today. He had thought it would be an attack on a shelter, but instead, Li Gu had directly initiated a global war, declaring war on another planet. Sorry, my perspective was too narrow. Listening to the broadcast, Chen Shen's expression fluctuated as he gripped his staff and tapped it on the ground. He had been deceived. He had thought it would be a team battle or a wheel battle. In short, it should have been a war against a small team. Instead, it was a global war. Damn it, a war token that could initiate a global war, and they called it a 3-star equipment? What a joke. In 2 hours, this global war would officially begin. He needed to prepare some things. Wait. Chen Shen suddenly couldn't help but grin. He remembered something. Perhaps it would make this global war a bit more interesting. Li Gu, do we need to do something now? Ergo looked completely bewildered, like a headless fly. If it were a declaration of war against a provincial shelter, he would know what to do. If it were about annexing other shelters, he would also know what to do. But now, declaring war directly on a planet left him a bit lost. He didn't even know whether the planet's natives were human or some other bizarre creatures. Go to the supply point and spend all the points you have, don't save any for yourself. Chen Chen tightened his tailcoat, his eyes filled with a strange meaning. Even if you really want to save, go buy a storage card and put the points on it. Don't die, or the points will be wasted. Li Gu, how about we buy some landmines at the supply point? Su Mao stroked his chin and looked up at Chen Chen. Then we can bury the landmines outside the spatial vortex, and when the people from that planet come through the vortex to our planet, they'll step on the landmines and get blown up. He remembered the last landmine Li Gu bought had quite a bit of power. There were some drawbacks, but they were not insurmountable. Waiting for the rabbit to come to the tree was exactly what he wanted. That won't work. Mao shot Su Mao a disdainful glance and excitedly proposed a plan. The biggest flaw in your plan is that the cost and reward are not proportional. How many points does one landmine require, and how many invasion points do you get for killing a 1-star professional from another planet? And no one knows the actual value of invasion points. This plan is too risky. I suggest that the moment the spatial vortex arrives, we all surround it. Then we don't go anywhere. If someone comes out of the vortex, we kill them. Mao excitedly raised his hand and made a slashing motion. You guys are being too unrealistic. Ergo facepalmed, speechless. This group really dared to think, as if they were playing whack-a-mole here. First of all, we don't know the enemy's strength. What if we block it and can't fight back? Have you thought about that? Mao pouted in dissatisfaction. Isn't Li Gu here? With Li Gu around, who can we not defeat? You Ergo, furious yet laughing, pointed at Mao, momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly couldn't say that Li Gu wasn't omnipotent. Although he thought that way, he couldn't say it out loud. Chen Shan raised his arm to check the time, ignoring Ergo and the others' suggestions. After pondering for a moment, he asked, how many survivors do we have in the base now? There are still over 30, right? We haven't brought in new ones in the past few days, it's still the original batch of survivors. Ergo replied. He had always been responsible for the population statistics of the base since he collected the rent every day. Why are there only 30? Chen Shen frowned slightly. He remembered that including the original survivors and the batch Su Mao brought back, there were over 50. How could there only be 30 now? After exchanging glances, Ergo smiled bitterly and met Chen Shen's accusatory gaze. Well, during the battle in the base, some of the less capable survivors died. He had always thought Li Gu knew about this. It turned out that after so many people died in the last battle, Li Gu didn't even know. After the battle, didn't Li Gu notice that there were many familiar corpses in the square? Is this everyone? Everyone. You didn't count the people from the director, did you? Chen Shen suddenly remembered there was a mental hospital in his backyard. Forget it. Ergo helplessly patted his head, not understanding why Li Gu suddenly decided to conduct a census at this moment. The patients under the director's group have basically all died by now. So it's just the director and a few doctors under him left. Dead? Chen Shan recalled the director's method of treating patients, and it seemed reasonable to him. After a moment of silence, he looked at Xiao He. How many people can the armored vehicle hold at most? He had an extremely crazy plan in his mind. So crazy that just thinking about it made him tremble with excitement. It can hold up to 20 people, Xiao He thought for a moment and gave an accurate answer. 20 people? Chen Shen was a bit dissatisfied with this answer, and after pondering for a moment with a displeased expression, he asked, can people sit on the roof of the vehicle? They can, but it won't provide any protection. Xiao He hesitated for a moment. I see, then that's fine. Chen Shen's eyes were filled with barely contained excitement as he raised his cane. Gather all the survivors in the square and get them all into the armored vehicle. Got it. Su Mao had a look of understanding between his brows and couldn't help but clasp his hands in admiration, saying, Li Gu is planning to conduct guerrilla warfare. Enemy advances, we retreat. Enemy camps, we disturb. Enemy tires, we strike. Enemy flees, we pursue. As expected of Li Gu, with this plan, as long as we hide in the armored vehicle and don't show our heads, we can say we're as steady as an old dog. Guerrilla warfare? Chen Shen smiled slightly. That's not my style. Everyone go prepare. When the spatial vortex officially arrives in 2 hours, everyone gets into the armored vehicle and charges into the vortex, heading straight for that damn Weiyang planet. Since we're going to be invaders, being timid won't accomplish anything. Charge in? Ergo couldn't help but slowly open his mouth, unable to close it for a long time, muttering in disbelief. That's facing the power of a planet head-on. Isn't that going to get people killed? Hearing Li Ji's grand plan, Mao's mouth twitched madly at the side, unable to suppress his inner curses. Damn it, this is more than just getting people killed. This is going straight to the grave. Dying in the armored vehicle, and conveniently being buried on the spot. How convenient. I haven't even found a wife yet, nor have I had a chubby son. Everyone's going? Su Mao frowned and thought for a moment, hesitating before stammering, but some survivors have no combat ability. Won't they just hold us back if they go? Everyone going means even Hongyang has to go with them. But Hongyang has no combat ability, and participating in such a dangerous operation has a high chance of dying far from home on that so-called Weiyang planet. Everyone goes. Chen Shen slightly squinted his eyes and looked up at the rising sun in the sky. After we leave, they have no combat ability and will easily die at the hands of the invaders. Rather than letting them die, it's better to let them die on the path of charging and invading, instead of cowardly staying at home, having their heads chopped off by the invaders. The most important thing is that I don't want you to have any worries. Chen Shen suddenly grinned. Now you don't have to worry about the enemy attacking our rear base. Your beloved woman being pinned down by invaders. In the base, struggling with tears on her face, begging for a futile resistance that would only add to the excitement. And you are powerless to rescue your beloved woman. Su remained silent, not daring to look up at Chen Shen. The tone of Li Ji's words was heavy with hostility. To put it more bluntly, this whole passage was as if he was pointing a finger at him. He was the only one in the entire base with a woman. Li Gu was clearly dissatisfied with him. This was understandable. No one in power would like a subordinate who was unwilling to even mention their profession. Su turned his head away in silence, not speaking again. But who knew he also had his own troubles that he couldn't voice. Once he spoke out, he might die. All right. Chen Shen licked his dry lips, excitedly clapping his hands, a smile of utmost excitement spreading across his face. Why does everyone look so worried? Think about it, we are about to travel to other planets, witness the history of a planet, and become a part of that history. Go make friends with some strangers. Isn't that enough to get people excited? Everyone smile. After exchanging glances, Ergo and the others forced a smile. Good, that's much better. Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction and turned to walk towards the office building. I need to rest for a while. Before the great battle, I must be in good spirits. Gather in the square in an hour and a half. By the way. Halfway there, Chen Shen suddenly turned his head and smiled at Ergo and the others. I don't want to hear someone tell me in an hour and a half that a certain survivor has suddenly gone missing. He then walked towards the office building with an excited stride. Su's face was dark and stiff as he stood there, silent. What's wrong with you? Xiao Hei looked around at the downcast expressions on everyone's faces. Why does everyone look like they're about to pass out? We really are about to pass out. Ergo sat down, dejectedly, propping his chin with his hand, his gaze vacant. I'm just a doctor. My father's greatest expectation for me in this life was to become a glorious doctor and serve the people. And I perfectly fulfilled my father's expectation, not only becoming a glorious doctor serving the people but also having my own clinic. Everything was going smoothly, on the right track. How did it suddenly turn into being an invader? My father never mentioned wanting me to become an invader when he left. Ergo's gaze was vacant as he looked at Xiao Hei, feeling a bit at a loss. Even if it's being an invader, it should at least have some fighting power, right? Relying on 30 people to invade an entire planet, is that even called an invader? Maybe Li Gu has some follow-up plans he hasn't told us about. Lu Dan hesitated for a moment and spoke in a tone he himself didn't believe. He had been hoping for a strong enemy to appear these days so he could use his thunder god slash. But he absolutely didn't expect the enemy to be an entire planet. He didn't think his thunder god slash could split a planet in half. Follow-up plans? Ergo shook his head in denial. There are no follow-up plans. Once we step onto that planet, all plans have turned into empty talk. What remains is only war, and still war. Those not of our kind must have different hearts. Even without this game rule, when we step onto someone else's planet, all we can expect is war, with no other possibilities. What should we do? Then? Su frowned in thought. He hadn't anticipated that Li Gu would play such a big game this time. Declaring war on a planet on behalf of the blue planet. It's likely that there are many people cursing Li Gu in every corner of the world. After all, no one looks forward to war. Especially when one is barely surviving under the siege of zombies and mutated beasts, only to face a powerful enemy. What else can we do? Ergo stood up and shook his head. Go get some supplies and prepare some life-saving gear. We can't really die in a foreign land, can we? Everyone, get your spirits up. Hey, Ergo dragged out a long sound, curiously looking at Mao, who was standing there silently. You've been quiet, what are you pondering? You tell me. Mao stroked his chin and thought, is it possible to have a baby within 2 hours? He wasn't afraid of death. He was just afraid that he wouldn't have a child before he died, letting his family line end with him. Ergo couldn't help but twitch his mouth, not responding immediately. After a moment, he looked seriously at Mao and said, you could take this 2 hours to let loose a bit, so you won't regret being a virgin before you die. Get lost. Li Dan shouted angrily, if you can't speak, just sew your mouth shut, I won't die even if you do. Ha ha ha. Ergo laughed a bit without responding, turned to walk towards the supply point, and waved his hand. Good luck to everyone. With only 30 people, and fewer than 10 with combat capability, to invade a planet with this scale, it would be more accurate to say it's a death wish rather than an invasion. A shadow loomed over everyone's hearts. No one could face death calmly. But not a single person raised an objection or refused to participate in this operation. Chen Shen did not return to the office building to rest immediately. Instead, he went to the supply point. There were still 3,123 points. Looking at his points balance, Chen Shen smiled. The points were enough. Originally reserved for transitioning to a 3-star profession and dealing with emergencies. But now it seemed there were more important things that needed points. Without much hesitation, Chen Shen spent all 3,000 points to purchase Gatling battery packs, buying a total of 6. Along with the 6 Gatling battery packs he bought last time, he now had a total of 12 Gatling battery packs. Enough. To keep the Gatling cannon firing for 12 minutes. Firing 6,000 rockets per minute, that totals 72,000 rockets in 12 minutes. Shen couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. That would definitely be a beautiful fireworks display. He hoped the friends on Weiyang Planet would enjoy this show. He didn't waste the remaining 123 points either. He went to the miscellaneous shop and bought 10 cloud-piercing arrows. Equipment name: Cloud-piercing arrow. Equipment level: 1 star. Equipment restrictions: one-time consumable. Equipment effect: after use, it can launch a cloud-piercing arrow into the sky, visible within a 5-mile radius. Equipment description: a cloud-piercing arrow, for when thousands of troops come to meet you, if you enjoy the scene of tens of thousands of zombies excitedly rushing towards you. Selling points: 1 arrow/10 points. After using the remaining scattered points to buy some trinkets at the grocery store, Shen nodded in satisfaction, left the supply point, and slipped into the office building to lie on the sofa. This time, the fireworks were indeed something to look forward to. The countdown to the start of the global war has 3 seconds remaining. 3, 2, 1. Officially starting, 100,000 spatial vortices have descended. Shen, with an excited expression, climbed into the passenger seat of the armored vehicle. Let's go find the nearest spatial vortex. Xiao Hei pointed blankly to the side. Is that a vortex at the entrance of the base? Shen focused and looked over. A vortex, about 3 stories high and entirely blue and white, was slowly rotating at the entrance of the base. It was exceptionally conspicuous. It really is true that when you're sleepy, someone brings you a pillow. Shen excitedly pointed to the side and ordered, turn around, charge over. Let the people of this planet enjoy the fireworks from the money-making hut. Su couldn't help but twitch his lips, suppressing the urge to complain, and turned to look the other way. Is this what they call someone bringing a pillow when you're sleepy? This was clearly like just standing on the rooftop and seeing a group of people downstairs banging drums and gongs while carrying a coffin, just waiting for the people above to jump down. Xiao Hei gritted his teeth, controlled the vehicle to turn around, and headed straight for the vortex. Hold on tight. There was no time-space tunnel. Nor did they experience a long passage of time. Shen only felt a dazzling flash in front of him, and the next second he found himself in this world for the first time. If he had to describe it, it felt like breaking through the screen from a television into the living room, a sense of unreality. Shen raised his hands to take a look, then began to observe the world in front of him. A vast wasteland, with almost no tall buildings. The air was filled with a foul smell, like something emitted by a certain plant. The sky was gray, unsure if it was covered in dust or if it was just like that. The important thing was that as soon as they landed, they were surrounded. Shen clicked his tongue, got out of the armored vehicle, felt the solid ground beneath his feet, and sighed in relief. The gravity seemed the same as on the blue planet. He didn't feel any changes. He turned back to glance at the blue and white vortex behind him, then looked at the 8 people surrounding the vortex. So ugly, Shen couldn't help but exclaim. This was the first time he had seen people with red skin, entirely dark red. It made him wonder if these people's mothers had their amniotic fluid filled with blood, which dyed them so red. People from the blue planet? A man with a spear and spiky hair, looking tense, slowly retreated and asked in a deep voice. He had been hunting in the wasteland today when a vortex appeared near their team. He had only intended to come over to see the commotion. But as soon as he arrived, he noticed an armored vehicle approaching, almost as if it had come the moment the vortex was formed. It was as if it couldn't wait, having been anticipating this for a long time. Most importantly, he couldn't help but secretly gesture to a few teammates behind him. This armored vehicle had over 30 people in it. That definitely counted as overloaded, right? The 8 of them had no confidence in being able to take on more than 30 people. Especially those who were so impatient, often had a strong confidence in their own strength. Hello there. Shen stepped forward, showing 8 teeth and presenting a smile he considered perfect and friendly. Although he didn't understand the language the other party was speaking, he could grasp the meaning. It must be that damned Apocalypse Online had fine-tuned the languages of the 2 planets. It solved the communication barrier. How thoughtful. We are guests from the blue planet, and we were wondering if we could make friends with you. Shen leaned on his cane, dressed in a pristine and tidy tailcoat. He looked completely out of place in the desolate wasteland, like a well-dressed gentleman unfortunate enough to step into a filthy pigsty. Maintaining a smile was the greatest elegance. Of course, we love making friends. The man with the wild hair twitched at the corner of his mouth, casually replying, but his body involuntarily began to retreat, and the speed of his retreat was clearly increasing. The other 7 members of the team were silent, slowly backing away with their leader. None of them had any desire to fight. Even though the global announcement stated that killing a 1-star level invader would reward 1 invasion point, they had no thoughts of combat whatsoever. No matter how good the reward, one had to be alive to claim it. Watching them retreat further, Chen Chen felt a bit dissatisfied. These new friends were rather ungrateful. This armored vehicle has a speed of 200 kilometers per hour, he said, raising his cane to point at the armored vehicle behind him, speaking in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft. What do you mean? The man, completely red, stopped his retreat, his expression fluctuating as he spoke in a deep voice. The meaning is obvious. If you think you can run faster than this vehicle, then keep running. Chen Chen smacked his lips and grinned. Otherwise, if I catch you, I will skin each of you alive, chop off your fingers, and make you into a dish called belly-wrapped meat. By the way, do you know what belly-wrapped meat is? It's a delicacy from our planet. Originally, it was made with pork belly wrapping the meat, but you know I'm a person who likes innovation. So I've been researching new ways to prepare food. I hope you will enjoy this dish made from your own skin wrapping your own fingers. The man, entirely dark red, completely halted, his expression blank and silent. After a moment of silence, he burst into laughter, raised his hands high, and walked towards Chen Chen, preparing to offer a hug. My friend, you are truly humorous. Let me introduce myself. I am Alpha. Is that so? Chen Chen raised his cane and poked it into Alpha's chest, stopping his embrace, and said with a forced smile, then his friends, would you be willing to answer a few questions for me? Of course, friends should help each other, Alpha said, thumping his chest with a generous expression. Chen Chen squinted his eyes and smiled. That's good. What is the game like on your planet? What is the hierarchy? Are there any zombies or other supernatural entities? What is the current strength of the strongest? What is the general strength? And where is your shelter? Alpha listened to each question, and the lucky feeling in his heart finally sank. This was the true face of the invader. What a load of nonsense about friends. Just like which friend would come to your house and ask your wife for her measurements. He momentarily fell silent. He didn't want to answer any of these questions. This was no longer treason, it had escalated to the crime of betraying the planet. Once answered, he would basically be nailed to the pillar of shame for the rest of his life. Seeing Alpha, who remained silent with his head down, looking as if he would rather die than speak, Chen Chen patted Alpha's shoulder with satisfaction. Then he suddenly thrust his cane into the ground and shouted loudly. Ergo! Get the pot, gather the firewood, boil the water. Today we're making a new dish, belly-wrapped meat. He's here. Ergo, with a fierce expression, gripped a 30-centimeter-long scalpel and excitedly jumped down from the armored vehicle, staring intently at Alpha, looking eager to try. Although he had some worries when he arrived, it didn't seem like much now, just 8 people. As always, they were trembling under the oppressive presence of Li Gu, struggling to breathe. In the next moment, Chen Chen, impatient, kicked Ergo in the butt. Why are you just standing there? Go! Ah! Ergo stumbled from the kick, momentarily dazed, stammering, really go? He thought Li Gu was just trying to scare them, like with threats and temptations. But it seemed Li Gu really just wanted to try some new food. Why did Li Gu always treat him like a chef? Last time he made dumplings, and this time he was asked to make stuffed meat. Of course. Chen Chen licked the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharp as he looked up and down at Alpha. We have to let the people of this planet experience the cuisine of our blue planet. Big brother, wait. Alpha forcibly restrained his trembling body, his eyes twitching as he stared at the bloody-looking butcher knife in Ergo's hand. I said, I was just preparing. Oh, really? Chen Chen leaned on his cane, staring directly at Alpha, narrowing his eyes and smiling slightly as he said, softly, then let's begin. One by one, answer. Just as Alpha swallowed hard, preparing to start a lengthy explanation, a female member from the 7-person team behind him suddenly stepped forward, glaring at Alpha's back with a fierce expression, shouting, Alpha, you can't speak. Otherwise, we will all be nailed to the pillar of shame for the rest of our lives. All of us, even our descendants, will be nailed to the pillar of shame, ridiculed and scolded. Chen Chen did not interrupt the seemingly resolute woman, tilting his head and laughing with interest. That's right, it is. Alpha fell silent for a moment, ignoring the piercing gazes from behind. Raised his head, and stared directly at Chen Chen, saying in a deep voice, I don't know much, but I will say everything I know. He couldn't die, at least not now. Even if he was nailed to the pillar of shame for the rest of his life, it was better than having no life left. The Wei Young planet suddenly fell into an apocalypse about a month ago, which is the so-called Apocalypse online game. I am currently a 2-star professional. The nearest shelter in this wasteland is the Red Moon Shelter. About 20 miles from here. The leader of the Red Moon Shelter is named Romy, possibly a 2-star professional, or maybe a 3-star professional. I haven't seen him in action, but he should be strong. Because there are quite a few 2-star professionals in the shelter. If he isn't strong enough, he can't control this group. There are many 2-star professionals? Chen Chen frowned slightly. How many? About 30 or so, Alpha replied after thinking for a moment, lowering his head slightly. Chen Chen clicked his tongue, casually saying, then, get in the car and lead the way. Alpha clearly froze for a moment. Get in the car and lead the way. Chen Chen's expression showed slight dissatisfaction, then he suddenly laughed. Do you need me to help you kill all your teammates? That way, no one will know about this. Upon hearing this, the 7 members of Alpha's team changed their expressions drastically, suddenly raising their weapons and slowly retreating. No need. Alpha shook his head with a bitter smile. Let them go, I can handle leading the way by myself. Li Gu, the global invasion point leaderboard has changed. Su, with a serious expression, poked his head out from the armored vehicle and said in a deep voice. Chen Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, checking the global invasion point leaderboard, the data updating in real time. However, there was one person who occupied the first place with points twice as high as the second, and their growth rate was very fast. Kotaro Koizumi, invasion points 123. This first place name sounded somewhat familiar, and Chen Chen searched his memory. After a while, he finally remembered where he had seen this name. At the supply point. The first player in the world to kill 1,000 zombies was Kotaro Koizumi. Truly a bloodthirsty one. The global war had just begun, and he had already gained 123 invasion points. If all the kills were 1-star professionals, he had already killed 123 people. Chen Chen suddenly laughed, turned around, jumped into the car, and pulled Alpha in. People who don't love peace are always annoying, no matter which planet they're on. To maintain world peace, Su, help me find this person. Since you say you eat with your brain, then show the value of your brain. Otherwise, Chen Chen suddenly stared at the wasteland in front of him and laughed. Have you ever eaten pig brain? Su curled his lip and turned to look out the window, not responding. He wasn't a softie like Alpha, easily scared by such a threat. However, even if Brotherly found this person, what good would it do to kill him? And looking at the situation, this person didn't seem like a soft target. Li Gu ergo hesitated for a moment but still mustered the courage to say, are we planning to directly attack that shelter? What if? He glanced at the restless Alpha, implying, what if the information is inaccurate, and we walk into a trap? Chen Chen rubbed his fingers and smiled, not speaking. We've arrived. Alpha pointed seriously at the shelter built on the ruins ahead. A wall about 2 meters high surrounded the shelter, and through the doorway, tents crowded the inside, with a few small 2-story buildings standing out among the many tents. Why? Haven't we seen a single zombie in the 20 miles? Chen Chen didn't get out of the car immediately but squinted his eyes, staring intently at Alpha. Many have capsized in the gutter. He could be arrogant, but he would never be so conceited as to think he was invincible. There. Underground. Alpha glanced at the wasteland with a hint of fear. I don't know what you mean by zombies, but I have a rough idea of what you're saying. We call them anomalies here. Anomalies? Chen Chen frowned slightly. They appeared along with the apocalyptic game, and 70% of the world's population instantly turned into anomalies. They hide underground at night and come out to hunt during the day. Li Gu ergo couldn't help but grip the scalpel in his hand tighter. It doesn't seem like the right time to talk about this. If I'm not mistaken, they don't seem to welcome us very much. Ergo pointed to the people gradually pouring out at the entrance of the shelter. Chen Chen turned around and saw nearly 100 people with red skin, all holding weapons and gathering at the entrance of the shelter with unfriendly expressions, ready to charge at them. Why do these people look so unfriendly? Chen Chen frowned and dug at his ear. Director, go greet them. Okay. The director nodded excitedly, leaned out of the window, waved, and shouted, hello there. Then he pulled out a hand cannon from his pocket, aiming it at the group of restless red-skinned humans. Bang! A gunshot rang out. One of the red-skinned people immediately fell to the ground in response. At this moment, the previously tense atmosphere was instantly ignited. The nearly 100 red-skinned humans no longer cared about their leader's orders and rushed towards Chen Chen and the others, their faces filled with anger, weapons raised. Really? Unfriendly, Chen Chen muttered disinterestedly. The mere 100 people didn't pique his interest. To him, they weren't even an appetizer. Ergo, you guys go take care of them. These people are up to you. Just leave it to me. Lu Dan excitedly stopped the others and jumped out of the car. These enemies were just right. Too many, and he couldn't handle them, too few, and he couldn't showcase his strength. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Little brats, state your names, I don't kill nameless people under my blade. Lu Dan, with a big knife on his shoulder, extended his arm and made a pinky gesture, provocatively challenging them. He didn't really want to know their names, he just thought it sounded cooler, like in the TV shows before the apocalypse. However, not a single person stopped to acknowledge Lu Dan. This was a war of races, there was no room for sentiment, and only one side could fall. Unfortunately, their leader, Romy, had taken most of the people to the Azure Planet, leaving only those of lesser strength to guard the shelter. Alright, Lu Dan shook his head helplessly. There is indeed a difference in civilization levels. Then, his expression became serious, and he bent his legs, using all his strength to launch his body into the air. With a fierce expression, he swung the big knife he was shouldering down towards the hundreds of people below, roaring word by word, thunder. A dark cloud suddenly gathered above Lu Dan's head. God! Then a bolt of lightning struck down towards Lu Dan, splitting him into sparks. In an instant, all the electric light surged into the big knife in Lu Dan's hand. Cut! Lu Dan drew all his strength, his face contorted, and swung the big knife down towards the crowd below. Slash! A crescent-shaped blade of blue light, over 10 meters long and flickering with electricity, shot out from the tip of Lu Dan's knife, aimed at the crowd below. Everything happened in a flash. Chen Shen only saw Lu Dan leap into the air, then get struck by lightning, and then a 10-meter-long blade of light rush towards the nearly 100 red-skinned people below. With a thunderous boom, the nearly 100 red-skinned people didn't even have time to react before the blade of light cut them in half. Poochie! The sounds of dozens being cut in half echoed one after another. The red-skinned people, who had just charged at them with angry faces, now stood frozen in fear. On the ground lay dozens of people cut in half, groaning as they relied on their strong vitality, but clearly not far from death. Ergo couldn't help but slowly open his mouth, drool unconsciously flowing out, as he wiped the corner of his mouth with his arm, staring in shock at Lu Dan, who was striking a pose and showing off, murmuring with a dazed expression, "Is this guy a bit too much in the spotlight? Li Ge, I suggest we execute Donkey Egg immediately. His strength is too great now, and he might have thoughts of rebellion against you." Mao ignored everything else, his eyes fixed on Donkey Egg's back, a bit shocked. In his memory, Donkey Egg wasn't this strong, right? Suddenly erupting and killing dozens of people, was it a burst of his small universe? Li Ge. Su glanced at the global invasion point leaderboard, his expression strange. Donkey Egg is currently ranked 37th in the global rankings, with 64 invasion points. Goodness. With one strike, he directly entered the global rankings. The power of that strike was terrifying. Donkey Egg slowly landed on the ground, calmly resting the sword on his shoulder, silently staring at the group of red-skinned people who were intimidated by him. However, even without a word from Donkey Egg, the remaining red-skinned people were filled with fear and slowly retreated. They couldn't muster a shred of fighting spirit. Just one strike had already killed dozens of them, the power was evident. If Boss Romy were still in the shelter, perhaps they would still have the strength to fight. But Boss had already entered the Azure Planet through the spatial vortex and couldn't care for them at all. At this moment, one of the red-skinned men, looking to be in his 40s, stepped forward from the retreating group, planted his weapon in the ground, and said solemnly, "Your reckless slaughter is a complete loss of humanity and conscience. What do you really want?" Hearing this, Donkey Egg turned to look at Chen Shen. The next instructions still needed Li Ge to give them. Chen Shen curled his lips, ignoring the man, and turned to Su. "What's the current invasion point for the global number 1? 168 invasion points, still Koizumi Kotaro," Su replied expressionlessly. Yet, inside, he couldn't help but complain. "Can't you check it yourself? Why do you have to ask me specifically? When I said I eat with my brain, I meant I can come up with strategies, not that you should treat me like your damn secretary." "And you?" Chen Shen looked at Alpha sitting next to him. "Ha?" Alpha was a bit confused about what Chen Shen meant. "I mean, what's the current score for the global invasion leaderboard on your side, and who is it?" Oh. Understanding Chen Shen's meaning, Alpha quickly delved into his mind to check the leaderboard. After a while, he said, "The first place is Beta, with 212 invasion points. Tisk." Chen Shen shook his head in amazement. "The invader ranked first on your planet actually has more invasion points than ours. The global war has only just begun, and there are already so many invasion points. How many people have been killed? You are truly cruel." He casually patted Ergo's shoulder. "Go take care of these people. We have more important things to do. You can handle these small fries first. Just know that invasion points can be exchanged for quite a few good things." Shen Shen defined good things as anything not available at the supply points. They were all good things. After all, rarity makes things valuable. Why don't you speak? Is it because you feel you have no face to speak? Are you afraid to face the strongest in our refuge? Instead, you come to ambush us, the old, weak, sick, and disabled who are defenseless. In the back. Even as invaders, you are cowards who only dare to draw your swords against the weak. If you are true warriors, then return to your planet now and fight our strongest in a battle. Prove that you are not a coward who draws swords against the weak. Shen Shen impatiently dug at his ears, listening to the stream of insults from the redskin people, and couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, I have become someone who can solve problems with my fists, rather than putting all my hopes in my mouth, hoping to persuade the weak. When you can win, you draw your sword. When you can't, you talk reason. That's really a bit unlikable. Shen Shen shook his head, clicking his tongue, then suddenly kicked Ergo off the car and turned to Sue. You need to think of a way quickly. I need to find Koizumi Kotaro. Also, help me think of a way to gather all the people on this planet together, instead of making me go to each refuge to find them. That's simple. Sue said expressionlessly, brushing his hair back. Just become a rat in the street. This global war lasts a total of 3 days. As long as Li Gu can spread his name across the entire planet within 2 days, then on the last day, countless people will definitely come to trouble Li Gu. Most importantly, those invaders who went to the blue planet will also return on the last day. If the spread is wide enough, then on the last day, all the strong who went out to invade will come to surround Li Gu. Shen Shen nodded thoughtfully. The kind of reputation you're talking about is the one that everyone wants to beat, right? That's the idea. Sue nodded. A reputation that everyone wants to beat, within 2 days, spread wide enough. Shen Shen slightly raised his head to look at the blood-red sun in the sky, murmuring softly, these conditions are really not easy to meet. In the next second, he suddenly laughed. But if these 3 conditions are really met, then he will unleash the most successful fireworks of his life. If the people of this planet can survive this apocalyptic crisis and continue their civilization, then his name, Shen Shen, will surely be recorded in the future history of this planet, though his image won't be very good. As Ergo was kicked off the car, the middle-aged man in the crowd of red-skinned people looked at the man in front of him, who didn't seem fierce, and after a moment of silence, his eyes revealed an uncontrollable excitement. Are you the negotiators sent out? Ergo rubbed his butt hard, and after a while, his frown finally relaxed. He glanced at the middle-aged man in the crowd who seemed eager to engage in a battle of wits with him and said somewhat speechlessly, negotiator of the egg. Then what are you? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. He had thought the other party was concerned about reputation and intended to send someone to reason with him, but it seemed that was not the case. What am I? Ergo mumbled while rubbing his butt. What I am never depends on what I am, but rather on what Li Gu wants me to be. I clearly am a doctor, yet I end up doing the work of a cook, a host, and a sidekick. Now you want me to kill 1, 2, 3. Ergo pointed at the crowd and counted for a while, then suddenly sighed. There are still 23 people left. Couldn't the donkey just have killed them all with one stroke? 1 life for 7 lives. The last life debt hasn't been repaid, and now there are so many more people. How many lives do we need to save to clear this debt? Donkey Egg glanced sideways at Ergo, who was mumbling to himself, unable to resist turning his body towards Ergo so that he could see the cool pose he was striking. He slightly raised his head, his tone mixed with a barely noticeable hint of pride and confusion. Ergo, what are you mumbling about? Nothing. Ergo took a deep breath, his face full of sorrow. Doctor? Are you here to save people? The middle-aged man, hearing Ergo's almost inaudible words, asked uncertainly, but are you sure these people who have been bisected can still be saved? Ergo shook his head. I used to think doctors were here to save lives, but unfortunately, some people don't think that way. In the next moment, Ergo suddenly raised his head, his pupils instantly turning white, his eyes filled with emptiness, devoid of any human emotion. He slowly lifted the surgical knife that had been lacking presence in his hand. With a serious expression, he pretended to carefully make incisions in the air before him, as if performing an autopsy on an invisible person. Ergo, what's wrong with you? Donkey Egg, now too anxious to maintain his pose, looked worriedly at Ergo, who was waving the surgical knife in the void, hesitating for a moment about whether to approach. It wasn't that he was overreacting. The main issue was that this scene felt too familiar. It was mainly because the doctors under the director often held surgical knives, seriously gesturing in the air, occasionally muttering, hook 3, stock 4, mysterious 5, first skinning then chopping bones. Ergo's current demeanor resembled that of the doctors under the director. Honey, what do you think that person is doing? A woman beside the middle-aged man holding a child shrank behind him, her face filled with fear as she asked. I don't know. The middle-aged man replied solemnly, his eyes fierce. But no matter what happens, you all watch my gestures and act accordingly. If they will let us go, then we will temporarily endure and not provoke them. If they plan to eliminate us completely, then we will fight back, even if we have to bite off a piece of flesh from them before we die. When Boss Luo returns, none of these little people will escape. Chen Chen leaned on his cane, watching Ergo's strange actions with great interest. He remembered that before they set off, Ergo mentioned he had acquired an interesting skill, and it seemed to be this one now. He just didn't know how effective this skill would be. Donkey Egg's skill had exceeded his expectations, even stronger than Li Ji's Thunder God's Fury. He would ask Donkey Egg later if there were any limitations. If there weren't any, Chen Chen suddenly shrugged. Perhaps Ergo's suggestion earlier was quite good and executable. Just as everyone's gaze was focused on Ergo, he finally stopped his movements, tucked the surgical knife back into his arms, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and sighed. Performing surgery is really hard work. Then, Ergo snapped his fingers. In the next second, the more than 20 red-skinned people still waiting for results suddenly froze in place. The more than 20 indigenous people with red skin only had time to lift their heads and look at Ergo with confusion. Then their eyes, noses, ears, mouths, and other body parts fell off. Following that, crimson bloodlines appeared on the surface of their bodies, and their bodies suddenly shattered, chunks of flesh automatically detaching from them. The tendons at the joints snapped on their own, and bones sequentially separated from their bodies, until each person turned into a puddle of blood and flesh, with bones scattered nearby, devoid of any flesh. Donkey Egg stared at this bizarre scene in front of him, unable to help but hug his big knife and take a few steps back. He suddenly felt that the big knife in his arms could no longer protect him well. He could even sense the confusion in the hollow-eyed head on the ground not far away, as if it were asking itself how it had died. Ergo, Donkey Egg said after a moment of silence, trying to calm his voice, did you do this? What else could it be? Ergo shrugged and casually replied, stretching his body and looking with pity at the pile of shattered corpses, murmuring, if you want to blame someone, blame Li Gu. I'm just a knife in Li Ji's hand, without any choice, you can't blame me. Chen Chen, slightly surprised, sat in the car, staring at the pile of flesh at the entrance of the Red Moon shelter. How did Ergo do it? He didn't quite understand. He only saw Ergo making some gestures in the air, which looked a bit like a butcher cutting up a cow, and then the next second, he saw that group of people dismembered without any resistance. This was the first time he couldn't even discern the method of attack. Chen Chen squinted slightly, a flicker of inscrutable light in his eyes, and softly said, Ergo, come up. Upon hearing this, Ergo's body suddenly stiffened, and he turned his head with difficulty to look at Li Gu sitting in the car, meeting those eyes that were fixed on him. He suddenly had a bad premonition. Just a moment ago, when Donkey Egg had exploded with power, he seemed to have made a suggestion to Li Gu. That was, Donkey Egg's ability was too strong, and it might rebel against Li Ji's decisions in the future, so it would be better to eliminate him now to prevent future troubles. Heaven can witness. He intended to give Donkey Egg a little poison in front of Li Gu, so as not to lose his position as Li Ji's most trusted subordinate. But now it seemed that Li Gu felt he had less control over him. This was not a good omen. Ergo trembled in fear, diving directly into the car and sitting next to Li Gu. The aura around him completely dissipated, and it was impossible to tell that this person, with a face full of flattering smiles, had just dismembered more than 20 people alone. Without any delay, Ergo rushed to Li Ji's side, forced a smile, and began to complain, Li Gu, you have no idea how useless this skill of mine is. Don't be fooled by how powerful it seemed just now. Actually, Li Gu, let me tell you, this skill has many drawbacks. Just like my divine right hand, the prerequisite for activating the divine right hand is that the patient must be in a state of sensory deprivation. That is to say, the patient must be in a coma for the skill to be successfully activated. And the drawbacks of this skill are even greater, although it doesn't require the patient to be in a coma like the divine right hand. But for this skill to be successfully activated, two conditions must be met. 1. The patient must be in a clear state of consciousness. 2. The patient must be fully focused on watching me dismember a body they cannot see in the air. And that body they cannot see is actually formed by the gathering of their souls. As long as the dismemberment of the soul is completed, then those patients will also be dismembered. Ergo awkwardly spilled out the drawbacks of this skill, which should have been kept under wraps, without caring that there were many people around. He no longer cared about the potential drawbacks of this skill being exposed. In the eyes of those who knew, his skill would never succeed. But Ergo didn't mind. He was particularly clear on one point: if he didn't clarify the drawbacks of this skill, it wouldn't become his trump card but rather his coffin nail. This skill would go into the coffin with him. After all, no ruler would allow someone by their side who could easily kill them. Chen Shen listened quietly and then smiled, patting Ergo on the shoulder with a half-smile, half-serious expression. I'm not asking you about that, I just want you to take someone to this shelter to scout around and see if there are any survivors. Ergo secretly let out a sigh of relief. He had passed this hurdle. As for what Li Gu had just said, he didn't believe a word of it. If it weren't for this question, he wouldn't have listened to him ramble on so much. Li Gu would have interrupted him at the very beginning. He raised his head and pretended to casually glance at Li Ji's half-smiling expression, his own expression stiffening slightly before he lowered his head and softly accepted the order. Okay, I'll go right away. Then, Ergo casually picked a few capable survivors in the car to take along with Mao, and they entered the shelter to search it. Alpha hesitated for a moment, then stammered, although you all are very strong, I still have to remind you that we need to leave here quickly. What's wrong? Chen Shen frowned slightly, puzzled. He had planned to stay in this shelter for the next few days, using it as a base to welcome the upcoming guests. I mentioned earlier that the anomalies stay underground during the day. Alpha glanced at the piles of shattered corpses at the entrance of the shelter, unable to suppress a shiver. Now that there are so many corpses and blood on the ground, the blood has already seeped into the earth. At this moment, we don't know how many anomalies are hiding beneath our feet, lured by the blood. They won't come out now. But once night falls and the red moon appears, this group of anomalies will emerge from the ground and devour all these shattered corpses. We will also become their prey. Alpha raised his hand, pointing to the sun hanging in the sky at an angle, and now the sun will set soon, the anomalies will be out looking for food. Anomalies. This was the second time Chen Shen had heard this word from Alpha. But I don't want to change places, Chen Shen pouted. Since he had already decided to use this place as his base for the next few days, he naturally wouldn't leave just because of a little danger. But there will be countless anomalies, Alpha said anxiously, we'll all die then. He had betrayed his own people on his planet. He had let nearly 100 people in the Red Moon shelter die because of him, just to save his own life. At this moment, he certainly didn't want to throw his life away here. No, they won't die. Chen Shen suddenly grinned and laughed out loud. And from now on, all the anomalies will not dare to approach the Red Moon shelter, even if there are more blood meals there. Why? Alpha asked anxiously, his expression confused. To him, this was simply absurd. Even a 3-year-old knows that anomalies do not have independent consciousness or the ability to think for themselves. Because Chen Shen stepped down from the vehicle, rose on his toes, and spun around fiercely on the ground, looking up at the sky. He opened his arms to embrace this world he had stepped into for the first time, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Enjoying the moment. They will find that there is one here. A more insane and powerful anomaly than them. Upon hearing this, Alpha fell silent, shrinking into a corner of the armored vehicle without a word. He had the right to speak but not the power to decide. Since Chen Shen had chosen to knowingly walk into danger and insisted on staying here tonight, he could only follow Chen Shen's lead. He couldn't escape, at least not until Chen Shen was dead. So now he could only hope that Chen Shen's confidence truly stemmed from strength, not from arrogance. Li Gu. Just as Chen Shen opened his arms to embrace this wonderful and novel world, Ergo's voice interrupted his thoughts. He opened his eyes and looked at the people behind Ergo. Each person was holding 2 chubby boys. Their bodies were completely red, looking about 8 or 9 years old, and they were staring at him with eyes full of hatred. There are no others in the Red Moon shelter, just these children, a total of 11. Ergo walked beside Chen Shen, revealing the people behind him to Li Ji's view. What should we do with them? I think war is a matter for adults, the children are innocent. How about we send them to a safe place a bit farther away? After all, we will leave in 3 days, and even if they want revenge, they won't be able to find us. Ergo still felt a bit reluctant. He could kill those adults. On one hand, it was because of Li Ji's orders, and on the other, it was a war between races. If the other side didn't die, he would. But he really couldn't bring himself to harm these children who looked only 8 or 9 years old, still without hair. Let them go? Chen Shen stared at the group of children glaring at him with hatred, fell silent for a moment, licked his lips, and suddenly laughed. Then let's let them go. Really? Ergo exclaimed in disbelief, his face filled with surprise. He originally thought there was a very small chance that Li Gu would agree to his request, but now it seemed that deep down, Li Gu still had a trace of kindness. Not entirely brutal. Ergo, with a joyful expression, directed the people behind him, unable to help but urge, put these children down first and later send a group to take them a bit farther away. To ensure that Li Gu would let these children go, he had specifically instructed them on the way here. No matter how much hatred you have for Li Gu, how much you want to kill him, you must not show any disrespect towards him. You must not insult him. As long as you keep quiet and behave well, I can try to get Li Gu to let you go. The children did not disappoint his expectations. Each one behaved very quietly, without resistance, without insults. No one foolishly threatened revenge. Just as Ergo was happily counting how many lives he had saved this time, which could offset the people he had killed, an unexpected change occurred. The few children who had been put on the ground exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with determination and hatred. Without any hesitation, they all pulled out sharp and pointed daggers from their pants. With a deadly momentum, he thrust straight into Ergo's lower back. With a squelching sound, blood splattered into the air. Ergo felt a sharp pain in his lower back, staggered in agony, and, in a daze, reached back to touch his waist and then brought his hand to his eyes. It was blood. His own blood. The few children, with fierce and resolute eyes, quickly drew out their daggers, raised their arms high, and gritted their teeth, ready to stab Ergo in the lower back again. Bang! Chen Chen raised his Desert Eagle, aimed at the group of children holding daggers, and casually fired a few shots. Those children, who were about to stab Ergo again, fell to the ground with the sound of gunfire. He suddenly laughed, poking the Desert Eagle against Ergo's chest a few times. So, how's the massage these kids are giving your lower back? Comfortable? When those children first stabbed Ergo in the lower back, he could have stopped them. But he didn't. Because Ergo was a bit too soft-hearted, without feeling some pain, he would never learn his lesson. Moreover, a 2-star professional couldn't possibly be killed by a few 1-star kids. At most, he would just suffer a bit. At this moment, Ergo felt the excruciating pain in his lower back. Staring blankly at the blood on his hands, his body involuntarily staggering, and he murmured in a daze. Even if they want revenge, they should go find Li Gu. Why come stab me? I just spoke up for you guys. Even if I'm not a lifesaver, you should at least remember me fondly. This was the part he couldn't understand the most. Even if these kids didn't want to live, wanting to die together with their enemies, fine, no problem. They should go stab Li Gu. Why stab him? He had just been pleading for these kids with Li Gu. Sue, who was sitting in the car witnessing all of this, couldn't help but lean out and laugh. So, do you need me to help you treat that? Like how you treated Xiao Hei, give you a fake kidney? Chen Chen walked up with a face full of emotion, patted Ergo's shoulder, and shook his head in sorrow. Out of nearly 100 people, who killed the most? Donkey Egg. Ergo pointed blankly at the bystander Donkey Egg. Who else killed? Me. Ergo seemed to suddenly understand something, paused for a moment, and continued, but the order was given by you, Li Gu. Chen Chen shrugged. Well said, but they only see you and Donkey Egg killing their parents. Just because of that? Ergo covered his lower back with a face full of grievance. No, there's one more important reason. Chen Chen clicked his tongue, licked his lips, suddenly laughed, and gently patted Ergo's cheek a few times. The most important reason is that you exposed your back defenselessly to the enemy. Among many choices, you became the easiest target. After a moment of silence, Ergo expressionlessly took out a roll of bandages from his storage space and wrapped it around the wounds on his lower back. He chose not to use skills to heal the stab wounds. He needed to be reminded at all times over the next 3 days that he was on someone else's planet. He was in a hostile state with everything on this planet, even a flower or a blade of grass. There are still 6 or 7 children behind you. Chen Chen laughed with interest. They haven't attacked you, so just let it go. After all, war is for adults, and children are innocent. Ergo's expression was calm as he spoke, pulling out his scalpel from his sleeve and turning directly towards the children. Put. A few faint sounds echoed. Blood splattered from the necks of the children. Their heads fell weakly to the ground, their eyes filled with visible hatred. TSK, how cruel. Chen Chen shook his head and sighed. Just look at my 0 invasion points to know how much I love peace. Let's go. Chen Chen leaned on his cane and walked straight towards the Red Moon Shelter. Red Moon Shelter. 2nd floor, a small room. Now it's time for everyone to give their opinions. Chen Chen casually leaned back in his chair, resting his hands behind his head and propping his feet on the table. Today is about to pass. We can only stay on this planet for 3 days. That means we must attract as many people as possible by tomorrow to ensure our interests. Sue's plan is cancelled. There isn't enough time. 2 days is completely insufficient for the event to ferment, so I need a simple, quick, brutal, and highly executable plan that shows immediate results. Is anyone willing to give me some ideas? Chen Shen lay back in his chair, slightly squinting his eyes, entering a semi-drowsy state as he spoke softly. Ergo and the others exchanged glances but did not speak. Alpha was the first to speak. At this moment, Alpha no longer had a calm expression. His face was filled with panic and urgency as he said, "Li Gu, I'm begging you. Can we think about this tomorrow? Night is about to fall. If we don't make proper preparations, we will be devoured tonight by countless strange creatures rushing up from underground." Chen Shen's expression was impatient. "Quiet, mention it again, and you'll die." After hesitating for a moment, Ergo offered a suggestion. "Actually, Sue's method can be used. The time is short, but it just can't develop to perfection." "But that doesn't mean this method is useless, it just means the effect isn't as good as planned. However, we can simultaneously carry out another plan. For example, our old profession, kidnapping. As long as we kidnap enough children or family members of the leaders of the shelters, they will have to send people to rescue them." Kidnapping? Chen Shen pondered, stroking his chin for a moment before speaking in a deep voice. "That word isn't very peaceful, it can easily be censored. Let's change it to inviting people as guests. How many shelters are still around?" Chen Shen raised his head to look at Alpha, who was fidgeting and sweating profusely. There are probably a dozen or so." Alpha trembled as he raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, stammering, "There are quite a few shelters, and they aren't far." He had no mind to care about any shelters now, nor did he have the heart to assist in wrongdoing. Even if he were to assist in wrongdoing, he had to ensure his own survival first. He was about to die, so what was the point of assisting in wrongdoing? It was about to get dark. When night completely fell, hundreds or even nearly 1,000 strange creatures would be attracted by the blood. They would emerge from underground and devour them all. "But Li Gu, it's about to get dark. Thousands of strange creatures drawn by blood will devour all of us, without exception. Li Gu, you are not from this planet, you don't know how terrifying the strange creatures are." "Wait." Chen Shen suddenly interrupted in a deep voice. Alpha thought Chen Shen didn't want him to talk about this again and was preparing to forcefully let Chen Shen know the terrifying aspects of the bazaar. "You just said that the bazaar is attracted by blood?" Chen Shen suddenly sat up straight, his eyes fixed intently on Alpha, excitement barely contained within them. Yes." Alpha was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what Chen Shen's sudden question meant. "Even if there is a shelter, the bazaar can still burrow up from underground?" "Yes, that's the bazaar's ability to infiltrate everywhere." Alpha nodded heavily, swallowed hard, and was about to launch into a lengthy explanation emphasizing the terror of the bazaar when he was interrupted again. "So how do you usually prevent the bazaar from finding you at night in the shelter?" Chen Shen's eyes were fixed on Alpha, hoping this question would yield the answer he desired. If so, he would have the best fuse, one that could create the finest fireworks. "We don't fight in or near the shelter, ensuring not a drop of blood splatters inside. That way, the bazaar won't come to the shelter at night. So, if there is a lot of blood and flesh in the shelter, you must move out, is that right?" "That might be the case, but it mainly depends on the strength of the shelter and the amount of blood. If there isn't much blood and the shelter isn't too weak, then naturally, you can prepare at night to face the bazaar." "I see." Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction, leaning back in his chair and propping his feet on the table. He squinted slightly, enjoying the moment as he spread his arms wide. "So if all the shelters nearby have a lot of blood, then they all have to move, right? Then this place would naturally be the best destination. With the invasion of those barbaric invaders on the Azure planet, most shelters are likely to be stained with blood. If we push a little harder and add some fuel to the fire." "Perfect." Chen Shen excitedly punched the air, stood up, and ordered, "Tomorrow, everyone mobilize and capture at least hundreds of natives. I want to use them to make watermelon bombs to cool off the natives of this planet and invite them over for a visit." However, the next second, the ground suddenly trembled. Chen Shen couldn't help but sway and stumbled, barely steadying himself by holding onto the table. "They're coming, they're coming." Alpha, terrified, shrank under the table, devoid of any desire to fight. If it were one bazaar, he could easily deal with it. If it were 5, he would be willing to take a chance. If it were 1,000, he thought it would be safer to hide. Chen Shen glanced at Alpha in disbelief. Even hiding wouldn't help, didn't he see how Mao almost trembled on the ground before jumping directly from the second-floor window into the community and diving into the armored vehicle? Chen Shen curled his lip. "Get him into the armored vehicle. Everyone, get into the armored vehicle and squeeze in. I'll give these bazaar a bath." The next second, a Gatling gun abruptly appeared in Chen Shen's hands, its 10-barrel-like arms slowly rotating. Ergu and the others jumped down from the window one after another and hid inside the armored vehicle. Since Brotherly told them to hide, they obediently followed orders. The armored vehicle, with its indestructible characteristics, was basically in an absolutely safe place as long as they didn't foolishly open the windows to peek out. Chen Chen, holding the slowly rotating Gatling gun, walked to the window and squinted to observe. Countless monsters were emerging from the ground under the cover of night. Some rushed towards the pile of flesh at the base entrance, already swarming with flies. Others circled around the armored vehicle, clawing and roaring. More monsters, seeing Chen's living figure, charged at him with fierce expressions, as if they wanted to crush him into the ground. Is this the weirdness? Chen observed these monsters for a while and couldn't help but mutter. Most of these monsters had mutated limbs. Some had arms that were extraordinarily large, resembling beastly claws, each strike packed with immense power. Others had legs that were exceptionally strong, moving at incredible speed. At this moment, these monsters had already crawled into the room where he was. Chen paused for a moment and suddenly laughed. I hope you enjoy this fireworks show. Then, bending his legs, he exerted force and jumped directly out of the window, landing straight on the armored vehicle. At this time, the Red Moon shelter was already surrounded by countless weird creatures. The large armored vehicle now looked as small and helpless as a grain of rice caught in an ant swarm. Chen looked at the sea of weirdness and couldn't help but feel excited, controlling the clown mask to play the hottest DJ track before the apocalypse. As the music began, the Gatling gun in his hand roared to life. Boom! The first rocket was fired, hitting a cluster of weird creatures. The one in the center was killed on the spot, and the nearby creatures were also affected, their mobility severely reduced. However, before this group of weird creatures could recover and continue their charge, another rocket flew in rapidly. It should be noted that Chen could fire 6,000 rounds of such rockets in a minute. Aha! Chen, holding the Gatling gun, was filled with excitement and madness as he sprayed fire at all the weird creatures surrounding him. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The sound of cannon fire echoed throughout the entire Red Moon shelter. Under Chen's bombardment, the entire Red Moon shelter was no longer pockmarked. Instead, all the tents, including the second floor, were reduced to rubble under Chen's firepower. Not a single weird creature could break through the firepower net to reach Chen. Even though some of these creatures were fast and others strong, they appeared as fragile as delicate dolls in the face of 6,000 rounds of rockets. They were utterly defenseless. Chen's eyes were bloodshot, his cheeks puffed, and his jaw clenched tightly, filled with excitement and madness as he sprayed fire while shouting some meaningless syllables. This is the sense of security he has always been looking for. What is a sense of security? This is a sense of security. I am a god. The entire base, filled with crowded weird creatures, now exploded one after another like fireworks under the spray of the Gatling gun, their bodies shattering into pieces and scattering on the ground. Before long, Chen's Gatling gun finally stopped, and the last weird creature was blown to pieces under his fire. Chen, who had been in a state of extreme excitement, panted slightly while supporting the Gatling gun, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he surveyed the corpses scattered around. He stood atop the armored vehicle like a king. Surrounding him were blood and dismembered bodies, and under the reflection of the moonlight, it seemed as if even the sky had turned blood red. It was like being in hell. He clicked his tongue and shook his head slightly. This was the first appearance of the Gatling gun, and I must say, its power perfectly met his expectations. It was even more exhilarating to use than before. Wherever the gun pointed, there were no survivors. The only thing he was not quite satisfied with was that killing monsters on other planets did not yield any points, nor did they drop any items. Nothing at all, which felt like a loss, especially since one Gatling battery still cost 500 points. However, at that moment, a system voice echoed in Chen's mind. Congratulations to player Chen for helping this planet kill 1,000 monsters and earning the title of Peace Messenger, along with a reward of 10 peace points. Friendly reminder, the title of Peace Messenger and the 10 peace points will not lose their value in the future. Peace Messenger? Chen licked the corner of his mouth and suddenly smiled. I like this title. He then jumped off the top of the vehicle with a sudden force, knocked on the window casually, and said, "Come out." However, no one opened the door at first. Just as he was about to get angry, the car door opened. Ergo's mouth was so wide it could fit an egg, and he trembled as he looked at the corpses scattered around, his eyes filled with shock, momentarily at a loss for words. It was absurd. He had seen clearly from inside the car. This was not the effect of Li Ji's Gatling gun at all. They had seen Li Ji's Gatling gun, and the bullets it fired definitely did not explode. So what the hell was this? Was it a bullet or a cannon? In the next moment, before Ergo could speak, his gaze fell on the Gatling gun that Chen was holding. It looked like there was no difference. The only difference was that the original barrel was only as thick as 2 fingers of an adult man, while the current barrel was as thick as an adult man's arm. What's wrong? Chen Shen interrupted Ergo, who looked like he had lost his soul, with an unhappy expression. It's nothing, nothing. Ergo's gaze was vacant as he wiped the drool flowing from the corner of his mouth, mumbling softly, I just noticed that Li Gu, you've become thicker and stronger than before. At this moment, Donkey Egg had already hidden in a corner of the armored vehicle, feeling self-conscious and silently envious as he stared at the corpses outside the window. Just a moment ago, he thought that his Thunder God Slash was powerful beyond his imagination. It could basically take down an enemy in one hit. Even 3-star professionals couldn't withstand his strike. He even considered competing with Li Gu for superiority. He had been contemplating whether to follow Jian Shisan's example and change his name to Dao Shisan to bolster his reputation. Otherwise, he only had that one strike, which had some significant drawbacks, and he needed to find a way to cover it up. Now, he had completely abandoned that idea of renaming himself because he realized that Li Gu was a Sword 6000. At this moment, Alpha's gaze was vacant, on the verge of collapse, as he stared at the scattered corpses around him in the car. He felt that the worldview he had built before was crumbling. He even began to doubt whether his previous worldview was correct. He had always believed that the anomalies were strange, powerful, and invincible, especially when they gathered in groups, making them utterly untouchable. Touching them meant certain death. However, in reality, the anomalies were indeed as formidable as he thought. He had changed his refuge several times. Each time he fled from a refuge, it was due to battles breaking out within the base, blood staining the ground. At night, hundreds of anomalies would emerge from the ground. No one could withstand them. Even the strongest within the base could only die in tears under the relentless assault of nearly 100 anomalies. Because of this, his parents and sister had all died at the hands of the anomalies. Alpha slowly stood up, his expression dazed as he stepped onto the ground and picked up a fragment of an anomaly to examine it closely. Yet, the very anomalies that had nearly killed his entire family were now easily slain by Chen Chen. Not just 1, not 2, not 10, not 100. Alpha's sorrowful gaze swept over the bodies that filled the Red Moon Refuge, which had been reduced to rubble. Nearly 1,000 anomalies had died so easily at the hands of Li Gu. This suddenly made him feel that the deaths of his parents and sister were unjust, that they should not have died. They did not need to die. It was not that the anomalies were too strong. It was that he was too weak to protect his family. This was the first time Alpha felt that his family's deaths were not due to the strength of the anomalies, but because of his own weakness. If he could be as strong as Chen Shen, then his family would not have had to die. Everyone get out of the car, Chen Shen said, looking displeased at the dazed individuals before him, raising his voice. Oh. Ergo. And the others slowly nodded with vacant expressions, their bodies moving stiffly like zombies as they got out of the car. The earlier scene filled with fireworks had been too shocking for them. From the armored vehicle's window, they could see the sky filled with Chen Shen's fireworks. Each anomaly, which had looked fierce and terrifying, was torn apart like a delicate little princess. The image composed of blood and fireworks left them in a daze. Ergo rubbed his cheeks with both hands, trying to ease the soreness from maintaining a state of shock, and muttered to himself, looks like we're going to start killing again. Up until now, he finally understood why Li Gu intended to gather the people of this planet together. Perhaps 3-star professionals could survive under the barrage of fire. But how many 3-star professionals were there? How many would die because of this? Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands? Ergo shook his head inwardly, no longer pondering this matter. Chen Shen climbed into the armored vehicle, took out the mattress he always carried from the storage space, laid it out in the cabin, and said in a deep voice, I'm going to rest first. You all find a place to rest. By the way, go ask Ergo for some containers to collect all the blood and flesh of the anomalies on the ground. Don't wait until it evaporates, that would greatly reduce its effectiveness. After saying this, Chen Shen lay down and fell into a deep sleep. He indeed felt a bit tired, and most importantly, the upcoming tasks did not require his involvement. If he had to handle all these trivial matters, then what kind of leader was he? After exchanging glances, Ergo and the others twitched their lips in disbelief, their eyes filled with confusion as they stared at the flattened Red Moon Refuge. Not a single tent or building remained. The only things visible on the ground were blood, flesh, and corpses. This left them wondering where they could find a place to sleep. Sleep underground? Ergo remained silent for a while before taking out some spherical glass containers from his storage space, placing a jar of moderate size on the ground. The entire formation looked like a fat version of a grenade with a handle.
Everyone, take these containers and divide them up. After filling them, find a place to sleep early, said Ergo, expressionless as he climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, took out a set of clothes from the storage space, draped them over himself, and fell asleep. Ergo, how can you just sleep? Lu Dan, troubled about where to find a place to sleep, saw that Ergo had already climbed onto the roof and couldn't help but anxiously say, "Didn't Li Gu ask us to collect blood?" Without lifting his eyelids, Ergo casually replied, "Such trivial matters can be left to the survivors. I still have to fight tomorrow." After exchanging glances, Lu Dan and Mao understood each other's thoughts. They then stuffed the glass containers they were holding into the arms of a nearby survivor, jumped onto the roof, wrapped themselves in the clothes, and closed their eyes to sleep. "By the way," Ergo suddenly said nonchalantly with his eyes already closed, "keep an eye on Alpha, don't let him slip away. We need him to lead the way tomorrow." Then the sound of snoring returned, as if he hadn't said that last sentence at all. The next morning, Chen Shen rubbed his eyes as he emerged from the vehicle, the sun hanging in the sky. It was 10 in the morning. He stretched lazily, stepped outside, twisted his body, and did a few simple warm-up exercises to get his energy up. Looking at the blood and corpses scattered on the ground, now under the sun, they had lost their freshness. The blood, once like red wine, now stuck to the ground like red paint. The already dark red and cracked wasteland was stained even redder. The air was filled with a chilling atmosphere. Turning around, he saw Ergo and the others energetically doing warm-up exercises on the roof of the armored vehicle, facing the morning sun. Chen Shen couldn't help but twitch his mouth, holding his forehead in disbelief. What about those survivors? Look, Ergo pointed in a direction with his lips. The remaining survivors, disregarding cleanliness, had found a piece of ground that looked somewhat decent last night. They simply sat down on the ground, hugging their heads and falling asleep. Some, without any reservations, lay down on the ground and fell asleep. So at this moment, these survivors who had just woken up looked as if they had soaked in blood, with most of their clothes soaked through. One man's pants had an eyeball hanging from the zipper. Chen Shen said expressionlessly, "Did they sleep on the ground yesterday?" He then looked at Ergo. "After finishing your work, sleep in the armored vehicle and just wake me up. How can you let them sleep on the ground? That's your oversight, Ergo." Ergo pouted, his face full of sincerity and overflowing apology. "It's my fault, Li Gu. I didn't think it through. Mainly, I thought Li Gu worked hard all day today, so I didn't want to disturb him." But internally, he couldn't help but complain. Did Li Gu just set himself up for something after that? Didn't you say for us to find a place to sleep ourselves? Have you collected all the blood? Chen Shen no longer cared about trivial matters and asked about the necessary items for today's operation. All set, Ergo pointed to a pile of spherical containers on the ground. Not far away, each with a short handle on top. Each container was filled with blood and bits of flesh, and some even contained random things like eyeballs, ears, and noses. From a distance, some looked like skinned watermelons, bright red and tempting. Upon closer inspection, they resembled medical specimens filled with red formalin. Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction and glanced at the energetic crowd, shouting, "Take all these watermelons with you, prepare to set off." Su, perched on the roof of the vehicle, couldn't help but yawn, his eyelids drooping as he slapped his cheeks to force himself awake. He didn't know what he'd gotten into. Hong Yang last night, insisting on doing that with him on the roof of the car. But Ergo and Mao were sleeping nearby. He couldn't possibly do that in front of so many people. Reluctantly, Su had to sneak down from the roof and take Hong Yang to a slightly more secluded spot. Using the ground as a bed and the sky as a blanket, they began to do that. The bloody scene from last night seemed to have triggered something in Hong Yang. She was even more frenzied and proactive than before, her slim waist twisting like a little electric motor. Under the moonlight, the ground was covered in blood and bits of flesh as they began to do that. His legs trembled a bit, although he wasn't afraid. In this environment, he could be considered a real man. Su couldn't help but slap his cheeks again to keep his emotions in check. Why did such a bloody scene from last night make Hong Yang want to? What kind of cause and effect was this? He couldn't figure it out. Chen Shen sat inside the armored vehicle, looking at the shelter in front of him, tilting his head to Alpha. "This is the closest shelter to the Red Moon, right?" Yes, Alpha's expression was slightly grim. "Do you remember the plan?" "I do," Alpha replied after a moment of silence, his voice low. "Good, then you can get out of the vehicle now." After Chen Shen opened the armored vehicle's door, he closed his eyes, lying in the passenger seat, patiently waiting. After about 20 minutes, he estimated it was time and ordered, "Drive to the entrance of the shelter." As the armored vehicle rumbled to a stop at the entrance, the shelter's occupants gathered at the door like they were facing a great enemy, armed and glaring with hatred at
Everyone inside the armored vehicle, they were all invaders. The way to identify them was simple: their skin was yellow, and not a single one was red. They were definitely not from this planet. Therefore, they could only be invaders. Chen Shen curled his lip. According to the plan, the next step was the trash talk segment. He really didn't want to say this nonsense, so he poked Sue with his cane. Sue shrugged, opened the sunroof, and with both hands gripping the edge, he jumped onto the roof of the vehicle. Sue first closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then suddenly opened them, his eyes flashing with a mad fighting spirit. He took out the loudspeaker borrowed from Ergo and shouted furiously, "Listen up, spawn of Weyong planet, your grandpa is from the Azure planet. It's not that I look down on you, we just easily slaughtered everyone in a shelter. Do you know how many people we used? 2. That's right, just 2 people, we only need 2 to massacre everyone in your shelter. A weak race like yours doesn't deserve to survive in this world." The group of red-skinned natives, gathered at the door like they were facing a great enemy, couldn't help but show their anger, ready to draw their weapons and charge out. However, they were still stopped by someone. In the past few days, they had injured quite a few people. There were many invaders lurking around the shelter, hiding like rats. Until they were alone, dozens of excited invaders would pounce on them immediately. It was the first time to see someone drive directly to the entrance of their shelter, flaunting their power and declaring war. Those who spoke with such confidence must have considerable strength. They could not act recklessly. Sue curled his lip, rubbed his eyes, bent down, and took the 2 spherical devices that Ergo handed him. Then Sue held one in each hand, laughing arrogantly and wildly. "Try the 2 watermelons your grandpa specially made for you." He then smashed the spherical devices towards the entrance of the shelter. With 2 crisp sounds, the spherical devices shattered. The stench of fresh blood mixed with minced meat instantly filled the entrance of the shelter. Seeing that the cans thrown over contained blood and minced meat, the faces of the indigenous people at the entrance changed dramatically. Damn it! It's over. So much blood was enough to allow hundreds of strange creatures to break ground beneath their feet at night. This meant they either had to hurry and escape to another shelter or choose to face the enemy at night. Damn it! The temporary leader of the shelter couldn't help but curse angrily. "Charge with me against this filthy and despicable invader." However, just as they finally decided to charge and fight to the death, the armored vehicle moved. The armored vehicle turned around and drove away into the distance, and Sue did not forget to shout from the roof of the vehicle, "I already know your planet's strange methods of operation and the weaknesses of your shelter. How about this? I will kill all of you without shedding blood. Learn from this, this is called strategy. If you can survive, we may meet again." After saying this, Sue quickly ducked his head and shrank back into the vehicle, avoiding a cold arrow shot at his head. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The temporary leader of the shelter was now stomping his feet in anger and anxiety. With so much blood at the entrance, there was no time to clean it up. Hundreds of strange creatures would definitely emerge tonight. They had to move. It was all because of these despicable invaders. If the strong ones from their shelter hadn't gone to the blue planet, they would have crushed all these ants that jumped around in front of them days ago. He wanted to chase after those despicable invaders, but it was clear he couldn't catch up. Moreover, they had to change shelters tonight, and he had no idea where to go. Just as the leader was anxiously pacing in place, a voice sounded beside him. "Chief, I know where those despicable invaders stay at night. I am the survivor from the shelter they almost slaughtered completely. I pretended to be dead to escape. They stay at my original shelter at night." A voice filled with hatred and determination rang in the leader's ear. Looking towards the source of the sound, the owner of this voice was none other than Alpha, who had just been thrown off the vehicle by Chen Shen. "Where?" The temporary leader of this base gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with hatred, staring intently at the armored vehicle that had already vanished from sight. Although the boss had instructed him to stay in the shelter and hold out until they returned if he encountered invaders, it was clear that continuing like this was impossible. The 2 jars of blood were enough to attract hundreds of strange creatures hiding underground during the day, only to emerge from the depths of the shelter at night. And the remaining strength of their shelter could not possibly withstand hundreds of these creatures. So their only choice now was to find the shelter where those guys were located, confront them, and then spend the night in their shelter. At the Red Moon shelter, Alpha gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot, puffing his cheeks as he spoke each word slowly. Red Moon shelter. After the temporary leader of this shelter silently repeated the name, he waved his large hand, his face filled with anger. "Everyone, get ready. This afternoon, we head to the Red Moon shelter and kill all those damned invaders. Yes. Let's fight them. I will chop off all their heads." A series of furious roars echoed within the shelter. As Alpha shouted, he gradually withdrew from the crowd, slipping out of the shelter unnoticed. Through the doorway. On a small hill near the Red Moon shelter. Two people from the Blue Planet were staring in shock at everything that had just happened. Boss, was that person just now one of us from the Blue Planet? A young boy couldn't help but rub his eyes, stammering. Of course. An older man next to him slapped the young boy on the head and said in a deep voice, that person clearly had yellow skin and spoke the language of the Blue Planet. Didn't you notice that you understood what he said? You already knew his language, not because of this damned game helping you understand. I noticed. The young boy couldn't help but lower his head a bit, avoiding the leader's scrutinizing gaze, incredulously saying, it's just a bit hard to believe. We're still hiding here waiting for stragglers. How could they just drive an armored vehicle straight to someone else's base? Could it be that top guy on the Global Invasion Points leaderboard? The young boy hesitated for a moment before suggesting a possibility. It shouldn't be. The man frowned, staring at the virtual Global Invasion Points leaderboard in front of him, where the top rank was still that Koitaro Koizumi. That name doesn't sound like someone with yellow skin. He didn't quite like that name, especially the feeling of being overshadowed by it. So what do we do now? The young boy asked after thinking for a while. Ever since that armored vehicle came and threw 2 jars of blood, everyone in the shelter had been in a state of tension. Everyone was huddled inside, and no one would give them a chance to stray. Wait. The older man squinted his eyes and said in a deep voice. Any movement means chaos, something will happen. And something happening means there are opportunities. If we catch it, it means we will rise to prominence from now on. What if we miss it? The young boy hesitated for a moment before asking, slightly disappointed. If we miss it? The older man put his hat on his head and glanced over, then just pray that in the next life, we can be born into a good family. Not far from the Red Moon shelter. The armored vehicle stopped in place on the wasteland. How is it? Chen Chen leisurely rested his hands behind his head, lying in the passenger seat, and asked softly. Everything is going smoothly. They've decided to come to the Red Moon shelter this afternoon to seek revenge on Brotherly, Alpha replied, slightly leaning forward. In that case, it means the effect is decent. Chen Chen yawned, sat up straight, and looked ahead, then we need to speed things up. Let's go. He pointed straight ahead. For the entire day that followed, all the nearby shelters were like they had suffered a natural disaster. People were basically driven right to the door, throwing 2 cans of fresh blood into the shelter, forcing them to consider their place of refuge for the night. Even worse, some were not only bullied in this way, but when someone shouted insults, they were shot dead on the spot by a man in an armored vehicle. The head exploded, dead beyond recovery. If it weren't for the strongest individuals from all the shelters being on the Azure planet, they wouldn't be so passive. At least they wouldn't be driven to the door, have 2 cans of blood thrown at them, and be helpless against it. At least they wouldn't have to consider a retreat because of the strange occurrences brought on by 2 cans of blood. If the strongest from their base were present, they could easily deal with hundreds of anomalies. At least they wouldn't be bullied like this, with threats being thrown around at their doorstep. In the end, all the temporary leaders of these shelters received a message. This group was temporarily residing in the Red Moon shelter. Moreover, these temporary leaders, who had never communicated before, almost issued the same order. That was, head to the Red Moon shelter, kill this group to relieve their hatred, and then occupy that shelter. Then wait for the strongest from their base to return triumphantly from the Azure planet and crush all the little bugs that had been lingering around their shelter. They're all dead? Upon hearing the news from Su, Chen Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. They're all dead. After Su repeated it, he added, and the blood looks very fresh, the wounds haven't had time to rot, and there are no flies attracted to the area. It looks like they just died. That means the people in this shelter were all killed just before we arrived. Chen Chen expressionlessly got out of the armored vehicle and walked to the entrance of the shelter. From the entrance to the interior of the shelter, a glance revealed a scene of carnage. Several small streams of fresh blood converged in a low area, forming a blood pit that resembled a lake. He bent down, extended his finger, dipped it in the fresh blood, brought it to his nose, and calmly whispered, "Someone is trying to steal my meat. Stealing meat from my bowl. How dare he?" The person standing next to Chen Chen, ergo, did not respond but stared intently at a corpse deep within the shelter, observing it for a moment before suddenly laughing. "Brotherly! I just saw a corpse digging its nose." "Oh?" Chen Chen couldn't help but laugh happily. It's good to have a living person. Whether it was the survivor of this shelter or the perpetrator who hadn't managed to escape, it meant that this living person was an informant. And an informant meant he knew who had snatched his meat from his bowl. Chen Shen stepped forward, holding his cane, disdainfully sweeping his gaze over the blood and corpses scattered around. Take me to that person. Yes. Ergo replied, gesturing for the others to follow, and then walked straight towards the corpse he had just noticed, which had been picking its nose. After circling around a few times, Ergo led everyone to the central square of the shelter, stopping in front of a corpse. Chen Shen stared at the body of a man with obviously yellow skin, looking to be in his 30s, with thieving eyebrows and rat-like eyes. His face was splattered with blood, which clearly looked like he had smeared it on himself. His eyes were tightly closed. However, whether it was the trembling eyelashes or the ears slightly shaking as they sensed the surroundings, they directly proved that this person was alive. Did you kill these people? Chen Shen asked, somewhat incredulously. A person capable of killing an entire shelter would definitely not lie on the ground pretending to be dead. A yellow-skinned person appearing in the shelter had no other possibility than invasion, and another possibility was that this person had no fighting power at all. However, in the seconds after Chen Shen's question, the person on the ground showed no reaction. The previously trembling eyelashes were now completely pressed against the eyelids, and if one listened closely, they would find that even the sound of breathing had disappeared. Chen Shen began to feel a bit impatient, lifting the Desert Eagle and aiming it at the man's nostrils. If you don't get up by the time I count to 1, I'll help you clear your nostrils. 3. The man on the ground finally couldn't withstand the pressure, his eyes opening a slit to assess Chen Shen, already close to his nostrils, preparing to plead for mercy. However, the next second. 1. Chen Shen skipped 2 and started counting 1. The man's face instantly changed, his eyes wide open, mouth agape, ready to scream for mercy. Bang! However, a dull gunshot rang out. Before the man on the ground could utter a word, he saw a bullet enlarging in his pupil. His nose formed a fist-sized hole under the bullet's impact, red and white matter continuously oozing out of the hole. The man twitched a few times and then fell silent. Chen Shen tucked his cane back into his arms and glanced at Ergo. Smirking, he should know my patience isn't very good. Ergo looked at the man on the ground, whose eyes had just opened and was about to speak, only to be silenced by a bullet to the head, his mouth twitching without a word. He felt that this man probably didn't know that. Chen Shen shrugged, tilting his head, at least his nose won't be itchy now. Then, Chen Shen walked to the side and kicked another corpse. Is your nose itchy? Earlier, he had noticed this yellow-skinned corpse. He had intended to count seriously, but when he discovered there was another survivor here, he couldn't be bothered to wait for the man to squeeze out what he wanted like toothpaste. Big brother, my nose isn't itchy, I just came to take a look. Upon hearing this, the young man lying on the ground flipped over and jumped up, pleading in terror. Chen Shen nodded in satisfaction. You see, this way, the efficiency progresses much faster. Did you kill these people? Chen Shen tilted his head, staring intently at the man in front of him. No. The young man forced a smile and said, how could we have that kind of strength? We saw a strong person kill everyone in this shelter, and then we thought we'd come to see if there was anything left behind that they didn't want. Or maybe some of the red-skinned people who are still alive, so we could pick up the scraps. But we just arrived, and before we could turn anything over, the big brothers showed up. Can the big brother let me go? I absolutely won't disturb him. Picking up scraps? Chen Shen frowned and thought for a moment. You said you saw a strong person kill everyone in this shelter. Do you mean there was only one person? Yes. Chen Shen glanced at the hundreds of corpses around, his brow slightly furrowing. One person simultaneously killed hundreds of people. This strength is not low. Or one could say, this person's strength is terrifying. He had already vaguely deduced who this person might be. What are the characteristics of that person? After pondering for a moment, the young man replied, a man wearing wooden clogs, dressed in a kimono, holding a samurai sword, but I couldn't see his face clearly. Chen Shen's expression remained unchanged, and he fell silent without responding immediately. Wooden clogs, kimono, samurai sword. With these 3 items combined, he could roughly determine who had slaughtered this shelter. It was none other than the current number 1 on the global invasion points ranking, Kotaro Koizumi. Chen Shen lowered his head and thought for a moment, then suddenly grinned when he looked up. This guy was actually nearby. He couldn't just think he could take a bite out of his meat just because he was the so-called number 1. Which direction did he go? North, the young man thought for a moment and pointed to the side. North. Chen Shen repeated it, a hint of dissatisfaction in his expression. This direction was exactly opposite to where he was headed. And he had more important things to do now. Clearly it was impossible to drop everything to find Kotaro Koizumi. He could only wait for the next opportunity. Chen Shen shook his head in dissatisfaction and turned to walk towards the door. Let's go, get in the car, and hurry to the next place. Seeing Chen Shen turn to leave, the young man couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The psychological pressure Chen Shen brought was too great. At the same time, his gaze couldn't help but glance sorrowfully at the middle-aged man beside him who had been shot in the head. This is what you call a damn opportunity. Not a single scrap was picked up, and instead, he lost his life. Rising to success is not that easy. The young man's eyes were filled with gloom as he stared intently at Chen Shen's back. Ever since he met this man, all he talked about was seizing opportunities to rise to success. As long as there's an opportunity, the two of us would take off immediately. However, now that the opportunity was missed, he inexplicably lost his life. He never wanted to rise to success, he just wanted to live steadily. Because he knew clearly that if a person wanted to rise to success by risking their life, there was a 99% chance that person would become a stepping stone for others. The current outcome confirmed that his judgment was not wrong. You say if you miss the opportunity, you should pray for a good rebirth in your next life. I wonder if the boss prayed before he died. The young man hid all the sadness on his face deep in his heart and finally cast a tight glance at Chen Shen. Although he did not agree with that man's thoughts, since he was dead, he would definitely seek revenge. Just because he couldn't fight back now didn't mean he wouldn't be able to in the future. The young man took one last deep look at Chen Shen, firmly engraving his figure in his mind, imprinting it deep within, then lowered his head and stopped looking at Chen Shen. However, at that moment, Chen Shen suddenly stopped, turned around to look at the young man who was silent with his head down, glanced at the man he had shot in the head, and abruptly laughed. What is your relationship with that dead man? Ha! The young man raised his head, looking at Chen Shen in confusion. I don't know him. I came in to scavenge, and I saw that man rummaging around here when I entered. We didn't have any conflict, we were searching near each other. Oh, I see. Chen Shen curled his lips. I thought he was your father or something. How could that be? The young man's face stiffened as he forced a smile. He doesn't look much older than me, does he? That's true. Chen Shen casually shrugged, turned, and continued walking toward the door. Well, see you again if fate allows. Okay. The young man lowered his head again, his eyes filled with fear and luck. The next second, a gunshot rang out. Bang! Chen Shen casually slung the Desert Eagle over his shoulder and fired a shot backward, softly saying, "You lied." Then he didn't turn back to look again, cradled his cane in his arms, and walked toward the door. Donkey Egg glanced back at the young man who had been shot in the forehead, his eyes vacant as he fell backward, stunned for a moment. Unable to help himself, he quickly stepped up to Ergo's side. How did Brother Lee know that man was lying? He had never known Brother Lee had this ability before. If Brother Lee could so easily determine whether someone was lying, he would have to be more careful with his words in the future. Donkey Egg clicked his tongue, unable to resist speeding up his speech to add, was there some obvious logical flaw? He had heard everything the young man said. To be honest, he didn't feel it sounded like a lie, he didn't detect any flaws. It was quite normal for two people looking to scavenge to run into each other, wasn't it? Brother Lee's clear judgment made him doubt whether his own intelligence was lacking. There was a very obvious logical flaw, yet he hadn't seen it. Ergo couldn't help but look at Donkey Egg with pity, shook his head, and patted Donkey Egg's shoulder without speaking. What do you mean by that? Donkey Egg frowned, his expression dissatisfied as he said in a low voice. Are you looking down on my intelligence? Ergo shrugged, sighed softly, and then said quietly, that young man didn't have any logical flaws. Brother Lee probably isn't sure whether what that man said was true or false. Then Donkey Egg glanced at Chen Shen's back, hesitating to speak. The words that followed remained unspoken, but the meaning was already very clear. If Brother Lee wasn't sure, then how could he so decisively shoot that man dead? It's simple. Ergo sighed, wondering how Donkey Egg had followed Brother Lee for so long and still hadn't figured out his character. If this continued, he was really afraid that one day Donkey Egg would end up in Brother Lee's hands due to a moment of confusion. Brother Lee just guessed that the young man had a relationship with that middle-aged man. If he guessed right, it could solve a lot of future problems. For example, Brother Lee would have one less enemy hiding in the shadows, one less enemy lurking in the dark, always watching him and ready to strike at any moment. Solving the problem at its source is a very effective method, isn't it? Go patted Donkey Egg's shoulder inside. But Donkey Egg fell silent halfway through his sentence, and after thinking for a moment, he decided to finish his thought. But what if we guess wrong? You're Donkey Egg, not Pig Brain. What's wrong with you today? Ergo couldn't help but poke Donkey Egg's temple in frustration. What if we guess wrong? If we guess wrong, we guess wrong. Even if we guess wrong, it's that young man who dies, not you, not me, and definitely not Brother Lee. Is there any harm in guessing wrong? Absolutely none. Is there any gain in guessing right? It can prevent future troubles. For Brotherly, this is certainly a very profitable deal. Donkey Egg's mouth slowly opened wide enough to fit an egg, his eyes blankly glancing at the young man behind him who had been shot in the forehead, shaking his head without speaking. Brotherly's way of solving problems was indeed brutal and effective. Killing everyone he saw naturally left no enemies behind. As for killing the wrong person? How could that be called wrong? This is called a necessary sacrifice for a certain outcome. Donkey Egg silently complained in his heart for a while, finally glancing at the young man's body, then quickly followed Brotherly's figure with large strides. How many more shelters are nearby? Can we finish before dark? Chen Chen casually said from the passenger seat of the armored vehicle. There are 6 shelters nearby. If nothing unexpected happens along the way, we can definitely finish all 6 shelters before dark. Chen Chen stretched lazily in his seat, yawned, and said languidly, then let's set off. If we're going, let's go. Time is money, and it's very precious. Just don't delay my fireworks tonight. 9 o'clock at night. The sky was getting dark. Near the Red Moon shelter. Did you come to the Red Moon to find you too? A strange conversation arose in a desolate area not far from the Red Moon shelter. Then, the leaders of the 2 groups darkly said in unison, damn invaders? What, were you also humiliated by those damn invaders and then had 2 jars of blood smashed on you? One of the leaders frowned slightly and said in a deep voice. That's right, are you also? The other leader's expression darkened, a bit uncertain as he asked. Someone told me that this group is hiding in the Red Moon shelter. Someone also told me that that group is hiding in the Red Moon shelter. That person said he was a survivor from the shelter that was slaughtered by that group. I heard the same thing here. The expressions of the 2 leaders darkened to the point of dripping water, their hearts sinking to the bottom, feeling a sense of unease. This matter seemed problematic, like a trap. The 2 leaders simultaneously turned around, scanning the people behind them, trying to find the person who had tipped them off. However, no matter how hard they searched, they could not find that person among the crowd. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang in their ears. What are you doing here? A woman in her 30s with a furrowed brow appeared beside her group of refugees. People from the Red Beauty shelter? One of the previous leaders scrutinized the mostly female group, implying something. I only know that the true leader of the Red Beauty shelter is a woman. I didn't expect even the acting leader to be a woman. The 2 previous leaders exchanged glances, both seeing a hint of gloom in each other's eyes. After a pause, they spoke in unison. Let's not worry about why we're here. Instead, tell us what you're doing here. This is not your territory. The strong ones from the shelter have left. Instead of staying in the shelter, you're running around. I say, one of the previous leaders licked his lips, took his weapon from his back, and held it in his hand, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light. You didn't come here specifically to track us, did you? Want to swallow us? Are you sure you women can handle it? The woman in her 30s snorted coldly, not wanting to dwell on the matter. After hesitating for a moment, she spoke in a deep voice. We are not here to track you. The reason we all came out is that we have something very important to deal with. If you have nothing to do, please leave this place to avoid any misunderstandings. Important matters? The 2 male leaders exchanged a laugh, but the gloom in their eyes deepened. What important matters could you women have instead of staying in the shelter to have babies? Could it be to eliminate the invaders? How do you know? The woman in her 30s looked at the 2 in surprise, and without further hesitation, she gritted her teeth and spoke each word clearly. To be honest with you, we came because a group of invaders ran to our base and provoked us. Through some channels, we learned that this group of invaders is living here. That is, the original Red Moon shelter, which has already been completely slaughtered by this group of invaders. The forced smiles on the faces of the 2 previous leaders vanished, and their expressions turned grim again. Did they also throw 2 cans of blood into your base, forcing you to find a new place before nightfall? How do you know? The female leader asked, her face darkening with confusion. She had deliberately concealed this matter because she felt it was shameful to be bullied at her doorstep. If it got out, the reputation of their Red Beauty shelter would be completely ruined. However, she did not expect that this would be exposed by the 2 in front of her. Coupled with the fact that these 2 appeared here at this time, seemingly having come out in full force, the woman's expression visibly darkened. Could it be that this was done by you? You are allied with the invaders to suppress us, trying to swallow us. The 2 previous leaders did not speak directly, but after confirming the intentions of the Red Beauty shelter leader, they stood there with darkened faces, silent for a moment. One leader shook his head with a bitter smile. How did you find out that this group of invaders Is in the Red Moon Shelter? Did a self-proclaimed survivor of the Red Moon Shelter tip you off?
Yes. The woman's brow furrowed slightly. She sensed that things might not be as simple as she thought.
They would be tonight.
Then try to find that self-proclaimed survivor of the Red Moon Shelter and see if you can still find him.
Okay. After responding, the woman scanned her group. The survivor of the Red Moon Shelter was a man.
Most of the people she brought were women, and she thought they could quickly find the survivors of the Red Moon Shelter. However, the woman's expression darkened slightly as she said,
in a low voice, "They are gone."
She had no idea when this man had disappeared. He was just another survivor from a different shelter and didn't warrant much of her attention. Yet now it seemed that this survivor had become the catalyst for some events.
Could it be that you encountered the same situation and came here? The woman suddenly thought of a bad possibility and asked urgently.
You guessed right. The two leaders exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. The same plot, the same events, happening one after another at almost the same time. And in the end, there was always a survivor from the Red Moon Shelter who leaked information. And now, these survivors have mysteriously vanished. Don't you think all of this is too coincidental? One of the leaders suddenly narrowed his eyes and said quietly, these three so-called survivors from the Red Moon Shelter are likely the same person.
We might have been set up.
Perhaps. The woman, who looked to be in her 30s, forced herself to speak. Perhaps there really are three survivors from the Red Moon Shelter who just happened to escape to our shelter, and then a series of events happened. Earlier I thought there was a possibility of that, but now I think that possibility is basically zero.
Why?
The woman asked, puzzled.
Turn around and look back.
One of the leaders clicked his tongue, his expression complex. The woman slowly turned her head to look behind her, and her pupils suddenly dilated as her mouth unconsciously dropped open. Thousands of people were approaching them, holding torches. Among them, she recognized some faces. The bald man on the side was
the acting leader of the neighboring shelter.
He had also come here with a fierce demeanor.
So, did you see a lot of familiar faces? The previous leader couldn't help but exclaim, these people probably came here for the same reason as us. Are you trying to say that there are dozens of survivors from the Red Moon Shelter who faked their deaths and escaped?
I have to say, the Red Moon Shelter really has some skill in faking deaths.
So?
The woman darkly surveyed the thousands of torch-bearing peers slowly approaching, knowing full well that this time things had escalated.
So we were set up. The previous leader shrugged nonchalantly and said, even a fool can see the situation now, can't they? What kind of attitude is that?
The woman said with anger in her voice, do you really have confidence that you'll
be safe?
I was a bit anxious at first. The previous leader suddenly chuckled. But when I saw these thousands of people coming, I suddenly felt calm.
No matter who lured us here, whatever they want to do.
But clearly, they have gone too far this time.
The strength of so many people cannot be stopped by any force.
The man looked up at the sky and chuckled.
We have been underestimated by some people. Li Gu, basically everyone is here.
Ergo put down the binoculars in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and then said in a low voice, but Li Gu, are we going a bit too far with this?
Chen Chan leaned on his cane, looking up
at the sky, his thoughts drifting elsewhere, and did not respond.
What kind of talk is that? Lu Dan reprimanded loudly, dissatisfied. Has Li Gu ever failed?
Ergo shot Lu Dan a speechless glare, momentarily at a loss for
words. Lu Dan had definitely been influenced by someone. How had he gone from a simple, honest man to someone who could flatter?
Of course Li Gu won't fail, and he won't fail in the future either.
Everything in heaven and earth is under Li Ji's control.
Ergo first concluded sincerely with a serious expression, then paused for a moment to clear his throat.
But Su might fail. After all, this plan was proposed by Su. So I'm just saying. There might be some flaws in Su's plan this time.
What flaws?
Su snorted coldly, dissatisfied.
Ergo picked up the binoculars again and looked towards the group of red-skinned people that had gathered not far away. They've already sensed something is off. They might have realized this is a trap.
Isn't that obvious?
Su said coldly, laughing in anger. Once they all meet up, anyone can feel something is wrong.
But does that matter? Is this what you call a flaw in the plan? Since they are already here, even if they realize this is a trap, can they leave?
Ergo silently put down the binoculars, glanced at Li Gu, who was quietly listening to their discussion, and said in a deep voice, the flaw lies here.
Where? Lu Dan asked, puzzled. Everyone is here, but there are a bit too many people. Too many? Su frowned. How many is too many? When you calculated, what was the probability that those shelters would send people to retaliate against us that night under our series of actions?
Ergo looked at Chen Shen, who was still staring blankly at the sky, cleared his throat, and began to organize.
His thoughts. 60%. Su said decisively, based on the customs and human nature of this planet provided by Alpha, as well as the distance and bizarre crises, it was analyzed that roughly 60% of the shelters would send people to retaliate against us due to various circumstances. The remaining 40% would temporarily endure until the strong from their bases return from the Azure planet. Even if there are deviations, it shouldn't fluctuate too much.
Upon hearing this, Ergo raised the binoculars again and couldn't help but complain. There isn't really a significant deviation, it's just that you added 40% to your 60%
probability.
From the current situation, almost all the shelters have come out.
How is that possible? Hearing this answer, Su couldn't help but furrow his brows. Where did you get this conclusion? A rough count shows
that over 2,000 people have already gathered, and they are all staying together in one place. Ergo rubbed his sore wrist and said softly, moreover, there are still large numbers of people pouring in, gathering together, with no end in sight. Looking at Su's grim expression, Ergo didn't feel like mocking him at this moment. He just sighed. If it wasn't for your brain short-circuiting, then you must have forgotten a serious variable and
didn't consider this variable factor.
When they went to provoke the shelters, they had estimated how many people Li Gu could handle based on his combat power and had strictly formulated a plan. The original plan was that about 60% of the shelters would come out to find them at the Red Moon shelter. But now the plan had clearly deviated. Almost 90% of the shelters had come. The more than 2,000 people who had arrived had far
exceeded their expectations, not to mention that more red-skinned people were still pouring in behind them. Last night, Li Gu single-handedly killed nearly 1,000 anomalies. The professionals are more troublesome than the anomalies, so when they estimated how many people they could handle, they originally determined that Li Gu could take down around 800 individuals. This already accounted for Li Ji's small universe explosion and the enemies' relaxed vigilance. Adding in the few of them, a reasonable number to handle should be around 1,000 people.
If everyone fought desperately, it could go up to 1,200 people. This was already, considering all scenarios, the maximum
number of enemies they could face. Mao's expression also turned grim. So what do we do now? After witnessing Li Ji's ability to take on thousands alone, they thought this 3-day journey on the planet might allow them to
survive, but now it seemed like they were in trouble again. The other side is still waiting for reinforcements and hasn't rushed at us directly. Ergo looked at Chen Shen's back, hesitated for a moment, and then mustered the courage to say, so we have time, why don't we retreat first? He tried to gently remind Li Gu that the enemy was coming in too large numbers for them to handle. The others, including Lu Dan, stood behind Chen Shen with grim faces, waiting for his response. It was clear that the plan had failed. The enemy had indeed arrived, but in overwhelming numbers. Chen Shen stood still, looking up at the starry sky, without responding.
The sky was
filled with countless stars, clustered around a crescent moon shimmering with enticing light. After a while, when Ergo and the others were starting to feel anxious, Chen Shen finally spoke.
Beautiful, isn't it? The sky is
filled with stars, densely hanging above, forming a sea of stars, possessing a deadly allure that makes one want to abandon everything and rush into that starry sea. It's a pity I've only seen this scene when I was young.
I haven't seen it again as I've grown up. Do you know why?
After exchanging glances, Ergo stepped forward and, with a slightly anxious tone, said softly, is it because the environment has worsened as we've grown up, so
we can't see the stars anymore?
Although he didn't understand why Li Gu was still in the mood to admire the scenery at such a dangerous moment, he clearly knew one thing: Li Gu didn't like to dampen the mood.
Wrong. Chen,
with his hands behind his back, shook his head and chuckled lightly. It's because as we grow up, people become complicated, and there's no mood left to look up and appreciate the starry sea.
Just like now. All of you
are thinking about the arrival of those thousands of people, yet not one of you has looked up to appreciate this beautiful scene. Ergo couldn't help but twitch his lips, holding his forehead, unsure of what to say.
The plan was proposed by Li Gu.
The enemy was now here.
Yet Li Gu began to say, why don't you look up at the scenery?
This left Ergo and the others at a loss for words.
Li Gu,
after giving a glare to the others who had started to play dumb, Ergo took a deep breath and still mustered the courage to speak in the gentlest voice possible.
About 2,000 people have arrived, and more are on the way. This far exceeds our estimated limit. Expected limit?
Chen Shen shook his head and chuckled lightly. That's your expected limit, not mine. He glanced at the red dots formed by thousands of torches gathered not far away, their positions constantly changing
with the movement of the crowd, and his gaze couldn't help but drift.
The thousands of sparks on the ground mirrored the countless stars in the sky, creating a breathtaking sight.
After a moment of complex silence, Chen Shen suddenly spoke softly. Let me tell you a story. Upon hearing this, Ergo sat cross-legged on the ground with a blank expression, gesturing for everyone to sit down and listen to the story. Once Li Gu said this, there was no need to consider any suggestions to retreat. They could just prepare themselves to face the enemy with peace of mind. Even if they were to die, it would be better to die a little later. But if someone interrupted Li Gu while he was telling a story, Chen Shen raised his head and gazed at the starry sky again, pausing for a moment before slowly beginning. When I was a child, I was poor and couldn't afford fireworks. Even the cheapest firecrackers were out of my reach. But during the new year, all the kids were playing with fireworks, and the whole village was filled with the sound of firecrackers exploding. I was envious. Thinking back to those days, Chen Shen suddenly smiled, so I found a way. I would pick up firecrackers, searching through the ones others had set off for those that hadn't exploded. Amidst the scattered sounds of explosions, I found the atmosphere of the new year and the long-lost joy. Ergo and the others looked expressionlessly at the torches gathering in the distance, which were now slowly moving towards them, the Red Moon Refuge. If they were to die, so be it. At least before dying, they could listen to a story and reminisce about the beauty of childhood with Li Gu. But this happiness didn't last long before it was interrupted. One time, I was lucky enough to find a small string of firecrackers at someone's door. Remembering the childhood story, Chen Shen couldn't help but close his eyes tightly, open his arms to embrace the sky, and a hint of a happy smile appeared on his lips. That day was truly lucky. You see, the firecrackers I had found before were always one by one. But that time, I actually found a small string made up of a dozen firecrackers. I can still recall the excitement of feeling like I had found a treasure. When that family was setting off firecrackers, I noticed that a small string of unlit firecrackers had been blown outside to their toilet. But I didn't go over right away. I waited until the family had all gone home before I ran to their toilet. Chen Shen shrugged. After all, a child's pride is often very strong, and picking up things seemed very embarrassing to me at the time. That small string of firecrackers must have made Li Gu very happy back then. Ergo averted his gaze, forcibly ignoring the thousands of fire points slowly approaching, and forced to smile. After all, when you grow up, you lose that kind of fun. Chen Shen didn't respond immediately. After a moment of silence, he slowly shook his head and said softly, not happy at all. At that time, I couldn't bear to light that small string of firecrackers all at once, so I took them apart and stuffed them into my pockets, thinking that this way, I could play with them for a long time. But just as I finished doing all this, the door of that family suddenly opened, and several adults came out with children, holding even more fireworks. Chen Shen paused for a moment before continuing softly. Everyone's gaze focused on me. Focusing on a 10-year-old boy who had sneaked into someone else's toilet. Focusing on a boy who had sneaked into someone else's toilet to steal fireworks. I only remember that I stammered and explained for a long time, but the adults from that family didn't listen at all and took me back to my home, seriously reprimanding me in front of my parents for my behavior of stealing. How exactly I was scolded, I can't quite remember. I only remember that day my father was bowing and apologizing beside me, and immediately went to the village shop to buy a bundle of 3,000 firecrackers as an apology. And the children from that family were making faces at me and spitting, singing a modified nursery rhyme. Chen Shen paused for a moment and began to hum in a strange tone. Thief ghost, thief bandit, had a child but no anus. They wronged you, brother. Li. Ergo said angrily, empathizing, you just picked up a small firecracker they didn't want. That year seemed to be the first day of the new year. Chen Shen ignored Ergo and continued. That afternoon, I was stripped naked, my legs bound with rope, hanging upside down from the second floor, head towards the ground. And my mother was downstairs, whipping me with my father's belt like a top. With a fierce expression. She kept saying, why did you steal, why did you steal, I raised you this big, and ended up raising a beast that only knows how to steal. Let me think about what I said at that time. I remember I said this. Chen Shen suddenly grinned weirdly, covering his head with his hands, shaking it violently. I didn't steal, I didn't steal. It wasn't me who stole, I just picked up the firecrackers they didn't want. I really didn't steal. Chen Shen suddenly calmed down, paused for a moment, and said softly. But no one believed me. I desperately covered my legs with my hands, trying to retain a bit of dignity. I felt the whole village was watching this little boy, who was being educated by his mother for stealing but still stubbornly refusing to admit his mistake. I felt that little girl I usually had a good impression of was now piercing me with a look of disgust. What about my mother? My mother was taking out the firecrackers from my clothes, throwing them at me, while angrily scolding, with solid evidence yet still stubborn, how did I raise a beast like you? It seemed like she wanted to announce to the whole village that she was strict in her upbringing, and also to tell everyone that although she was poor, she had principles, and that stealing was something her unfilial son did. In short, in her anger, my mother ignited all those firecrackers that were like treasures to me and threw them on me, while shouting, "You like fireworks, right? Let me let you have enough." Shen looked up at the starry sky, leaning on his cane, his eyes slightly squinted. The popping explosions erupted and rang out on my back. After that time, I suddenly understood one thing, that fireworks are not just beautiful. They are also deadly, dangerous, can make people bleed, can make people feel pain. Fireworks do not only represent happiness, joy, and delight. They also correspond to tears, blood, and pain. Ergu and the others remained silent, gripping their weapons tighter. Originally, they could only see thousands of flickering lights, but as time passed and the red-skinned people advanced, the outlines of torches became visible. Just as everyone was preparing to rise and face the enemy desperately, a calm voice came from behind. And then? Ergu and the others froze for a moment, stiffly turning to look at the source of the voice. What happened next? Xiaohei rested his chin on his hand, eagerly awaiting the continuation of the story. Seeing the gazes directed at him, he looked confused and asked, "What's wrong?" Ergu and the others couldn't help but twitch their lips, momentarily speechless. Su was also stunned by Xiaohei's antics and hurried over to cover his mouth. He had seen people courting death, but never like this. "Were you really just sitting here listening to a story? Should I get you a chair and a bucket of popcorn?" Later, Chen said, looking at the thousands of approaching torches with a light laugh. "Later, I saved up money for a long time and bought 20 firecrackers. You know, the kind that are very powerful, make a loud noise, and fly up to explode in the sky. Finally, one day, I got an opportunity. A few people from that household went outside to the toilet. After they all went in, I used a steel nail to lock the toilet door." Chen paused for a moment, opening his arms in a trance, grinning. "Then I lit all 20 firecrackers and threw them into the toilet through the open roof. Amidst the crackling explosions and the screams, I felt the joy of setting off fireworks. I finally experienced that smile, joy, and happiness of setting off fireworks." Ergu and the others were stunned, 20 firecrackers exploding in a semi-enclosed space. This could kill someone, right? However, at that moment, an angry voice shouted, "Finally found you." During the time Chen was telling the story, the group of red-skinned people had gathered together and walked to the entrance of the Red Moon Shelter. Chen and the others stood atop the earthen wall of the Red Moon Shelter. The group of red-skinned people, filled with hatred, had now completely blocked the entrance, densely packed like an ant swarm, almost obscuring the horizon. Ergu and the others looked down at the mass of red-skinned people, their faces pale to the point of dripping water. There were even more than they had observed earlier, so densely packed that it was impossible to estimate how many there were. The only thing they could confirm was that it no longer mattered how many more there were, they had no chance of winning regardless. They could consider their life's obsessions and last words. "I've kept you waiting for a long time," Chen said, leaning on his staff, looking at the crowd of red-skinned people gathered at the entrance, smiling lightly. "Yellow-skinned, is it you damned extraterrestrial invaders who threw blood vials at the entrances of our shelters, forcing us to leave overnight?" An elderly man, looking authoritative, stepped forward amidst the crowd, his white beard giving him an imposing presence as he slammed his staff on the ground. "You don't even spare children. Do you invaders know what conscience is? Invaders? Don't say it so harshly." Chen, resting his hands on his staff, smiled lightly without showing any signs of pressure. "Where have the strong ones from your shelter gone? Don't you have any idea? Or do you think that if your strong ones went to our planet, they would spare children? This kind of false righteousness is really a bit unpleasant." The old man snorted coldly, his cloudy eyes sizing up the few people standing on the earthen wall. "If you are only this few, I'm very curious where you got the courage to lure us here. Maybe it's just that we've lived too long." Chen shrugged. "Since so many of us are here, what are we waiting for? Just come and kill us." The old man's eyes, aged and wise, seemed to see through the open door, staring intently at the ruins of the Red Moon Shelter, fearing that in the next moment, they would be confronted by invaders many times their number. He had lived long enough to have experienced more than some young people have eaten rice, and the schemes and tricks had seeped deep into his bones. Therefore, he did not believe that only a few people would dare to lure nearly 4,000 of them here. There must be an ambush. The only uncertainty now was what kind of ambush it was. When nearly 4,000 of them had gathered, he had felt quite confident. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a bit unsure. Because this young man was too calm, too relaxed, as if the nearly 4,000 of them were just 4,000 ants in his eyes. Numerous, yes, but easily crushed underfoot. No pressure at all. Young man. After a moment of silence, the old man said softly, perhaps you are preparing some trick right now. Or maybe you're setting up some ambush. But I've lived more than half my life, and I've seen more schemes than you've seen. Women. Let me teach you something. No matter how brilliant the scheme, it pales in the face of absolute power. After taking a deep breath, the old man slammed his cane onto the ground and shouted, unbreakable. At the same time, the nearly 4,000 red-skinned people behind him, with the old man's roar, also slammed their weapons onto the ground, shouting in unison. Unbreakable. The tremor caused by thousands of weapons hitting the ground was like a small earthquake. The roar of thousands of voices surged towards the people on the earthen wall like crashing waves. It really is spectacular. Chen Chen tilted his head, dug at his ear, squinted slightly, and looked at everything before him with a calm expression. Li Ge, I have no other requests. The usually silent heir Mao tightly gripped his weapon and said solemnly, if you're not dead, could you kill a beautiful woman in front of my grave so she can come down and be my wife? Bury me with Hong Yang. Su simply stated. Bury my doctor and me together. When I go down, I still want to run a hospital as the director. The director stepped forward, expressionless, and tapped his hand. Like Heir Mao, I also want a wife. Lu Dan hesitated for a moment but still said solemnly. If possible, bring my body back to the shelter, place it in that clinic, and then seal it up completely. Ergo's eyes ignited with flames as he continuously wiped his scalpel with his clothes. You know, Li Ge, that clinic is more important than my life. Chop off a piece of my bone and make it into a necklace to wear. At some point, Xiao Chan had run out from the armored vehicle, carrying a hammer twice her size, staring intently at Chen Chen. Chen Chen turned around to look at the crowd behind him, all faces filled with grief and anger, and shook his head with a light smile. Why does everyone look like they're saying their last words? Ergo's expression was blank, but deep in his eyes, a fierce flame flickered. We just don't want to die with unfinished obsessions. Not far away, an old man stared intently at the few people on the earthen wall, and after a moment of silence, a sharp voice burst forth from between his teeth, prepare for battle. No matter what ambush the other side had prepared, they had nearly 4,000 people. Even if there were some extremely powerful traps, there was a high margin for error. As long as they arranged the people from their shelter at the back, it would be fine. Prepare for battle? Chen Chen shook his head and grinned. The next second, a Gatling gun with 10 rotating barrels suddenly appeared in Chen Chen's hands, each barrel as thick as an adult man's forearm. Dark and deep gun holes brewed an enticing yet deadly crisis. No, this is not a battle. This is just the fireworks show I've been looking forward to. With this fireworks show, I want to tell everyone that fireworks are indeed beautiful. Moreover, there was something you said just now that I particularly agree with. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are like a chicken and a dog, utterly vulnerable. Chen Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement, his mouth curling into a grin, as the Gatling gun in his hand spun faster and faster, pointing directly at the mass of red-skinned people lined up not far away, ready to charge. That group of red-clad people had just finished lining up, arranged according to their respective professions. Close combat professionals took the front, ranged professionals stood behind, and hidden professions formed guerrilla teams waiting for the right moment to strike. They tried to assign everyone from a shelter into a small team so they could cooperate more seamlessly. A large crowd was constantly shifting positions below under the old man's orders. It must be said that this old man had indeed not wasted his years of meals. Despite the apparent disparity in strength, he still fought like a lion against a rabbit, using all his strength, carefully lining up his troops, and cautiously charging. Unfortunately, Chen Chen had no intention of giving this group much time to prepare. He looked up at the sky, chuckling lightly, audience? I hope you enjoy this fireworks show. The next second, the 10 barrels that had been spinning at high speed suddenly erupted with a blinding light. One by one, fierce rocket shells shot out from the barrels, racing towards the still-forming line of people at a speed difficult to capture with the naked eye. Boom! The first explosion had not yet completely ended. Immediately after, the second, third, fourth, and countless explosions followed in rapid succession, ringing in the ears of the crowd at an uncatchable speed. In an instant, the stars in the sky appeared particularly dim under the fireworks. Brilliant! Fireworks accompanied by screams forced the already dark night sky into daylight. People within a radius of several kilometers could see the night sky that should have been pitch black suddenly turned into day. Chen Chen laughed wildly, disregarding everything, his smile so forceful that the corners of his mouth showed signs of tearing. He held the Gatling gun, enjoying the smiles, joy, and happiness that the fireworks brought him, just like when he threw firecrackers on the heads of families in his childhood. With a fierce expression, he crazily swept through the crowd with the Gatling gun. Every rocket that exploded among the crowd brought a rain of shattered bodies mixed with blood, swirling in the air. Hearing the screams from below, the blood swirling in the sky stained Shen Shen's eyes red. Shen Shen's expression became even more frenzied as he laughed recklessly. This was the feeling. It was this feeling of being bombarded by fireworks, experiencing the pain they brought, feeling the blood caused by their rampant chaos on his body. Finally, he became the one who set off the fireworks. It turned out that fireworks could truly bring a smile to one's face, filling the heart with joy from deep within. Countless rockets fell at an elusive speed, even faster than raindrops, crashing down on the nearby red-skinned people. Countless screams of agony, terror, and anger echoed, accompanied by scattered body parts and splattered blood. The ground in front of the Red Moon Sanctuary looked like hell, unlike the human world. The already crimson wasteland appeared even bloodier under the irrigation of blood. The old man curled his arms tightly together, his eyes filled with terror as he watched the rockets rain down on them like hail. "This is not human. This is not human," the old man muttered with a vacant gaze. "This is not a power that humans can possess, this is divine punishment. This is the power of God." The old man bitterly smiled as he looked at his lower body. Blown aside. He knew there must be an ambush ahead, but he thought that with absolute strength, all schemes and tricks would be useless. What he didn't expect was that, despite having nearly 4,000 people, the one with absolute strength was that young man. Nearly 4,000 people didn't even manage to launch a single attack before being obscured by the barrage of fire, crushed in a single encounter. The old man, with cloudy eyes, looked towards a young man nearby who was desperately trying to dodge the rockets. If he had known, he wouldn't have brought his grandson out. He had intended to use this opportunity to pass on the prestige he had accumulated over a lifetime to his grandson. Instead, he had led him to the underworld. So be it, everyone has their fate. Perhaps death was his grandson's destiny. The next second, before the old man could react, a rocket was magnifying in his pupils until even the remaining upper half of his body was blown to pieces. Charge with me." A bloodied man, with his left arm blown off, shouted as he wiped the blood from his face with his right hand, roaring, "We have 4,000 people. As long as we charge, we can kill this damned invader." However, before the man with the knife could run a few steps, a rocket was heading straight for his head. Realizing he couldn't dodge it, the man took a deep breath, raised his knife high, and with a fierce expression, shouted, "Golden slash." Then, the entire knife turned golden, sharp and dazzling. The man lifted the now golden knife, his right foot on the ground, spinning his body around violently. Under the influence of centrifugal force, he swung the knife with inertia, aiming to smash it against the rocket heading for his head, in an attempt to change the rocket's direction. However, when the tip of his knife struck the rocket, it barely deviated at all. The next second, the rocket, with an unstoppable momentum, broke through the man's defenses and crashed into him.